Ah, where am I? Who is hitting me? Chuinha, struggling to adjust to the blinding light, forced his eyes open, enduring the painful thuds resonating through his body. Before him loomed a pair of lifeless eyes, emanating an unsettling blend of satisfaction and delight. Ah, what a troublesome little creature, the owner of the dead fish eyes remarked with a sigh. Riku, this little one certainly has a spirited voice. I doubt he will follow you around. Ha ha ha, chuckled Yamamoto, whose golden hair gleamed as he nudged the spiky-haired companion beside him. Crunch, crunch. By the way, haven't we thought of a name? Inquired a rotund figure with fiery red hair, crunching on potato chips. Ah, how troublesome. Let's call him Rikamaru. Having just acclimated to the light, Chuinha astonishingly comprehended their conversation. In that fleeting moment, the poor Chuinha grasped the gravity of his helpless predicament. He, a highly intelligent financial consultant from the 21st century, had been struck by an out-of-control truck driven by a rival he had previously defeated, plunging him into a river. After a forceful squeeze, he found himself transported into the realm of the manga Hokage. As Rikamaru voiced his protests, a new era began to unfold. Sigh, this is quite bothersome, Rikamaru lamented. Lying among the deer in the Rika garden, his unformed dead fish eyes drooping as he stared blankly at the clouds drifting lazily. Overhead, now 3 years old, Rikamaru had adeptly learned to speak and walk early due to his high intelligence and exceptional mental resilience from 2 lifetimes. However, his innate laziness and penchant for hiding his talents meant he rarely moved, except for a strong initial resistance to breastfeeding, which was quelled by his mother's firm intervention. Due to the close ties among the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, Yamamoto and Akimichi often brought Ino and Choji over. These genuine human infants frequently expressed an insatiable curiosity towards Rikamaru, who seemed as motionless as a wooden puppet. Ino, in particular, eagerly clung to Rikamaru, smearing her snot and tears on the freshly washed clothes provided by his mother, prompting Rikamaru to recite the Heart Sutra in exasperation. The others laughed heartily, contemplating pairing the 2 unformed children together. In response, Rikamaru could only gaze skyward, vowing to steer clear of women for the rest of his life, especially Inuzuka Ino. Meanwhile, Choji quietly consumed all the milk meant for Rikamaru and Ino. Ah, Hokage, this perilous world. I truly fear for my life. Had I known that person was so unable to cope with defeat, I would have certainly yielded. I would not have found myself in this world. Although I consider myself relatively clever, in this realm, strength prevails, and mere strategy is insufficient. How troublesome. Rikamaru reflected on his future. At present, his body was still developing and ill-suited for physical combat, although his father had consciously trained him to harness chakra. After the initial lesson, Rikamaru's father had carelessly left chakra texts scattered throughout their home, which Rikamaru, being only 3 years old, was adept at concealing. However, Chuinha, with 2 lifetimes of experience, was almost the same age as Rikamaru. Comparing himself to the remarkable talents of Naruto and Sasuke, Rikamaru acknowledged the long journey ahead. Contemplating this, he consistently endeavored to envelop his body in the scant dark chakra he possessed, the Nara family's secret chakra, particularly focusing on his hair, which, despite being only 3 years old, was already sufficiently dense to stand upright. Rikamaru declined his father's hairstyle suggestions, opting instead to train by using chakra to straighten his hair daily. Although it quickly fatigued him, he recognized that accumulated energy should not be underestimated. It was not solely for appearance. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Rikamaru, as he believed he was adept at concealing his talents, his father Riku observed his son's astonishing learning ability and remarkably pure chakra. Consequently, rumors of the Nara family's son being a prodigy spread like a paper airplane throughout Konoha. Of course, only the elder of the Nara clan and Riku were aware of this revelation, further solidifying Rikamaru's position as the successor to the next generation of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Rikamaru, go fetch your drunken father, and stop pretending to be dead. A thunderous voice shattered the tranquility of the Riku garden, startling the deer. An enormous frying pan narrowly missed Rikamaru's face as it crashed into the ground. Rikamaru's mother was at home, unleashing her wrath from above. Even though Rikamaru was wise beyond his years, The pressure of his lineage compelled him to spring into action, his tiny legs propelling him toward the source of all mischief, his irresponsible father. Chapter 2. Taijutsu. As Shikamaru strolled through the bustling streets of Konoha, the lively chatter of the aunties danced in his ears. Ah, is that the Nara boy? Why is he out alone? Shouldn't he grab a bun? Ha ha ha, I bet he is looking for his father again. Oh dear, Nara Shikaku is so handsome. Shikamaru will surely grow into a striking young man as well. Is there a girl he fancies? Shikamaru shuffled by, head down, as if to avoid the attention. Damn it, my father again. I'm only 3 years old. After navigating through the snack street, Shikamaru glanced up towards the tavern and realized, in his haste, he had veered off course. He found himself in a quiet expanse of yellow earth, where a vibrant green figure rushed towards him like a round-headed missile. Might Guy had just failed his 101st challenge against Kakashi and was now fulfilling his promise. Suddenly, a soft object collided with him, and he hastily restrained his strength, lifting the black-haired, blue-eyed child into the air. He managed to take a few steps forward before coming to a halt. Are you sure it was just a few steps? According to the measurements of the 21st century, you've covered over 100 meters. The little boy's hair stood on end in fright. In reality, Shikamaru was startled and lost control of his chakra, causing it to rise naturally. Does this unruly hairstyle look familiar? Is this the Nara kid? Yoshi, young Nara, be careful while walking. But if you fall, no worries, just get back up. And you'll still be a fine lad. A grin, dazzling enough to blind Shikamaru's titanium alloy eyes, sparkled in the sunlight. Could you please put me down? Shikamaru kicked his own calf in frustration. He certainly recognized Might Guy, the azure beast of Konoha, but experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different sensation. Aha, youngster. You are just as mature as Nara Shikaku, Guy exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. This is youth. I cannot slack off. Saying this, he set Shikamaru down and dashed off in the opposite direction, presumably to intensify his training. Shikamaru watched the diminishing green figure, now just a tiny black dot in the distance, as a flock of crows flew by, cawing loudly. Finally back on track, Shikamaru squinted his lifeless eyes, one on guard and the other vigilant, as he leisurely entered a bookstore. Indeed, ever since encountering Guy, the thought of practicing taijutsu had taken root in Shikamaru's mind. Most of the Nara clan were exceptionally intelligent, primarily engaging in cerebral endeavors, much like Nara Shikaku, who served as a strategist for Konoha. Even in battles, the Nara family relied on tactics combined with ninjutsu. Although the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans formed a fixed combat team, the Nara family, alongside the Yamanaka clan, leaned on the Akimichi's defensive taijutsu. For someone like Shikamaru, who firmly believed in self-reliance and never entrusting his back to others, this was utterly unacceptable. Thus, despite Shikamaru's lazy demeanor, he was resolute in his determination to train in taijutsu. From his past experiences combined with the Nara clan's exceptional intelligence, Shikamaru understood that in this world, when faced with absolute strength, all intellect was rendered moot. Like the protagonists in books, even lacking in wisdom, possessing a strong physique and capabilities was sufficient. Consequently, Shikamaru concluded that ninjutsu surpassed taijutsu, which in turn surpassed jinjutsu, and finally strategy. With this conviction, he decisively entered the bookstore in search of taijutsu literature. Due to the nature of the Nara clan's chakra, Shikamaru could only practice the family's unique techniques, and moreover, he wished to keep his progress secret, learning taijutsu discreetly. Cunningly utilizing his small stature, Shikamaru darted swiftly between the shelves, leveraging his remarkable memory and learning ability to browse and select books at an astonishing pace. He came across numerous details and vague knowledge that he had not previously encountered in comics, and eventually chose 2 foundational texts on taijutsu. One was titled The Basics and Origins of Gentle Fist, detailing the origins and fundamental movements of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist style. It seemed more a promotion of the Hyuga clan's strength and benevolence than an authentic guide, but Shikamaru noted its similarities to Tai Chi, particularly the emphasis on breathing techniques. The other was a historical account titled The Legendary Three Ninjas, which chronicled the feats of the legendary Sannin, albeit ending abruptly, as everyone knew the reason behind it. Nonetheless, Shikamaru was intrigued by the tumultuous relationships involving Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. Finally, having made his selections, just as Shikamaru was about to leave, he suddenly remembered an important matter. Have you finally recalled your father? No. Shikamaru had no money. His hands tightly clutched the 2 books as he exchanged wide-eyed glances with the lovely salesgirl. By the way, why are you gripping one of the books tighter than the other? Can you let me take the books home to fetch some money? Shikamaru, unusually wide-eyed, attempted to charm her. No, little one, the salesgirl replied with a smile. In a flash, Shikamaru's expression transformed to that of a lifeless fish, staring intently. Oh, who is this adorable child out on his own? Let me pay for you, little brother. A head of silver hair popped out from behind a book featuring a mischievous-looking blonde girl, with a black mask adorned with crescent-shaped eyes and 2 swirling red clouds. Shikamaru looked up and bowed, thanking the stranger before swiftly grabbing the books and making his exit, leaving behind a bewildered Kakashi. Uncle, uncle, uncle. The repeated calls echoed, as if striking a bell, shattering Kakashi's composure. Am I that old? Kakashi squinted, glancing down to continue reading his book, stepping out of the bookstore. How old is that Nara kid? It seems he's reading about taijutsu. Unbeknownst to poor Shikamaru, who was oblivious to Kakashi's gaze. He finally recalled another crucial matter, his original goal for venturing outside. Where was his father? Chapter 3. Friendship with a hint of guilt. Shikamaru tucked the 2 books into his clothing and hurried towards the izakaya. Next to the izakaya was Konoha's largest barbecue house. The sweet aroma of grilled meat wafting through the air, making Shikamaru's stomach grumble. Peering at the entrance, he spotted a familiar little chubby boy squatting in the shadows, his head buried between 2 stout legs, shuddering. In front of him stood a group of 5 or 6-year-olds, clutching an assortment of snacks like potato chips, takoyaki, and fish cakes, playfully shoving each other. One child with a spiky brown hedgehog hairstyle finished his fish cake and turned to poke the chubby boy's clothing. Apparently, he didn't succeed, for in frustration, he pushed the chubby boy's head several times, spouting incoherent complaints. It seems I found the right place. Shikamaru advanced with purpose, and before the hedgehog-haired boy could turn around, he landed a kick squarely on the boy's head. Yes, the head. The hedgehog-headed child was taller than Shikamaru, making it a challenging maneuver. However, taking advantage of his small stature and flexibility, Shikamaru swung his leg, sending the boy crashing to the ground, his head hitting the steps with a thud, ketchup spilling everywhere. Shikamaru retracted his leg, maintaining his lifeless fish expression while secretly relishing the moment. He resolved to employ his legs to strike heads more often in the future. He lowered his gaze, meeting the eyes of his friend, Choji. Hey, I came looking for my dad. I'm hungry. What do I eat since you've given all your snacks to them? Shikamaru turned away, displeased, glaring at the hedgehog-haired boy, while the others had long scattered. Nevertheless, Shikamaru made a mental note of all their faces. Before Choji could respond, the hedgehog-headed boy, still unsteady on his feet, instinctively charged at Shikamaru. Lumar directly sidestepped, delivering a swift kick to the rear of the hedgehog-headed dog, who lay sprawled on the ground like a defeated creature. With the intent to eradicate the problem entirely, he advanced 2 steps and stomped down forcefully on the dog's head until it succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing the scene, Lumar picked up a half-eaten bag of chips that someone had discarded on the road, took a piece for himself, and then offered one to Dingtsi. You must take care of your belongings. It truly is a hassle, he remarked. Dingtsi accepted the chip, nodding vigorously twice, only to have the remaining crumbs mix with his tears and mucus as he consumed them. Lumar, witnessing this, withdrew his hand, which was poised to snatch another chip, and sighed dramatically towards the heavens. This child can eat so much. I just wish he could do it more cleanly. Meanwhile, within the nearby izakaya, through the wind-swept wooden barriers, the trio of Lao Zhu, Lu Tia, and Dingtsi exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. I told you, Dingtsi, you needn't worry, Lu Tia said cheerfully while sipping his drink. Chiodao, Dingtsi remarked, watching his son smile, feeling a wave of contentment as he turned to Lugio. His kind-hearted son mirrored his own youthful self when he first encountered the lifelong confidant, ensuring he would never feel lonely again. This boy, Lugio shook his head, glancing at the fallen hedgehog-headed dog, truly a nuisance. By the way, I hope Lumar doesn't take after his mother with such ruthlessness. I'll be the one to handle the aftermath. What a burden. At last, the adorable young Lumar reunited with his obstinate father, only to return home to face the harsh realities of familial strife. Nailing Lugio, not only are you gallivanting about, but you've also brought your son along for the ride. Poor Lugio had yet to speak before a toilet plunger was unceremoniously thrust into his mouth. Chapter 4. White Serpent one time flew by, and a small figure clad in a light green leisure outfit, with chestnut hair, lay on the open ground of Luchang, gazing at the clouds drifting lazily across the sky. He was growing taller, reaching the age of 5. With the upcoming New Year festival, I'll likely be starting school soon. What a wonderful life awaits, Lumar mused, curling his lip as he stared at the clouds, while simultaneously forming hand seals with great speed. As a member of the nailing family, he had been taught the techniques of the body duplication and chakra from an early age. Lumar's days were rather ordinary, diligently studying various materials about this world and the advanced techniques of the nailing clan, practicing his hand seals 100 times each day, not including his additional practice during moments of boredom, alongside early morning and evening walks to hone his physical skills at the village's eastern edge. Of course, Lumar maintained a facade of laziness in front of others, always concealing his true abilities. Despite the rigorous practice that left him breathless, he found himself with slightly better physicality than the original narrative. His hand seals were now swift enough to leave behind afterimages, but his chakra control and reserves were still insufficient for rapid growth. Progress was painstakingly slow. While others who traversed into this realm often boasted golden opportunities, he wondered why he had not been granted even a spirit beast or system to assist him. Alas, he felt rather unfortunate. Once his family departed, Lumar fed the deer in the garden and cleaned up after them before stealthily slipping out. He dashed through the bustling streets until he reached the outskirts of the Death Forest. A few days prior, he had discovered a small hole that a child could crawl through while training with Dinxi, though it was more accurate to say that Lumar was training while Dinxi indulged in snacks. Lumar had sternly warned Dinxi to stay away from this place, deeming it dangerous. Yet today, he found himself crawling through the very hole he had cautioned against. Inside, he spotted something white. Was it a snake? This led him to recall the aloof and formidable Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, who was entangled in a love triangle. As for why Lumar dared to venture here alone, he reasoned that as the future hope of the nailing family, Orochimaru would not dare to eliminate him. Instead, it was the unknown threats posed by unremarkable individuals that worried him more. Cautiously, Lumar crawled through the hole, and suddenly, the sunlight dimmed, revealing the foreboding atmosphere of the Death Forest. Relying on his sharp memory, he located the spot where he had seen the white shadow previously, but found nothing. Lumar lay down, feeling free to disregard appearances, practicing his hand seals while playfully using chakra to propel himself against a tree. As time passed, just as Lumar's eyes began to close, a flash of white darted past him. Reacting instinctively, he concentrated chakra into his right foot and delivered a powerful kick, striking the snake precisely at its vulnerable spot. The small serpent, though resilient, succumbed to his forceful blow. Lumar grimaced at the abruptness of the encounter, his right foot feeling sore from the impact. When I return home, Mother will surely scold me, he thought, scratching his head as his gaze shifted to the white snake. Ah, what a fascinating creature, he exclaimed, reaching out to the injured serpent before it could perish, swiftly binding it up. Then, he uneasily pulled out a kunai, clumsily attempting to dissect the creature. Though his cuts were jagged and lacked finesse, he managed to extract the snake's gallbladder and fangs. Afterward, he stuffed the gallbladder, venom, and sinews into his small satchel, wrinkling his nose at the foul-smelling blood that stained his clothes. This won't bode well when I return home. I need more practice with my kunai techniques. I lack experience in this area. Meanwhile, I can't help but envy the Uchiha clan's proficiency with their kunai. Oh, such boldness in a child, a chilling voice echoed from behind Lumar. Chapter 5. White Serpent 2. At the very moment he heard the voice, Lumar sprang into action. But his hand was seized, and his attack was effortlessly thwarted by the figure behind him. With a resounding thud, Lumar's shadow clone dissipated upon contact. The legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, stood before him, having transformed a stone into Lumar's form. Shadow binding technique, Lumar thought as he struggled to break free. However, Orochimaru swiftly released him, and as he turned, Lumar launched another punch. He had expected the same outcome as before, but at the last moment, his fist shimmered with a pale gray hue, infused with sharp, negative chakra. The chakra was volatile and crackled ominously. Had it struck Orochimaru directly, it might have marred his visage forever. Nonetheless, Orochimaru, being one of the legendary Sannin, vanished in an instant and reappeared behind Lumar, easily capturing him as he stumbled forward. A member of the Nailing clan? How intriguing, Orochimaru mused, his eyes glinting with interest as he observed Lumar's exhausted fist. dispersing chakra to concentrate it in your strikes. That technique resembles Tsunade's fighting style. When did the Nailing clan begin training in physical combat? Not to mention the purity of this chakra. In that fleeting moment of capture, Lumar's mind raced through countless thoughts. Orochimaru, the foremost among the legendary Sannin? I hope this sweet-talking child will have meat to eat. You know me? Lumar inquired, still caught in Orochimaru's grip. Well, I've heard a bit about you, but I admire your unwavering pursuit of immortality, Orochimaru replied, unfazed by Lumar's innocence. Lumar, despite being merely a 5-year-old child, spoke with an earnestness that seemed out of place. Oh, you think so? Orochimaru responded, showing no signs of discomfort. Your ninjutsu and taijutsu are truly remarkable. Could you possibly teach me? Nara Shikamaru did not respond. His earnest inquiry revealed his need for a mentor. Although Nara Shikaku had already provided Shikamaru with advanced teachings in ninjutsu and strategy, Shikamaru was compelled to conceal his abilities in Konohagakure to avoid attracting the attention of Danzo. Moreover, he had an aversion to trouble and an even deeper disdain for death. You wish to take me as your master? I am not nearly as foolish as that Jiraiya fellow, Orochimaru sneered, a smirk playing on his lips. Truly, it was to be expected from a member of the Nara clan. Was he attempting to escape danger in this manner? Yet, at merely 5 or 6 years of age, he exhibited remarkable courage. Pleased with this thought, Orochimaru exerted more pressure on Shikamaru's wrist. A distinct crack echoed from his right hand, and his face paled. Damn it! It's dislocated. Not everyone can be my disciple. Shikamaru gritted his teeth, though his frail frame lacked any semblance of intimidation. I merely wish to grow stronger, he declared, turning to glare at Orochimaru. There was no fear in his eyes, only a profound yearning for power, for he had already faced death once. Oh, Orochimaru mused as he regarded the diminutive figure before him, aware that even the slightest exertion from him could extinguish the boy's life. While killing him would be troublesome, he had never been one to concern himself with such matters. Instead, he recognized in the child's gaze a reflection he had only seen in the eyes of orphans. A relentless pursuit of power. In a decaying Konoha, only a cadre of complacent imbeciles could be nurtured. Thus, what was his purpose? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Shikamaru's eyes began to ache. His right hand throbbed painfully, and his right foot remained unresponsive. His garments were tattered, yet a fierce resolve propelled him to avoid lowering his head. He remained silent, diligently gathering chakra to strike at Orochimaru. The latter said nothing, merely maintaining his grip, his gaze shifting continuously. What is your name? Orochimaru's raspy voice broke the silence. Nara Shikamaru, he replied. Nara Shikamaru, I shall consider your request for our next encounter. Orochimaru stated before promptly rendering Shikamaru unconscious. Before Shikamaru could utter another word, he succumbed to a profound darkness. The last image imprinted in his mind was Orochimaru's sharp jawline. Do rogue ninjas not eat? Shikamaru mused drowsily as he closed his eyes. Chapter 6. Childhood Yamanaka Ino, armed with a bouquet of flowers, exclaimed, Snap! Snap! Akimichi Choji munched on his beloved chips, his eyes darting eagerly toward the array of floral arrangements displayed at the flower shop in the Yamanaka residence. Wow, Choji, you're actually going to buy flowers? Ino remarked, astonished. At just 5 years old, Ino was already assisting her mother in managing the family business. A model child in comparison to others. What do you wish to buy? I don't know, something for Shikamaru. What could I give him? Choji frowned in contemplation. Are you visiting Shikamaru? Then perhaps a carnation or a lily would suffice, symbolizing health. By the way, how did this lazy fellow end up injured? I haven't even visited him yet. Let us go together later, she said as she packaged a lily. All right, Choji replied, catching the lily tossed his way by Ino. Nearby, the proprietress of the Makahara flower shop hurried in before closing time. Little Ino, bring me a bouquet of sunflowers. Okay, just a moment, Choji, Ino replied. Sunflowers? Choji echoed instinctively. Indeed, the shopkeeper smiled, ruffling Choji's hair. Sunflowers symbolize warmth and loyalty. My little Makahara loves them dearly. Warmth. Choji paused his chip munching, calling out to the bustling Ino. Ino, I want a sunflower too. At the hospital, Shikamaru lay weakly on the pristine white bed, reflecting, what a bother. Last time, Orochimaru had dragged him out to the forest of death and unceremoniously discarded him at the border between the forest and the village. He had been fortuitously discovered by a patrolling Anbu, returning home with numerous injuries. The sudden injury to the heir of the Nara clan was indeed significant news. especially following the recent kidnapping of the Hyuga clan heir, heightening tensions within Konoha and intensifying security measures. This incident had also alarmed the usually peaceful and stable Ino Shikamaru trio, indicating that undercurrents were stirring within Konoha. Of course, Shikamaru was oblivious to all this. He knew only that, although no one inquired about what had transpired, eyes were upon him at all times. His mother had directly pummeled his father, Nara Shikamaru, leaving him battered and bruised, completely losing his composed facade as a Konoha strategist. The words she had uttered were, "If you can't even protect our son, what good are you?" Such a scene had truly frightened the household. In a rare turn of events, his father had abstained from drinking for several days, instead visiting Shikamaru daily, transforming the hospital room into a celestial realm. This change led to him receiving a beating from the attending nurse. Shikamaru sighed, observing his equally troubled father. "Dad, I'm really all right now. Also, where's my snake?" That troublesome little brat. Shikamaru shot him a sideways glance. "You're worried about a snake when your father's life is at stake? Please, Dad, don't be so melodramatic. Am I your life? Get lost." Shikamaru leaped out of the window. Shikamaru watched the open window, thinking, "Dad, your character seems to have crumbled." At that moment, the door swung open. "Shikamaru, we've come to see you." Ino bounced into the hospital room, followed closely by Choji, who was clutching a sunflower. "This is the lily I brought for you. Choji also brought you a sunflower." He picked it out himself. "Thank you both," Shikamaru said, accepting the flowers with his uninjured left hand. Glancing at Choji's sunflower, he mused, "Choji specifically chose a sunflower?" The exceptionally intelligent Shikamaru cast a brief glance at the small Choji, but did not dwell on it. "Wishing you a speedy recovery," Choji remarked, contemplating before handing Shikamaru a bag of chips. Shikamaru did not refuse, taking one for himself and offering another to Ino before returning the remainder to Choji. "The nurse said I can't eat these." The three exchanged glances before breaking into laughter. Notably, after his discharge from the hospital, Shikamaru stealthily returned to the Forest of Death, where he soon encountered Orochimaru again. Without waiting for Orochimaru to speak, he handed over a package. "Here you go," Shikamaru said before running off, knowing he could not linger there for long. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes as he opened the package, revealing a page from Shikamaru's usual training regimen, adorned with questions and his thoughts on the immortality experiment. In truth, Shikamaru had gleaned some insights into potential issues with Orochimaru's experiments, as he would not squander the opportunity to learn from such a formidable teacher. However, to gain Orochimaru's guidance, he understood he must present some value. Alongside it was a bag of deer jerky with a note affixed. "My snake is gone. I wish to have it back." Orochimaru chuckled softly as he read the note. "How bold of you. I find it quite appealing." Chapter 7. Choji's side story. Akimichi Choji had always been an introverted child. Due to the unique secret techniques of the Akimichi clan, he was larger than his peers from birth, especially when standing amidst the notably slender Nara clan and the adorable Yamanaka children. As a child, Choji was unaware of this fact. He simply knew he was happy. His greatest joy stemmed from sharing meals prepared by his mother with his father. Whenever the household expenses became burdensome, he would accompany his father to the Nara residence for a meal, allowing him to consume Shikamaru's portion as well. From infancy to his later meals, Shikamaru was a wonderful friend. He never grew angry over Choji eating his food. This was how Choji perceived their relationship. At home, Choji often overheard his father speak of the intertwined histories of the Ino Shikamaru trio, particularly regarding the Nara clan. Whenever his father spoke of it, a blissful expression would grace his face, as he would tell Choji, "You will understand in time." However, Choji was oblivious to this and merely focused on enjoying the various delicacies he encountered, with grilled meat being his ultimate favorite. Thus, he often wondered if dinner would consist of grilled meat. One day, while en route to find his father for snacks, he stumbled upon a group of children. Initially intending to bypass them quickly to purchase his treats, he was met with laughter. "Ha ha ha, it's really him." A youthful voice rang out as a brown-haired child pointed at Choji, laughing uncontrollably. "My brother and I said this guy can eat 10 bowls of rice in one sitting. His family is all like that." 10 bowls. "Is that true?" came the incredulous response from nearby children. "Is it not more delectable than a pig?" "I am unsure who uttered that phrase." "Dingxi is a pig." "Ha ha ha." Subsequently, every child echoed the same sentiment. Dingxi gazed at them in bewilderment, utterly at a loss as to how to take a single step forward. That day, a sorrowful Dingxi returned home for the first time without having eaten. tears and snot streaming down his face, unable to cease his weeping despite his parents' inquiries. When his mother urged him to eat, Dingxi suddenly hurled his bowl and chopsticks aside. "I refuse to eat. Why am I so fat?" Dingxi cried as he ran away. Behind him, his parents sighed, for it seemed to be a hurdle that every Akimichi family had to face. Dingxi could not fathom the reason. He attempted to abstain from food, yet as his body weakened, and with his parents' gentle persuasion, explaining that it was an unavoidable family trait, he remained resolute in his refusal to eat. Merely half a day passed before Dingxi became dizzy from hunger, uncontrollably sobbing. Thus, he indulged in a feast, only to discover that he had gained 2 more pounds upon weighing himself. It appeared as though he had given up, succumbing to the act of eating, as his father suggested, disregarding what others said. However, no children wished to play with him, and each attempt to approach was met with inexplicable malice. Dingxi began to feel inferior. Even though Lu Wan and Ino never uttered a word, he no longer dared to speak up when at their homes, retreating into himself to play alone. His father told him that one day he would meet that one special person, a true friend who would accept and warm him. Dingxi did not understand. As time passed, Dingxi found himself as usual snacking beside a barbecue shop, and upon turning to see the child with the hedgehog hairstyle, he instinctively wanted to leave, yet he was spotted. "Hey, little chubby, stop eating. We haven't had our meal yet." They snatched his snacks away, leaving Dingxi to cry quietly by himself, praying for someone to notice him, for his father to emerge and assist him, or for them to finish and spare him just a little. Yet, he waited a long time without his father appearing. Just as he believed the day would end in despair, a familiar, languid voice emerged from the distance. Was it Lu Wan's voice, or was he merely imagining it? Suddenly, there was a flurry of sounds until Lu Wan placed a bag of chips in Dingxi's arms. With tears glistening in his eyes, Dingxi gazed at Lu Wan. The small figure of Lu Wan stood against the light. "Dingxi, you must protect what is yours." What his father said was indeed true. Many years later, a mature Dingxi often reminisced about that moment when Lu Wan approached him, his lifelong best friend, accompanied by his most beloved snack, potato chips. The language of sunflowers signifies warmth. The proprietress remarked. "Warmth, that must be the most fitting description for Lu Wan," Dingxi mused. Chapter 8. Nara Shikaku's side story. He is Nara Shikaku, the wisest man in Konoha, though perhaps that is a thing of the past, as his son, Shikamaru, will inevitably surpass him. Since birth, this boy has been remarkably similar to him, lazy, mature, and surprisingly reliable. Ha ha ha, he is truly my son. From a young age, Shikamaru was different from the other children. Although he lay still, Minako would often berate him, claiming it was all due to my genes. However, his small eyes were always darting around, evading his father's keen gaze, indicating that from the very beginning, he was sharp-witted. Shikaku enjoyed feigning indifference while observing his peculiar son, and it was during this time that he first noticed something amiss with Shikamaru. At just 2 years old, Shikamaru's movements were even slower than Akimichi Dingxi's. Yet when Shikaku returned from a mission and rested outside the window, he inexplicably refrained from entering. Instead, he used his chakra to observe inside the house. He discovered Shikamaru darting about the home, even pounding the floor to locate the switch. Yes, in the secret chamber of the Nara family. He momentarily questioned whether his son had been replaced by a spy, remaining patient and observant. He noted that Shikamaru showed little interest in political matters, but was keen on enhancing his strength and understanding the fundamentals of the shinobi world. While Shikaku felt pleased by his son's eagerness to learn, he also recognized that this was not typical behavior for a child of 2. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, yet he concealed them, gradually putting away political documents and intentionally placing books suitable for Shikamaru's age. Observing for a time until he felt somewhat reassured, perhaps Shikamaru was merely too intelligent. As days passed, with Konoha being the leading village and him serving as its strategist, Shikaku found himself burdened with many responsibilities. The re-election of the 3rd Hokage, the development of clans, maintaining family balances, and the undercurrents within the Uchiha clan. Besides these matters, his thoughts often drifted to relaxing with friends over drinks. However, the plight of Akimichi Dingxi weighed heavily on his mind. Recently, the 3 clans gathered to discuss this issue. Dingxi, so kind-hearted, reminded Shikaku of himself as a child. He hoped that Dingxi and Shikamaru would become as inseparable as their fathers had been. For friendship can heal a lifetime. Yet, he would not interfere with Shikamaru's choices. Shikamaru and Dingxi became great friends, bringing joy to all three families. Yet, this was also when Shikaku noticed a second peculiar behavior in Shikamaru. While strolling through the streets with Shikamaru, he saw Dingxi being bullied and quietly distressed. Shikaku expected Shikamaru to comfort Dingxi, yet he merely remarked, "What a nuisance," before dragging him away. After walking a distance, Shikamaru then excused himself to practice at home, leaving Shikaku to drink alone. "But, foolish child, you had always trained without letting me know." Shikaku followed, discovering that Shikamaru had found those bullies, immobilized them with a technique, and beaten them up. Those children ended up in the hospital for half a month, but unfortunately, the hedgehog-headed boy was taken away by his older brother from the Umbu. "Ah, another day of cleaning up after my son. Shikamaru, you little rascal, you've already learned the immobilization technique. It seems it's time to introduce him to other books." However, the moment Shikamaru gathered chakra in his hand during his first punch startled him. He almost rushed in to save him. Thankfully, Shikamaru was a normal child after all. Well, Shikaku was already fatigued, gazing at the small figure of Shikamaru on the hospital bed. The wisest man, with an IQ above 250, reluctantly acknowledged a truth. Perhaps his son was never merely a child. This world harbors many unfathomable occurrences, including transformations, parasitism, and even ancient souls. Not long ago, during a meeting, Shikaku received alarming news from Umbu Kakashi. It was known that this cold-blooded Kakashi had never acknowledged anyone, not even him, the strategist. Confused, he went to meet him, only to find a battered Shikamaru. Kakashi revealed that he had found Shikamaru at the entrance of the Forest of Death, cradling the corpse of a white snake, his body marked with various wounds, particularly on his right hand and foot. Alongside this painful revelation was an undeniable fact. This snake was a small summoning creature, representing the white snake. Shikaka hesitated to ponder the implications, silently accepting Shikamaru and requesting Kakashi to keep this matter confidential. As expected, the Hitaki family was indeed reliable and readily agreed. However, before departing, Kakashi reminded him that Shikamaru was obsessively training in taijutsu, bearing not only the fresh injuries, but also deep imprints from training bandages. Yet, as Shikaku gazed at Shikamaru, he could not turn a blind eye. Regardless of who Shikamaru was with, Shikaku was certain that from birth until now, his son had never changed. He was his son, and no one else mattered. Even if Shikamaru trained obsessively, sneaking out, or meeting others, he would always have his back until he could no longer do so. Chapter 9. The start of school. Shikamaru is finally 6 years old. Let the celebrations commence. This also marks the beginning of the narrative, as the 9 of the 12 little ninjas are set to meet. On the first day of school, Shikamaru, hurry and eat. You will be late. And you too. Nara Shikaku. Ah, Shikaku's face met his wife's frying pan as he was unceremoniously ushered out the door. Ah, I see. Mother, in a languid manner, responded while picking up a half-eaten bun. With her little backpack, she slowly followed her father out the door. As expected, she spotted Ding Xiai and his father waiting at the entrance. What a coincidence. Ding Xiai, what a stroke of luck, just waiting here for me, she thought to herself. As Lu Wan and Ding Xiai walked ahead, Lu Wan and Ding Xiai followed behind, making their way to school. Along the way, they passed by the flower shop of the Yamanaka family and were soon joined by Yamanaka Ino and Shikamaru Nara, resulting in a group of 6 entering the ninja academy together. Amidst the flowing crowd, a conspicuously dirty child with orange-yellow hair caught everyone's attention, as people avoided him and occasionally turned to mock him. That's him, the monster? Ino quickly asked. Yamanaka Ino, noticing his daughter, replied, his name is Uzumaki Naruto. Why do they call him a monster? Ding Xiai frowned and inquired. He not. Shikamaru retorted, glancing at the vacant space where Naruto stood. We've been separated from our parents. Let us go. As the trio entered the class, Shikamaru leisurely contemplated the arrival of Uzumaki Naruto, while Ino's eyes sparkled with hearts. Who is that? He is so handsome. What kind of taste do you have, Shikamaru? He thought to himself. Ino playfully punched Shikamaru, causing his lips to turn blue. Shikamaru, be quiet. She insisted, resuming her gaze at Sasuke. You're better looking than him, Ding Xiai mumbled. Duong. Ding Xiai received a punch from Ino as well. I don't want you two sitting together. Shikamaru, with his dead fish eyes, fell silent, supporting Ding Xiai. Women are such a hassle, he sighed. Meanwhile, Sasuke turned away with a smirk, reminiscing about the little tomatoes his brother had sneakily given him that morning, thinking it was all so pretentious. In the last row, Naruto looked enviously at Sasuke, who appeared so clean and was liked by so many. All right, everyone quiet down. A young man with black hair and a forehead protector suddenly appeared at the podium, clapping his hands to capture everyone's attention. I am your homeroom teacher. My name is Irika. Now, let us introduce ourselves. Thus, the joyful school days commenced. Just as it was written in the books, Naruto's antics, Sasuke's arrogance, before the Uchiha clan massacre, the rivalry between Ino and Haruno Sakura, and later the crushes of Hinata and Shino, all unfolded. Notably, Shikamaru did not possess the wild hair depicted in the stories, but rather had smooth hair that sometimes he tied back in a low ponytail, maintaining an appealing appearance that rivaled Sasuke's popularity. Consequently, many girls admired Shikamaru, which also caught the attention of Uchiha Sasuke. Ugh, what a hassle. Shikamaru lamented to the sky. Ino, you already have Shikamaru. Why are you still vying for Sasuke? Sakura strongly protested. Nonsense. When has Shikamaru ever been mine? Sasuke-kun is the most handsome. Ino tugged at Shikamaru's ear. Not true, Shikamaru is mine, Ding Ci weakly interjected, only to be grabbed by Ino with her other hand as well. Women are troublesome, Shikamaru thought, feeling overwhelmed. This chapter serves as a transition, leading into the plot where significant changes may occur, with many characters being out of character. Please refrain from harsh criticism. I will read your comments. Love you all. Chapter 10. Training in Irika's classroom. Shikamaru observed Irika, who was animatedly speaking at the front, and pointed to Ding Ci's small desk. Ding Ci, let us walk home after school. Ding Ci nodded in understanding, a sincere smile spreading across his face. Are we going for barbecue? If you wanna, after we finish. Shikamaru contemplated. Recently, his father had given him some pocket money, which should suffice. Hee, Shikamaru is the best. Ding Ci beamed. Shikamaru glanced at Ino ahead of them, thinking that the pink bubbles above her head were almost tangible. How does Irika-sensei not see that? He poked Ino, but she remained unresponsive. Another poke, and Ino swayed slightly. A third poke caused her to stand abruptly. Teacher, Shikamaru keeps calling me. Ino pointed accusingly at Shikamaru, who nearly felt she wanted to poke his eyes out. Damn woman. Shikamaru thought angrily as he was sent outside to stand. He recalled that Uchiha with the spiky hair looking quite smug when he exited. How infuriating. Moments later, Uzumaki Naruto. Get out here. Irika's voice boomed again. Shikamaru witnessed a clumsy orange-haired cat fooling around. Hey Naruto. Aha Shikamaru. You got kicked out too? Shikamaru facepalmed. This kid truly lacked conversational skills. Shikamaru, what are you doing? Looking at the clouds. What is so interesting about clouds? You're acting like an old man. Shikamaru chose silence, transitioning from standing to squatting, then to lying down. Naruto, undeterred, rolled around beside him. Ah, what a rare afternoon. After school, due to Ino's noble intentions, Shikamaru ended up only taking the adorable Ding Ci to their secret base outside the Forest of Death, as he deemed it. Ding Ci, do you want to get stronger? As a member of the Ino Shikacho trio, Shikamaru didn't want to abandon any of his teammates, yet if he stood out too much, the trio's dynamics might falter. Huh, I can if you want, Ding Ci replied, slightly confused. Getting stronger, what is the point? To eat? To protect those you care about. Shikamaru said with a hint of exasperation. Ding Ci looked at Shikamaru, pondering. Those you care about. Shikamaru, then I want to get stronger. All right, let us do it together. Shikamaru extended his hand, and Ding Ci, recognizing the seriousness in Shikamaru's eyes, reached out and nodded earnestly. Their hands clasped tightly together. Next time, let us bring Ino. Let us start. Okay. Shikamaru began his usual chakra tree climbing and rapid hand sign training. With the Ninja Academy's curriculum, he had also engaged in basic shuriken and kunai throwing, prompting Shikamaru to formulate his training plan. Due to the unique techniques of Ding Ci's clan, he focused on chakra utilization and constant eating. Perhaps in the next phase, Shikamaru would enhance Ding Ci's resilience. Observing Shikamaru effortlessly climbing the tall tree while he struggled to cover even a meter, Ding Ci felt a sense of despair for the first time. Shikamaru has become so formidable. Don't lose heart, keep going. Shikamaru encouraged Ding Ci repeatedly. When Ding Ci finally collapsed from exhaustion, they took a substantial break to replenish their energy with food. Shikamaru then commenced training with the wooden stakes that had been set up earlier for his secret techniques. Shadow gathering technique. Shikamaru controlled the shadows beneath his feet, gathering, shifting, and even compressing them. The shadows grew darker and denser, as if they were on the verge of breaking free. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was continuously replenished with chakra. Conversely, if facing an enemy, the shadows would cling to them relentlessly, draining their strength as if pulling them into the depths of despair. Thus, Shikamaru continued until he exhausted his chakra and Ding Ci depleted his food supply, both of them trembling as they made their way back. Hey Shikamaru, when are we coming back again? Frequently. This is our secret. Secret. All right, let us go get barbecue. Just like I promised you. Yay yay yay. Shikamaru is the best. Chapter 11. Summoning the Nara clan, renowned in Konoha for its deep-rooted heritage, found itself in an awkward predicament concerning summoning techniques. The higher-level ones required fortuitous opportunities, none of which had been afforded to its members. Conversely, the more mundane techniques did not befit the clan's legacy, resulting in a long-standing history without a unique summoning beast. The benefits of a summoning beast for a ninja are undeniably immense, not only as a combat ally, like the 8 dogs of the Hitaki clan, but also as a versatile companion for daily chores, serving as a lifelong companion. Furthermore, during battle, they could relay messages on behalf of their master. Thus, Shikamaru had always yearned for his own summoning beast. Shikamaru had long desired a dog akin to Kakashi's. Yet the 8 ninja hounds were notoriously reluctant to acknowledge others, especially a child like Shikamaru. Consequently, he set his sights on the highest-ranked creature within his reach, the legendary snake known as Manda, belonging to Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary ninjas. Orochimaru sensed something amiss with the young Nara. This boy, who was typically full of mischief, had recently exhibited an unsettling degree of obedience. Unlike the usual encounters during training, where Shikamaru would ambush him with a palpable aura of malice, there was now a hint of respect in his demeanor. Previously, during lengthy experiments when Orochimaru had been absent, Shikamaru would quip that he thought Orochimaru had perished. Yet recently, he had shown an unusual concern for Orochimaru's well-being, even eagerly inquiring if he would return the following day. Initially, Orochimaru speculated that something had transpired within the Nara household and consulted his assistant, Kabuto, only to discover that all was well in Konohagakure, leaving him perplexed. Now, after Shikamaru presented him with delectable rice dumplings, Orochimaru felt the truth drawing closer. Uncle Snake, Shikamaru tugged at Orochimaru's purple rope belt. The Nara clan's ninjutsu is rather simplistic, isn't it? Orochimaru remained silent, placing the rice dumpling down, feeling a lump in his throat as his golden eyes fixated on Shikamaru, urging him to continue. Shikamaru's bright eyes sparkled as they locked onto Orochimaru. You can have a few snakes, Orochimaru replied in a deep voice. Knowing well that Shikamaru often utilized his snakes for various creations, even crafting a bracelet from snake tendons, he had plenty to spare and was not inclined to care. Do you truly agree? Shikamaru asked, incredulous at how effortlessly it seemed. Orochimaru continued to eat, acknowledging that the offerings brought by Shikamaru were indeed of high quality, and he had received more than usual lately. One day, a subordinate remarked that he seemed to have gained weight. Uncle Snake, you are the best, Shikamaru exclaimed, throwing his arms around Orochimaru, his small head barely reaching the latter's waist. Give me the scroll, he demanded, extending his tiny fingers. Orochimaru found himself momentarily paralyzed, feeling the warmth of the child wrapped around his waist. No one had ever embraced him in such a manner, not even in his earlier days with the other legendary ninjas. Orochimaru's mind momentarily faltered. The scroll? He queried, bewildered. Yes, the scroll of Manda. Shikamaru's expression radiated triumph. Impossible, Orochimaru declared, swiftly swatting Shikamaru away. If Shikamaru signed the contract for Manda, their connection would inevitably be exposed, which would bring nothing but trouble for him, both in Konohagakure and the Nara clan. Moreover, as the sole heir of Nara Shikamaru, Shikamaru was destined to become the Hokage's secretary, and any association with a rogue ninja like Orochimaru would surely lead to scrutiny from the Council of Elders. Orochimaru may not have realized it, but their weekly meetings, the occasional exchanges, and even his growing concern for Shikamaru had become habitual. His first instinct was to worry about Shikamaru's future. You promised me, Shikamaru insisted. I truly want it. Orochimaru fell silent. He understood the benefits of summoning beasts and comprehended Shikamaru's desires. If he were not a Nara, he might have unhesitatingly taught him. After 2 years together, Shikamaru's understanding of ninjutsu and the ninja way mirrored his own too closely. He could not allow such thoughts to linger. Before Orochimaru could respond, Shikamaru released his grip on the purple belt and lowered his head. Orochimaru's brow twitched as he regarded Shikamaru, incredulous. Despite their tumultuous history, Shikamaru had never displayed such vulnerability. The atmosphere suggested that this time, it was genuine. Shikamaru, in an exaggerated display of childishness, pouted, tears shimmering in his eyes. Well, Orochimaru's raspy voice resonated from above. You must understand that Manda's unique prowess also signifies my status as a rogue ninja. I know, Shikamaru replied, his sadness evaporating as he fixed a determined gaze upon Orochimaru. He recognized that Shikamaru was merely feigning sorrow, the mischievous child that he was. Thankfully, it was an act. In the end, Shikamaru successfully obtained the scroll, of course. He was not yet capable of summoning Manda, only managing to call forth a small, 1-meter-long green snake. I will take you to the White Snake Cave when the time comes, Orochimaru remarked, casting a glance at the ungrateful child clutching the green snake before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Chapter 12. Annihilation of the clan in the days that followed. Shikamaru continued his training, accompanied by Choji and occasionally dragging Ino along. Notably, during their initial encounters, Ino had merely sat idly by, distracted, until she witnessed the prowess of Shikamaru and Choji, realizing how far behind she was, which spurred her to catch up. This revelation also unveiled Ino's remarkable aptitude for chakra control, thus solidifying the formation of the Ino-Shikamaru trio. However, 2 days later, for reasons unknown, an exuberant Uchiha Itachi responded to one of Ino's comments, causing her to revert to her previous lackadaisical behavior. Shikamaru mused that adolescent girls truly were a hassle. Time flew by, and soon Shikamaru felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness until one weekend morning when Shikaku casually informed him that he should stay indoors, particularly avoiding the village's outskirts. It was then that Shikamaru realized he had turned 8 years old. This meant a significant event loomed on the horizon, the Uchiha massacre. In truth, Shikamaru retained only fleeting memories of his past life, his rapid reflexes and mature insights being the only remnants. Most of his experiences had faded into obscurity, and he was gradually becoming a genuine Nara Shikamaru, merely embarking on a new journey as Shikamaru. Nonetheless, he could not suppress his urge to venture out, despite knowing he could not prevent the impending tragedy. Although his interactions with Itachi were minimal, consisting of childish rivalries, he could not bear to watch this fated pair of brothers descend into darkness. Shikamaru was acutely aware of his own impotence. Unbeknownst to him, he wandered into the forest of death. Orochimaru did not appear that day, leaving him alone. A faint mist enveloped the air as the skies darkened, signaling an approaching storm. Shikamaru summoned the green snake, observing as it coiled around his arm in silence. In the Sound Village, Orochimaru listened to the report from the summoned snake. Shikamaru had called for him, and his mood soured as he spoke of fate and the helplessness that accompanied it. Sighing, Orochimaru silently accelerated the pace of his experiments. This was Shikamaru, whose path as a ninja was so closely intertwined with his own. Orochimaru, like me, you need not feel inferior. I am the dividing line of time. The following day, whispers filled the classroom. Have you heard? He didn't come today. My father mentioned that the Uchiha just got out of the hospital. Conversations fluttered around the empty seat by the window. Sasuke and Ino exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. The Ino-Shikamaru trio had heard the rumors, knowing more than most. Choji offered Ino some chips. Ino, Sasuke should be back at school in a couple of days. You can seize the opportunity then. Shikamaru rested his arms on the desk, his eyes drooping. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the classroom. Dumb Shikamaru! Ino exclaimed, startling Choji, who instinctively withdrew his hand. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, Ino sighed, clenched her fists, and then burst into laughter, appearing almost manic. Shikamaru's perspective. I knew she definitely thinks this is a golden opportunity to surpass Sakura. Shikamaru rubbed his back, feeling the sting. He gazed at the vacant seat with a sigh. Outside the Uchiha clan's ancestral home, a red-eyed crow perched on a tree, fixated on the distant house. Before taking flight, becoming a mere black dot against the sky, disappearing from sight. Chapter 13. Class Division Examination. Time passed swiftly, and over the years, Shikamaru diligently trained in both taijutsu and ninjutsu under Orochimaru's guidance, while fostering camaraderie with Choji and Ino. Notably, in a surprising turn of events, Ino had abandoned her pursuit of Sasuke, albeit the outcome remained unchanged, but it occurred several years earlier than originally. One day, as the trio enjoyed a barbecue, Ino suddenly burst into tears, declaring that she would never again harbor feelings for Sasuke, leaving Shikamaru and Choji bewildered, assuming Sasuke had committed some grievous act. Nevertheless, considering Ino's long-standing infatuation with Sakura, none took her outburst seriously. As 2 weeks passed, Ino, although still occasionally glancing at Sasuke, no longer followed him around. She had reconciled with Haruno Sakura, leading Shikamaru and Choji to realize that Ino seemed genuinely serious this time. As for the reasons behind it, perhaps only Ino herself truly understood. Today, Naruto once again skipped class, rumored to have sneaked off to paint Hokage Rock, only to be caught and brought back by Iruka-sensei. It was quite incredible that Naruto could escape unscathed thus far. Surely the villagers were not oblivious. Any thoughtful individual would surmise that Naruto's background was anything but ordinary. Shikamaru, feeling bored, supported his forehead with his hand while readying his belt. Indeed, Shikamaru had altered his attire, donning a thick belt reminiscent of Orochimaru's style. Ironically, Orochimaru's greatest influence seemed to be in fashion. Perhaps he should venture into the fashion industry. However, this belt was an emerald green and paired with his white ninja attire. Shikamaru appeared quite presentable, his popularity rivaling that of Uchiha Sasuke. Meanwhile, Naruto found himself bound to a chair at the front of the classroom by Iruka-sensei, defiantly glaring back at him. Iruka's forehead was taut with frustration, exclaiming that with an exam approaching, Naruto should cease his antics. He pointed to the entire class, commanding them to line up for a transformation jutsu, insisting they all transform into his likeness. The class groaned in dismay, taken aback by the abruptness of it all. Reluctantly, each student lined up to undergo the transformation. A few boys passing by Naruto couldn't resist teasing him, blaming him for their predicament. Provoked, Naruto could hardly contain himself, declaring that in that case, he would use the transformation jutsu. To everyone's astonishment, Naruto morphed into a beautiful woman, causing Iruka to erupt in a nosebleed. Laughter erupted as Naruto reveled in his success. The remainder of the morning was filled with raucous noise, with everyone but Naruto successfully completing the transformation. Naturally, Sasuke excelled. While the trio of Choji, Shikamaru, and Ino discreetly concealed their true abilities, ever mindful of Shikamaru's words that simplicity is often the best approach. That evening, since Shikaku was preoccupied, Shikamaru was instructed to return home alone. He declined offers from the other two to escort him, instead glancing at Naruto, who sat alone on the swing. The schoolyard was sparsely populated, and Naruto stared down at his shadow, feeling the weight of solitude without parents to greet him, compounded by the fact that he had yet to pass his exams. Suddenly, he thought he heard someone call his name. Naruto. Hey, Shikamaru. Naruto leaped up in surprise. One could not deny that the recovery time for a Jinchuriki was indeed remarkable. Shikamaru handed Naruto a skewer of takoyaki and a small box of fish cakes. Guessing that Naruto had not eaten yet, with tears welling in his eyes, Naruto lamented, "Did your parents not come to pick you up?" Shikamaru replied, "They are too busy. I bought too much, finish it up and head home early." He waved goodbye and started back toward his home. As for why he didn't walk home with Naruto, Shikamaru had a difficult challenge ahead and preferred to avoid entangling himself in Naruto's affairs, wishing only to protect himself and those he cared for. A gentle reminder, Shikamaru is now 16 years old. Overall, the children have been aged up by 2 years, as incorporating romantic elements with younger characters is not advisable. The next morning, a group of young children excitedly arrived at the Ninja Academy, each wearing the forehead protector symbolizing the will of fire, chattering about their futures. Shikamaru was no exception, securing his forehead protector around his left arm and adjusting it comfortably. Today, the trio of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji sat together, having been discreetly informed of their class assignments well in advance, so there were no noticeable fluctuations in their emotions. Shikamaru leaned on his arm while fiddling with a kunai, which was no ordinary kunai, but one imbued with snake blood and enhanced with dark attributes. He had crafted 12 such kunai, gifting one each to Orochimaru, Choji, and Ino, while retaining the remaining 9 for his own refinement. Choji munched on potato chips as Shikamaru assisted Ino in modifying her outfit, adding numerous pockets filled with snacks and soldier pills. Ino tugged at her golden hair, gritting her teeth in frustration. Recently, in addition to training with Shikamaru and Choji, she had taken to interning at the hospital, carrying heavy tomes on herbal poisons from the bookstore, leaving her feeling nauseous at the sight of grass. It seemed that no matter the profession, the burden of work was overwhelming. Even ninjas were not exempt. "I'm a ninja too," Naruto shouted exuberantly. Leaping about in the classroom, as if to ensure everyone was aware. A nearby student, leaning against the window, turned away in disdain. Naruto slowly turned his head, jumping in front of Sasuke, their noses nearly touching as he attempted to intimidate him with a glare. To the trio of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji, it appeared as though he was merely trying to charm his way into friendship. Shikamaru muttered in annoyance, which Ino echoed with a nudge. "How is Naruto cute?" Choji inquired. Puzzled. "Ino, didn't you say you weren't fond of Sasuke?" Choji asked again, bewildered. "I like Sasuke." Ino's ears seemed to selectively ignore the conversation, feeling frustrated as she realized Shikamaru was attempting to lower her defenses. "Choji, did you hear that?" Ino exclaimed, pulling at her hair. "I'm not listening. I'm not listening." At that moment, the tension between Naruto and Sasuke crackled in the air, further amplified by the surrounding students' cheers. "Go, Sasuke. Teach him a lesson. Get lost." Sasuke spat, his tone icy. Naruto, undeterred, glared back defiantly, ready to retort. Indeed, he did respond, and it was a rather bold reply. The classroom fell into silence for a few seconds. Wow! A wave of excitement erupted, seemingly shaking the very roof. "Yay!" Sasuke and Naruto both spit at each other. "I'm going to kill you, Naruto." Sasuke's first kiss. The girls went wild. Choji, still munching on chips, stared blankly at Shikamaru. "I told you they had a close relationship," Shikamaru remarked, patting Choji on the back. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, a group of jonin bore expressions of disbelief as they glanced at the two main characters' instructor, the future overseer, Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi set aside his book, glancing at the crystal ball with a nonchalant demeanor, commenting, "What a hassle. From this day forth, you will be independent ninjas. However, you are still newcomers among the genin. The true test lies ahead. The village will assign you to jonin instructors, and you will be split into teams of 3, following the guidance of your assigned jonin teacher." Irika-sensei stood at the podium, explaining the upcoming class assignments. "To balance the strength of each group, I will be making the arrangements. Team 7, Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto." Sakura greeted Sasuke with a flushed face. Sasuke turned away with a frown. "Awesome." Naruto jumped up in excitement. "And Uchiha Sasuke. Hey, teacher. Why must I be grouped with this guy?" Naruto pointed at Sasuke, displaying clear reluctance. Irika, hands on his hips, sighed in resignation. "Sasuke has the best grades among all graduates, and to balance the teams, Naruto, you are at the bottom. Humph, just don't hold me back." Sasuke shot a glare at Naruto. "What the heck?" Naruto retorted. "All right, Naruto," Irika interjected firmly, restraining him. "Next, Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Kiba, Shino. Team 10, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino." As expected, the trio of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji thought simultaneously. They would soon await their jonin instructors to escort them. Chapter 15. Asuma Team 10 did not wait long before being approached by a man with long black hair, sporting a goat beard, dressed in a tight black combat suit adorned with green jonin armor. His shoulders and back bore the red insignia of the Umbu, while the waist featured the emblem of the Land of Fire, and he perpetually held a cigarette in his mouth. The 4 gathered at Training Ground 10. "From now on, I shall be your mentor. My name is Yuenfei Asuma. I have a penchant for sausages and yam cold noodles, while I harbor a disdain for asparagus. As for dreams," I chuckled softly, a hint of blush gracing my cheeks. The 3 of them gazed at me, Asuma-sensei, and I reminded them that smoking is detrimental to one's lungs. Jonin Ino has already succumbed to the shadows. Coughing several times, I exchanged glances with Ino, who seemed to urge a change of topic. "Now it's your turn. Let us begin with Ino. I am Yamanaka Ino, fond of large Persian daisies, and I detest cherry tomatoes and pudding." Shikamaru interjected. "Is this the reason you gave up on liking Sasuke?" Choji nodded with an expression of understanding, exclaiming, as expected of Shikamaru. Ino gritted her teeth. "Nara Shikamaru. My dream is a secret." "How amusing, keeping secrets," Shikamaru pondered idly. Asuma shot a disapproving glance, signaling Choji to continue. "I am Akimichi Choji, crunching on snacks. And I adore potato chips and barbecue." Hearty laughter escaped me as I spoke of my joy, my dream being to protect my friends, glancing at Shikamaru and Ino. "Well, that is commendable," Asuma remarked, taking another puff of smoke. Shikamaru lazily leaned against the steps. "I am Nara Shikamaru," and then fell silent. "And," Ino exclaimed loudly, tugging at Shikamaru's ear. With his eyes closed, Shikamaru muttered that he had little to say, disliking boisterous women. Asuma promptly restrained the furious Ino, muttering, "Shikamaru, This lad is even lazier than his father and has quite the sharp tongue, Shikamaru retorted, in a smoking man. Asuma felt a twitch form on his forehead. Wasn't he the third Hokage supposed to say that the Inoshikacho trio was the easiest to teach? How frustrating. I certainly need to vent to Kurenai later. Alright. Introductions are complete. Tomorrow we shall embark on our mission, the four of us. What mission? They chorused. Asuma's expression brightened as he regained their attention. Outdoor training exercises. What a bore, Ino and Choji sighed. They had long since grown accustomed to such routines. Asuma asserted, your opponent this time is me. This is not a mere rehearsal. I shall not hold back. The trio fell silent. Asuma continued. If you fail, you will have to return to the academy for re-education. And you can no longer be ninjas. Then we'll just go back. Shikamaru shrugged indifferently. Oh, fine. Choji nodded obediently. Just right. I need to go to the hospital for my internship. Ino relaxed her brow. A heartbroken sound echoed, not from Choji munching chips, but from Asuma lamenting. Third Hokage. You deceived me. What about Inoshikacho? The easiest class to teach. Kurenai. Save me. Well, if you participate and succeed, there will be rewards for becoming ninjas, Asuma mused. Shedding tears silently. Shikamaru smirked. So, will you treat us to barbecue? He glanced at Choji and Ino, who both beamed in response. Of course, Asuma chuckled, observing the trio before him. How much can you eat? Even if Choji can put away a lot, my salary is quite decent. And being a mentor comes with additional benefits. Yay. Choji cheered, and the other two joined in laughter. Asuma beamed, for they were indeed still children. So, tomorrow at 8 a.m., right here. Let us not be late. Shikamaru fixed his gaze on Asuma, pondering whether he would truly go easy on them. After the meeting, Shikamaru ventured into the forest of death, where he encountered a figure in white robes and a purple belt, Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I am now a ninja. Shikamaru gleefully approached, rubbing his hands together. I knew it. Orochimaru grimaced. Ever since meeting Shikamaru, his finances had dwindled. Boys certainly do cost a fortune. However, Shikamaru was an exceptional heir to his legacy. Orochimaru tossed Shikamaru some ninjutsu scrolls, meant for summoning snakes. Who is your teacher? Yuenfei Asuma, Shikamaru replied, flipping through the scrolls before looking up at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's veins throbbed with frustration. This is insufficient. It's his fault for raising your expectations. Wait, I understand now. Shikamaru tugged at Orochimaru's sleeve. He is a cheap teacher provided by the school, but you are my chosen master. It is widely known that a master and a teacher are not the same. Poor Orochimaru was clearly flattered. What else do you desire? Shikamaru pointed at the earring on Orochimaru's left ear, which he had coveted for a long time. Orochimaru's taste was indeed exquisite. After a moment's hesitation, Orochimaru asked, just this? Surprised that Shikamaru fancied it, he swiftly removed the earring and tossed it to him. Shikamaru stopped him from taking the right earring, stating, one for you. One for me. Orochimaru, who had been single for 40 years, felt a rush of warmth. It was as if he had been struck by something, perhaps Shikamaru's charm. At this moment, should Shikamaru request the Kusanagi sword, Orochimaru might just concede. Later, upon returning to Odogakure, Orochimaru gritted his teeth, swearing that it would never happen again. He could not believe he had begun to understand Jiraiya, that fool. This was utterly unacceptable. Chapter 16, Survival Exercise 1. On the following morning, Asuma arrived at Training Ground 10 at 7:30, facing the brisk morning breeze, glaring at the rustling grass in the clearing. Indeed, he had arrived too early. No matter. Asuma lit a cigarette, blaming the third Hokage for the early 7 a.m. meeting, which turned out to be nothing more than a few encouraging words for the Jonin teachers. What was so difficult about mentoring children? At 8 o'clock, Asuma continued to face the rising sun, having switched to his second cigarette. Ugh. These little brats have no sense of time. By 8:30, the trio finally sauntered in. Shikamaru held a cup of soy milk, while Ino and Choji carried half-eaten buns, sluggishly making their way to the training ground. Asuma's expression darkened. Regardless of their noble lineage, today, he would teach them the importance of respecting their elders. Do you three know what time it is? Asuma ground his teeth. Well, Shikamaru began. This morning we encountered a black cat in the middle of the road. Shut up. Asuma interrupted, losing interest in smoking. Wait, why does that excuse sound so familiar? Now, the exercise begins. Since you arrived late, the time will be deducted from this exercise. Begin. With a command, a gust of wind swept through. The three of them stood motionless. Asuma was taken aback. Surely, the Ino-Shikicho trio had been taught some basic knowledge, including how to conceal themselves as ninjas. What were they doing? Well, let us get started. Shikamaru finally spoke. Choji was the first to act, unleashing the expansion jutsu. His body swelling and muscles taut, forming a massive ball of flesh as he charged towards Asuma. Just as Asuma attempted to evade, Shikamaru suddenly appeared behind him. How swift! Asuma sensed Shikamaru's aura just as he was ensnared by the shadow possession jutsu. Oh, Shikamaru's body flicker technique has reached this level? Before he could break free, Ino executed the mind-body switch technique, disorienting Asuma. However, Asuma, being a seasoned jonin, was not easily defeated. He steadied himself and effortlessly broke free from Ino's Jinjutsu. Just as he intended to declare their qualification, he discovered he had not escaped Shikamaru's hold. At that moment, Choji's meatball charge was upon him, forcing Asuma to break free from Shikamaru's binding technique, transforming into a piece of wood. The wooden figure was smashed into splinters by Choji, leaving deep impressions in its wake. Cold sweat dripped from Asuma's forehead. Had he been even a moment slower, he might never have seen Kurenai again. And to think this was the strength of a mere genin. What if he were injured? That would surely invite ridicule from the other jonin. Asuma had just breathed a sigh of relief when, relying on his years of battlefield instinct, he suddenly sidestepped to evade a whip kick from Nara Shikamaru behind him. When did that happen? Asuma's eyes widened in surprise. Shikamaru intended to make him stop. Ignoring Asuma's intentions, Shikamaru quickly pivoted, launching another whip kick. Asuma had no choice but to engage in combat. Each time he attempted to speak, it was as if Shikamaru anticipated him, cutting him off directly. Moreover, it seemed that Shikamaru was doing it on purpose, landing blows that connected, while Asuma, fearing to hurt Shikamaru with heavy strikes, remained on the defensive, soon finding himself at a disadvantage. Beside them, Ino, both envious of Shikamaru's prowess and worried about keeping up, glanced at Choji, who was starry-eyed, exclaiming that Shikamaru was truly impressive. Kid, you might want to adjust your shorts. Your battle stance has them all ask you. Asuma, being pressured in combat, noticed the two younger ones cheerleading for Shikamaru and could no longer hold back, opting for a proactive approach. When did the Nara clan become so adept at physical techniques? The whirlwind punch was Asuma's signature martial art. Shikamaru's physical abilities, having been honed under Orochimaru's guidance, allowed him to bend down and evade Asuma's punch, slithering to the right like a serpent, simultaneously ensnaring Asuma's arm in an attempted chokehold. However, Shikamaru only aimed to test his own strength and did not apply lethal force, allowing Asuma to retract his punch and throw Shikamaru away. Shikamaru flipped in midair and landed gracefully, while Choji immediately stood in front of him, and Ino drew her kunai to support Shikamaru. The trio was clearly still in a fighting stance. Chapter 17. Survival Training 2 Stop. You've all qualified, Asuma declared, taking advantage of a momentary pause to catch his breath. The three formidable youngsters, particularly Shikamaru, had undoubtedly surpassed the strength of a typical genin. So why were they so inconspicuous at the Ninja Academy? With the collaboration of the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, and Shikamaru's martial prowess, Asuma was drenched in cold sweat, feeling he had taken on the hottest potato this time around. It seemed he would need to have a word with the third Hokage upon returning. Huh, is it really that easy? The trio was momentarily astonished. Asuma wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing this made him appear rather weak. Congratulations. You have all become my genin, Team 10, established. So, can we go have barbecue now? Choji exclaimed. All you think about is food. Shikamaru remained silent, likely understanding what was to come and resolved to be himself from that day forward. Of course, Asuma readily agreed, observing the three of them laughing heartily. It seemed that the future of Konoha was bright, especially with Shikamaru in the mix. Thank you for the treat, sensei. Yay. It was just noon and Asuma, unaware that he would face even more painful experiences beyond just being bested in a fight, led the trio to enjoy barbecue. 10 plates of tender beef, 10 plates of chicken cartilage, 10 plates of assorted meats. The three youngsters eagerly discussed their orders, with even Shikamaru appearing enthusiastic. Asuma felt as though he no longer recognized numbers, or perhaps he simply did not recognize this world. Should we order more after we finish? Asuma weakly suggested, stealing a glance at his recently received salary, which was still warm. All right, just these for now. We shouldn't waste food, Ino chimed in. Asuma nodded in agreement, satisfied with her input. Indeed, otherwise, the four-sided wooden table could hardly accommodate all the dishes. Next, Team 10 showcased their astonishing combat prowess once more. Asuma prided himself on being quite the eater, never shy about his appetite. However, facing these three young gluttons was akin to attending a math class. In the blink of an eye, the food vanished as if it had never existed. Asuma's mouth hung open in disbelief. Sitting beside him, Shikamaru casually patted his teacher on the back while picking his teeth with a toothpick, coolly uttering three chilling words: slow down. In a whirlwind of consumption, the table was left spotless, and Choji burped, there's still a little space. Ino, the epitome of decorum, wiped her mouth, wishing she could put down her chopsticks. Are you all full? Asuma asked, now numb to the entire experience. Sort of. We've been dieting lately, Ino replied. The three watched Asuma, who was wobbling as he went to settle the bill, exchanging glances and smiling. We haven't eaten this well in ages. Asuma-sensei is truly a good person. Hokage's office. The third Hokage observed Asuma, who was curled up and nearly wilted on the opposite side of the desk, a twitch forming at the corner of his mouth. Taking a deep puff from his pipe, he strolled to the window. Nara Shikamaru, Asuma, please summon Nara Jiku. But I still need to treat Kurenai to a meal with my salary. The third, too, felt the pinch of his budget. All right. Asuma revived himself and went off to find the young boy's father. Nara Jiku had long anticipated this day, knowing the third would eventually seek him out regarding Shikamaru. But why had Shikamaru revealed himself so soon? How much did the third know? Jiku remained silent, waiting for the third to speak while his mind raced with thoughts. The third leisurely took a puff from his pipe and remarked, Jiku, you have a fine son. That's not a good start. Nara's clan seldom practiced martial arts. Are you aware of this fact? Could it be that the third had seen through it? Shikamaru does know a bit, Jiku replied cautiously. Well, Asuma mentioned that his abilities have already far surpassed those of other genin, including the other two clans. It seemed there was nothing more to say, and Jiku, reading the room, let out a sigh of relief. He understood the third's concerns. Shikamaru had grown up in Konoha, yet he was overly averse to trouble. The third nodded in understanding, just like you. I hope he can lead the next generation of Konoha, becoming a spark to carry the spirit of the fire forward. Jiku nodded. Shikamaru is still young, but I believe he will. The third waved his hand, dismissing him. He was aging, and it was time for the younger generation to take the reins. Chapter 18. Boring Tasks. Team 10's task today was weeding. Asuma held a large scroll, looking at it. Why is it weeding again? Ino lamented. There's also the lady's cat that went missing. The trio responded in unison. So you all knew? Of course. That cat goes missing 3 times a day. Maybe we should just let it roam free. Let us just stick to weeding, Ino pouted, finding the hospital internship far more intriguing and nearly earning the same pay. She glanced back at her two teammates, the unmotivated Shikamaru and Choji still relishing their food, sighing. Wishing they were more like Kankuro, despite his quirks. At least he was better than these two. Kankuro had been utterly shocked to learn that Shikamaru was apprenticing under Orochimaru, nearly dropping his glasses, and had been ridiculed by Karui. He simply couldn't comprehend why someone as talented as Shikamaru, from a prestigious family, would associate with rogue ninjas like them. After discovering that the pig from the Inuzuka clan was interning in a different department, he secretly observed her a few times, only to find she was just an ordinary girl, leaving him disappointed. However, through Ino's perspective, this sneaky man, who was ugly and had a crush on her, was always stealing glances at her. What a mix-up. In the sweltering medicinal fields, Choji diligently grabbed whatever he could find, embodying the philosophy of I may not understand, but I shall do. Ino kept an eye on him to prevent him from uprooting any good plants, lest they incur a loss. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was engaged in a game of shogi with Asuma. Initially, Shikamaru only sought to slack off and learn from Asuma, but gradually he began to appreciate the slow yet strategic thought process involved in the game, which he found quite enjoyable. Asuma, who initially urged Shikamaru to join the others in work rather than laze about, soon realized Shikamaru was improving rapidly at shogi, nearly surpassing him, the old hand, within a mere week. Feeling a strong sense of urgency, Asuma refrained from further comments, wishing to continue studying shogi with Shikamaru every day, reluctant to let him go home. Asuma-sensei, Jingya expressed her frustration, questioning why Nara Shikamaru could afford to be lazy. Before Asuma could respond, Shikamaru turned away, stating that pulling weeds could also be considered a form of training. Jingya muttered to herself, vowing to take on a medical or other type of mission the following day. Meanwhile, Dingji continued to work diligently, eating when tired and resuming his tasks afterward. The three of them simultaneously thought how obedient Dingji was. Asuma-sensei. I wish to take a break for a while, Shikamaru said, taking his last step. What? Asuma raised his head to look at the dark green-clad youth across from him. Team missions cannot be skipped, especially for the Inoshikacho trio. It is an excellent opportunity to cultivate bonds. But what does Shikamaru intend to do? Just to clear my mind and soothe the jealousy of another mentor, and perhaps acquire some good items. After all, practicing Shikamaru's life-saving techniques in Konoha carries considerable risk. After pondering, Asuma asked, Shikamaru, what do you think Dingji and Jinya mean to you? Shikamaru turned to observe the two playfully bickering in the distance. Although he understood this was a test, a smile appeared on his face. Friends, or perhaps family. Family, what a high appraisal, Asuma nodded. I will discuss it with the higher-ups to grant you a brief respite, though it may not be long. You must return promptly for your duties. Ultimately, Asuma chose to trust Shikamaru and the bonds within the Inoshikacho trio. Thanks a lot, Shikamaru nodded. Observing Asuma across from him, he reflected on their time together. Realizing Asuma was indeed a trustworthy mentor, he believed that with his future abilities, he could protect those he loved, and thus wished to add Asuma to that list. Chapter 19. Leave 1. After promising Dingji and Jinya to treat them to barbecue upon his return, and after much coaxing, Shikamaru finally secured a permit to leave the village. One might wonder how a mere 14-year-old genin like Shikamaru could venture outside the village alone. Indeed, Nara Jiku would never permit it, yet he could not be overly strict. Hence, a 1-month tourist visa was arranged, along with the discreet accompaniment of 3 loyal Nara bodyguards. With a total of 10 bodyguards in the Nara clan, each possessing skills above that of Jounin and fiercely loyal, the dispatch of 3 at once indicated Jiku's high regard for Shikamaru. Having purchased a variety of local delicacies, including glutinous rice balls, sanma, oden, sukiyaki, and spicy fish cakes, Shikamaru set off with a bulging pack. The moment he stepped outside Konoha, he sensed the presence of watchful eyes behind him, though subtle and barely noticeable, perhaps a residual effect of his connection with the summoned snakes. He instinctively knew someone was following him. What a hassle, he thought. After walking a certain distance into the forest, Shikamaru sat down, and from the wide sleeves of his dark green robe, a small snake emerged, discreetly adhering to his arm. While feigning to eat something, he slipped a small note into his sleeve, which the snake consumed, vanishing into a wisp of smoke. In the Sound Village, Orochimaru had just completed an experiment and was preparing to inspect his subjects. Feeling the call of the summoned snake, he noticed it was a newly born creature, devoid of combat abilities and solely capable of delivering messages. Is this from Shikamaru? The little snake, trembling in fear of Orochimaru, spat out a note before retreating into the earth. Orochimaru, unfazed, bent down to retrieve the note, which indeed bore Shikamaru's chakra. Urgent, no bloodshed. Orochimaru tucked the note away, realizing he had indulged Shikamaru too much, allowing him to speak so freely. Yet, he was seldom inclined to rescue him. With narrowed eyes, he found the situation amusing. Following the timid snake into the forest, Orochimaru keenly sensed the presence of the child leisurely wandering, accompanied by 3 jounin, likely Nara bodyguards. His sharp mind quickly pieced together the scenario, but he was disinterested in concocting a plan. Utilizing the second Hokage's secret technique, he immobilized the 3, creating a 10-second blind spot for them, and swiftly devoured Shikamaru, whisking him away. Shikamaru exclaimed, "You're disgusting." Orochimaru's heart sank. In the Sound Village, he questioned, "What are you doing outside Konoha? Is Konoha now allowing such little children to venture out alone, even in times of peace? Jiku, truly, this child is no longer of use to you as a secretary. Had he encountered someone like me, he would have perished long ago." Nara Shikamaru sulked in silence, turning his back to Orochimaru, musing over his own cleanliness while lamenting the fact that he had brought food, only to find himself in such a stinky situation. "Why have you become so childlike?" Orochimaru remarked, to which Shikamaru retorted, "That's none of your business." Orochimaru believed children should not be spoiled. Shikamaru's hoarse voice broke the silence. "I'm still quite busy." Shikamaru turned, tossing a large bundle into Orochimaru's arms before rushing off to the restroom to clean himself. Orochimaru stood dumbfounded. Just as he was about to express his anger, he noticed the bundle contained various Konoha delicacies. "Is he here to visit me?" He pondered. What is this Konoha Sannin chronicles? Meanwhile, at the Nara residence, Jiku's chakra had never been so tumultuous. His precious son had vanished right under the noses of 3 bodyguards? Vanished? Impossible. Though Shikamaru possessed considerable strength, he could not simply disappear beneath the watchful eyes of 3 Jounin. Who could have done this? A rogue ninja slowly surfaced in Jiku's mind. Chapter 20. Leave 2. Regardless of how anxious Jiku felt, Shikamaru remained blissfully unaware, enjoying a luxurious bath before taking a nap. Upon waking, he was served his favorite fish cakes. At that moment, his attendant, Junmaru, wore a tense expression, his eyes seemingly ready to kill Shikamaru, his white hair standing on end. Damn it, why does Lord Orochimaru favor this lazy-eyed brat? He is utterly unappealing and lacks any sense of taste in attire, yet I'm ordered to take care of him. Care for him? No one has ever commanded me to do such a thing. Recalling Orochimaru's calm demeanor when issuing orders, Junmaru felt his chakra nearly materialize with frustration. Meanwhile, the oblivious Shikamaru lay languidly on the bed, surveying the simplicity of his surroundings. This was the finest accommodation in the Sound Village, a small underground room, devoid of windows and poorly lit. While it contained all necessary living supplies, it was merely sufficient for survival. The walls and floor were made of black stone, with patches of pale green moss scattered about. The only soft item was a thick purple animal hide on the hard wooden bed, though its origin remained a mystery. "Where's Uncle Snake?" Shikamaru asked, shifting his gaze away in distaste and closing his eyes to inquire of Junmaru. "You should address him as Lord Orochimaru," Junmaru replied coolly, failing to answer Shikamaru's question directly, as he had no desire to attend to this brat. "You're a child too," Shikamaru thought sympathetically, sensing that Junmaru had been brainwashed. His own memories had begun to fade, retaining only critical moments and relevant experiences to remind him, much like Orochimaru, Asuma, and others. Yet, his recollection of Junmaru had gradually diminished. Not receiving a response from Junmaru, Shikamaru abandoned his inquiries and resolved to seek out Orochimaru and explore the Sound Village. After all, most of the descriptions in the books revolve around Konoha, while the Sound Ninja Village is seldom depicted. Nara Shikamaru had never left Konoha since his birth, and arriving at the Sound Ninja Village filled him with a sense of excitement akin to tourism. As he stepped out of his room, Junmaru smirked, knowing that the little monsters of the Sound Ninja Village did not recognize him. If one of them carelessly killed him, it would be his own fault for venturing out. How he detested everyone around Lord Orochimaru, except for himself. The sound of water droplets echoed as Shikamaru, with his arms crossed, cautiously explored a narrow, dark path. This place truly reeked of poverty. How pitiful Orochimaru must be. After exiting the narrow passage, he encountered 6 or 7 intersections, where the ground widened considerably. He casually chose a path that seemed to lead outside. Before he could fully step out and bask in the light, a chilling roar echoed, reminiscent of a horror film, accompanied by the sound of glass shattering and chains rattling. Raising an eyebrow, Shikamaru quickened his pace. The ground inside was even more damp, with puddles forming in various depressions. Upon closer inspection, he realized that one of the puddles appeared to have been artificially created. Just as he leaned in for a better look, a pair of crimson tentacles surged from the reflection on the water's surface, lunging at him. Shikamaru swiftly rolled to evade, only to find a sizable pit where he had just stood. Upon raising his gaze, he found himself face to face with a grotesque figure, exuding a strong aura of death. It was not entirely human, possessing 2 heads and an array of festering sores on its body, some of which oozed a noxious green-red liquid, hissing as it dripped to the ground. Thick chains bound its waist and neck, signifying a loss of its ability to communicate. Was this a failed experiment of Orochimaru's? Shikamaru brandished a kunai in front of him, excitement coursing through him. This was the true purpose of his vacation. His combat experience was about to be put to the test. At the same time, in Orochimaru's laboratory, Junmaru respectfully held a test tube, observing the feeble experiment on the operating table, and inquired if Orochimaru required his assistance. "This experiment does not yet require your involvement," Orochimaru replied, taking the tube to inject into the experiment's already mottled skin. Suddenly, he turned to Junmaru. "What are you doing here? Where is Shikamaru?" He wanted to explore the village, Junmaru hesitantly responded, noting Orochimaru's expression. Indeed, he was still a naive child, unable to mask his emotions. Orochimaru set aside his work and summoned a serpent. "Go, find Nara Shikamaru. It is truly exhausting dealing with him." At that moment, Shikamaru was evading the acid spray from the creature, which we shall refer to as a monster for now, while cautiously maneuvering closer. The ground beneath was corroded, creating a deep pit as droplets splattered, releasing wisps of white smoke. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, lamenting the troublesome nature of his first real combat experience. Why must his life always be so arduous? In the darkened room, the power of shadows worked to Shikamaru's advantage. When the monster was ensnared, it remained immobilized for 3 seconds, allowing chakra to cling to its body, scorching the festering sores and intensifying its anguished cries. The chains creaked ominously as they dug into its neck, drawing blood. Perhaps Shikamaru's pressure had provoked it. The curse mark on one of its heads began to swirl before exploding, revealing a massive hand that extended a full meter wide. Its pale nails still stained with its own greenish blood. What on earth is Orochimaru researching? Shikamaru felt a wave of nausea. Secret art, serpent bite. Shikamaru performed a backflip, landing a meter away from the monster as he summoned his largest purple snake, using its form to swiftly advance and bite down on the monstrous hand. Simultaneously, as he maneuvered like a snake, he shot out shadowy tendrils, each affixed with a sharp kunai. The hand retaliated, crushing the purple snake into pieces. Amidst a spray of blood mist, one kunai embedded itself in the center of the palm, causing the monster to kneel in pain. Before it could react, Shikamaru leaped to the side wall, directing another kunai towards the creature's head. The monster, relying on its primal instincts, tilted its head just in time, resulting in the kunai piercing its left eye. Without hesitation, Shikamaru detonated the negative chakra within the kunai. With a resounding explosion, the kunai, which he had painstakingly infused with chakra over 3 years, obliterated the monster from its eye, splitting it in two. The laboratory trembled violently, and the giant hand was flung aside, crashing to the ground as it sputtered and hissed with acid. Shikamaru quickly retreated several meters, thankful he had already distanced himself before the explosion. Otherwise, he would have surely been caught in the aftermath. As the dense white mist dissipated, Orochimaru emerged, clapping his hands. Shikamaru, you never cease to amaze me. His golden eyes shimmered with excitement. Although this was a failed specimen, it posed a challenge far exceeding that of hell for a freshly graduated genin. Junmaru, standing behind Orochimaru, gazed intently at Shikamaru, a fierce battle spirit igniting in his eyes. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Shikamaru acknowledged he still had a long way to go. He raised his hand, realizing that his right palm had suffered numerous abrasions from his rapid movements. Bandage his hand, then arrange for a couple of people to take him around. Orochimaru instructed a nearby sound ninja medic, preparing to return to his experiments. The medic nodded and reached out to examine Shikamaru's hand. It hurts, Shikamaru cried, dodging past the medic and presenting his hand to Orochimaru. After a long, silent stare, Orochimaru relented and took the medical bandages to wrap Shikamaru's hand. Ugh, this really hurts. Shikamaru grimaced, feeling the tightness of Orochimaru's grip. Just as he was about to express his grievances towards the elder, Orochimaru narrowed his golden eyes at him, tying off the final knot. Shikamaru tilted his head in confusion. Shouldn't you explain this to me? Orochimaru produced a book from his pocket, emblazoned with the title Konoha's Legendary 3, A Few Matters. The cover depicted a chibi-style illustration of a group of characters, prominently featuring a black-haired boy and a white-haired boy sharing a kiss. In the ensuing chapter, Shikamaru returned to his room, feeling an unusual sense of guilt as Orochimaru escorted him back. As Orochimaru prepared to resume his experiments, he turned to find a familiar swirl of hair. Worrying, aren't you? Orochimaru mused, hands behind his back. Curiously, Shikamaru examined the experimental subjects. What do you wish to do, Nara Shikamaru? Orochimaru inquired, exasperated. I want to engage in practical training. Could you assist me in finding more subjects like that creature? Orochimaru glanced down. Is your hand healed? Then I'll just sit here and not leave, Shikamaru declared, resigning himself to the surgical chair, casting glances at the already lifeless experiment. Goodness, those veins have ruptured. Orochimaru exclaimed, turning to Junmaru. Arrange for a few children to duel him. I don't want to. Nara Shikamaru shook his head. If I were to eliminate them all, what would you use for your experiments? Before Orochimaru could respond, Junmaru interjected, just based on your skills, Shikamaru, you should be grateful if you don't get killed. This remark piqued Shikamaru's interest, and he followed Junmaru to the training grounds of the Sound Ninjas. After they departed, Orochimaru refrained from conducting any experiments. He contemplated and ascended to the surface of the Sound Shadow building, gazing solemnly at the training ground where Shikamaru was. His eagerness for real combat was intriguing. What were his intentions? On the training ground, a line of small children stood in formation. Junmaru selected 4 capable young challengers and turned to Shikamaru. Who do you wish to battle? Shikamaru surveyed the group and noticed one particularly conspicuous child with a single eye, exuding an unsettling aura. How could a child possess such a sinister presence? He pointed at him. Oh, Toshi? The two stepped onto the training field, where the autumn breeze rustled around them. Accompanied by the chatter of dozens of children and Junmaru, Shikamaru lazily beckoned with his finger, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as if he were already fatigued before the fight began. Choosing me is your mistake. Toshi's voice was unexpectedly raspy. Shikamaru glanced up, pondering the age of this child. At that moment, Toshi advanced, pushing towards Shikamaru with a jab. Shikamaru deftly stepped on Toshi's arm. Toshi retaliated with a straight punch, his arm emitting sound waves that propelled Shikamaru skyward, creating a state of great elevation. As Shikamaru descended towards Toshi's head, he denied him the opportunity to attack. Instead, he concentrated his chakra in his foot and forcefully kicked Toshi's arm. Toshi unleashed sound waves in response, and the two clashed, resulting in a tremendous noise as Shikamaru landed while Toshi staggered back several steps. Shikamaru shook his numbed right foot. Not bad, he remarked, observing the deathly aura radiating from Toshi, excitement coursing through him. This was precisely what he desired, despite his limited real combat experience. He craved the thrill of battle and the sharpened instincts that came from it. The children before him had survived countless encounters, their murderous intent potent enough to suffocate ordinary individuals. Shadow manipulation. Shikamaru commanded his shadow to surge forward, swiftly retracting it to pull Toshi closer. Toshi, leveraging the shadow's pull, emitted sound waves while airborne, executing a move called resounding strike. The proximity caused Shikamaru to feel a sharp pain in his ears, blood trickling forth as he temporarily lost his hearing. Seizing the opportunity, Toshi lunged forward in an attempt to corner Shikamaru, enduring the pain in his ears. Shikamaru tilted his head and leapt into the air, casting 3 kunai embedded with explosive tags towards the ground. Upon impact, they detonated, affecting both Shikamaru and Toshi due to their close proximity. However, in that instant, Shikamaru utilized the white phosphor serpent technique, transforming into a serpent form that significantly enhanced his speed and minimized damage. He followed up with a powerful snake fist, striking Toshi in the abdomen. Due to his training, even without consciously concentrating his chakra, Shikamaru's innate ability allowed it to flow in conjunction with his strikes. Consequently, Toshi bore the full brunt of the blow. Soaring into the crowd, Shikamaru staggered back, leaning against the wall. Junmaru was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Orochimaru would entrust Shikamaru with such formidable techniques. Continue. Next, Shikamaru pointed to the next challenger. Thus began a relentless series of battles, one after another. By dusk, after defeating his 6th opponent, Shikamaru collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to sleep. Indeed, he had simply fallen asleep. Junmaru intervened, using a bone knife to thwart the 7th child's attempt to ambush Shikamaru, severing the child's hand, and then carried Shikamaru back to the underground cave. Meanwhile, Orochimaru departed from his location, and as the wind blew through the window, a notebook fluttered open, filled with densely packed writings. Chapter 23. Vacation. Shikamaru had remained in Orochimaru's Sound Village for over 2 weeks, having battled every child, except for Junmaru, who had never actually lost, though he had almost been stopped by Orochimaru. This individual was incredibly formidable. Fortunately, Orochimaru had intervened before Junmaru could execute his deadly technique. Corpsebone dance. Shikamaru felt certain he would not have survived otherwise, as he had been on the verge of collapse. This led to Junmaru's transformation from initial disdain for Shikamaru to shock, then indifference, and ultimately to the conclusion that Shikamaru was somewhat peculiar. Simultaneously, Shikamaru marveled at Orochimaru's exceptional medical skills. Despite sustaining injuries daily, he was miraculously able to bounce back each time. Is it possible that this is due to your own resilience? He mused. Well, Orochimaru, I plan to return to Konoha tomorrow. Rarely did Shikamaru skip training. Instead, he lounged on a resting chair, observing Orochimaru as he reviewed documents. Indeed, Orochimaru was not only conducting experiments, but also managing policies for the Sound Ninjas. Just how much did he aspire to be a leader? What, have you played enough? Orochimaru replied without lifting his head. I've accompanied you for so long. Of course, I must return home to check in. After all, I am destined to be part of the future Inoshikacho trio in Konoha. How could it function without me? Orochimaru raised his gaze, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Accompany me? Shikamaru reflected on his daily routine, dealing with experimental subjects, studying scrolls, battling, and more scroll studies, realizing he had scarcely engaged Orochimaru in conversation aside from inquiries. And now you recognize your role in the future Inoshikacho? Orochimaru continued, prompting Shikamaru to remember that Orochimaru was still an S-rank rogue ninja. Moreover, what will you do upon your return? Foster bonds with that pig? Orochimaru remarked, his tone laced with sarcasm. Well, Ino hardly pays me any mind, Shikamaru recalled, shivering at the thought of Ino's formidable punches. Thankfully, Tsunade's apprentice was Sakura. Had it been Ino, his days would have been fraught with challenges. That chubby one, Orochimaru mused, his gaze distant. Choji is an integral part of the Inoshikacho, Shikamaru replied, shifting his posture in boredom. Do as you wish, Orochimaru responded, preparing to leave. Isn't this your room? Shikamaru inquired weakly from behind. The only response was the sound of the door slamming shut. Nara residence Nara Shikaka's dark circles under his eyes were deep enough to reach his chin. What a rascal! For days, he had been juggling the need to placate his son's mother, fabricating an alibi for Shikamaru's absence from the village to appease Konoha, managing his own duties as a secretary, and occasionally participating in village infrastructure projects, all while maintaining connections among the Inoshikacho clans. As the clan leader, he had to ensure stability among all branches to pave the way for Shikamaru. The root of all this trouble was none other than Nara Shikamaru, that scoundrel. Let me catch the bastard who took my son. Regardless of gender or age, I'll stuff their socks in their mouths. Nara Shikaku, the third Hokage summons you for a meeting. Coming. Shikaku jolted, disappearing in an instant. Damn it. Another day of servitude, and I have a disobedient subordinate to deal with. Training ground 10A, I envy Shikamaru. Asuma sighed. These two little brats say that every day. Shikamaru has only been gone a few days, and I've already been treated to 3 barbecues. Asuma-sensei, it's so hot. Ino's face flushed. I really want some ice cream, Choji lamented, his eyes pleading as they fixated on Asuma. Not a chance. My funds are completely drained. A quarter of an hour later, the 3 found themselves seated in an ice cream shop. Ino slurped a strawberry-flavored treat, while Choji enjoyed 1 strawberry and 1 watermelon flavor. Sensei, won't you have a taste? It's really delicious. I'll eat 1 for Shikamaru. Teacher, don't you like it? Ino whimpered, as Asuma held his deflated wallet, tears streaming down his face. May I have 1 instead of teacher? Ino exclaimed, close your mouth. Ah, treating a girl so harshly. Teacher Hong does not approve. Ah, Shikamaru. Come back and save me. The following day, Shikamaru, having packed his belongings, was just about to head home when, crack, the door shattered. Orochimaru. I don't have to pay for this, right? But you broke it yourself. Come with me to the Long D cave. We'll return afterward. How about that? Though it sounded like a question, Shikamaru could see the tension in Orochimaru's clenched fist and narrowed eyes. Hee, of course, that sounds great. Orochimaru promptly seized Shikamaru and flew out the door. Ah, Orochimaru, I'm dizzy from the height. Chapter 24, Long D Cave. One time passed, and Shikamaru felt the sharp bones of Orochimaru's narrow shoulder pressing painfully into his stomach, especially when he shifted from one tree to another, feeling as though he had been struck. The world spun around him, tick-tock, tick-tock. Orochimaru's voice echoed above, Nara Shikamaru. Just how long do you intend to vomit? Even the white snake sage would be expelled by you. Your own retching is smoother than his. Shikamaru, with a vacant gaze, looked at Orochimaru. You should eat more. You're all sharp angles, practically a human weapon. Enough with the nonsense. Follow me. With that, Orochimaru stepped into the darkness of the cave. Wait for me. Before Shikamaru could finish, he saw Orochimaru had already walked several meters ahead. Resigned, he followed, feeling rather unappreciated. Upon entering the Long D cave, a chill and damp atmosphere enveloped him, as if the very air bore a heavy weight. Dark green moss covered the surrounding rock walls, and occasionally, droplets of water fell from the cave's ceiling, creating a crisp echo. In the dim light, winding passages could be faintly seen deep within the cave, resembling a nest of a giant serpent. An ancient and mysterious aura permeated the air, as if every inch whispered of unknown dangers. A rustling sound emerged from afar, reminiscent of serpents slithering in the shadows, sending chills down Shikamaru's spine. He attempted to voice his thoughts, but Orochimaru covered his mouth. Leaning closer, Orochimaru whispered, "This is the trial. It is not easy to pass the White Snake Sage's test. I cannot assist you inside. Shikamaru nodded, signaling Orochimaru to release him. As he passed by Orochimaru, he received a scroll for attack. A chilling voice echoed from behind. You have a high probability of dying. If you cannot defeat it, open the scroll, and the myriad snakes will return you, though that signifies your failure. Shikamaru turned, stopped the chatter. He stood at the entrance of the Long D cave. The humid air filled with a sweet, yet fishy scent. The cave's depths emitted rustling sounds, like countless scales scraping against the ground. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the kunai. What a hassle, he muttered, yet his gaze remained resolute. To attain greater power, he must pass this trial. As for the scroll, it would serve as compensation for the discomfort caused by Orochimaru. As he stepped into the cave, the temperature plummeted. The rock walls glimmered with eerie green moss, casting a sinister glow across the space. Shikamaru's shadow elongated across the uneven ground, twisting and warping with his movements. Suddenly, a foul wind rushed towards him. Shikamaru leapt back just as a blue figure darted past where he had stood moments ago. It was a 10-meter-long azure serpent, its scales gleaming with a metallic luster under the phosphorescence, its vertical pupils gleaming with menace. The first trial awaits, the azure serpent, a gravelly voice echoed in the cave. Let me see your abilities. Shikamaru remained silent, his gaze quickly scanning his surroundings. The damp ground hindered the use of his shadow imitation technique. The moss on the walls would reveal his position and the azure serpent's speed. Before he could finish his thoughts, the azure serpent launched its attack. It opened its massive maw, unleashing a cloud of dark green poison. Shikamaru swiftly formed seals, employing the secret technique, Shadow Shield, to disperse the toxic mist. However, the azure serpent had silently maneuvered behind him amidst the cloud. At the moment its sharp fangs were about to pierce his neck, Shikamaru abruptly turned, guiding the kunai controlled by chakra threads directly towards the serpent's eye. The azure serpent was forced to retreat, but its tail stealthily coiled around Shikamaru's ankle. Gotcha, it hissed, tightening its grip. Shikamaru felt a sharp pain in his ankle, the bones protesting under the strain. Yet, at that moment, a smile crept onto Shikamaru's lips. Shadow imitation technique. Success. The azure serpent suddenly realized its shadow had intertwined with Shikamaru's. When did this happen? It asked incredulously. When you exhaled the poison mist, Shikamaru panted. I deliberately exhausted the mist with my shield, altering the light from the moss, thus projecting your shadow to the right position. The azure serpent's body gradually relaxed, allowing Shikamaru to escape. He stood before the azure serpent, kunai poised at its vital point. I concede. The azure serpent lowered its head. You have passed the first trial. However, before it could finish, its body dissipated into a wisp of azure smoke. Shikamaru wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, pondering if that was the real body or merely a clone. He pressed deeper into the cave. Not long after, the temperature suddenly soared, and the air was heavy with the scent of sulfur. The ground beneath him began to heat up, and in the distance, he could hear the rumbling of flowing magma. The second trial awaits. The Crimson Serpent, a deep voice intoned. Let me see if you can endure this fiery hell. Shikamaru squinted ahead, spotting a colossal crimson serpent slowly rising from the magma pool. Its scales glowed like red-hot iron, radiating incredible heat. The air around warped from the intensity, and Shikamaru felt as if his skin would scorch. Without granting Shikamaru a moment to prepare, the Crimson Serpent swung its tail, sending a rain of magma cascading down. Shikamaru quickly formed seals, using the body flicker technique to evade, but the scorching magma erupted in all directions. In this place, your ninjutsu is useless, the Crimson Serpent scoffed. You will either be consumed by the magma or turn to flee. Sweat beaded on Shikamaru's forehead, quickly evaporated by the heat. He knew brute force would not suffice. He needed to outsmart it. Observing his surroundings, he spotted protruding rocks at the edge of the magma pool. A plan began to form in his mind. Shikamaru began to run around the magma pool, the Crimson Serpent relentlessly spewing fireballs in pursuit. The heat made breathing increasingly laborious, yet he persevered. Finally, he found the perfect spot, a rock jutting out directly above the Crimson Serpent. Now, Shikamaru halted, swiftly forming seals. The Crimson Serpent assumed he was about to attack and unleashed a torrent of flames. However, Shikamaru concentrated all his chakra into his right foot, not to attack the Crimson Serpent, but to leap onto the rock above. The searing rock exploded, showering countless fragments onto the Crimson Serpent. While these shards could not inflict significant damage, they distracted it momentarily. That moment was precisely what Shikamaru required. His shadow stretched into the crimson serpent, illuminated by the magma's glow. Shadow imitation technique. The crimson serpent's body froze in place. It roared in fury, attempting to break free, but Shikamaru seized the opportunity. He quickly formed seals, employing the shadow gathering technique to push the crimson serpent into the magma pool. "You!" It roared, struggling in the magma. "How dare you?" "Apologies." Shikamaru gasped. "I merely borrowed your strength." The crimson serpent ultimately submerged into the magma, and the surrounding temperature began to decrease. Lumaru slumped on the ground, feeling as though his entire body was on the verge of disintegration. Yet, he understood that the true trial lay ahead. Pressing onward, the cave grew increasingly profound. The bioluminescent moss faded, replaced by an utter darkness. Lumaru could only rely on his hearing and instinct to navigate. Suddenly, he felt a chill creeping up from behind. The third challenger, Heishi. A chilling voice echoed in the darkness. "Here, you shall confront the deepest fears of your heart." Before Lumaru could react, he felt his consciousness waver. When he regained awareness, he found himself back in my village. But the scene before him pierced his heart like a dagger. Deshiwan had invaded Mai, his sword brutally embedded in Lugio's face, then turning to slash through Ding Xiai and Ino's necks. Lumaru attempted to charge forward, only to discover he was immobile. Glancing down, he saw his shadow entwined by countless black snakes. "This is your greatest fear," Heishi's voice whispered. "The important ones perish one by one, yet you remain powerless." Lumaru shut his eyes, taking a deep breath. "This indeed is what I fear most," he murmured. "But it is precisely because of this fear that I must grow stronger." He abruptly opened his eyes, swiftly forming hand signs. Shadow imitation technique, alter. The black snakes that coiled around his shadow suddenly froze. Lumaru's shadow began to twist and contort, binding the black snakes in return. Heishi's voice was laced with surprise. "How did you accomplish this?" "Quite simply," Lumaru replied. "I acknowledged my fear, thus your illusion lost its potency." Heishi fell silent for a moment before emitting a light chuckle. "An intriguing human, you have passed the third trial." The darkness began to recede, and Lumaru found himself standing before an ancient temple. Moonlight streamed through the fissures in the cave's ceiling, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. At that moment, a white figure slowly emerged from the temple. It was a colossal snake, entirely snow white, its vertical pupils glimmering with wisdom. "The final challenger," by Shi. Its voice was ethereal yet commanding. "Let me see if you are worthy of the power of sage arts." Lumaru tightened his grip on the kunai in his hand, aware that this would be the most arduous battle yet. Chapter 25, Long Di Dong 2. The moonlight, like silk, enveloped the ancient temple. Baishi glided gracefully, its scales shimmering with a pearlescent glow under the moonlight. Its size was not colossal, yet the pressure it emanated thickened the air. Lumaru found it difficult to breathe, each rise and fall of his chest tugging at every nerve. The first 3 trials had drained his stamina and chakra, yet he knew he could not falter now. "Human," Baishi began, its voice flowing like a clear spring over jade. "You have passed 3 trials, but this final one may claim your life." Lumaru smirked slightly. "What a bother, but since I am here, there is no reason to retreat." Baishi's vertical pupils narrowed slightly. "Good." Before the words could finish, Baishi's form abruptly vanished. Lumaru's pupils constricted, instinctively rolling to the side. A beam of white light grazed his shoulder, leaving a deep, unseen scar on the rock wall. So fast, Lumaru marveled inwardly. He quickly formed hand signs, intending to use the shadow imitation technique. Yet Baishi's speed was overwhelming, rendering its shadow impossible to capture. Another flash of white light whizzed past. Lumaru barely dodged, but his left leg was still slashed, revealing a deep wound. Blood gushed forth as he staggered back, leaning against the rock wall to catch his breath. "Where is your wisdom?" Baishi's voice reverberated from all directions. "Relying solely on instinct will not allow you to defeat me." Lumaru closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm. He recalled the first 3 trials, the venomous mist of Qing Shi, the magma of Qi Shi, and the illusions of Hei Shi, each a brush with death, yet resolved through wisdom. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "I see now," he murmured. "The key to this trial is not to conquer you." But he swiftly plunged a shuriken from his pocket into his thigh. The excruciating pain momentarily clouded his vision, but simultaneously awakened him. Blood trickled down his pant leg, pooling on the ground. Baishi's form reappeared, this time not immediately attacking, but watching Lu Maru with keen interest. "What are you doing?" "Creating shadows," Lu Maru panted. "Under the moonlight, the reflection of the blood pool will create a unique shadow." Baishi lowered its gaze, and indeed, it noticed its shadow distorted by the reflection in the blood pool. In that instant, Lu Maru swiftly formed hand signs. Shadow imitation technique, blood moon. Baishi's body suddenly froze. It was astonished to find its shadow ensnared by the reflection in the blood pool. "Interesting," Baishi remarked. But its body abruptly swelled, transforming into a colossal serpent. A terrifying surge of chakra sent Lu Maru flying, crashing heavily against the rock wall. Pain shot through his chest as he looked down to see a massive wound stretching from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. Blood gushed forth, and his vision began to blur. "Am I to die?" he muttered. At that moment, he heard a voice. It was Lu Jio's voice. "Brat, you still have me." Following that was Shi Wan's. "Lu Maru, we are of the same ilk. I will help you achieve our shared dream." And then Ding Si's. "Lu Maru, we have always been together." Finally, Lu Maru caught sight of a familiar, yet distant figure. Who could it be? A light suddenly ignited within Lu Maru's eyes. He struggled to rise, allowing blood to stain his entire body. "I understand now," he whispered, the true meaning of this trial. No longer did he attempt to attack. Instead, he opened his arms wide, facing Baishi head-on. A flicker of surprise crossed Baishi's vertical pupils. "You. Come forth," Lu Maru declared. "If this is the final trial, I am willing to accept it." Baishi paused momentarily, then suddenly transformed into a beam of white light, charging toward Lu Maru. He did not evade, allowing the white light to pierce through him. The excruciating pain nearly robbed him of consciousness, yet he remained standing. Blood soaked the ground beneath him, but his gaze remained resolute. "Why not evade?" Baishi's voice resonated. "Because," Lu Maru struggled to articulate, "this is my answer." Baishi's form reconstituted, its eyes shimmering with complex emotion. "You have grasped it," it stated. "The true trial is not about defeating an opponent, but overcoming oneself. You are willing to sacrifice your life for your beliefs. This is the essence of sage arts." Lu Maru felt a warm energy surge within him, the wound on his chest beginning to heal, leaving behind a ghastly scar. "This scar will forever remind you of today's trial," Baishi remarked. "You have passed the final test. Now, accept the inheritance of Long Didong." A beam of white light enveloped Lu Maru, and he sensed a qualitative transformation in his chakra. Natural energy flowed ceaselessly into him, harmonizing perfectly with his silver chakra. When the light dissipated, Lu Maru found himself standing in the grand hall of the temple. The statue of Baishi Xianren loomed at the center, emanating a sacred glow. "Lu Maru," Baishi Xianren's voice echoed within the hall. "Your future is unpredictable. It lies in your own hands. Remember, the power of sage arts is not for conquest, but for protection." Lu Maru knelt on one knee. "I understand." When he raised his head again, he found himself at the entrance of Long Didong. Yet the scar on his chest and the pain in his legs served as reminders that all of this had been real. "What a bother," he sighed. Yet his eyes sparkled with an unprecedented light. "However, perhaps this is for the best." Observing his tattered clothing, Lu Maru strode toward the illuminated path. "Shishu, where are you?" Chapter 26. The Return. Uncle Shi. As Lu Jio dashed out of the cave, he fell silent. At the entrance, the formidable Orochimaru stood in the sunlight, an uncommon sight. It was Lu Jio's first occasion to observe this man with earnestness. Orochimaru's appearance exuded a unique and perilous allure, instilling both fear and an irresistible attraction. His long, lustrous black hair cascaded down to his waist like a waterfall, seemingly imbued with an enigmatic power. His skin was pale, almost translucent, revealing an otherworldly beauty that was chillingly serene. Those elongated golden pupils, reminiscent of a serpent-esque gaze, were cold and piercing, as if capable of penetrating one's very soul, sending shivers down the spine. His chiseled features, high nose, and a smirk that danced on the edge of a smile conveyed a hint of wicked charm and irreverence. His figure was tall and graceful, moving with a serpent-like fluidity and agility, each gesture radiating an air of composure and self-assurance. His voice, deep and gravelly, possessed an enchanting quality, as if it could effortlessly lead one into the abyss. Orochimaru's overall demeanor was both sinister and regal, akin to a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, dangerous yet impossible to look away from. His very existence embodied a paradoxical allure, evoking both terror and an insatiable curiosity to uncover the secrets hidden within him. Have you seen enough? Orochimaru's hoarse voice thundered like a clap of thunder, rousing Lugio from his reverie. Lugio stood there dazed, unable to deny that Orochimaru's appearance was indeed striking. Approaching slowly, Orochimaru tore away what little clothing Lugio had left, casting a glance at the scar on his chest. Hey! Lugio hastily closed himself off, thinking, could he finally be unable to resist taking action against this promising young man? He regarded Orochimaru with caution. Orochimaru's forehead twitched, and he placed a hand upon Lugio's scar. A warm current flowed through Lugio's body. A potent force appeared to surge through the meridians in his chest. Soon, the scar began to itch, prompting Lugio to lift his hand to scratch it. Don't move. Orochimaru slowly exerted his pressure. Lugio pouted. If it weren't for the fact that I just fought several battles, I wouldn't heed your words. Enough. Orochimaru gradually released his grip. Lugio pulled apart his clothing, and to his astonishment, a white serpent had coiled upon the ugly scar on his chest, perfectly camouflaging the roughness beneath, creating an oddly beautiful illusion from afar. Thank you. Lugio paused. Master. Humph. Orochimaru said nothing, tossing Lugio a set of clothes before stepping back and turning. You should return to Mai. You've been out long enough. Lugio shook his head, taking the clothing and sighing helplessly. Could Uncle Shi actually be feeling shy? It was indeed time for him to return. He mused. Why did this clothing seem to grow larger like Orochimaru? That thick green belt was quite the statement. As Lugio walked along the path back to my village, the setting sun cast its golden rays upon him, elongating his shadow. With his hands in his pockets and a blade of grass between his lips, he ambled lazily along. This training had been remarkably successful, though somewhat troublesome. It merely required a bit of mental exertion. He glanced at the sky, contemplating whether to invite Dingxi for barbecue or simply return home to relish a rare moment of tranquility. Just as he was lost in thought, a faint noise reached his ears. Lugio's ears perked up, instinctively slowing his pace. He furrowed his brow and glanced towards the source of the sound. It came from a sparse thicket where leaves rustled in the evening breeze, intermingled with a few low groans. Troublesome, Lugio sighed. Though reluctantly, he headed towards the sound. As a ninja, he could not afford to ignore potential dangers. Upon approaching, Lugio's pupils constricted slightly. He beheld several corpses sprawled on the ground, blood staining the earth and a strong metallic scent permeating the air. Amidst the bodies stood a diminutive figure. It was a youth, seemingly no older than a teenager, with short red hair and a youthful, almost innocent visage. In his hand, he held a slender metal wire, still glistening with fresh blood. Lugio's gaze flickered between the boy and the corpses, swiftly analyzing the situation. He did not recognize the boy, but it was evident from the scene that this child was anything but ordinary. However, the boy's appearance was so deceptively innocent. He looked like an ordinary, albeit slightly frail, child, nothing like a killer capable of taking lives with ease. Hey, are you all right? Lugio spoke casually, feigning concern. He maintained a safe distance, hands still tucked in his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing the voice, the boy slowly turned his head. His gaze was cold and hollow, like a still pond, devoid of any ripples. He scrutinized Lugio, seemingly assessing whether this unexpected stranger posed a threat. Lugio felt a bit uneasy under the boy's gaze, yet he masked it well. He smiled and continued. Did you take care of these guys? Quite impressive. The boy remained silent, merely regarding him with a frosty stare. His fingers twitched slightly, the metal wire glinting ominously before vanishing into his sleeve. His movement was so swift that it was almost imperceptible, yet Lugio sensed a fleeting intent to kill. TSK. What a troublesome fellow, Lugio mused inwardly, yet his expression remained cheerful. He scratched his head, feigning helplessness. But you're so young. How could you be here doing such things? Don't your family worry? The boy's brow furrowed slightly, taken aback by Lugio's words. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, his voice low and raspy, far from that of a child. Aren't you afraid of me? Lugio shrugged casually. Afraid? Why should I be? You look like just a kid. Sure, your methods are a bit frightening, but I'm sure you have your reasons. The boy's gaze flickered, a hint of confusion crossing his features. He had encountered many who displayed fear or anger upon witnessing his violent acts, but never had he met someone who neither feared nor condemned him. Don't you want to know who I am? Or why these people are dead? The boy's voice held a note of probing. Lugio chuckled lightly, his tone nonchalant. What is the point in asking? The deed is done, and frankly, I can't be bothered to delve too deeply. Besides, you don't seem like a bad person. A flicker of something stirred within the boy. He had never considered that someone would describe him as not seeming like a bad person. His past was riddled with slaughter and betrayal, his hands stained with blood, and he had long forgotten his original self. Yet here stood this unfamiliar ninja, viewing him with an almost naive perspective, which stirred a sense of inexplicable irritation within him. What is your name? The boy suddenly inquired, his tone tinged with an urgency he himself was unaware of. Me? I'm Lugio, Nara Lugio, he replied casually, then countered with a question of his own. And you? After a brief silence, the boy murmured, Scorpion. Scorpion? Quite an unusual name, Lugio remarked with a smile, his gaze sweeping over Scorpion, noticing that though his attire was simple, it was exquisitely crafted, clearly not something an ordinary household could afford. He quietly speculated about Scorpion's identity, maintaining a composed exterior. Are you not returning home alone? Lugio asked, a hint of concern lacing his tone. An inexplicable emotion surged within Scorpion. He had long grown accustomed to solitude, to being both feared and despised by others. Yet, Shikamaru's words brought him a warmth he had not felt in ages. Lowering his head, his voice gravelly, he confessed, I have no home. Shikamaru paused momentarily, then sighed. I see. That truly is troublesome. Scorpion lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions as he regarded Shikamaru. He was uncertain why he found himself sharing so much with this stranger. But he could not contain his feelings. It felt as if something within him was loosening, emotions he had suppressed for years bubbling to the surface. Hey, Scorpion. Shikamaru suddenly spoke, his tone casual. I'm heading home. Would you like to join me in Konoha? Although the village has its rules, at least there is a place to rest. A jolt coursed through Scorpion's heart, followed by a cold laugh. Aren't you afraid of me? Shikamaru shrugged, his tone nonchalant. Afraid? You're just a child. Besides, I despise trouble, but since our paths have crossed, I can't just leave you behind. A complex wave of emotions surged within Scorpion. He had never anticipated someone would so easily accept him, let alone offer to take him home. His fingers trembled slightly, as if something within him was collapsing. No. Thank you, Scorpion replied softly, his tone resolute. I have matters to attend to. Shikamaru glanced at him, seemingly aware of his internal struggle. He chuckled gently, ruffling Scorpion's hair in a natural, affectionate gesture. All right then, but next time we meet, try not to be so frightening. Scorpion's body tensed slightly, the warmth of Shikamaru's hand igniting an unfamiliar sensation within him. An intense urge to grasp this warmth surged, yet he knew he was unworthy of such feelings. Goodbye, Scorpion. Shikamaru waved, turning towards the direction of Konoha. Scorpion stood rooted in place, watching as Shikamaru's silhouette faded into the twilight. A tumult of emotions swelled within him, as if something was subtly shifting. His fingers clenched into a fist, nails digging into his palm, bringing forth a sharp pain. Nara Shikamaru, Scorpion murmured, a complex glimmer in his eyes. He silently vowed that next time they met, he would not let this stranger, who had offered him warmth, slip away. Unbeknownst to him, this vow concealed a yearning he had never experienced, a desire for warmth. With weary steps, Shikamaru finally crossed the threshold of Konoha. He lifted his gaze to the familiar village landscape, feeling a slight relaxation in his heart, his mind already plotting how to enjoy the rare tranquility without informing Asuma. I'll just sleep for 3 days and nights, Shikamaru muttered to himself, a slight smile gracing his lips. He could already envision himself nestled in soft blankets, resting his head on his cherished pillow, completely emptying his mind. The mere thought filled him with boundless joy. However, his delightful reverie was abruptly interrupted by a familiar voice. Shikamaru, you're finally back. Startled, he looked up to see his wise father, Nara Shikamaru, standing nearby, arms crossed, gazing at him with an earnest expression. A sense of foreboding gripped Shikamaru's heart. Chapter 27. Father and son Nara Shikamaru stood before the window of his study, the pipe in his hand long extinguished. Yet he unconsciously stroked it, his gaze drifting through the bamboo grove outside, his thoughts wandering far away. Half a month prior, Shikamaru had suddenly left the village, shaking off the bodyguards he had sent, and had gone completely silent. As the secretary of Konoha, Nara Shikamaru was known for his calmness and rationality, but this time, he felt an unprecedented anxiety and anger. Shikamaru, what on earth are you doing? Shikamaru murmured to himself, his voice tinged with helplessness and concern. He was aware of Shikamaru's connections with Orochimaru, yet he had never questioned it, trusting his son's judgment. However, Shikamaru's recent actions clearly exceeded his expectations. Taking a deep breath, Shikaku resolved to speak to Shikamaru calmly. In the Nara family tea room, Shikaku observed his son, a mixture of emotions swirling within him. He sat across from Shikamaru, a moment of silence passing before he slowly began. "Shikamaru, where have you been for the past half-month?" Shikamaru blinked in surprise, then smiled lightly. "I just went out to clear my head. It's nothing serious." "Clearing your head?" Shikaku's voice rose slightly. "Do you know I sent bodyguards to follow you, only for you to shake them off and disappear? Do you have any idea how worried I was?" Shikamaru's smile gradually faded as he lowered his head, remaining silent for a moment before softly responding. "Father, I have my reasons." "Reasons?" Shikaku's voice contained a hint of suppressed anger. "Shikamaru, you are a ninja of Konoha, the heir of the Nara clan. Your actions do not only concern yourself. They affect the safety of our entire family and village. I have refrained from questioning you because I trusted your judgment. But this time, your actions compel me to reconsider." Shikamaru looked up, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. "Father?" Shikaku softened his tone. "Shikamaru, I believe in you, in your ability to judge. Yet, your actions this time have left me uneasy. What are you truly doing?" Shikamaru remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing how to respond. Finally, he sighed. "Father, I..." Shikaku frowned. "Damn that traitorous ninja for confusing my beloved son." "Shikamaru, you understand the dangers of this world better than I do. Many individuals possess great ambition and means, people who can bring immense disaster not just to you, but to Konoha as well. Why don't you trust me?" Shikamaru met his father's gaze, his tone resolute. "I believe people can change. Father, please trust me." Shikaku fell silent for a moment, gritting his teeth. "Damn it. For Shikamaru to resist me so firmly, it is clear that he is entangled with no good company." Finally, he sighed. "Shikamaru, no matter what happens, I will always be here. You can come to me anytime." Shikaku ultimately chose to compromise. If Shikamaru was unwilling to speak, then so be it. Shikamaru looked at his father, who appeared to have aged several years. "Well, Dad." He crossed the wooden table in the tea room and embraced Shikaku. "Thank you. Trust me." Shikamaru lifted his gaze to Shikaku, who remained silent, lighting a cigarette. Observing his father's silence, Shikamaru assumed the test had passed. So he quietly picked up another cigarette from the pack and took a puff. Smack! Shikaku slapped the back of Shikamaru's head. "You dare to smoke? Who taught you that?" Shikaku exclaimed. "Finally found an opportunity to hit you. You little brat." Shikamaru crouched down, rubbing his head. "Asuma-sensei taught me." At that moment, Asuma sneezed, rubbing his nose. "Who is cursing me?" Chapter 28. Mission amidst the sweltering summer heat. Asuma leisurely sat beneath the shade of a tree, sipping tea. Oh, how rare it is for Shikamaru to be out in the countryside with Choji and Ino, pulling weeds. Now that is more like it. At this moment, Shikamaru, lost in thought, ambled over to the earnest Choji, who was diligently holding grass in one hand and more grass in the other. Shikamaru approached the naive Choji. "Hey, Choji, I heard that Team 7 has taken on a C-rank mission," Shikamaru said, casting a sideways glance and satisfied to see Ino perk up her ears. "Wow, Team 7 is so impressive," Choji exclaimed, his round eyes wide with admiration. Glancing at the grass in his hands, he felt a pang of disappointment. "Team 7 has Sasuke-kun. If only I could team up with Sasuke-kun, we would definitely go," Ino murmured. "Don't even think about it, pig." Ino punched Choji, stuffing the herbs into Shikamaru's mouth. "Shut up, you lazy bum. Why can't we go? We have Shikamaru too," Choji inquired. "How can this guy compare to Sasuke-kun?" Ino scoffed, raising an eyebrow. Pleased that Choji was on board, Shikamaru expelled a clump of herbs, leaving a stem hanging from his mouth, pondering whether their team, which included Naruto, truly lacked the overall strength to rival Team 7. It was inconceivable. After all, they were known as the Ino Shikacho. He silently formed a V sign with his fingers. "Hey, kids, what are you doing? Hurry up and finish this task. The next one is pressing. We don't want to." Shikamaru observed as Choji and Ino chattered incessantly around the unfortunate Asuma, who was left to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Sigh, what a troublesome day it was. Another day of Asuma's balding head. It should be noted that the shopkeeper witnessed Shikamaru consuming the herbs, leading to Asuma deducting from their task payment. That lazy guy with a shuriken stuck in his head. He ate my medicine. Asuma reluctantly parted with a few of his scarce ryo to quell this crisis. Oh, third Hokage. If this continues, I might have to steal your pension. Ultimately, the kind-hearted Asuma could not resist the trio's pleas and agreed to look for a suitable C-rank mission for them. Shikamaru resignedly acknowledged that one could not outmatch the strong. Observing the proceedings at the Hokage's office, Nara Shikamaru reflected on how his son had just returned home, only to be sent out of the village again. Wait, is there anyone outside the village? Team 10's mission was to eliminate a band of bandits threatening the border between Kusagakure and Kanahegakure, presented by their client. As the third Hokage concluded his briefing, an elderly man clad in faded fabric cautiously entered. To Shikamaru's eyes, the man's sorrowful visage felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of someone he might have known, perhaps someone named Tian Xiaoqiao. I am Tanaka-yu from Kusagakure. The bandits in the mountains slaughtered my family and abducted my granddaughter. He lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Asuma, maintaining a serious demeanor, expressed sympathy. What a coincidence, his surname is indeed Tan. Shikamaru's lifeless eyes widened in surprise. Yay, a C-rank mission. Ino cheered, spinning in delight. Let us leave the village. I want to bring lots of food. Be quiet. Asuma hurriedly attempted to rein in the trio. Embarrassed, he exchanged awkward smiles with the old man and the third Hokage, assuring him, trust us, we will rescue your granddaughter. Then I leave it in your hands. The old man bowed unsteadily. At the barbecue shop, Asuma, with a furrowed brow, admonished the trio, you must not behave so carelessly in front of our client again. Understood. Let us meet at the village entrance tomorrow morning at 8. Choji, do not bring too much food. Ino, wear suitable clothing for the mission. Shikamaru, do not be late. How tedious. Chapter 29. The mission. As dawn's light filtered through the leaves of Kanahegakure, it illuminated the stone path at the village entrance. The members of Team 10, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Choji, gathered punctually at 8. Their mentor, Sarutobi Asuma, awaited them, a lit cigarette dangling from his mouth. His demeanor seemingly relaxed, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of seriousness. This marked Team 10's inaugural C-rank mission, to escort the elderly man from Kusagakure home and rescue his granddaughter from the bandits. Asuma succinctly outlined the mission details. The team nodded in agreement, excitement propelling them toward the village's outskirts. Along the way, the old man remained notably silent, occasionally glancing skyward, his eyes filled with worry. Shikamaru noticed, but refrained from inquiring further. Ino and Choji engaged in light banter, maintaining a relatively cheerful atmosphere. As the morning mist lingered, Shikamaru observed the old man's fingers tightly gripping the edge of his tattered garment. The gray-brown fabric had faded, the sleeves worn thin, and dirt stains clung stubbornly to the creases. The old man's stooped back resembled a bamboo branch bent under the weight of existence. Every few steps, he leaned heavily on his cane, which left uneven impressions in the damp earth. Ino deliberately slowed her pace to walk alongside him, occasionally offering support, only to be stubbornly rebuffed. Grandpa, what does your granddaughter look like? Choji broke the silence, munching on a grilled rice ball, hoping to uplift the somber mood. The old man's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with life. His cracked lips trembled as he spoke. She has red hair tied with a ribbon and a small mole beneath her left eye. He abruptly succumbed to a fit of coughing, prompting Ino to hurriedly offer him her water pouch, while Shikamaru noticed the old man discreetly wiping away tears with his sleeve. As they navigated through the thickets, Shikamaru's shadow unexpectedly ensnared the debris at the old man's feet. Just then, the old man's cane slipped on the moss, and the stones scattered as if pushed aside by an invisible hand. Be cautious, Shikamaru lazily warned, but the old man snapped around, his gaze penetrating through Shikamaru's feigned nonchalance. Young man, what did you just? Shikamaru? Choji interrupted. A rustling in the grass to their left caught Shikamaru's attention as he instinctively reached out. A white rabbit transformed into a crimson hare before his eyes. The old man was fixated on the fading remnants of Shikamaru's chakra. With surprising strength, the old man's gnarled hand seized Shikamaru's wrist, his grip alarmingly firm. Can you leaf ninjas really bring back the living? Asuma's expression darkened. Shikamaru stood at the village's entrance, his brow furrowing at the sight before him. The houses appeared dilapidated and crumbling, their walls marred by cracks that threatened to collapse at any moment. The rooftops were in disrepair, some patched with straw, giving an impression of extreme poverty. The streets were narrow and muddy, littered with debris, and a damp, musty scent pervaded the air. He approached a small dwelling, noticing the doorframe had rotted away, riddled with insect holes. Through the half-open door, dim light revealed a few tattered straw mats on the floor and several broken clay pots stacked in the corner. An oil lamp hung on the wall, its wick long extinguished, leaving only soot marking the wall. The entire place felt oppressive and desolate, as if the very air had thickened. Shikamaru inhaled deeply, a weight settling in his chest. He had never imagined that life in Kusagaku could be so harsh. Every detail around him spoke of the villagers' struggles and helplessness, prompting him to contemplate the significance of their mission more profoundly. The old man gratefully bowed to them before quietly entering the house. Team 10 sighed in relief. They had completed half of their task, with the next step being the rescue of his granddaughter. Everyone, get some rest tonight. We will head to the bandits' lair first thing tomorrow morning, Asuma instructed. The team nodded in agreement and entered a room together. Ino, have you considered that I am a girl? Choji, the old man is so poor. Shikamaru, you are a girl. Chapter 30. The mission part 2. Early the next morning, Team 10, under Asuma's guidance, stealthily approached the bandits' hideout. Asuma instructed the team to hold their positions while he scouted ahead. He returned shortly, his expression grave. There are plenty of them. But we have yet to locate the old man's granddaughter, Asuma murmured. We must proceed with caution. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping in. He glanced at Ino and Choji, noticing their tension mirrored his own. Yet, with the mission at hand, they had no alternative. Let us commence the operation, Shikamaru declared decisively. Asuma nodded, signaling them to remain vigilant. Team 10 stealthily infiltrated the bandit hideout. Shikamaru employed the shadow imitation technique to control several guards, while Ino utilized the mind transfer technique to gather intelligence. Choji stood guard, ready to assist at a moment's notice. However, their operation was soon compromised. Bandits rushed out, including several ninjas. Despite their training, Team 10 felt a wave of panic in the face of genuine adversaries, particularly the seasoned ninjas. Ino's technique was effortlessly countered, leaving her scrambling under their onslaught. Seeing this, Choji rushed forward, using the expansion jutsu to block the attack. Yet, his movements were clumsy, exposing him to a punishing blow that sent him crashing to the ground. Shikamaru felt a surge of anxiety, but he knew panic would not serve them well. He quickly regained his composure, utilizing the shadow imitation technique to subdue several adversaries, and then called out loudly, Ino, Choji, focus. We cannot falter here. Upon hearing Shikamaru's voice, Ino and Choji felt a jolt of determination and swiftly adjusted their states. Ino once again employed the mind transfer technique, this time successfully controlling an enemy to attack his own comrades. Choji, on the other hand, used the expansion technique to enlarge his body, delivering a powerful punch that sent multiple foes flying. The battle intensified, and although the members of Team 10 lacked experience, their harmonious cooperation and indomitable spirit gradually turned the tide in their favor. Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique played a pivotal role in the skirmish, as he continuously manipulated the enemies to disrupt their formation. Ino and Choji seized the opportunity to launch their attacks, toppling enemies one by one. Ultimately, Team 10 painstakingly eradicated the bandit den. They gasped for breath, their bodies marred with wounds, yet their hearts brimmed with the joy of victory. However, when they found the old man's granddaughter, the sight before them plunged them into silence. In the cramped, airless basement, the 12-year-old girl had been so brutally tormented that she was barely recognizable, her body covered in scars, her gaze hollow and devoid of life. Upon seeing the members of Team 10, a flicker of hope flashed in her eyes, only to dim again almost immediately. Where's Grandpa? The girl weakly inquired. Shikamaru's heart tightened. He realized that the old man had not come along. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Just as he was about to step forward, the girl suddenly broke free from his grasp and lunged toward a nearby blade. Blood splattered across Team 10's faces, and they stood frozen, helplessly watching as the girl collapsed to the ground, her life slipping away rapidly. Everything transpired too swiftly. Even Asuma failed to react in time. Ino covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks, while Choji knelt on the ground, his hands trembling as he struggled to accept the grim reality. Shikamaru stood there, closing his eyes, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. He had believed this mission would conclude successfully, yet the outcome proved to be devastatingly cruel. He glanced at Ino and Choji. This was their first mission, after all. The members of Team 10 silently gathered the girl's remains and carried her back to the old man's home. Upon seeing them return without his granddaughter, the old man, standing at the door, comprehended the grim truth. How is she? He trembled as he asked. Shikamaru lowered his head, remaining silent for a moment before speaking with great difficulty. I'm sorry, we couldn't save her. The old man shut his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. He silently turned and entered the house, uttering not another word. Team 10 stood at the doorway, their hearts heavy with guilt and sorrow. They had thought this mission would be straightforward, a means to reunite the old man with his granddaughter, yet it culminated in such a tragic outcome. Did we do something wrong? Ino asked softly, her voice quivering with emotion. Shikamaru shook his head, sighing. No, we did nothing wrong. Sometimes, this world is just that cruel. Choji clenched his fists, anger flashing in his eyes. How could those bandits treat an innocent girl this way? Shikamaru placed a comforting hand on Choji's shoulder, saying, we have already paid the price for them. Now, what we must do is remember this lesson and move forward. You all did well, Asuma suddenly spoke up. Though the outcome was not ideal, you gave it your all. Shikamaru lifted his head, a bitter smile forming. What does trying our best matter? We failed. Asuma shook his head firmly. The success of a mission is not solely determined by the result. More importantly, it lies in what you learn from the experience. This mission has shown you the harshness of the world and made you aware of your shortcomings. That is what truly matters. Ino and Choji listened to Asuma's words, their hearts easing slightly. They understood that he was right. Although this mission had failed, they had gained invaluable experience from it. What should we do from here? Choji asked quietly. Asuma smiled and patted Choji on the shoulder. Continue training, continue growing. You are still young, and the road ahead is long. As long as you do not give up, you will one day become stronger. Shikamaru nodded, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. Indeed. We cannot be disheartened by a single failure. We must grow stronger to protect more people. Ino wiped her tears, managing a faint smile. Yes, let us strive together. Asuma gazed at his three students with concern, advising them to rest for the night before returning and checking on the old man, fearing he might do something rash. That evening, in the dilapidated little house, the trio of youth, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, lay side by side, heads resting together, unable to sleep. Shikamaru reflected on the events of the mission, aware that the road ahead was still long and fraught with more challenges and difficulties. Yet, as long as they did not surrender, continued to strive, they would one day become strong enough to protect those they cherished. This world is truly troublesome, Shikamaru sighed, closing his eyes. However, glancing at his companions, who were still discreetly wiping their tears, he resolved that no matter how arduous the future might be, he would not easily give up. Together with Ino and Choji, he would forge ahead until they became capable shinobi in their own right. Chapter 31. Reinforcements the following day. The trio arose early, sluggishly preparing to wash up and pack their belongings for the journey home. We are not returning to the village just yet, Asuma broke the silence, clapping his hands to draw their attention. We've received word that Team 7's C-rank mission has been escalated to a B-rank emergency. They are facing the legendary rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi, and require our assistance. Zabuza? The 7 ninja swordsman? Yes, he is one of the S-rank rogue ninjas wanted by the Mist Village. They are currently regrouping, and we must hurry to rendezvous with them. Can you still move? Asuma frowned, looking worriedly at his young charges. Of course we can. Ino exclaimed, her spirit ignited. I must help Sakura. Choji, unusually foregoing food, nodded gravely. What a hassle, Shikamaru rolled his eyes, yet he too concurred. All right, Team 10, let us move out. What fate awaits Team 10 this time? In the forest, the morning mist thickened like impenetrable milk as the 3 members of Team 10 stood atop a tree trunk, observing the indistinct figures below rising and falling over the lake's surface. Naruto once again tumbled into the water, splashing droplets that shimmered like rainbows in the morning sun. Sasuke's kunai embedded deeply into a 30-meter-high tree, while Sakura's pink hair, drenched in dew, left a winding trail on the trunk. Is this what Kakashi-sensei referred to as special training? Ino's voice trembled. Just 2 days prior, she had been retching in the bandit den, and now her nails were still stained with the blood she had not yet washed off. Asuma extinguished his cigarette but against the bark. Go and greet them. Just as Shikamaru was about to leap down from the branch, he noticed the back of Sasuke's neck. The Uchiha orphan was using a kunai to slice his palm, blood dripping onto the lake and creating fine ripples. This madman was using pain to stimulate chakra control. No wonder he had completed the tree climbing training in just 3 days. Hey, Naruto suddenly emerged from the water, waving with a head full of water plants. ISNT that the guy who always says, "What a hassle." The water's surface erupted into 3-meter-high waves. Shikamaru's toes lightly tapped the water surface 3 times, chakra spreading like a spider web, and before he realized it, he was already standing atop the splash created by Naruto. The eyes of Team 7 widened simultaneously. This feat required the chakra control of a Chunin to achieve water surface hovering. "When did you learn to do that?" Ino's voice called from the shore. Shikamaru gazed at his blurry reflection on the water's surface. The image of the girl who had taken her own life suddenly surfaced in the ripples. His foot's chakra suddenly became chaotic, and he plunged straight into the water. "Fool." Naruto laughed heartily, splashing the surface. "Do you want me to teach you how to tailgate?" Sasuke's kunai whizzed past Naruto's ear, embedding itself deeply into the tree trunk that Shikamaru was about to support. The black-haired youth stood atop a tree 40 meters high, his fingertips still glowing with the blue light of Raiton. "You were deliberately concealing your strength just now, weren't you?" Kakashi's voice suddenly emerged from the mist. "Everyone, today we will have extra training." His forehead protector still obscured his left eye, yet his right hand gripped the sizzling Raikiri, completing 500 water surface jumps amidst the torrential rain created by the false darkness of Raiton. "This could kill us, Kakashi-sensei." Sakura's scream startled a flock of water birds. Shikamaru wiped the water from his face, only to suddenly realize Kakashi's single eye was fixed on him. That gaze, as precise as a scalpel, seemed to dissect all the secrets he kept hidden in the shadows. As the torrential rain poured down, he consciously gathered chakra at his toes, not to conceal his strength this time, but to suppress the churn in his stomach. As night fell, Naruto was charred fifth fish with chakra. The campfire illuminated the 17 new blood streaks on Sasuke's arm, while Sakura bandaged Choji's fingers burned by Raiton. Ino, while practicing chakra on the water's surface, would unconsciously search for non-existent bloodstains in the ripples. Everyone was diligently training, and during this journey, these children had all grown to varying degrees. Shikamaru lay on the highest branch, watching the moon flicker in and out of the thunderclouds. When Kakashi silently appeared beside him, his shadow had already ensnared the opponent's ankle. "During my time in the Umbu, I encountered too many precocious children." Kakashi's forehead protector had somehow been lifted, revealing his crimson Sharingan spinning with 3 tomo. They either burned out on missions, or... He suddenly pressed down on Shikamaru's hand that was forming seals, trapping him in a cage named safety. Lightning split the night sky, and the downpour once again cascaded down. This time, there was no false darkness ninjutsu, only a true storm. Shikamaru's chakra exploded beneath his feet, and for the first time, he allowed his shadows to blanket the entire lake like a black tide. Each wave crest stood a shadowy Shikamaru, simultaneously practicing 360 different sealing techniques. The true way for genius to survive. Kakashi's voice mingled with the sound of rain, as the light of Raikiri illuminated a 3-meter radius around them, allowing them to shine brightly under the premise of ensuring their safe return home. Well, enough rambling. Shikamaru glanced back at the silvery-haired figure. Chapter 32. Hope. As the morning light penetrated the sea mist, Shikamaru buried his face in his damp pillow, feigning death. The thunderstorm created by Kakashi's Raiton from the previous night still thundered in his eardrums, and his muscles felt as if trampled by 20 ninja dogs in turn. The most terrifying part was that the white-haired Jounin had actually shown up at 3 in the morning with a cheeky grin. "Hey, want to try flipping through books with shadow imitation?" "My life is over," Shikamaru thought, inserting his kunai into the wood grain at the head of his bed, counting to the 7th ring of the year when a sudden crash of dishes echoed from downstairs. Downstairs, Inari stood beside the overturned dining table, clutching a half-moldy loaf of bread. This small boy had dark shadows beneath his eyes, staring at the ravenous Naruto like a wounded cub. "What do you outsiders know? No matter how hard you train, you can't change the land of waves." Naruto, with his cheeks stuffed with grilled fish, froze as grease dripped onto his forehead protector. Sasuke's chopsticks suddenly pierced the bread in Inari's hand, pinning it firmly to the doorframe. "Hey, you're blocking the light. Tailgater, can't even control chakra properly." Inari kicked over the water bucket by his feet, muddy seawater splashing onto Naruto's pants. "My father worked even harder back in the day, and in the end, they couldn't even find his body." The air suddenly thickened, and an orange chakra aura enveloped Naruto. Shikamaru, still in bed, felt his pupils slightly constrict. This fool's chakra was going wild. "You're right. Naruto suddenly grabbed Inari's wrist and dashed toward the sea, jumping into the waves amid everyone's exclamations. But I still want to try? As salty seawater filled his nostrils, Inari witnessed an unbelievable sight. Naruto floundered like a clumsy otter atop the waves, his chakra fluctuating around his feet. Each descent engulfed him in more seawater, yet those azure eyes remained astonishingly bright. Look at me, I'm indeed quite terrible. As Naruto surfaced for the 8th time, clutching a shattered shell, he suddenly grinned. But if I give up today, I won't even see this pathetic self tomorrow. Inari felt a rusted fishhook in his pocket. His father's rough palm seemed to cover his hand again. When Naruto was slammed into the rocks for the 13th time, he suddenly realized his tears mingled with the seawater. Ah, hope in the waves. Shikamaru hung his head, eating breakfast while the others had already gone to train. Oh, Shikamaru, you're quite the summarizer. A certain white-haired delinquent teacher snatched the buttered bread Shikamaru had bitten into. As the sunset bathed the training ground in amber, Naruto was lost in thought, staring at the water's surface. His chakra erupted, creating comical ripples, like a deflating beach ball. Sasuke had long completed 500 water training jumps. Now hanging upside down from a tree, sneering, a tailgater is just a tailgater. Hey, Shikamaru. Naruto suddenly elbowed Shikamaru, who was passing by. Your secret to precisely controlling chakra isn't just eating 10 pounds of walnuts every day for brain power, is it? Shikamaru was speechless when suddenly his shadow ensnared Naruto's ankle, giving him a gentle push as he fell into the water. To his astonishment, Naruto found himself standing on the water's surface, indigo chakra spreading like a spider's web beneath him. The secret is, Shikamaru gazed at the returning seabirds, the image of a girl colliding with a blade flashing before him, allowing himself to fail 99 times. He casually picked up a stone to skip across the water, making perfect concentric circles, but each time, he aimed to hold on for 1 second longer than before. Naruto stared blankly at his reflection in the water, suddenly realizing Shikamaru's shadow was quietly supporting his feet. This guy, who always complained about trouble, was actually helping him adjust his chakra flow with shadow techniques. I say, Shikamaru. He turned and walked toward the woods, his voice mingling with the sea breeze. But if you want to become Hokage, don't let these small matters defeat you. Naruto stared blankly at Shikamaru's retreating figure. Kakashi turned a page of Intimate Paradise. Bet your ninja tool pouch. That kid will train until midnight. Asuma ignited a newly bought lighter. Bet 3 months' worth of cigarette money. He'll sneak off to sleep in 5 minutes. Both looked toward the training ground where Naruto was grinning and bouncing on the water's surface, while Shikamaru seemed lazily leaning against a rock, actually weaving a chakra net beneath the sea with his shadow. Further away, Inari was teaching Ino how to remove rust from fishhooks with chakra, while Choji held up herbs picked by Sakura with his multiplication technique. As the first star twinkled, Naruto finally completed 10 consecutive water jumps. His excited cheers startled the seabirds roosting for the night, and Shikamaru's complaints mingled with the flapping of wings. This is so troublesome. Now Sasuke will glare at me all night. Chapter 33, New Sprouts. The final battle of the day dawned. The sea mist crystallized into ice before dawn, the delicate cracking sound like the reaper sharpening his scythe. Shikamaru's fingertips brushed over the cracks in the bridge's surface. The chakra threads buried last night were now burning hot, an indication that the 7th trap set by Team 10 had been triggered. The salty wind suddenly stilled, and the waves froze into jagged ice sculptures, 2 crimson points glowing in the thick mist 300 meters away, the first sunlight refracting off the executioner's blade. Ino's earrings swayed of their own accord, the ripples of her heart-turning technique colliding with the chakra of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Choji's throat rolled as he swallowed his soldier pills, the multiplication technique diagram beneath his feet transforming the wood grain of the bridge into muscle texture. The kunai in Sasuke's hand glistened with dew, and the newly awakened Sharingan slowly rotated beneath the shadow of his forehead protector, capturing every unusual crease in the mist flow. 27 meters to the southeast, the humidity surged beyond 30%. Shikamaru's shadow sketched coordinates in the puddle, pointing towards the 3 o'clock direction of white. Before he could finish his sentence, Naruto had already unleashed multiple shadow clones, crashing into the fog wall. The orange chakra pierced through the gloom like a lighthouse, illuminating the chilling light of 12 suspended ice mirrors. Suddenly, Ino's kunai trembled as her chakra sensed the metallic scent of blood rising from beneath the ground. reminiscent of the rust from the bandit hideout 3 days prior. The anguished cry of a seagull plummeted from the sky, its feathers mingling with ice shards that struck Sasuke's shoulder. Kakashi's sound of lifting his forehead protector resembled the breaking of a seal from the death god's ledger. Amidst the explosive blue light of Raikiri, the group finally discerned the figure emerging from the mist, Zabuza Momochi, with melting snow resting on his shoulders. Each step leaving bloody footprints on the bridge, the cracks in his white mask oozing pale pink ice crystals, resembling frost flowers formed from tears. The bridge beneath their feet awakened as a bloodthirsty beast, each wooden splinter transforming into inverted fangs. The dense fog, laden with the stench of blood, enveloped the broken bridge, while fragments of the white mask danced amidst the chaotic chakra currents. Team 10's trio formed a pentagram formation with Team 7, Shikamaru's shadow slithering through the puddle, suddenly ensnaring Sasuke's ankle and yanking him back as the decapitating sword grazed the tip of the Uchiha boy's nose, striking the ground. The 7th trap. Shikamaru's kunai embedded itself 3 inches behind Naruto, and the lightning chakra detonated the buried explosive tags. As water splashed and metal fragments flew, Sasuke's Sharingan finally captured the true form of the Mist Ninja. Multiplication technique, meatball needle battle car. Choji curled into a spiked iron ball and charged southeast. 300 toxic kunai shot forth from the mist, only to be manipulated by Ino's mind-body switch technique, reversing to pierce deep into the fog. At the moment the screams erupted, Shikamaru's shadow raced along the trajectory of the kunai, finally ensnaring the figure shouldering the bandaged sword. Gotcha! Shikamaru bit his fingertip, and the ground suddenly bore the emblem of the Nara clan, covering half the broken bridge. This was the shadow binding formation he had developed with Kakashi during their special training 3 days prior, capable of tripling the range of shadow techniques. Zabuza suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, cleaving his shadow. You think I'm a third-rate ninja? The severed shadow transformed into a water clone that exploded, revealing the true ninja emerging from the puddle behind Sasuke. Raikiri. Kakashi's furious shout coincided with the screech of Chidori. Yet their path was obstructed by the array of ice mirrors. In the most perilous moment, Naruto pressed a chakra kunai against his own chest. Are you insane? Sasuke's pupils dilated. The kunai did not explode. Instead, it morphed into golden chakra chains that ensnared the entire Team 7. This was a technique Naruto had stealthily learned from Shikamaru during his special training, materializing chakra for group defense. At the instant the chains tightened, 10 ice kunai froze just half an inch from Sakura's throat. This is the moment. Shikamaru's shadow suddenly split into 7 strands, simultaneously piercing the reflections of all the ice mirrors. As White's figure tumbled from the mirror, Ino's mind-body switch technique had been lying in wait. Secret technique. Heart disarray performance. The controlled ice ninja abruptly redirected the kunai towards Zabuza, forcing the demon to retract his decapitating sword for defense. This critical opening was simultaneously struck by Sasuke's great fireball technique and Kakashi's Raikiri, the intertwined beams of lightning and fire illuminating the entire sea. It's not over yet. The charred Zabuza hurled a chain blade, targeting Tezuna's granddaughter, Inari. Naruto's shadow clones lunged at the chain, only to be successively sliced apart, and in that crucial moment, Choji shielded the fatal blow with his back. Choji! Ino screamed. While Shikamaru's shadow surged up Zabuza's arm like lightning, 10 kunai laden with explosive tags flew from Sasuke's sleeve, perfectly adhering to Zabuza's entire form along the shadow's trajectory. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, the group beheld an astonishing sight. Fragments of White's ice mirrors formed a shield around Naruto. This boy who should have perished using his last chakra to protect his foe. Zabuza cradled White's increasingly frigid body, a single blood tear from his lone eye spreading on the foundation of Tezuna's bridge. Everything had come to an end. After teaching the self-satisfied Kato a lesson, the group gazed wearily at the distant setting sun. It was time to name the bridge. Kakashi retracted his affectionate paradise. Naruto suddenly leaped onto the highest bridge pier, his scorched forehead protector gleaming in the sunset. How about calling it the Bridge of Heroes? Too cliché, Sasuke scoffed, wiping his shuriken. Sakura suddenly pointed in astonishment. From the bridge seam stained with Zabuza's blood, a pure white coral grass was flourishing defiantly. Ultimately, this colossal bridge connecting 2 worlds was named Exainya. That night, Team 10 convened at their temporary camp to review the battle. On Shikamaru's tactical notes, a new line appeared. The most perfect trap requires the opponent to trigger it personally. Meanwhile, Naruto stuffed half a shard of ice crystal beneath his pillow, inscribed with the words "Never give up." As the sea mist rose once more, Sasuke Sharingan retained the image of Shikamaru manipulating 7 shadow clones simultaneously forming seals. That troublesome guy, who always complained, had quietly absorbed 70% of the impact of the final explosion with his shadow, just as he had subtly adjusted Naruto's Rasengan trajectory with chakra threads. Damn it, even he surpasses me. How can I kill that man? This bridge named Xian you may very well be nurturing the light of a ninja that transcends the ages. Chapter 34. The Eve on the Return Journey. Naruto insisted on competing with Shikamaru in splashing water. Ultimately, after the 37th plunge, the fool finally realized that Shikamaru's shadow had been supporting him beneath the water. You trickster. Naruto, drenched, climbed up the bridge pier, only to find Shikamaru using his shadow to retrieve a medical kit that had fallen into the water for Sakura. That's called strategy. Shikamaru languidly lounged in the shade, yet his shadow quietly ensnared Sasuke's ankle, causing the posing Uchiha boy to tumble headfirst into the river. As Sasuke crawled back onto the shore, his Sharingan filled with murderous intent, Shikamaru had already hidden behind Ino. A girl must protect her troublesome companions. Ino rolled her eyes and turned to sell Shikamaru to Choji, a barbecue meal for his position information. Choji immediately revealed 3 snack spots where Shikamaru concealed himself in the tree, causing Shikamaru to lament his poor choice of friends. Hey Shikamaru. Naruto suddenly burst from the water, clutching a wriggling fish. Let us have grilled fish for dinner. Shikamaru's shadow abruptly ensnared the fish's tail, casually tossing it back into the river. What a hassle. I don't want to eat your charred offerings again. What did you say? Naruto lunged at him, only to be tripped by Shikamaru's shadow, landing headfirst into Choji's recently opened snack bag. Asuma and Kakashi silently lit a cigarette amidst the chaotic return to the village. Ah, youth. The words felt strange coming from him. Asuma frowned. Who said you could say that? Red-haired Kakashi hadn't finished his sentence when a final syllable emerged, only to be met with Asuma's blade. The silver-haired ninja withdrew his sword, grinning at the flustered face of the bearded man across from him. Upon returning to Konoha, Team 10 and Team 7 commenced their chaotic daily routines. Shikamaru always seemed to pass by whenever Naruto made a fool of himself, using his shadow techniques to alleviate the awkwardness. One day, as Naruto was chased by Sasuke's great fireball, Shikamaru's shadow unexpectedly wrapped around his ankle and yanked him aside, causing the fireball to narrowly miss Naruto's rear end and ignite Kakashi's affectionate paradise, who had been slacking behind a tree. Shikamaru. Kakashi's voice emerged from the smoke. Do you want to train with this handsome jonin tonight? What a hassle. The shameless Shikamaru lay on the rooftop soaking up the sun, silently flipping over. Ino discovered this and immediately used her mind sensory technique to inform on him, resulting in Shikamaru's snacks being swapped for bitter melon jerky the next day. This is revenge. Shikamaru gazed at the bitter melon in his bento box, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. This is strategy. Ino triumphantly waved her snack bag, declaring, your supplies now belong to me. Choji, oblivious to Shikamaru's resentful glare, savored his food with great delight. At that moment, Sakura passed by and seized the opportunity to snap a photo of Shikamaru's dismay, claiming she would sell it to 1010 for intel fees. 1 week prior to the Chunin exams, Shikamaru had set up a triple trap at the training ground, intending to teach Naruto, who frequently stole his techniques, a lesson. However, it was Sasuke who fell victim first, hanging upside down from a tree while still forming hand seals. Kakashi, passing by, nearly laughed out loud but was ensnared by Shikamaru's shadow, tumbling into Choji's snack bag. Shikamaru sighed at the sight of Team 7 trapped in his traps, lamenting, can't you let me enjoy a moment of peace? Before he could finish, Ino's mind-body switch technique had taken control of his body, forcing him into various embarrassing poses. Sakura once again seized the moment to take a picture, stating she would sell it to 1010 for intel fees. It seems the intel fees are quite substantial. This has happened several times. Meanwhile, Naruto took the chance to snatch Choji's snacks, only to discover they were all military rations, meant for Choji's tactical reserves. Shikamaru's shadow stealthily wrapped around Naruto's ankle. It was time to settle the score. Under the setting sun, the training ground echoed with cries of despair. Kakashi and Asuma hid behind a tree, stifling their laughter, when Guy suddenly leaped out, shouting, this is youth, only to be tripped by Shikamaru's shadow and fall into the trap. From within the trap, Guy slowly raised his hand, giving a thumbs up. The notice for the Chunin exams arrived amidst this chaos. Shikamaru looked at the registration form in his hand, then at Choji and Ino, ensnared by his shadow, suddenly realizing that the coming month would be quite lively. What a bother. He lay on the roof, while his shadow quietly assisted Ino in organizing exam materials. Shikamaru, you're slacking off again. Naruto's voice called from below. Just so you know, I'm participating in the Chunin exams. That's called conserving energy, Shikamaru lazily replied, as his shadow discreetly tripped Naruto. You cheat, Naruto exclaimed, scrambling to the roof in indignation. Shikamaru sighed as his shadow suddenly wrapped around Naruto's ankle, pulling him closer. Be quiet, I'm strategizing. Naruto paused, then broke into a radiant smile. Then I'm counting on you. Under the setting sun, the shadows of two young boys intertwined. Chapter 35, Wind and Sand. In Konoha village, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. With the Chunin exams approaching, the entire village was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and excitement. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were walking towards the registration area. Naruto, as always, was brimming with enthusiasm, continuously pumping his fists and shouting about becoming a Chunin. Hey, Sasuke, Sakura, do you think there will be many strong opponents in this exam? He asked, glancing back at them, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets, cast a cold glance at him. Just don't hold us back. Sakura sighed with exasperation. Naruto, you should be thinking about how to pass the exam first. Don't cause any trouble. Naruto muttered in dissatisfaction, ready to retort, when suddenly a commotion arose ahead. The trio looked up to see three unfamiliar ninjas standing not far away, dressed in Sunagakure attire, displaying indifferent expressions with a hint of disdain in their gazes. Are those ninjas from Sunagakure? Sakura whispered, her brow slightly furrowing. Naruto, however, paid them no mind, striding forward with a grin. Hey, are you here for the Chunin exams too? You seem pretty strong. Among the three, the leader was a red-haired boy with a kanji for love etched on his forehead, his icy gaze betraying an indifference to everything around him. Beside him stood a blonde girl wielding a massive fan, exuding arrogance. Lastly, a burly boy loomed behind them, carrying a large gourd and sporting a fierce expression. The red-haired boy cast a cold glance at Naruto without responding. The blonde girl sneered. Konoha's genin are quite noisy. Naruto paused, somewhat irritated, scratching his head. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? I'm going to be the Hokage, so you better treat me with respect. Sasuke stepped forward, his gaze icy as he surveyed the trio. Ninjas from Sunagakure, you don't seem that impressive. The red-haired boy's eyes flickered, seemingly intrigued by Sasuke. He slowly spoke, his voice deep and gravelly. Uchiha Sasuke, I've heard of you. Sasuke frowned, about to respond, when a lazy voice interrupted from behind. Hey, don't cause trouble here. Everyone turned to see Shikamaru casually strolling over with his hands in his pockets, a look of mild annoyance on his face, seemingly troubled by the situation. Shikamaru? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? Shikamaru shrugged. Just passing by, saw you making a racket, so I came to check it out. Shikamaru discreetly cast a glance at the blonde girl, recalling that she was noted as his future wife in his book, but considering her appearance, he doubted it would ever come to pass. Is it possible that you're also just a kid? The blonde girl scoffed, another genin from Konoha. It seems you Konoha folks love to meddle. Shikamaru regarded her lazily. I don't want any trouble. I just think arguing here benefits neither side. The red-haired boy's gaze shifted to Shikamaru, a flicker of something unusual in his eyes. He spoke slowly. Nara Shikamaru, I've heard of you. They say you're quite clever. Shikamaru was taken aback, then smiled. Didn't he expect to be quite famous? By the way, how come everyone has heard of me? Naruto, growing impatient, waved his hand. Hey, Shikamaru, stop wasting time with them. Let us go register. Shikamaru nodded, about to turn away when he suddenly sensed a menacing aura approaching from behind. He quickly turned around to find the red-haired boy had silently appeared behind him, holding a sharp kunai pointed at his throat. So fast. Shikamaru was startled, retreating several steps to create distance. Naruto, seeing this, erupted in anger. Hey, what do you think you're doing? The red-haired boy coldly regarded Shikamaru, his voice low. I want to see just how formidable Konoha's clever one truly is. Sasuke's eyes flashed with battle intent as he prepared to step forward, but Shikamaru raised a hand to stop him. Don't be reckless. This guy is not simple. Taking a deep breath, Shikamaru's gaze sharpened. He knew well that this red-haired boy, Gaara, was host to Shikaku, the One-Tail, possessing terrifying strength. Yet he displayed no surprise, remaining exceptionally calm. Naruto, Sasuke, step back. I'll handle this, Shikamaru whispered. Naruto, reluctant, nodded. Be careful, Shikamaru. Sasuke, on the other hand, was unwilling to concede, wishing he could slice both Shikamaru and Gaara into pieces. Shikamaru smiled slightly, quickly forming hand seals, shadow mimic technique. Instantly, his shadow sprang to life, swiftly extending toward Gaara. Gaara's eyes widened in surprise as he quickly retreated to evade the shadow's grasp. Interesting, Gaara murmured, then formed hand seals, causing the ground to erupt in a cloud of sand, sweeping towards Shikamaru. Shikamaru frowned, leaping aside to dodge the sand attack. He understood that his opponent's ninjutsu was extraordinarily cunning and required careful handling. Shadow binding technique. Shikamaru formed seals once more, his shadow slithering like a serpent toward Gaara. Gaara snorted coldly, his body instantly transforming into sand, evading the shadow's binding. This individual indeed possesses the ability to transform into sand. Nara Shikamaru silently nodded in affirmation of the intelligence from the original narrative. At that moment, Naruto suddenly charged forward, brandishing a kunai aimed directly at Gaara. Hey, do not bully my friend. Gaara cast a cold glance at Naruto, casually waving his hand, and a formidable sandstorm instantly swept Naruto away. He landed heavily on the ground, groaning in pain. Naruto! Sakura exclaimed, rushing over to help him up. Sasuke's eyes flickered with anger, and as he prepared to move forward, Shikamaru once again intervened. Do not act impulsively. This guy's strength far surpasses ours. Engaging him directly is futile. The situation aggravated Sasuke further. Shikamaru took a deep breath, his gaze growing resolute. He understood that he must devise a way to protect Naruto while also avoiding a direct confrontation with their adversary. Shadow imitation technique. Multiple bindings. Shikamaru quickly formed hand seals, and his shadow instantaneously split into several strands, weaving toward Gaara from various directions. Gaara's eyes glimmered with disdain as his body transformed into sand once more, eluding the shadow's grasp. However, a slight smile of triumph crept across Shikamaru's lips. You fell for my trick, he murmured. Gaara paused, suddenly realizing that the ground beneath him had been enveloped by Shikamaru's shadow at some point. His body was instantaneously ensnared, rendering him immobile. What? A flicker of surprise crossed Gaara's eyes, clearly unprepared for Shikamaru's cunning. Shikamaru smiled faintly. Although your ninjutsu is formidable, my shadow imitation technique is no trivial matter. Gaara regarded Shikamaru coldly, a hint of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. You think this can restrain me? Shikamaru shrugged. At the very least, it buys us some time. Just then, Shikamaru effortlessly maneuvered through the sand surrounding Gaara, playfully pinching Gaara's cheek with a teasing smile. Oh, I didn't expect you to have such an adorable side. This scene left everyone present in a state of shock. Temari and Kankuro stared wide-eyed, incredulous at Shikamaru's audacity. They had never witnessed anyone traverse Gaara's sand so effortlessly, let alone pinch his face. Who on earth is this guy? Temari muttered, her eyes filled with astonishment. Kankuro echoed her disbelief. Gaara's sand is ineffective against him? Gaara himself was taken aback. He had never anticipated that someone could approach him so easily, much less dare to pinch his face. A complex mixture of anger and confusion flickered in his eyes. Shikamaru withdrew his hand, grinning lazily. No need to be so tense. I was merely jesting. Gaara shot a cold glare at Shikamaru, his eyes radiating intent to kill. You are courting death. Shikamaru shrugged. I have no desire to fight you. I simply think you should relax a bit. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly rushed forward, kunai aimed at Gaara's throat. Don't move, or I won't hold back. Gaara regarded Sasuke coolly, unperturbed. He spoke slowly. Uchiha Sasuke, do you think this will defeat me? Sasuke frowned, ready to strike when a low voice from behind commanded, Stop. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man clad in Suna village attire approaching with a serious expression. He glanced at Gaara and spoke softly. Gaara, do not cause trouble here. Gaara coldly regarded the man before gradually retracting the sand. Shikamaru, seeing this, also withdrew his shadow imitation technique, letting out a sigh of relief. Well, that was troublesome. The middle-aged man looked at Shikamaru, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Nara Shikamaru, your strength is commendable. Shikamaru smiled. Thank you for the compliment. The man nodded and then led Gaara and the other two Suna ninjas away. Naruto, rising from the ground, grumbled in dissatisfaction. Hey, Shikamaru, why did you just let them go? Shikamaru sighed in resignation. Naruto, their strength far exceeds ours. Engaging them directly is unwise. Besides, the Chunin exams are about to commence, and we need to conserve our energy. Sasuke shot Shikamaru a cold glance, a complex expression crossing his face. He murmured, Shikamaru, your performance was quite commendable. Shikamaru awkwardly smiled, noting the palpable tension emanating from Sasuke. Well, it seems I overshadowed the main character. How troublesome. Sakura helped Naruto to his feet, expressing concern. We should hurry to register, lest we waste time. Everyone nodded and proceeded towards the registration area. However, a sense of unease began to stir within Shikamaru. He was acutely aware that the red-haired youth, Gaara, was no ordinary opponent. During the Chunin exams, they might very well cross paths again. At that time, Shikamaru would need to find a way to protect Naruto and ensure both Team 10 and Team 7 reached the finish line safely. What a hassle! Shikamaru muttered under his breath, a flicker of resignation in his eyes. Meanwhile, Gaara walked amidst the Suna ninja ranks, his gaze icy. His mind replayed the earlier encounter with Shikamaru, feeling an unbidden thrill within. Nara Shikamaru is intriguing, Gaara murmured softly, a hint of battle spirit igniting in his eyes. The curtain for the Chunin exams had been drawn, and the ninjas from Konoha and Suna were set to engage in a fierce contest, guided by the hands of fate. Chapter 36. The examination. Nara Shikamaru ambled lazily down the staircase leading to the examination hall, his hands tucked into his pockets, an expression of impatience etched upon his face. He glanced upward at the top of the staircase, muttering to himself, the Chunin exams, what a bother. I would much prefer to find a quiet spot and lie down to watch the clouds. Yet, it appeared he would soon encounter Orochimaru again, and he shuddered at the thought of the man seeking to eliminate the third Hokage. Certainly, an even greater dilemma. Shikamaru would never presume to believe he held the power to alter Orochimaru's intentions. It was precisely because he understood Orochimaru's persistence that he recognized the gravity of the situation. As these thoughts occupied his mind, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the stairwell. Shikamaru looked up to see Lee, Niji, and Tenten from Team Guy charging up with fervor. As if the examination had already commenced, Lee, as always, radiated enthusiasm, his green jumpsuit shining brilliantly in the sunlight. He shouted as he ran, Niji, Tenten, we must prove our strength in this examination. Shikamaru could not help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself, this guy's boundless energy is truly exhausting. Niji, sporting an indifferent expression, seemed utterly disinterested in Lee's zeal. He replied coolly, Lee, do not be overly excited. The examination has yet to begin. Conserving energy is the wise course. Niji's composed demeanor was always somewhat unsettling. However, Shikamaru acknowledged that Niji's strength was formidable, his Byakugan seemingly capable of perceiving all. Tenten trailed behind, holding several scrolls with a resigned smile on her face. She appeared to have grown accustomed to Lee's exuberance and Niji's aloofness, quietly following in their wake. Yet, Shikamaru's gaze was drawn to a slight edge of one of her large scrolls, which contained some familiar items. Indeed, it was the material that Sakura had stealthily procured. Shikamaru and his companions finally reached the entrance to the examination hall. Upon opening the door, the sight before him was unexpectedly tense. Numerous examinees had already gathered, the atmosphere thick with anticipation and hostility. Everyone was sizing each other up, eyes filled with wariness and animosity. Shikamaru scanned the room, recognizing many familiar faces. Shikamaru, you made it, exclaimed Naruto loudly, while Sasuke maintained his usual stoic demeanor, and Sakura appeared somewhat anxious. It seemed that Team 7 had arrived as well. Team 10 discreetly covered their faces. Through the gaps of their fingers, Shikamaru stole a glance at several conspicuous figures within. The Suna ninjas, Kankuro, Temari, and the red-haired Gaara, exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. As Lushika was about to find a corner to sit down, a gentle-looking boy wearing glasses approached him. He introduced himself. Greetings, I am Yao Shirdo, also a candidate for this Chunin exam. Lushika rolled his eyes at Do, noting the palpable awkwardness and a hint of expectation in Do's gaze. Expectation? What was he anticipating? Whether I would choose Konohagakure or Orochimaru? How amusing. Lushika resolutely ignored him. He had no intention of participating in this divine clash. Cunning man, Lu Shika silently flipped him the bird. Do-senpai, how many times have you participated in the exam? Ino, who had interned at the hospital, expressed her disbelief at encountering this peculiar senior again. No. There's no about it. Do felt increasingly uncomfortable. It seemed that the inhabitants of Inin village were in short supply. He felt like an extra from 100 dramas, with the main characters recognizing him. Nevertheless, the work must go on. Ignoring the disdainful looks from Class 10, Do began to explain the basic details of the Chunin exam to Classes 7 and 8, emphasizing its dangers and difficulties. He also produced cards that detailed the information of other candidates. Feeling the curious gazes of the children led by Naruto, Do felt a slight sense of balance. Sasuke pretended to be indifferent as he took Naruto's card, discovering it contained detailed records of each candidate's abilities, achievements, and weaknesses. Internally, he remained vigilant. This guy is no simpleton. He has managed to gather so much intelligence. Yet, he merely scoffed and walked away. Do felt his composure slipping. Was this really the vessel chosen by Lord Orochimaru? It seemed even more challenging than dealing with Lu Shika. Moreover, you took my card. This is not just one, but a whole stack. At that moment, the chief examiner, Mori no Ibiki, arrived with a group of Chunin examiners. His appearance heightened the tension in the examination hall. A grotesque scar marred Ibiki's face, instilling a sense of oppression. When he announced the examination rules, his tone was cold and stern, warning all candidates that this examination was no trifling matter. Ibiki declared that the first exam would be a written test consisting of 10 questions, to be completed within an hour. However, he soon introduced a shocking rule. All 3 members of each team must answer correctly, or the entire team would be disqualified. Even more ruthless was the stipulation that if any member was found cheating more than 5 times during the exam, the entire team would lose its eligibility. This rule immediately incited unrest among the candidates. Many expressed anger and confusion at this seemingly unreasonable regulation, especially those who were not adept at written tests, like Naruto. Lu Shika remained calm on the surface, analyzing the situation while secretly slacking off. He observed that just 10 minutes into the exam, many had already begun cheating in various ways, some using ninjutsu to peek at others' answers, while others communicated through gestures. Lu Shika found it amusing. It seemed that student cheating was so obvious, no wonder teachers caught them easily. Next, Lu Shika watched the examiners closely and discovered that they actually tolerated cheating as long as it was not detected more than 5 times. Embracing the spirit of participation, Lu Shika began to convey answers to Ding Ci and Ino through subtle movements and glances. This was a perfect opportunity to test the tacit understanding among the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Ding Ci, sitting beside him, showed no interest in the written test. He munched on snacks while casually answering questions. Lu Shika tapped on the table to pass the answers to him. Though Ding Ci was somewhat slow, he understood and began to take the exam seriously. Ino, seated in front of him, had a much better mental fortitude than Ding Ci. Utilizing the mind transfer jutsu, she infiltrated the consciousness of other candidates to obtain the correct answers. Lu Shika maintained their synergy through glances and gestures. Although they did not communicate directly, they successfully completed most of the questions in this manner. Lu Shika gazed at the densely packed words before him, reflecting that while he had been possessed by Ino more than once, the feeling of being out of control was still novel. Speaking of possession, he pondered the connection between the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques and the Northeast shaman. Lu Shika found this to be an intriguing question for his subsequent reflections during the later half of the exam. As the exam approached its final question, Ibiki unexpectedly announced an even harsher rule. If a candidate chose to answer the last question and answered incorrectly, they would forever lose the qualification to participate in the Chunin exams. If they chose not to answer, the entire team would be disqualified. This rule instantly escalated the tension in the examination hall. Many candidates fell into extreme anxiety and fear, beginning to doubt their abilities, with some even contemplating giving up. Upon hearing this rule, Naruto's face turned pale, clearly frightened. He glanced at Sasuke and Sakura, who were also looking at him, awaiting his decision. At that moment, Naruto stood up and declared loudly, "We will not give up. Even if we answer incorrectly, we will face the challenge to the end." His courage inspired all the candidates present, revitalizing many who decided to continue with the exam. This also interrupted Lu Shika's contemplation of having Ino take charge. Dealing with such distractions was truly troublesome. Where had he left off? Ultimately, Ibiki announced that all candidates who chose to continue with the exam had passed the first round. He explained that the true purpose of this examination was to assess the candidate's psychological resilience and teamwork under extreme pressure. Those who chose to give up lacked the courage and determination to face difficulties and were thus eliminated. Before he could finish, a strangely dressed woman crashed through the window. Chapter 37. Hongdo. A sudden loud crash resonated from the window on one side of the examination hall, sending shards of glass flying. Everyone was startled by this unexpected commotion. Utsubaki Hongdo burst through the window with a flamboyant posture, gracefully arcing through the air before landing firmly in the center of the examination hall. Clad in a black ninja outfit with a red cloak draped over her shoulders, she wore a confident and wild smile. Her entrance immediately captured everyone's attention, and the atmosphere in the examination hall grew tense once more. Hongdo surveyed the candidates with sharp, provocative eyes. Congratulations on passing the first exam. However, do not rejoice too soon. The Real Challenge is just beginning. Her voice was filled with passion and intimidation, as if reminding everyone that the forthcoming examinations would be even more brutal. The presence of Hongdo caused the candidates, who had just relaxed, to tense up again. Her powerful aura and oppressive demeanor, especially her signature smile, evoked both excitement and unease. Naruto widened his eyes, unable to suppress a whisper. Who is this person? She looks formidable. Sasuke regarded Hongdo coldly, silently assessing her strength. Sakura, feeling nervous, clenched her fists, clearly intimidated by Hongdo's presence. Ino scrutinized Hongdo's outfit and glanced at Lu Shika, feeling she recognized something familiar. Ding Xiai dropped his chips, scrambling under the table to retrieve them. Hongdo did not allow the candidates much time to react. She directly announced the content of the second exam. The second exam will take place in the Forest of Death. You must seize the Heaven and Earth scrolls within the allotted time and reach your destination. Remember, there are no rules in this exam, only survival and victory. Her tone was laced with danger, suggesting that this examination would be rife with bloodshed and violence. Having spoken, Hongdo turned and departed, leaving the candidates dumbfounded. Her dramatic entrance and bold demeanor left a profound impression on everyone, making them realize that the upcoming exam would be a true battle for survival. Lu Maru gazed at the departing silhouette of Hongdo, unable to suppress a sigh, pondering to himself, what a nuisance this is, truly no respite at all. He had previously assumed that the passage of time was merely overlooked due to the absence of significant events while reading, yet the reality was a relentless cycle of emotions. With the high mortality rate among ninjas, one couldn't help but wonder if sudden death was a possibility. Lu Maru, could it be that you are indeed onto something? Standing at the entrance of the Death Forest, he had his hands tucked into his pockets, his gaze lazily surveying the surrounding environment. The air was thick with the earthy aroma of damp soil, leaves rustled softly in the gentle breeze, and the occasional chirp of birds added to the profound stillness. Although he had visited this place numerous times, he understood that this forest was far from the tranquil facade it presented. What a bother, Lu Maru muttered softly, his brow slightly furrowed. He lifted his head to examine the dense canopy above, sunlight filtering through the gaps and casting dappled shadows, as if to remind him of the challenges that lay ahead. The second examination of the Chunin test was about to commence. They had to retrieve the Heaven and Earth scrolls from the Death Forest within 5 days and successfully reach the central tower. Lu Maru's teammates were Ding Xiai and Ino. Although he found Ding Xi's gluttony and Ino's temper somewhat exasperating, he had to admit that the synergy among the trio was irreplaceable. Lu Maru, we must secure the scrolls and pass the exam smoothly, Ino declared, her fists clenched, her eyes gleaming with determination. Ding Xiai, meanwhile, munched on potato chips, his words muffled. Yeah, but Lu Maru, you've often trained us on the outskirts. We've never ventured inside. Ino's excitement peaked. Then let us explore a bit. Lu Maru nodded, glancing at the Earth scroll in his hand, while secretly plotting his forthcoming plans of leisure. All right, let us head in. Lu Maru waved his hand and took the lead into the forest. The light within the forest was dimmer than outside, and a heavy atmosphere pervaded the air. Lu Maru's nerves gradually tightened. Although he maintained an outwardly relaxed demeanor, his eyes remained vigilant, attuned to the slightest movement around him. Not long after, Lu Maru abruptly halted, raising his hand to signal Ding Xiai and Ino to stop. What's wrong? Ino whispered. Lu Maru did not respond but crouched down to examine the traces on the ground. A few broken branches and some unnatural footprints caught his attention. "Someone else lying in wait here," Lumaru murmured. "We need to steer clear." Ino, somewhat unwilling, protested, "Why not charge straight through? We need to get the scrolls." Lumaru sighed, casting her a resigned glance. "Our objective is to pass the exam smoothly, not to waste time here. We have 5 days. There's no rush." Ding Xiai nodded in agreement. Lumaru is right. It's better to be cautious. Although Ino was reluctant, she ultimately acquiesced to Lumaru's advice. The trio circumvented the area and continued deeper into the forest. However, matters did not unfold as simply as anticipated. Shortly thereafter, they encountered another squad. The opposing team had evidently noticed them, and both sides swiftly entered a state of combat readiness. "What a nuisance," Lumaru muttered once more, rapidly devising a strategy. "Ding Xiai, Ino, follow my lead," Lumaru instructed quietly. "We must resolve this swiftly." Ding Xiai nodded, a flicker of excitement crossing his eyes. "Finally, a chance to showcase our skills." Ino clenched her fists, her expression resolute. Before Lumaru could make a move, Ding Xiai unleashed his multiplication technique to test the opposing trio, resulting in a spectacular collision that left a deep gouge in the ground. Lumaru's mind momentarily blanked at the sight. Although he had grown considerably stronger since their arrival, it seemed excessive. "Huh, what is a bowling ball?" Ino queried, perplexed. It means the targets were knocked aside," Lumaru explained awkwardly. Ding Xiai halted, turning back only to exclaim, "Huh?" Ino rushed forward, rummaging through the trio's belongings and retrieving a heaven scroll. "Fantastic!" Ding Xiai cheered, waving his hands. He gathered the scrolls. Lumaru was left utterly dumbfounded, thinking, "This is no different from finishing a game of mahjong and declaring victory." "All right, let us thoroughly explore this forest," Lumaru stated, his gaze shifting once more into the depths of the woods. "Find a good spot, sleep, nice." As for Sasuke, Lumaru mused that he could not afford to hinder Juzi's growth. Allowing Orochimaru to abduct him was akin to marrying him off. With one family on each side, particularly given their close proximity, the trio savored this unexpected boon, merrily advancing into the forest. Chapter 38. Curse sealed the trio of Ino. Ding Xiai and Lumaru stealthily sought refuge in a large tree hollow within the forest, which Lumaru calculated was located on the western side, still a distance from the endpoint. By the 4th day, they would arrive just in time. Lumaru were probably the strongest team in this exam, Ino remarked, layering the damp soil inside the hollow with licorice, gazing at Lumaru with starry eyes. "Who bestowed you with such confidence?" Lumaru rolled his eyes. "Is this your justification for recklessness? Truly, you are Ino." Of course, Lumaru only dared to think this in silence. "It's because we have Lumaru, of course. But it seems you've truly moved on from Sasuke, Ino." Lumaru silently acknowledged Ding Xiai's compliment, retrieving a lighter from his pocket to ignite the campfire. "Ah!" Ding Xiai exclaimed as Ino splattered licorice all over his face. As the licorice slid, he hastily chewed on a few strands. "Hey, Ding Xiai. This licorice was collected near the marshlands," Ino exclaimed, yanking the tail of the grass away. "You ugh." Ding Xiai's face turned pale. "By the way, Lumaru, how did you think of bringing a lighter? Is that allowed?" Ino asked, her excitement growing as the flames grew larger. "Well," Lumaru slowly produced a cigarette from his pocket. "I simply wanted to ponder life." "Ah," Ino exclaimed, "don't lead Ding Xiai astray." Just then, a loud bang echoed throughout the forest. Lumaru looked up. It had begun. At that moment, various squads throughout the forest turned their attention toward the source of the sound, most opting to steer clear. Lumaru, Ding Xiai furrowed his brow. "That place seems to be where Team 7 set off." "What? Sakura?" Ino exclaimed, a hint of panic in her voice as she looked at Lumaru. "Well, you all stay here. I'll investigate and return shortly," Lumaru declared, discarding his cigarette and preparing to dash forward. "Lumaru, bring us back news." Lumaru signaled an OK gesture with his hand. The trio had their own combat signals. Since Lumaru often used OK, it became part of their gestures. Deep within the forest, the dense canopy obscured much of the sunlight, with only sporadic beams illuminating the ground. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, and the distant calls of birds sounded particularly remote. Leaning against a sturdy trunk, Lumaru had his hands in his pockets and a furrowed brow. His gaze was fixed ahead, in the direction where Naruto and Sakura resided. "What a bother," he muttered softly, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness and anxiety. Sasuke had already been wounded by Orochimaru and lay on the ground, curled up in agony. A peculiar black cursed seal emerged on his neck, writhing beneath his skin as if it were a living entity. Sakura knelt beside him, gripping Sasuke's hand tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Although Maru had mentally prepared himself, witnessing Team 7 in such a state still unsettled him. Sasuke-kun, hang in there. Her voice trembled, tinged with a sob. Naruto stood nearby, fists clenched, his knuckles whitening. His eyes brimmed with rage and helplessness, as if about to erupt. Even from a distance, Maru could sense the oppressive chakra emanating from Naruto, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Maru sighed, massaging his temples, his gaze once again drawn to Sasuke. Sasuke's complexion was ashen, his forehead beaded with cold sweat, and his breathing was rapid and irregular. The cursed mark seemed to be relentlessly eroding both his body and will. Shikamaru's brow furrowed even tighter. "Sakura, how is Sasuke?" he inquired. Shikamaru's sudden interjection startled the two. "Shikamaru, all right. Naruto, keep a lookout around us and be alert for any approaching teams," Shikamaru instructed, his tone carrying an air of authority. Naruto paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. "Understood." He turned and leaped onto a large tree, his figure swiftly vanishing amidst the dense foliage. Shikamaru knew that although Naruto was impulsive, he could still be relied upon in critical moments. "Sakura, continue to tend to Sasuke and do your best to stabilize his condition," Shikamaru continued. Sakura nodded, refocusing her attention on Sasuke. Her hands began to form seals as she attempted to alleviate Sasuke's pain with medical ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Shikamaru moved aside, leaning against a tree, arms crossed, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. His mind raced, contemplating the next course of action. "What a hassle," he murmured under his breath. The atmosphere in the forest grew increasingly oppressive, as if even the air had become heavy. Shikamaru could sense his presence approaching. Sasuke's condition seemed to stabilize slightly, yet his chakra remained chaotic. "I don't know how long he can hold on." Sakura's voice carried a hint of despair. Shikamaru remained silent for a moment before nodding. "I understand. We will hold on a little longer. Once Sasuke's condition improves slightly, we will leave this place immediately." Sakura nodded, shifting her focus back to Sasuke. Time ticked by, and the light in the forest gradually dimmed. The sun began its descent, the shadows of trees elongating, casting the entire forest into a shroud of twilight. Shikamaru's alertness heightened. He knew that the Death Forest was far more perilous at night. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emanated from the distance. Shikamaru's ears perked up, and his gaze swiftly locked onto the source of the sound. "Someone is coming," he whispered, a note of tension in his voice. Sakura stiffened slightly, looking up at Shikamaru. "Is it the enemy?" Shikamaru did not respond but quickly formed seals, pressing his hands to the ground. Shadow imitation technique. His shadow rapidly extended toward the source of the sound. Moments later, his tense expression relaxed slightly. "Ino, Choji, it's just the other two." Shikamaru. Ino clearly appeared agitated. Choji, unusually, remained silent. "Naruto." Shikamaru called out quietly, summoning Naruto back. Naruto's figure swiftly descended from the tree, landing beside Shikamaru. "What's wrong?" "Sasuke is too weak. We must leave immediately," Shikamaru explained. Naruto nodded, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. "Understood." Shikamaru gestured for Choji to approach Sasuke and crouch down, hoisting Sasuke onto his back. "Sakura, stay close to Choji. Naruto and Ino, provide cover from the rear. And what about you, Shikamaru?" Choji looked at Shikamaru with concern. "Other teams are approaching." Shikamaru glanced at the figures behind the trees. "You all go first. I will follow shortly." Sasuke cannot wait. The four nodded in unison and swiftly moved deeper into the forest. The light continued to fade, and the surrounding trees loomed like enormous shadows, enveloping them. Chapter 39. Eternity. As Shikamaru watched the figures ahead shrink into mere black dots, he heard the sound of leaves crunching underfoot behind him. Then, a damp sensation brushed against his face. "Hey, Orochimaru." Shikamaru yanked the long tongue away, performing a shoulder throw to send the figure flying. "Heh, you've improved, Shikamaru." A woman with an indifferent expression stood up, regarding him. Shikamaru eyed Orochimaru with a disapproving glare. "Oh, what's wrong? Did I injure your friend, and now you're unhappy?" Orochimaru mocked. "So you truly chose Konoha, huh? You're looking rather ugly, Shikamaru," he continued, smirking. Shikamaru felt nauseated. The woman before him appeared disfigured from her recent battle with Team 7, especially her eyes, one larger than the other, marred by scars. Even her scalp bore a chunk missing. Cough, cough, a flock of crows flew overhead. Orochimaru stood frozen, silently peeling away a layer of skin, revealing his true form. Still smeared with an unidentifiable substance. Shikamaru took a couple of steps forward, pinching the liquid and sniffing it. Its saliva, he grimaced, casting a look of disdain at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's expression turned numb as he averted his eyes from Shikamaru's hand, which was now smeared with the saliva. Don't you have any questions for me? Is there even a need to ask? I've seen it all, Shikamaru shrugged, wiping his mouth dry with his sleeve. Before Orochimaru could respond, Shikamaru took the initiative, indignantly declaring, "So you indeed disdain me, your lazy apprentice, and are planning to betray me, right?" Another flock of crows flew across the sky. Orochimaru struggled to articulate his thoughts, opening his mouth, but at a loss for words. Where did you learn such vocabulary, Shikamaru? Betrayal? When did I ever teach you that? What sort of education does Konoha provide? Finally, Orochimaru couldn't resist asking. What are your thoughts on the cursed mark on Sasuke? It was a carefully prepared gift. Shikamaru glanced at Orochimaru's smug expression, his brow slightly furrowing. Gift? What are you trying to convey? You give him better treatment than me and expect me to express an opinion? Orochimaru's eyes glazed over as he realized that this ungrateful child didn't care about Sasuke at all. As a mentor, Orochimaru felt it necessary to explain to Shikamaru. The cursed mark is not solely for controlling him. It is also meant to enable him to surpass his own limits. The human body is too frail. Only through continual evolution and transformation can one approach eternity. Eternity? Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. I know you have always pursued immortality. Besides, it's all written in the scrolls you provided. Orochimaru's smile became increasingly strained as he attempted to steer the conversation back on track. Immortality is merely a byproduct of the pursuit of truth. Human life is far too fleeting to glimpse the world's true mysteries. Only by transcending life and death can one touch true power. Shikamaru fell silent for a moment, his gaze growing profound. Eternity does indeed sound enticing. However, have you ever considered that true eternity may not be achieved through the physical form? Finally, they were back on topic, and it seemed to put Orochimaru at ease. His brow twitched slightly, as if intrigued by Shikamaru's words. From the very beginning, Shikamaru had consistently presented new ideas regarding his ninja way. Oh, then what do you believe true eternity is? Shikamaru lifted his gaze, looking through the treetops towards the sky. The body will ultimately decay, but thoughts and will can endure. For instance, the inheritance of ninjutsu, the will of the ninja village, and even the bonds between individuals. These intangible aspects may represent true eternity. A flicker of contemplation crossed Orochimaru's eyes, but it soon returned to a cold smirk. An interesting perspective. However, thoughts and will are ultimately ephemeral, incapable of yielding true power. Shikamaru shook his head, a hint of resignation in his tone. Power is not solely defined by physical strength. True power may lie in the ability to influence others and even change the world. For example, the white snake you gave me. A small snake slowly emerged from Shikamaru's arm, affectionately licking his face. Its power lies not only in itself, but also in what you bestowed upon me. This, I believe, is the true legacy that can endure. Shikamaru nodded, his tone calming. If everyone were like you, solely pursuing personal immortality and power, this world would descend into greater chaos. Orochimaru fell silent for a moment, gazing at the steadfast glimmer of defiance in the pineapple-headed figure before him. A flicker of complex emotion passed through his icy golden eyes. Your words have taken me by surprise. I did not expect you to possess such insight. Nara Shikamaru shrugged, his tone remaining languid. I merely believe that the pursuit of immortality and power is not inherently flawed, yet neglecting other possibilities may lead one to overlook some far more significant truths. Orochimaru's gaze fixated once more on Shikamaru, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps you are correct. Nonetheless, I remain convinced that only through relentless evolution and transformation can one grasp the essence of true truth. Important things indeed. Shikamaru sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. Do as you wish. However, I advise you to consider other possibilities while chasing immortality. After all, the truths of the world may not be singular. A glimmer of contemplation flickered in Orochimaru's eyes before he chuckled lightly. I shall remember your words. This young lad, indeed, possesses an unsettling influence. Shikamaru refrained from further remarks, silently observing Orochimaru. He understood that he could not alter Orochimaru's convictions, but at the very least, he had instigated a moment of hesitation. Orochimaru turned away, his figure gradually fading into the shadows of the forest. I shall pay a visit to the Sound Ninjas. I shall present you with a finer gift. Shikamaru watched the direction in which Orochimaru departed, murmuring softly to himself. Snakes are indeed fickle-hearted. In the distance, Orochimaru stumbled slightly amidst the trees. The forest once again enveloped itself in silence, save for the whispers of the wind through the treetops. Shikamaru stood rooted, his gaze profound. Regardless, we must adhere to our own paths. That is the essence of true eternity. Alas, I must return to appease Ino and Choji. His fate is indeed burdensome. Chapter 40. Team in the depths of the Forest of Death. During the second round of the Chunin exams, Shikamaru traversed the dense woods alone. His figure was light and swift, as though he melded seamlessly with the surrounding shadows. He quickened his pace toward the base of Ino, Choji, and himself. As he neared the base, the sounds of a fierce battle reached his ears. Shikamaru furrowed his brow and swiftly concealed himself, stealthily approaching the source of the commotion. Indeed, he spotted Ino, Choji, and a battered Naruto, alongside a fainted Sasuke, while Sakura was besieged by several grass ninjas. The grass ninjas held the numerical advantage and launched a relentless assault. Although Ino and Choji fought valiantly, it was evident that they were beginning to falter. Despite their considerable strength, they struggled to turn the tide in such chaotic skirmishes. Meanwhile, Team 7 had long since exhausted their resources in combat against Orochimaru. Without hesitation, Shikamaru swiftly assessed the situation and resolved to intervene. He extracted a few shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, aimed at the vulnerabilities of the grass ninjas, and swiftly hurled them. The shuriken sliced through the air, accurately striking the weapons of the grass ninjas, disrupting their rhythm. Following this, Shikamaru leaped from the shadows, rapidly forming hand seals, and declared, Shadow Imitation Jutsu. His shadow swiftly extended, connecting with that of the grass ninjas. The grass ninjas abruptly found their bodies unresponsive, their movements becoming sluggish. Ino and Choji seized the opportunity to counterattack. Ino quickly formed hand seals, using the mind transfer jutsu to control one of the grass ninjas, while Choji unleashed his human bullet tank, sending another grass ninja flying. The tenacious Naruto did not remain idle. He swiftly summoned several shadow clones to engage the grass ninjas in close combat, while Sakura provided support to ensure the unconscious Sasuke would not sustain fatal injuries. Through their combined efforts, the grass ninjas soon found themselves overwhelmed, compelled to retreat. Once the battle concluded, Shikamaru exhaled in relief and approached Ino and Choji, inquiring with concern, Are you all alright? Ino shot him an irritated glare, her tone laced with discontent. Shikamaru, you went off alone again. If you hadn't arrived in time, we would have been in serious trouble. Choji chimed in. Yes, Shikamaru, you always do this. It worries us greatly. Shikamaru scratched his head, offering a somewhat embarrassed smile. I apologize. I just find it more convenient to act alone. However, I must admit, I did not consider the ramifications this time, and I assure you it will not happen again. Ino and Choji exchanged glances, while still somewhat displeased. They could not reproach him further upon witnessing his sincere demeanor. Ino sighed, conceding, Fine, we'll forgive you this time. But you must promise us to act together in the future, no more wandering off alone. Shikamaru nodded earnestly. I promise, I will not act thus again. At that moment, Sakura approached, holding the earth scroll that had fallen from the grass ninjas. She smiled at Shikamaru and said, Shikamaru, thanks to you, we were able to repel the grass ninjas successfully. Please take this scroll as our token of gratitude. It was then that Shikamaru noticed Sakura's long hair had been haphazardly shortened, resembling a jagged cut. Shikamaru shook his head. No need. Our team 10 already possesses an earth scroll. You should keep this one, as you have yet to acquire one. And by the way, your new hairstyle looks great. Ino, puffing up in irritation, playfully punched Shikamaru. Sakura, taken aback, soon broke into a grateful smile. Is that really okay? Thank you so much. Her gaze darkened momentarily as she looked at Sasuke, only to brighten again. Shikamaru waved his hand dismissively, pondering the beauty of love. The exuberant Naruto also joined in, clapping Shikamaru on the shoulder and cheerfully declaring, Shikamaru, you're truly a good person. Let us collaborate next time. Shikamaru envied Naruto's bandaged wounds. However, having experienced this encounter, he was increasingly aware of the significance of teamwork. Although acting independently was his habit, in crucial moments like these, the strength of his comrades was irreplaceable. Ino and Choji noticed the shift in Shikamaru's attitude, feeling a sense of relief. Ino smiled and said, "Well then, since the situation has been resolved, let us hasten our departure from here. This forest is not safe. Who knows if other foes might emerge?" Choji nodded, retrieving a pack of chips from his bag and offering it to Shikamaru. "Shikamaru, you must be hungry too. Have some snacks to replenish your energy." Shikamaru accepted the chips, expressing his gratitude with a smile. The trio munched on snacks as they ventured deeper into the forest, seeking a new refuge. For the previous location had become a chaotic battleground unsuitable for concealment. Naruto, carrying both Sasuke and Sakura, followed behind at a respectful distance, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Along the way, Shikamaru's thoughts gradually settled. He reflected on the earlier battle, feeling a mix of emotions. Although he had always believed that acting alone was more efficient, had he not arrived in time, Ino and Choji could have faced peril. He silently resolved to place greater emphasis on teamwork moving forward, ensuring he would not cause his comrades undue concern. Ino seemed to perceive Shikamaru's contemplations and approached him, softly stating, "Shikamaru, we all recognize your strength, but at times, you also need to rely on us. We are comrades, are we not?" Shikamaru nodded and smiled. "You are right, Ino. I will be more mindful in the future." Choji chimed in cheerfully, "Exactly, Shikamaru. Our trio, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, is the strongest combination. We cannot allow you to steal the spotlight alone." Shikamaru chuckled and shook his head, feeling a warmth within. He understood that he was not alone in battle. With the support of Ino and Choji, he believed he could venture further. The last rays of the setting sun bathed the forest, infusing the perilous death forest with a touch of warmth. Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji walked side by side, heading toward the unknown depths of the forest. Their silhouettes stretched long beneath the shadows of the leaves, seemingly foreshadowing that while the path ahead was fraught with challenges, as long as they remained united, no obstacle would be insurmountable. Meanwhile, concealed within the underbrush behind them, a voice whispered, "Is that Shikamaru? He is from Konoha? A spy? He indeed has not visited for quite some time. Do you wish for his return? Alas, have you not yet suffered enough at his hands?" At long last, the three members of Nin exchanged glances, resolving that a gentleman avenges his grievances after a decade. Today is not suitable for travel. Chapter 41. Transition. The colossal trees of the Death Forest rise like demonic claws from the depths of the earth. Their trunks, capable of being embraced by three, are adorned with dark green moss, shimmering with a phosphorescent glow under the moonlight. The 10th squad tread upon the millennia-old layer of decaying leaves, their boots becoming ensnared in the oozing tree sap, while a nauseatingly sweet and rotten scent wafts through the air. The tree canopy above weaves an impenetrable dome, with vines cascading down like the shed skin of a giant serpent. Suddenly, a branch lying across their path convulses, its bark splitting to reveal a crimson interior that is not wood, but rather an esophagus enveloped in slime. As spiny branches sweep by, sparks fly against their foreheads. Ino beheld the corpse of a candidate being slowly dragged beneath the earth by the roots, a blood-red mandala blooming from his throat. "Surely, no one shall come here," Ino murmured softly. "Shikamaru, must we truly camp here?" Choji asked, a cold sweat beading on his brow, for they were likely in the deepest part of the Death Forest, far from the tower. "Indeed," Shikamaru replied, vigilantly surveying their surroundings while absent-mindedly flicking his chakra kunai, shadows swirling around them, barely discernible in the darkness. Recently, Team 10 had placed Team 7 in a relatively concealed tree hollow. Upon Sasuke's awakening, they were joined by the examiner, Akimichi. Akimichi briefly suppressed the cursed seal on Sasuke, confirmed Team 7's determination to partake in the exam, and warned Team 10 that this was an independent battle between teams, particularly among those from the same village, and advised them to fight separately. Once Team 7's safety was assured, Team 10 departed. The trio chose not to proceed to the tower, but instead embarked on a new journey to hone their abilities in a suitable location. "This shall suffice," Shikamaru declared, selecting a relatively clean, damp stone to sit upon, revealing a mischievous smile. Choji and Ino recoiled, fearing he might succumb to darkness. For the future of Konoha. For the honor of Ino Shikacho, 4. Stop. Team 10's training max begins. Moonlight fractured into silvery flecks amidst the treetops, as Shikamaru's shadow entwined around two scrolls, suspended in midair. When Chuji collided with the activated locust tree for the third time, the leaking sap had already fused his coat into an amber-like armor. Triple gravity field. Shikamaru's fingers danced through hand seals, and shadows beneath him twisted into a black vortex. Breaking through the marshland before dawn, the kunai he tossed embedded itself into a tree trunk, startling a swarm of bloodthirsty moths. Ino's mental tendrils barely penetrated the mist before retracting with a shriek. Remnants of the Sunagakure puppet troops. Blood beaded between her fingers. Are we truly using the exam area as a training ground? How thrilling! Chuji exclaimed. The rules merely state to seize the scrolls and reach the tower. Shikamaru kicked aside a steaming poisonous fruit at his feet. Now, let's practice our combination techniques. Chuji barreled forward, while Ino focused on a tree that resembled an evil lantern. As Chuji inflated to 3 times his size, 37 ghostly mushrooms released hallucinogenic spores simultaneously. Shikamaru's shadow swept across the forest floor, forcibly twisting their chakra into a spiraled energy bundle. Ino's heart-turning technique pierced through the spore cloud, yet within the remnants of the puppets. She glimpsed the harrowing scene of a team being strangled by roots 5 years prior. Pain perception sharing activated. Shikamaru suddenly bit his finger, the trio's chakra circuits igniting with electric energy. The corrosive wound on Chuji's back instantaneously transferred to Ino's shoulder, her scream awakening a mutated wild boar from the depths of the marsh. Shikamaru, you are definitely seeking revenge. Shikamaru dug into his ear. What noise? The following day, the morning mist shimmered rust-colored. Ino's ninja tool pouch swung from a carnivorous vine, while Chuji pried open the resin gluing his eyelids shut with a kunai. Shikamaru spread the map across a mushroom-infested tree stump. The contour lines stained dark red with blood. They were still 8 kilometers from the tower. He tore away the blood-soaked bandage from his wound, knowing they must traverse the blood-sucking banyan forest before noon. Chuji's stomach growled, shaking the poisonous thorns from the treetops. Let me at least have a chip. As soon as he spoke, Shikamaru's shadow wrapped around his wrist, flinging the last half of a biscuit into the marsh. A crocodile-like root surfaced, swallowing the morsel, electric blue sparks erupting between its teeth. Akimichi's satiation combat method. Shikamaru marked an intersection on his tactical notes, noting a 37 increase in fat conversion efficiency under hunger conditions. He intentionally knocked over Chuji's ninja tool pouch, rolling 5 sealed jars filled with poisonous mushrooms into a hollow. Ino suddenly hurled her water bottle at the activated tree trunk. Nara Shikamaru, you are even more of a perverse instructor than Irika-sensei. Little angel, just a tad too much, Chuji weakly protested. The splattered water activated the nerve vines beneath the bark, and the 3 found themselves suspended upside down in midair. Yet Shikamaru wore a peculiar smile, his shadow precisely severing specific branches beneath them, revealing the earth scroll concealed by the Sunagakure team. On the 4th day, at dawn, the trio slumped upon a mound of puppet remnants. Chuji's forehead was bound in bleeding bandages, while Ino's attire was corroded into tattered fringes. Shikamaru was etching new formulas into the bark with a kunai when Ino seized him by the collar, pressing him against the activated tree trunk. You are simply envious of Sasuke-kun's newly evolved double tomo, aren't you? You've been acting strange since yesterday. Well, Shikamaru looked up. There are still 6 hours left. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, the final training subject being the seizure of scrolls under reverse chakra flow conditions. What? There's more. This is our first strike for Ino Shikicho. At noon, the bronze doors before the tower opened, and a gargoyle statue of a guardian crane blinked its third eye. 3 figures, covered in parasitic vines, staggered from the poisonous mist, Chuji clutching moldy potato chips, Ino with 3 puppet arms protruding from her head, and Shikamaru's tactical notes spontaneously igniting. The monitoring room erupted in chaos. Asuma's cigarette fell into Akimichi's meatball soup, and Yui's crystal ball nearly rolled into Guy's spandex outfit. They used activated tree roots as a zipline. Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly and applied 37 different poisons to the scrolls. The crucial point is this. Akimichi pointed to the screen. Why are the mutated wild boar piglets assisting them with kunai? A deafening snore emanated from the tower's summit. Ino was weaving a garland for the wild boar with her last reserves of mental energy, while Shikamaru lounged on the steps, sketching a new formation on the ground with his bloodied finger. When pain perception sharing reaches a critical threshold, the Akimichi clan's fat can be converted into a perception radius. As dusk descended, the medical team extracted 18 types of poisonous mushrooms from Chuji's stomach and removed parasitic spores from Ino's neural pathways. Moonlight illuminated the newly carved marks on the tower's outer wall, a twisted wild boar, butterflies, and antler patterns, all exuding a faint glow of chakra. Although he had violated the rules 39 times, Nara Shikamaru successfully seized 5 scrolls. Deep within the death forest, the root traps modified by Shikamaru were ensnaring peeping toms. The legend of Ino Shikicho added yet another absurd, yet radiant chapter this night. Chapter 42. Scrolls. The copper bell atop the tower suddenly tolled, and 12 shuriken flew in from various directions. Shikamaru manipulated his shadow to have Chuji block the lethal assault, yet he himself was grazed across the arm. As blood dripped onto the earth scroll, the seal erupted with an emerald glow. So that was it, Shikamaru thought, casting a wry smile at the self-unsealing scroll. The third Hokage had added a bloodline seal within it. As Ino used medical ninjutsu to staunch his bleeding, the tower door creaked open with the sound of turning gears. Irika stood on the 37th step of the spiral staircase, moonlight streaming through the window behind him, casting the symbol of the Leaf Village on his forehead protector into light and shadow. An hour ahead of schedule, he flipped the hourglass in his hand, the purple sand still trickling slowly. But do you know why the central tower is situated in the very heart of the death forest? Dingsu was about to speak when the floor tiles beneath him suddenly collapsed. 3 mirror images surged towards him from different directions, each infused with Yaluka's chakra. For the first time, Ino's body-switching technique failed. Her consciousness was abruptly rebounded to her original form upon contact with the clones. This was no ordinary clone technique. Shikamaru's shadow twisted across the ground, forming a Bagua diagram, with each clone carrying the memories of the original. He fell silent as the true Yaluka descended slowly from a chain hanging from the ceiling, holding the recently unsealed scroll of heaven and earth. To be precise, it was the memory mirror technique. Yaluka formed the seal of the and all 3 clones spoke simultaneously. Shikamaru's shadow silently ensnared the pendulum within the tower. And when the copper bell struck its 7th chime, he manipulated the shadow to swing the pendulum toward the window. At the moment the moonlight shifted, the 3 mirror images froze, revealing that the true mechanism was the light and shadow barrier within the tower. Impressive. A smile finally graced Yaluka's face as a letter from the 3rd Hokage fluttered out from the open scroll, capable of piercing through the light and shadow trap while unraveling the bloodline seal. It seemed Asuma had spoken the truth. He suddenly paused, for Ino's chakra thread was entangled with the kunai hidden in his sleeve. Teacher, the scent of hemostatic medicine lingers in your sleeve. Your golden hair glimmers under the moonlight. You must have been injured before we entered the forest of death, right? At that moment, Dingxi noticed fresh blood seeping from the bandage at Yaluka's lower back. Applause suddenly erupted from the tower's summit, the faint glow of the crystal ball illuminating the darkness. The voice of the 3rd Hokage resonated through the echoing chamber. The true test has never been about the scrolls. Before he could finish, the scroll of heaven and earth in Shikamaru's hand merged, revealing a holographic projection of the Konoha emblem. The projection displayed the real-time dynamics of all the examinees in the forest, including a certain blonde genin sound asleep in a tree hollow. Was this the strategic command scroll? Shikamaru's pupils contracted slightly. He now understood that the 3rd Hokage was truly evaluating their ability to integrate information in dire circumstances. As Ino infused chakra into the projection, the 3-dimensional map of the Forest of Death unfolded instantly, with 17 red dots converging towards the central tower. Yaluka placed the special pass on the bloodstained steps, and the moonlight illuminated the hidden patterns on the back of the document. Remnants of the Flying Thunder God technique left by the team of bluffing Shuemin 20 years ago during the Chunin exams. Sometimes, as he turned, the reflection of his forehead protector sparkled with starlight, revealing that understanding the purpose of their fight was more important than merely completing the mission. As the tower door closed once more, Dingxi noticed chips of potato chips stuck to the pass. Shikamaru gazed at a figure in the projection playing pranks with a whirlpool face and suddenly felt that this troublesome Chunin exam might be a tad more interesting than he had imagined. The next event in the Chunin exam would be the main attraction. Chapter 43, Sasuke the Damp. Cold morning mist condensed into beads on the stone walls of the tall tower. Shikamaru looked up at the dark reliefs on the dome. while Ino and Dingxi engaged in a heated debate behind him about Sasuke's new appearance. As the third Hokage's pipe struck the bronze cauldron, he counted the spiderweb on the 7th row of the wall, noting exactly 37 nodes. Among the 21 who passed the second exam, the third Hokage's voice reverberated between the echoing walls, announcing the need to select 10 groups for the main event. Uzumaki Naruto's iconic shout pierced the air. "What are you talking about? We all got the scrolls." Shikamaru caught sight of Sakura tightly gripping Naruto's forehead protector, while Sasuke leaned in the shadows, the bandage on his neck oozing purple bruises. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, the reflection lingering on Shikamaru's retina. The guy who usually wore a silly grin now had his lips drawn straight. The sound of Moonlight Gale's cough abruptly silenced the discussion. At the moment the projection screen illuminated the names, Shikamaru noticed the Sand siblings stiffening their shoulders, the gourd behind Gaara beginning to shake of its own accord. As the name Uchiha Sasuke appeared in blue light, the cursed seal's patterns suddenly swelled at the base of his collarbone, rising like a waking venomous snake. The first match, Uchiha Sasuke versus Chikage. The cough of Moonlight Gale rippled against the stone walls as Shikamaru watched Sasuke leap off the spectator stand, the strap of his forehead protector fluttering in the airflow. The condensation on Chikage's mask refracted an eerie blue light. He noticed that this sound ninja's right hand remained poised with an open palm, like a viper waiting for its prey to step into the trap. Begin. Sasuke's kunai unleashed 7 afterimages in an instant, yet Chikage leaned back at an angle that defied ergonomics. As the metallic clash resounded, Shikamaru realized that the blades, which should have struck their joints, bizarrely deflected outward, as if invisible magnetic poles distorted their trajectories. Chakra materialized as Shikamaru rubbed his chin thoughtfully. When Sasuke's kick grazed his opponent's ear for the 3rd time, he finally discerned the bluish-gray magnetic array embedded within the inner side of Chikage's bracers. Those hexagonal metal plates were reconfiguring the magnetic field in response to the flow of chakra. Chikage suddenly spread his 5 fingers wide, and Sasuke's charging motion froze momentarily in midair. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, the sound ninja's right hand struck like a venomous snake, seizing the boy's ankle. Shikamaru witnessed a faint blue chakra vortex swirl where they made contact, while the cursed seal erupted black veins at the back of Sasuke's neck. Was he absorbing chakra? Ino's exclamation was drowned out by Dingxi's chewing. Shikamaru counted the frequency of Sasuke's muscle spasms and noted that each time Chikage siphoned chakra, the mask would exhibit rhythmic indentations. This madman was consuming the life energy of others. Sasuke's Sharingan erupted with a scarlet glow in response to the excruciating pain, 3 tomos spinning wildly. He suddenly abandoned resistance, using the magnetic pull to drive his kunai into his own left shoulder. Chikage's sinister grin froze behind the metallic mask. The blade, which should have pierced his heart, was lodged by the bone armor proliferated by the cursed seal, but Sasuke's right hand had already formed the seal of Yu. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. A fireball, engulfed in explosive tags, surged from an unexpected angle, forcing Chikage to loosen his grip and block. At the moment the explosion's shockwave blew off his mask, Shikamaru caught a glimpse of a gash that tore from his mouth to the base of his ears. This was no human mouth structure. As Sasuke staggered to the ground, the cursed seal patterns had spread to his temples, resembling a parasitic plant feasting on its host. The second round unfolded amidst the scent of blood. Chikage's magnetic release extended throughout the arena, metallic kunai weaving a deadly net. Sasuke's Sharingan anticipated every trajectory of attack, but his increasingly exhausted chakra delayed his evasive maneuvers. As if mired in quicksand, when the 7th shuriken sliced through his forehead protector strap, Shikamaru realized that the Uchiha boy was beginning to adjust the landing points using the battlefield debris. He was reconstructing the distribution of the magnetic field. Lion's Barrage, the classic taijutsu combination, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, charged toward Chikage, but during the final kick, an inexplicable deflection occurred. The sound ninja seized the opportunity to grasp Sasuke's throat, a chakra vortex forming a deep blue funnel. Shikamaru suddenly straightened. Those debris that Sasuke had purposely scattered were now forming a bagua array behind Chikage. Cough, you're finished. Chikage's vocal cords sounded like rusted gears, and his absorption rate suddenly tripled. Sasuke's skin visibly shriveled and wrinkled, yet a manic smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. At the moment the cursed seal patterns crept across his pupils, his drooping left hand abruptly slammed against the ground. The magnetic array emitted a piercing wail. and the previously arranged debris formed a counter-magnetic field. Chikage suddenly realized that his absorption channel was reversing, the chakra siphoned from Sasuke, infused with the cursed seal's black flames, surged back into his body. On the spectator's stand, Orochimaru's slit pupils constricted, his nails etching white marks into the stone chair. This madman was actually using his own body as a chakra capacitor. The thunderous explosion of lightning chakra shook the dust off the dome, as Sasuke's right hand pierced through his own chest, yet the chakra tether connected directly to Chikage's heart. Dazzling arcs of electricity leapt and refracted between the magnets, incinerating the sound ninja's insides. When the blue-white lightning dissipated, Sasuke knelt in the smoldering pit, the cursed seal at his collarbone greedily siphoning the escaping life energy. The medical team carried away the twitching corpse, revealing the half-melted face of Chikage, a mechanical reconstruction. Lu Ming observed the chakra receivers embedded in the cheekbones, which were clearly restraining devices designed for Jinchuriki. At the pinnacle of the stands, Orochimaru silently applauded, his slit pupils reflecting Sasuke's precarious figure. The victor was Uchiha Sasuke. The proclamation of the Moonlight Gale was drowned in cheers, while Sakura's tears fell upon the battlefield below. Yet, Lu Ming's gaze fixated on Sasuke's trembling right hand, which bore not only the blood of his adversary, but also a strange black viscous substance seeping into his skin. As the Uchiha youth lifted his eyes towards Team 7, the cursed seal's intricate patterns unfolded within his pupils, revealing the phantom of 3 Tomo. The sound of flowing sand echoed from the Suna stands, and Gaara's murderous intent thickened the air. At the moment Sasuke turned to descend the steps, he suddenly sliced his palm with a kunai, where the blood dripped. The cursed seal's black flames writhed like a living entity, ultimately forced back beneath the skin. This was becoming increasingly troublesome, Lu Ming thought, turning away to evade Ino's inquiry. Chapter 44. Bonds. The blue light from the electronic screen gleamed upon Yamanaka Shino's sunglasses, while the sweat from Sakuto's bandaged hands seeped through. Lu Ming counted the droplets trickling from the cracks in the ceiling. When the 7th fell upon the bluestone ground, the cough of the Moonlight Gale shattered the stillness. Sakuto faced Yamanaka Shino. The sound ninja grinned malevolently, raising his modified mechanical arm, the chakra within the palm cannon stirring the air currents. Lu Ming noticed the swarm of insects beneath Shino's coat vibrating at a specific frequency, as if weaving a sonic trap. At the moment Sakuto unleashed the air slash, the parasitic insects suddenly ceased their movements, and the vacuum blade refracted rainbow-colored ripples upon the air membrane formed by the swarm. Thus, Lu Ming pondered. Using a chip bag to fold into a creased model, the insect wings countered the pressure differential. Sakuto stared in astonishment at the vacuum blade rebounding back towards him, the joints of his mechanical arm creaking under the strain. Shino's sunglasses reflected a stream of data, and Lu Ming realized he had remained in his initial position. Yet the swarm beneath him had silently formed an octagonal array. The second wave of air slash tore through Sakuto's left arm bandages, exposing the mechanical skeleton, prompting Ino to exclaim in shock. Lu Ming squinted at the writhing black substance within the gear gaps. It was unmistakably a blend of chakra-infused metallic nanobugs. Suddenly, a purple-patterned beetle burst forth from Shino's collar, and the sound of it gnawing at the sound ninja's mechanical arm was enough to make one cringe. "How dare you!" Sakuto bellowed, triggering his self-destruct mechanism, but the swarm had already burrowed into the central nervous system via the circuitry. Lu Ming watched as the sound ninja convulsed and collapsed, while Shino's lenses reflected the tide of insects surging through the opponent's veins. The victor was Yamanaka Shino. As the medical team incised Sakuto's neck to extract the insect cocoon, Lu Ming counted 27 spiral patterns on the shell. Orochimaru at the top tier licked his lips, and as Shino passed by Lu Ming, the insect eggs that fell from his coat glistened in the sunlight like mother of pearl. Upon the mention of Haruno Sakura's name, the sound of puppet joints clicking resonated from the Suna stance. Lu Ming observed the 10 fingers of the blonde kunoichi dangling, the chakra threads entwining her knuckles shimmering with a cyan glow in the sunlight. The announcer's voice boomed through the loudspeakers. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Chunin exam preliminaries. Up next, we have a duel between 2 kunoichi. From Konoha, Haruno Sakura, against fellow Konoha ninja, Yamanaka Ino." Cheers erupted from the audience. "Wow, it's Sakura and Ino. They've been good friends since childhood." A boy sporting a Konoha forehead protector excitedly waved his arms. "Indeed. I heard they used to be jealous of each other over Sasuke." A girl nearby stifled a giggle behind her hand. Ha ha ha. So this match is a showdown between rivals. A middle-aged man teased. Don't be ridiculous. They've reconciled long ago. They're good friends now. Another girl retorted in disapproval. Both Sakura and Ino are quite skilled. This match should be thrilling. Shino adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. On the battlefield, Sakura and Ino stood face to face, both displaying complex expressions. Sakura took a deep breath and spoke. Ino, I didn't expect us to face off here. Ino smiled faintly, a glimmer of battle intent in her eyes. Yes, Sakura. But I won't go easy on you. Sakura clenched her fists, determination in her gaze. Neither will I. Let us settle this fairly. Ino nodded, her lips curling into a confident smile. All right, let's do this. The referee raised his hand and announced loudly, begin. Ino swiftly formed hand seals, pressing her palms together and closing her eyes. Mind transfer technique, she exclaimed, an invisible mental force emanating from her towards Sakura. Gasps arose from the audience. Wow. Ino is starting with her signature move. Choji's eyes widened. Can Sakura evade it? Naruto clenched his fists in anxiety. Sakura remained still, a slight smirk gracing her lips. Humph. Ino, do you think I would fall for the same trick as before? Sakura quickly formed hand seals, slamming her palms onto the ground. Earth style, earth wall. A sturdy earthen wall erupted from the ground, firmly blocking Ino's mind transfer technique. Ino opened her eyes, surprised as she looked at Sakura. What? Sakura, when did you learn earth style? Sakura grinned proudly. Hee hee, I've been working hard. Ino, your mind transfer technique won't work on me anymore. Ino snorted, a spark of competitiveness igniting in her eyes. Humph, don't get too cocky. I have other tricks up my sleeve. Ino formed seals once more and waved her hands. Mind disturbance technique, she shouted, causing Sakura's body to move uncontrollably as if dancing. Gritting her teeth, Sakura struggled to regain control of her body, her hands laboriously forming seals. Release, Sakura shouted, finally returning to normal. Panting, she fixed her determined gaze on Ino. Ino, your mind disturbance technique is impressive, but I'm not the same Sakura as before. Ino regarded Sakura, a flicker of admiration in her eyes. Sakura, you've truly grown stronger. Sakura smiled slightly, fists clenched. Ino, let's settle this with our true strength. Ino nodded, her battle spirit intensifying. All right, let's go. The two charged toward each other, their fists and feet colliding, igniting an intense taijutsu clash. However, Ino, having undergone rigorous training under the devilish instructor Lu Ming, was on an entirely different level compared to Sakura. Sakura's fists, imbued with pink chakra, resembled beautiful cherry blossoms, yet contained immense power, striking Ino's chest. Ino's expression sharpened as she quickly formed seals. Humph, don't underestimate me. Yamanaka wind. Ino's punch, infused with swirling chakra, collided with Sakura's, unleashing a powerful gust. Sakura was sent sprawling, shock etched across her face. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she laughed. Ino, you've really improved so much. Ino nodded, a hint of a smile crossing her face. Yes, Sakura, how about we use our final move to determine the victor? Sakura tightened her fists, her battle spirit ablaze. All right, let's do this. Both simultaneously formed seals, chakra coalescing around them. Sakura shouted, Ninjutsu, cherry blossom snowstorm. Ino, equally determined, proclaimed, Ninjutsu, mind clone technique. Countless pink cherry blossom petals surrounded Sakura, sweeping towards Ino like a blizzard. Meanwhile, Ino created multiple clones, each infused with formidable mental power. Charging at Sakura, gasps erupted from the audience as the cherry blossom petals collided with Ino's clones, resulting in a dazzling explosion of light that illuminated the entire arena. As the brilliance faded, Sakura collapsed to the ground, while Ino remained half-standing. Both were utterly exhausted, yet wore smiles upon their faces. Sakura gasped for breath, a smile gracing her lips as she exclaimed, Ino, you won. Ino reciprocated with a smile, a glimmer of tenderness in her eyes. Indeed, Sakura, we are undoubtedly the best of friends. The referee raised his hand, announcing loudly, the match is over. Yameka Ino is victorious. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Naruto, brimming with excitement, leaped up, waving his arms. Sakura, Ino, you were amazing. Sasuke stood nearby, offering a faint smile. Humph, not bad. Sakura and Ino supported each other as they stood, exchanging a knowing smile. Sakura extended her hand, Grinning, Ino, let us have a rematch next time. I want to lose again. Ino clasped Sakura's hand, a spark of competitive spirit flashing in her eyes. All right, Sakura. The two shook hands and then descended from the arena together. The audience erupted into another round of fervent applause, their figures gradually fading away amidst the clamor. While their friendship deepened at that very moment. Outside the arena, the setting sun cast its golden rays upon them, elongating their shadows. Shikamaru mused, thanks to me, huh? Chapter 45. The great fart. Inuzuka Kiba's forehead protector glimmered in the morning light, while Akamaru's sharp teeth stirred the floating dog hair with each exhalation. Shikamaru observed the suspicious bulge at Naruto's lower back, certain it concealed expired milk candies, recalling how he had witnessed Naruto sneaking a third box of takoyaki earlier that morning. It seemed Naruto had become considerably wealthier than before. It was still not too late to forfeit. Kiba snapped his fingers, causing Akamaru's ears to perk up, the little dog responding with a low growl. As Naruto struggled to tie his forehead protector into a tight knot, Shikamaru counted his failures, only to realize that the fool was secretly generating static electricity by rubbing his heel against the ground, a fleeting spark illuminating the canvas soles of his shoes. In a swift motion, Akamaru unleashed a crimson whirlwind. Shikamaru watched as Naruto's shadow clones formed a comical wall, suddenly realizing that each clone was releasing minute amounts of chakra at specific positions. When the seventh clone was torn apart, the accumulated static electricity enveloped the entire southeastern quadrant. Inuzuka style, the double helix vortex surged forth, accompanied by flying debris as Shikamaru calculated the vector addition of rotational angular velocity and centrifugal force. Naruto abruptly turned, thrusting his rear, and Shikamaru choked on the chips he had stealthily taken from Choji. Was Naruto really about to perform 1,000 years of death? Yet in the next moment, a sound that exceeded human gastrointestinal comprehension shattered all tactical predictions. A pale yellow shockwave fanned out, and Shikamaru's pupils reflected the refracted spectrum of nitrogen oxides and methane in the air. Akamaru's anguished howl pierced the eardrums, shrinking back to the size of a chihuahua amidst the stench. Kiba's forehead protector was swept away by the gust, landing precisely on Kankuro's puppet joints, triggering the crow puppet to perform a tap dance due to the suppressed laughter of the Sunagakure ninja. The audience erupted into deafening laughter, and Shikamaru could even see the third Hokage's muscles trembling on stage. What a mental pollution this was. Ino dropped her perfume bottle, while Choji silently wrapped the chip bag in triple layers of sealing clips. Shikamaru's analytical mind kicked in. The initial velocity of the gas was 37 ms. Contact area 0, 78, and the hydrogen sulfide concentration was sufficient to render an adult grizzly bear unconscious. Even without being a Jinchuriki, Naruto was a formidable person. Seizing the moment, Naruto executed a jutsu that radiated orange light, sending Akamaru soaring 20 meters into the sky with a powerful kick. Shikamaru gazed at the little dog transforming into a shooting star, suddenly understanding why Pakin always avoided Team 7. Naruto was indeed a nemesis for canines. Akamaru. Kiba's rescue attempt was intercepted by Naruto's chakra tripwires, which shimmered with the unique crimson hue of the nine-tailed fox. Just as Akamaru was about to kiss the ground, a shadow clone erupted from the earth, serving as a cushion. This maneuver reminded Shikamaru of a certain illustration from Jiraiya's erotic tactical book. So, did Naruto actually read Kakashi's book? The victor, cough cough, Uzumaki, cough cough, Naruto. The medical team fitted Akamaru with a gas mask that still leaked air, while Temari's folding fan purified the air in the Sunagakure spectator area, creating a desert storm effect. Shikamaru stared at the orange chakra patterns seeping from Naruto's shirt, suddenly realizing they were reshaping into the form of a fox tail, indicating that Naruto had infused his jutsu with a little fox's mischievous flair. Is this the unexpectedness of Ino? 1. Shikamaru rubbed his temples, irritated by the gas, sketching a gas dynamics model of the fart in his notebook. When the electronic screen lit up with his name, a certain blonde fool gave a thumbs up with a foolish grin, conveniently blocking the eerie image of Orochimaru licking his cheek. Chapter 46. Trouble. Shikamaru stood at the edge of the exam arena, his hands shoved deep into his pockets, lazily stifling a yawn. He cast a glance at Tintin and Temari in the ring, muttering to himself, women fighting is such a hassle, yet as an observer, he couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Tintin stood in the center of the arena, gripping several scrolls with determination in her eyes. On the opposite side, Temari, with her enormous fan resting on her shoulder, bore a smirk of disdain. Shikamaru squinted, pondering. That fan of Temari's looks heavy. How does she manage to wield it? But Tintin's scroll seemed equally troublesome. As the match commenced, Tintin quickly unfurled her scroll, unleashing a torrent of ninja tools that rained down upon Temari. With a haughty huff, Temari waved her fan, summoning a fierce wind that scattered the ninja tools in disarray. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, inwardly chuckling. That wind style certainly saves time. One sweep, and it's all taken care of. In the audience, Ino couldn't help but criticize. Tintin's tactic is so cliché. Temari is a master of wind style. Those tools are useless against her. Sakura nodded in agreement, adding, indeed. Tintin needs to think of another strategy. Kakashi, standing nearby with Ika Paradise in hand, observed the battle with keen interest, lazily commenting. Tintin is not the type to rely solely on throwing ninja tools. She has backup plans. Asuma chuckled. Kakashi, you seem to know her quite well. Indeed. When Tintin realized her ninja tools were ineffective, she swiftly altered her strategy. From her scroll, she summoned a massive chain scythe, charging towards Temari. Temari frowned. Her fan poised to counter, summoning a whirlwind of sand to obstruct Tintin's advance. However, Tintin deftly evaded the wind technique, her scythe closing in on Temari. Shikamaru watched in fascination, thinking, Tintin's speed is quite impressive. But Temari's fan is no trifling matter. As expected, Temari quickly retreated, swinging her fan to unleash the wind blade technique, sending countless wind blades hurtling towards Tintin. Tintin hurriedly raised her scythe to block, but still sustained a cut on her arm from the wind blades. In the audience, Lee shouted excitedly, Tintin, you can do it. Don't lose to her. Niji calmly assessed, while Tintin's taijutsu is good, Temari's wind style is too strong. She needs to find a way to close the distance. Tintin seemed to realize this as well, swiftly forming hand seals and summoning a multitude of smoke bombs from her scroll, instantly enveloping the arena in a thick fog. Temari frowned, trying to disperse the smoke with her fan. Yet, suddenly, a chain scythe shot forth from the smoke, aiming directly for her face. Temari quickly sidestepped. But Tintin had already lunged out of the smoke, scythe poised to strike once more. With a disdainful huff, Temari swung her fan forcefully, activating the wind blade technique. The immense wind blades pushing Tintin back. Struck by the wind blades, Tintin crashed heavily to the ground, her scythe slipping from her grasp. Temari stood at a distance, her fan resting on her shoulder, coldly declaring, it's over. In the audience, Ino sighed, Tintin still lost. Temari's wind style is too powerful. Sakura nodded, yes. But Tintin gave it her all. Shikamaru observed the situation, musing, Temari's fan is truly troublesome. But now it's my turn to take the stage. What a hassle. Shikamaru sauntered onto the arena, hands in his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. He faced Jin too, whose countenance was grave, fists clenched, assuming a combat stance. Luwan cast a sidelong glance at him, musing to himself, this fellow seems quite earnest, but as the match commenced, Jin too swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing the Doton, Dorihiki technique, causing a wall of earth to rise from the ground, advancing towards Luwan. With a sigh, Luwan lazily evaded the wall's assault. Pondering, Doton is indeed troublesome. I must devise a strategy to counter him. In the audience, Ino could not help but comment. Luwan appears so nonchalant. Is he even taking this seriously? Sakura chuckled. That's just Luwan's way. He seems lethargic, yet his mind operates faster than anyone else's. Kakashi closed his book, Konoha Paradise. Observing the battle with keen interest, he remarked, Luwan possesses a formidable tactical mind. Although Jin too is competent, he is likely no match for him. Asuma nodded in satisfaction, taking a drag from his cigarette. Indeed, that lad Luwan is sharper than anyone else. In an instant, Luwan formed hand seals and activated the Kage main jutsu, his shadow extending towards Jin Tuesday. Upon realizing this, Jin too hastily leaped aside, attempting to evade the shadow's pursuit. However, Luwan's shadow, as agile as a serpent, relentlessly pursued him. Gritting his teeth, Jin too formed seals once more, executing the Doton, Doradon technique, sending a massive earth dragon surging towards Luwan. Squinting his eyes, Luwan thought, this fellow is quite adept with Doton. He swiftly formed seals again, activating the Kage main jutsu, ensnaring the earth dragon, which halted abruptly in midair. Jin too, taken aback, retreated. But Luwan's shadow had already caught up to him. The Kaguya main jutsu successfully immobilized Jin 2's movements. With a languid wave of his hand, Jin 2 was compelled to mimic Luwan's actions, ultimately being struck by his own earth dragon, crashing heavily to the ground. In the audience, Ino's eyes widened. Luwan is truly cunning. Sakura smiled. That's just Luwan's style. He always manages to win with the least effort. Kakashi nodded. Luwan's tactical acumen is indeed remarkable. Jin 2, despite his strength, appears too inexperienced against him. Asuma, cigarette in mouth, chuckled. That lad Luwan is quite the seasoned veteran. Standing in the arena, Luwan gazed at the fallen Jin 2, thinking, what a hassle. But at least it's over. He yawned lazily and turned to exit the arena. After the match concluded, the audience buzzed with chatter about the recent battle. Ino could not contain her exasperation. Luwan is so strong, yet he always seems so apathetic. It's infuriating. Sakura chuckled. However, his strategic mind is indeed impressive. Jin 2 was completely at his mercy. Kakashi closed Konoha Paradise, lazily remarking, young Luwan has a sharp mind, but is paired with a lackluster body. Asuma nodded, expressing his resignation. Luwan stood to the side, hands in pockets, lazily observing the next match. He pondered, who is competing next? What a bother. Thus, the Chunin exam battles progressed, with Luwan's nonchalance and wit becoming a topic of great interest among the spectators. Meanwhile, he simply thought, when can I return to sleep? What an inconvenience. Chapter 47. Perseverance Hinata Hyuga vs. Niji Hyuga, Little Angel vs. Big Cousin. Luwan stood at the edge of the arena, hands in pockets, yawning lazily. He glanced at Hinata and Niji in the arena, muttering to himself, the internal conflict of the Hyuga clan is quite troublesome. Nevertheless, as an observer, he could not resist stealing a few more glances at the two possessing Byakugan. In the arena, Hinata stood at the center, her hands trembling slightly, her gaze a mixture of anxiety and determination. Niji, on the opposite side, crossed his arms, his expression cold and indifferent, as if his opponent were hardly worth his consideration. Luwan squinted, thinking, Niji still maintains his lofty demeanor. Can Hinata truly hold her ground? As the match commenced, Niji swiftly adopted the opening stance of the Hyuga style, activating his Byakugan, the chakra around him flowing freely. Hinata also activated her Byakugan, positioning her hands in the gentle fist stance, though her movements appeared noticeably stiff. Luwan mused, Hinata seems too tense. She likely won't last long. In the audience, Ino exclaimed, Hinata is way too nervous. Niji is a genius of the Hyuga clan. How can she possibly win? Sakura frowned and countered, don't say that. Hinata has put in effort. We must not underestimate her. Kakashi stood nearby, holding Konoha Paradise. Yet his eyes remained fixed on the battle. He lazily remarked, internal conflicts within the Hyuga clan are rare. Niji is the prodigy of the family, after all. Asuma, cigarette in mouth, chuckled. Hinata's strength is still commendable. Kakashi set his book aside, blinking. You seem quite informed. Who told you that? Asuma turned crimson. Nearby, Akamaru grumbled. What am I, invisible? Indeed, as the match unfolded, Niji launched a fierce offensive. His gentle fist struck like a tempest, each blow precisely targeting Hinata's chakra points. Hinata barely dodged a few hits, but was ultimately struck by Niji's palm wind, stumbling backward. Luwan watched, somewhat entranced, thinking, Niji truly strikes without mercy. Not a hint of tenderness. Dingy. Snap, snap, what tenderness? Can it be eaten? As expected, Hinata was pressured relentlessly by Niji's assault, scarcely able to retaliate. In the audience, Lee shouted with fervor, Hinata, hang in there. Don't give up. Naruto clenched his fists, shouting, Hinata, believe in yourself. You can do it. Upon hearing Naruto's voice, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Hinata's eyes. She took a deep breath, swiftly forming hand seals, her chakra surging within. Niji furrowed his brow, pondering, this girl still has some strength left? You don't understand, big cousin. This is the power of love. Suddenly, Hinata mounted a counteroffensive. Though her gentle fist lacked Niji's ferocity, each strike was imbued with unwavering resolve. Niji, caught off guard by her sudden resurgence, quickly retreated a few steps. In the audience, Ino's eyes widened. Hinata actually countered. Wasn't she being dominated? You think Hinata is like you? Nara Luwan. Oh dear, oh dear. Focus on the match. Indeed, though brief, Hinata's counterattack placed considerable pressure on Niji. He furrowed his brow, reflecting, this girl can still fight back? It seems I must take her seriously. Niji rapidly formed seals, his chakra flowing swiftly as he prepared to unleash the ultimate technique of the Hyuga style, the 8 trigrams 64 palms. Upon seeing this, Hinata's expression changed, yet she did not falter. Instead, she mirrored his stance. Lu Wan watched, somewhat entranced, thinking, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Now, this will be entertaining. Niji's 8 trigrams 64 palms surged towards Hinata like a torrential storm, each strike precisely aimed at her chakra points. Hinata narrowly evaded several blows, but was ultimately struck by Niji's palm wind, staggering backward. However, she did not relent. Instead, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Hinata suddenly launched a counterattack. Her 8 trigrams 64 palms, though not as fierce as Niji's, carried an unwavering spirit. Niji was caught off guard by her sudden retaliation, quickly retreating a few steps. Lu Wan raised an eyebrow, secretly amused. This girl Hinata is rather intriguing. In the audience, Ino's eyes widened. Hinata actually countered. Wasn't she being dominated? Sakura smiled. Hinata is putting forth great effort. We must not underestimate her. Kakashi closed Konoha Paradise, observing the unfolding battle with keen interest. He remarked, Hinata's potential is gradually being realized. Although Niji is strong, one cannot afford to be complacent. Asuma nodded in agreement. Indeed, that girl Hinata possesses a tenacity that rivals anyone. Yet, as the battle progressed, Hinata was repeatedly knocked down by Niji, even spitting out ketchup, yet she did not yield. The arena fell silent. After a hard-won opportunity for a counterattack, a white-blue barrier forcefully repelled Hinata's assault, causing her to fall to the ground. Huitian. A few spectators with Byakugan exclaimed. Huitian. Impressive. But Hinata, get up. Naruto shouted from the railing, precariously cheering for Hinata. Ultimately, the little girl remained on the ground. The match ended in Niji's victory, yet Hinata's performance garnered the respect of all. Shikamaru observed the situation, pondering, Hinata truly is remarkable. This sentiment resonates with everyone present. After the match concluded, the audience began to discuss the recent battle. Ino couldn't help but comment, although Hinata lost, her performance was truly outstanding. Sakura smiled indeed. Everyone witnessed her effort. Kakashi closed Intimate Paradise, lazily stating, Hinata's potential has yet to be fully realized. She will undoubtedly grow stronger in the future. Asuma, cigarette in mouth, added with a grin, yes, that girl Hinata is quite the source of anticipation. Shikamaru moved aside, hands in pockets, lazily watching the next match, musing. Who is it that competes next? How long will this go on? Chapter 48. Youth Gaara vs. Rock Lee. After a cloud of dust, a small panda emerged, appearing as a perilous little creature. A girl exclaimed, Gaara, that cool guy with the gourd. I adore him. Are you planning to harm a child? Ino retorted, hey Shikamaru. That gourd of Gaara's isn't filled with alcohol, is it? Shikamaru smirked, why don't you try it? Choji protested, Shikamaru is biased. Let Ino drink. Asuma instantly teleported behind the trio, looking expressionless at Shikamaru, who feigned helplessness. In the arena, Gaara stood impassively to one side, the gourd on his back emanating a chilling aura. Meanwhile, Lee was bursting with enthusiasm, assuming a battle stance. Gaara, I've been eager to face you. Today, let me experience your strength. Gaara scoffed, humph, overestimating yourself. Don't underestimate me. I am the Azure Beast of Konoha. Here comes the Konoha Whirlwind. Lee dashed towards Gaara with astonishing speed. Naruto, holding binoculars, exclaimed, why isn't Gaara moving? Could he be scared stiff? He is not like you, the bottom of the barrel. Foolish Sasuke. Just as Lee's leg was about to strike Gaara, the gourd behind him suddenly spewed forth a torrent of sand, forming a sand wall that thwarted Lee's attack. What? Lee exclaimed. Gaara smirked. Is that all you've got? Don't get cocky. This isn't over. Shadow Dance. Lee launched another attack, his speed surpassing the previous, his figure darting around Gaara like a phantom. Gaara remained still, expressionless, while the sand instinctively defended against Lee's onslaught. Shiryuka. Lee unwrapped the bandages on his hands, accelerating yet again, appearing behind Gaara and binding him with the bandages. To everyone's astonishment, Gaara's body suddenly transformed into sand, scattering across the ground, while his true form emerged behind Lee. Sand coffin. The sand swiftly enveloped Lee, forming a sandball. Just when everyone thought Lee was about to lose, the sandball began to tremble violently before bursting apart. 8 gates. First gate, open. Li unleashed a powerful chakra surge, his hair standing on end, resembling a being ablaze. Gaara frowned slightly. Li's speed intensified, instantly appearing before Gaara, delivering a barrage of punches akin to raindrops. Though Gaara's sand defended automatically, it could not keep pace with Li's rapid strikes, sustaining several hits. Gaara wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect you to possess such power. Not done yet. 8 gates, second gate, heel gate, open. Li's chakra surged once more, his speed and strength multiplying. Sand shield. Gaara's sand formed a massive shield, blocking Li's assault. Li, third gate, life gate, open. Li's attacks grew fiercer, the sand shield beginning to crack. Kakashi glanced helplessly at Guy, who seemed to be enjoying the spectacle. Guy returned a heartfelt gaze. Gaara's expression turned cold as he waved his hand. Sand tsunami. A deluge of sand surged from the ground, crashing towards Li like ocean waves. Li, fourth gate, wound gate, open. Li's speed surged again, evading the sand attack. But his stamina began to plummet. His skin flushed, veins bulging. He resembled a flaming torch. Asuma exclaimed, "Is this child insane? If he continues like this, his body won't withstand it." Li declared, "To prove my ninja way, this price is trivial. Take this." Morning Peacock. Li's fists unleashed a torrent of fiery strikes, forming a colossal peacock pattern that surged towards Gaara. Gaara's sand coalesced into a gigantic sphere, encasing him. The morning peacock collided with the sand guardian, erupting in a tremendous explosion that shook the entire arena. As the smoke cleared, the sand guardian remained unscathed, while Gaara stood unharmed within. How is this possible? Li staggered to his feet. Gaara grinned malevolently. Your strength is indeed impressive, but it is insufficient to defeat me. No, I can continue. Sixth gate, view gate, open. Li's body began to tremble, blood oozing from his skin. Tintin shouted, Li, don't push yourself any further. Guy rushed to the arena's edge. Li, enough. You've already proven your ninja way. Do not overexert yourself. Li struggled. Teacher Guy, I can't fall now. I must. Finally, Li's body could no longer endure, collapsing to the ground. Moonlight Gale raised a hand, signaling Guy to take Li away while preventing Gaara from making a stealthy move. The victor is Gaara. The audience fell silent, then erupted into fervent applause. Gaara looked at the fallen Li, a glimmer of complex emotion flickering in his eyes before he turned and departed the arena. Guy rushed into the arena, lifting Li, tears welling in his eyes, casting a glance at Gaara before urgently taking Li for medical attention. In the stands, Naruto clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. Li, I will become stronger. I will never lose to Gaara. Sakura looked at Naruto with concern, while Sasuke coldly crossed his arms, scoffing, the bottom of the barrel, don't overreach. I am your opponent. Naruto shouted, Sasuke, what did you say? Sakura interjected, all right, stop arguing. Meanwhile, Shikamaru could no longer bear to watch, climbing to the rooftop to count clouds while listening to the sounds of battle below, sighing deeply. Chapter 49. The Heavyweight Choji, it's your turn. Shikamaru's voice jolted Choji from his potato chip bag, hastily stuffing the last chip into his mouth and brushing off the crumbs from his hands. The audience was abuzz. Ninjas from various villages observing the Chunin exam duel. His opponent is Tosu from the Sound Village. Be cautious of his sound wave attacks. Shikamaru rarely displayed a serious demeanor. Warning, don't take it lightly. Choji nodded, feeling the softness of his belly jiggle as he stood. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward into the center of the arena. The sunlight pierced his eyes, making it difficult for him to open them. He could feel sweat seeping from his back, clinging his clothes to his skin. On the opposite side, Toosi stood in the arena, wearing a peculiar headband that concealed half of his face, revealing only a single cold eye. Dinksy noticed that his arm was wrapped in bandages, beneath which seemed to be hidden some device. The match commenced. With the referee's announcement, Toosi launched the first attack. His arm emitted a piercing buzzing sound, causing Dinksy's eardrums to throb painfully, and the scene before him began to distort. He staggered backward, only to find his sense of balance completely lost. Was this a sound wave attack? Dinksy struggled to steady himself, but Toosi was already upon him. His fist, imbued with sound waves, struck Dinksy's abdomen with a heavy blow. Bang! Dinksy was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a halt. He felt his insides churning, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. Is this all you've got? Toosi's voice pierced through the shrill sound waves, and the audience erupted in laughter. Dinksy laboriously lifted his head, seeing the spectators from In village pointing and laughing at him. That fat guy can't even stand. Has Konoha run out of ninjas to send to the Chunin exams? Look at all that blubber. His movements are as slow as a turtle. The jeers struck Dingxi's heart like daggers. He felt his cheeks flush and his vision blur. Throughout his life, he had endured such ridicule far too many times. Each time, he had chosen to escape, retreating to secluded corners to indulge in snacks, numbing himself with food. Dingxi, get up. A clear voice pierced through the cacophony of laughter. He looked up to see Ino standing at the edge of the stands, her golden ponytail shimmering in the sunlight. You said you wanted to prove yourself to everyone, right? Ino's voice carried urgency. Didn't you say you wanted to silence those who looked down on you? Dingxi, Shikamaru's voice joined in. Do you remember our promise from childhood? You vowed to become the strongest ninja. Memories flooded back like a tide. It was after their first failed mission, when Dingxi had hidden in the woods, crying. Shikamaru found him and said nothing, merely offering him a bag of chips. I'm so useless, Dingxi sobbed. I always hold everyone back. Then get stronger, Shikamaru had replied. Lying on the grass, gazing at the sky. Instead of crying here, why not think about how to become stronger? But I'm so fat and slow. What's wrong with being fat? Shikamaru turned his head. Your chakra is the most abundant among us. That's your advantage. The key is how to utilize that advantage. Dingxi, Ino's shout yanked him back into reality. Use that technique. Dingxi took a deep breath, his hands beginning to weave seals. He could feel the chakra within him boiling, as if it were about to break free from his body. Multiplication technique. His right arm instantly swelled, becoming thicker than his body. Toosi's sound waves came rushing again. But this time Dingxi did not retreat. He swung his massive arm, dispersing the sound waves with the force of the wind. What? Toosi's expression turned to one of surprise. But he quickly regained his mocking demeanor. It's just a bit bigger. This isn't over yet. Dingxi gritted his teeth, chakra surging wildly throughout his body. Super multiplication technique. His body began to expand rapidly, transforming him into a giant in the blink of an eye. The laughter from the stands abruptly ceased, replaced by gasps of astonishment. What kind of ninjutsu is this? What an overwhelming amount of chakra. Toosi's sound wave attack seemed trivial in the face of Dingxi's massive form. Dingxi raised his enormous palm and brought it crashing down upon Toosi. Human cannonball. He curled into a ball and began to spin at high speed. The sound waves were completely repelled. Toosi stumbled backward in panic, but it was too late. The colossal human cannonball barreled forward, shaking the entire arena. When the dust settled, Toosi lay unconscious on the ground. The referee declared Dingxi the victor, yet the stands fell into silence. Dingxi returned to his normal size, panting heavily, feeling the soreness in his muscles, yet his heart was filled with an unprecedented exhilaration. Well done, Dingxi. Ino's cheers shattered the silence. Shikamaru wore a rare smile. It seems we can no longer call you fat. Dingxi rubbed his belly, laughing bashfully. After that fight, I'm a bit hungry. Shall we go for barbecue? The stands erupted in warm laughter. This time, no one mocked him. Dingxi looked up at the sky. The sunlight was still blinding, yet he felt an unusual warmth. Chapter 50. Under currents, the moonlight, like flowing water, spilled across the forests of Konoha, casting dancing shadows that resembled countless eyes peering into the tranquility of the land. The preliminary round of the Chunin exams had just concluded, and the atmosphere in the village remained tense and oppressive. Although the preliminary round had filtered out the candidates for the finals, everyone understood that the real storm was only just beginning. Shikamaru lay on the branch of a large tree, his hands cradling his head, eyes slightly closed as if in a light slumber. His breathing was steady, seemingly lost in dreams, yet his mind was racing. What a bother, Shikamaru sighed inwardly. I couldn't resist coming. I truly have the heart of a worrying mother. Speaking of which, why hasn't he arrived yet? I should have worn a jacket, it's freezing. Just then, a faint cough echoed from afar, breaking the silence of the forest. Shikamaru's ears perked up, eyes still shut, yet his attention was fully drawn to the cough. The sound drew nearer, carrying a frail quality, as if a sickly person was struggling to walk. Shikamaru's brows furrowed slightly, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Even if I save him, he probably won't last long. How did Sister Yugugo even fall for him? The name Yugugo lingered in his mind. As a special jonin of Konoha, Yugugo had always been renowned for his swordsmanship and keen insight. However, his health had been poor for years, plagued by a persistent cough that gave him a fragile appearance. Despite this, his strength could not be underestimated, particularly in his work with the Umbu, where he had always been a capable assistant to the third Hokage. The cough grew ever closer, and Shikamaru finally opened his eyes. Through the gaps in the leaves, he caught sight of the source of the sound. In the moonlight, a gaunt figure was slowly approaching. Clad in black ninja attire, wielding a slender sword, it was none other than Yugogo. However, just as Yugogo was about to reach Shikamaru's location, the cough abruptly ceased. Shikamaru's pupils constricted, his body tensing instantly. He sensed a wave of murderous intent, as though a ferocious beast lurked in the shadows, eyeing its prey. His shadow silently extended, merging with the surrounding darkness. As expected, Shikamaru scoffed inwardly. His gaze locked onto a nearly imperceptible shadow moving stealthily behind Yugogo. Wind release, gale palm. A deep voice suddenly rang out, followed by a sharp blade of wind that shot forth from the darkness, aiming directly for Yugogo's back. Shikamaru's body instinctively reacted. His shadow leaped from the ground like a bolt of black lightning, swiftly wrapping around Yugogo's ankle, yanking him forcefully aside. The wind blade grazed Yugogo's clothing and struck the tree trunk behind him with a deafening crack, the trunk splintering and crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The one-eyed dragon indeed possesses remarkable skills. Who is it? Yuegwang Jifeng steadied his stance, his sword drawn, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. A cough escaped his lips once more, yet this time it carried a hint of tension. Heh, as expected of Konoha's special jonin, your reactions are rather swift. A deep voice emerged from the darkness, followed by the gradual emergence of a tall figure. Dressed in the attire of Tsunegakure, a cold smirk adorned his face. It was Maki, a jonin from the Sand Village. Maki's presence caused Yuegwang Jifeng's brows to furrow tightly, his sword raised slightly, pointing towards his adversary. What is the meaning of this? To attack a ninja of Konoha within its own territory, does Tsunegakure seek to instigate war? War? Maki scoffed, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Konoha has long since decayed. There is no need for Tsunegakure to intervene. You will bring about your own demise. I am merely here to eliminate a few bothersome individuals. Bothersome individuals? Yuegwang Jifeng's cough resounded again, yet his gaze remained resolute. It appears that Tsunegakure is indeed plotting something. Plotting? Maki's smile grew colder. No, this is merely the beginning. Soon, Konoha will comprehend the true essence of despair. Before his words could fully settle, Maki vanished from sight. In the next moment, his fist surged toward Yuegwang Jifeng, accompanied by a fierce gale, aimed directly at his face. Futon Repasho. Yuegwang Jifeng's pupils constricted, his body swiftly retreating as he arced his sword in an attempt to block Maki's assault. However, Maki's speed was overwhelmingly rapid, the wind pressure closing in on him. Just as the situation grew dire, a shadow suddenly erupted from the ground, coiling around Maki's arm like a black chain. What? Maki's brow furrowed slightly, finally noticing a third presence, his gaze shifting towards the source of the shadow. There stood Shikamaru, hands forming seals, his eyes coolly fixed upon him. Shadow imitation technique. Maki let out a cold chuckle, his arm straining as he attempted to break free from the shadow's hold. Yet, Shikamaru's shadow clung tenaciously to his arm, rendering him immobile. Jifeng-senpai, hurry and inform the third Hokage. Shikamaru's voice was calm yet firm, his gaze unwavering on Maki. I will handle this. Yuegwang Jifeng hesitated briefly before nodding. Be careful, Shikamaru. With those words, he swiftly retreated, disappearing into the shadows of the forest. Shikamaru observed Yuegwang Jifeng's retreating figure, muttering, Hey, aren't we friends? You could at least be a bit more courteous. I'm still a genin. Moreover, why have you stopped coughing? Humph, kid. Do you think you can stop me all by yourself? A glint of disdain flickered in Maki's eyes as he violently shook his body, a powerful chakra erupting from within him, instantly dispersing Shikamaru's shadow. Shikamaru staggered slightly, yet a smile crept upon his lips. Of course, it's not just me. I also have. Before he could finish, his hands swiftly formed seals, shadows once again surging from the ground, rapidly extending towards Maki. Shadow imitation technique, multiple binding. Maki's brow furrowed slightly as he swiftly retreated, attempting to evade the shadow's pursuit. However, Shikamaru's shadow pursued him relentlessly, no matter how he dodged. Damn brat. Maki's eyes flashed with anger, his hands forming seals as a powerful wind erupted from his body, sending nearby trees crashing. Futon, de Tapa. The howling wind scattered Shikamaru's shadow, halting its pursuit. However, Shikamaru's expression remained unfazed, a cunning smile emerging. "You've fallen for it," he whispered, his hands forming seals once more. Maki's pupils constricted, suddenly feeling a tightness around his feet. Glancing down, he saw his legs ensnared by a black shadow, rendering him immobile. When did this happen? Maki's expression darkened, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. From the very beginning, Shikamaru replied with calm confidence. "My shadow imitation technique is not solely for binding you." Maki's brow furrowed tightly as he shook his body, attempting to break free from the shadow's grasp. Yet, Shikamaru's shadow held him firmly, like iron chains binding his legs. "Useless." Shikamaru's voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet his gaze remained resolute. "My shadow imitation technique has thoroughly locked onto your movements. You cannot escape." Maki's expression darkened, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "Do you think this can truly restrain me?" Shikamaru shrugged, his expression turning serious. Summoning technique, Snake Eater. In that instant, a long python erupted from Shikamaru's seal, opening its massive jaws wide, measuring 34 meters, and consumed Maki whole before his increasingly shrinking pupils. The serpent squinted, turning its gaze towards Shikamaru, its vertical pupils widening as if awaiting praise. Shikamaru patted the serpent's head. "Just don't turn him into waste after swallowing him. I promise I'll treat you afterward." The serpent obediently nodded in understanding, a truly adorable creature. Chapter 51. Panda. The night was as dark as ink, the moonlight cascading like water. Shikamaru leisurely leapt across the rooftops, the tiles beneath his feet emitting faint sounds. The night breeze brushed against him, carrying the unique chill of early spring, lulling him into drowsiness. After all, Yueguang Jifeng had gone to deliver the message. He couldn't care less about what followed. What a hassle, Shikamaru yawned, rubbing his weary eyes. The moonlight cast a long shadow of him, creating a slender silhouette on the rooftop. At that moment, he noticed a luminous sphere emanating white light in the direction of the hospital. The glow was particularly piercing against the moonlight, resembling fragments of the moon floating in the air. Shikamaru squinted, using the moonlight to discern what it was. Gaara's sand sphere. "What is this kid doing up at this hour? Playing with sand?" Shikamaru mumbled, his steps unceasing. Gaara still bore a hint of childishness. Though his eyes were fierce, his doll-like face appeared undeniably cute. The sand sphere spun slowly, tiny grains shimmering under the moonlight. Shikamaru sensed a dangerous aura permeating the air, a chakra belonging to the tailed beasts, rife with ferocity and unease. Yet, he was too fatigued to muster even the most basic vigilance. "Hey, Gaara," Shikamaru called lazily. "What are you doing up at this hour? Playing with sand?" The sand sphere abruptly ceased its motion. In the next instant, countless grains shot towards Shikamaru like arrows. Instinctively, he leaned back, several grains grazing his cheek and leaving a fine trail of blood. Fully awakened now, he watched as Gaara slowly emerged from the sand sphere. In the moonlight, Gaara's complexion was alarmingly pale, dark circles framing his eyes. His gaze was more menacing than during the day, enveloped in a palpable aura of killing intent. Shikamaru could feel the surrounding air thickening, a clear indication of an overabundance of chakra. "Do you dare to obstruct me? Are you seeking death?" Gaara's voice was hoarse and cold. Shikamaru sighed. "I say, are all the people from Sunagake here this irritable? I was merely greeting you." Before his words could fade, Gaara commanded the sand to attack. Shikamaru quickly formed seals, activating the shadow imitation technique. Yet before his shadow could reach Gaara, it was halted by a surging wall of sand. The sand, alive with intent, wrapped around him, and Shikamaru hurriedly retreated, only to discover himself ensnared. "This is such a hassle," Shikamaru grumbled, his hands swiftly forming seals. Shadow binding technique. This time, his shadow maneuvered around the sand wall, successfully linking with Gaara's shadow. Wakao's movements momentarily halted, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. However, more sand soon surged from the ground, severing Lu Quan's shadow. "Intriguing," Iai Luo remarked with a hint of excitement in his voice. "Your ninjutsu is quite fascinating." Lu Quan sensed an increase in Iai Luo's murderous intent, and the surrounding sand began to stir restlessly, producing a rustling sound. It dawned on him the gravity of the situation. This young man truly intended to kill him. "Wait." Lu Quan raised his hands. "I was merely passing by. There's no need to take this so seriously, is there?" Iai Luo remained silent, and the sand had already formed a massive hand that came crashing down towards Lu Quan. He hastily leaped aside, the tiles beneath his feet shattering upon impact. He swiftly maneuvered across the rooftop, attempting to create distance, but Ai Luo's sand pursued him relentlessly. "I say," Lu Quan shouted while evading. "You aren't suffering from insomnia and in a bad mood, are you?" This remark momentarily stalled Ai Luo's actions. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Quan quickly formed hand seals, super shadow imitation technique, and succeeded. This time, he effectively controlled Ai Luo's movements. They stood on the rooftop, mirroring each other's postures, the moonlight stretching their shadows long. "Release me," Ai Luo said coldly. "I can let you go, but you must promise not to make any sudden moves." Lu Quan replied with a yawn. "I'm truly exhausted and lack the energy to play with you." Ai Luo did not speak. Yet the aura of hostility around him diminished slightly. Only then did Lu Quan dispel the ninjutsu and plop down on the rooftop. "Do you often suffer from insomnia?" Lu Quan asked casually, as though inquiring about the weather. Ai Luo paused for a moment before quietly replying, "I cannot sleep." Lu Quan blinked, recalling the rumors surrounding the host of Shoha. It was said that Shoha would seize Ai Luo's consciousness while he slept, forcing him to remain awake. "I see," Lu Quan said awkwardly, scratching his head. "That must be quite troublesome." The night breeze swept by, carrying the fragrance of distant cherry blossom trees. The two sat in silence atop the roof, their shadows intertwining in the moonlight. Lu Quan could feel Ai Luo's murderous intent gradually dissipating, replaced by a profound fatigue. "You know," Lu Quan suddenly spoke, "my greatest dream is to play chess every day and watch the clouds." Ai Luo turned his head, regarding him with an expression of disbelief. "What I mean is," Lu Quan chuckled, "sometimes setting small goals for oneself makes life more bearable." Ai Luo remained silent. Yet Lu Quan observed his tightly clenched fists slowly loosening. Beneath the moonlight, the boy's profile remained pale, yet the hostility in his eyes seemed to have lessened somewhat. Distant bells chimed. It was already 2 in the morning. Lu Quan stood up, stretching lazily. "I must head back." "If you can't sleep," Lu Quan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Come with me." Ai Luo watched Lu Quan's languid silhouette and suddenly spoke. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Lu Quan turned back, the moonlight illuminating his face, revealing a lazy smile. "Afraid? That would be too troublesome. Besides, I think you're rather adorable." With that, he waved his hand, and with a few leaps, vanished into the night. Ai Luo stood still, watching the direction in which Lu Quan had departed, feeling for the first time that the night did not seem so interminable. Soon, a clump of sand swiftly approached Lu Quan. Lu Quan was at the entrance of the reception area, beckoning for Ai Luo to follow. Ai Luo glanced at him. Then at the spot where he had just emerged. He remained silent, following closely behind. Lu Quan led Ai Luo over walls, arriving at the only illuminated area. Just as he was about to enter, Ai Luo pulled him back. "Aren't you trying to sleep?" Lu Quan asked, confused, turning back to face him. Ai Luo looked up at the sign and then back at Lu Quan. Lu Quan turned to see a large sign reading Wind Ninja Reception Room hanging overhead. Disregarding Ai Luo's concerns, Lu Quan kicked the door open. "Teacher, I've brought your son here. Find a way to make him sleep." Inside, Orochimaru, who was plotting the destruction of Konoha, nearly choked on his own ambitions upon hearing the exclamation. The echoes of Old Dunga resonated in his mind. Chapter 52. Stance. Lu Quan gazed in astonishment at the deeply sleeping Ai Luo, poking his slightly childish face with his hand. "How long has it been since you've slept?" "You fell asleep too quickly." Orochimaru, having peeled away his wind ninja skin, emerged from the center, twisting his body as he stood behind Lu Quan. "Snake Uncle, your mysterious liquid has splattered onto my hair," Lu Quan protested, running his fingers through the darker strands of his hair. "Heh, you trust me so much, bringing him here," Orochimaru remarked, though his emergence slowed, likely to prevent further splatter. "You've become the Hokage. He is your son, Pseudo. What do I have to worry about?" Orochimaru stood up, glancing at the human skin beside him. "Just a shell. Why do you assist those from other villages?" He poked Ai Luo, feeling the chakra within him. "Still just a tailed beast. Haven't you always been interested in tailed beasts?" Lu Quan continued to prod at Ai Luo. "And Ai Luo is quite intriguing. I'm here to invade Konoha. Aren't you afraid I might kill you?" "Oh, then why haven't you made a move yet?" Lu Quan lazily settled into the Hokage's office chair, flipping through documents. He had claimed not to want to be a Hokage, yet after only a few days, the papers were already filled with Orochimaru's annotations. Observing the dense notes, Lu Quan mused that if Orochimaru desired to be a civil servant, Konoha should not prevent him. If he were to become Hokage, he would undoubtedly be the most competent one. I have already made my move. Orochimaru's expression darkened. I've been too indulgent with this kid. He is so presumptuous. Calling me old dinga. I never called Sarutobi-sensei that. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. No, it's clearly your poor hearing. We clearly called you teacher. Are you referring to Maki? He.S. in Shiro's belly. Lu Quan set down the documents, propping his face up, looking at Orochimaru in a teasing manner. It's you? Orochimaru was on the verge of losing his composure. It is I, Lu Quan nodded. Do you wish to stop me? Orochimaru's heart was filled with complex emotions. In the words of the entire Sand Ninja village, Konoha's infrastructure and civilians would meet their demise. Don't you want to kill the third Hokage? Why bother? Lu Quan yawned, realizing how late it was. He had not slept all night, and would likely end up with dark circles like Iai Luo the next day. Orochimaru fell silent. Although his primary goal was the third Hokage, everything else was secondary. Attacking Konoha would indeed sadden the third Hokage, which was why he would act. Yet having Lu Quan articulate it made him feel exposed. Truly, the Nara clan was exceedingly clever, perhaps because Lu Quan was overly concerned about him. He chose to protect Konoha, and thus selected himself over the third Hokage. This chapter is actually called Orochimaru's self-strategy. Isn't it? Indeed, the third Hokage is the Hokage. Do you agree to my killing him? If I disagree, will you not kill him? Lu Quan shot him a glance, muttering about killing being killing. Why the hesitation? Snake ant. Orochimaru felt a headache coming on. However, you must pay attention to your safety. If that old man tries his hardest, you may not be safe, Snake Uncle. Humph, the third Hokage has grown old. Lu Quan's gaze scanned Orochimaru from top to bottom, then glanced at the human skin beside him. Yes, you are not old. You are the youngest. Orochimaru felt offended. Nara Lu Quan, let me remind you once more, I am a rogue ninja from Konoha. The little snake attempting to intimidate Lu Quan was not very effective. I know. After all, the tradition of Konoha is to slay one's teacher. Lu Quan had grown muddled, beginning to nod. What? Orochimaru's deep voice echoed, his golden slitted pupils narrowing further. Observing Lu Quan's breathing had become shallow, Orochimaru felt a chill run down his spine. What is the tradition of Konoha? Slaying one's teacher? Is this the change in Konoha after his defection? Is Shikamaru going to take his own life in the future? Nara Kakuzu wept. At this moment, the true father figure in the Nara household, Kakuzu, gazed into the empty room of his son, feeling a chill run through him, as if a landslide had occurred within. Where could his grown son have gone? He had merely convened a meeting for the Konoha Defense War, only to be astounded by the realization that the focal point of the gathering was his son being interrogated by various jonin. He was further astonished to find his son absent from his own bed, staring blankly at the plush toys in the bed. Kakuzu felt an ominous premonition, which could be tentatively labeled as a man's dreadful sixth sense. Chapter 53. Life. The long-awaited elimination round has finally arrived. Shikamaru leaned against the railing of the viewing platform, squinting at the arena below. Temari stood proudly in the center of the field, her golden ponytail shimmering under the sunlight, and her immense three-star fan glinting with a cold light. What a nuisance, Shikamaru sighed, scratching the back of his head. He vividly recalled how, in the previous match, Temari had unleashed a powerful gust with that fan, sending her opponent flying out of the arena. Such a level of chakra control was no trifling matter. It would be a disaster if his handsome face were marred. Next up, Nara Shikamaru versus Temari. Upon hearing the referee's call, Shikamaru sluggishly rose to his feet. He noticed Temari glance at him, a hint of disdain curling her lips. He believed his strength now surpassed hers, but could she possibly be his future wife? It seemed unlikely, as he was prepared to defeat her. This woman probably thought this match would be as effortless as the last, with his hands buried in his pockets. Shikamaru strolled down the steps at a leisurely pace. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, and he squinted to survey the arena. The ground was covered in fine sand, which boded well for his shadow imitation technique, as sand facilitated the extension of shadows. It seemed deliberate, a crafty maneuver indeed. The match commenced. Almost instantaneously after the referee's signal, Temari launched her assault. With a single sweep of her hand, the three-star fan traced an arc, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. Shikamaru quickly leaped back, yet the wind blade grazed the hem of his clothing, shredding the fabric. What a bother, he muttered, swiftly repositioning himself. He noticed that Temari performed a subtle charging motion before each fan strike, perhaps a vulnerability he could exploit. Temari clearly intended to deny him the luxury of contemplation, continuously swinging her fan. The howling wind stirred up dust, creating whirlwinds throughout the arena. Shikamaru was compelled to dodge left and right, yet each maneuver appeared effortless. "Is that all you can do, dodge?" Temari taunted. "Is this the extent of a Konoha Chunin?" Shikamaru disregarded her provocations, his gaze fixed on the ground. The sunlight cast clear shadows upon the arena, and while evading, he methodically adjusted his position. Suddenly, Shikamaru halted. A flicker of surprise crossed Temari's eyes. Yet her movements showed no sign of hesitation. The three-star fan swung down with a greater ferocity, sending a wind blade roaring toward him. Now was the moment. Shikamaru swiftly formed hand seals, his shadow racing across the ground. The wind blade was mere inches from him, yet he remained unmoving. Just as the wind blade was about to strike, his shadow finally made contact with Temari's. Shadow imitation technique, success. Temari's movements ceased abruptly. She was taken aback as her body fell under his control, unable to even wield her fan. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Temari gritted her teeth, demanding an explanation. It is a secret art of the Nara clan, Shikamaru replied languidly. Now, let us conclude this match. He maneuvered Temari's body step by step toward the edge of the arena. Temari struggled fiercely, but the constraints of the shadow imitation technique held steadfast. Damn it. Temari clenched her jaw, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She had never faced such an opponent. The sensation of being utterly controlled filled her with both rage and helplessness. Shikamaru observed Temari's defiant expression and found it oddly amusing. This woman, despite having lost, refused to concede. However, he glanced at the sky, witnessing the sun beginning to dip. What a nuisance, Shikamaru sighed. I am not one to bully women. Farewell, wife. As he released the shadow, he swiftly lunged forward, delivering a kick to Temari, who, despite the barrier of the three-star fan, was sent skidding over 10 meters, crashing into the sand wall and leaving a significant dent. The audience gasped in astonishment. Temari turned to him abruptly, disbelief evident in her eyes. Shikamaru felt a surge of pride, reveling in the effectiveness of his chakra-focused technique. Temari coughed up blood, half sitting up, her voice hoarse. What did you say? The impact had left her voice strained. I said nothing. Shikamaru scratched his head. Temari rolled her eyes and fainted, blood still streaming from her forehead. Hey, Shikamaru. You just called her wife. Naruto exclaimed without hesitation. When did Shikamaru secretly start dating Temari? Sakura questioned, casting a puzzled look at Ino. Wow. Shikamaru is really ruthless to his wife. Ino exclaimed, shaking her fist. Wah. Shikamaru getting married and not telling me? I'm going to shed tears, Choji lamented. Don't worry, Shikamaru will definitely tell you after the exam. Asuma reassured his diligent student. Hey, Shikamaru got married before even Asuma did. A cheeky white-haired character chimed in. This is youth, Guy exclaimed, embracing Asuma in excitement. Asuma shot a pleading glance at Kurenai. What? Temari would never be interested in that brat. Kanji protested vehemently. Nara Shikamaru isn't bad either, Gaara interjected seriously, nodding. Kanji, unperturbed by Gaara's comment, tugged at his brother's collar. Gaara, are you also charmed by this brat? On stage, the third Hokage turned to Kakuzu, nodding with a smile, as Kaku's pipe fell, only to be promptly returned by Irika. The little angel. The wind shadow began to cough, struggling to maintain his composure. The arena buzzed with chatter, some scolding Shikamaru for domestic violence, while others speculated on the nature of Temari's feelings for him. Wait, did Shikamaru's inner thoughts just escape him? Shikamaru mused, tilting his head and fainting. Nara Shikamaru wins. The referee announced, declaring his victory. Cheers erupted from the audience as the next match began. Shikamaru had already been carried off the field. He squinted at the scene before him. Oh, a married little boy? A silver-haired figure gazed mischievously at Shikamaru, causing him to close his eyes and truly lose consciousness. Chapter 54, Prelude Gaara vs. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke stood at the center of the arena, feeling a sharp sting at his neck. It was the cursed seal left by Orochimaru, pulsating beneath his skin as if alive. He lifted his gaze to the red-haired boy opposite him. Gaara stood silently, a massive gourd on his back shimmering coldly in the sunlight. His eyes were hollow yet filled with a chilling, murderous intent. Sasuke sensed that this opponent was unlike any he had faced before. The match began. As the referee's voice faded, Sasuke instantly formed hand seals, chakra coursing through him. He recalled Kakashi-sensei's teachings. When facing an unknown adversary, one must first probe their defenses. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A blazing fireball erupted. Yet Gaara did not even shift his footing. The sand behind him automatically formed a barrier, absorbing the flames entirely. Sasuke's pupils constricted, the Sharingan activated, allowing him to clearly perceive the movements of the sand. Too slow, Gaara murmured, a hint of impatience lacing his voice. Clenching his teeth, Sasuke summoned his strength, launching himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. His speed was astonishing, enhanced by the power of the Sharingan, allowing him to perceive every subtle movement. However, just as he was about to approach Wari Law, the sand suddenly surged upwards, as if animated, launching itself at him. Bang! Sasuke narrowly evaded, the sand striking behind him and creating a deep pit. He felt the sharp sting of the grains brushing against his cheek, heightening his vigilance. This opponent's defense was impeccable. Ordinary attacks could not penetrate it. At that moment, a sudden and intense pain surged through the cursed seal on his neck. Sasuke let out a muffled groan. Dropping to one knee, he sensed the malevolent power eroding his body, yet simultaneously, it bestowed upon him an unprecedented strength. What's wrong? Can you not hold on any longer? Wai Lua's voice dripped with mockery, rendering the situation dull. Sasuke lifted his head, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning rapidly. He felt a qualitative transformation occurring within his chakra as black patterns began to emerge on his skin. Power, an inexhaustible flow of power was surging forth. With a low growl, Sasuke's speed surged to an astonishing level. His figure nearly became a blur as he darted across the arena. Although Wai Lua's sand could automatically defend, it struggled to keep pace with Sasuke's velocity. Bang! 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 A series of strikes landed on the sand barrier, prompting Wai Lua to finally shift his stance. A glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes, quickly replaced by madness. Interesting. Wai Lua licked his lips, finally finding some amusement. Sasuke felt every cell in his body igniting. The strength from the cursed seal enabled him to control every movement flawlessly. His Sharingan could predict the trajectory of the sand, allowing him to evade attacks at the last moment. Lightning release, Chidori. The piercing cry of birds filled the air as blue lightning coalesced in Sasuke's hand. This was his most powerful jutsu to date, a signature technique of Kakashi-sensei. Enhanced by the cursed seal, Chidori's potency escalated. Wai Lua's expression grew grave as he sensed the threat posed by the technique. The sand around him began to whirl violently, forming an impenetrable defense. Sasuke's figure vanished once more, reappearing directly in front of Wai Lua. The brilliance of Chidori illuminated his face, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning rapidly. Break! Chidori collided with the sand barrier, producing a deafening screech of friction. Sasuke felt his hand gradually breaching the defense, but simultaneously, the sand was relentlessly eroding his body. Bang! A massive force flung the two apart, and Sasuke tumbled on the ground before stabilizing his form. His right hand was bloodied. Yet a smile graced his face as he noticed a crimson line marring Wai Lua's visage. You've wounded me. Wai Lua's voice suddenly turned eerily calm, a calmness that sent shivers down one's spine. His eyes began to redden, and the surrounding sand started to tremble violently. Sasuke felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if the entire space had frozen. He clearly observed Wai Lua's body beginning to transform, the sand gradually enveloping him entirely. Sand armor. Wai Lua's voice became hoarse. His body was completely shrouded in sand, with only his murderous eyes visible. Sasuke sensed that Wai Lua was now tenfold more dangerous than before. The game is over. Wai Lua raised his hand, and countless grains of sand morphed into lethal blades, descending upon Sasuke like a torrential storm. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke's Sharingan whirled frantically. He could discern the trajectory of each grain of sand, but his body struggled to keep pace. At that moment, he felt a resurgence of chakra within him, the power of the cursed seal bursting forth. The black patterns spread across his body, propelling Sasuke's speed to new heights. He wove through the sand blades, narrowly evading deadly strikes. Yet, even so, new wounds continued to accumulate on his body. Boom! A colossal hand of sand erupted from the ground. Although Sasuke leaped away just in time, he was still sent flying by the shockwave. Adjusting his position midair, he rapidly formed hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Countless fireballs erupted from his mouth, Yet before they could near Wai Luo, the sand intercepted them. Upon landing, Sasuke immediately began to move. He knew that standing still meant certain death. Useless. Wai Luo's voice echoed from all directions. Before my absolute defense, all your attacks are futile. Sasuke remained silent, his mind racing. The Sharingan continuously analyzed Wai Luo's movements, seeking a flaw. Suddenly, he noticed that Wai Luo's left hand appeared slightly unnatural. So that's it. A smirk curled at the corners of Sasuke's mouth as realization dawned on him. Wai Luo's absolute defense was not flawless, while the sand could autonomously defend. It required Wai Luo's conscious control. When he focused on offense, minute vulnerabilities would emerge in his defense. Whoosh. Sasuke launched another attack, this time targeting the ground beneath Wai Luo rather than him directly. The light of Chidori carved a deep trench into the ground, causing the sand to uncontrollably flow toward the fissure. What? Wai Luo clearly did not anticipate this maneuver. His body swayed slightly. Now, seizing the fleeting opportunity, Sasuke accelerated to his utmost limit. Once again, he gathered Chidori in his right hand, this time aiming for Wai Luo's left shoulder. Bang! Chidori struck its target. But Sasuke's expression shifted. He felt his hand ensnared by something, and upon closer inspection, he discovered that Wai Luo's left shoulder had been covered by a layer of peculiar sand unbeknownst to him. Did you think I would be so easily defeated? Wai Luo's voice was laced with manic glee, allowing you to experience true terror. Ah, the one tail is about to emerge. Isn't Uncle Snake making a move? The feigning deer, Shikamaru, muttered from the shadows of the spectator stands. This chapter lacks a protagonist. Chapter 55, Activation. The audience was in an uproar. Sunlight streaming through the glass dome and casting a dazzling spotlight onto the arena. Naruto stood at the stands, leaning against the railing, his gaze fixated on Wai Luo below. The red-haired youth, burdened by a gourd, kept his head lowered, his bangs obscuring his eyes, rendering his expression unreadable. That guy Naruto furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of concern for Sasuke. For some reason, he sensed an unsettling aura emanating from Wai Luo. Sasuke stood opposite Wai Luo, his Sharingan activated, the three tomos spinning slowly. Your chakra is quite peculiar. At that moment, Wai Luo abruptly lifted his head. His eyes bloodshot, the whites completely transformed into black, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. A strange smile curled at the corners of his mouth, a raspy voice escaping his throat. I will kill you all. Referencing the eerie smile of the child from a horror film. Not good. Kakashi shot up from his seat, his Sharingan activating instantly beneath his forehead protector. Wai Luo's body began to tremble violently, bizarre patterns emerging on his skin, as if some ancient seal was crumbling. His right hand uncontrollably grasped his left arm, nails digging deep into his flesh, blood dripping from his fingertips. Ah! A sound not quite human erupted from his throat. Boom! A terrifying chakra surged into the sky, shaking the entire venue. The audience screamed in terror, some attempting to flee, only to find the exit sealed. This is the chakra of a tailed beast. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood abruptly, his pipe falling to the ground. His gaze was fixed intently on the figure enveloped in dark red chakra in the arena. The body of Iai Luo began to contort and transform, dark crimson patterns emerging on the surface of his skin. A colossal tail extended from behind him, slamming against the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Deshiwan stood atop the elevated platform, a flicker of excitement gleaming in his golden slit-like eyes. Slowly, he raised his hand and tore off the mask from his face. Feng Yingderun, it appears your Umbu has not yet reacted, and has already been incapacitated by Deshiwan's swift strike. His signature hoarse laughter echoed, signaling the commencement of the game. He formed hand seals, and a powerful surge of chakra radiated outward. Suddenly, the dome of the venue shattered, countless fragments raining down from above. A massive purple serpent emerged from the depths, opening its gaping maw to lunge at the third Hokage. Summoning technique. Enemy attack. The third Hokage bellowed. All Jonin, protect the civilians. Kakashi, Gaiasuma, and others sprang into action, utilizing their ninjutsu to shield the civilians during their retreat. However, Deshiwan paid no heed to the civilians, and the destruction was limited to the hole from which he emerged. Lying still, Luwan squinted, contemplating the cost of filling this hole. Deshiwan, you have ultimately resorted to violence. The third Hokage fixed his gaze intently on Deshiwan atop the platform. Sarutobi-sensei? Deshiwan licked his lips, his voice suddenly sharp and grating. as his skin began to shed, revealing a pallid visage beneath. Deshiwan. The third Hokage's pupils constricted. He immediately unleashed the Earth Dragon Bullet to counter the summoned serpent. It's been a long time. Deshiwan spread his arms wide. Are you satisfied with this greeting? He then darted out of the arena, vanishing to the outskirts of Konoha, with the third Hokage in pursuit. At that moment, Iai Luo had completely lost his human form. His body swelled into a gigantic monstrosity, covered in tawny fur, a single eye gleaming with a frenzied light. One-tailed Showa. Full form. He roared, sending shockwaves that shattered the surrounding walls. He swung his enormous claws, effortlessly reducing the platform to rubble. Lu Wan was tossed to the ground by the blast, rolling twice before resuming his act of feigned death. A resounding kick aimed directly at Lu Wan's handsome face landed with precision. Lu Wan, eyes shut, turned his head aside to evade it. Kid, get up. The Konoha defense plan has been initiated, exclaimed a white-haired ninja, putting away his small book. Even if you're married, you must participate. Damn it. Meanwhile, Deshiwan had engaged the third Hokage in combat. They moved swiftly across the clearing, kunai and shuriken clashing, sparks flying. Sensei, you are growing old. Deshiwan effortlessly dodged a fire technique from the third Hokage. At this speed, you cannot catch me. Deshiwan. The third Hokage shouted in anger. Why have you betrayed Konoha? He observed the tranquil village in the distance, doubts swirling in his mind, but his focus remained on confronting his wayward disciple. Other Jonin, led by Kakashi, were stationed in the village, so there should be no issues. Betrayal? Deshiwan scoffed. I am merely in pursuit of truth. Immortality is the ultimate goal of a ninja, while you cling to outdated dogmas. Stubborn and unyielding, the third Hokage swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing the fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A massive fire dragon roared forth, yet Deshiwan simply leapt aside, evading it with ease. His body twisted like a serpent, maneuvering at an impossible angle to position himself behind the third Hokage. Shadow Snake Hand. Several venomous snakes sprang from Deshiwan's sleeve, targeting the third Hokage's back. In a critical moment, the third Hokage suddenly transformed into a wooden stump. Substitution Jutsu? Deshiwan narrowed his eyes. Earth Release, Earth Flow Rampart. The third Hokage's voice resonated from below as a wall of earth erupted, trapping Deshiwan within. Yet, in the next instant, the wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. Deshiwan stood unscathed, his body enveloped in an eerie purple chakra. Sensei, you remain so naive. Deshiwan licked his lips. Allow me to escort you on your final journey. He swiftly formed hand seals, a chilling chakra permeating the air. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. 3 coffins slowly rose from the ground, each bearing the inscriptions first, second, and fourth. The third Hokage's complexion instantly paled. You dare to desecrate the deceased. Hee. Deshiwan's laughter echoed through the ruins. This will allow you to reunite with the past Hokage. Is that not delightful? Just then, someone nearby exclaimed in astonishment. It's really the past Hokage. They emerged. The third Hokage's eyes widened in disbelief. Turning his head, he saw half the Jonin peering through the barrier at the 2 figures on the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen feeling more like his summoning beast, a monkey, than ever before. The just summoned Saru Noma felt a tightening in his rear, his face matching the color of his backside. Weren't you all supposed to protect the village? Someone uncertainly shouted. Lord Third, the village has only sustained a hole, which has already been repaired, and there are no casualties inside. What of the one tail? Outside the barrier, voices clamored. It has been led to the forest of death by Kakashi. It seems to be nearly over. Lord Third, hang in there. You're the only one left. Did Deshiwan come solely to capture the third Hokage? He hasn't captured him yet. They are still fighting. Shall we not break this barrier? This can absorb damage. The village's infrastructure would be compromised if breached. The third Hokage felt darkness cloud his vision, realizing he was the only one injured. Traitor. Chapter 56. The Master Slayer won. The coffin lids crashed down, and 3 figures slowly emerged. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama opened their eyes, their gazes vacant. Their bodies were covered in cracks, resembling shattered pottery. Deshiwan, the third Hokage, bellowed. How dare you desecrate the former Hokage? Desecrate? Deshiwan sneered. Sensei, you are too antiquated. This is a meticulously prepared gift, allowing you to reminisce with the 2 previous Hokage. The third Hokage clenched his fists, knuckles whitening. He could feel his heartbeat quickening. Facing the 2 Hokage, even he felt immense pressure. Sensei, Deshiwan's voice softened. Do you remember when you taught us? You said that ninjas must protect Konoha and their comrades. The third Hokage's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the past. The sun was shining brightly then, with Deshiwan, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, 3 children gathered around him, attentively listening as he spoke of the will of fire. But sensei, Deshiwan's voice suddenly turned cold. You are mistaken. The true essence of a ninja lies in the pursuit of truth, the quest for immortality. The third Hokage regained his composure, his gaze resolute. Deshiwan, you are wrong. The meaning of a ninja has never been for oneself, but rather. Before he could finish, a tremendous explosion erupted outside the barrier. A ninja sprinting toward them while shouting, Uchiha Sasuke is going to kill Jonin Kakashi. Immediately following, the Inoshikacho trio clashed with Asuma. What do we even look at now? What? The third Hokage felt as though his spine could no longer support him. Then allow me to prove it to you. Deshiwan waved his hands. Let us fight, sensei. The third Hokage remained still, his gaze fixed on the mushroom cloud in the distance of the forest of death, where the one tail seemed to have vanished. Sensei, attack! Deshiwan stamped his foot in frustration, directly employing ninjutsu to draw the first Hokage's attention. The first Hokage clasped his hands together, wood release, wood world rising. Countless colossal trees erupted from the earth, instantly filling the entire barrier. The third Hokage, a true ninja hero, swiftly formed hand seals, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. The searing flames collided with the massive trees, resulting in a deafening roar. The second Hokage's figure suddenly appeared behind the third Hokage, water release, water break wave. The third Hokage hurriedly turned, barely evading this lethal strike. His forehead was slick with cold sweat as he faced the 2 previous Hokage, feeling utterly powerless. Master, you are too slow, came the voice of Orochimaru from all directions. Is this the power of aging? How pitiful. The third Hokage gritted his teeth. Realizing that he could not continue like this, he quickly formed hand seals, shadow clone technique. 3 clones sprang forth, each confronting the first, second Hokage, and Orochimaru respectively, while the original swiftly retreated, his hands weaving intricate seals. Oh, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Are you finally going to get serious? The third Hokage did not respond. His hand signs had already been completed. Summoning technique, Inma. As the white smoke dissipated, Inma transformed into the adamantine staff that appeared in the third Hokage's grasp. Old friend, it's good to see you again. This is not good, Inma remarked solemnly, facing the 2 previous Hokage. I know, the third Hokage tightened his grip on the staff. But I have no other choice. The first Hokage launched another assault, wood release, wood dragon technique. A colossal wooden dragon roared toward the third Hokage. He swung the adamantine staff, adamantine prison wall. The staff instantly elongated, forming a solid barrier. However, the second Hokage had already maneuvered to the side. Water release, water dragon bullet. The third Hokage hastily countered, but was still struck by the water dragon, crashing heavily to the ground. He coughed up blood, feeling several of his ribs crack. Master, you have greatly disappointed me. Orochimaru strolled forward. Is this the legendary ninjutsu professor? The third Hokage struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Did you come here just to kill me? You did not destroy Konoha, so, master, you're still rambling. The tradition of Konoha is to slay one's teacher, isn't it? Orochimaru politely paused the assault of his 2 clones. The third Hokage seemed to notice something, his murky eyes darting toward the village entrance, still on guard but perhaps coughing a few times. Master, I truly am getting old, but even if you kill me, the will of fire in Konoha will endure forever. Shut up, old man. Orochimaru irritably interrupted. It's time for you to step down. Then if I step down, to whom should Konoha be passed? You betrayed us. Jiraiya and Tsunade won't return, he coughed. Who told you to misjudge people? That is the price to pay. Orochimaru ground his teeth. Why is it that I am the only one labeled a traitor for not returning home? Suddenly, a lazy voice interjected, see dad? He really cares that the third Hokage chose the fourth instead of him. Riku took a puff from a cigarette, leaning on the hip of Kamizuki Izumo. So Orochimaru only trapped the third Hokage in a barrier this time. Orochimaru had previously eaten wonton noodles at my house. A plump uncle wielding a noodle ladle struck the golden barrier, making the noodles springier. Handmade uncle, what are you doing here? Naruto erupted. Oh, too many people are watching the battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru. They are fighting slowly, so I came to sell noodles, shouted the handmade uncle. Egg and green onion each for 2 yen. Add noodles for 5 yen. Add meat for 12 yen. Shino, I want to eat. Gaara poked Shino. Gaara, you just returned from tailed beast form. You can't eat recklessly. Besides, who told you to run out naked? Then I'll get Shikamaru and Naruto to buy for me. Ah, where's Kankuro? Naruto exclaimed. Forget Naruto. How do you know that lazy man Shikamaru? The next chapter will recount the developments in the Forest of Death in reverse order, as Orochimaru has been too slow, chatting with the old man, while the younger generation has already concluded several battles. Is this the future of Konoha? The naive first Hokage smiled, attempting to touch the second Hokage's hair. Unable to reach, he realized he still could not control his body. Shut up, brother, Tobirama scolded. The mindless and disgruntled tone successfully drew Orochimaru's attention. Poor Orochimaru felt exhausted. The revenge plan he had meticulously devised seemed to devolve into a petty squabble with Sarutobi. Old man, will you still fight? The third Hokage observed the two white-haired figures engaging in a knowledge exchange while consuming noodles. Indeed, there were 2 of them. Casting an inquiring glance at Orochimaru. Ultimately, he decided to give his disciple an opportunity to retreat. Orochimaru, Jiraiya has arrived as well. Do you wish to continue? Orochimaru was stunned, having anticipated that the foolish Jiraiya would be summoned after yesterday's plan was leaked. All right, master. If you all continue fighting, I will rest. I am too weary. Continue, Orochimaru replied, displeased, as the third Hokage looked on in shock, while Orochimaru lifted the Edo Tensei. The power I seek will eventually kill you. Your research has indeed astonished me, Sarutobi nodded. Bah. Orochimaru rushed out. You are already old. The Konoha you lead has decayed. Sarutobi also did his utmost to respond, exchanging blows with Orochimaru for several rounds. Ultimately, Orochimaru threw a kunai, which Sarutobi caught barehanded, a shadow ensnared the third Hokage. The third Hokage was astonished, unable to comprehend, and was propelled backward by the explosive chakra. The aged man exhaled a puff of smoke, fainting as his eyes closed while staring in Riku's direction. The Yamenka family looked at Riku, the Akimichi family gazed at Riku, the Nara family also regarded Riku, and the lone heir of the Hitaki family bore the weight of the Uchiha family's lone heir while looking at Riku. Only Jiraiya set down his 13th bowl of ramen. Burping, finally done. Indeed, the Nara family is the most astute. Then, Orochimaru, shall we settle our accounts? Unable to resolve matters with Orochimaru, he sought to deal with the third Hokage. Well, how could we not settle? Chapter 57. The Slaying of a Teacher 2. Let us turn our gaze back to the moment when the One Tail emerged. The forest was suffused with suffocating chakra, the leaves rustling amidst the violent energy fluctuations. Gaara hovered in midair, sand swirling around him, the ethereal form of Shikaku flickering in and out of existence. The situation was dire. Kakashi squinted, the kunai in his hand glinting coldly under the moonlight, as Shikaku's power began to invade his consciousness. Let me handle this. Sasuke's Sharingan glowed crimson in the darkness, the cursed seal's patterns spreading across his face. He could sense the surging power within him, the impulse to battle causing him to tremble. Sasuke, stop! Asuma shouted sharply, but it was too late. The black cursed seal slithered across Sasuke like a living creature, his chakra becoming wild and unstable. Just as Sasuke was about to be entirely consumed by the cursed seal, Asuma appeared behind him in an instant, delivering a precise strike to his neck. Sasuke's body went limp, caught by Asuma. This child is too impulsive, Asuma sighed, quickly forming hand seals, illusion technique, tree binding death. Thick roots surged from the ground, entwining around Gaara. However, the protective shield formed by the sand easily shattered the roots. Gaara's eyes had completely transformed into Shikaku's vertical pupils. Let me give it a try. Naruto suddenly stepped forward, a strange light flickering in his eyes. Shikamaru followed closely, hands tucked into his pockets. Yet his expression was unusually serious. This is too dangerous. Guy attempted to intervene, but Kakashi raised a hand to stop him. Let them try, Kakashi murmured. Sometimes understanding is more valuable than force. Naruto inhaled deeply and approached Gaara. The sand swirled at his feet, but surprisingly did not attack him. I understand your feelings. Naruto gazed directly into Gaara's eyes, being rejected by everyone, living in solitude. Shikamaru stood beside Naruto, his tone lazy yet earnest. We have all been lonely at some point. But loneliness is not your fault, nor is it a fate you must endure. Gaara's body trembled slightly, the ethereal form of Shikaku began to distort, and the whirlpool of sand slowed its pace. Do you know? Naruto continued. I was once like you, viewed as a monster by everyone. However, later I encountered Teacher Irika, Teacher Kakashi, and met Sakura and Sasuke. They made me realize that I am not alone. A flicker of clarity passed through Gaara's eyes, and the spectral form of Shikaku began to disintegrate, emitting a piercing scream. You do not understand Gaara at all. You still have your family. Sakura and Ino. Family. Tears of blood streamed from Gaara's eyes. All useless people, you scoundrel. Inazuka Kiba exclaimed in indignation. How dare you speak of your family in such a way? Gaara's thunderous roar pushed Kiba back several meters. Kiba was caught by Tenten. Why do you always resort to insults? Do you lack proper upbringing? Upbringing. It seems he truly does not have any, Shikamaru interjected. Gaara's expression cleared for a brief moment as he nodded. I too. Naruto's face suddenly morphed into a bitter melon. Looking pitiful. Naruto, do not create more trouble, Shikamaru sighed, watching Sakura, who was supporting Sasuke, with one hand while using the other to deliver a powerful blow to Naruto, turning him into a winter melon. Gaara, relax. This world is indeed complex, yet there are always those who understand you. Just like now, we stand here not out of obligation, but because we empathize with your suffering. Just like before, when no one liked me, fortunately, I had Shikamaru. Choji stood beside Shikamaru. Not at all. Choji is wonderful, Ino pouted, positioning herself between Shikamaru and Choji, pushing Shikamaru aside, who shot her a glare. Gaara's eyes appeared somewhat dazed as he gazed at the opposing shinobi. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, sealing technique, evil sealing method. A chain of blue chakra shot forth from Kakashi's hands, wrapping around Gaara. Shikaku roared in defiance, and Gaara began to struggle, yet ultimately succumbed to the suppression. Gaara fell from midair, caught by Naruto. His eyes returned to normal as he looked at Naruto and Shikamaru, tears silently streaming down his face. Thank you, he whispered, his voice hoarse. Do not thank us. Shikamaru gently turned Gaara's head to the right. They were worried about you as well. From the back, Temari and Kankuro looked on with teary eyes. Kakashi sighed in relief, sheathing his kunai. Mission accomplished. The girls escorted their injured comrades for treatment while we headed to support the village. Before he could finish speaking, a series of crackling sounds erupted from beneath him. Kakashi scrambled to evade, leaping around to avoid Sasuke's surprise attack with Chidori. Sasuke, what are you doing? Sasuke's glazed gaze lacked focus. Who knocked me out? The others remained silent, and for some reason, Team 10 pointed in unison at Asuma. Asuma was taken aback, drawing his blade defensively against Sasuke. Sasuke remained still, tilting his head before collapsing again. Asuma redirected his blade, sharpening it menacingly towards his pupil. Asuma-sensei, you're trying to kill me, woo-woo. Choji's adorable voice echoed through the forest. Choji, hang in there. Ino shielded herself with Choji. Why not Shikamaru? Hey, am I no longer your best friend? Kakashi, holding his pants, glanced at the unconscious Sasuke. I must first educate this disobedient student. Red and Asuma exchanged knowing smiles. While Guy gave a thumbs up. This is what youth is all about. The moonlight once again poured into the forest, and the crisis was finally resolved. The group headed towards Konohagakure. This battle not only sealed the One Tail, but also opened the heart of a lonely boy. Chapter 58 end. In the end, Orochimaru did not engage Jiraiya in battle, as he fled, leaving a mess behind. For instance, the most significant mess, the third Hokage's concussion. Inside Konoha Hospital, an elderly voice seemed to be choked, barely grasping any air. How fake, a few whispered. Jiraiya, sensing the atmosphere was not favorable, prepared to make a run for it. Hey, pervy sage, where are you going? Naruto walked in just then, his loud voice drawing the attention of all the jounin in the room towards Jiraiya. The white-haired chubby man felt his face flush with embarrassment, wishing he could directly sever the lineage of his disobedient disciple. Even the third's cough paused for 2 seconds before he weakly remarked, Jiraiya, old man, stop pretending. Jiraiya resigned himself. I will never become Hokage. Cough, cough, cough. The third turned away, just as Orochimaru said, I am too old. Impossible. Whoever wants to be Hokage can take the position. Besides, Iasen, T. Kakashi around. Ugh, Jiraiya pointed. But the white-haired figure by the window had vanished into thin air. I will go find Kakashi. As he spoke, a toad leaped out of the window, leaving the third, a lonely elder, and a group of jounin spectators. 2 minutes earlier, when Naruto spoke, Kakashi had already sensitively stepped back towards the window. Suddenly, A powerful little foot stepped on Kakashi's. Looking down, he met Shikamaru's deadpan gaze. Shikamaru swayed one arm, while the other rested against the edge of the window. Kakashi had no time to ponder how Shikamaru got there. He whispered, "Shikamaru, I have something to do." Shikamaru replied nonchalantly. "You stepped on my foot." Kakashi shot a glance at the third on the bed, lowered his head to grasp the window frame, preparing to take off the moment Shikamaru let go. Shikamaru twisted his hips, shifting positions, deliberately closing the window. "I'm going to see Sasuke," he said softly. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, glancing at Jiraiya, then at the third, before returning his gaze to Kakashi, flashing an innocent smile. Kakashi raised his voice slightly, realizing Shikamaru was doing it on purpose. "Shikamaru, let me through. A barbecue." Kakashi imagined Shikamaru sprouting little devil horns. Gritting his teeth, Kakashi conceded. Shikamaru released Kakashi's foot, which had become as round as a bun, and kindly pretended to ventilate by opening the window a bit. Speaking of which, Shikamaru letting Kakashi go was beyond his control regarding the Hokage matter, so he leisurely descended the stairs to check on Sasuke. However, upon opening the door, darkness engulfed him. "Sasuke, are you attempting to commit suicide or escape?" The aloof Uchiha, clad in patient attire, silently retracted his right foot. Taking 2 steps to the left, he faced Shikamaru, then 2 steps to the right to sit back on his bed. As expected, Shikamaru sat on the chair beside the bed, casually picking a small banana from the flower basket next to the bed, savoring it slowly. After a few minutes, Sasuke broke the silence. "What do you mean, as expected? People are busiest during awkward moments." Shikamaru finished the banana, then grabbed a green fruit. "What is this?" Sasuke's Sharingan activated. "It's a milk date." Crunch. Shikamaru took a bite. Not bad. He would buy some for his deer back home. Sasuke's Sharingan world. Transforming from 1 Tomo to 2. "Did you come by yourself?" Shikamaru nodded, looking at the red rabbit in front of him. He took a tomato for himself and offered one to Sasuke. The child was so touched that his eyes reddened. Sasuke took the tomato. "This was bought for me by Sakura." Shikamaru glanced at the bitten tomato he held. Understanding the situation, he pointed to an apple. "Which one?" "Also." He pointed to a cherry, Ino. Shikamaru pondered for a moment, then pointed to a mangosteen, Kakashi. Without hesitation, Shikamaru gave the bitten tomato to Sasuke and started eating a mangosteen. Realizing that Sasuke was now interested, Shikamaru looked at him with a knowing expression. Sasuke felt his injuries throb more painfully. How shameless. A patient who brings nothing but eats and chooses the expensive ones. Indeed, he was still too weak. Regarding Sasuke's thoughts, Shikamaru was unaware. He merely believed he was indeed a man of IQ 200, truly understanding the hearts of men. "Are you planning to find Orochimaru?" Shikamaru finished 2 mangosteens and burped. Sasuke stared at Shikamaru in shock. So direct, Nara Shikamaru, terrifying indeed. Sasuke was perplexed, and then taken aback, as he found himself grasped by Shikamaru. Without uttering a word, Shikamaru took his leave, advising him to recuperate well. Witnessing his second disciple's situation was indeed distressing. Chapter 59, Akatsuki Organization. Kakashi leaned back, observing the fully occupied Shikamaru across from him, a smile gracing his lips. Shikamaru lifted his gaze, his deadpan eyes scrutinizing Kakashi, and questioned, "Are you a pervert for smiling like that at a child?" I had anticipated that Shikamaru would bring someone along to eat with us. Kakashi mused, "Well, I initially intended to, but compared to the Umbu, you don't earn much as a teacher." Shikamaru took a sip of his drink. "In fact, Choji and Ino could easily bankrupt you." "Then why didn't you think of that when you were eating with Asuma?" Kakashi fell silent, realizing the harsh words were true. Contemplating his own expenses, Kakashi decided to seek reimbursement from Jiraiya, claiming that the trio of Ino Shikacho had joined them. Not Choji and Ino. Kakashi squinted playfully. A foreboding sensation washed over Shikamaru. "I thought you would bring your wife," he remarked, his eyes widening as he observed the subtle movements of Kakashi's mask. "Kakashi." Shikamaru exploded in frustration. "Oh, you should call me Kakashi-sensei." As the two exited the restaurant after their meal, they noticed 2 figures cloaked in black approaching from the right side of the food street. Shikamaru yawned and tugged at Kakashi's sleeve. "Kakashi-sensei, I crave some dango." Kakashi glanced down at him, his expression still languid but his eyes shifting slightly. "All right then." They turned and made their way toward the village's snack street. Shikamaru, hands in his pockets, muttered, "What a hassle, but indulging in sweets occasionally isn't so bad." Itachi and Kisame stood at the entrance of the dango shop. Itachi's Sharingan subtly rotated as he spoke in a low voice. The target is within the village. Proceed with caution. Kisame grinned, revealing a row of sharp teeth. Rest assured, Itachi-san, I shall show no mercy. Itachi nodded sharply, and they entered the dango shop. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Shikamaru also entered the establishment. The owner greeted them warmly, ushering them to sit, and promptly served several skewers of dango. Shikamaru picked up a skewer, took a bite, and nodded in satisfaction. Quite delightful. Kakashi leaned back against his chair, holding a copy of Intimate Paradise, yet his gaze frequently drifted toward the window. Kakashi-sensei, eat up, Shikamaru insisted, shoving a dango into Kakashi's hand. Kakashi closed his book, accepting the treat. Nodding, they hastened their consumption of the dango. Just as the black-clad figures finished their meal, Shikamaru boldly set his plate down beside one of them, waving, mind if we share a table? Why aren't you eating? Kakashi widened his eyes briefly before regaining his composure and joining Shikamaru. Hee, one of the cloaked figures grinned, I'm not fond of sweets. Then try this. Shikamaru tossed 2 packets of spicy dried venison. It's from my family's shop, the only one in Konoha. The large figure took a bite, and Shikamaru noticed the gleam in his eyes beneath the cloak. He tossed a few more packets over. Thank you. The large figure gratefully accepted. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at the smaller figure beside him. You seem somewhat familiar. The smaller figure remained silent, pocketing 2 dango before signaling the larger one to leave. Ugh, the large figure exclaimed, chewing on the jerky, suddenly feeling something stuck in his teeth. He stood up, waving goodbye to Shikamaru. With a glance from Kakashi, the two followed suit. Itachi and Kisame now stood at the center of the village. Itachi's cold gaze and rotating Sharingan indicated he was searching for something. Itachi, Kisame, what brings you here? Kakashi inquired coldly, gripping his kunai tightly. Itachi turned to Kakashi, his tone composed. Kakashi, it has been a while. We are merely here to find someone, with no intention of harming innocents. Who? Shikamaru interjected, looking at Kisame. Kisame smiled amiably, having been swayed by the meat, his mouth stuffed with spicy peppers. We seek the legacy of the 4th Hokage. Kakashi's heart tightened as he instantly grasped their target, Naruto. He spoke firmly, you will not succeed. Kisame burst into laughter, brandishing his sword. Kakashi Hatake. Do you think you can stop us alone? Kakashi remained silent, swiftly forming hand seals and shouted, Raikiri. A brilliant bolt of lightning coalesced in his hand and surged toward Kisame. Unfazed, Kisame raised his sword to deflect Kakashi's strike. The two forces collided, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that threatened to topple nearby structures. Itachi stood motionless, observing the scene with a cold demeanor. Kakashi, your strength is commendable, but insufficient, he remarked quietly. Kakashi's heart sank. He understood Itachi's power surpassed his own. However, he could not falter. He had to buy time for reinforcements. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Asuma and Kurenai, among others, arrived on the scene. Asuma, cigarette in mouth, fixed a steely gaze on Itachi and Kisame, quietly stating, Kakashi, we're here to assist. Looking down, he exclaimed, Hey, Shikamaru, what are you doing here? Shikamaru looked up, Asuma-sensei. Kakashi nodded, feeling a slight relief. Yet, he was keenly aware that they were still at a disadvantage against formidable foes like Itachi and Kisame. The battle erupted once more, with Asuma and Kurenai teaming up against Kisame while Kakashi faced Itachi alone. Shikamaru observed the conflict unfold. Itachi's Sharingan unleashed illusions, and though Kakashi struggled to repel them with his own Sharingan, he felt immense pressure. Kakashi, how long can you endure? Itachi coldly queried, Tsukuyami. Kakashi slumped down. At this critical moment, a familiar roar echoed from afar. Konoha Hurricane. A green figure descended from the sky, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Itachi. Itachi swiftly retreated, evading the strike. The newcomer was Might Guy, who stood beside Kakashi, resolutely declaring, Kakashi, I've arrived, albeit late. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, murmuring, Guy, your timing is impeccable. Guy nodded, his gaze sweeping over Itachi and Kisame, coldly asserting, You two dare to wreak havoc in Konoha. Kisame cackled, waving his sword. Another one come to die? Guy wasted no time, activating the first gate of the 8 gates, enveloping himself in green chakra. He shouted, Asa Kajaku. A flurry of punches surged forth like a peacock displaying its feathers toward Kisame. Though Kisame was powerful, He found himself forced to retreat under Guy's relentless assault. Itachi, observing from the sidelines, understood that their mission could fail if this continued. Kisame, retreat, he instructed quietly. Though reluctant, Kisame nodded in agreement. The two quickly formed hand seals and vanished from sight. Guy retracted his chakra, exhaling deeply, while Kakashi sat on the ground. Guy, thank you, Kakashi expressed gratefully. Guy chuckled, patting Kakashi on the shoulder. No need for thanks. We are comrades. Kakashi nodded, a hint of fatigue crossing his features. He recognized that this incident was merely the beginning. The emergence of Itachi and Kisame heralded a greater conspiracy brewing. Let us return and rest for now. We must deliberate on our next steps, Kakashi suggested quietly. The group nodded in agreement and began to disperse. Guy assisted Kakashi as they made their way back toward the village. As night fell, Konoha regained its tranquility. Yet, each individual understood that the true storm had only just begun. Shikamaru glanced toward the hospital, feeling weary, and asked, "How can I avoid participating in the retrieval operation for my second disciple?" Chapter 60. The fifth Hokage following the visit from the weasel and shark. The situation in Konoha became increasingly tense. As a low-ranking shinobi, Shikamaru found himself with some leisure time, tending to the deer and playfully engaging with Ino and Choji, leading a rather comfortable life. After noticing the increased encounters with a certain white-haired individual, Lu Chao quickly understood. It seemed that Ming Ren had followed his new, somewhat lackluster master for training. Recollecting the toad-summoned beast, Lu Chao felt a fondness for his little snake, which he found irresistibly adorable. Alas, he seemed to have forgotten something important. Maki. This fellow hadn't eaten for over 10 days. Would he be the first ninja to starve? Lu Chao summoned Xiaobai and inquired about Maki's condition. Xiaobai shook his head and nudged, indicating that Maki was still able to move. What was he eating then? Xiaobai suggested Maki was consuming the same food as him. Lu Chao fell silent, sensing that Xiaobai appeared to be treating Maki as his pet. Thus, he decided to let it be for now. Time passed for Lu Chao amidst training and idleness until he received news that Jiraiya and Ming Ren had returned with Tsunade. Upon arriving in Mai, Tsunade hurried to the hospital to visit the third Hokage. After a flurry of blows, she discovered he was not only unscathed but had gained 3 pounds. She promptly delivered a punch to the third, causing his ribs to crack. Indeed, it was not Orochimaru who had harmed the third. It was Tsunade who had broken his bones, making her position as the fifth Hokage indisputable. In the snack street, Lu Chao. Lu Chao? I have mastered an incredibly powerful ninjutsu. Let us compete. Ming Ren waved enthusiastically at Lu Chao. You've won. Lu Chao waved dismissively, pretending not to see. What the heck? Where's Sasuke? That dastardly Sasuke hasn't he even come to see me? Kakashi interjected, casting an awkward glance at Jiraiya. Itachi came a few days ago and took Sasuke down. Lu Chao stepped back. Don't look at me. I wasn't he present. Darn it. I must go see Sasuke. Who is Itachi? I'll show him my strength. Ming Ren exclaimed, gesticulating wildly. Sasuke's older brother, Kakashi replied. Huh, Sasuke has a brother? Yes. Their way of expressing brotherly love is through fighting, Lu Chao teased Ming Ren, who nodded earnestly. At that moment, a familiar voice approached, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi-sensei. Pink hair danced as Sakura rushed toward them. Sasuke-kun has left the village. What? Kakashi suddenly turned serious. 10 minutes prior, Haruno Sakura stood at Sasuke's door, her fingers trembling slightly. Morning sunlight filtered through the corridor windows, casting elongated shadows on the floor. Taking a deep breath, she knocked on the door. Sasuke-kun? It's time for the training ground. There was no response. Her heartbeat quickened, and her fingers unconsciously tightened around her ninja tool pouch. This was unusual. Sasuke was never late. She knocked again, her voice rising. Sasuke-kun? Are you in there? Still, silence prevailed. Sakura took a step back, her right hand forming the seal for a chakra surgical knife. She closed her eyes, sensing the chakra flowing behind the door, empty. Bang! She kicked the door open. The sight inside made her pupils constrict sharply. The bed was meticulously made. The scrolls on the desk were arranged with precision, and the clothes in the wardrobe were in their place. Her fingers dug deeply into her palm, leaving crescent-shaped marks on her skin. It can't be. Sasuke-kun wouldn't he do this? Memories of the training ground flooded her mind. Yesterday afternoon, she had seen Sasuke practicing Chidori alone. The blue electricity flickered in his hand, his gaze colder than ever. She had wanted to greet him, but overheard his quiet soliloquy. Not enough. This power is insufficient. At that moment, She believed it was merely Sasuke's usual obsession. Now, it was clearly a cry of despair. Sakura turned and ran, chakra coalescing beneath her feet, propelling her swiftly across the rooftops. The wind rushed past her ears, yet she felt no chill, only a deep-seated cold. I must inform Kakashi-sensei. I must. As she burst into the Hokage's office, Tsunade was busy reviewing documents. Upon hearing their report, the pen in her hand snapped in two. What did you say? Uchiha Sasuke has defected? Kakashi's words were cut off by Tsunade's abrupt interruption. Immediately issue a wanted notice. Declare Uchiha Sasuke a rogue ninja. Tsunade's voice was laced with suppressed fury. At such a time, suddenly, the office door flew open, and Ming-Ren rushed in, panting. Sasuke would never defect. Let me bring him back. Ming-Ren. Sakura gasped. It was only then that she noticed Ming-Ren was followed by Inuzuka Kiba, Hinata, and other classmates. Tsunade's icy gaze swept over the youthful faces. The village currently lacks the manpower to pursue a rogue ninja. Reliable information suggests that sound ninjas are aiding Sasuke nearby. Do you think Orochimaru is just anyone? You think you can handle this with your ranks? We are not ordinary genin. Ming-Ren clenched his fists, determination igniting in his blue eyes. We are Team 7. Sasuke is my comrade. I must bring him back. Tsunade was about to erupt in anger when she met Ming-Ren's gaze. That look reminded her of Shodame, of Dan. Of all the ninjas who recklessly threw themselves into danger for those they held dear. The air in the office seemed to solidify. Sakura felt her heartbeat thunderous. She heard Lu Chao sigh softly. Kiba's Akamaru emitted a low whine of unease, and Hinata anxiously twisted her fingers. Let me go, Lady Hokage. Ming-Ren stepped forward. I promise, I will bring Sasuke back. Tsunade remained silent for a long while. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Chao interjected, Lady Hokage. Please allow me to say a few words. All eyes turned to the typically languid genius. Lu Chao scratched his head, his tone nonchalant. Yet his gaze was earnest. The village indeed lacks personnel, but precisely for this reason, we must bring Sasuke back. If the power of the Sharingan falls into Orochimaru's hands, the consequences would be dire. He paused before continuing. Moreover, if we cannot protect our comrades, what meaning does Konoha Ninja Village even hold? I am willing to lead a team to pursue Sasuke. Although it may be troublesome, it is better than watching Ming-Ren go to his death alone. Sakura felt her eyes welling with tears. She saw Ming-Ren turn in surprise to look at Lu Chao, Tsunade's expression softening, and Kakashi nodding slightly. Very well. Tsunade finally sat back down. But remember, this is not an official mission. If you fail, she didn't finish, but everyone understood her meaning. Thank you, Lady Hokage. Ming-Ren exclaimed with excitement. Yet Sakura noticed his hands trembling slightly. Once outside the Hokage's office, Lu Chao immediately began organizing the mission. We need a tracking team, a combat team, and a support team. Kiba, you and Akamaru will handle tracking. Ming-Ren, Sakura, you will join me for combat. Hinata, Niji, you will provide support and vigilance. Listening to Lu Chao's orderly arrangements, Sakura felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. However, when she looked up at the distant sky, that unsettling feeling surged back. Sasuke-kun, where are you? Why did you choose this path? Chapter 61. The retrieval. Lu Chao stood atop a large tree at the village entrance, gazing at the distant, rolling mountains. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, shrouding the forest in a thin veil. He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache brewing. What a bother, he muttered under his breath, his gaze sweeping across the comrades gathering below the tree. Naruto paced anxiously, occasionally glancing towards the distance. Sakura clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white. Kiba and Akamaru engaged in hushed conversation, with Akamaru's nose twitching continuously. Shino stood quietly to the side, his sunglasses reflecting the morning light. Niji, with his Byakugan activated, vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Everyone had arrived. Shikamaru leaped down from a tree, and according to their plan, Kiba and Akamaru were responsible for tracking, while Shikamaru briefed the others on the abilities and weaknesses of the 5 sound ninja. As expected, he did not wish for any injuries among them. As for the 5, they were doomed anyway. Wait, Shino suddenly interjected, his tone calm, yet resolute. Allow me to handle Doyu. Shikamaru was momentarily taken aback. His initial plan had been to confront Doyu himself, allowing Naruto and Sakura to continue their pursuit. However, Shino's involvement disrupted his strategy. Are you certain? Shikamaru asked. Furrowing his brow, Doyu's sonic attacks are formidable. My insects can interfere with her hearing. Shino adjusted his sunglasses. Moreover, your shadow imitation technique is better suited for dealing with Kimimaro. Shikamaru paused in silence. He had to concede that Shino was right. This usually reticent companion always provided the most reasonable advice at critical moments. All right, Shikamaru nodded. Let's proceed as you suggest. But be cautious. Retreat if the situation turns unfavorable. Shino gave a slight nod, a barely perceptible smile flickering beneath his sunglasses. The tracking went more smoothly than anticipated. Kiba and Akamaru thrived in the forest, swiftly locating the traces left by Sasuke. However, as they ventured deeper, Shikamaru felt an indistinct sense of pressure. They're coming, Niji whispered suddenly. No sooner had he spoken than three figures leapt from the thicket. It was none other than Doyu, Jirubu, and Kadumaru from the Sound Ninja Quartet. Persistent little pests. Doyu sneered. You think you can? Before she could finish her statement, Shino sprang into action. Countless black insects surged forth from his sleeve, crashing towards Doyu like a tidal wave. You all go ahead. Shino's voice remained calm. I'll handle this. Without hesitation, Shikamaru led the others onward. The sounds of Doyu's furious screams and the buzzing of the swarm echoing behind them. Nara Shikamaru. Come back. Ah, he knows you, Shuji remarked. Yeah, I'm quite famous, Shikamaru replied nonchalantly. When they finally caught up with Sasuke, it was already dusk. The sunset's afterglow filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Sasuke. Naruto rushed forward. Come back with me. Sasuke turned, a complex emotion flashing in his Sharingan. Naruto, you're still so naive. Why? Why choose this path? Pain laced Naruto's voice. We can grow stronger together. Enough. Sasuke interrupted sharply. You don't understand. These trivial bonds will only hinder my growth. What I seek is power, power enough for revenge. Naruto clenched his fists, blue chakra beginning to coalesce around him. Then I'll awaken you with my strength. Shikamaru stepped aside, quietly observing the clash between the two. His shadow imitation technique was ready, yet he refrained from intervening, having witnessed the struggle in Sasuke's eyes and the determination in Naruto's. The battle was extraordinarily fierce. Naruto's Rasengan collided with Sasuke's Chidori, erupting in a brilliant display of light. Trees splintered, the ground was torn apart, and the air filled with the acrid scent of burnt earth. Ultimately, Sasuke, exhausted, knelt upon one knee. His Sharingan had faded, replaced by weary black eyes. Is it over? He murmured, aware that Naruto had depleted his strength. Take me back, Shikamaru. Shikamaru approached, halting before Sasuke. He extended a large package measuring 1 meter on each side. Yes, it is indeed this large. Can you even carry it? Sasuke stared at him incredulously. Well, Shikamaru scratched his head. If Naruto sees you, he won't be satisfied. But you didn't bring any money with you. You two are truly oblivious. Sasuke cast a deep glance at Shikamaru before turning to drag the package into the shadows, panting as he went, even emitting pig-like grunts. Shikamaru thought he must have misheard, rubbed his ears, and reassured himself, definitely. When Kakashi arrived and saw Shikamaru and the collapsed Naruto, everything became clear. Naruto had awakened, his strength spent, weakly punching Shikamaru as he cried, Why? Wah. You know, Shikamaru softly said, sometimes the hardest choice is not to hold on, but to let go. He sighed, patting Naruto's shoulder. Sometimes, to love someone is not to confine them, but to grant them freedom. Get lost, Naruto shouted, tears streaming down his face. Shikamaru ignored Naruto's protests and met Kakashi's gaze directly. Perhaps this is the path Sasuke believes to be correct. Kakashi's lips trembled slightly, as if he wished to speak, but ultimately sighed and said nothing, shouldering Naruto before turning to vanish into the twilight. The last rays of the sun disappeared beyond the horizon, and the forest was once again shrouded in darkness. Yet Shikamaru understood that this was not the end. One day, Sasuke would come to understand what true strength and genuine bonds meant, and they would always remain here, waiting. In the snake's lair, it seemed that Sasuke intended to stay for a while. Orochimaru adjusted his glasses, observing Sasuke's hefty package. Sasuke glared fiercely at him. Shut up. What on earth is this? It's ridiculously heavy, filled with money. How much is there? Foolish child, Shikamaru wouldn't be so kind. Furthermore, how could this Orochimaru be as oblivious as Shikamaru? Indeed, there are all kinds of people. Orochimaru continued to smile politely, standing upright, watching Sasuke move his belongings. When Sasuke finally reached his room and opened the package, he found various items, a large bag of deer jerky, another large bag of food, for deer skins, for bedding, pillows, 10 pairs of underwear and tank tops, 2 sets of clothing, Uchiha emblems, a conscience-stricken pound of cherry tomatoes, and only a small bag of money. Nara Shikamaru. Sasuke's desire to kill reached its peak, and he felt his Sharingan was about to break through. "Ah, Sasuke, you finally came," a hoarse voice echoed. Just as Sasuke was about to tidy up, he saw Orochimaru holding the deer jerky and Shikamaru walking away. "Ah," Orochimaru lifted it and shook it, "this is mine." Poor Sasuke stood in shock, unable to voice his outrage. Chapter 62. Determination. Time flew swiftly, and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. It was evident to all that Naruto and Sakura remained steadfast in their pursuit of Sasuke. The other members of their class were rendered powerless, remaining silent. With a sudden motion, Shikamaru snatched the last piece of grilled meat with his chopsticks and swallowed it whole. Eating with Chuji had sharpened his speed. Few could compete with him. "Hey, Shikamaru," Kakashi set down his chopsticks. "You must learn to respect your elders and be kind to the young." Shikamaru acknowledged this with a sympathetic glance towards Kakashi. Kakashi raised his hand and delivered a light smack to Shikamaru's head. "What kind of look is that?" "I was repenting." Shikamaru rubbed his head, for being a solitary individual certainly placed him in a vulnerable position. Kakashi heard a series of crisp sounds. "Oh, it's the sound of his heart breaking." "Hey, Kakashi, why do you always pick on my student? Don't lead Shikamaru astray." Asuma's gruff voice resonated from the entrance. At this time, Naruto and Jiraiya continued their journey, with Jiraiya teaching Naruto to better control the Nine-Tails chakra. Sakura had successfully become Tsunade's apprentice and immersed herself in her research at the Konoha Hospital, earning her the title of the second Orochimaru of Konoha. Both aspired to grow stronger through their training, hoping to one day bring Sasuke back to Konoha. Jiraiya divulged crucial intelligence about the Akatsuki organization to Naruto, mentioning that its members were actively capturing tailed beasts. Naruto became acutely aware of the peril he faced as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. However, instead of retreating, he resolved to strengthen himself further. Jiraiya cautioned Naruto that while the power of the Nine Tails was formidable, it could also backfire, necessitating careful usage. Meanwhile, Sasuke relentlessly honed his abilities within Orochimaru's lair, driven by an unwavering desire for vengeance against Itachi. His heart brimmed with an insatiable thirst for power, his mind plagued by thoughts of his tragic brother. As Sasuke persisted with his training, Orochimaru observed his progress with satisfaction, albeit aware that Sasuke's ambition could potentially threaten him. After all, he was no longer a mere old man devoid of resources. The risks of sacrificing his disciple weighed heavily on him. Notably, when Naruto departed, he was still simmering with anger, leaving Shikamaru momentarily perplexed, leading to 2 days of idleness where he merely played chess until Naruto finally lost patience. One sunny day, Shikamaru reclined lazily on the back of a deer, basking in the warmth, when suddenly a shadow loomed overhead. The mischievous Kakuzu perched above him, declaring he had an S-rank confidential mission for him. Kakuzu exhaled a puff of smoke over Shikamaru's head. Shikamaru shielded his eyes, exclaiming that he was still a Chunin. Kakuzu, resembling his son in demeanor, insisted that only Shikamaru could undertake this task. Shikamaru's mind raced, pondering what he might have done to offend his father recently. He couldn't help but wonder if his father had taken on a second identity. The revelation of a potential younger brother struck him like a thunderclap. Kakuzu's fist flew through the air, reminding Shikamaru that Jiraiya had been transmitting vital information regarding the Akatsuki to Konoha. Aware of its significance, Shikamaru's expression turned serious. They were successively capturing tailed beasts, yet Konoha still lacked sufficient intelligence on the Akatsuki. Shikamaru suggested that he should seek out Ino or Shino, as the Nara clan was known for operating behind the scenes. Kakuzu, however, dismissed him, noting that Orochimaru had once been a member of the Akatsuki, which caused Shikamaru to pause for a moment. Kakuzu simply instructed him to gather information from the Sound Village. Shikamaru protested, pointing out that Orochimaru was a rogue ninja. But Kakuzu insisted there would be no repercussions, having devised a reasonable excuse for Shikamaru to leave the village in the name of the village's safety. As Kakuzu turned to leave, Shikamaru inquired about the reason for the mission. Kakuzu sheepishly admitted it was due to a heartbreak he had suffered, having been rejected by Temari. Meanwhile, in the Sound Village, a determined Sasuke was unaware that he was soon to reunite with his dear childhood friend. The sky grew dim, possibly heralding the dawn or dusk as a grayish-blue hue enveloped the atmosphere, casting an oppressive feeling. Shikamaru, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, contemplated the probability of returning home to face his father's wrath. He ambled left, only to find Kakashi mirroring his movements. "Ah, Shikamaru, off to clear your mind?" Kakashi waved. Shikamaru remained silent, trudging ahead. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and fell into step beside him. "Care to walk together?" "I am but a solitary wanderer," he remarked lazily, devoid of any sorrowful undertone. "Not on the route, Kakashi-sensei," Shikamaru curtly replied, signaling his disinterest. Kakashi feigned contemplation, pondering whether heartbreak could instill politeness. Shikamaru, reluctant to engage, recalled how a slip of his tongue had haunted him for life. Kakashi squinted, and the two ambled side by side at a leisurely pace. "Where are you headed?" Shikamaru finally inquired after traversing half the forest. "Anywhere but the Sound Village," Kakashi replied, his gaze unwavering. Shikamaru swiftly turned his head, meeting Kakashi's inquisitive eyes. "You guessed correctly," Kakashi smirked. Shikamaru felt a sense of unease, as if he could see the mischievous glint in Kakashi's eyes. "Your father's reliability is unquestionable. The issue could not possibly lie with him, could it?" Kakashi gestured towards a kunai, hinting at an incident in the Land of Waves where a certain young slacker had made a mistake. Shikamaru sighed, realizing he had let his guard down. "Kakashi," he said, stopping, "please keep an eye on that disobedient disciple of yours. Consider it a favor." "Of course," Shikamaru replied, giving a thumbs up. "But Kakashi, your heart is on the right side." "What?" Kakashi exclaimed, feigning innocence. "Don't be so biased," Shikamaru teased. "I know you are fond of Naruto and Sakura too." "Indeed," Kakashi affirmed, though Shikamaru remained skeptical. As they walked side by side, a comfortable silence enveloped them, devoid of awkwardness, a mutual understanding passing between them. Shikamaru's hands rested in his pockets, his gaze lazily fixed ahead, while Kakashi casually held his ever-present copy of Ika Paradise. As dusk settled, the warm glow of the setting sun cast elongated shadows of the two figures, with the sky transforming into soft hues of orange and red. The clouds tinged with golden edges, evoking a serene and warm ambience. The distant mountains basked in the sunset's glow, appearing hazy and gentle, as if painted on a tranquil canvas. At a crossroads, they parted ways. "Take care, Shikamaru," Kakashi called back, a hint of reluctance in his tone. Shikamaru, feeling a mix of concern and self-reflection, realized he should be wary of his own tasks. Kakashi waved cheerfully, turning away. Upon arriving at the Sound Village, Shikamaru was led by a small attendant to a dark entrance adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem. He nodded, pushing the door open. Inside, the room was spacious yet stark, with deep stone walls emanating a chilling atmosphere. Dim light filtered through narrow windows, casting mottled shadows across the floor. The air was thick with a damp chill, as if even breathing carried a hint of cold. Amidst a sea of scrolls sat Sasuke, his Sharingan swirling, his hair standing on end upon noticing Shikamaru's arrival. "It's been a while," Shikamaru said, raising his hand, noting how drastically Sasuke had changed. "Nara Shikamaru?" Sasuke mused, pondering this singular individual who had never obstructed his path, astonished by his unexpected presence after all this time. In a cozy living room illuminated by a delicate oil lamp, the soft yellow glow infused the space with warmth, casting flickering shadows along the walls, breathing life into the frigid surroundings. A few candles flickered, their flames intertwining with the lamp's glow, creating a rare atmosphere of tranquility and warmth. The scent of tea and the faint aroma of burning wax filled the air, enveloping the room in a comforting embrace. Outside, the sky darkened, yet the gentle light within shielded the chill from the Sound Village, imparting a rare touch of warmth to the otherwise cold environment. Sasuke stared blankly at the chilling scene that had never graced his eyes since his arrival. He had always been confined to the training room or dining alone in his quarters. This was his first time summoned by Orochimaru to share a meal, and the eerie cave appeared to have been tidied and illuminated solely for the uninvited guest, Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru took a hearty bite of meat, exhausted from the journey. "Sasuke, eat up," he urged. Turning to Orochimaru, he added, "Uncle Snake, I crave something spicy. I shall have Kabuto prepare it for you tomorrow." Orochimaru replied with a composed nod. "No, his cooking reeks of chemicals," Shikamaru remarked, disregarding Kabuto's visibly distressed expression. Orochimaru's calm demeanor incited a storm of frustration within Sasuke. who wondered if his Sharingan had failed him. With a spoonful of rice in hand, he scrutinized the two figures opposite him, awaiting their true intentions to reveal themselves. "Do you know each other?" Sasuke inquired, maintaining an air of aloofness. Leaning back lazily against his chair, Shikamaru replied, "Well, you should refer to me as your senior brother." The words rolled off his tongue as he delighted in Sasuke's expectant gaze. Sasuke's mind raced, feeling as though the entire world around him was an illusion. "Sasuke, it's time to eat," Orochimaru interjected, breaking the rare silence between teacher and student. "Shikamaru has been learning from me since childhood." This prompted Sasuke to stammer. So that's why during the Chunin exams. The more he pondered, the more he perceived Shikamaru's demeanor as sly and cunning, especially with his dubious performance during the exams. "Ah, I see, junior brother," Shikamaru said, raising his gaze and generously serving his junior brother more vegetables before taking a piece of meat for himself. "No wonder you're so thin, you hardly eat vegetables. This meat is truly delectable. Junior brother, junior brother, junior brother." The loud echoes resonated in Sasuke's ears, inciting irritation. "Who are you calling junior brother?" He gritted through clenched teeth. Shikamaru smirked, enjoying Sasuke's discomfort. Orochimaru soon set down his chopsticks after only a few bites. "So, how long will you be staying?" he queried. "I wish to live with Uncle Snake for a lifetime," Shikamaru quipped, savoring the sight of Orochimaru's tense posture, knowing his teasing would yield results. Sasuke, unable to bear it any longer, slammed down his chopsticks and stormed out, slamming the door behind him and causing a few loose stones to tumble from the cave ceiling. "What happened to him?" Shikamaru asked, puzzled. "Sasuke has been diligently training," Orochimaru explained with a serious expression. Shikamaru nodded in understanding. Since Shikamaru had questioned Kabuto's culinary skills, Kabuto, though outwardly indifferent, felt quite concerned. As Orochimaru's diligent assistant, he believed he should excel at everything, prompting him to secretly enhance his cooking abilities. One day, while the laboratory was empty, Kabuto discreetly purchased several cookbooks, hiding them in the drawer of the workbench. Whenever Orochimaru was absent, he would stealthily peruse them and even attempt to prepare simple dishes in the corner of the lab. However, despite meticulously following the recipes, the food he produced still bore an unmistakable chemical odor. One day, Orochimaru returned to the lab unexpectedly and caught Kabuto frantically concealing the cookbooks while a pot of oddly colored soup simmered on the stove. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow and coldly asked, "Kabuto, what are you doing? Is your work in the lab not enough to keep you occupied?" Kabuto, startled, feigned composure as he replied, "Lord Orochimaru, I merely wish to improve my culinary skills. As your subordinate, I should." Orochimaru interrupted, his tone laced with displeasure. "Your time and energy should be devoted to more valuable pursuits, not these trivial matters." Kabuto dejectedly packed away the books, tears welling in his eyes. Chapter 65. Night talks. The night was as dark as ink, the moon obscured by heavy clouds, leaving only a few scattered stars twinkling in the sky. Shikamaru walked alone along the path of Orochimaru's secret base, the dried leaves beneath his feet softly crunching. He glanced around, his clever mind racing with how to approach the conversation. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, and distant caws of crows echoed through the stillness. Shikamaru instinctively touched the warm kunai in his hand. Although he understood that such caution seemed unnecessary in front of Orochimaru, directly asking felt somewhat awkward. The entrance to the base was hidden behind dense underbrush, and Shikamaru navigated the barrier with ease. The dim corridor was illuminated only by flickering oil lamps, casting elongated shadows. He could hear his heartbeat, strikingly clear in the silence. "What is this feeling of unease?" Shikamaru murmured softly. "You're here?" A familiar voice emerged from the darkness, laced with a hint of laziness and mockery. Shikamaru halted, watching as a figure stepped from the shadows. Orochimaru, draped in his oversized kimono, exuded a dangerous allure, his golden slit pupils glimmering ominously in the dim light. A faint smile danced at the corners of his lips, as if he had anticipated Shikamaru's arrival. "Uncle Snake," Shikamaru said, unusually restrained, a subtle tension in his tone. Orochimaru chuckled lightly and turned toward the laboratory. "Come in. I am currently researching some intriguing subjects." The laboratory was cluttered with various experimental apparatus, and the liquids in the test tubes emitted a faint glow. Orochimaru leaned casually against the workbench, his gaze appraising Shikamaru. "Speak. What brings you here this time?" Shikamaru felt a jolt of surprise, but masked it well. "Hell, what can I do? I just came to take a look." Orochimaru toyed with a test tube in his hand. Currently, Konoha would never allow you, their sole Chunin this year, to leave. Shikamaru was taken aback by Orochimaru's concern for him. After a moment of silence, he sighed. It's troublesome. Recently, Konoha received news that the Akatsuki organization is capturing tailed beasts, and there is too little intelligence on them, he admitted. Orochimaru paused, his actions ceasing. You are quite straightforward. Very well, I can share what I know. But I have been out of the loop for a while, so my knowledge may be incomplete. Shikamaru noticed a trace of indulgence in Orochimaru's eyes as he spoke, reminding him of the years past when he was a mere genin, and Orochimaru patiently taught him various tactics and jutsu, albeit with a heavy hand. Despite the ever-present dangers surrounding Orochimaru, he had always shown a peculiar leniency towards him, stirring a wave of gratitude within Shikamaru. The leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, is quite formidable, but I am not well informed about the others, Orochimaru continued, breaking the reverie. He possesses the Rinnegan and can defeat me. There is also Kisame, formerly one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village. Orochimaru elaborated. He wields the Samahata, a living sword capable of absorbing chakra. Shikamaru recalled his previous encounter with Kisame in the village. The peculiar sword had indeed left a profound impression on him, capable of devouring ninjutsu and returning the absorbed chakra to its wielder. However, the most terrifying aspect is not the Samahata. Orochimaru's voice turned serious, but Kisame's water release techniques. In a water environment, his power amplifies exponentially. The lights in the laboratory flickered ominously, casting long shadows of Orochimaru against the wall. He approached a glass tank filled with water, gently stirring the surface. Kisame can create enormous water prisons, ensnaring his enemies within. In water, his speed and strength reach astonishing levels. Shikamaru felt a chill run down his spine, recalling the intelligence that indicated Kisame had single-handedly decimated an entire enemy village. The battle having taken place by the seaside. Suddenly, Orochimaru turned to face Shikamaru, his golden gaze piercing. Kisame was not always this way. He became what he is largely due to the Mist Village's blood mist policy. Shikamaru had heard of that brutal policy. During the reign of the 4th Mizukage, the Ninja Academy in Kirigakure mandated that students engage in mutual slaughter, with only the survivors allowed to graduate. This system forged many formidable ninjas, but also shattered their inner selves. Kisame had once been an idealistic ninja, a hint of regret laced in Orochimaru's voice. Yet after enduring countless betrayals, he opted for an alternate path. A brief silence enveloped the laboratory. Shikamaru sensed that the teacher held a unique understanding towards Kisame, perhaps stemming from their shared experiences of straying from the path in pursuit of power. Do you believe Kisame joined the Akatsuki of his own volition? Shikamaru inquired hesitantly. Orochimaru displayed a knowing smile. This question is indeed intriguing. However, I can tell you that Kisame's attitude towards Uchiha Itachi is far from that of an ordinary comrade. Shikamaru pondered, recalling previous intelligence suggesting that Kisame seemed to always shadow Itachi, the two inseparable. This relationship was certainly not typical for mere partners. All right, Orochimaru waved his hand. That's all the information I have on Kisame. Remember, if you encounter him, do not engage near water. His tone turned grave. That fellow's strength in water is troublesome, even for me. Shikamaru immediately focused. This information was crucial for Konoha. At the time, my partner was the grandson of the Tsuchikage, a rather narcissistic brat. You can find the details yourself. Shikamaru, sweating slightly, noted, you want to even provide a name? However, the most fascinating subject remains Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru placed down a test tube, his golden eyes shimmering with excitement. He is a true genius. Shikamaru observed that when Orochimaru mentioned Itachi, a flicker of apprehension crossed his golden slit pupils, deepening his curiosity about the connection between Orochimaru and Itachi. Itachi graduated from the Ninja Academy at age 7, became a Chunin at 10. Orochimaru spoke slowly. Such talent is unparalleled even within the Uchiha clan. The laboratory lights flickered, casting elongated shadows of Orochimaru against the wall. He approached a glass cabinet filled with eye specimens, gently caressing the glass. Yet, the most terrifying aspect is not his talent, but his Mangekyo Sharingan. Shikamaru recalled the earlier mission where he encountered Itachi. Those blood-red eyes had indeed left a profound impression, particularly the Jinjutsu known as Tsukuyami. Tsukuyami can instantly ensnare an enemy's mind into a realm of illusion. Orochimaru's voice bore a note of reverence. Where time and space are under the caster's control. It is said that some have shattered mentally after experiencing Tsukuyami. A brief silence fell over the laboratory. Shikamaru sensed Orochimaru harbored a special wariness towards Itachi. Could it be that the one who wields this genjutsu is him? Shikamaru dared not voice his thoughts. Hesitating, he asked, "Do you think Itachi's massacre of his clan was truly voluntary?" Orochimaru revealed a meaningful smile. "That question is quite intriguing. What do you think?" The master and disciple locked eyes, each perceiving the other's answer. Satisfied, Orochimaru refrained from elaborating further. "That's all the information regarding Itachi." Orochimaru waved dismissively. "Remember, if you encounter him, do not gaze directly into his eyes." Shikamaru nodded solemnly, aware that this was Orochimaru's covert concern for him. Standing by the window, the moonlight illuminated Orochimaru's pale face, rendering him exceptionally solitary. Shikamaru suddenly realized that Orochimaru perhaps understood Itachi's loneliness more than anyone else. As he contemplated this, Orochimaru paused and regarded Shikamaru meaningfully. "Is this information sufficient for your report?" Shikamaru felt a tightness in his throat. He certainly understood the value of this intelligence. But what astonished him more was Orochimaru's candor. Despite knowing he had come for Konoha, Orochimaru still divulged so much without reservation. Why? Shikamaru couldn't help but ask. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, turning towards the bookshelf behind the laboratory table. "Because you are my most esteemed disciple. Although you currently serve Konoha, in my eyes, you will always be that bothersome little brat who incessantly bombarded me with questions." Shikamaru suddenly recalled his first encounter with Orochimaru, where the cold and ruthless figure was a stark contrast to the now nurturing presence. However, Orochimaru suddenly turned, his gaze sharp, his tone laced with warning. "Listen well. The power sought by the Akatsuki ultimately leads to destruction. If you come across any member, run immediately." Shikamaru furrowed his brow, questioning if he really appeared that weak. "By the way," Orochimaru retrieved a scroll from the bookshelf. "This is for you." He tossed the scroll to Shikamaru, which contained intriguing ninjutsu that might prove useful. Shikamaru caught the scroll, feeling its weight in his hands. "It's getting late," Orochimaru remarked. Moving deeper into the laboratory, "You should return and rest." "Understood," Shikamaru interjected. "This is our secret." Orochimaru's figure paused momentarily, followed by a light chuckle. "A clever child." Shikamaru took one last glance at Orochimaru's silhouette before departing the laboratory. Upon returning to his room, he noticed the first light of dawn breaking on the horizon. A new day was about to begin. Yet his heart was filled with complex emotions. He knew that the debt he owed to Orochimaru was far greater than he had initially imagined. Despite their differing stances and diverging paths, the bond between them remained ever present. Chapter 66. Provocation in the personal training grounds of Uchiha Sasuke, in Odonin village. The setting sun cast a long shadow of Sasuke. The Chidori in his hand emitted a piercing shriek, blue lightning dancing through the air. Each strike was imbued with fierce killing intent, as if facing the person he despised most, Uchiha Itachi. Inin Shikamaru leaned lazily against a distant tree trunk, his hands tucked into his pockets, casually observing the scene. "Hey Sasuke, keep it up," Shikamaru called out nonchalantly, lacking any vigor at this rate. "You'll be able to kill Itachi in your next life." The brilliance of Chidori abruptly extinguished as Sasuke turned around, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his black eyes. "What did you say?" Shikamaru strolled closer. "I said, if you train like this, you'll never avenge yourself." He deliberately emphasized the word avenge. Sasuke's fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously. "Do you want to die, Nara Shikamaru?" "I just find it peculiar." Shikamaru feigned indifference. "Uchiha Itachi is so powerful, why did he leave you behind?" This statement pierced Sasuke's most vulnerable spot, like a sharp blade. His Sharingan activated instantly, the three tomos spinning wildly. "Shut up." Moreover, Shikamaru continued to stoke the flames. "Your Uchiha clan had so many Jonin and S-rank ninjas. Yet he wiped them out in one night without a sound. Such strength is not something one can achieve merely through a few years of training." Sasuke froze. He distinctly remembered that fateful night, eerily quiet, instilling fear within him. Shikamaru noted the wavering in Sasuke's gaze and pressed on. "And don't you find it strange? Itachi could have easily killed you, yet he always chose to torment you with Tsukuyami. Did your brother have a penchant for cruelty?" The Chidori in Sasuke's hand crackled ominously. He recalled the nights spent tortured by Tsukuyami, Itachi's voice echoing, my foolish little brother, and the blood-red eyes that seemed to harbor an emotion he could not comprehend. What exactly are you trying to say? Sasuke's voice trembled slightly, hoarse. Shikamaru sighed. I merely believe that some matters may not be as simple as they appear. He gazed deeply into Sasuke's eyes, a hint of confusion lingering within him. Could someone who annihilated their entire clan for the sake of the village truly spare you? This foolish little brother? A wave of dizziness washed over Sasuke. The unwavering conviction of revenge he had harbored for years suddenly revealed a crack. Memories of his childhood surged forth. Of Itachi gently ruffling his hair and teaching him shuriken techniques. He recalled the night of the massacre, Itachi's tears. No, it cannot be true. Sasuke took a step back. You are deceiving me. Shikamaru sensed the moment was ripe and decided to extinguish the flames of the discussion. After all, it was his own journey that would convince him. The opinions of others held no weight, especially not those of Sasuke, the simpleton who had harbored no doubt for over a decade. Perhaps I am overthinking this. I do not know Itachi. Maybe your brother is simply cruel or violent. Enough. Sasuke's Sharingan spiraled furiously, the three tomo radiating a blinding light. I will kill you. Shikamaru recognized the murderous intent brewing within Sasuke, yet he remained steadfast. Will killing me prove that my words are false? Or have you already begun to doubt? Sasuke's movements abruptly halted. His eyes remained blood-red, yet the aura of violence began to waver. Think carefully, Sasuke. Shikamaru turned to leave, rather than resorting to violence. Why not inquire directly about the reasons? Beneath the setting sun, Sasuke knelt upon the ground, his hands plunged deep into the earth. His mind replayed the moments shared with Itachi, those details he had deliberately overlooked now crystal clear. Why did Itachi always torment him with Tsukuyomi instead of ending his life? Why did he always refer to him as my foolish little brother? Why leave him all alone? Tears streamed down his cheeks, and Sasuke felt as though his world was crumbling. The hatred that had sustained him for years now felt achingly fragile. In the distance, atop the treetops, Shikamaru observed this scene and sighed softly. He understood that he may have opened a Pandora's box. Chapter 67. Kazekage. The morning sun bathed Sunagakure in golden light, the wind and sand swirling above, forming a natural barrier. Gaara stood before the window of the Kazekage's office, gazing at the village he vowed to protect with his life. 5 years ago, he was merely a feared Jinchuriki among the villagers. Now he had ascended to become the 5th Kazekage of this village. Kazekage-sama, here are today's documents. Temari announced as she entered, placing a stack of papers on the desk. She observed Gaara's silhouette, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. Ever since he assumed the role of Kazekage, he had devoted nearly all his time to work. Gaara turned, the tattoo of love on his forehead standing out vividly in the sunlight. You have worked hard, he said softly, his voice still raspy but gentler than before. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from outside the village, shaking the entire office building. Gaara's expression hardened as he swiftly moved to the window. In the distance, a massive clay bird was diving towards the village. It's Akatsuki, Temari exclaimed. Gaara leaped from the window, a torrent of sand erupting from the gourd on his back, lifting him into the sky. Notify all Jonin. Immediately organize the villagers to take shelter. His voice carried on the wind. On the clay bird, the blonde-haired Deidara wore an excited grin. At last, I have found you. One-tailed Jinchuriki. He waved his hands, unleashing countless clay spiders from the sky. Gaara formed hand seals, the swirling sands transforming into a protective barrier that intercepted the clay spiders. Sand shield, he shouted, as the sand coalesced into numerous sharp spikes, shooting towards Deidara. Deidara skillfully maneuvered the clay bird to evade the attacks, continuously launching clay bombs. Art is an explosion, he laughed, igniting all the bombs. The massive shockwave scattered the surrounding sand. Gaara steadied himself, swiftly forming hand seals. Sand binding coffin. The sand morphed into a giant hand, reaching out to seize Deidara. Yet at that moment, a red figure suddenly erupted from the ground. A sharp scorpion tail aiming for Gaara's back. Be careful, Temari's voice called from below. Gaara swiftly sidestepped, the tail grazing his shoulder and leaving a bloody mark. What sharp reflexes, a deep voice emanated from the puppet. However, you are not facing just one opponent. Gaara furrowed his brow, feeling a numbing sensation from the wound on his shoulder. It's poisoned. He promptly sealed the wound with sand while remaining vigilant against his two adversaries. Deidara and Sasori launched a coordinated assault from above and below. Gaara understood that this battle would be exceptionally arduous. He took a deep breath, palms pressed together. Sand armor. More sand poured from the gourd on his back, enveloping him in a robust armor. Let me see how strong the legendary Kazekage truly is, Deidara shouted, plunging his hands into his clay pouch to rapidly mold a new bomb. Sasori controlled his puppet, Hoten, sending forth dozens of poison needles. Gaara formed a sand barrier while sending a portion of sand into spears aimed at Sasori's true form. The battle reached a fever pitch. Deidara's bombs exploded continuously in the air, the resulting shockwaves shaking the entire village. Sasori's poison needles and traps came in waves, forcing Gaara to split his focus between attacks from two directions. Sand rain. Gaara waved his hands, unleashing a torrent of sand bullets. Deidara quickly ascended to a higher altitude, while Sasori maneuvered his puppet underground. At that moment, Gaara suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. He looked down at his shoulder and realized the poison was spreading. He needed to end this quickly. Gritting his teeth, he rapidly formed hand seals. Sand tsunami. The entire desert seemed to come alive. A colossal wave of sand surging toward Deidara and Sasori. Deidara hastily maneuvered the bird to ascend, while Sasori delved deeper underground. However, this technique drained a significant amount of Gaara's chakra. His breathing became labored, and his vision began to blur. Just then, Deidara appeared behind him. Gotcha, he laughed, pressing a specially made clay bomb against Gaara's back. Boom. A violent explosion erupted in the air, and Gaara's figure plummeted from the cloud of dust. Although the sand armor absorbed most of the damage, the impact still left him severely injured. Kazekage-sama. Temari and Kankaro's voices echoed from afar. Yet they were blocked by Sasori's puppets, unable to provide timely support. Gaara crashed heavily to the ground, the sand instinctively forming a cushion. But the fall still forced him to spit blood. He struggled to rise, gazing at the descending Deidara and the emerging Sasori. Surrender, one-tailed Jinchuriki, Sasori said coldly. You are already at your limit. Gaara wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze resolute. As long as I am alive, I will never allow you to harm this village. He formed hand seals once more, this time deciding to utilize the power of Shikaku. Although it might strip him of his sanity, he had no choice but to protect his village. Sleep technique. As the technique activated, Gaara slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his pupils had transformed into Shikaku's form. A vast chakra surged around him, causing the sand to scatter uncontrollably. Are you finally serious? Deidara exclaimed excitedly, preparing an even larger clay bomb. Sasori manipulated Hoten, initiating his most powerful attack. At this moment, in the village of Odo, Shikamaru was still lost in slumber. A loud slap. A large dog paw landed on his face. Shikamaru groggily opened his eyes to find Pakin's somber face before him. Shikamaru. Gaara has been captured by Akatsuki. Kakashi has summoned Team 10 and Team 7 to support Sunagakure. Ah! Shikamaru let out a sharp cry. Chapter 68. Trap 1. The relentless sandstorms continued to ravage Sunagakure, enveloping the entire village in a haze of yellow dust. Kakashi stood atop the highest watchtower, gazing at the undulating sand dunes in the distance, his brow furrowed in concentration. Behind him, Naruto paced anxiously, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Kakashi-sensei, how much longer must we wait? Naruto finally burst out, his voice laced with suppressed anger. Gaara, calm down, Naruto, Kakashi replied, turning to face him, a grave look flickering in his single eye. Acting rashly will only alert our enemies. Asuma's team is gathering intelligence with Pakin. We must wait for their return. Before he could finish, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the distance. Asuma approached rapidly, accompanied by Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, each bearing a troubled expression. This is bad, Asuma stated bluntly. According to the intel from Sunagakure's ANBU, members of the Akatsuki organization have taken Gaara southeast. At least 2 of them were involved. 2. Kakashi's brow knit even tighter. Yes, one is Deidara, who uses explosive clay, and the other, Asuma hesitated, is Sasori of the Red Sand. Upon hearing that name, Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply. As a ninja who had once faced Sasori, he was acutely aware of the puppet master's terrifying prowess. What are we waiting for? Naruto exclaimed, springing to his feet. Let's go save Gaara. Wait. Shikamaru interjected suddenly, his gaze fixating on a peculiar set of footprints in the sand. These footprints are unusual. Everyone turned to Shikamaru. He crouched down, scrutinizing the imprints. The depths varied, and he noticed the sand was warmer here than in other areas. Kakashi immediately grasped the implication. It was a trap. At that moment, a piercing laugh echoed from the sky. "Ha! I didn't expect to be discovered so quickly." They looked up to see a golden-haired man standing atop a massive clay bird, surveying them from above. His right eye was shielded by specialized goggles, and a manic grin adorned his face. "Deidara." Kakashi immediately assumed a combat stance. "Art is an explosion," Deidara shouted, waving his hands, summoning countless clay spiders that rained down from the sky. "Scatter!" Kakashi shouted. "Spiders!" Ino exclaimed, her sharp vision detecting the impending danger. Shikamaru quickly used his shadow to pull Choji and Ino back. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions erupted in quick succession, sending yellow sand flying in all directions. Naruto rolled on the ground to evade the blasts, feeling the searing shock waves brush against his face. As he regained his footing, he noticed that the others had been scattered by the force of the explosions. "Naruto!" Kakashi's voice rang out from afar. "Be careful." Naruto looked up to see Deidara diving down on his clay bird, clutching a clay centipede. "Let's see what the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki can do." "Damn it." Naruto quickly formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Dozens of shadow clones appeared simultaneously, charging towards Deidara. However, Deidara merely smirked, and the clay centipede in his hand suddenly split into countless smaller centipedes, obliterating the shadow clones one by one. "Is that all you've got?" Deidara taunted. With that, he created several grotesque spiders. Naruto gritted his teeth, swiftly forming hand seals. Wind release. Raisin shuriken. Chakra coalesced in his palm, emitting a sharp, buzzing sound. This was a newly learned jutsu that even Kakashi had cautioned him against using lightly, as it could inflict damage upon himself. However, at that moment, he had no choice. "Catch this." Naruto leaped into the air, hurling the Raisin shuriken at Deidara. "Naruto." Shikamaru frowned, worried about Naruto's impulsiveness. Deidara's eyes flickered with surprise, but quickly returned to his manic demeanor. "Interesting. Let's see how impressive your art truly is." He waved his hands, sending countless clay birds to intercept the Raisin shuriken. The two forces collided in midair, erupting with blinding light. The shockwave sent Naruto tumbling to the ground, and he felt a sharp pain in his arm, his skin torn by the chakra. "Naruto!" Sakura's voice cried out from a distance. She rushed to his side, ready to use her healing jutsu. But Naruto paid no heed. He was fixated on the heart of the explosion. As the dust settled, Deidara's clay bird lay in ruins. Yet he remained unscathed. "Not bad for an art piece." Deidara licked his lips. "But it's still not perfect." Suddenly, a shadow shot up from the ground. Shikamaru, utilizing Choji's expansion jutsu, flew beneath Deidara and executed the shadow mimicry technique. "Got you," Shikamaru muttered quietly. Deidara's body suddenly froze. He glanced down to find his shadow under Shikamaru's control. "Well done, Shikamaru." Naruto quickly scrambled to his feet, preparing to launch another attack. But Deidara laughed. "Do you really think you can hold me like this?" His right arm abruptly disassembled, and a clay spider crawled out from the severed limb. Shikamaru's pupils dilated. "Not good. This guy is ruthless enough to sever his own limb to retaliate." Boom! Another deafening explosion occurred, sending Shikamaru flying backward as he tumbled through the air. When he regained his footing, he saw that Deidara had reformed a clay bird and was soaring away. "Don't let him escape," Naruto shouted, attempting to pursue. But Kakashi held him back. "Gaara, that's enough." "Naruto," Kakashi pressed firmly on his shoulder. "Your arm is already injured." "But Gaara." "Calm down," Shikamaru interjected, his gaze fixed on a distant hill. "I know where they are." Everyone followed his line of sight, and in the distance, the outline of a cave became discernible. In the twilight, something glimmered at the cave's entrance. "Is that?" Ino squinted. "Pieces of puppets," Shikamaru explained. "I noticed during the battle that the sand's color was off. Plus," he pointed to the ground, "these footprints, though intentionally concealed, still indicate they headed in that direction." Kakashi nodded in appreciation. "Well done, Shikamaru." "Let us hurry," Naruto began, but suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. The side effects of overusing the Raisin shuriken were beginning to manifest. Sakura quickly supported him. "You need to rest." "No, Naruto," Kakashi said sternly. "The upcoming battle may be even more challenging. You must be at your best. We will rest for now and wait until nightfall." Naruto wanted to protest further, but seeing Kakashi's determined gaze, he ultimately nodded in agreement. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sandstorms in Sunagakure began to subside. The cave in the distance loomed in the twilight, like a slumbering beast waiting for its prey. Shikamaru stood atop the sand dune, gazing toward the cave with a furrowed brow. He sensed that things were not as simple as they seemed. Why had Sasori and Deidara left such obvious clues? Could this be yet another trap? Regardless, they had to proceed. For Gaara was not only the Kazekage, but also their comrade. As night deepened and a bright moon ascended, casting its silver light upon the desert, Kakashi's and Asuma's teams prepared to set out. Naruto's arm, having received treatment from Sakura and Ino, was nearly healed. Are you ready? Kakashi asked quietly. Everyone nodded. Remember, our primary objective is to rescue Gaara. If we encounter Sasori, do not engage in prolonged combat, Kakashi warned. His poison is something even Sakura may struggle to counter. At the mention of Sasori, a solemn expression fell over all. The legendary puppeteer, a terrifying entity, once single-handedly obliterated a small nation. Let us proceed. Kakashi took the lead, hastening towards the cave. In the nocturnal shadows, several figures moved swiftly across the desert. The moonlight elongated their silhouettes, resembling blades aimed directly at the hearts of their foes. Chapter 69. Trap 2. The entrance to the cave was narrow and concealed, obscured by layers of entwined vines. It would be nearly impossible to discern without deliberate searching. Upon passing through the entrance, the interior unfolded into a vast space akin to an underground palace. The ceiling towered above, adorned with countless stalactites that hung down like ethereal chandeliers, glowing faintly green in the dim light. The walls were embedded with luminescent stones, reminiscent of stars in the night sky, casting an eerie and enigmatic glow throughout the cavern. The air was thick with a pungent blend of herbs and metal, sharp yet tinged with a hint of sweetness, compelling one to instinctively hold their breath. The ground was uneven, riddled with tiny ravines, as if molded by some liquid over the years. Within these crevices, dark red stains could be discerned, resembling dried blood. Occasionally, unknown insects would emerge from the cracks, producing faint rustling sounds before vanishing into the shadows. The depths of the cave were far more profound than anticipated. The damp air carried a subtle herbal scent, and the walls, embedded with glowing minerals, bathed the entire space in an otherworldly blue light. Inuzuka felt a chill run down her spine, sensing the foreboding atmosphere. Be cautious, Kakashi whispered. This place may be riddled with traps. Naruto led the way, his gaze darting around vigilantly. Suddenly, he noticed a brick in the wall that appeared to be slightly loose. Wait, look at this, he exclaimed, reaching out to touch it. Don't touch that. Both Shikamaru and Kakashi shouted in unison. But it was too late. The moment Naruto's fingers brushed against the brick, a faint click echoed through the cave. Oh no! Shikamaru's expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, the entire cavern began to tremble violently. Stones dislodged from the walls, revealing a labyrinth of hidden mechanisms. Numerous puppets sprang forth from concealed compartments, their joints creaking ominously, red light flickering in their hollow eye sockets. Defensive formation, Kakashi shouted. Yet, it was too late. The ground suddenly split apart, and countless spikes shot upwards. The group was forced to scatter for safety, explosions reverberating through the air as thick smoke enveloped them. Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi called out through the haze, but the only response was the sound of puppets in motion. Inuzuka, Choji, stay behind me. Asuma drew his sword. Asuma-sensei, what about me? A voice called out from the chaos. Shikamaru maintained his composure amidst the turmoil, having anticipated the traps and preemptively controlled a few key puppets with his shadow imitation technique. However, just as he thought he had the situation under control, the ground beneath him suddenly gave way. What? Before Shikamaru could react, he plummeted into the abyss. In the darkness, he felt himself falling, the wind howling past him, accompanied by distant explosions. Attempting to grasp something with his shadow proved futile against the smooth rock walls surrounding him. After what felt like an eternity, he landed heavily on the ground. Fortunately, he had managed to protect himself with chakra at the last moment. Otherwise, that fall would have been fatal. Coughing, Shikamaru struggled to rise, every bone in his body protesting. He surveyed his surroundings and found himself in a vast underground chamber, starkly different from the cave above. The walls were embedded with glowing green stones, casting an eerie glow throughout the space. The air was thick with the scent of herbs and a faint trace of blood. Suddenly, Shikamaru's pupils dilated. In the center of the chamber, he beheld a familiar figure, Gaara. Yet, the once mighty Gaara lay motionless on a massive altar, his complexion as pale as parchment, his chest devoid of any rise and fall. More horrifying was the gaping wound in his abdomen, as if something had been forcibly extracted. Gaara Shikamaru's voice trembled. Wait, This isn't supposed to be the protagonist's storyline. Why is a supporting character stealing the spotlight? Regrettably, you have arrived too late. The ritual cannot be halted now. A chilling voice emerged from the shadows. Shikamaru spun around to see a familiar figure with crimson hair slowly advancing, clad in the Akatsuki's black robe adorned with red clouds. Several eerie puppets floated behind him. Sasori of the Red Sand. A cold sweat drenched Shikamaru's back as memories of their previous encounter surged forth. Once again we meet. Nara Shikamaru. Sasori raised his hand, summoning a puppet to his side. I warned you I would not let you go. When did you say that? Shikamaru retorted, his mind racing. The situation was dire. He was alone against Sasori and in his territory. Humph. Sasori's tone turned sinister. Since you've come, you shall accompany me forever. I will turn you into a puppet, ensuring you remain by my side. Before he could finish speaking, the puppet's mouth opened, launching countless poison needles toward Shikamaru. Shikamaru swiftly formed hand signs. Shadow imitation technique. But as his shadow made contact with the puppet, he felt an agonizing pain. The poison needles were capable of transmitting toxins through shadows. Futile, Sasori sneered. This puppet is crafted from special materials. Your shadow imitation technique is ineffective against it. Staggering back, Shikamaru sensed the poison spreading through his body. His vision blurred, and his limbs felt heavy. Is this how it ends? He thought, unwilling to accept his fate. He endured the pain and glanced at Gaara, his mind racing. He needed to buy time until the others could find him. What are you looking at? Sasori noticed Shikamaru's gaze and turned to the altar. Oh, you think he can still be saved? Unfortunately, I have already extracted Shikaku. He won't last much longer. Shikamaru remained silent, his hands subtly forming seals, summoning a technique he had never used since emerging from the Ryuchi cave. Senjutsu, Shadow Dragon Technique. Suddenly, Shikamaru's shadow sprang to life, transforming into a pitch-black shadow dragon. This dragon could not only move freely, but also absorb natural energy to grow stronger. Unlike the ordinary shadow imitation technique, the shadow dragon technique did not require a connection to the enemy's shadow and could launch direct attacks. He attempted to control the shadow dragon, which moved at speed surpassing that of a typical shadow and could shift forms at will. The dragon transformed into chains, ensnaring the restless puppets, quickly morphing into blades to strike, even splitting into multiple smaller dragons to engage Sasori simultaneously. In this manner, the limitations of the shadow imitation technique were shattered. This is unexpected, Shikamaru murmured, seizing the moment while Sasori was distracted with the shadow dragon to consume a healing pill provided by Orochimaru, barely managing to suppress the poison. How surprising. Sasori's puppets were largely destroyed by the shadow dragon, and those remaining had lost most of their combat capability. Steadying himself, Shikamaru realized that Gaara was now his priority. Determined, he shook his hazy head and observed Sasori tearing apart the shadow dragon. Summoning technique. With his last ounce of strength, Shikamaru summoned a summoning beast. A shadow snake emerged from his shadow, its body covered in dark scales, smooth as glass, capable of reflecting ambient light, rendering it nearly invisible in the shadows. Don't worry about me. Get the message out. The shadow snake, slender and agile, navigated through the narrow spaces, its tail adorned with a unique hook for attacking and climbing. Swiftly burrowing through the shattered rocks toward the outside world. The loathsome sound of the serpent-like creature suddenly turned ominous, unleashing a barrage of over 10 chakra threads that pierced through Lu Ming. Ouch, that hurts, Lu Ming mumbled, his vision blurring as he discerned the figure of Xie approaching him step by step. The hiss of the shadowy serpent, typically tasked with relaying messages for Orochimaru, navigated the narrow crevices with ease, finally locating a familiar presence amidst the forest near the cave's exit, one that bore a semblance to Lu Ming's chakra residue. Ah, a snake. Sakura, with her exceptional perception, was the first to spot the shadowy serpent, yet she bravely brandished a kunai, positioning herself protectively in front of Naruto. Wait, Sakura. Kakashi intervened, noting that only Lu Ming was missing. The serpent appeared non-threatening. Perhaps Lu Ming had sent it to deliver a message. The shadowy serpent remained motionless a meter away, flicking its barbed tail to launch a kunai. Ding Xiai, quick to react, picked it up. It's Lu Ming's. It had emerged from the cave. Perhaps Lu Ming still lingered within, as there was space below. Asuma took the kunai, confirming the chakra on it. The shadowy serpent writhed in agitation, unable to communicate due to its inability to speak, and the urgency of the situation left no time for Lu Ming to convey information. We must rescue Lu Ming. Ino grasped Asuma's arm, anxious to venture into the cave. Yes, we must go back now. Ding Xiai echoed. You two need to calm down. This cave is a trap. Asuma observed the somewhat injured and disheveled group, gritting his teeth. We should return to Sunagakure to regroup, gather some allies, and then rescue Lu Ming and Gaara. Let us proceed as Asuma suggests, Kakashi declared, suppressing any further protests from the younger shinobi. The group, in a state of disarray, trudged toward Sunagakure. Chapter 70. The rescue inside the medical room of Sunagakure. Kanjuro lay on the hospital bed, his complexion ashen and breath faint. His arms were marred by purple toxin spots, and dark blood continuously oozed from the wound. The poison has spread throughout his body, one medical ninja remarked, shaking his head. Unless we find an antidote. Allow me to try, Sakura said, pushing through the crowd. Chakra had already coalesced in her hands, the green glow pulsating at her fingertips. The medical ninja frowned. Young lady, this is no ordinary poison. I am a disciple of Lady Tsunade. Sakura replied without lifting her gaze. She had already infused chakra into Kanjuro's body, where the toxin concentrated primarily in the internal organs and nervous system, necessitating immediate containment. Her fingers swiftly traversed Kanjuro's form, precisely sealing several crucial chakra points. Then, she produced a small knife and made an incision on Kanjuro's arm. What are you doing? The medical ninja gasped. Bloodletting, Sakura succinctly answered, simultaneously stimulating liver function with her chakra to expedite detoxification. The black poisonous blood flowed from the wound, and beads of sweat began to form on Sakura's forehead. This meticulous chakra control demanded immense energy, yet she dared not relax for even a moment. Suddenly, Kanjuro's body convulsed violently. Not good. The toxin is rebounding, the medical ninja shouted. Gritting her teeth, Sakura formed hand seals with both hands, shadow sealing technique. A surge of powerful chakra erupted, and a diamond-shaped mark appeared on her forehead. Her hands became mere blurs as they rapidly struck Kanjuro's body. Each fingertip landed precisely on critical points, repressing the rampaging toxin once more. For 3 relentless hours, Sakura maintained an intensely focused state. When the last drop of poisonous blood was expelled, Kanjuro's complexion finally returned to normal. Phew, Sakura exhaled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Incredible. The surrounding medical ninjas gaped in astonishment. Such a detoxification method was unheard of. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Sakura offered a weary smile. This is the special detoxification technique taught to me by Lady Tsunade. However, Kanjuro will require time to recuperate. His internal organs have suffered severe damage. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Sakura, Naruto burst in. We finally have news of Gaara's whereabouts. Sakura immediately rose to her feet. Where? In the valley to the southeast. Kakashi followed closely behind. But what? The enemy is Sasori of the Red Sand. An elderly voice interjected. Everyone turned to see a frail, white-haired woman leaning on a cane. Though her eyes were clouded, they sparkled with a sharp light. Grandmachio, the shinobi of Sunagakure exclaimed. I never expected to be out here at my age. Stretching my limbs, Grandmachio sighed. That ungrateful descendant will be dealt with by me. Kakashi noticed that as she spoke, her hand gripping the cane trembled slightly. What about Lu Ming? Have you found him? Asuma's team rushed in upon hearing the news. Kakashi shook his head at Asuma. The hearts of Team 10 sank heavily. We have already located Gaara. Lu Ming must be nearby. We will defeat Sasori and force him to relinquish Gaara and Lu Ming. It must be said that Naruto was indeed correct this time. The wind howled as Naruto and his companions sped across the desolate landscape outside Sunagakure. Kakashi led the charge, his Sharingan scanning the surroundings for traces. It's just ahead, Kakashi intoned gravely. According to the intel, Gaara is right there. Sakura cast a worried glance at Naruto. Don't be too anxious. We will surely rescue Gaara. Naruto nodded, yet his expression remained tense. He understood all too well the terror of the Akatsuki. Every second of delay could result in irreversible consequences. Suddenly, Kakashi came to a halt. Something feels off. The group followed his gaze, spotting strange fragments scattered across the sand. Ino crouched down to pick one up, her face paling. These are puppet fragments. And of the latest model. Kakashi frowned. It appears a battle has taken place here. The group's hearts tightened. He quickened his pace, rushing forward. Navigating through a stretch of sand dunes, a massive underground entrance loomed before them. Ding Xiai, unable to contain himself, bolted inside first. The underground passage was deep and winding, its walls adorned with peculiar runes. As they delved deeper, the pungent odor intensified. Suddenly, a faint light flickered ahead. The group hastened, bursting into a circular hall, only to be struck dumb. At the center of the hall lay a colossal altar, upon which rested a familiar figure. Red hair, pallid skin, and the remnants of the kanji for love upon his forehead. Gaara. Naruto's voice trembled. He staggered forward, each step feeling as though he tread upon shards of glass. The figure on the altar, Gaara, lay with his eyes tightly shut, a gaping hollow in his chest. The surrounding skin an unnatural ashen hue. Sakura and Kakashi arrived shortly after, and upon witnessing the scene, a heavy silence enveloped them. Asuma, Ino, and Ding Ci fanned out to search for Lu Ming's whereabouts. Naruto knelt beside the altar, trembling as he extended a hand, yet he hesitated to touch Gaara's cold body. This cannot be. Sakura fought back tears as she began to assess Gaara's condition. His chakra has completely vanished. The one tail has been extracted. Damn it. Kakashi struck the wall with his fist. We have arrived too late. Memories of Naruto's past with Gaara replayed in his mind. Their confrontations during the Chunin exams. The mutual understanding forged through friendship, Gaara's growth as Kazekage. Why did Naruto's voice choke? Why was there such a tumult of rage and sorrow within him, threatening to tear him apart? Suddenly, Naruto felt a hand grip his shoulder. It was Kakashi. This is not the time for sorrow. Kakashi's voice resonated with a deep and resolute tone. We must locate Nara Shikamaru and avenge Gaara. Naruto lifted his head, the tears in his eyes having evaporated, replaced by flames of indignation. Indeed, I will make those scoundrels pay. At that moment, Ino suddenly noticed something. Wait, what is this? She pointed towards a symbol at the edge of the altar. It was a peculiar mark, reminiscent of a remnant from a teleportation array. Asuma examined it closely, his expression turning grave. This bears the traces of space ninjutsu. They may have already relocated. What? Choji sprang to his feet. What about Shikamaru? Has he been taken too? Not necessarily. Kakashi shook his head. Shikamaru is astute. He may have left behind some clues. Subsequently, the group conducted a meticulous search of the area. At the corner of the corridor, they stumbled upon a pool of blood, alongside several symbols drawn in crimson. Ino and Choji exchanged glances, instantly recognizing it as a code from the Nara clan. The two quickly deciphered it. East, 3, land. These were coordinates. Shikamaru has left us a trail to follow. Hope reignited in Naruto's eyes. What are we waiting for? Let us pursue. Right. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to lose Shikamaru. Let us set off immediately. Asuma, unusually, had not smoked that day. The group hastened towards the direction indicated by Shikamaru's markings. Chapter 71. Rescue 2. The damp stone walls were overrun with moss, and droplets of water trickled from the ceiling, producing a rhythmic patter in the silent cell. Shikamaru leaned against the frigid stone wall, attuned to the flow of chakra within him. His limbs were ensnared by specially designed chakra chains, which tightened with each struggle. What a predicament, he muttered softly, surveying his surroundings. This chamber was evidently designed for the confinement of significant prisoners, with seals covering the walls. As if even the air was imprisoned. Was such an elaborate setup truly necessary for him? Footsteps approached from afar, and Shikamaru immediately shut his eyes, regulating his breath to appear more feeble. The iron door creaked ominously as a tall figure entered. You're awake. The voice of Sasori remained cold. Yet Shikamaru detected an unusual tremor beneath the surface. Shikamaru slowly opened his eyes to find Sasori standing before him, still donned in his signature red cloud-black robe, but without a mask and not concealed within a puppet. Moonlight streamed through the high window, illuminating his delicate yet pallid features. Why not kill me? Shikamaru intentionally made his voice sound weak. With your strength, it would be effortless. Sasori did not respond immediately, instead towering over Shikamaru, his gaze scrutinizing his face. Shikamaru felt that gaze shift, reminiscent of a predator fixating on its prey in Nara Forest. You are quite special, Sasori finally spoke. His tone laced with an emotion Shikamaru had never encountered before. You witnessed my acts of murder, yet remained unfazed. Just the day before yesterday. You had the chance to escape, but chose to stay and protect your companions, even for the sake of his deceased village leader. Such folly, he paused. Reminds me of something long past. Shikamaru noticed Sasori's fingers tremble slightly, a detail that stirred something within him. He decided to probe further. Do you have someone you wish to protect? Sasori's expression darkened abruptly as he seized Shikamaru's chin, the grip so forceful it caused Shikamaru to wince. "Do not attempt to speculate on my thoughts," he coldly retorted, though Shikamaru sensed a hint of panic in his voice. Shikamaru gritted his teeth against the pain. "Believe you are quite lonely." Sasori's grip suddenly slackened. He stepped back, and in the moonlight, Shikamaru glimpsed a flicker of anguish in his eyes. This revelation quickened Shikamaru's heartbeat. He realized he might have touched upon Sasori's most vulnerable core, perhaps an opportunity for his counterattack. "Your puppet technique is remarkable." "I was crafting puppets independently at the age of 6. Sasori's voice was soft yet distinctly audible to Shikamaru. "My parents perished in the war. It was Chiyoba-sama who raised me." Sasori raised his hand, chakra threads spiraling gracefully through the air. "She taught me the art of puppetry, how to wield chakra threads with finesse. Yet I knew she could never comprehend my true desires." Shikamaru noted that when Sasori spoke the word desire, his fingers trembled slightly. "I loathe war, detest death." Sasori's voice turned frigid as he gazed upon the puppets left by his parents. "I understood the fragility of life. Only eternal art can transcend death." Sasori seemed to be transported back to that dim workshop, where his youthful self toiled day and night, seeking to fill the void within with the permanence of machinery. Shikamaru observed Sasori's cold and rigid gestures, piecing together a plan from vague memories. "I crafted my first puppet, replicating my parents' likenesses," Sasori continued, "but that was not enough, far from it. I required a more perfect creation, one that embodied true eternity." Shikamaru witnessed a slight upward curve at the corners of Sasori's mouth, a near-manic expression. However, it soon vanished. "Until I completed the puppet of the third Kazekage." Sasori's voice carried a note of pride. "That was the true inception of my artistic vision. A flawless mechanical structure, an eternal life form." The chakra threads tightened at his fingertips, emitting a faint hum. "Then I understood. To attain genuine eternity, one must relinquish this fragile flesh." A chill raced down Shikamaru's spine. He could vividly see the fervor igniting in Sasori's eyes as he uttered those words. "Thus, I transformed myself into a puppet." Sasori turned away. "This is the most exquisite art, transcending the boundaries of life and death." Shikamaru's pupils contracted slightly. He had not anticipated the tragedy of Sasori's past. He observed as Sasori instinctively caressed the device on his chest, a subconscious act of self-protection. Silence enveloped the cell, interrupted only by the sound of dripping water. Shikamaru felt his back dampened by cold sweat, yet he recognized this was a pivotal moment. "So you wish to turn me into a puppet," he spoke softly. "Because you believe that would grant me eternity?" Sasori's body visibly trembled. He slowly turned, and in the moonlight, Shikamaru saw a complex glimmer in his eyes. Sasori's voice was hoarse. "How do you understand?" "Because I too have lost someone dear," Shikamaru replied, the memory of helplessness flooding his mind. "I know it all too well." Sasori suddenly knelt before Shikamaru, his fingers lightly brushing against his neck. Shikamaru suppressed the discomfort and the instinctual urge to recoil, maintaining a calm demeanor. However, transforming the living into puppets does not bring true warmth. It is merely silence. Sasori's grip tightened with anger. "You know nothing." "I do." Shikamaru locked eyes with Sasori. "Because your current touch offers me no warmth." "Can you feel the temperature of the puppets made from your parents?" Sasori's expression froze instantly. As though struck by lightning, his entire being petrified. Shikamaru sensed a subtle loosening of the chakra chains binding him, realizing his words had struck a chord. "Allow me to assist you," Shikamaru whispered, "not as a puppet, but as one who understands you." A flicker of confusion crossed Sasori's eyes. He parted his lips, seemingly poised to speak. Maru revealed a subtle smile, adopting a strategy of retreating to advance. "If you must turn me into a puppet, could you grant me one wish?" Sia remained silent, yet his gaze had softened from its initial iciness to one of curiosity. Maru understood that he had planted a seed within the lonely heart of the puppeteer. In the damp dungeon, the sound of dripping water echoed persistently. Maru's gaze fell upon the mechanism embedded in Sia's chest, where a faint blue light flickered like the sole star in the night sky. "What wish?" Sia's hoarse voice resonated, akin to the weighty notes of classical music. "I wish to feel the temperature of the parts of you that remain unaltered." Maru spoke boldly, closing his eyes momentarily, taking a daring risk. He then opened them, meeting Sia's calm gaze, his eyes drifting down to the area of the mechanism on Sia's chest. "You are astute," Sia's voice carried a hint of approval. "You have swiftly identified my only weakness." His fingers gently grazed the mechanism on his chest. But do you truly dare to touch it? Lumaru sensed the chakra chains binding him loosening slightly. He inhaled deeply, fixing a determined gaze upon Xie. I merely wonder if its temperature is also frigid. Xie's pupils constricted slightly, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed. Interesting. Do you know? The last person who attempted to attack my heart has since become one of my collectibles. He slowly opened his cloak, revealing the intricate structure of mechanisms within. But his tone softened. Perhaps I could take a gamble. Moonlight streamed through a vent, illuminating the mechanism on Xie's chest. It was a complex apparatus, with countless tiny gears slowly turning, and at its center was a core emitting a blue glow. Lumaru could hear the faint sound of a heartbeat emanating from it, affirming that the man before him was indeed still alive. Come, Xie's voice bore a taunt. I grant you a chance. He snapped his fingers, and the chains binding Lumaru suddenly fell away with a clatter onto the ground. Lumaru flexed his stiff wrists, feeling Xie's unwavering gaze fixed intently upon his every movement. The air was thick with tension, as if a mere spark could ignite an explosion. He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly, not from fear, but from the knowledge that each subsequent action could determine life or death. Xie maintained a smirk that bordered on mockery. Yet Lumaru noticed his fingers subtly grasping a hidden mechanism. As Lumaru's fingertips were about to graze the glowing core, he observed Xie's body tense noticeably. This detail fortified Lumaru's conviction that he had discovered the correct point of breach. You know, Lumaru began softly, as if fearing to disturb something delicate. My father once told me that true strength lies not in the destruction of an opponent, but in the understanding of them. A crack appeared in Xie's expression, his breathing growing more rapid. Lumaru's fingertips gently touched the glowing core, feeling the faint vibrations that belonged to a human heartbeat. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Xie awaited the fatal strike from Lumaru, believing it would allow him to justifiably conclude this farce. However, Lumaru merely caressed the core, as if stroking a fragile dream. I can feel it, Lumaru whispered. You are still a person, not a cold puppet. These words pierced Xie's heart like a sharp blade. His pupils dilated, and his body shook uncontrollably. Memories he had buried deep surged forth. The icy embrace of his puppeteer parents, the stern expectations of Granny Chio, and the countless lonely nights. You. Xie's voice was terrifyingly hoarse. Why don't you attack? Because I believe. Lumaru withdrew his hand, gazing at Xie with tenderness, that everyone harbors a warmth within, though some hide it too deeply. Xie staggered back a step, his fingers digging painfully into his palm. In that moment, he felt the carefully constructed defenses crumbling. The emotions he thought he had long forgotten, the humanity he believed he had cast aside, suddenly surged back like a tidal wave. You are mistaken. Xie's voice was laced with anguish. I am no longer human. No, Lumaru asserted firmly. If you had truly become a puppet, you would not tremble at my touch, nor waver at a mere word. Xie suddenly clutched his chest, where the heartbeat grew disturbingly clear. He felt a constriction in his breathing, as if something within his chest were thrashing violently. For the first time in years, he felt acutely aware of his own heartbeat, a reminder that he was still alive. Why? Xie's voice nearly broke. Why make me remember these things? Lumaru stood silently, bathed in the moonlight that cast a gentle glow around him. He knew he had opened a fissure in the heart of this solitary puppeteer, a fissure that could become the key to transforming everything. In the midst of the raging sands of Sunagakure, the members of Konohagakure felt no discomfort. According to intelligence, this was one of the Akatsuki organization's strongholds in the village. Kakashi spoke in hushed tones, but the situation inside remains unclear. We must proceed cautiously. Naruto remained silent, his mind replaying the moment he discovered Gaara's lifeless body. The stoic Kazekage, who had always cared for the village more than anyone else, now lay cold and still, a gaping void in his chest. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, concern flickering in his eyes. Remember, our primary objective is to rescue Lumaru. Do not let anger cloud your judgment. I understand. Naruto took a deep breath. Let us commence. In his heart, Ding Xi silently urged, nothing must go wrong. Since Lumaru's disappearance, Ding Xi had spoken less and less. Ino tightened her grip on Ding Xi's hand, seeking strength from him. The group dispersed according to their pre-planned strategy. Naruto, Sakura, Ino, and Ding Xi formed one team for a frontal assault. Kakashi and Asuma flanked from the side, while the ninja of Sunagakure stood guard outside to prevent the enemy from escaping. Upon reaching the outskirts of the base, they encountered Deidara, who had been expelled by Sia. Damn it, playing with hostages, that despicable brat. Deidara grumbled, his eyes lighting up upon seeing the members of Konohagakure and Sunagakure, as if he had found new toys. Sakura. Ino, you go ahead. Naruto urged, his gaze fixed firmly on Deidara. Ino, you must find Lumaru. Ding Ci commanded, positioning himself to protect the two ladies. Granny Chiyo led Sakura and Ino swiftly into the entrance. Sakura clenched her fists, sweat cascading down her cheeks, while Ino brandished Lumaru's kunai defensively in front of her. Before them stood Sia, the red sand of Shippu, his crimson shell glimmering coldly in the sunlight. Are you ready, girls? Sia's voice emanated from the puppet, laced with mockery. Sakura and Ino barely had time to respond before the tail of the Shippu struck like lightning. They quickly leaped back, as the ground beneath them shattered, separating their positions. Do not lose focus. Granny Chiyo's voice rang out behind them, as 10 chakra strings shot from her fingertips. White's secret technique, Kenjutsu of the 10 puppets. 10 uniquely designed puppets descended from above, surrounding Sia. The two girls were astonished to see the puppets moving with remarkable agility, as if imbued with life. Humph, Sia scoffed. You think these outdated toys can challenge me? The tail of the Shippu suddenly split into dozens of segments, each one accurately targeting a puppet. Granny Chiyo's fingers danced rapidly, as the puppets skillfully evaded the incoming attacks. Sakura now? Granny Chiyo shouted. Sakura instantly understood, channeling her chakra into her fists, causing the ground beneath her to crack. She charged towards Sia like a cannonball, her fists slicing through the air with an audible whoosh. However, just as her fist was about to strike the figure of Fei Lu Hu, the shell of the puppet suddenly opened, and a red-haired youth sprang forth. Jing Ye's pupils constricted as she recognized the face that bore a striking resemblance to Chiyoba. Chiyoba? It has been a long time. Sia's voice remained calm, yet Sakura noticed a slight tremor in his fingers. The puppets controlled by Chiyoba came to an abrupt halt, her lips quivering. Sia, is it really you? Only then did Sakura comprehend why Chiyoba's expression had been so complex upon receiving this mission. She looked at the pair of grandmother and grandson, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Why did you join Akatsuki? Chiyoba's voice was laced with pain. Why betray the village? Sia's expression suddenly twisted with ferocity. Betrayal? It was the village that betrayed me first. He tore open his clothing, revealing a mechanism on his chest. Look at this. This is what you gave me. Chiyoba staggered back a step, tears streaming from her murky eyes. I'm sorry, Grandma, didn't he know? It's far too late to say that now. Sia's expression regained its calmness. Let me see if you've made any progress over the years, Grandma. He waved his hands, and 2 special puppets materialized beside him. Jingyi noticed that Chiyoba's complexion turned ashen upon seeing these puppets. Father and mother. Chiyoba's voice trembled almost to a sob. You actually. Yes, Sia caressed the puppet's face. Now we can be together forever. A chill crept up their spines. She finally understood why Sia was regarded as one of the most dangerous puppeteers. This twisted obsession was more terrifying than any ninjutsu. Sakura. Jingyi. Chiyoba suddenly wiped her tears and prepared for battle. But Sakura spoke up. This is our responsibility. Chiyoba's voice became resolute. It is also for his redemption. Sia let out a cold laugh. Redemption? You think you can achieve that? He quickly formed hand seals, and the ground erupted, countless puppets surging from below. Jingyi gasped at the sheer number of puppets. There were at least 100. She abandoned the thought of using the heart-turn technique. Red's secret technique, 100 machine manipulation. White's secret technique, Jinmatsu 10 people. The 2 puppet armies clashed in the air, creating a deafening roar. In the chaos, Sakura weaved through, her fists smashing through numerous puppets with each strike. Jingyi, not being adept in taijutsu, could only assist from the side. But soon she realized that the sheer number of puppets was overwhelming, and escape was impossible. Find his true body. Chiyoba's voice rang out amidst the melee. That is the only weakness. Sakura squinted, searching for Sia's silhouette amidst the flurry of puppets. Suddenly, she spotted a flash of red light. Sia's heart. There, she shouted, charging towards the target. However, just as she was about to close in, a special puppet blocked her path. Sakura's pupils dilated. It was the puppet of the 3rd Kazekage. Do not think you can succeed. Sia's voice echoed from all directions. Now is not the time for hesitation. Chiyoba admonished sternly. Sakura gritted her teeth and nodded. She placed Jingyi in a safe spot and stood beside Chiyoba. Are you ready? Chiyoba inquired. Sakura took a deep breath. I am ready. Sakura immediately understood. Chakra coalescing in her fists, the ground shattering beneath her feet as she charged towards Fei Lu Hu, fists slicing through the air. Yet, just as her fists were about to strike the puppet, Fei Lu Hu's shell suddenly opened, unleashing a barrage of poison needles. Be careful. Jingya's voice rang out just in time. She activated her heart-turn technique, controlling one of the Jinmatsu 10-people puppets to shield Sakura. The poison needles pierced the puppet, clinking against its surface. Thank you, Sakura shouted, swiftly retreating. Her medical ninjutsu commenced, preparing for the possibility of poisoning. Xie's voice resounded again. Quite the coordination. However, before he could finish, the entire passageway began to tremble. The walls cracked, and countless puppets surged forth from the fissures. Red's secret technique, 100 machine manipulation. Hundreds of puppets launched simultaneous attacks, plunging the scene into chaos. Chiyoba's fingers danced rapidly. The Jinmatsu 10 people traversing the puppet horde, each strike shattering multiple foes. Sakura, cover me, Jingyi called out. She closed her eyes, concentrating her thoughts. Sakura immediately understood, positioning herself before Jingyi. With each of her punches, she repelled several puppets. However, she soon realized the overwhelming number of puppets was insurmountable. I found it. Jingyi suddenly opened her eyes. His true body is in the upper right corner. Chiyoba promptly directed 2 puppets to charge in that direction. Yet, just as they were nearing, 2 special puppets blocked their way. Father and mother. Chiyoba's voice quavered. Indeed, Xie's voice dripped with mockery. Now we can be together forever. A chill coursed down Sakura's spine. She finally understood why Xie was labeled as one of the most dangerous puppeteers. Jingyi now, Chiyoba shouted. Jingyi immediately activated her heart-turn technique, this time targeting Xie's true body. However, just as her spirit was about to intrude, a powerful chakra repelled her. Ah! Jingyi cried out in pain, clutching her head. Jingyi. Sakura rushed to her side, her medical ninjutsu already in motion. It's useless, Xie's voice was smug. My mental defenses are not so easily breached. Chiyoba's expression grew serious. She realized a change in strategy was imperative. Sakura, she suddenly said. Do you remember the technique I taught you? Sakura paused for a moment before comprehension dawned. But, do not be deceived. Chiyoba suddenly shouted, these are all puppets. Not real people. Her fingers moved swiftly, and the Jinmatsu 10 people abruptly reconfigured, surrounding father and mother. The chakra of the 2 suddenly fused, and the puppets of Jinmatsu 10 people emitted a brilliant glow. This was a unique combined technique created by Chiyoba, capable of perfectly merging medical ninjutsu with puppetry. White's secret technique, light of life. 10 puppets suddenly merged into one, transforming into a massive medical puppet. It spread its arms wide, releasing a powerful wave of chakra. Xie's puppets began to crumble under this force. Even father and mother showed signs of cracking. Impossible. For the first time, panic surfaced in Xie's voice. Now, Chiyoba shouted. Sakura seized the opportunity, channeling all her chakra as she charged towards Xie's true body. Her fists glowed with a green hue, a perfect amalgamation of healing chakra and immense strength. It's over, Xie. Her fist struck Xie's chest, the heart device glowing blue. Under the tremendous impact, the device cracked. Xie's body slowly collapsed, his gaze lingering on Chiyoba, Grandma. Chiyoba staggered to his side, tears cascading from her murky eyes. I'm sorry, Grandma arrived too late. Chapter 74. Rescue 5. The battle had concluded, yet the elation of victory was overshadowed by profound sorrow. Sakura and Jingyi stood at the side, silently observing the final farewell between the grandmother and grandson. Look over here, Jingyi exclaimed. Sakura and Chiyoba followed suit. The 3 of them combined their efforts to clear away the rubble, revealing a figure imprisoned beneath. Shikamaru lay there, the chakra chains severed, yet his face was alarmingly pale. Shikamaru. Jingyi had hurriedly crouched down to examine his injuries. Are you all right? Shikamaru forced his eyes open, his voice hoarse. What a nuisance. He attempted to sit up, but the movement tugged at his wounds, causing him to involuntarily gasp in pain. Sakura immediately unleashed her medical ninjutsu, the green chakra enveloping Shikamaru's body. 3 ribs are broken, and the chakra is severely depleted, she frowned. We need to return to the village for treatment. Chiyo stood aside, her gaze complex as she observed everything. Her grandson had just perished before her eyes, making her appear particularly aged at that moment. Shikamaru, the old woman suddenly spoke. Scorpion. No more, Chiyo interrupted him, her voice weary. It's all over. Ino and Sakura assisted Shikamaru to his feet. At that moment, Shikamaru caught a glimpse of Scorpion's lifeless body in the distance. His pupils contracted sharply as he noticed a faint glimmer of blue light emanating from the heart device, which had lost its luster. Shikamaru's heartbeat faltered. He immediately lowered his head, feigning ignorance. Years of ninja intuition warned him that this matter must not be disclosed. On the journey back to the village, Shikamaru remained silent. Ino presumed his injuries were too severe, incessantly inquiring about his condition. Yet, Shikamaru's thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. What did that flickering blue light signify? Was Scorpion truly dead? Or did he recall their previous conversation, the fleeting confusion in the lonely puppet master's eyes? Shikamaru? Sakura's voice pulled him back to reality. Are you all right? You look pale. I'm fine. Shikamaru managed a strained smile. Perhaps it's just blood loss. Upon returning to Sunagakure, Shikamaru was placed in the medical room. Late at night, he lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Suddenly, he heard a faint rustle outside the window. Shikamaru immediately became alert, but his physical condition prevented him from acting swiftly. Don't be alarmed, a familiar voice called out. It's me. Shikamaru sighed in relief. Ino, what brings you here at such a late hour? Ino climbed through the window, her expression unusually serious in the moonlight. I sense something amiss. What's wrong? Scorpion's body. Ino lowered her voice. I just want to check, and it's gone. Shikamaru's heart raced. Indeed, his suspicions might be correct. Moreover, Ino continued, I felt a strange chakra fluctuation at the scene, unlike that of a deceased. Shikamaru fell silent for a moment, unusually at a loss for words. In the following days, Shikamaru recuperated while secretly investigating. Interesting, he mused while standing atop the medical department's roof, gazing at the distant puppet workshop. In the moonlight, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a red figure darting past. A gentle breeze stirred behind him. Shikamaru swiftly turned around, but saw nothing. Nevertheless, his intuition told him that someone had indeed been there. Is that you, Scorpion? He whispered. Chapter 75. Opening the eyes, Kakashi stood on a desolate wasteland, his silver hair gently swaying in the wind. His Sharingan was activated, alertly observing the familiar figure ahead. Long time no see, Kakashi-senpai. Uchiha Itachi turned around, intricate patterns emerging in his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi's hand rested on his forehead protector. I didn't expect to encounter you here, Itachi. I am also acting on orders, Itachi replied calmly. Reinforcements are needed on Scorpion's side. It seems our positions differ. Kakashi slowly lowered his forehead protector, revealing his transplanted Sharingan. The two simultaneously formed hand seals, their speed so rapid that only afterimages were visible. Fire style, Grand Fireball technique. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet technique. The searing fireball collided with the roaring water dragon in midair, the resulting steam enveloping the battlefield. Kakashi vanished into the mist, reappearing at Itachi's side. Lightning cutter. Brilliant lightning surged in Kakashi's hand, emitting a piercing shriek. However, just as it was about to strike, Itachi's figure suddenly transformed into a flock of crows scattering in all directions. Genjutsu? Kakashi quickly shut his eyes, using his Sharingan's perception to lock onto Itachi's position. As expected of Kakashi-senpai, Itachi's voice echoed from all directions, yet Kakashi suddenly felt disoriented. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself nailed to a cross in a blood-red space. Tsukuyami. Itachi's figure materialized before him. In this space, time and space are under my control. For the next 72 hours, I will make you experience the most excruciating pain. The first blade plunged into Kakashi's abdomen, the intense pain causing him to stifle a groan. But he quickly clenched his teeth, his Sharingan fixating on Itachi. Why betray Konoha? Kakashi managed to ask with difficulty. Itachi did not respond, continuing the torture. Time passed slowly, and Kakashi's consciousness began to fade, yet his Sharingan grew ever brighter. Do you know Itachi? Kakashi suddenly chuckled. During my time in the Umbu, I always regarded you as the most outstanding junior. Itachi's hand paused momentarily. Even now, I still do not believe you would truly betray. Kakashi's voice grew weaker. Yet his Sharingan underwent a transformation, the three tomos spinning to form a new pattern. Itachi's eyes flashed with surprise. Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi's voice suddenly became clear. So, this is the pain you've carried all along. The Tsukuyami space began to crumble, and Kakashi returned to the real world. Blood tears streamed from his left eye, but a new power surged within him. I didn't expect you could also awaken the Mangekyo, Itachi remarked with a hint of admiration. It seems I underestimated you, Kakashi-senpai. Kakashi gasped for breath, the new ocular technique revealing more to him. He saw the sorrow hidden deep in Itachi's eyes, the struggles within his heart. Stop this, Itachi, Kakashi said. I know you're not truly. Just then, a messenger hawk landed on Itachi's shoulder. He glanced at the letter, his brow furrowing. Scorpion is dead. Itachi retracted his Sharingan, signaling the end of the mission. Kakashi exhaled in relief, yet remained vigilant. Then, let us call it a day. Itachi turned to leave. Please send my regards to Asuma-senpai. Watching Itachi's retreating figure, Kakashi finally succumbed, kneeling on one knee. Blood continued to flow from his Sharingan. Yet a smile appeared on his lips. What a troublesome junior. Time passed, and Asuma's voice reached him. Kakashi, are you all right? Kakashi lifted his head to see Asuma rushing towards him. Just in time, could you do me a favor? Before he could finish, he fainted. When Kakashi awoke again, he found himself lying in the medical department of Sunagakure. On the adjacent bed, Shikamaru was idly fiddling with a shogi set. Oh, you're awake? Shikamaru turned his head. I heard you had a confrontation with Itachi? Kakashi touched the bandaged left eye. Yeah, I almost didn't make it back. What a nuisance, Shikamaru sighed. However, there is something I'm curious about. Kakashi noticed Shikamaru's expression grow serious. What is it? Just as Shikamaru was about to speak, they suddenly heard a cacophony of crows outside the window. Both looked out to see black feathers gently falling. Should we let him come in and sit? Shikamaru pointed at the crows outside. The crows perched on the tree, their red eyes wide, wanting to flee, yet feeling awkward. Well, he is rather shy. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. Oh, Kakashi-sensei seems quite familiar with the rogue ninja, Shikamaru teased. You cannot compare to you. The spirit beast is commendable. Kakashi propped himself up with one hand. Shikamaru rolled over and fell asleep, turning his back to Kakashi. Youth is so quick to sleep. Kakashi turned his head and waved to the crows outside the house. Chapter 76, Rebirth. The sky over Suna no Kuni was ominously dark, with low-hanging clouds threatening to collapse at any moment. Villagers gathered spontaneously in the square, silently gazing at the figure covered in white cloth at the center. Temari knelt beside Gaara's body, tears silently sliding down her cheeks. Kankuro clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. They had lost their beloved brother. Suna no Kuni had lost its youngest Kazekage. Chiyo stood at the forefront of the crowd, her gaze unwavering from Gaara's pale face. The person she once feared and despised. The Jinchuriki now filled her heart with unbearable pain. Temari lifted her head, her voice choked. Is there truly no way? Chiyo did not answer immediately. She slowly approached Gaara, her trembling hand caressing his cold cheek. Memories of the lonely red-haired boy, the Kazekage who sacrificed himself to protect the village, flashed in her mind. Though Chiyo's voice was soft, it caused everyone to hold their breath. There exists a forbidden technique. No, Kankuro suddenly interrupted. That technique would cost you your life. Chiyo smiled, a serene expression adorning her face. I have lived long enough, my dear. But this child, her gaze tenderly rested on Gaara. He is still so young, with so much yet to accomplish. Temari covered her mouth, tears overflowing. She understood what this meant, yet could not voice her objections. Chiyo sat cross-legged, her hands beginning to form seals. Her movements were slow, yet imbued with undeniable resolve. As chakra began to coalesce, her body emitted a faint glow. Jibutsu Tensai, she whispered. The surrounding Suna shinobi knelt, paying their utmost respect to this elder who was about to sacrifice herself. Temari and Kankuro held each other's hands tightly, tears blurring their vision. Chiyo's consciousness began to fade. She seemed to see her younger self, along with those departed loved ones. Finally, she envisioned Gaara as a child. That red-haired boy who always sat alone on the rooftop, gazing at the moon in a daze. I am sorry, she thought. If only we had shown you more love. The light grew stronger, and Chiyo's form began to turn transparent. She took one last look at Gaara, a gentle smile on her lips. Live on. After a blinding flash, Chiyo's figure vanished. Simultaneously, Gaara's fingers twitched slightly. Gaara. Temari rushed to her brother's side, feeling his gradually warming body. Gaara slowly opened his eyes, meeting the tear-streaked face of his sister. He sensed a warm power flowing within him. It was Chiyo's life force. What happened? He asked weakly. Temari embraced him tightly, unable to contain her tears. Kankuro approached, handing Gaara the scroll left by Chiyo. Gaara unfurled the scroll, revealing Chiyo's final handwriting. To the 5th Kazekage, witnessing all that you have sacrificed for the village, I finally understand the true meaning of protection. You remind me of my poor little grandson. Please carry on with my life, and make Suna no Kuni a better place. Chiyo. Tears blurred Gaara's vision as he clutched the scroll, feeling the warmth flowing within him. That warmth was Chiyo's life, her final love. 3 days later, Gaara stood once more before the window of the Kazekage's office. His body had fully healed, but his heart bore an everlasting scar. Kazekage-sama, Kankuro entered. Here is the latest village affairs report. Gaara took the document, his gaze resolute. Kankuro, I have decided to reform the village's education system. Every child deserves care. Tragedies like mine must not happen again. Kankuro smiled with relief. Chiyo-sama would be very pleased. Gaara looked out the window. As the setting sun bathed Suna no Kuni in golden light, he could almost see Chiyo standing among the clouds, watching over him with kindness. I will protect this village, he murmured, with the second life you have granted me. As night fell, Gaara visited Chiyo's grave alone. He placed a handmade windmill there, the toy he had longed for in his childhood. Thank you, Chiyo-sama, he whispered. I will make Suna no Kuni better, ensuring every child has a happy childhood. The night breeze rustled, causing the windmill to turn gently, producing a faint sound. Gaara knew it was Chiyo responding to him. From that day forth, Suna no Kuni began to change. An orphanage was established, schools introduced psychological counseling courses, and the villagers no longer harbored prejudice against Jinchuriki. Gaara made it a point to visit the village children daily, telling them stories and playing with them. Whenever he saw their innocent smiles, he was reminded of Chiyo's final smile. Is this what you wish to see? He said softly, gazing at the sky. Suna no Kuni was transforming, and so was Gaara. He was no longer the cold-hearted Jinchuriki, but a Kazekage who truly understood love and protection. On a gentle morning in Suna no Kuni, sunlight warmly bathed the streets. Naruto stretched lazily, inhaling the earthy air. What a lovely day, he exclaimed. Sakura, look over there. Following Naruto's gaze, Sakura saw a group of children laughing as they ran toward the newly built school, their backpacks adorned with colorful windmills, joyfully spinning in the morning breeze. What a transformation! Sakura marveled. When I was last here, the streets were not this lively. Kakashi leaned against a wall, watching the children. Gaara has done well. Hey, come look at this. Ino's voice called from around the corner. The group approached, discovering a wall covered in children's artwork. One drawing depicted the red-haired Kazekage as a superhero, surrounded by cheering villagers. Is this Gaara? Naruto's eyes widened. This is so cool. Shikamaru, hands in pockets, thoughtfully regarded the drawing. It seems the villagers' perception of him has completely changed. Speaking of which, I've been working hard too. Why isn't there a drawing of me? Not just of Gaara. Kakashi pointed to another drawing nearby. Look at this. The artwork portrayed a boy with orange hair, clearly depicting Naruto. Though the strokes were childish, it was apparent that he was playing with the children of Suna no Kuni. Wearing a radiant smile, Naruto's eyes suddenly glistened. They are not afraid of Jinchuriki anymore? Afraid? A clear voice chimed in. The group turned to find a little girl gazing up at them. Why should we be afraid? The Kazekage said that Jinchuriki are the village's heroes. Naruto knelt down, his voice trembling. Really? Of course. The little girl proudly replied. Look over there at the bookstore. They have picture books dedicated to the stories of Jinchuriki. Following her finger, they saw a newly opened bookstore, its window displaying colorful picture books with illustrations of Gaara and Naruto. That Gaara, Naruto wiped his eyes, is truly remarkable. As the group chattered and wandered, Shikamaru had already turned to leave. Shikamaru has been acting a bit strange lately, Ino noted, frowning. He must have his own reasons. Dingstu leisurely munched on potato chips, unperturbed, for after all, Loamaru had declared that he was his closest friend. Naruto scratched his head, pondering whether exhaustion was the culprit. Perhaps Loamaru's injury had yet to heal. Kakashi observed Loamaru's silhouette, brushing his hair aside, and mused inwardly that he was far from charming. Meanwhile, Loamaru had reached the desolate expanse beyond the village. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was tailing him before slipping into a concealed cave. Deep within, shattered puppet remnants littered the ground. Loamaru switched on his flashlight, the beam sweeping across the debris, eventually resting on the remains of Scorpion. Indeed, as he crouched down for a closer inspection, he noted that a portion of Scorpion's heart was missing, along with various other body parts. He suddenly pivoted, the flashlight illuminating every corner of the cave. There was nothing. Yet, Luamaru's instinct told him that someone had indeed been there moments earlier. He swiftly exited the cave. Upon returning to the village, the sun had already begun its descent. Luamaru spotted Naruto and others joyfully chatting in a newly opened dessert shop. Luamaru. Ino waved at him, urging him to try a special cactus jelly from Sunigakure. As he approached, his face returned to its usual calm demeanor. Looks good. Where have you been? Sakura inquired. We've been looking for you. Just wandering around, Luamaru casually replied, though his gaze unintentionally drifted towards the village's outskirts. Naruto suddenly leaned in, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Did you know? Gaara said he wants to treat us to a feast. He wants to thank us for our previous assistance. That sounds wonderful, Luamaru replied absently. Lost in thought. Well, Kakashi whispered close to Luamaru's ear, just wandering around. Luamaru jolted, attempting to step back only to be held in place by Kakashi. Shikamaru will also be joining us, Kakashi said with a grin. What? No wonder Luamaru has been acting strangely lately. He is trying to rekindle a relationship. Sakura giggled, enjoying her jelly while gossiping with Ino. Hey. Luamaru lowered his eyes, brushing Kakashi's hand away, feeling for the first time that his mind was not adequate enough to explain his situation. In the stillness of the night, Luamaru stood alone by the inn's window. Under the moonlight, he seemed to envision the pulsating blue heart device once more. What exactly do you intend to do, Scorpion? He murmured softly. At that moment, a mechanical scorpion crawled through the window's crevice. Luamaru retreated warily, yet the scorpion merely dropped a small scroll before vanishing swiftly. Luamaru unfurled the scroll, which bore a single sentence. The game has just begun. What a nuisance. Luamaru covered his face with the scroll, lamenting why it couldn't have been sent to Kakashi instead. He had no desire to be entangled in such matters. In the distance, a twisted, broken puppet fixated on the small figure atop the roof, whispering Nara Shikamaru. Chapter 77. The moon. The warm glow of the lanterns at the dining pavilion stood out against the dusk as Gaara stood at the entrance, watching the two groups of ninjas approaching from afar. His gaze lingered on Shikamaru for a moment before shifting to Shikamaru. Today, his sister had specially donned a newly crafted kimono, the pale yellow fabric adorned with delicate sand patterns, gently swaying in the evening breeze. Welcome, Gaara nodded slightly, his voice still cool, though his eyes had softened considerably. Naruto was the first to rush forward, throwing an arm around Gaara's shoulder. Gaara, I heard you're treating us to a grand feast? Yes, Gaara replied, his ears flushed with a hint of embarrassment as he subtly extricated himself from Naruto's embrace. Thank you for your previous support. Shikamaru stood nearby, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Shikamaru. Today, he wore a deep blue kimono, accentuating his tall frame. It seemed he sensed her gaze, turning to meet her eyes, causing Shikamaru to feel her cheeks flush as she quickly averted her gaze. Shikamaru blinked in confusion, casting a disapproving look at Kakashi. The dining pavilion had already set a long table, the signature dishes of Sunigakure emanating an enticing aroma. Shikamaru deliberately sat across from Shikamaru, ensuring she could observe his every expression. Hey, Shikamaru, Naruto suddenly leaned in. How did you meet Shikamaru during the Chunin exams? Shikamaru's hand, poised to serve himself, faltered, nearly dropping the tempura from his chopsticks. Be quiet. Ah, Naruto grinned mischievously at Shikamaru. Shikamaru is shy. Shikamaru set his chopsticks down, rubbing his temples. This is truly troublesome. Please stop. Shikamaru, Gaara interjected softly, his tone lacking reprimand, yet carrying a hint of amusement as he turned his gaze toward Shikamaru. Shikamaru discreetly observed Shikamaru's reaction. Her ears had turned crimson, and her slender fingers unconsciously traced the rim of her teacup. Speaking of which, Sakura interjected. Shikamaru even suggested he wanted to forfeit during the last exam. That was because I didn't want to fight, Shikamaru immediately countered, though his voice lacked conviction. Oh, Dingji. Stuffing his mouth with grilled meat, mumbled. I recall Shikamaru training diligently every day. Shikamaru felt her heart racing, so loud she feared everyone could hear it. She dared not lift her gaze, fixated on her teacup. Shikamaru abruptly stood up, the chair scraping against the floor with a jarring sound. I need some fresh air. He turned and left without another word. Well, I too shall step outside for some air and check on the shy little boy, Kakashi remarked as he grabbed 2 bottles of sake. Hey, Asuma halted his frantic rotation of meat, looking up with a stammer. Don't lead Shikamaru astray. Kakashi reassured him with a pat. This kid is already a handful. Huh? Asuma questioned, puzzled. Outside, it was white. Dingji had a sudden realization. Ino promptly followed, inside. It's filled with dark, molten filling. Oh, everyone responded. Gaara surveyed the harmonious atmosphere around him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Moonlight flowed like water, draping over the uneven rooftops of Sunagakure. Luamaru reclined on the tiles, hands clasped behind his head, gazing at the myriad stars above. The night breeze brushed past, carrying with it the distinct dryness of the distant desert. Hiding here is not your style, a familiar voice called from behind. Luamaru did not need to turn to know who it was. Kakashi gracefully landed on the rooftop, 2 bottles of sake in hand, the moonlight casting a gentle glow upon his silver hair. Kakashi-sensei, Luamaru sat up, accepting the bottle offered to him. What brings you up here? I saw you out here alone and was a bit concerned. Kakashi settled beside him, pulling down the edge of his mask to take a swig of sake. Besides, with such a moonlit night, it would be a shame not to enjoy a drink. Luamaru chuckled softly and took a sip as well. The crisp liquid flowed down his throat, bringing a comforting warmth. He noted that Kakashi had not brought his beloved Ika series today, which was quite unusual. What are you pondering? Kakashi inquired, his tone laced with casualness. Nothing much, Luamaru replied, gazing into the distance at the moon, just feeling that tonight's moon is exceptionally bright. Kakashi chuckled lightly. When did you start speaking like that? If Asuma had your charm, he would have won over Kurenai long ago. Perhaps it's the sake, Luamaru replied, shaking the bottle. Kakashi-sensei, did you often gaze at the moon back in the day? Yes, Kakashi's gaze turned distant. When I was assigned missions with Obito and Rin, we frequently did so. That guy Obito always claimed he wanted to become Hokage. His voice trailed off. Luamaru remained silent for a moment. My father often said the same. He believed that watching the moon could bring a sense of tranquility. Nara Shikamaru, Kakashi sighed. He was a good ninja and an even better father. During the last Kunai incident, he exerted considerable effort to handle the Elder Council. What about this time? Luamaru turned to Kakashi. This time? What about this time? Kakashi leaned against the raised tiles of the roof, casting a deep glance at Shikamaru, who seemed to have nothing to say this time. The 2 astute individuals instinctively turned their heads away. The night breeze swept by, carrying the distant sounds of revelry from a banquet. Shikamaru took another sip of his drink, feeling the effects of the alcohol begin to take hold, and his entire being relaxed. Kakashi-sensei, he suddenly spoke, do you think I am too averse to trouble? Kakashi turned his head, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his singular eye. What brings this on all of a sudden? I just feel, Shikamaru rubbed his temples, that sometimes I genuinely want to do something, yet I always find it too troublesome. You know, Kakashi gazed up at the moon. Those who fear trouble are often the most gentle. Shikamaru paused for a moment. Why do you say that? Because those who dread inconvenience are the ones who truly understand and empathize with the feelings of others. Kakashi's voice was soft. They knew that the hesitation to act stemmed from an awareness of the impact their actions might have on others, which is why they deemed it troublesome. Shikamaru fell silent for a while. Kakashi-sensei, you must be the gentlest of us all. Oh, Kakashi raised an eyebrow. What makes you say that? You always silently protect everyone. Shikamaru replied, having experienced so much yet never speaking of it. You are the one who fears causing trouble for others the most. Kakashi chuckled, this time genuinely. If Naruto were to hear us showering each other with compliments, he would surely call us mushy. Shikamaru laughed too. That guy is probably still causing a ruckus down there. They continued to drink for a while, and the moonlight seemed to grow even brighter. Suddenly, Kakashi asked, speaking of which, what are your thoughts on Temari? Shikamaru's hand froze momentarily. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Just out of curiosity, Kakashi replied. After all, you were the one who mentioned her. Shikamaru stared at the distant moon, contemplating for a moment. She is an exceptional kunoichi, very strong and quite reliable. Is that all? Kakashi's tone carried a hint of teasing. Just that. Shikamaru took a sip of his drink and rubbed his head. I respect her, that's all. The last time was just a slip of the tongue. Kakashi chuckled lightly, fixing his gaze on Shikamaru. Shikamaru instinctively touched his ear, retorting, Kakashi-sensei, you seem quite interested in me. Perhaps, Kakashi stretched lazily. Shikamaru did not respond, merely sipping his drink in silence. Being young is wonderful, Kakashi mused, to blush and have a racing heart for someone you like. Aren't you the same? Shikamaru suddenly said. I heard you, and, stop right there, Kakashi raised a hand. Let's end this topic here. They exchanged a knowing smile and opened another bottle of wine. Under the moonlight, their shadows stretched long, seemingly transcending the boundaries of age. Actually, Shikamaru suddenly said, Sometimes I feel that fearing trouble might just be an excuse. Oh, Kakashi turned his head. What do you mean? Perhaps it's fear. Shikamaru's voice was soft. Fear of change. Fear of losing the relationships we currently have. Kakashi fell silent for a moment. You know, Obito once said something similar. The night breeze brought a slight chill. Shikamaru felt the effects of the alcohol surge, fully relaxing. Kakashi-sensei, he said, thank you. Thank me for what? Thank you for accompanying me for drinks tonight. Shikamaru smiled, and also for sharing these thoughts. Kakashi raised his bottle. To the moon? To the moon. Shikamaru echoed, lifting his bottle as well. Under the moonlight, the two who feared trouble finally let down all their defenses. In the distance, Naruto's voice called for them to come down, and the two exchanged a knowing smile, mutually deciding to linger a little longer. Chapter 78. A new chapter. The mornings in Konoha are invariably tranquil. After returning from Sunagakure, the group had passed a period of calm, yet busy days. Kakashi stood by the window of the Hokage's office, gazing at the rising sun in the distance. He held in his hand a freshly delivered mission scroll, upon which was clearly inscribed the words indicating the discovery of an Orochimaru spy near the Tenchi Bridge. Kakashi-sensei. A familiar voice called from behind. Naruto swung the door open, still glistening with sweat from his morning training. I heard there's a mission? Kakashi turned to face the now taller youth. Naruto's eyes still sparkled brightly, yet they bore a newfound steadiness compared to before. Since returning from training under Jiraiya, he had indeed made significant strides in strength. Yes, it's a mission concerning Orochimaru. Kakashi noticed Naruto's pupils dilate momentarily. Sasuke. Naruto clenched his fists. This time we must find him. Don't get too excited. Kakashi patted Naruto's shoulder. This mission is for investigation, not combat. However, he paused. But since you were so eager, let us bring Sakura along as well. Awesome, Naruto exclaimed, bouncing in excitement. I'll go find Sakura right away. Watching Naruto rush off, Kakashi sighed softly. He knew this mission would not be straightforward, but some things were lessons they had to face themselves. 3 days later, Tenchi Bridge. A thick fog enveloped the entire bridge, with visibility under 10 meters. Kakashi, Yamato, Naruto, and Sakura lay concealed in the woods at the bridgehead. The target should be at the other end of the bridge, Kakashi whispered. Yamato, you are in charge of support. Naruto, Sakura, remember, do not act recklessly. Understood. Naruto replied in a hushed tone, though Kakashi could sense his body tense with anticipation. Suddenly, a sharp metallic scraping sound echoed from the bridge. Here they come. Yamato warned softly. A figure cloaked in black appeared through the fog. The individual moved with a peculiar gait, resembling a marionette in its stiffness. Something's off, Kakashi squinted. This isn't an ordinary spy. No sooner had he spoken than the figure's cloak erupted, revealing a body covered in black sigils. Countless slender black tendrils shot forth from the sigils, hurtling towards the four of them. Scatter! Kakashi shouted. Naruto flipped and leapt, swiftly forming hand signs. Shadow clone technique. Dozens of shadow clones instantly emerged, charging toward the enemy. Sakura quickly retreated, pressing her hands to the ground. Earth release. Earth flow rampart. A wall of earth erupted, blocking the incoming black tendrils. Wood release. Wood world jutsu. Yamato clasped his hands, causing numerous sturdy trees to grow from the ground, ensnaring the black tendrils securely. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. Raikiri. Brilliant lightning coalesced in his hand. Just then, a chilling voice emerged from the fog. What a lively gathering. The voice sent shivers down Naruto's spine. He recognized it too well. Countless times it had haunted his nightmares. Orochimaru. Naruto roared. I will kill you. As the fog gradually dispersed, a pale figure materialized at the center of the bridge. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils glimmered with a dangerous light as he licked his lips with his long tongue. It's been a while, hasn't it, everyone? Where is Sasuke? Naruto glared fiercely at Orochimaru. What have you done to Sasuke? Sasuke-kun? Orochimaru's smile twisted unnaturally. He is well. Much better than he was in Konoha. At least he has found true power. Shut up. Naruto's eyes began to redden, the chakra of the nine tails surging uncontrollably. Give Sasuke back to me. Naruto, calm down. Kakashi shouted, but it was too late. The red chakra enveloped Naruto like flames, his nails elongating, and demonic patterns surfaced on his skin. For chakra tails swirled behind him, and a powerful shockwave obliterated the surrounding trees. In the midst of a tense situation, Siwei and Day exchanged grave expressions, realizing the urgency to halt the impending chaos. Moku Tun, Moku Ryu no Jutsu. They swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a colossal wooden dragon that surged from the earth, charging towards the rampaging Naruto. With a feral roar, Naruto unleashed his chakra-infused claws, tearing the wooden dragon to shreds. Yet, more wooden tendrils ensnared him from all directions, binding him tightly. Kakashi-senpai, they shouted. Understood. Kakashi's Sharingan whirled into action, casting a Jinjutsu. Naruto's movements abruptly froze, the crimson light in his eyes gradually fading. Seizing the moment, Dei intensified his chakra output, wrapping Naruto in a cocoon of wood. Naruto. Sakura attempted to rush forward, but was restrained by Kakashi. Stay back, he is extremely dangerous right now, Kakashi warned solemnly. The cocoon echoed with Naruto's anguished cries, which slowly diminished. Beads of cold sweat formed on Dei's brow as maintaining such a level of Moku Tun proved to be a considerable burden. At last, the commotion within the wooden cocoon ceased entirely. Dei let out a sigh of relief, dispelling the Moku Tun. Naruto collapsed to the ground, having reverted to his original state, albeit unconscious. Is this the power of the Kyuubi? Sakura asked, trembling. Kakashi nodded, indeed. Thus, we must assist Naruto in controlling this power, otherwise, he shall become a being more perilous than Orochimaru, Dei interjected, explaining why the 5th Hokage had assigned him to Team 7. My Moku Tun can suppress the Kyuubi's chakra. From a distance, a chilling laughter echoed, resonating with the sinister presence of Orochimaru. What a touching bond between master and pupil. But do you truly believe this will suffice to restrain the power within Naruto-kun? Orochimaru. Kakashi's gaze sharpened, scanning the area where the voice originated, yet it was vacant, leaving only Orochimaru's taunting words lingering in the air. Inform Naruto-kun that if he wishes to see Sasuke-kun, he should come to the northern base. But do hurry, for Sasuke-kun's time is limited. As the voice faded, the four stood amidst the desolation of the Tensai Bridge. Kakashi observed the unconscious Naruto, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He understood that the struggle concerning power and bonds had merely begun. In the northern base, Nara Shikamaru casually toyed with a shogi piece, acutely sensing a familiar presence behind him. Is this spy so obvious? Were you deliberate in your approach? No response followed, only a silent figure standing still. Shikamaru turned to meet Orochimaru's golden gaze. You wish to inform Naruto of Sasuke's whereabouts, yet you no longer desire Sasuke's body? Orochimaru's raspy voice emerged, as if mulling over his words. I merely wish to witness Sasuke-kun's own choices. Is it not more intriguing when friends turn into foes? What if Sasuke wishes to return to Konoha? That won't happen. Only I can provide him with greater power, Orochimaru asserted with confidence. Shikamaru glanced at the partially ajar door. Though Sasuke is quite handsome, what if you were to become him? You do not find me appealing? Orochimaru's eyes darkened slightly. I would like to say. Shikamaru placed down his shogi piece. I believe I am rather good-looking as well. Why not choose me? Orochimaru paused, taken aback by a thought he had never entertained, one that seemed utterly impossible. Sasuke possesses the Sharingan. Orochimaru turned away, idly picking up a book. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow at the title, suggesting, why not just extract Kakashi's Sharingan and implant it in my body? Your body cannot hold out much longer, can it? Enough. Orochimaru slammed the book down, having barely flipped a few pages. There is no need to discuss this matter further. Do you have anything else? Shikamaru fell silent, sighed, and retreated with his hands in his pockets, casting a final glance at the book Orochimaru held. The heavy sound of the stone door closing echoed, allowing Orochimaru to finally exhale, the tension in his arms easing. He felt his resolve to seize Sasuke waver, but the notion of taking Shikamaru's body was an absolute no-go. Time passed before Orochimaru regained his composure, glancing down at the glaring title of the book, Affectionate Paradise. Damn it. Orochimaru furiously ripped apart the latest coveted plus edition that even Kakashi could not acquire. In Konoha, Tsunade laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, old man. I told you it would be better to seek Orochimaru than let Team 7 languish in the training grounds. The retired 3rd Hokage shifted back in his seat, avoiding the wild arm gestures of the exuberant woman. The Umbu reported that Orochimaru's spy had been exposed rather suddenly. Tsunade, do not let your guard down. Oh, that madman Orochimaru, always fixated on experiments. He cares not for any flaws. Tsunade chuckled. The 3rd Hokage recalled the times when the legendary Sannin would orchestrate scenarios that led the other two into conflict, deftly changing the subject. Tsunade, compared to Orochimaru. The intel brought back by Jiraiya regarding Akatsuki requires greater attention. Old man, why do you continue to favor Orochimaru? Have you forgotten the 3 months I spent bedridden because of him? Tsunade placed her hands on her hips. Moreover, I am also making progress regarding Akatsuki. I was bedridden for 3 months to recover from my ribs. Was that not your doing? The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, unwilling to dwell on the painful memory. Ultimately, he chose to remain silent, deciding to return home and contemplate his son's future instead. Chapter 79. Soft-hearted, the biting wind howled through the desolate trees surrounding the northern base, producing a sound reminiscent of ghostly wails. Kakashi raised his hand, signaling the team to halt, his exposed eye scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The entrance is just 300 meters ahead, Dei whispered, his palm pressed against the ground, sensing the chakra flow beneath through Moku-tun. However, numerous chakra signatures responded from below, likely experimental subjects. Naruto clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. Is Sasuke truly in a place like this? His voice was laced with both anger and anguish. Sakura stood beside him, her green eyes shimmering with unease under the moonlight. According to the intel, Orochimaru has been frequently accessing this base. Sasuke-kun is likely here. As she spoke, a shiver coursed through her. The atmosphere felt overwhelmingly dreadful, filled with the stench of decay and blood. Kakashi glanced at his students, his silver hair fluttering in the wind. Remember, our primary objective is to ascertain Sasuke's condition. Do not act recklessly. His gaze lingered on Naruto for a moment longer. Orochimaru was not an adversary to be taken lightly. Naruto gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Ever since Sasuke departed from Konoha, an unquenchable fire had ignited within him. Countless nights, he had dreamt of finally finding Sasuke and bringing him back to Konoha. Now, that opportunity lay before him. Dei performed several seals, causing the ground to rise slightly, unveiling a concealed passage leading underground. Follow me, and avoid the main guard routes. The four infiltrated the base silently. The walls were slick with the mucus of unknown organisms, and under the dim lights, they occasionally glimpsed distorted experimental subjects floating in incubation chambers. Sakura fought against her nausea, closely trailing Kakashi. Wait, Kakashi suddenly raised a hand, his Sharingan glowing red in the shadows. 2 guards were stationed around the corner. Dei nodded, quickly forming hand seals. Moku-tun, Moku Shirbari no Jutsu. 2 wooden vines silently extended, swiftly incapacitating the guards. Naruto, eager to advance, was abruptly pulled back by Kakashi. Not so fast, Kakashi whispered. The structure here is complex. Acting rashly could trigger an alarm. But Sasuke might be right ahead. Naruto suppressed his voice in protest. Sakura gently pressed her hand on Naruto's shoulder. Kakashi-sensei is right. We must exercise caution. If we alert Orochimaru. Her words were cut short as a powerful and familiar chakra surge emanated from deep within the base. Naruto's pupils suddenly constricted. He was intimately familiar with this chakra, akin to the familiarity of his own breath. It was Sasuke. Naruto could scarcely contain his volume. Kakashi's expression grew grave. It was too evident, almost as if he were waiting for us. Yamato completed his statement, his brow furrowed. Impatient, Naruto broke free from Kakashi's grasp and dashed towards the source of the chakra. Sasuke, I know you are here. Naruto, Sakura exclaimed, following closely behind with Kakashi and Yamato. After traversing several winding corridors, they arrived at a spacious circular hall. At its center stood a tall figure with his back turned to them, his black hair spiking upwards. A purple rope cascading to his waist, and a white kimono billowing, glistening under the dim light. Sasuke. Naruto's voice suddenly caught in his throat, and his steps involuntarily slowed. The figure slowly turned, and when that familiar yet unfamiliar face fully materialized before them, Sakura gasped in shock. Sasuke had changed. His skin was paler than before, his gaze as cold as ice, and the corners of his mouth bore a faint, sardonic smile. Most unsettling was the chilling, dark, and aggressive aura that enveloped him. Long time no see, the underachiever. Sasuke's voice was low and calm, yet it pierced Naruto's heart like a knife. Naruto stepped forward, his voice trembling. We are here to bring you back. Sasuke let out a soft laugh devoid of warmth. Back? To where? Konoha? He shook his head. That place holds no meaning for me anymore. Sakura's eyes glistened with tears. Sasuke-kun, everyone is worried about you. Please, come back with us. Worried? A flicker of red light flashed in Sasuke's eyes, like the concern for a lost dog. I do not need your pity. Kakashi stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of his two students. Sasuke, are you aware of what you are doing? Orochimaru is merely using you. Using? Sasuke's Sharingan suddenly transformed into the three-tomo state. Kakashi, when did you become so naive? We are simply using each other. He can grant me power, and I. His gaze shifted towards Naruto, can help me sever all tedious ties. Naruto felt as though his heart was being cruelly twisted. Tedious ties? Sasuke, we are comrades. We are family. Family? Sasuke's expression momentarily contorted but quickly reverted to indifference. My family perished long ago that night. And you, Naruto, understand nothing. Before the words could settle, Sasuke abruptly launched an attack, moving with such speed that his actions were nearly imperceptible. Chidori. The shrill cry of a bird echoed as a blue lightning bolt surged towards Naruto's chest. Naruto. Sakura screamed. Kakashi reacted swiftly, teleporting in front of Naruto, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, ready to block. Yet at the last moment before Chidori could strike, Sasuke subtly adjusted his wrist, the attack grazing Naruto's clothing and leaving a charred, deep pit in the wall behind. On the surface, it appeared to be a lethal assault. But two seasoned ninjas present discerned the truth, Kakashi and Orochimaru, who observed from a distance in the shadows. Humph, still showing mercy, are we? Orochimaru's golden slit pupils gleamed with amusement, his long tongue licking his lips. Kakashi's eyes betrayed understanding, yet he refrained from revealing it, instead adopting a serious tone to warn. Sasuke, do not use the jutsu I taught you against your comrades. Do not force me to take action against you. Sasuke chuckled coldly. Then let us see you try. Kakashi. His hands swiftly formed seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A searing fire dragon erupted forth, prompting Kakashi to rapidly form seals in response. Water release. Water wall. Fire and water collided, creating a thick mist that obscured their vision. Naruto, Sakura, retreat. Kakashi commanded, while secretly observing Sasuke's movements. Indeed, each seemingly lethal attack from Sasuke was executed with restraint, particularly when facing Naruto. Through the mist, Sasuke's voice echoed coldly. You do not understand what I desire. Power. Only absolute power can alter this twisted world. Can Orochimaru provide you with such power? Naruto shouted, his voice laden with anguish. He will take your body. And so what? Sasuke's figure suddenly appeared behind Naruto, a kunai pressed against his neck. As long as I can gain power, what does this shell matter? Naruto did not resist, his blue eyes locking onto Sasuke's. Kill me, if you can truly do it. But I know you won't, for you are Sasuke my. Silence. Sasuke violently shoved Naruto away, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes, swiftly replaced by rage. He launched another attack, this time a broader Chidori, with numerous electric serpents slithering across the ground. Kakashi seized the opportunity, feigning a vulnerability to protect Naruto. Sasuke's Chidori surged forward, yet at the last moment. It veered off course, merely tearing through Kakashi's sleeve. Enough. Orochimaru's voice suddenly resonated from the darkness. Sasuke, have you had your fun? Sasuke's movements faltered, his expression returning to its usual coldness. When we meet next, I will not hold back, he said icily before retreating swiftly, vanishing into the shadows. Kakashi did not pursue. He remained still, aware of how many opportunities Sasuke had to truly harm them, yet he chose to show restraint. This realization ignited a flicker of hope in Kakashi. Sasuke had not completely succumbed to darkness. Why let him go? Naruto knelt on the ground, his fists pounding the earth heavily. We could have. Could have what? Kakashi gently inquired. Force him to return? Naruto, Sasuke must make his own choice. Sakura wiped her tears away. But Kakashi-sensei, he has become so unfamiliar. He truly wanted to kill us just now. Kakashi offered no reply, gazing instead in the direction Sasuke had vanished. In the distance, he sensed Orochimaru's chakra also receding rapidly. We should withdraw, Yamato said cautiously. The base's guards are beginning to mobilize. The four hastily retraced their steps, Naruto remaining silent throughout the journey. When they finally burst out of the base and returned to the cold moonlight, Naruto suddenly halted. He has changed, yet not entirely, Naruto murmured. In that final moment, I felt as though I saw the old Sasuke. Kakashi gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Trust your feelings, Naruto. Meanwhile, deep within the base, in a certain room, Sasuke stood before the window, the moonlight casting a pallid glow upon his profile. What a touching reunion. Orochimaru leaned against the doorframe, his voice laced with mockery. I almost thought you were going to return with them, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke did not turn. Enough chatter. When does our training commence? So eager? Orochimaru stepped closer. Or is it that you wish to forget your moment of weakness through training? I have no weakness. Sasuke's voice was frigid. When we meet next, I will personally kill them. Orochimaru chuckled. Is that so? Then why did your Chidori stray from the vital points 3 times? Why did your chakra fluctuate so noticeably when facing Naruto? Sasuke abruptly spun around, glaring at Orochimaru with his Sharingan. Are you watching me? Merely assessing whether my investment is worthwhile, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. Remember, Sasuke-kun, emotions will only become your weakness. To gain the power of revenge, you must sever all ties. Sasuke redirected his gaze out the window, his expression inscrutable beneath the moonlight. I know what I am doing. And, Sasuke smirked mockingly. This coming from you is less convincing than from Kabuto. Orochimaru's authority crumbled. Then train on your own. You share a trait with Kakashi, remarked Orochimaru, halting momentarily. What trait? Favoritism. The sound of splintering would accompanied Sasuke's contemplation. He turned to gaze at the distant Uchiha clan emblem, lost in thought. He desired to sever his ties. Yet deep within, when his kunai pressed against Naruto's neck and he beheld the trust and pain reflected in those azure eyes, he hesitated. This indecision incited fury within him, not solely towards Naruto, but also towards himself. The Uchiha clan required no friends, Sasuke muttered softly, unable to fathom the source of the inexplicable ache in his heart. Chapter 80. Resolve. As night descended, the lights of Konohagakure extinguished one by one, leaving only a few windows aglow with faint illumination. The early autumn breeze carried a hint of chill, lifting scattered yellow leaves into the air, twirling them before they gently settled down. Uzumaki Naruto sat alone atop Hokage Rock, his legs dangling, the vibrant orange of his ninja attire stark against the moonlight. His golden hair was tousled by the night wind, yet he paid it no heed. The events of the day replayed in his mind like a lantern show. Sasuke's cold eyes, Sai's feigned smile, and Sakura's struggle to hold back tears. Damn it! Naruto clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, yet he felt no pain. Their reunion at Orochimaru's base days prior had pierced through the last vestige of hope in his heart, like a sharp kunai. Sasuke had truly changed. He was no longer the comrade who would recklessly risk himself for Naruto's sake. The eyes that once brimmed with pride were now devoid of warmth, filled only with icy hatred. Why? Why must it come to this? Naruto raised his head to the starry sky, his throat tightening. He remembered Sasuke's final words. Don't come looking for me again, Naruto. My path diverges from yours. A faint sound of footsteps approached from behind, disrupting Naruto's reverie. He turned alertly, spotting Nara Shikamaru sauntering towards him with his hands in his pockets, the moonlight casting mottled shadows across his face. Hey, still here playing the Stone of Hope at this late hour? Shikamaru remarked in his usual languid tone, yet Naruto found an inexplicable comfort in his voice. Shikamaru. Naruto managed a strained smile. What brings you here? Shikamaru settled beside Naruto, retrieving 2 cups of instant noodles and a bottle of water from his ninja tool pouch. Just finished my night shift and saw a certain slacker wallowing in gloom, so I brought some supper. He deftly used fire release to heat the water, preparing the noodles before offering one to Naruto. Eat up, and let's chat while you do. The steaming vapor rose between them as Naruto accepted the cup of noodles, the aroma wafting into his nostrils, making him suddenly aware that he hadn't eaten properly all day. The first sip of warm broth spread warmth throughout his body, easing his taut nerves slightly. So, Shikamaru slurped a noodle, his gaze fixed on the distant lights, still pondering Sasuke. Naruto's chopsticks paused, then he nodded heavily. I dreamt of that day at Orochimaru's base again. Sasuke, he truly wanted to kill me. But he didn't act on it, did he? Shikamaru replied calmly. With Sasuke's current strength, if he truly wished to kill you, you wouldn't have left unscathed. Naruto looked up, confusion etched on his face. Are you suggesting? I mean, Sasuke still cares for you, Shikamaru sighed. But right now, he's blinded by hatred and cannot see what truly matters. The night breeze rustled their hair, bringing the sound of rustling leaves from the distant forest. Naruto set down his nearly empty cup of noodles, wrapping his arms around his knees. I don't understand why Sasuke has become like this. We promised to grow stronger together. Why did he choose that path? Shikamaru fell silent for a moment, seemingly gathering his thoughts. Finally, he sighed. Naruto, you know about the Uchiha clan's massacre, right? Naruto blinked in surprise. Wasn't it Itachi who did it? Yes, but not entirely. Shikamaru's expression grew contemplative. If you were Sasuke, what would you think? I don't know. Naruto clenched his fists and then released them. Shikamaru nodded. Imagine, Naruto, if you discovered that your entire family was slain by the one person you trusted most, your only brother. He bore the stigma of a traitor, yet left you alive. What would you do? Naruto felt a wave of dizziness. Sasuke's seemingly irrational behavior suddenly gained new clarity. He wasn't merely seeking power. He was pursuing a distorted sense of justice, a chance for vengeance for his family. I don't know, Naruto's voice trembled. But I still can't accept his allegiance to Orochimaru. There must be another way. Shikamaru regarded Naruto's agitation, gently patting his shoulder. I understand your feelings, but you must realize, Sasuke is currently walking a precarious path, with an abyss behind him. He can only move forward, with no path to retreat. Then we shall bring him back. Naruto sprang to his feet, his voice echoing in the night sky. No matter the method, I must bring him back to Konohagakure. Shikamaru gazed at the fervent Naruto, the moonlight reflecting determination in those blue eyes. He suddenly comprehended why the third Hokage and Kakashi-sensei placed such high hopes on this seemingly reckless youth. Naruto possessed an extraordinary power capable of inspiring and transforming those around him. Did you know, Naruto? Shikamaru stood up beside him after the Chunin exams. I was the first to notice when Sasuke left the village. Naruto turned in surprise. What? Then why didn't you? Shikamaru offered a wry smile. Because I understood Sasuke. At that time, he had made his decision. Any obstruction would only solidify his resolve. Moreover, he paused. In a way, I believed he needed this journey. Needed? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. But he went to ally with Orochimaru. Shikamaru gazed towards the distant horizon. Sometimes, one must witness darkness firsthand to truly appreciate the value of light. Sasuke needs to witness certain events, to experience the emptiness of revenge, to ultimately understand what is truly important. Naruto fell silent, Shikamaru's words acting as a key, unlocking a door within his heart. He recalled similar words from Jiraiya, recognizing the truth that one must experience life to comprehend its meaning. So, you let him go then because you believed he would eventually return? Shikamaru shook his head. Not entirely. I merely believed that no matter how far he wandered, the bond between you two would never sever. He turned to meet Naruto's gaze directly. Even now, despite Sasuke's harsh words, you still sit here, grieving for him. That is the essence of bonds, Naruto. A tear slipped uncontrollably from the corner of Naruto's eye, which he quickly wiped away, but more followed in its wake. The accumulated grievances, confusions, and pains of recent days finally found an outlet. I just don't want to lose him, Naruto's voice choked. He was my first acknowledged rival, my first true friend. Without Sasuke, Team 7 feels utterly wrong. Shikamaru offered no consolation but stood quietly, allowing Naruto to vent his emotions. He understood that this seemingly ever-optimistic youth was, in fact, more sentimental than anyone else and feared solitude more than anyone else. When Naruto finally calmed down, Shikamaru spoke once more. Regarding Sai. I know, Naruto interjected, his voice regaining its firmness. He isn't here to replace Sasuke. No one can take Sasuke's place in Team 7. Shikamaru beamed a reassuring smile. It seems you grasped the situation better than I anticipated. Sai has his own reasons for joining Team 7. However, regardless of the circumstances, it will not alter the bond between you and Sasuke. Naruto inhaled deeply, the night breeze carrying the unique scent of Konoha into his lungs, reminiscent of home. Suddenly, he felt an unprecedented clarity, as if the fog had lifted, revealing a clear path ahead. Shikamaru, thank you for sharing this with me, Naruto sincerely expressed. I understand why you didn't forcibly stop Sasuke back then. It wasn't a matter of giving up, but rather a different form of trust, wasn't it? Shikamaru, slightly surprised by Naruto's insight, chuckled, that's about right. Personally, I find such matters incredibly troublesome, but if it were you, I suppose you would pursue it without hesitation. Of course. Naruto grinned, his familiar confidence returning to his demeanor. I am destined to become Hokage. How could I call myself Hokage if I can't even save a comrade? Shikamaru shook his head, feigning exasperation as he sighed. Honestly, only you could say something so passionate. But this is your way of the ninja, isn't it? Indeed. Naruto nodded vigorously. I promised Sakura that I would bring Sasuke back. That promise will never change. The two fell into a comfortable silence, gazing up at the same starry sky. In the distance, the lights of Konoha had all extinguished, leaving only the gentle moonlight enveloping the village. By the way, Shikamaru suddenly recalled, unable to resist asking, "Do you prefer Sakura or Sasuke?" Naruto's eyes widened. "They are both my best friends. I love them both." Shikamaru blinked, observing Naruto's earnest expression, and sighed. "Well, I also like Choji and Ino." Naruto paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter, the sound echoing through the night sky. Shikamaru joined in the laughter, and the two of them, atop Hokage Rock, shared a moment of joy, as if all their worries had been cast away. As the laughter subsided, Naruto stretched lazily. "Ah, I feel so much better. Thank you, Shikamaru. You are truly a good friend." "Don't say that. It's kind of cheesy." Shikamaru waved his hand dismissively. Yet the smile at the corners of his mouth betrayed him. "But since you're in a good mood, could you do me a favor?" "What favor?" "How about covering my shift tomorrow? I stayed up late tonight talking with you, and I need some rest," Shikamaru said slyly. "Hey, so you were waiting for me?" Naruto pretended to be angry, shaking his fist, but then laughed again. All right. Since you're such a good friend, I'll cover your shift tomorrow." Shikamaru nodded in satisfaction, turning to leave. "Then it's settled. You should head home and get some rest too. We'll have to deal with that new guy, Sai, tomorrow." Watching Shikamaru's retreating figure, Naruto suddenly called out, "Shikamaru, I will definitely bring Sasuke back. Just you wait." Under the moonlight, Shikamaru did not turn back, merely raising his hand in a wave. "Ah, I'll be waiting. But please don't make me stay up again to talk with you. It's such a hassle." Naruto smiled as he watched Shikamaru leave, then turned his gaze back to the starry sky. At that moment, he felt an immense calm within himself, yet also a surge of strength. Sasuke may be lost in darkness, but Uzumaki Naruto would never give up. No matter how long it took or what obstacles lay ahead, he would find Sasuke and bring him back to this place they both called home. "Wait for me, Sasuke," Naruto whispered softly, his voice carried away by the night breeze. "I will bring you back." Shikamaru strolled leisurely down the dimly lit streets, his hands tucked into his pockets. The night wind tousled his ponytail, bringing a refreshing chill. Turning a corner, he suddenly halted, standing at the entrance of a dark alley. "Are you feeling reassured now?" Shikamaru called without turning, his voice lazily drifting into the depths of the alley. It was silent within, save for the distant chirping of insects. The moonlight sliced through the high walls on either side, illuminating a few fallen leaves on the cobblestone path. After a moment, a tall figure emerged from the shadows. The moonlight glinted off his silver hair, illuminating one half-open black eye. Hatake Kakashi leaned against the wall, holding his ever-present book, Ika Paradise. "Oh dear. I've been discovered," Kakashi said, his tone light, yet softer than usual. Shikamaru turned around, a resigned smile on his face. "I sensed someone following me since I came down from Hokage Rock. Although you hid quite well, your method of surveillance is too reminiscent of a certain laid-back jonin." Kakashi closed his book, his visible eye curving into a crescent shape. "As expected of Shikamaru, your perceptive abilities are becoming increasingly impressive. What a hassle." Shikamaru scratched the back of his head. "If you're worried about Naruto, why not just talk to him directly instead of lurking in the shadows?" Kakashi tucked the book back into his ninja pouch and walked towards Shikamaru. Under the moonlight, the smile lines at the corners of his eyes were especially prominent. Sometimes, conversations between the youth are more beneficial than the lectures from the elders. He paused. "Besides, there are certain things Naruto might prefer to share with peers." Shikamaru nodded thoughtfully. The night breeze swept through the alley, swirling a few leaves around their feet. "How is he doing?" Kakashi suddenly inquired, his voice barely audible over the wind. Shikamaru understood who Kakashi was asking about. He gazed toward the faint outline of Hokage Rock, where a blonde-haired boy sat alone under the moonlight, contemplating life. "Stronger than I expected," Shikamaru replied. Though it was difficult for him at first, he has come to understand. Kakashi followed Shikamaru's gaze into the distance. "Is that so? That's good." In those simple 3 words, Shikamaru sensed a sigh of relief. He realized that this seemingly indifferent jonin cared deeply for his students. "You knew all along, didn't you?" "About the Uchiha clan?" Shikamaru cautiously asked. Kakashi's gaze grew profound, his black eye appearing particularly deep under the moonlight. "I know a bit." A brief silence enveloped them. The distant sound of a watchman echoed, reminding them that the night was growing late. "What a nuisance." Shikamaru shifted his gaze. Kakashi gently shook his head. "Some truths, though harsh, are better than living in lies." He looked up at the starry sky. "Moreover, if it's Naruto, perhaps he will find a different answer." Shikamaru didn't fully grasp the depth of Kakashi's words, but he could sense a unique expectation Kakashi held for Naruto. What a hassle, Shikamaru turned to leave. I'm heading home to sleep. You should rest early too, Kakashi-sensei. Just as Shikamaru took a step, Kakashi's deep voice resonated behind him. Thank you. Honestly, both of you are a hassle. Shikamaru shook his head, continuing on his way home. His footsteps echoing clearly on the quiet street. In the shadows of the alley, Kakashi leaned against the wall, his gaze penetrating the layers of rooftops. Resting on the small figure atop Hokage Rock, he touched the forehead protector covering his Sharingan, a complex emotion flickering in his single eye. Obito, Rin, Kakashi murmured softly, the words dissipating into the night breeze. This time will be different, right? The moonlight gently bathed every corner of Konoha village, witnessing the unspoken concerns and hopes of this sleepless night. Chapter 81. Exposure 3 weeks later, at the border forest of the Land of Fire. According to intelligence, 2 members of the Akatsuki organization were active in this area. Asuma lit a cigarette, his expression serious. Haiden and Kakuzu are both S-rank rogue ninjas. Shikamaru stood at the back of the group, appearing nonchalant, yet his body was taut with tension. He has been persistently plagued by the feeling that he has forgotten something of great importance, yet every time he attempts to recall it, an excruciating headache ensues. Lu Sheng, do you have any tactical advice? Asuma inquired, turning his head. Lu Sheng snapped back to attention. I suggest we split into 2 groups. Asuma-sensei and I will engage directly, while Ino and Ding Ci will provide long-range support and set up traps. Asuma nodded in agreement, a commendable plan. However, Lu Sheng, you seem to have changed quite a bit lately. A sense of unease gripped Lu Sheng internally, though he masked it with a calm exterior. I've merely done some additional studying. It's quite bothersome. The team continued onward, Lu Sheng's hand subtly reaching for the scroll at his waist, anticipating unforeseen circumstances. The morning mist of Mai had yet to dissipate as Team 10 hastened through the forest. Lu Sheng, have you confirmed the intel? Asuma, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, scanned their surroundings with keen eyes. Yes, according to the Umbu's tracking, the 2 members of Akatsuki should be in this vicinity. Lu Sheng's voice was low, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the ninja tool pouch. An inexplicable anxiety lingered within him, though he could not articulate its source. Ino tightened her grip on her kunai, frowning. I've heard that the members of Akatsuki are all S-rank rogue ninjas. Can we truly contend with them? Don't worry. We have our teacher with us. Ding Ci munched on chips, attempting to lighten the tense atmosphere. Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke, a confident smile gracing his lips. Remember, our mission is reconnaissance and containment. Once the targets are confirmed, call for support immediately. Understood? Yes. The 3 responded in unison. However, fate often diverges from plans. As they stepped into an open area, 2 figures emerged slowly from the shadows. Oh my, aren't these the ninjas of Mai? A silver-haired man hoisted a massive scythe, his mouth stretching into an exaggerated grin. What luck, encountering prey right away. Fei Duan, stop the chatter. His companion, Jiao Du, retorted coldly, end this swiftly, we have a mission. Asuma's pupils dilated. They had been discovered. Shadow imitation jutsu. Lu Sheng reacted quickly, hand seals forming as his dark shadow instantaneously extended, attempting to ensnare Fei Duan. Oh, how intriguing. Fei Duan grinned, not flinching as the shadow wrapped around him. Success. Ino felt a surge of relief and immediately formed seals for the mind-body transmission technique. However, as her consciousness penetrated Fei Duan's mind, a chaotic and frenzied will surged back at her. Ah! Ino screamed, collapsing to the ground, her face pale. Ino! Ding Ci exclaimed in shock, quickly activating partial multiplication technique, his fist striking Fei Duan like a cannonball. Bang! Fei Duan was violently propelled back, crashing through several large trees. Yet he simply rose and dusted himself off as if unscathed. Hey, is this all the skill you my ninjas possess? He tilted his head, an expression of grotesque disappointment on his face. Asuma felt a sinking feeling. This guy was off. Lu Sheng, be cautious of his weapon. Asuma warned Lu Sheng, who displayed evident emotional turmoil. Asuma's chakra blade condensed a gust of wind, and in a flash, he lunged towards Fei Duan. Wind release, gale palm. The fierce wind blade slashed towards Fei Duan, who merely laughed maniacally, swinging his scythe to absorb the blow. Clang! Sparks flew from the metallic clash. A deep wound visible in Fei Duan's arm, yet he did not even flinch. Haha! That hurts. But this is what makes it fun. Fei Duan licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a morbid excitement. Asuma felt a chill. This guy, did he not fear pain? The battle grew increasingly intense, although Lu Xing's tactics were ingenious. Fei Duan's seemingly immortal body left them at a standstill. Teacher, his wounds are healing automatically, Ding Xi exclaimed in shock. Asuma grit his teeth and charged again. His chakra blade tore through Fei Duan's chest, blood gushing forth. Got him. Ino, suppressing her headache, attempted once more to disrupt Fei Duan's actions. Yet, Fei Duan merely smiled strangely. Fools, do you think this will kill me? He extended his tongue, licking the blood from his scythe. The ritual begins. In the next moment, strange black patterns suddenly appeared on his body, the ground beneath them forming a circular triangle. Lu Sheng's pupils constricted, a long-buried memory awakened. Asuma. Lu Sheng turned to his teacher, realizing why he had felt something was forgotten. His memory had been obscuring the key stronghold. Observing Fei Duan's movements, Lu Sheng disregarded everything else, solely focused on rescuing Asuma. Sage art, shadow dragon bullet. In an instant, Lu Sheng's eyes bore the unique serpentine pattern from the dragon cave, his shadow transforming into a black dragon that surged forth, ensnaring Fei Duan's right leg with astonishing speed. What? Fei Duan looked down in surprise. Is this sage technique? Asuma, astonished, glanced at Lu Sheng. When did you? Before he could finish, Lu Sheng shoved a shadow into Asuma's mouth, propelling him to safety. Lu Sheng had no time to explain. Jiaodu's attack was already imminent. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. A massive fireball hurtled towards them. Earth release, earth flow wall. Asuma swiftly formed seals for remote defense, but the fireball's power was overwhelming, and the earth wall crumbled in an instant. Gritting his teeth, Lu Sheng quickly formed seals, sage art, white wave technique. He unleashed a high-frequency sound wave infused with natural energy to disperse the fireball. Kid, you're quite amusing. Jiaodu narrowed his eyes, but it's still not enough. The battle reached a stalemate. Although Lu Sheng's sage techniques were formidable, their duration was limited. Asuma began to show signs of fatigue against two powerful adversaries. Teacher, be wary of Fei Duan's abilities. Lu Sheng shouted, but it was too late. Fei Duan's scythe sliced through Asuma's arm, blood spraying forth. Ha! The ritual begins. Fei Duan licked the blood off his scythe, his body transforming into a bizarre pattern of black and white. Lu Sheng's pupils constricted. This scene mirrored precisely what he had witnessed in his prophetic dreams. Asuma collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest in agony. No! Lu Sheng's roar echoed through the forest. He hesitated no longer, biting his thumb and swiftly forming seals. Summoning technique. Serpent array. The earth trembled as countless giant serpents burst forth, encircling Fei Duan. Yet this was insufficient. Lu Xing knew he must strike decisively. With blood as the guide, and a pact as the bond, Lu Sheng sliced his palm. Blood dripping to the ground. Descend, 10,000 serpents. As the smoke cleared, a gigantic purple serpent king coiled over the battlefield, its golden slit pupils coldly surveying everyone. Little brat, you'd better have enough sacrifices. 10,000 serpents hissed ominously. The battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Ino and Ding Xi stared in disbelief, while Asuma's face bore an expression of incredulity. 10,000 serpents of Orochimaru? Jiaodu displayed the first signs of caution. How interesting. Lu Sheng ignored the astonishment surrounding him. Pointing at Fei Duan, the target is him. Do as you will, just don't kill him. 10,000 serpents emitted a chilling laugh, its massive form lunging towards Fei Duan. Fei Duan attempted to resist with his scythe, but against the overwhelming force, it was futile. 10,000 serpents' tails struck him down into the earth over 10 meters deep. Lu Sheng, you. Asuma struggled to rise, his eyes filled with complex emotions. I will explain later. Lu Sheng kept his gaze fixed on the battlefield. Please trust me now, teacher. Sensing the tide turning, Jiaodu swiftly formed seals, ultimate form of the earth grudge fear. The monstrous masks on his back were unleashed, 5 types of chakra swirling around him. Thinking of escaping? Lu Sheng smirked. Sage art, organic rebirth. The ground suddenly came to life, rocks and trees twisting and transforming into countless giant serpents that ensnared Jiaodu. He was forced to divide his 3 hearts to defend himself, while the remaining 2 rapidly formed seals. Lightning release. False darkness. Blinding lightning surged towards Asuma. In a critical moment, Lu Sheng's shadow extended like lightning, shadow stitching technique, 8-headed bind. 8 shadow serpents intercepted the lightning. But the backlash caused Lu Sheng to spurt a mouthful of blood. Lu Sheng, Ino and Ding Xiai finally snapped back to their senses, joining the fray. Mind disruption technique. Jingya's psychological assault disrupted Jiao Du's hand seals. The technique, known as Beihua Shu Quan. Ding Xi's colossal fist struck the mask of the monstrous Jiao Du. With the combined efforts of the group, the 5 hearts of Jiao Du were shattered one by one. In the final moments, he cast a lingering glance at Lu Shikamaru. "Kid, you've caught Pain's attention." Before his words could fully dissipate, his body transformed into a pool of black lines and vanished into the earth. Meanwhile, the great serpent had reduced Fei Duan to a mere shadow of his former self. A tiresome plaything, it hissed and flung the barely human Fei Duan before Lu Shikamaru, reminding him of his promise, the offering. Lu Shikamaru nodded and dispelled the summoning technique. Before disappearing, the great serpent ominously remarked, "Lord Orochimaru holds you in high regard, kid." With the battle concluded, the forest returned to a haunting silence, marred only by the remnants of devastation scattered across the ground. Asuma approached Lu Shikamaru, his expression unusually grave. "Now, tell me what transpired." Lu Shikamaru wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then rolled his eyes and fainted. "Dad, please." Asuma observed Lu Shikamaru's feigned weakness. Eventually sighing deeply and placing his hand on Lu Shikamaru's shoulder, lifting him up. "Upon returning to the village, you must provide a detailed report to the Hokage." Lu Shikamaru remained silent, yet he was acutely aware that the real trouble was only just beginning. With countless thoughts swirling, though the ties of fate had been severed, a new web was being woven. In the distance, a paper butterfly fluttered silently past, disappearing into the twilight. Chapter 82. Danzo. The moment Lu Shikamaru opened his eyes, the blinding white light compelled him to close them once more. The scent of disinfectant invaded his nostrils, accompanied by the rhythmic beeping of medical machinery in his ears. He recognized that he was in the hospital of Mai, yet something felt profoundly amiss. Slowly, he opened his eyes again, feigning weakness as he surveyed his surroundings. 2 members of the Umbu, adorned with animal masks, stood sentinel at either side of his bed, resembling stoic statues. What startled Lu Shikamaru even more was the palpable presence of at least 6 chakra signatures outside the room, all fixated on this very chamber. It appeared that the situation was far more dire than he had anticipated. "Now that you're awake, stop pretending," Nara Shikamaru, one of the Umbu, coldly stated. The voice emanating through the mask sounding particularly frigid. "The Hokage has ordered that you report to the office immediately." Lu Shikamaru sighed and slowly sat up, feeling every bone in his body protest, particularly a sharp pain in his right shoulder, a lingering aftereffect of overexerting his chakra during the summoning of the great serpent. He glanced at his hands, still marked with fading traces of his earlier struggle. "Can I have something to eat first?" Lu Shikamaru tentatively inquired, his mind racing with potential strategies. "No," the Umbu on the right dismissed curtly. "We must depart at once." As Lu Shikamaru was escorted by the 2 Umbu through the streets of Mai, they arrived at the Hokage's office. Before the Hokage's office stood 4 root ninjas, their expressions devoid of emotion as they regarded Lu Shikamaru's approach. Inside, a heated argument erupted, with Danzo's gravelly voice standing out prominently. "This is no mere violation. This is an act of betrayal against the village. The Nara clan must bear the consequences." Lu Shikamaru's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Was the Nara clan implicated? Where was his father now? If it were only him, it would be manageable. But with the family involved, Lu Shikamaru's pupils gradually darkened. The door swung open abruptly, and an Umbu gestured for him to enter. The atmosphere within the office was so tense it felt as if it could congeal into water. Tsunade occupied the Hokage's seat, her brow furrowed. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood beside her, his expression grave, while Danzo leaned on his cane, a dangerous glint flickering in his single eye. What astonished Lu Shikamaru further was the presence of representatives from the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans in the corner of the office, excluding his father, Nara Shikaku. This was a clan council. Asuma stood beside Lu Shikamaru, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. He appeared utterly exhausted, his right arm wrapped in bandages. "Lord Hokage, Lord 3rd, Lord Danzo." Lu Shikamaru forced himself to maintain composure, performing a standard ninja bow. His voice was steadier than he had anticipated. "Sit," Tsunade commanded succinctly. gesturing toward a solitary chair in the center of the room. As soon as Shikamaru took his seat, Danzo struck the ground sharply with his cane, producing a piercing sound. Stop with the pretense, Nara Shikamaru. You conspired with Orochimaru and clandestinely learned forbidden techniques. The evidence is irrefutable. According to village regulations, you should be classified as a rogue ninja and imprisoned. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet instantaneously. Yet, Shikamaru forced himself to remain calm. He noted the slight frown on the third Hokage's face, though he did not react significantly, while Tsunade's expression darkened further. Danzo, the matter has not been thoroughly investigated. The third Hokage stated gravely. Shikamaru is the heir of the Nara clan and a core member of the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans. Such a matter cannot be handled so rashly. Rashly? Danzo scoffed. The summoning of Orochimaru's great serpent is a matter of public record. Asuma, you explain the circumstances. All eyes turned to Asuma. For the first time, Shikamaru hesitated to raise his gaze, fearing he might encounter disappointment or anger in Asuma's eyes. Asuma inhaled deeply and approached Shikamaru's side. We were pursuing members of the Akatsuki, Fei Duan, and Jiaodu. I fell victim to Fei Duan's cursed technique and was on the brink of death. His voice was hoarse. Shikamaru used the summoning technique to save me, and I never anticipated it would be the Great Serpent. And then, Danzo pressed, what is his relationship with Orochimaru? At the mention of this question, Shikamaru momentarily relaxed. Recalling the first night he met Orochimaru, the cold, dangerous man, and now thinking of the uncle who had strayed from his original path. Orochimaru is my master. Asuma suddenly raised his voice. His every action was to safeguard his comrades. If anyone is to bear responsibility, it falls upon me as his teacher for failing to guide him properly. Danzo scoffed, a touching bond between master and disciple. Yet the fact remains that he privately apprenticed under Orochimaru and learned forbidden techniques. This constitutes an act of betrayal against the village. The Nara clan must also submit to investigation. Danzo, the third Hokage rebuked sternly, do not jump to conclusions before the facts are fully established. Tsunade crossed her arms beneath her chin, her gaze piercing as she fixed it on Shikamaru. Shikamaru, you explain to us what transpired. Tsunade's eyes were filled with conflict. On one hand, she despised Orochimaru, yet as a comrade, she had to acknowledge certain ties. She hoped that this time Shikamaru would emerge unscathed. Shikamaru raised his head, finally meeting Tsunade's eyes. He saw doubt, but also a hint of understanding, perhaps because she too had once left the village. I, Shikamaru, steadying my emotions, declared, Orochimaru is my master. Upon finishing, Shikamaru felt a heavy weight lift from his heart. The room erupted into chaos. The representatives from the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans exchanged shocked glances. When did this begin? Tsunade pressed. From a very young age. Even before I entered the ninja academy, Shikamaru replied honestly. His response caused Tsunade to shut her eyes momentarily, and Shikamaru discerned a sense of resignation within her. Indeed, this was not a defensible time frame. Asuma opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately fell silent, feeling helpless. What could he say? Shikamaru had pledged himself to Orochimaru long before he did. Asuma was assigned to him, but Orochimaru was a choice Shikamaru made for himself, causing Asuma's heart to ache with worry and sorrow. Though Shikamaru's voice was soft, it stirred tumultuous waves within the Hokage's office. Danzo's eye widened in shock, and the cane in his hand cracked against the floor, creating a dent. What? Danzo erupted, slamming his hand on the table, causing a fissure to appear in its surface. Third Hokage, did you hear that? This is not a mere violation. This has infiltrated the very roots. This traitor must be dealt with immediately. The third Hokage's face darkened significantly, his wrinkles appearing deeper than before. He slowly cast a complex gaze towards Shikamaru and asked, Child, do you comprehend the words you utter? Shikamaru lifted his head, his eyes calm, and replied, Yes. Lord Sandaime, I have revered Orochimaru as my master since I was 5. Nonsense. Danzo interjected sharply. How could a 5-year-old possibly leave the village? This is clearly a premeditated scheme by the Nara clan. Before Shikamaru could respond, Akimichi Choji stepped forward, his corpulent frame shielding Shikamaru. Lord Danzo, this child has never been one to lie. If he admits it, he must have his reasons. I, in the name of the Akimichi clan, assure you he would never betray Konoha. Yamanaka and Noichi also stood up. Indeed, the Ino Shikicho trio has served Konoha for generations, and Shikamaru has made significant contributions. There must be more to this matter. Danzo scoffed, a dangerous glint in his solitary eye. The Ino-Shikicho trio has always been in collusion. It seems not only the Nara clan, but the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans also require thorough investigation. Moreover, what of Akimichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino? How could they possibly be unaware of this? Choji and Inoichi's expressions turned ashen. Seeing the two elders so besmirched, Shikamaru clenched his fists unconsciously. Choji and Ino knew nothing of this. My matters do not involve them. If Lord Danzo has grievances, let them be directed at me, not at the innocent. Oh, loyalty? Danzo laughed ominously. Very well, since you wish to bear this alone, let the Nara clan pay the price. Effective immediately. Revoke all privileges of the Nara clan in Konoha and confiscate all assets. Lord Danzo, a composed voice interjected from the doorway, cutting off Danzo's words. Everyone turned to see Nara Shikamaru standing there, flanked by two elder members of the Nara clan. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead, clearly having rushed here. Father, Shikamaru murmured, his heart racing. He had never seen his father wear such a serious expression. Shikamaru did not glance at his son, but strode directly to the Sandaime Hokage and bowed deeply. Lord Sandaime, I apologize for my tardiness. The Sandaime gazed at this old subordinate with a complex expression. Shikamaru, did you hear what your son just said? I did, Shikamaru replied, standing upright, his voice eerily calm. And I must confess, I have known about this matter for some time. The office erupted in uproar. Shikamaru widened his eyes in disbelief at his father. What? Shikamaru continued, still avoiding eye contact with his son. From the moment Shikamaru began attending the ninja academy, I was aware of his connection with Orochimaru. As a father, I should have intervened, but... He paused. I witnessed his talents flourishing under Orochimaru's guidance, and as the head of the Nara clan, I hesitated. Tsunade abruptly stood, exclaiming, Shikamaru, do you realize what you are implying? This amounts to admitting that the Nara clan has sheltered a traitor. I am aware. Shikamaru finally turned to his son, a complexity in his gaze that Shikamaru had never seen before. Yet I have always believed my son would not betray Konoha. His studies under Orochimaru were merely to grow stronger to protect his comrades, just as he summoned the great snakes to save Asuma today. Danzo let out a chilling sneer. A touching display of father-son affection. Yet facts are facts. The Nara clan must face the consequences. I am willing to resign from my position as advisor, Shikamaru suddenly declared, his voice clear and resolute. The Nara clan is prepared to accept any inquiry. All assets may be surrendered. I only request one thing. Please grant Shikamaru an opportunity for redemption. The office fell into a profound silence. Shikamaru felt a wave of dizziness, as if his father's words struck him like a heavy hammer. The advisor position was the foundation of the Nara clan's standing in Konoha, and his father was willing to sacrifice it for him. Shikamaru, are you out of your mind? Choji was the first to shatter the silence. Without the Nara clan's intellect, Konoha's decisions will falter. Yamanaka and Noichi anxiously turned to the Sandaime. Lord Sandaime, this matter requires careful deliberation. Danzo, however, wore a victorious smile. Excellent. Since Shikamaru has voluntarily resigned, let it be done. From this day forward, the Nara clan... Wait, the Sandaime Hokage interjected suddenly. His voice, though aged, resonated with authority. Danzo, this matter is not solely for you to decide. The contributions of the Nara clan to Konoha are evident, and Shikamaru's performance during the Chunin exams and in retrieving Sasuke is beyond reproach. Tsunade nodded in agreement. The Sandaime is correct. This situation requires a more cautious approach. Although Shikamaru has erred, his intentions were noble. She cast a meaningful glance at Danzo, who among us has not committed less than honorable acts in pursuit of power. Danzo's solitary eye narrowed dangerously. Tsunade, what do you imply? Just as the atmosphere grew tense, none anticipated that Danzo would suddenly take action. His right hand swiftly formed seals, unleashing a sharp wind blade aimed directly at Shikamaru's throat. Shikamaru! Asuma shouted, but it was too late for rescue. Shikamaru did not resist, instinctively closing his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. However, the anticipated pain did not come. Instead, a familiar, chilling laugh resonated. Ah, Danzo! Is it not a bit presumptuous to strike at my disciple? Shikamaru's eyes flew open, revealing a slender figure that had unexpectedly shielded him. With a pale visage, golden serpent-like pupils, and long black hair, Orochimaru had effortlessly intercepted Danzo's wind blade with one hand, while leisurely patting Shikamaru with the other. The entire Hokage office instantly fell into a state of high alert. Dozens of umbu emerged, kunai and shuriken aimed at Orochimaru. Tsunade and the Sandame unleashed their chakra in response, while Danzo took a half-step back, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Orochimaru. The Sandame's voice mixed anger with disbelief. How dare you? Old man, it has been a while, Orochimaru replied, bowing slightly with an elegance akin to attending a tea ceremony. I merely noticed my disciple was in trouble and could not remain idle. All eyes were fixed on Shikamaru. He felt a tightening in his throat, glancing at his father, who now bore an expression that had transformed from shock to a complex sense of relief. Orochimaru, Tsunade admonished, this is Konoha, not your playground. Orochimaru chuckled nonchalantly. Tsunade, there's no need to be so tense. I am not here to fight. His serpent-like gaze shifted towards Danzo. However, if someone wishes to harm my beloved disciple, I must step in to voice my concerns. Danzo's expression flickered between anger and uncertainty. Orochimaru, your collusion with the Nara clan is irrefutable. Today, I shall capture you all. Collusion? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow dramatically. I merely recognized Shikamaru's talents and chose to mentor him, much like someone once saw potential in a certain organization called Root. Danzo's face turned ashen with fury. Enough. The Sandame Hokage's voice thundered with authority, shaking the room. Orochimaru, explain your intentions immediately, or do not expect leniency. Orochimaru sighed. You remain as impatient as ever, sensei. He produced a scroll from his robe and casually tossed it to Tsunade. This contains all records of my teachings to Nara Shikamaru over the years, including the time, place, and content of each meeting. There are no plans to harm Konoha, only pure ninjutsu instruction. In fact, Shikamaru's greatest contribution was once saving Konoha. Konoha's esteemed Tsunade cautiously accepted the scroll, swiftly scanning its contents. Her frown gradually easing into a more relaxed expression. With a complex countenance, she passed the scroll to the third Hokage, who examined it briefly before forwarding it to others, until it ultimately rested in the hands of Danzo. Danzo's fingers clenched tightly around the scroll, knuckles whitening from the pressure. He rapidly perused the information, and the astonishment in his single eye became increasingly evident. This is impossible, he muttered. Impossible? Orochimaru chuckled softly, his golden serpent-like eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Do you truly believe I would forge records spanning so many years for the sake of a mere child? Tsunade interlocked her fingers beneath her chin, her gaze shifting between Danzo and Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you just mentioned that Nara Shikamaru saved Konoha? What does that mean? The air in the office seemed to crystallize. Shikamaru himself was bewildered, unable to recall any grand deeds of saving Konoha. Orochimaru shot him a sidelong glance, a rare gentle smile gracing his lips. It appears you remain unaware of the magnitude of your contributions. He retrieved another scroll from his robe and approached the third Hokage directly. Look at this. This is my true plan. The third Hokage took the scroll warily, unfurling it slowly. As he delved deeper into the reading, an expression of disbelief emerged on his aged face. This is the original version of the Konoha collapse plan, Orochimaru stated calmly. The initial scheme was to eliminate the third Hokage and utterly annihilate Konoha. A collective gasp echoed through the office, and Shikamaru felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. However, because of you, Shikamaru, Orochimaru continued, his voice subtly softened, I changed my mind. I recognized Konoha's significance to you, as you clumsily expressed your concerns and care for it. Tsunade abruptly rose to her feet. So your attack was merely for show? Not entirely, Orochimaru shrugged. I genuinely wished to measure my strength against my teacher and to impart a lesson to Konoha. Yet, to kill my teacher and destroy the village? He shook his head. In the end, it was your influence that swayed me. Ultimately, I chose to preserve Konoha's core strength. The third Hokage's hand trembled slightly as he regarded Shikamaru with a complex mix of emotions. Child, you truly do not know any of this. Shikamaru shook his head in confusion. I had no idea this would impact his plans. Orochimaru suddenly erupted in laughter, a hint of warmth lacing his mirth. That is Shikamaru's most precious quality. He never deliberately persuades you. He simply uses his lazy yet sincere manner to lead you to unknowingly accept his perspective. His serpent-like gaze bore into Danzo. And you wish to label someone like him a rogue ninja? Danzo's expression shifted unpredictably. Orochimaru, when did you become so emotionally driven? To abandon years of planning for the sake of a child? Emotionally driven? A dangerous light flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Danzo, You will never understand what true bonds entail. Shikamaru is not merely a disciple to me. He paused, seemingly choosing his words carefully. He is the ninja I have seen who resembles my younger self the most. Yet he understands the value of comradeship better than I ever did. This declaration rendered the office silent. Tsunade gazed at Orochimaru in disbelief, as if seeing this former comrade for the first time. The cold and ruthless Orochimaru, one willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of research, was now willing to compromise for a boy. Ah, come on. After all these years, you never once mentioned bonds. I can assure Konoha. Orochimaru's voice suddenly turned formal and solemn. As long as Nara Shikamaru remains in Konoha, the Sound Village will never attack. Not only that, he surveyed the room. If Shikamaru requires it, all the power of the Sound Village shall be at Konoha's disposal. This promise detonated like a bomb in the office. A leader of a ninja village willing to relinquish military command to another village? Such a notion had never been heard of in the annals of ninja history. Shikamaru felt his eyes welling with tears, his throat constricted as if something were lodged within. He had never imagined he held such weight in Orochimaru's heart. Snake uncle, he stammered, nearly unable to articulate his words. Orochimaru gently patted Shikamaru's shoulder, a simple gesture that left everyone present in stunned silence. I have but one condition. His voice turned icy. Konoha must not punish Shikamaru or the Inoshikacho trio in any form. This is a matter of mutual benefit. Danzo slammed the scroll onto the floor. Absurd. Konoha cannot be threatened by a rogue ninja. Threatened? Orochimaru sneered. Danzo, are you certain you wish to discuss what constitutes a true threat in front of so many? His gaze sharpened. Should every prominent clan be eradicated like the Uchiha clan? This statement pierced the room like a dagger. Those in the know turned pale, while those unaware exchanged fearful glances. The third Hokage's face turned ashen, while Tsunade gasped in shock. Orochimaru. The third Hokage interrupted sternly. Enough. He turned to Tsunade, subtly nodding. At that moment, a languid voice interrupted from the corner. While I apologize for interrupting such a riveting conversation, Kakashi appeared by the window, holding the ever-present Ika Paradise. I can attest to Shikamaru's loyalty to Konoha. All eyes shifted to the silver-haired Jonin. What does this have to do with you? Kakashi closed the book, revealing only his crescent-shaped eye. In fact, I have been aware of the relationship between Shikamaru and Orochimaru and have been observing from the shadows. This child has never harbored even a hint of betrayal against Konoha. Asuma stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Shikamaru. I vouch for him in the name of the Hokage's son. Shikamaru is one of the most loyal ninjas I have ever encountered. He summoned the snakes to save me. Does that not speak volumes? Yuhi Kurenai and Might Guy also stepped forward. We stand ready to vouch for the Inoshikacho trio. Danzo trembled with fury at this sudden collective support. He turned to the third Hokage and Tsunade. Do you see this? This is the current atmosphere in Konoha. Rogue ninjas can brazenly walk into the Hokage's office, and Jonin conspire to protect the violators. Tsunade inhaled deeply and slammed her hand on the table. Enough. Danzo. Her gaze swept across everyone present before settling on Shikamaru. Based on the evidence at hand and the statements provided, I have decided. The room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Shikamaru felt his father's hand gently grasp his shoulder, offering silent support. Nara Shikamaru shall not be designated a rogue ninja, and shall face no further punishment, Tsunade declared, then added sternly, however, all members of the Nara clan will have their yearly salaries revoked as a penalty for their unauthorized contact with a rogue ninja. Furthermore, the scroll provided by Orochimaru requires thorough verification by the Umbu. Orochimaru nodded slightly. Very fair. If the verification proves accurate, Tsunade continued, Konoha shall establish a cooperative relationship with the Sound Village, with Shikamaru serving as the bridge for this collaboration. She glanced at Shikamaru, warmth flickering in her eyes. As for whether Shikamaru may inherit his father's advisory position, that will require the test of time. The third Hokage nodded in agreement. Shikamaru is a good child. I believe he will demonstrate his worth through his actions. Danzo scoffed. Weak. You are condoning rogue ninja behavior. He turned and strode toward the door. This is not over. As Danzo departed, the atmosphere in the office lightened considerably. Orochimaru glanced outside at the sky. It is getting late. I should take my leave. He turned to Shikamaru, a rare genuine smile gracing his face. Shikamaru, remember my words. The Sound Village will always stand as your support. Shikamaru bowed deeply to Orochimaru, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Snake Uncle. Orochimaru then nodded to the third Hokage and Tsunade, gradually transforming into countless small white snakes, vanishing from sight. The office fell silent once more, as everyone absorbed the weight of recent events. Ultimately, it was the third Hokage who broke the stillness. "Shikaku, please take Shikamaru home. He has endured quite enough for today." Shikaku respectfully bowed. "Yes, Lord Third." He turned to his son, a rare tenderness in his eyes. "Come, Shikamaru. Your mother has prepared your favorite dish, grilled eggplant." Shikamaru nodded and walked towards the door alongside his father. As they passed Asuma, his teacher gently ruffled his hair. "See you at the training ground tomorrow. Don't even think about slacking off." Kakashi also winked at him. "Next time something exciting happens, remember to give me a heads up." Upon exiting the Hokage building, the setting sun cast its golden glow over every corner of Konohagakure. Shikamaru inhaled deeply, savoring the tranquility that followed the storm. He understood that the road ahead might still be fraught with challenges, but at this moment, he was no longer alone. "Father," he softly began. "I'm sorry for," Shikaku interrupted, shaking his head. "We can discuss this at home. For now, take a good look at the village you fight so hard to protect." Shikamaru gazed at the distant children at play, the bustling villagers, and the towering Hokage Rock. Yes, this was Konoha, the place he was willing to sacrifice everything to safeguard, his home. Chapter 84. Bonds to the Nara household was extraordinarily quiet. As Shikamaru stepped over the threshold, his fingers instinctively clenched the hem of his shirt. He had envisioned various scenarios for his return, his mother's tears, the elders' scolding, even the humiliation of being cast out. Yet, the reality was unsettlingly calm. "Back already?" His mother peeked from the kitchen, wearing a smile that was no different from usual. "Wash your hands. Dinner will be ready shortly." Just like that? No questions? No reproaches? Shikamaru stood frozen until his father's voice called from the study. "Shikamaru, come in for a moment." The study was filled with the mingled aromas of medicinal herbs and ink. Shikaku stood by the window, his back to the door, the sunset casting a golden halo around him. Shikamaru noticed the tension in his father's shoulders, a sign of repressed anger. "Father, do you know how much the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans wagered on your behalf today?" Shikaku suddenly spoke, his voice so low it was nearly inaudible. Shikamaru swallowed hard. He was acutely aware that when Danzo threatened to investigate the Inoshikacho trio, it was Uncle Choza and Uncle Inoichi who stepped forward first. "I didn't think it through." "No, you didn't think at all." Shikaku turned to face him, the glint in his eyes causing Shikamaru's heart to race. "Did you think you were the only one risking something? The Nara clan's 300-year reputation, the lives of thousands from the Inoshikacho alliance, all became stakes the moment you summoned Manda." Suddenly, a teacup on the desk shattered, scalding tea splattering onto Shikamaru's hand, yet he felt no pain. His father had never expressed such intense anger towards him before. "I'm sorry," Shikamaru mumbled, lowering his head, his voice choked with emotion. After a prolonged silence, a warm hand rested on his shoulder. Startled, Shikamaru looked up to find his father's fury had transformed into deep exhaustion. "You saved your teacher. There is no fault in that." Shikaku sighed. "But as the heir of the Nara clan, from now on, every decision you make must consider the clan as a whole. This is your responsibility and your destiny." Responsibility, destiny. These two words collided in Shikamaru's mind until his mother's call for dinner interrupted his thoughts. The meal was eerily quiet. Shikamaru mechanically chewed on his mother's special grilled eggplant, unable to taste anything. His father silently sipped miso soup, occasionally exchanging glances with his mother. This unspoken understanding was far more painful than any reprimand. "I'm full," Shikamaru said, placing his utensils down and quietly slipping out of the dining room. He needed solitude, time to think, to escape. As night fell, Konohagakure gradually sank into slumber. In a few swift motions, Shikamaru found himself atop Hokage Rock, seated upon the head of the first Hokage. From this vantage point, the entire village sprawled beneath him, the training fields, the ninja academy, Ichiraku Ramen, and in the distance, the Nara clan South Deer Park. "What a hassle," he murmured, gazing up at the starry sky, replaying the day's events in his mind. The rare smile on Orochimaru's face when he stood before him, Danzo's cold glare, Tsunade's scrutinizing gaze, and his father's resolute decision to resign from his advisory position for his sake. Most unsettling was Orochimaru's comment that he was the most similar to his younger self among the ninjas he had encountered. Similar to Orochimaru? That cold, heartless maniac of human experimentation? No, there must be some mistake. I knew you would be here. A languid voice drifted from behind. Without turning, Shikamaru recognized the speaker. It could only be that perpetually late Jonin. Kakashi-sensei. Shikamaru shifted aside, here to enjoy the night view as well. Kakashi sat beside him, holding his ever-present book, sort of. Also checking on a certain troublesome child who nearly sparked a political earthquake in Konoha. Under the moonlight, Kakashi's forehead protector glinted softly. Shikamaru noted that he wasn't wearing his mask today, the scar on his left eye appearing particularly ominous in the silver glow. If you plan to jump off the rock, remember to give me a shout, so I can inform the medical team to lay out the air mattress below. Shikamaru couldn't help but chuckle. Danzo would thank you for saving him quite a bit of trouble. Don't say that, Kakashi replied, his eyes crescent-shaped with amusement. At least one person would be saddened. I met Naruto today, and he had quite an interesting reaction upon learning about your connection to Orochimaru. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. Did he shout that he wanted to beat me up? Even more amusing, Kakashi closed his book, mimicking Naruto's voice. He said, no wonder Shikamaru didn't fully stop Sasuke back then. He must have been secretly in touch with him, and wanted to confront you about it. What? Shikamaru nearly choked on his own spit. What on earth does that even mean? I never even laid eyes on Orochimaru when Sasuke defected. Kakashi shrugged. Naruto's thought process has always been like that. In his mind, every bad deed can somehow be linked back to Sasuke. As the night breeze tousled their hair, it carried the scent of the distant forest. Shikamaru suddenly felt the weight on his chest lift slightly. This was Kakashi's magic. He always managed to help others relax in the most unassuming ways. Honestly, Kakashi's tone turned serious. You were remarkable today. Shikamaru was taken aback. I nearly endangered the entire Nara clan. But you moved Orochimaru, a person of his caliber. Kakashi gazed into the distance, a rare sentiment reflected in his single eye. Among all the people I know, you are the only one, besides Lord Third, who could make Orochimaru relent. Shikamaru was at a loss for words. He recalled the unusual glimmer in Orochimaru's eyes when he defended him. Bonds, Kakashi's voice grew somber, sometimes appear in the most unexpected forms. What's important is that when you encounter those who truly care for you, you must learn to cherish them. The night wind rustled Kakashi's silver hair, revealing his long-hidden left eye. Shikamaru keenly sensed his teacher's underlying message. Was he referring to Uchiha Obito? Kakashi did not answer directly, but instead retrieved an old bell from his ninja tool pouch, gently shaking it under the moonlight. The clear chime seemed to carry a kind of magic, making the surrounding air feel heavier. Obito once said, those who break the rules of the ninja world are trash. But those who do not cherish their comrades are even worse than trash. Kakashi's voice was barely a whisper, yet in the end, I managed to uphold neither the rules nor protect my comrades. Lushika had never encountered such a Kakashi before, typically a laid-back and humorous mentor. Kakashi now bore an expression of profound sorrow that seemed almost palpable. I envy you, Lushika, Kakashi remarked, his tone suddenly shifting. You have managed to inspire someone like Orochimaru to believe in the value of bonds again. That is truly remarkable. Lushika lowered his gaze, fixated on his palms. I merely wish to protect Teacher Asuma. Kakashi gently patted him on the shoulder. That is where your strength lies, not in shadow imitation techniques or high intellect, but in your heartfelt regard for your comrades. He paused, adding, to be honest, had I possessed even half of your resolve back in the day, perhaps many things would have turned out differently. A cloud drifted across the night sky, momentarily obscuring the moonlight. Lushika suddenly inquired, Kakashi-sensei, if, hypothetically, Uchiha Obito had not perished but instead turned rogue, what would you have done? This question left Kakashi momentarily taken aback. After a lengthy silence, he chuckled softly. Obito is Obito. He will always be that hero who is willing to sacrifice himself to save his comrades, regardless of the position he occupies. This response sent a jolt through Lushika. He suddenly understood why Orochimaru had defended his identity so fiercely today, perhaps in the eyes of certain individuals. Status and position mattered little. What truly mattered was the inherent value of the person. How profound. Lushika intentionally stretched his tone, attempting to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Yet, hearing such earnest words from his teacher felt oddly disconcerting. Kakashi quickly reverted to his usual carefree demeanor, his eyes curving into crescent moons. Oh dear. It seems I've been dismissed by my student. I suppose I must seek solace from Naruto. That little rascal may be foolish, but at least he won't criticize his teacher. The two exchanged smiles, and the earlier weightiness dissipated. They remained oblivious to a subtle, almost imperceptible disturbance in the air behind them, as if someone was quietly eavesdropping before slipping away unnoticed. Moonlight cascaded once more upon Hokage Rock, casting a silvery silhouette over the two idlers. In the distance, Konoha village gradually succumbed to slumber, while a new tale was just beginning to unfold. Drizzling raindrops fell from beneath a black cloak, as a distorted youth mimicked a girl's voice, sounding almost as if his throat were constricted. Hero, hero. Suddenly, he seemed to freeze, his voice growing hoarse and harsh. Waste. Utter waste. Like a split personality, the once level ground erupted into a gaping pit over 10 meters wide, startling a flock of birds within the mountains. Chapter 85. The curse as the morning sunlight grazed the training grounds. Lushika was met with a voice that sent shivers down his spine. Lushika. A golden figure shot forth like a cannonball from afar, coming to a precise halt amidst the swirling dust right before Lushika. Uzumaki Naruto, with his eternally vibrant visage, wore an exaggerated grin, and his azure eyes sparkled brightly. You must tell me about Sasuke today, Naruto declared, hands on his hips, exuding an air of determination. I've brought a secret weapon. Lushika sighed, regretting for the 100th time why he had spoken up that day. Ever since his conversation with Kakashi-sensei atop Hokage Rock, somehow the news had reached Naruto's ears, and this single-minded fellow had stuck to him like glue. I've told you countless times, I really have no contact with Sasuke. Lushika rubbed his temples, sensing trouble had arrived ahead of schedule. You're lying, Naruto retorted, producing a crumpled paper bag from behind him. Look, a free voucher for Ichiraku ramen. Just tell me where Sasuke is, and it's yours. Lushika glanced at the obviously expired coupon, his mouth twitching. This is your secret weapon? Naruto glanced down at the date on the voucher, scratching his head awkwardly. How about this? He pulled out a handmade clay figurine from his ninja tool pouch. The rough shape barely resembled Sasuke, and the crooked Sharingan eyes looked more akin to a creature afflicted with conjunctivitis. I made it myself. Took me all night. Naruto proudly declared, entirely oblivious to the horrified expressions on Lushika and Ino's faces. Ino, Naruto began cautiously, are you sure this looks like Sasuke? It resembles a toad that has been blown up by an explosive tag. What? Naruto's eyes widened. It looks just like him. Look at that cool expression. Chuji silently stuffed a chip into his mouth, murmuring, if Sasuke sees this, he might just unleash a Chidori right at us. Seizing the moment, Lushika attempted to slip away, but was promptly grabbed by Naruto. You can't run. If you don't tell me about Sasuke today, I'll follow you to the bathroom every day. Are you serious? Lushika's forehead twitched. Absolutely serious. Naruto leaned in, his nose nearly touching Lushika's. I know you have a lead. Orochimaru is Sasuke's master, and now you are Orochimaru's disciple, so by extension, you are Sasuke's junior. This bizarre logic left the entire team 10 in stunned silence. Ino face-bombed. Naruto, how on earth did you pass logic class at the Ninja Academy? Chuji, in a daze, remarked, actually, Lushika should be his senior, right? Oh, it doesn't matter. Naruto began to act like a spoiled child, rolling on the ground. If you don't tell me, you can't train. Other ninjas in the training field had started to point and whisper, some even pulling out sunflower seeds to enjoy the spectacle. Lushika felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He would rather face Haiden again than deal with this embarrassing situation. Enough. Lushika finally erupted, grabbing Naruto by the collar. Let me impart a truth. Sasuke's deepest love is for his brother. If you truly wish to find Sasuke, you might as well look for Itachi. If you find Itachi, you'll find Sasuke. Are you satisfied? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lushika realized the gravity of his statement. He witnessed the spark of revelation ignite in Naruto's eyes, akin to discovering a new continent. Right. How did I not think of that? Lushika, you're brilliant. Naruto leaped up, ecstatic, dancing with excitement. Itachi is with Akatsuki. Find Akatsuki, and you'll find Itachi. And then you'll find Sasuke. Lushika, you're a genius. Wait, that's not what I meant. But it was too late. With a whoosh, Naruto vanished, leaving only a whirlwind of dust in his wake. In the distance, his voice echoed as he called out, Thank you, Lushika. I'm going to ask Granny Tsunade for a mission with Akatsuki. Lushika stood frozen, his face pale. He slowly raised a hand to cover his face. Oh no, I've really caused a disaster. Not just a disaster, Ino gasped. You've practically sent the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails straight into the jaws of Akatsuki. Chuji paused chewing, the chip bag slipping from his grasp. Lady Tsunade will kill us. Lu Shika's mind raced, replaying the potential calamities. Naruto being captured by Akatsuki, the Nine Tails extracted. The fourth great ninja war erupting. All of it stemming from his careless words. Emergency meeting. Now, Lu Shika turned and bolted, with Chuji and Ino hot on his heels. 3 minutes later, Team 10 gathered in the backyard of Lu Shika's home. Lu Jio had left on a mission, which was a small blessing. Lu Shika desperately wished to avoid explaining how he had indirectly sparked a potential world crisis. What do we do now? Ino fretted, stomping her feet. That idiot Naruto really will go looking for Akatsuki. Chuji had finished his third bag of chips, a clear sign of his anxiety. Should we tell Kakashi-sensei? No. Let us not alarm the Jonin just yet. Lu Shika forced himself to remain calm, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. First step, Ino. Use your Yamanaka clan's secret technique to contact Naruto and see if you can lure him back. Ino immediately began forming hand signs, closing her eyes. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes in frustration. No, that fellow is too excited. His mental fluctuations are as tumultuous as a stormy sea, making it impossible to establish a stable connection. Damn it. Nara Shikamaru gritted his teeth. Dingji, you go keep an eye near the Hokage Tower. If you see Naruto heading that way, immediately use the multiplication technique to intercept him. Understood. Dingji, unusually silent about his hunger, instantly vanished in a puff of smoke. What about me? Ino inquired. Shikamaru took a deep breath. You go inform Asuma's sensei. No, find Tsunade-sama directly, and tell her that Naruto might be seeking the Akatsuki organization. But do not mention that it is because of me. Ino nodded and swiftly departed. Only Shikamaru remained in the courtyard, slumping into a chair, feeling as if all his strength had been drained away. The sun still shone brightly, and birds continued to sing, yet his world had been turned upside down. What a nuisance, he sighed deeply. He recalled his father's words. Every decision you make must consider the welfare of the entire Nara clan. And he couldn't help but smile wryly. This time, it might be about the safety of the entire shinobi world. As Shikamaru drowned in self-reproach, a leaf fell into his palm. It was nothing special at first glance, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that the leaf veins formed a peculiar arrangement, a code. Shikamaru instantly recognized this as his secret means of communication with Orochimaru. He swiftly deciphered the message within the leaf veins. Mark in the Western Forest, Uncle Snake? Shikamaru furrowed his brow. Why contact him at this time? A terrifying thought crossed his mind. If Naruto truly sought the Akatsuki, and if there were Orochimaru's spies among them. Shikamaru sprang to his feet. Regardless of Orochimaru's intentions, this might be the only lead to finding Naruto. He quickly gathered his ninja tools, left a note stating he had gone to train, and raced towards the Western Forest. The Western Forest was a dense thicket on the outskirts of Konoha, rarely visited by people. Shikamaru skillfully maneuvered between tree trunks while vigilantly observing his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar snake-like mark carved on an ancient oak tree, Orochimaru's signal. Shikamaru landed before the mark, carefully examining the area. There were no ambushes, no traps, only a small inscription etched into the bark, "Go north." What? Shikamaru's eyes widened. Naruto did not head towards the Hokage Tower? Where could he possibly be going? At that moment, his communication headset suddenly crackled to life with Ino's urgent voice. Shikamaru, this is bad. Naruto did not go to the Hokage Tower. The ninja guarding the gate said he saw him hurriedly heading towards the northern gate. Damn it, Shikamaru cursed. He must be going straight to find the Akatsuki. Inform Tsunade-sama. I will pursue him. Wait, Tsunade-sama has already sent Kakashi-sensei. Shikamaru cut off the communication without waiting for her to finish. He gazed towards the north, the direction of the Rain Village, where the Akatsuki was known to be active. Allowing Naruto to venture into such a place was akin to sending a lamb into a tiger's den. There was no time to wait for reinforcements. Shikamaru bit his finger and swiftly formed hand seals, summoning technique. A cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a massive black snake before him. Although not particularly strong in combat, it possessed remarkable speed. Take me to catch up with Naruto, quickly. The snake nodded and lowered itself for Shikamaru to mount before darting away like an arrow. The trees flew past them on either side, and the wind howled in his ears. Shikamaru gripped the snake's skin tightly, his mind fixated on a single thought. He must intercept Naruto before he lands himself in serious trouble. However, as the giant snake burst forth from the forest into the open northern expanse, the sight before Shikamaru caused him to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Naruto was facing a shirtless man who bore an uncanny resemblance to his second disciple, Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 86. Reunion. Beneath the golden sunlight, Naruto stood in a grassy clearing. While opposite him stood a dark-haired youth clad in a flowing white kimono. Sasuke? Shikamaru's voice caught in his throat. Uchiha Sasuke turned his head, his Sharingan coldly sweeping over Shikamaru before fixing on the enormous snake he rode. A smirk crept onto Sasuke's lips. It seems Orochimaru's minions have gathered. Sasuke's voice was deeper and colder than Shikamaru remembered. Naruto, oblivious to the tense atmosphere, leaped up excitedly. Sasuke, it really is you. I knew Shikamaru wasn't lying. Shikamaru slid down from the snake's back, which transformed into smoke and vanished. Rubbing his temples, he felt a mixture of relief that Naruto had not encountered the Akatsuki and confusion as to why Sasuke was here. Wasn't he supposed to be in the Sound Village? Sasuke, why are you shut up? Sasuke interrupted, the three tomo in his Sharingan slowly spinning. I heard that Orochimaru has allied with Konoha for your sake? How ironic. Shikamaru frowned. Things are not as you think they are. What are they like? Sasuke's voice suddenly rose, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Orochimaru told me he had given up on my body, because you couldn't accept it. A man so indecisive does not deserve to teach me. Shikamaru's eyes widened. What? Orochimaru has given up on coveting Sasuke's body? When did this happen? Why had no one informed him? Naruto stood between the two, glancing left and right, bewildered. Wait, what are you two talking about? What body? It has nothing to do with you, deadweight. Sasuke coldly replied, his gaze fixed solely on Shikamaru. It seems Orochimaru's failure was inevitable. He couldn't help me defeat that man. A surge of anger welled up within Shikamaru. Hey, Sasuke, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just what? Sasuke mocked with a smirk. Are you trying to explain something to me? Sasuke. Naruto suddenly stepped between them. Shikamaru is our comrade. You cannot speak like that. Sasuke's gaze finally shifted to Naruto, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. You remain so naive, Naruto. The world is not merely black and white. I don't care. Naruto stubbornly blocked Shikamaru, declaring, if you want to harm Shikamaru, you must first get past me. Shikamaru watched Naruto's back, feeling both touched and helpless. That fool, who had just been pestering him for news about Sasuke, was now standing against Sasuke to protect him. Naruto, step aside. Shikamaru sighed. This is between Sasuke and me. No way. Naruto shouted without turning back. You are both my friends. I will not allow you to fight. A hint of impatience flickered in Sasuke's eyes. Even Naruto is siding with Shikamaru. How boring. He suddenly formed hand seals, fire style, great fireball technique. A massive fireball surged toward Shikamaru. Shikamaru was stunned. Why was he attacking him when they were supposed to be fighting? Naruto leaped in front of Shikamaru, quickly forming hand seals, wind style, great breakthrough. Wind and fire collided, creating a violent explosion that forced the three of them to stagger back. Sasuke, have you lost your mind? Naruto bellowed. I just wanted to see how much progress you two have made over the years, Sasuke replied coldly, already assuming a combat stance. Shikamaru realized that a battle was unavoidable. He quickly assessed the situation. Sasuke was evidently stronger than the last time they met, and while Naruto had significantly increased in power, he always held back against Sasuke. It seemed that Sasuke was targeting him specifically, and Naruto could not possibly harm Sasuke. This is a real headache. Shadow imitation technique. Shikamaru decided to take the initiative, his shadow slithering towards Sasuke like a serpent. Sasuke scoffed dismissively, leaping lightly to evade it. Too slow. He formed hand seals mid-air. Chidori. A piercing bird-like cry rang out as blue lightning enveloped Sasuke's right hand, charging directly at Shikamaru. Spiraling sphere. Naruto suddenly appeared in Sasuke's path. The two powerful chakra forces colliding, sending shockwaves that hurled all three of them backward. Looming rolled on the ground a few times before steadying himself. He looked up to see Naruto and Sasuke already locked in fierce combat, their movements so swift that they were nearly imperceptible. Sasuke's Sharingan anticipated every action of Naruto, while Naruto relied on his astonishing stamina and instinct to engage with Sasuke. These two monsters, Lu Ming murmured. He knew he had to find a way to put an end to this senseless battle. Quietly, he began to weave hand signs, dispersing his chakra into the shadows surrounding him. He needed to wait for the perfect opportunity. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly turned towards him. Did Orochimaru not teach you Sage Jutsu? What are you pretending to be? Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Flames surged towards Lu Ming. He barely had time to react as the flames threatened to engulf him. Hesitating, Lu Ming prepared to counterattack. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Dozens of Narutos appeared before Lu Ming, shielding him from the flames. The shadow clones were incinerated one by one, but this only enraged Sasuke further, as well as Lu Ming himself. Sasuke, you are going too far, Naruto exclaimed. Are you finally serious? Sasuke scoffed, his Sharingan continuing to swirl. Lu Ming sensed that both of them were becoming increasingly emotional. Stop. You too, Lu Ming shouted, but they remained oblivious. Steeling himself, Lu Ming ready to invoke Sage Jutsu. Naruto had already begun to gather his ultimate move, lunging towards Sasuke, who had prepared to counter with a backward leap. Just at that critical moment, a languid voice emanated from the edge of the woods. Hey, are you three playing Ninja House? The three froze simultaneously, and the ninjutsu in Sasuke's mouth was swallowed back. Kakashi leaned against a tree, holding his beloved book, his visible eye curving into a crescent shape. Behind him, Sakura, Ino, and Choji stared at the scene in astonishment. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto exclaimed joyfully, his chakra rapidly dissipating. Sasuke snorted but also relaxed his combat stance. Lu Ming let out a long breath, feeling as though all his strength had been drained away. Sakura hurried forward, tears glistening in her eyes. Sasuke-kun, you're back. Sasuke turned his face away. I was just passing by. Kakashi closed his book, sighing. Three elite ninjas fighting like children in the wild. It's a nostalgic sight. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto protested. Sasuke started it. And you deliberately sought him out, didn't you? Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Tsunade-sama is very angry, Naruto. Leaving the village without permission will lead to punishment. Naruto shrank back, but soon puffed out his chest. But I found Sasuke. That is worth it. Sasuke scoffed, idiot. Ino approached Lu Ming, whispering, are you alright? Lu Ming shook his head, feeling a splitting headache. I just find all of this too troublesome. Choji handed him a bag of chips. Here, have this to calm down. Kakashi observed his former students, shaking his head. Sasuke, what brings you back this time? Sasuke remained silent for a moment before speaking. I just wanted to confirm a few things. I wanted to verify what Lu Ming said before, the truth about the Uchiha clan, and also some puzzling remarks Orochimaru made before leaving the Sound Village. His gaze flickered over Lu Ming before quickly shifting away. Lu Ming suddenly understood. Sasuke had come to confirm that Orochimaru had abandoned him. This realization left Lu Ming feeling conflicted. Facing Sasuke's intense gaze, Lu Ming felt a rare sense of embarrassment. Both harbored hidden motives, though their thoughts diverged. All right, let us head back to the village. Kakashi clapped his hands. Sasuke, you should come too. Tsunade-sama wants to see you. Sasuke frowned, but surprisingly did not refuse. On the way back to the village, Naruto excitedly circled around Sasuke, bombarding him with questions. Sasuke appeared impatient, yet did not walk away as he had in the past. Sakura walked alongside Sasuke, occasionally stealing glances at him while smiling shyly. Lu Ming trailed behind, accompanied by Ino and Choji. So Orochimaru really gave up on Sasuke? Ino whispered. Lu Ming shrugged. I only found out today. It seems Uncle Snake has indeed changed quite a bit. That is a good thing, Choji said, munching on chips. At least Sasuke doesn't he have to worry about having his body taken anymore. Lu Ming nodded, though doubts lingered in his heart. If Orochimaru had abandoned Sasuke, what about himself? Why would Sasuke come looking for him over such matters? It did not seem quite reasonable. These questions remained unanswered for now. However, one thing was certain. The troubles of the day were far from over. Upon returning to the village, he would face Tsunade-sama's wrath, Naruto's incessant entanglement. And who knows what else Sasuke might do. What a hassle. Lu Ming sighed skyward, though a faint smile crept onto his lips. After all, seeing former comrades reunited was not such a bad feeling. Chapter 87. Punishment. The air in the Hokage's office seemed to solidify. Tsunade slammed her fist on the desk, causing spiderweb-like cracks to instantly spread across the surface, leaving the village without permission, fighting in public, and using a jutsu like Rasengan. With each accusation, she stepped forward, forcing the three boys back against the wall. Do you think Konoha is an amusement park? The third Hokage stood by the window, a pipe in his mouth, the swirling smoke obscuring his contemplative expression. Kakashi huddled in the corner of the office, feigning to study the ninja world map on the wall. Tsunade-baba, this is all my fault. Naruto suddenly jumped out. I insisted on finding Sasuke. Shut up. Tsunade grabbed Naruto by the scruff of his neck and tossed him onto the sofa. From the moment you sought Lu Ming for information, This whole situation has been ludicrous. Lu Ming stealthily shifted into the shadows, but Tsunade's gaze quickly zeroed in on him. And you, as a Chunin, you casually leaked information about the Akatsuki? I didn't tea. Lu Ming began to speak, but was interrupted by the third Hokage. Lu Ming, he exhaled a smoke ring. Your father sent word this morning that the Nara clan's medicinal herb store needs reorganizing. Lu Ming's face turned pale. This was clearly a coded message from his father indicating he would be grounded. Wait, Sasuke suddenly interjected, his obsidian eyes darting between Tsunade and the third Hokage. I didn't come back to hear you lecture. The office fell silent. The sound of leaves falling outside became audible. Naruto sat frozen on the sofa. Even Kakashi lifted his head from his beloved book. Oh, Tsunade crossed her arms. Then why have you returned? Sasuke's gaze shifted to Lu Ming. I want to talk to him alone. Huh. Naruto sprang up from the sofa. What can't you say in front of everyone? Sasuke, let me tell you, sit down. Kakashi suddenly appeared behind Naruto, firmly pressing down on his shoulder. Adults are talking. Children should not interrupt. Who is a child? Kakashi-sensei. You were clearly reading an adult book. Tsunade ignored the noisy pair, staring at Sasuke for a long moment. Will you give me an explanation when you're done talking? Sasuke responded briefly. 10 minutes. Tsunade pointed to the adjacent break room. The Umbu will be guarding outside. When the door to the break room closed, Lu Ming realized his back was already soaked with cold sweat. The setting sun cast slanting shadows through the blinds onto Sasuke's face, his Sharingan glowing a dark red in the dim light. Speak, why did you specifically seek me out? Lu Ming leaned against the doorframe. If it's about Orochimaru, do you know the truth behind the Uchiha clan's massacre? Both spoke simultaneously, then fell silent in astonishment. Sasuke's ears suddenly flushed a suspicious red, while Lu Ming's eyes widened. This conversation was entirely different from what he had anticipated. Wait, Nara Shikamaru rubbed his temples. You didn't come here because Orochimaru abandoned you, did you? Uchiha Sasuke turned his face away, his fingers unconsciously caressing the hilt of his sword. Absolutely not. When Orochimaru let me go, he uttered some strange words. I just recalled what you all said before. Some secrets are clearer than the Sharingan. Suddenly, Shikamaru recalled a rainy night from half a month ago. At that time, he was helping Orochimaru organize scrolls, and indeed, he had said something akin to that. But they had been discussing medicinal herb cultivation techniques. So it was about Uchiha? Shikamaru blurted out, thinking Orochimaru might have shared something regarding Uchiha with me. It has nothing to do with Orochimaru. Sasuke pivoted sharply, the three tomo in his eyes spinning wildly. I just need confirmation. Shikamaru observed the flush of Sasuke's ears and suddenly felt that this Uchiha genius was, in certain respects, as immature as Naruto. He sighed and pulled a mint from his ninja pouch, tossing it over. Calm down. Instead of asking me, why not inquire directly with the person involved? Sasuke instinctively caught the candy, frowning at the blue and white wrapper in his palm. What do you mean? Because I'm not in the thick of it, Shikamaru replied, unwrapping a mint for himself. And the Uchiha is not merely the Uchiha. He paused, looking at Sasuke's increasingly baffled expression. Sasuke's fingertips pinching the wrapper turned pale. The light outside the window flickered across his face. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke softly. Itachi came back that day. Shikamaru halted his chewing. He recalled the crow he had seen 3 days prior during patrol and the faint scent of blood in the forest. Orochimaru told me, do not trust what your eyes see. Sasuke's voice suddenly grew hoarse. But the Sharingan is everything to us Uchiha. Then do not rely solely on your eyes. Shikamaru interjected. Sasuke, the most powerful Genjutsu always resides within the heart. Sasuke abruptly looked up, his Sharingan piercing into Shikamaru's depths. Yet this time, Shikamaru did not flinch. Your Sharingan is indeed formidable. He pointed to his temple. This place is more crucial than the eyes. The cicadas outside suddenly became deafening. The candy wrapper in Sasuke's hand emitted a faint crackle, the mint having been reduced to powder without him realizing it. Do you think you understand the Uchiha? Sasuke's voice trembled dangerously. Not at all, Shikamaru calmly replied. However, I do know what it feels like to be trapped by obsession. He recalled Gaara's gourd pattern, the deranged face of Haiden, and thought that sometimes taking a step back could suffice. Enough. Sasuke suddenly erupted, his sword grazing Shikamaru's ear as it drove into the doorframe. Do not preach your lazy philosophy to me. Shikamaru's pupils constricted slightly, yet his voice remained steady. See, that is the crux of the matter. You always believe the entire world should revolve around the tragedy of the Uchiha. What do you understand? Sasuke's chakra erupted suddenly, the air pressure toppling the teacups on the table. When the blood of your entire clan seeps into your shoes, when your most beloved brother, his voice abruptly ceased. The three Tomo in his Sharingan transforming into a pinwheel. Shikamaru felt the blood in his veins turn cold. But in the next moment, Sasuke sheathed his sword. My matters with Itachi, his tone regained its icy demeanor, have nothing to do with you. Shikamaru gazed at the deep sword mark on the door and suddenly chuckled. Then you won't be coming this time. Sasuke's figure stiffened noticeably. Rest assured, I have no interest in the affairs of others. Shikamaru stuffed the remaining mints into his pocket. But Sasuke, what does Itachi truly mean to you? Sasuke's hand pressed against the window frame, his knuckles turning white. The distant sound of a bell from the Umbu's shift startled a flock of sparrows into flight. What is it? Sasuke's voice turned hoarse. Hey, Shikamaru abruptly interrupted, looking towards the Umbu outside. If one day you need to discuss Uchiha matters, do not seek Naruto. That guy will only complicate things further. Sasuke comprehended, letting out a cold snort, but as he was about to leap out the window, he whispered, mind your own business. The sound of shattering glass startled everyone. When Tsunade burst in, she was met with chaos and found Shikamaru standing amidst the broken shards. Where is he? Tsunade's fist cracked ominously. He left. Shikamaru pointed to the wide-open window, said he had urgent business. Urgent business? Tsunade's forehead was glowing with a seal. Go copy the Nara family's herbal compendium 10 times. Now. Immediately. As Shikamaru trudged out, he could still hear Naruto's loud voice echoing down the corridor. Sasuke, wait for me. Followed by Kakashi's helpless sigh and Sakura's admonitions. As night fell, Shikamaru sat cross-legged in his study. The moonlight filtered through the window, casting a glow on the yellowed ancient texts, while the air was infused with the calming incense Shikaku had specially lit. You little brat, Nara Shikamaru entered with tea and snacks. The Hokage has added the task of copying the comprehensive guide to herbal toxicity. Shikamaru flung his brush aside, collapsing on the cushion. The courtyard was filled with the incessant chirping of cicadas, and he stared at the wind chimes beneath the eaves. Suddenly reminded of Sasuke's pale fingertips when he crushed the mint. What a bother, he murmured to the starry sky. In the distance, a dark shadow flitted past the Hokage rock, resembling outstretched crow wings. Bang! A large nose bumped Shikamaru on the head. Hurry up and write. Chapter 88. The vessel under the moonlight. The sound ninja village took on a strange bluish-gray hue. Sasuke stood before the cliff of Orochimaru's base. Blood droplets from his sword falling onto the rocks, creating dark red flowers. Cough, cough. Orochimaru propped himself up from the pile of rubble. Blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his golden slit pupils shone brilliantly. What a brutal greeting, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke's Sharingan flickered in the darkness. 3 hours prior, when he stormed into the laboratory filled with hostility, Orochimaru had been calibrating a cultivation chamber. There were no pleasantries or tests. The lightning of Chidori shattered the entire experimental wall. What did you mean by that? Sasuke's sword tip pointed at Orochimaru's throat, about Itachi. Orochimaru chuckled softly, the laughter pulling at the wound in his chest, turning into a broken cough. It seems you've met Shikamaru? He licked the blood from his lips. The lightning surged suddenly. Sasuke's sword blade grazing Orochimaru's ear and severing a lock of black hair. Yet this time, Orochimaru did not evade. Instead, he leaned closer toward the blade. Such impatience is uncharacteristic of you. Let me guess, his serpent-like tongue swept across Sasuke's sword. Are you afraid? Sasuke's pupils dilated, the cursed seal uncontrollably creeping up his neck. Memories flashed back to 3 days ago, Itachi standing in a pool of blood, the Jinjutsu of Tsukuyami, filled with countless Sharingan, each eye repeating the same phrase. You will never see the truth. Enough. Sasuke's Chidori emitted a piercing shriek, but halted just before piercing Orochimaru's heart as countless white snakes burrowed from the ground, entwining his limbs tightly. Do you know? Orochimaru whispered close to Sasuke's ear, what I admire most about Shikamaru is that he is never swayed by his emotions. Cold fingertips grazed the cursed seal. The laboratory suddenly shook violently, the glass of the cultivation chamber shattering in succession. Sasuke saw countless clones floating in the nutrient solution, each pale face etched with cursed seals. Did you think I abandoned you? Orochimaru's laughter was wrapped in a chakra storm. I simply did not wish for Shikamaru to be upset. Black runes surged suddenly from beneath Sasuke's skin. The white snakes turned to ash upon contact with the cursed seal. Orochimaru recoiled sharply, But Sasuke was faster. His sword pierced through Orochimaru's right shoulder, pinning him to the rock wall. A vessel? Sasuke's Sharingan spun frantically. In your eyes, are all people mere pawns? Blood dripped from the blade. Yet Orochimaru's joy only intensified, including Shikamaru, of course. Noticing the instant rigidity in Sasuke's expression, he deliberately elongated his tone. But that child is special. Sasuke's sword penetrated 3 more inches. What does it mean? He made me feel the new path to immortality through his own methods. Orochimaru observed the tumultuous emotions swirling in Sasuke's eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became thick with tension. Sasuke's breathing grew labored, and the spinning tomo in his Sharingan seemed almost capable of tearing through his iris. Are you deceiving me? Care to test that? Orochimaru's wounds began to ooze white serpents. Be quiet. A formidable chakra erupted violently, yet just before it reached Orochimaru, it was distorted by an unseen force. Sasuke was taken aback to see the walls of the laboratory adorned with the shadow symbols commonly used by Nara Shikamaru. Surprised? Orochimaru seized the opportunity to break free from his restraints. This was Shikamaru's designed backlash barrier, where any attack would be returned 100-fold. He caressed the flowing dark patterns on the wall, remarking how that child always managed to surprise him. Sasuke suddenly recalled that afternoon suffused with the scent of mint. Shikamaru had said that he and Orochimaru were more akin to academic exchanges, as sunlight fell upon his bandaged fingers. In hindsight, those bandages likely concealed the backlash injuries from forbidden techniques. So he is indeed worth your investment? Sasuke was unaware of the sting in his own words. Orochimaru paused momentarily before erupting into a fit of mad laughter. He laughed so hard that his wounds split open, until the tip of Sasuke's sword pressed against his throat once more. Investment? Orochimaru wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes, affirming that Shikamaru had indeed taken him as a mentor, but the golden vertical pupils suddenly drew near. It was Shikamaru guiding him, while he served as Shikamaru's experimental vessel. This revelation struck Sasuke like a bucket of icy water, as he realized that the vessel identity he desperately sought to escape was, in the eyes of the other, the highest form of praise. Ironically, the perpetually languid Nara Shikamaru had already touched upon the forbidden in places unseen by him. Boring. Sasuke sheathed his sword, deciding to disregard the affairs of these 2 madmen, turning to leave with the black cloak billowing sharply behind him. Are you going in a state of confusion? Orochimaru's voice turned suddenly cold. As you are now, you would not withstand 3 seconds before Tsukuyami. Sasuke hesitated slightly, hearing the sound of a scroll unfurling behind him, as Orochimaru tossed a key his way. Remember, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru's figure gradually dissolved into the shadows. Sometimes the most brutal truths are hidden within the gentlest of lies. By the mist-laden banks of the Nange River, Sasuke gazed at the rippling reflection of his Sharingan in the water. In the confines of the Nara residence, Shikamaru suddenly awoke from a nightmare. He dreamt of Sasuke's Sharingan submerging in a sea of blood, while Orochimaru wove a massive barrier using his shadow techniques. A serpentine spirit squeezed through the crack of the door, delivering a scroll. The moment Shikamaru unfurled the scroll, his pupils constricted sharply. It was Orochimaru's secret message, inscribed solely with 8 characters written in snake venom. The curtain has risen. Enjoy the show. Outside the window, the roar of explosions erupted as Shikamaru rushed into the courtyard. Witnessing the Akatsuki organization's signal flare burst in the sky above Konoha, he gazed at the crimson clouds at the horizon. Suddenly recalling the mint candy Sasuke had crushed 3 days prior, the candy wrapper bearing the same design. Orochimaru, you truly are a troublemaker. Chapter 89. Struggle. The activities of the Akatsuki organization grew increasingly frequent, prompting the ninjas of Konoha to intensify their training in preparation for the looming tensions. Naruto trained in sage techniques under Jiraiya. Sakura absorbed the essence of medical ninjutsu from Tsunade, while Shikamaru received a special authorization to travel to Otogekyure for special training under Orochimaru's guidance. Of course, it was officially under the accompaniment of Kakashi. Thus, Shikamaru ambled along the road, casting a sidelong glance at the silver-haired Jonin beside him. Why is it you who is accompanying me? My teacher is Asuma, you know? He said. Kakashi, engrossed in Ika paradise, replied without looking up, Because everyone else is busy. Naruto is with Jiraiya, Sakura is with Tsunade. So you have nothing to do, huh? Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. You saw through me. Kakashi closed his book with a smile. It's actually because Orochimaru is quite dangerous. And the Hokage is uneasy about you going alone. Is that so? Shikamaru placed his hands in his pockets, strolling leisurely. I thought you were worried I'd go astray. Go astray? Kakashi tilted his head. Like what? Like, Shikamaru deliberately elongated his tone, learning how to use shadow techniques to tie someone up, and then make them hand over Ika paradise. Kakashi fell silent for a moment before casually flipping open his book once more. The weather is quite nice today. Shikamaru rolled his eyes, too lazy to continue this topic. In truth, his visit to Odogekure was not solely for typical training. Orochimaru's research delved into numerous forbidden techniques, and Shikamaru needed a swift means to grow stronger. The threat posed by the Akatsuki was escalating, with Naruto and Sasuke rapidly advancing, while he, as Konoha's tactical core, could not afford to remain stagnant. What were the limits of the shadow binding technique? Could chakra control be further enhanced? Was it even possible to leverage Orochimaru's experiments to break through his own limitations? These were the inquiries he truly wished to explore. As dusk approached, the light in the forest began to fade. Shikamaru and Kakashi were traversing a dense thicket, the surrounding silence taking on an eerie quality. Kakashi-sensei, Shikamaru suddenly halted. Do you feel that? Kakashi closed his book, his gaze sharpening. It's too quiet. There were no birds chirping, no insects buzzing, and even the wind had stilled. A soft crack echoed, and the ground abruptly split open, countless chakra threads as thin as hair encircling them from all directions. Raikiri, Kakashi instantly formed hand signs, unleashing a burst of lightning that severed the encroaching chakra threads. But in the next moment, more puppet strings extended from the treetops, the ground, even the air itself, enveloping the two like an invisible net. This is troublesome. Shikamaru quickly formed hand signs, shadow imitation technique, expand. His shadow rapidly spread across the ground, attempting to capture the controller, but it's futile. Nara Shikamaru. A raspy voice emerged from behind the trees. Shikamaru's pupils constricted. Sasori, the member of Akatsuki, who was supposed to have perished at the hands of Chiyo and Sakura, now stood nearby, his crimson shell damaged, revealing his youthful visage. Blood-red hair and amber eyes cold and focused. Sasori, Kakashi's voice deepened. You're alive? Alive? Sasori smirked. My art does not conclude so easily. His gaze drifted past Kakashi, fixating directly on Shikamaru. I came for you, Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru frowned. For me? Indeed. Sasori's tone softened slightly. Because I want you. Kakashi, huh? Kakashi tilted his head towards Shikamaru. Shikamaru. Shikamaru shook his head frantically at Kakashi. What is going on? With a gentle flick of his fingers, countless puppet strings tightened, separating Shikamaru from Kakashi. Back in Sunagakure, you mentioned those words to me. Sasori's voice carried a rare tremor. I said I would not let you go. Shikamaru was taken aback, quickly recalling the audacious actions he took when captured. So he remembers that? So what do you want? Shikamaru asked calmly. To take you away. A flicker of obsession crossed Sasori's eyes. You understand me better than anyone else. You should join me in creating eternity. Kakashi, hey. Is this a confession? Shikamaru. Kakashi-sensei, this is not the time for jokes. Sasori's gentle gaze turned icy upon meeting Kakashi's white hair. Hatake Kakashi. The debt your father owes me should be repaid today. Kakashi's expression darkened. My father's affairs have nothing to do with me. Nothing to do? Sia let out a cold laugh, questioning the indifference towards the murder of his parents. Lu Shuang furrowed his brow and quickly interjected. Sia, you are mistaken. What do you mean? Sia's fingers trembled slightly. Baya carried out his mission not out of bloodlust, but because it was the village's stance. Lu Shuang held Sia's gaze firmly. Your parents were heroes who died in battle. They would not wish for you to perpetuate suffering through revenge. Sia's pupils constricted as the strings of his puppets loosened slightly. In that fleeting moment, a summoning technique was invoked, and a massive serpent suddenly emerged from the ground, revealing the figure of Orochimaru. Ah, what a lively scene, he remarked, licking his lips. Sia, is it not rather impolite for you to capture my disciple at my doorstep? Sia's expression darkened. Orochimaru, Lu Shuang is my student. With a smile, Orochimaru replied, do you wish to take him? You must first ask for my consent. After a moment of silence, Sia weighed his options and coldly retorted, Nara Lu Shuang, we shall meet again. As his voice faded, his figure shattered into countless puppet fragments, scattering in the wind. Kakashi exhaled deeply. What a dangerous individual. He then turned to Lu Shuang with a knowing smile. It seems your charm exceeds my expectations. What does that even mean? Lu Shuang replied. At the entrance of Orochimaru's base, the ominous cave was illuminated by several eerie green lights. The damp air thick with the scent of herbs and decay. Lu Shuang wrinkled his nose, instinctively moving a step closer to Kakashi. This is as far as you need to take me, Kakashi. Orochimaru stood at the cave's mouth, his golden slit pupils glinting in the dim light. Next, we shall commence private lessons. Kakashi, one hand in his pocket and the other still holding the book Intimate Paradise, replied lazily yet firmly, "Sorry, Orochimaru-senpai. But the Hokage's orders are for me to accompany you throughout." Oh, Orochimaru's lips curled into a dangerous smile. Is Tsunade so distrustful of me? It is not a matter of distrust, Lu Shuang interjected, his fingers unconsciously brushing against the kunai in his ninja tool pouch. It is merely protocol. After all, I am considered a bridge of cooperation between Konoha and the Sound. The three remained in a standoff at the cave entrance, droplets of water from the ceiling plummeting onto the rocks, creating an irritating sound. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, an exaggerated voice erupted from behind. "Wah! I've discovered a wild Kakashi-senpai." With a comedic fall, a figure donning an orange whirlpool mask and a black robe adorned with red clouds stumbled dramatically. The mask askew. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ah-Fei rubbed his rear as he got up, suddenly teleporting in front of Kakashi, the mask nearly touching Kakashi's face. It's really Kakashi-senpai. His excitement was palpable. Kakashi's lone eye widened in disbelief, causing the book to drop from his grasp. Lu Shuang gasped, while Orochimaru's snake-like tongue froze in midair. "Senpai, senpai." Ah-Fei danced around Kakashi. "Since I was a child, my dream has been to meet you. Did you know? My room is plastered with your wanted posters." Kakashi mechanically stepped back until his back hit the cold rock wall. Desperation filled his gaze as he sought help from Lu Shuang and Orochimaru, only to see Orochimaru suddenly grab Lu Shuang by the collar. "I just remembered that the culture medium in the lab is about to expire," Orochimaru said rapidly, making his exit. "Wait, hold on." Lu Shuang's protest was cut short as he was dragged away into the depths of the cave, leaving Kakashi in despair with a gesture reminiscent of a classic plea. "Senpai, don't go." Ah-Fei leaped to cling to Kakashi's arm. "I have so many questions to ask you. Like, does the Sharingan cause nearsightedness? Is there another mask beneath your mask? Do you take off your mask when you sleep?" Kakashi's throat constricted as he asked, "Are you a member of Akatsuki?" "Oh, come on. I'm just a trainee." Ah-Fei replied bashfully, "Actually, I'm the president of the Global Support Club for Kakashi-senpai." In the depths of the cave, Lu Shuang's voice faintly called out, "Kakashi-sensei, hang in there. I will ensure Orochimaru erects a monument for you." Tears welled in Kakashi's eye as he mentally cursed Lu Shuang and Orochimaru's lineage repeatedly. Forced into the laboratory, Lu Shuang peered through the door, watching as Kakashi was entangled with the eccentric Akatsuki member. Ah-Fei animatedly demonstrated 100 cool poses of Kakashi, occasionally requesting the real deal to demonstrate. "Do we really not need to help?" Lu Shuang's lips twitched. Orochimaru was busy adjusting a bubbling green liquid, replying without looking up, "That idiot is Ah-Fei from Akatsuki. Although he appears foolish, his strength is unfathomable. Provoking a lunatic is unwise." "Did you just say fool?" "You misheard," Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, handing over a test tube. "Drink this." Lu Shuang eyed the writhing green substance warily. "What is this?" "It is a culture medium that will activate your shadow. Formulated using the secret medicine of the Nara clan." Orochimaru's snake-like eyes narrowed slightly. "Or do you wish to go outside and keep Kakashi company?" At that moment, Ah-Fei's excited voice rang out from outside. "Senpai, please use raikiri to roast sweet potatoes for me. They are a specialty from the land of fire." Followed by Kakashi's distressed response, "Raikiri is not meant for that." Without further ado, Lu Shuang seized the test tube and downed its contents in one go, his face immediately contorting in disgust. "Ugh, this tastes like rotting snake gallbladder soaked in expired milk. How rude. That was my special mango flavor," Orochimaru retorted, displeased. Suddenly pressing down on Lu Shuang's shoulder, "It is starting now." A searing sensation spread from Lu Shuang's stomach throughout his body, causing him to collapse to the ground as he witnessed his shadow bubbling like boiling water. Every nerve in his being screamed as he faintly heard Orochimaru's excited murmurs. "Perfect. Too perfect. The shadow cells are devouring chakra. You are undoubtedly reveling in my suffering." Lu Shuang managed to utter through gritted teeth before a new wave of agony overwhelmed his consciousness. Time passed without measure. Kakashi at the cave entrance was forced to answer 87 bizarre questions posed by Afei, ranging from how many times he washes his mask daily to whether his Sharingan could develop dry eye syndrome, and the records of his competitions with Guy. Senpai. Afei suddenly leaned in mysteriously. I have a super important question. Kakashi's expression was one of utter disinterest. Speak. Who reads Intimate Paradise more? You or Jiraiya-sama? Kakashi's pupils widened in shock. What kind of question is that? Because I heard that the more one watches Intimate Paradise, the stronger they become. Afei said bashfully. I've read the latest volume 18 times. Kakashi suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. Wait, does the Akatsuki circulate Intimate Paradise internally? Of course. Pain-sama said it's essential material for understanding the enemy. Afei exclaimed excitedly, flailing his arms. When Deidara-senpai was approving the budget, he even allocated extra funds for procurement, claiming it was strategic material. Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply as he instantly activated Raikiri. In a flash of blue lightning, Afei exaggeratedly performed a backflip to evade, pretending to clutch his chest in feigned injury. Greetings, esteemed senior. His tones suddenly turned perilous, leaving Afei with no choice but to resort to coercive measures. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, the entire cave quaked violently. Countless shadows surged forth from the ground, walls, and ceiling, ensnaring Afei's limbs as if they were sentient. From within the shadows, Nara Shikamaru's voice echoed from all directions. Art is quiet as a chicken. Afei gazed in astonishment at his hands, immobilized in place. Wow, is this an evolved version of the shadow binding technique? Remarkable. Kakashi was moved to tears. Shikamaru, don't misunderstand. I merely came to retrieve my ninja tool bag that fell at the entrance. Shikamaru's figure emerged from the shadows, strange black markings forming around his eyes. By the way, your Intimate Paradise was tucked into Afei's Akatsuki robe. Kakashi's expression froze instantly. Afei suddenly broke free from his restraints, hopping with glee. Incredible. So this is the disciple of Orochimaru? Truly formidable, just as the rumors suggest. With that, he activated his space-time ninjutsu, vanishing and leaving behind a trail of laughter. Next time, Afei will bring the entire support group. Silence. A prolonged silence. Kakashi slowly picked up the dust-covered Intimate Paradise, his voice drifting. Shikamaru. I need to file for work-related injury. In the laboratory, the black markings around Shikamaru's eyes were gradually fading. Orochimaru frantically scribbled in his notebook. Duration, 17 minutes and 34 seconds. Shadow control range expanded by 300, but it consumes vitality. You're definitely treating me as a test subject, Shikamaru protested weakly. Kakashi slumped in his chair, feeling utterly drained. I'd rather face 10 battles with Scorpion. Orochimaru suddenly displayed a peculiar smile. Speaking of Scorpion, Afei let something slip earlier. The Akatsuki is collectively studying Intimate Paradise. Shikamaru and Kakashi exchanged a glance, both shuddering simultaneously. It turned out the Akatsuki's terror lay not only in their power, but also in the fact that these S-rank rogue ninjas were treating Intimate Paradise as strategic material for research. Let us call it a day, Orochimaru said, licking his lips with lingering desire. Shikamaru, tomorrow at the same time, we shall attempt to implant the curse mark. Farewell. Shikamaru dragged the dazed Kakashi away, fearing that lingering even a second longer would result in him being stuffed into some experimental container. After running a short distance, Kakashi suddenly spoke. Shikamaru. What is it? If anyone claims to be a fan of mine next time, please directly inform Scorpion that I'm here. Under the setting sun, the two figures appeared particularly weary. From afar, the cries of Afei, Kakashi-senpai, Afei will always support you, echoed from the hidden sound village, startling a flock of crows. The weakened Shikamaru had yet to reach the door of his room when he witnessed that disgusting man dragging Kakashi away. Silently, Shikamaru waved goodbye. As for why he didn't rescue him, he thought, that fool would rather have the entire world perish than harm Kakashi. Why should he worry? Rather than that, he pondered the curse mark that Orochimaru would be implanting on him tomorrow. His fate was indeed unfortunate. Chapter 92. A gift. Shikamaru lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Outside the window, the moonlight was obscured by clouds, leaving only a dim glow. He turned over, unconsciously rubbing the back of his neck. Tomorrow, a curse mark would appear there, akin to that of Sasuke. He closed his eyes, envisioning Sasuke's appearance under the curse mark, the grotesque black markings, the surging chakra, the nearly uncontrollable power. Would he also end up like that in the future? How troublesome. Shikamaru flipped over, burying his face in the pillow. He did not resist becoming stronger, but the curse mark seemed to be an irreversible cost. What if he turned into an ugly man? What if he lost his wits? What if? Slap. He abruptly slapped his forehead, forcibly interrupting his thoughts. Why ponder so much? He would find out tomorrow. He closed his eyes, compelling himself to sleep. However, his dreams were far from peaceful. He dreamt of standing in a pitch-black forest, his feet ensnared by viscous shadows, as if some creature was wrapping around his ankles. In the distance, a massive white serpent moved slowly, its golden slit pupils glimmering in the darkness. Nara Shikamaru. The serpent's voice was low and hoarse. Are you prepared to accept power? Shikamaru attempted to speak, but found himself voiceless. The serpent drew closer, its cold scales brushing against his skin. Power is never free. In the next moment, the serpent coiled tightly around his body, and a sensation of suffocation engulfed him. Shikamaru jolted awake, cold sweat soaking his back. Outside, dawn was just breaking. He took a deep breath, rubbing his temples. What a troublesome dream. When Shikamaru entered the laboratory, Orochimaru stood with his back to him, mixing some concoction at the experimental table. You're here? Orochimaru inquired without turning around. Yes, Shikamaru replied, his voice somewhat dry. I'm ready. Orochimaru turned, his golden slit pupils appearing particularly profound under the dim light. Shikamaru noticed that Orochimaru's complexion was paler than usual, with faint dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't rested for a long time. Uncle Snake, you, lie down, Orochimaru interrupted, pointing at the experimental table, his tone unusually stern. Shikamaru hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied, lying down. The cold metal surface caused him to involuntarily tense his body. Orochimaru stood behind him, his fingers gently pressing against the back of Shikamaru's neck. It may hurt a little. Shikamaru closed his eyes, his fingers curling slightly. It was coming. He braced for the tearing pain, anticipating the burning sensation of the curse mark invading his body. However, the anticipated agony did not materialize. Orochimaru's fingers merely rested lightly on his skin, remaining motionless for an extended period. Shikamaru could sense his breath, even feeling a subtle flow of chakra, like a resonance rather than an invasion. Uncle Snake? Shikamaru couldn't help but ask. Don't move. Orochimaru's voice was deeper than usual. Wait a moment. Shikamaru was puzzled but fell silent. After a few breaths, Orochimaru finally moved. Shikamaru felt Orochimaru's sharp fangs slowly penetrating his soft neck. In the next instant, a gentle yet immense chakra surged into Shikamaru's body. His eyes widened in shock. This was not the violent power of a curse mark, but a nearly benevolent transmission of chakra. Orochimaru's chakra resonated wonderfully with his own shadow techniques, as if two rivers converged, merging and elevating. Don't speak. Orochimaru's heavy voice echoed in Shikamaru's ears, tinged with fatigue. Focus on feeling. Shikamaru relaxed his clenched fists, closed his eyes, and allowed the power to flow within him. He felt as if he were submerged in a pitch-black ocean, surrounded by tranquil darkness, while his shadow unfurled within that void, gaining a semblance of life. In the distance, the white serpent from his dream reappeared, but this time, it did not attack. It glided beside him and whispered, "Fate is in your own hands." In the next moment, the serpent transformed into countless tiny symbols, merging into Shikamaru's shadow. When Shikamaru opened his eyes again, the laboratory was eerily silent. He slowly sat up, discovering that his body felt astonishingly light, and the flow of chakra within him was smoother than ever. And Orochimaru, Uncle Snake. Shikamaru leapt off the experimental table, catching the swaying Orochimaru. Orochimaru's complexion was nearly transparent, his lips taking on an unhealthy grayish hue, appearing so weak that he seemed on the verge of collapsing. You, Shikamaru's voice trembled. What have you done? Orochimaru managed a weary smile, barely lifting the corners of his mouth. An improved version. What improved version? A curse mark. Orochimaru leaned against him, his voice barely audible. I have infused my ninja way into your secret technique. Shikamaru's pupils constricted. This was no ordinary curse mark. It was the essence of Orochimaru's lifelong research, the quintessence of his most cherished legacy. Why was Shikamaru's voice choked? Wasn't he the one who valued his research above all? Orochimaru closed his eyes and murmured, "Because it is worth it." Those 4 brief words made Shikamaru's heart tremble fiercely. He helped Orochimaru sit down, frantically searching for medical supplies, but was gently restrained by Orochimaru's hand. No need. He shook his head. A moment of rest is sufficient. Shikamaru bit his lip, silently observing him, turmoil swirling within. Orochimaru reclined against the chair, his golden slit pupils narrowing slightly. Give it a try. What? Your new power. Shikamaru inhaled deeply and slowly raised his hand, transforming the shadow imitation technique. Instantly, every shadow in the laboratory sprang to life. The walls, the floor, the instruments, even the shadows cast by the lights twisted and elongated, resembling living tendrils that morphed freely with Shikamaru's will. There were no hand seals, no delays. The shadows seemed to become extensions of his very being. Shikamaru stared in astonishment at his own hand. This is just the beginning. Orochimaru smiled weakly. Try using sage arts. Shikamaru paused, and before he could finish his thought, he suddenly felt his chakra begin to flow spontaneously, an unfamiliar energy converging from the natural surroundings, merging with his shadow. Shikamaru's shadow was instantly tinted with a faint golden hue, as if kissed by sunlight. This is the secret technique of the Nara clan, inherently attuned to natural energy. Orochimaru spoke softly. I merely opened that door for you. Shikamaru stood there, momentarily lost in thought. Orochimaru looked at him and suddenly began to cough softly, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Snake uncle. It's nothing. Orochimaru waved his hand, just overexertion. Shikamaru clenched his fists tightly, a painful tightness in his chest. Orochimaru had exhausted his most cherished vitality for his sake. Why? He finally asked. You could have given me a standard curse mark. Orochimaru remained silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. Because you are special. He raised his hand and gently tapped Shikamaru's forehead. What I gifted you this time. Did it not surpass that Uchiha brat? Shikamaru felt a lump in his throat, nearly losing his composure. What a bother. He turned his face away, his tone muffled. Who would want to compete with that delusional fool? Orochimaru chuckled softly, but the laughter triggered his wounds, turning into a cough again. Shikamaru hurriedly supported him. Stop laughing. Lie down and rest. Orochimaru allowed him to fuss over him, teasing as he lay down. So now you're taking care of your teacher? Shut up. Outside the window, the first rays of sunlight streamed in. Shikamaru gazed at Orochimaru's pale profile, suddenly realizing that this once dreaded figure in the ninja world now seemed as fragile as an ordinary person. And he, Nara Shikamaru, had thus undergone a profound transformation. Snake uncle? You now resemble my grandfather. Orochimaru's eyes remained closed, but the corners of his mouth drooped instantly, and even his eyelids twitched. Such a troublesome little brat. A soft, slimy white snake landed accurately on Shikamaru's face. Chapter 93. The contract. The night was deep, and moonlight poured through the laboratory window, casting a silvery glow. Shikamaru stood outside the door, his fingers suspended in the air, hesitating to push it open. He should have returned to rest. Yet the image of Orochimaru's pale face and the blood at the corner of his mouth lingered in his mind. The once invincible man now struggled to even stand. What a bother, he murmured to himself before finally pushing the door open. Inside the laboratory, Orochimaru leaned against the chair, cradling a cup of steaming nutritional liquid, green bubbles bubbling within. Upon hearing the noise, he lifted his gaze slightly, his golden slit pupils flickering in the dim light. Still awake? His voice was even hoarser than during the day. Shikamaru did not respond, but sat beside him. The silence between them was not awkward. Rather, it bore a strange understanding. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Are you so moved that you can't sleep? Less self-absorbed, Shikamaru rolled his eyes. I am just. Shikamaru paused, then suddenly wrapped his arms around Orochimaru. Orochimaru's body stiffened noticeably. What are you doing? A series of rebellious books that Shikamaru had previously read flashed through Orochimaru's mind, such as The Love and Hatred of the Three Ninjas of Konoha. The overbearing teacher falls in love with me. The third Hokage loves me again. And what is friendship? Don't move. Shikamaru was oblivious to the convoluted thoughts in Orochimaru's mind. His voice muffled against his shoulder. Help me experiment with a new ability. What ability requires a hug? Orochimaru's words were cut off. He felt Shikamaru's shadow slowly spreading, wrapping around his body like a living entity. More bizarrely, these shadows resonated with the chakra within him, as if they were one. This is Shu. Shikamaru held his mouth, focusing on the sensations. Orochimaru's golden pupils narrowed as he sensed his chakra merging with Shikamaru's, their spiritual worlds gradually overlapping. Memories, ninjutsu, even the most secret weaknesses were unveiled to one another without reservation in that moment. This was a connection deeper than any curse mark. It was a contract at the level of the soul. Orochimaru wished to struggle, but his weakened body could not break free. What shocked him further was that within Shikamaru's chakra lay an extraordinarily pure life force. As if 2 lifetimes of souls were converging, continuously infusing into his waning body. Every cell in his bones, muscles, and organs greedily absorbed this power. Orochimaru could distinctly feel his withered vitality rejuvenating. Do you know what this means? His voice trembled slightly. We share life and death. Shikamaru released his grip, his tone light, as if discussing the weather. What a bother. Orochimaru stared at him intently. Are you insane? After living for so many years, it is worth it. Shikamaru interrupted, echoing Orochimaru's earlier words. They locked gazes, a peculiar atmosphere spreading in the air. Orochimaru suddenly sneered. Nara Shikamaru, you are more foolish than I imagined. Mutually so? Shikamaru shrugged. Who can surpass a snake uncle who gives away his lifelong research so freely? That is an investment. Oh, then this too is an investment. Orochimaru was infuriated, wanting to bite him, yet his lips betrayed him, curving upward uncontrollably. He turned his face away, muttering, troublesome little brat. Shikamaru laughed, poking his cheek. Snake uncle, you have fewer wrinkles. Get lost. And being troublesome is our family's specialty. Get out. The moment the contract was completed, their spiritual worlds were thoroughly interconnected. Shikamaru glimpsed the long river of Orochimaru's memories, abandoned in childhood, struggling to survive in the shadows of the ninja world, apprenticed to the 3rd Hokage, yet expelled from the fold for researching forbidden techniques, establishing Otogakure, consumed by the obsession with immortality. Meanwhile, Orochimaru saw Shikamaru's 2 lifetimes of memories, an ordinary life in the previous existence, an accidental death, reincarnated as Nara Shikamaru, seemingly lazy yet possessing a profound philosophy of life, and his true sentiments towards his teacher. Though Orochimaru was peculiar, he was significantly better than the hypocrite Danzo. Snake uncle is quite patient when teaching me. If only he didn't constantly lick his lips. Could it be that Snake uncle is not a kindergarten teacher? Why does Snake uncle always like to encounter bugs in his experiments? Orochimaru, Shikamaru, you saw nothing. It's too late. Orochimaru chuckled ominously, revealing how many opinions his disciple had about his teacher. This is the side effect of candidness. Shikamaru attempted to argue, and you aren't in a much better position. What about that large vat beneath your laboratory filled with the cells of the 1st Hokage? That is for scientific research. So, using my hair for cloning experiments is also for scientific research. Both fell into silence simultaneously. After a moment, Orochimaru coughed lightly. Can this contract be terminated? It cannot. Shikamaru relished the moment. Isn't Snake uncle the expert in research? Figure it out yourself. Orochimaru squinted, suddenly pinching Shikamaru's cheeks and pulling them apart. You've got some guts. Huh. Ouch, ouch, ouch. This is torture for a disciple. Now you realize I'm your teacher? After a while of playful bickering, they finally exhausted themselves and leaned against each other. Orochimaru's complexion had returned to a rosy hue, while Shikamaru felt drowsy from the excessive chakra consumption. Hey, Orochimaru suddenly spoke. Why did you do this? Shikamaru half closed his eyes. Didn't I say it was worth it? That is not what I meant. Orochimaru's tone was unusually serious. You could have waited for my natural recovery. Shikamaru remained silent for a moment before softly replying. Because I don't want to see you like that anymore. Like what? As if you might vanish at any moment. The laboratory fell into silence once again. After a long while, Orochimaru sighed gently. Foolishness. Yet his fingers subtly tightened. Chapter 94. Recognition. When Kakashi was drawn into the spatial vortex, countless possibilities flashed through his mind. A new plot by the Akatsuki? A prank by Orochimaru? Or perhaps revenge from a rogue ninja he had offended in the past. However, when his feet touched solid ground again, the sight before him left him in astonishment. It was a hillside adorned with wildflowers, petals fluttering down in the gentle breeze. Not far away, an Akatsuki member wearing an orange vortex mask stood with his back to him, shoulders slightly trembling. Kakashi scratched his silver hair. May I ask where this is? This is a secret base of a Fae and Senior Kakashi. The masked man suddenly turned around, his voice rising an octave. This is definitely not the outskirts of Amigakure. Kakashi narrowed his single eye into a slit. Is this Akatsuki member lacking in common sense? Thus, Kakashi decided to be straightforward. You brought me here too. Not to capture you. It's an invitation. A Fae waved his arms animatedly, I just want to spend some time alone with my idol. Kakashi's temples throbbed. He observed his surroundings nonchalantly, while secretly forming a shadow clone hand sign. Since you're my fan, you should know that I'm quite busy right now. My comrades are still in Otoge-cure. That Nara brat is being taken care of by that disgusting Orochimaru. Afei waved his hand dismissively. Instead of that, would Senior Kakashi like to try my specially made soldier pill? As he spoke, he pulled out a pink heart-shaped box from his Akatsuki robe. Kakashi stared at the suspicious box and silently took a step back. No, thank you. Oh, so cold. Afei's head drooped in disappointment. But the next moment he suddenly leaned closer. Does Senior Kakashi have an interest in the Akatsuki? We can chat while we eat. Kakashi's pupils slightly contracted. This is an opportunity. All right. He pretended to be nonchalant as he took the soldier pill. But isn't the Akatsuki supposed to despise Konoha ninjas? Not at all. Afei excitedly waved his hands. Deidara-senpai is a huge fan of yours. And Haiden-senpai says you're quite valuable, and Itachi-senpai. While Kakashi listened to this absurd revelation, he discreetly recorded every detail with his Sharingan. Though this self-proclaimed Afei appeared eccentric, the information he inadvertently revealed was extremely precious. After Afei finished his animated speech, he eagerly looked at Kakashi. What do you think, Senior Kakashi? Kakashi's lips twitched slightly. Your Akatsuki is quite unique. Right. Afei spun around joyfully, but suddenly his mood dropped. However, some say we are rogue ninjas, bad people. Kakashi regarded this Akatsuki member, whose emotions fluctuated dramatically, and suddenly recalled his conversation with Shikamaru, inexplicably stating, rogue ninjas and heroes can sometimes be a matter of perspective. Afei's body stiffened abruptly. Do you really think so? His voice turned unexpectedly somber. Kakashi, oblivious to the subtle change, continued, I too nearly walked down the wrong path once. Fortunately, I had important comrades to pull me back. Comrades. Afei's voice trembled slightly. Kakashi's gaze darkened. Yes, my most important comrades. What do comrades even mean? Afei suddenly became agitated. They must have all died out by now. Kakashi's expression hardened. He looked up indifferently, the soldier pill in his hand turning over. Why do you care so much about my answer? The air seemed to thicken. Obito realized he had said too much and frustratedly raked his hair. Ugh, I'm so annoyed. He suddenly erupted, kicking the wildflowers scattered on the ground. Kakashi, you're such an idiot. A big fool. A coward living in the past. Kakashi stared dumbfounded at this suddenly enraged Akatsuki member, utterly bewildered as to how the topic shifted to insults directed at him. Shut up. Obito pointed at Kakashi's nose. Do you think you understand, comrades? Understand sacrifice? You. His voice abruptly trailed off. Kakashi's Sharingan spun rapidly. Go on? Obito, realizing his loss of control, irritably tugged at his mask, suddenly turning away. Enough. Afei no longer wanted to play with you. Wait. Kakashi reached out to grab him, but only grasped at empty air. Afei's figure had vanished into the swirling spatial rift, leaving behind a sobbing, idiot Kakashi. Kakashi stared blankly at the void, the familiar feeling striking him. How many years had it been since anyone called him that, in that tone? On the tower of Amigakure, Obito ripped off his mask, slamming it against the wall in frustration. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He pounded the wall like a petulant child until his knuckles bled. Rain slid down his cheeks, indistinguishable from tears. Why? Why do I lose control every time I encounter Kakashi? I had planned for so long, had decisively resolved to create a world devoid of Kakashi. Obito. Kuro Jitsu manifested from the wall, with a playful smile on his yin-yang face. Did you go to see that copy ninja again? Shut up. Obito glared fiercely at him. The plan continues as usual. I was merely gathering information. Is that so? Kuro Jitsu dragged out the tone. Did you gather any useful information? Obito remained silent. Kakashi's words echoed in his mind. Rogue ninjas and heroes can sometimes be a matter of perspective. I too nearly walked down the wrong path once. Fortunately, I had important comrades to pull me back. These words stabbed at his heart like daggers. Because the very comrade who should have pulled Kakashi back was him. And what was he doing now? Preparing to destroy everything Kakashi cherished? I need to calm down. Obito donned his mask once more, his voice returning to its usual gloom. Yet Kurojitsu keenly noticed that his fingers were trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Kakashi was swiftly traversing the forest, making his way towards the Ine ninja village. Although the Akatsuki member, named Afei, exhibited peculiar behavior, this unexpected abduction had yielded a wealth of intelligence for him. 1. The Akatsuki organization holds regular team-building activities. 2. Their understanding of Konoha exceeds expectations. 3. A face seemingly recognized him. Contemplating the last point made Kakashi's heart tighten. He needed to rendezvous with Shikamaru as soon as possible to relay this information to Lady Tsunade. As the outline of the ninja village came into view, Kakashi exhaled in relief. He sensed Shikamaru's chakra within Orochimaru's laboratory and leaped directly toward that direction. Shikamaru, I have something important to discuss. Kakashi executed a graceful flip and leaped through the window of the laboratory, only to freeze midair. The sight before him was overwhelmingly striking. Shikamaru was straddling Orochimaru, their clothing slightly disheveled. Orochimaru's golden slitted pupils narrowed slightly, while a suspicious flush adorned Shikamaru's face. Most alarmingly, the shadows scattered on the ground writhed around the two, forming an indescribable pattern. After 3 seconds of stunned silence, Kakashi mechanically turned away. Just passing by, you two carry on. He clumsily crawled back to the window and kindly closed it behind him. Inside the laboratory, Shikamaru and Orochimaru exchanged bewildered glances. What was that about? Shikamaru inquired incredulously. Orochimaru sighed, suspecting that Konoha had failed to provide Shikamaru with a proper adolescent education, culminating in a simple yet profound response. Nothing. Outside, Kakashi's murmured voice grew fainter. Should I mention this to Shikaku? What a headache. Chapter 95. The choice. The setting sun of Konoha elongated the shadows of the two. Kakashi walked ahead, his steps intentionally light. Shikamaru followed closely behind, hands buried in his pockets, brow furrowed. Kakashi-sensei, Shikamaru finally spoke. You've been hesitating since we left the ninja village. Can you just say what's on your mind? Kakashi paused, his silver hair glowing with an orange hue in the evening light. He turned to reveal his single eye, which curved into a crescent shape. Ah, you caught me. Your demeanor is so obvious that even Naruto could notice. What is it? Shikamaru sighed, finally pressing. Kakashi scratched the back of his head and suddenly leaned closer to Shikamaru, lowering his voice. What is your relationship with Orochimaru? Shikamaru blinked. A mentor-student relationship. Just like yours with Naruto, isn't it? Kakashi's eye widened in disbelief. Is that all? What else could it be? Shikamaru replied, puzzled. Kakashi stared into Shikamaru's earnest eyes and felt an unexpected wave of guilt. Ahahaha, it's nothing, just a casual inquiry. Kakashi chuckled awkwardly, shifting the subject. By the way, that Akatsuki member of Fae, right? That member who kidnapped you. Did he divulge any useful information? Shikamaru was quickly diverted from his previous train of thought. Kakashi's expression turned serious. He mentioned some internal matters of the Akatsuki. Although most sounded like nonsense, there were details worth noting. Thus, the two continued their discussion as they returned to Konoha. When the door to the Hokage's office came into view, Kakashi abruptly halted. Shikamaru, his tone unusually grave. No matter what happens, remember that you are first and foremost a ninja of Konoha. Shikamaru was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded, of course. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade was engrossed in a pile of documents. Upon hearing the door open, she looked up, her golden ponytail swaying with the movement. You're finally back, she set her pen down, and just in time, I have crucial news. Kakashi and Shikamaru exchanged glances and straightened their postures. I just received intelligence. Tsunade's expression grew somber. Uchiha Sasuke has killed the Akatsuki member Deidara during battle. What? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Sasuke has grown to such an extent? Shikamaru furrowed his brow. Deidara, is that the one who plays with clay? Tsunade nodded. According to the information, the battle was quite brutal. But most strangely, she paused, Deidara's last words. What did he say? Kakashi inquired. Aside from the usual proclamation that art is an explosion, Tsunade glanced at Shikamaru. He specifically mentioned wanting to kill Nara Shikamaru. A profound silence enveloped the office. Shikamaru's eyes widened in disbelief. I don't know this person at all, he stated, bewildered. Tsunade crossed her arms beneath her chin. This is precisely what is concerning. The Akatsuki seems to have a particular interest in you, Shikamaru. Considering your unique status now, because I'm Orochimaru's disciple? Shikamaru speculated. Very likely, Tsunade confirmed. Additionally, according to other intelligence, Sasuke is heading to seek out Uchiha Itachi. We need to allocate personnel. I'll go, Kakashi immediately asserted. Tsunade turned to Shikamaru. What about you? What does Team 10 think? Shikamaru's brow furrowed deeply. Contemplating two choices. One was to follow Jiraiya to the Rain Village and confront the Akatsuki directly. The other was to seek out Sasuke. a former comrade with whom he had fought side by side. The timing of these two events was so close, yet diametrically opposed, that merely traveling would not suffice to accomplish both. He found himself unusually hesitant. Tsunade noticed his struggle. There's no rush to decide now. Go discuss it with Team 10 and give me your answer by tomorrow morning. Yes, Lady Hokage. Exiting the Hokage's office, Shikamaru's steps felt unusually heavy. The sun had completely set, and the streets of Konoha glowed with warm lights. The sign of Kebab Q flickered in the distance, and familiar laughter could be faintly heard from within. Shall we grab a drink? Kakashi patted his shoulder. Shikamaru forced a smile. I've never had alcohol, Kakashi-sensei. Ah, right. Kakashi scratched his head awkwardly. Then how about we have some barbecue? My treat. Inside Kebab Q, Choji was intently flipping the meat on the grill, while Ino chattered animatedly beside him, and Asuma watched with a smile, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. When Shikamaru and Kakashi entered, all three turned to face them simultaneously. Shikamaru. Ino waved. Come here quickly. Choji is about to eat all the meat by himself. Choji protested. I've only eaten 3 plates. Asuma extinguished his cigarette, keenly noticing Shikamaru's expression. What's wrong? Is something not going well? Shikamaru sat down at an empty spot, letting out a sigh. Not really. Kakashi discreetly waved his hand. You all continue. I'll sit over there. He indicated a solitary table in the corner. Once Kakashi distanced himself, Ino leaned closer to Shikamaru. What is going on? I've never seen you look so troubled. Shikamaru stared at the sizzling meat on the grill and briefly recounted the day's events. When he mentioned Deidara's last words, Choji nearly dropped his chopsticks. The Akatsuki wants to kill you? Why? Choji exclaimed in surprise. I don't know. Shikamaru shook his head. I've never even met that Deidara. Asuma's expression turned serious. What mission did Lady Tsunade assign you? She let us choose, Shikamaru replied, whether to find Sasuke. A moment of silence ensued. The aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, yet no one moved their chopsticks. Of course, we should go, Ino softly said. We are comrades. Choji set down his chopsticks. If the Akatsuki has targeted you, wouldn't it be too dangerous for you to leave the village now? But Sasuke, Choji clenched his fists. He is heading toward darkness. If no one stops him, Asuma suddenly chuckled. Shikamaru, do you know what I've been worried about every day since you became Orochimaru's disciple? Luan raised his head, expressing concern about becoming a rogue ninja. No, Asuma shook his head. Rather, I worry that you might lose your true self. However, today, witnessing your worries for your comrades, I realize you are still the same Luan. Asuma's words warmed Luan's heart. He recalled the past 3 years. Every time he returned from E-Ninja Village, Asuma would be the first to seek him out, not inquiring about the mission, but simply asking if he was well. Listen, Luan, Asuma said earnestly, nothing could wound my heart more than your decision to serve Orochimaru. In response, Ino chuckled, Asuma-sensei. That sounds like the lament of a jilted lover. Asuma feigned hurt, clutching his chest, isn't it? My most prized disciple has turned to another teacher. Luan couldn't help but laugh, the tension in his nerves finally easing a bit. So, Asuma returned to seriousness. What is your decision? Luan took a deep breath and made up his mind. I wish to seek out Sasuke. The threat posed by the Akatsuki is significant, yet he paused. Sasuke's situation weighs heavily on my mind. Asuma nodded, as expected of you, Luan. Sensing further doubts in Luan, Asuma patted his shoulder. Sometimes relying on others is a form of wisdom, Luan. You are not alone in this fight. Dingji raised his drink. We are forever a team. Ino also lifted her cup. Even though that insufferable Sasuke is quite bothersome, we shall not abandon any comrade. Luan gazed at his friends and teacher. A warm tide swelling in his chest. He raised his cup and gently clinked it against the others. Thank you all. In the corner, Kakashi watched this scene. A flicker of comfort passing through his single eye. He quietly settled the bill and left, allowing space for these comrades who were like family. The moonlight streamed through the broken window of Luan's room, casting web-like patterns of light on the scattered medicinal herbs. Luan's shadow flickered violently on the wall as he bit his thumb, leaving a trail of blood on the scroll. Black incantations spreading like a web across the stone slab, summoning reverse scale technique. In an instant, a spectral figure of Orochimaru, draped in frost-white robes, materialized at the center of the ceiling array. His golden serpent-like eyes narrowed slightly. Disturbing one's peaceful dreams in the dead of night is not the behavior of a good disciple. Lord Jiraiya has infiltrated Rain Hidden Village. Luan's breath quickened. The intelligence from Pain was suspect. He felt like a moth flinging itself into a spider's web. The laboratory fell into a hushed silence. Orochimaru's apparition swayed slightly, a mocking smile curling his lips. What concern is it of mine? I cannot explain my intelligence to Konoha. Luan dug his fingertips deeply into his palm. Moreover, I need to pursue Sasuke. Uncle Snake, I need your assistance. Naive. Orochimaru's apparition suddenly surged, serpentine chakra coiling around Luan's neck. Do you think I am a philanthropist? When he broke my ribs all those years ago, you were still playing shadow games. Luan's throat constricted under the icy chakra, his brow furrowing as he grasped at Orochimaru's apparition. Uncle Snake, I need you. Jiraiya cannot die. The ceiling array suddenly erupted with blinding white light. When the smoke cleared, only half a piece of molted snake skin remained on the stone slab, emblazoned with a scarlet impossibility. Deep within the tower of rain hidden village, Orochimaru chuckled coldly, clutching a note soaked in night dew. Outside, thunder split the rain curtain, illuminating the subtle tremor of his pale fingertips. That hot-blooded fool. He snapped his fingers, igniting the note, watching the ashes drift into the unceasing acid rain. Drown in the rain with your grandiose declarations. His golden vertical pupils, however, uncontrollably turned towards the southern sky. Suddenly agitated, he tore open his collar, revealing a grotesque old scar beneath his collarbone, a remnant from a snowy night 37 years ago, left by a white-haired bastard with extraordinary strength. Better dead. He seized a test tube from the laboratory, smashing it against the wall, the spattering purple liquid faintly revealing traces of Jiraiya's chakra, preventing him from being tormented all day long. The following morning, Luan stood outside the gates of Konoha, accompanied by the ready-to-depart members of Team 10 and Team 7, though one was missing. They exchanged smiles before turning towards the direction of rain-hidden village. Luan glanced back at the towering walls of Konoha, silently murmuring, Uncle Snake, do not let me down. Chapter 96, Brothers. The morning mist had yet to dissipate as the members of Team 7 and Team 10 gathered at the edge of the Forest of Death. Naruto continuously leaped back and forth over tree branches, his golden hair tracing agitated arcs in the morning light. Kakashi-sensei, are we really not splitting up? Naruto asked for the 5th time, sensing Sasuke's presence had faded here. Surely he had used some method. Naruto. Sakura suddenly flung a kunai, embedding it beside Naruto's foot. If you waste your chakra on meaningless jumps, you'll only be a burden when we encounter the enemy. Kakashi sighed, pinching his forehead while catching sight of Luan crouched by the stream. The dark-haired youth submerged his palm in the icy water, the surface reflecting the storm clouds brewing between his brows, a depth unfitting for his age, tainted by experiences in Orochimaru's laboratory. Luan, what is the range of your chakra perception? Kakashi appeared silently behind him, 3 kilometers in radius. But Luan flicked the water droplets from his hand, his shadow quietly creeping up a nearby stump. If a serpent passes by, it can extend to 5 kilometers. The moss on the stump suddenly twisted into a serpentine pattern, causing Kakashi's Sharingan to contract sharply. This was a biological sensing technique developed by Orochimaru, never recorded in the Konoha archives. 2 kilometers to the northwest. Luan suddenly stood, his shadow piercing through the morning mist like an arrow, with scorch marks from lightning release, not exceeding 12 hours old. Naruto immediately shot off like a cannonball, but was firmly ensnared by Sakura's chakra threads. Ino pressed her fingers to her temples, the mental energy of the Yamanka clan unfurling like a spider's web. At 3 o'clock, 200 meters, there are fresh knife marks on the bark. It seems we must split up. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, the crimson Sharingan slowly rotating. Sakura and Naruto, follow me on the eastern route. Team 10 will take the western route. As Luan tightened his forehead protector, his fingertips lingered on the character for ninja for 2 extra seconds. He could feel Asuma's gaze, a unique blend of concern and trust from a teacher towards his disciple. Hey Luan. Naruto suddenly leaned in. If you find that guy first, make sure to give him a good punch in the stomach. Ask him why I'm bringing him back. Luan interrupted Naruto, his shadow extending across the ground into a complex roadmap. Time was running short for him, as the setting sun painted the Valley of the End in crimson. Luan stood alone atop the head of the statue of Senju Hashirama. 100 meters below, Uchiha Itachi's Akatsuki cloak fluttered in the wind, resembling a crow perched upon the statue of Uchiha Madara, the clever one of the Nara clan. Itachi's voice, laced with chakra, pressed upon him, you should not be here. In the instant 3 shuriken tore through the air, Lu Wan's shadow suddenly liquefied. Sage chakra manifested serpentine patterns around his eyes, effortlessly evading the attack while his shadow coiled around Itachi's ankle like a venomous snake. Orochimaru's sage techniques? Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan rotated slightly. It seems the son of Konoha is beginning to accept shadows. Rather than that, Lu Wan produced a sealing scroll, unfurling it, dense with intelligence files swirling between them. I am more curious as to why the perpetrator of the clan massacre bears the weight of the truth alone. A fierce wind whipped up. The words Uchiha Ku and Kagutsuchi on the document stabbing into Itachi's pupils. The ribs of Susanoo materialized instantly, yet froze upon meeting Lu Wan's gaze. As if a similar compassion to Shursui flickered within his pitch-black eyes. Do you think knowing a few terms can shake me? Itachi's voice dripped with malice. Yet blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. What shakes you is your own body. Lu Ming's shadow suddenly splits into countless fine threads, precisely piercing the gaps in Susanoo's chakra. Every 15th day of the lunar month brings forth blood from the mouth, and the use of the Sharingan for over 3 minutes leads to blindness. Am I correct? The waters of the Valley of the End suddenly reverse. And at the moment Itachi's Tsukuyomi world is about to unfold, Lu Ming's shadow unexpectedly weaves into the symbol of a caged bird. This was learned from Orochimaru's Forbidden Scroll, specifically designed as a mental cage against ocular techniques. One must admit, Orochimaru's research on Itachi surpasses even his own. Save some energy. Lu Ming wipes away the blood from his nose, the sage art patterns faintly visible beneath his skin. I did not come to battle, but to negotiate. As Sasuke's cursed seal presence emerges from the other side of the canyon, Itachi's fingertips sink deeply into his palm. He gazes at the boy swaying on the statue opposite, fighting Naruto, and suddenly recalls the shattered moonlight in Sasuke's eyes on the night of the massacre. He has been pursuing the lies you have woven. Lu Ming's voice is as precise as a scalpel. You say that hatred can make him stronger, yet dare not let him know that the foundation of this hatred is false. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly widens, but the black flames of Amaterasu extinguish abruptly upon encountering the object in Lu Ming's hand, a talisman imprinted with the Uchiha clan emblem. Be silent. Itachi's Susanoo suddenly takes its complete form, the Totsuka blade trembling just inches above Lu Ming's head. Do you think that sacrificing yourself can fulfill Sasuke? Lu Ming steps forward against the divine weapon's edge. Look at him now. Consumed by hatred, exploited by Konoha. Is this the ending you seek? Sasuke's roar echoes from afar, mingled with the thunder of Chidori's sharpness. Itachi's pupils constrict violently as he sees the chaos in his brother's eyes, no longer pure black, but shrouded in crimson chaos. Grant him the right of choice. Lu Ming's shadow suddenly binds Susanoo's wrist, just as the third Hokage once permitted you to become a double agent. Just as Orochimaru still retains the forbidden technique to resurrect the Uchiha. As Sasuke's chakra gradually approaches, Itachi suddenly smiles. This smile strips away all cold facades, revealing the multitude of wounds beneath. Perhaps you are right, Itachi's voice is soft, so soft that Lu Ming believes he is imagining it. Then the battlefield that follows is yours. As he speaks, Lu Ming's figure gradually becomes ethereal, shrouded in darkness. Chapter 97. The truth. Sasuke's Kusanagi sword gleams coldly under the moonlight, the lightning chakra emitting a sharp hum. His Mangekyo Sharingan spins in the night, fixated on the Akatsuki cloak fluttering on the statue opposite. Why did you specifically use Tsukuyomi to show me the massacre 56 times that night? Sasuke's voice cleaves through the air, wrapped in thunder. Were you afraid I would forget the details? Or were you afraid I would discover the flaws? Itachi's Susanoo condenses before him into a skeletal form, the Totsuka blade's edge slicing through the waterfall. He silently receives the thunder, and his mask-like expression finally shows signs of cracking as Sasuke's Chidori pierces towards the old wound left during their confrontation in Konoha Hospital. The Umbu Training Manual, Volume 3. Article 7 states that all personal belongings must be destroyed upon executing a rogue ninja. Sasuke suddenly tosses out a charred Uchiha emblem. Why does my storage compartment still hold your ninja headband? The water surface erupts into a towering column, and Itachi's Tsukuyomi barrier suddenly collapses just as it is about to take form. He stumbles back a step, coughing up blood that stains the Uchiha fan crest on his chest. Answer me. Sasuke's cursed seal, like a venomous snake, slithers up his neck. Why was the shuriken you gave me on my 9th birthday engraved with a hidden code? Susanoo's ribs suddenly expand violently, sending Sasuke flying several meters. Itachi's Mangekyo bleeds in the night, Memories surge like a tide breaking through the dam before the massacre. Shirsue's entrusted Kodoa Mitsukami is burning deep within his right eye. You do not need to know. Itachi's voice is taut like a stretched wire. Hatred is the blade you should grasp tightly. Again with this phrase. Sasuke's roar startles the night crows in the forest. Amaterasu's black flames suddenly erupt from within Susanoo. 13 years ago, you looked at our parents with such an expression. In the flames, distorted fragments of memory emerge. Mother falling, tears in her eyes as she gazes towards Sasuke's room. Father's kunai skillfully avoiding the carotid artery. All the corpses eerily turning towards the training ground. Did you think I have uncovered nothing all these years? Sasuke's Kusanagi sword suddenly splits into thousands of bolts of lightning. The intelligence network of the Akatsuki, Orochimaru's forbidden scroll, Itachi's pupils constrict violently. Just as the Yata mirror is about to pierce Sasuke's chest, Itachi's Susanoo suddenly distorts and dissipates. He stares blankly at the seething darkness in his brother's eyes. The echo of Lu Ming's question 3 hours prior rings in his ears. You pushed the sun into the abyss with your own hands, yet claimed it was for the sake of light? The moment the Kusanagi sword pierces the Akatsuki cloak, countless shadows erupt from the cracks of the statue. Lu Ming's sage art patterns swirl under the moonlight, the shadows transforming into a steel cage that locks the sword's edge just above Itachi's heart. Observe how his chakra flows. Lu Ming's voice emerges from the shadows. Every time you are on the brink of losing control, whose ocular power suppresses the cursed seal. Sasuke suddenly trembles violently. That familiar. Warm chakra within his meridians resonates with Itachi's shattered Susanoo. Memories flow like an hourglass, the shuriken that deviated from its target during the Chunin exams, and the blurred figures that flashed before him each time he activated the Sharingan. Impossible. Sasuke's Mangekyo bleeds. He was clearly in front of me. Then why did he specifically let you see the massacre? Lu Ming's shadow suddenly pierces Sasuke's chakra pathway. Why are all the wounds precise, one-hit kills? Why do your Sharingan and his ocular power share the same origin? As Itachi opens his eyes in excruciating pain, he sees Sasuke trembling as he touches the kunai scar on his chest. That was the flaw left behind on the night of the massacre, purposefully deviating 3 centimeters from the heart. All these years, within the Akatsuki, Sasuke's voice is fragmented. What are you truly? Waiting for you. Itachi suddenly shows a relieved smile, lightly tapping his brother's forehead as he did in their childhood, waiting for you to truly see the light behind the darkness. Why didn't you tell me? Sasuke's Kusanagi sword clatters to the ground. Because the darkness of Konoha should not rest upon your shoulders. Itachi's fingertips glow with green healing chakra, gently repairing his brother's chaotic chakra pathways. But I forgot you are no longer the child that needs protection. The moment the morning light pierces through the clouds, Lu Ming's shadow barrier shatters with a thunderous crash. He watches the brothers finally embrace, allowing the backlash of sage art to cover his right arm with serpent scales. Itachi coughs up blood, lightly tapping Sasuke's forehead, live in the sunlight for both of us. He collapses onto the shoulder of his beloved brother. Lu Ming remains silent. The black shadow spreads, covering the dead plant lurking in the shadows. Drip, drip, drip. Deep within the damp cavern, Lu Ming's shadow winds into a complex magic array on the ground. The faint green chakra floats like fireflies, illuminating the blood droplets congealed on Sasuke's eyelashes, reflecting Itachi's face, pale as paper. Cough, cough, cough. Itachi's fingers suddenly twitch, touching Sasuke's equally cold hand. The brothers' hands have unknowingly interlocked, maintaining the posture of channeling chakra to each other even in unconsciousness. Lu Ming squats nearby with a kunai in his mouth, his shadow struggling to pry open their clasped hands. I say, you two, what are you pretending to be inseparable for? Where's the fierceness from earlier? Sasuke's eyelids suddenly tremble. The Mangekyo abruptly opens in the darkness. As he vaguely sees the scene before him, he springs up like a startled cat. The last place. Who allowed you to touch him? Before he finishes speaking, he collapses back against the stone wall due to chakra exhaustion. Save some energy, I am not Naruto. Lu Ming throws out his shadow to catch Sasuke. Your brother's chakra pathways are like a spider's web. I stitched for 3 hours just to prevent him from turning into fragments. As the delicate lashes of Yao fluttered, his right eye slowly opened, inadvertently locking onto Sasuke's flustered gaze. The brothers simultaneously averted their eyes, yet instinctively reached out to support one another, their hands colliding in midair before retracting as if struck by an electric shock. Enough of this. Suddenly, Shikamaru's shadow clone squeezed between them, inquiring, "Is the Uchiha's awkwardness a family heirloom? Should I fetch a mirror to show you both your current expressions?" Sasuke abruptly seized the front of Itachi's Akatsuki cloak, demanding, "Tell me everything. What are the higher-ups in Konoha truly up to? It is a gradual extermination of our clan." Itachi's voice was barely above a whisper, akin to a sigh. Since the establishment of the police force by the second Hokage, the Uchiha had been kept at the fringes of power. Following the Kyubi incident, surveillance morphed into a plan for eradication. Dripping water from the cave ceiling splashed onto the array, creating subtle ripples of chakra. Shikamaru's fingertips lightly tapped the ground, conjuring a sand table depicting the Uchiha clan's ancestral training grounds, assembly halls, and even the nursery, all aligning perfectly with Sasuke's memories. That fateful night, all the corpses faced the training ground. Itachi's fingertip traced the flame mark on the sand table, for beneath it lay the explosive tags capable of annihilating the Uchiha clan in an instant. Sasuke's Sharingan spun uncontrollably, recoloring the memories. Masked Umbu traversing rooftops, the clan's well water glowing a suspicious green, and his mother using lip movements to urge him to escape before her demise. Danzo presented me with two choices. Itachi's fingertip glimmered faintly, sketching out the pact from that time. The extermination of the clan in exchange for your life, or the entire clan's demise alongside you. Sasuke's Kusanagi sword suddenly unsheathed, but was ensnared by Itachi's chakra as it swung toward the illusion. The brothers' ocular powers clashed in midair, the released energy causing dust to cascade from the rocky walls. What use is it to charge in now? Shikamaru's shadow suddenly constricted around the sword's hilt, preventing a confrontation even the likes of Orochimaru would hesitate to engage. "Do you intend to drag this body to its death?" Itachi suddenly erupted into a violent coughing fit, black blood seeping between his fingers. Sasuke, in a panic, supported his brother's shoulder, realizing Itachi's body temperature was plummeting. "Your eyes." Sasuke's fingertips brushed against Itachi's hollow eye sockets. "The price of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Eternal darkness." Itachi managed a weak smile. "Yet your eyes can I refuse?" Sasuke bellowed, a curse mark resembling thorns creeping up his neck. "Do not presume to dictate my life any longer." Shikamaru's sage markings suddenly flared brightly, his shadow morphing into a syringe that pierced Itachi's carotid artery. "Orochimaru's cells can only sustain life for 3 hours. If you wish for your brother to survive, heed the medical advice quietly." Sasuke's Mangekyo spun wildly, but it froze upon seeing the sealing technique inscribed on Itachi's chest. Inscribed in Uchiha script was the phrase Sasuke's safety. "Transplanting eyes is not the sole solution." Shikamaru suddenly tore off the bandages from his right arm, revealing skin covered in serpentine scales, a forbidden jutsu of Orochimaru, the Yamada no Orochi, capable of extending life through chakra sharing. Itachi's golden vertical pupils constricted. "How dare you employ such forbidden techniques? Do you understand that each use drains your life force?" Shikamaru nonchalantly bandaged his wound, far preferable to watching the brothers perform a tragic play. "Ahem, pardon the interruption." A low rumble echoed from outside the cave, the damp air thick with the scent of the sea. Shikamaru's sage perception network vibrated violently as countless shadows enveloped the three. Kisame's voice, shrouded in mist, seeped into the cave. "I hadn't expected Mr. Itachi to falter as well." As Sasuke prepared to draw his Kusanagi, Itachi restrained his wrist. Both brothers activated their Sharingan simultaneously, intertwining in a bizarre pattern within the darkness. "Akatsuki Senkyu?" Itachi's Susanoo flickered in and out of visibility. Kisame, bearing the samahata and dried deer meat, pointed at Shikamaru. "My food supplier summoned me." Nara Shikamaru. Sasuke instinctively moved to shield Itachi, blood oozing from his gaping garment. Shikamaru was utterly speechless. These two truly deserved each other. He's here to escort Itachi for recuperation among the Sound Ninjas. Otherwise, "Do you expect me to take him back to Konoha?" Shikamaru gestured at Itachi. Sasuke's face flushed crimson. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Chapter 98. Guardian in the torrential rain. The village of Amigakure loomed like a submerged beast, while Pain's 6 paths levitated in midair, the ripples of his Rinnegan resonating with waves of death amidst the downpour. Jiraiya leaned against a fractured steel frame, his left sleeve soaked in blood, half of Fukasaku's mask floating in the accumulating water at his feet. "Farewell, my teacher." The Deva Path raised his palm, a pitch-black sphere of chakra beginning to distort the light. The sound of tearing air abruptly sliced through the curtain of rain. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils ignited behind Jiraiya. The Kusanagi, accompanied by a horde of serpents, pierced through the mechanical arm of the Azura path. Thousands of pythons surged forth from the sewers, forming a flesh and blood barrier that withstood the Shinra Tensei. You traitor! The summon Yada no Kagami was shredded by the serpents, and chains imbued with sage chakra shot forth from Orochimaru's sleeve, accurately penetrating 5 of Pain's chakra receivers. Jiraiya's pupils constricted at the trajectory of those chains, clearly a variant of the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique. Can you still move? Orochimaru's voice was laced with the hisses of serpents as his pale hand pressed against the wound in Jiraiya's back. The healing green light of the slug seeped through his fingers, mingling with the black mist of the cursed seal. The torrential rain suddenly reversed, as the Deva Path's Bansho Ten uprooted an entire block. Blood dripped from the corner of Orochimaru's mouth as he formed the serpent seal with one hand. 8 colossal white serpents burst forth from the ground, forming a rebirth of the living gate, roaring as they swallowed both men into the belly of the serpent. Within the damp chamber of the serpent, Jiraiya's blood trailed along the scales, winding a path through the transparent stomach wall of the serpent. He observed Orochimaru's right arm decaying from the aftereffects of forcefully using sage techniques. Why does every word Jiraiya utter seems to draw blood? Aren't you the best at reaping the benefits? Orochimaru suddenly clasped his throat, his golden vertical pupils narrowing into slits. Be silent and conserve your strength, or I shall turn you into a sacrifice for the Edo Tensei right now. Yet as his fingers brushed against the gaping wound in Jiraiya's chest, they trembled imperceptibly. Coughing, he remarked, you have that boy's sin on your hands. Jiraiya smirked, blood staining the corners of his mouth. You learned medical ninjutsu from Shikamaru, didn't you? Orochimaru's horde of serpents suddenly convulsed violently, uncontrollable memories flooding back, a month prior in the laboratory. A boy deftly weaving the Nara clan's secret techniques with regenerative serpent cells. Speak another word, and I'll cut out your tongue. Orochimaru's blade pressed against Jiraiya's ear, the hilt wrapped in the tactical bandages commonly used by Shikamaru. In the misty forest before dawn, Orochimaru hurled Jiraiya onto a pile of withered leaves. The Akatsuki cloak draped over his back was tattered, revealing burns deep enough to see bone, marks left by the flames of the hell path. Killing you now would be effortless. The serpent's tongue licked the bloodstains at his lips, yet his fingertips glowed with healing chakra. Jiraiya gazed at the rotting flesh of Orochimaru's regenerating right arm, suddenly laughing. You look just like when you choked on that snake wine back in the day. Be quiet. Orochimaru's chakra surged uncontrollably, vines coiling into a cage. Do you think I'm doing this for you? If it weren't for that Nara brat, memories gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. He said if you die, he'll burn all my experimental data. Orochimaru's medical techniques suddenly turned brutal, a childish threat. Jiraiya's pupils widened slightly. He noticed the cursed seal blooming on Orochimaru's neck, the very fusion of Shikamaru's shadow technique and the heaven's curse mark. This madman actually transformed himself into a living jutsu. He could never have imagined this with Shikamaru's masterpiece. As dawn's light pierced through the forest mist, Orochimaru was busy concocting a potion. His pinky unconsciously curled up, a habitual gesture from Shikamaru during his own medicinal preparations. Look at his eyes, Jiraiya suddenly spoke. They're just like when he gazed upon Rope Tree. A test tube exploded abruptly, the purple liquid corroding into wisps of green smoke. Orochimaru's golden eyes were veiled in shadows as memories from 2 decades prior flickered before him. The fragmented corpse of Shoju, Tsunade's anguished cries, and Jiraiya's trembling hand resting on his shoulder. That child was unlike any other. Orochimaru's serpents coiled around him, bringing forth hemostatic herbs, while he scribbled on his experimental records, depicting a Nepenthes and naming his summoning snake Chipsquin. Even in moments of levity, he had inscribed Orochimaru is an idiot at the core of the 8-headed serpent technique. Suddenly, Jiraiya's chakra became erratic. He gazed at the cursed seal, the reverse scale on Orochimaru's nape, a mark that could only be bestowed by someone possessing absolute trust. So, you present me with this, Jiraiya? Coughing forth black blood laced with internal fragments, to signify that this venomous serpent has finally found its lair? A flock of birds erupted into flight amidst the forest. Tsunade's roar resonated from the village entrance, as Orochimaru directly poured a bubbling green liquid into Jiraiya's mouth. I wish to convey that you should look after Shikamaru in Konoha. Atop the tall spire of Yuin village, the Rinnegan of pain reflected the morning light. Conan's paper butterfly landed softly upon his shoulder. Shall we pursue them? No need. Pain gazed toward Konoha. When a venomous serpent learns to protect, its understanding of the world's suffering deepens. Chapter 99. Orochimaru's side story. Orochimaru had always regarded Jiraiya as foolish, not merely for his propensity to engage in absurd antics, but because this man was utterly oblivious to the intricacies of his own feelings. Jiraiya would often gesticulate animatedly, and even though Orochimaru was aware of his original intentions, he was disinclined to heed his mentor's admonitions. Jiraiya's forthrightness and lack of subtlety left Orochimaru feeling exasperated, even somewhat irritated. He perceived a chasm between himself and Jiraiya. The latter would never grasp the complexity and profundity of his inner world. Orochimaru's psyche resembled an abyssal ocean, while Jiraiya appeared as a fish that could only skim the surface, forever unable to plunge into the depths. After defecting from Konoha, Orochimaru quietly amassed his strength in pursuit of immortality. For him, immortality was not solely an escape from death, but a means to demonstrate something to the third Hokage. What that was, he could not articulate. Perhaps it was to prove that the third's blindness in selecting Minato over him was a grievous error. This obsession sustained him, and whenever fatigue threatened to overwhelm him, recalling the moment the third chose Minato as the fourth Hokage rekindled his resolve. He never denied the significance of the third in his life. To Orochimaru, the third was not only a teacher but also a paternal figure. He had once diligently fulfilled missions for the third, even disregarding his own life. He labored in research, striving to rejuvenate the village's war-torn economy. He had believed that the third would always protect him and comprehend his efforts and sacrifices. However, he was utterly unprepared for the third's abandonment in favor of the populace. For the sake of public sentiment, the third had crossed him and directly chosen Minato as the next generation's leader. Orochimaru vividly remembered that day. Upon learning the news, he could barely hold the test tube in his hands, feeling a burning sensation wash over his face. The sting of betrayal pierced deeply into his heart. His defection was not an affront to the village. Rather, it signified a rupture in his relationship with the third, akin to a father-son bond. Even from his refuge in Otogakure, his daily endeavors did not distract Orochimaru from monitoring Konoha. All he witnessed was the third's increasing ineptitude, which ignited his anger and disappointment. He contemplated ending the third's life, as he could not reconcile with the current version of the third, the man who had once been like a father, now reduced to such weakness and incapacity. A shift occurred on an ordinary night. That evening, Orochimaru encountered a stubborn little boy, Nara Shikamaru, who was suffering from a headache. This obstinate yet astute child piqued his interest. Initially, Orochimaru's curiosity stemmed from the Nara clan's reputation for intelligence, and Shikamaru's performance indeed surprised him. Shikamaru's talent and reckless determination captivated Orochimaru. He began observing this child, gradually uncovering that Shikamaru was not merely clever but possessed a unique way of thinking and a strong sense of self-awareness. Perhaps it was Shikamaru's understanding that drew them closer. Orochimaru often pondered how the indolent Nara Shikamaru, who merely relied on his intellect, could possibly have birthed such an exceptional son. Surely, Shikamaru's brilliance was a testament to his father's teachings. As Orochimaru interacted with Shikamaru, he watched this child grow from a mere boy into a poised young man, his youthful visage maturing over time. Shikamaru's development began to alter Orochimaru's own nature, and he found himself grasping the gaze the third once cast upon him. Faced with Shikamaru's occasional jealousy, Orochimaru instinctively indulged him. When the boy made mistakes or rebelled, he would feel a mix of vexation and resignation as he found himself cleaning up after him. Shikamaru's cleverness and stubbornness evoked both exasperation and pride within Orochimaru. He began to realize that his attitude towards Shikamaru mirrored that of the third's towards him, a complex mixture of stern guidance and unconditional acceptance. Then one day, confronted with Shikamaru's choice between loyalty to Konoha and to him, Shikamaru made every effort to rationalize his decisions, even seeking to protect him. On that day, watching Shikamaru drowsily fight to stay awake, Orochimaru experienced a fleeting moment of contentment. He thought to himself that even if his plans were to fail, it would not matter. At least now, he had someone who understood him, someone willing to invest in him. This unfamiliar yet profoundly comforting feeling began to stir within Orochimaru. He began to reflect on his past. He had once pursued power and immortality at any cost, even betraying Konoha and the Third. He had believed that his strength and intellect could transcend all obstacles, yet now, in the presence of Shikamaru, he discovered a vulnerability. Shikamaru's existence compelled him to question what he had been pursuing all along. Was it power, immortality, or merely the need to validate himself? Orochimaru recognized that he had been evading his reality, avoiding the Third's betrayal and the solitude within his heart. He had thought he could fill the void through the pursuit of power. Yet Shikamaru's emergence enlightened him to the truth. Genuine strength lies not in eternal life, but in being understood and having someone willing to make sacrifices for you. He began to reevaluate his relationship with the Third Hokage. The Third's decision, perhaps, was not an act of betrayal but a choice born of necessity. As Hokage, the Third bore the weight of the entire village, and Orochimaru's ambitions and dangers compelled him to make such a decision. Orochimaru started to comprehend that the disappointment reflected in the Third's gaze might have been accompanied by a deeper sense of helplessness and heartache. Thus, Orochimaru projected his guilt towards the Third onto Shikamaru, watching as the young man slowly walked and ran. Yet, he wondered when this fervent expectation had begun to transform. Chapter 100. Stubbornness. As the acrid scent of disinfectant stung his nostrils, Orochimaru realized he had made a grave error. He should have fled before dawn. Yet he now lay in a hospital bed in Konoha, his right arm's decaying flesh being slowly mended by the slime of a slug. Awake? A hoarse voice emanated from his left. Jiraiya, bandaged and propped against the headboard, had a half-shed snake skin tucked within the pages of his book. You're 6 hours later than I anticipated. It seems your surgeries. Silence. Orochimaru's serpent tongue flicked over his cracked lips as his golden pupils suddenly constricted. At the door stood the Third Hokage, tapping the doorframe with his pipe, flanked by Tsunade, who crossed her arms, a smirk on her lips. The serpents within his sleeve writhed restlessly as Orochimaru abruptly threw aside the sheets. The pain coursing through his chakra pathways caused him to stagger. Those accursed black rods lingered, continuing to erode his veins. Don't waste your strength. Tsunade slammed her fist onto the bedside table, cracks spreading across the walls. The cells in your right arm are consuming the host. If it weren't for Shikamaru administering the antidote, upon hearing that name, the curse seal on Orochimaru's neck flared with sudden heat. The child visits daily. Jiraiya abruptly closed the book. During your days of unconsciousness, he refined the detoxification plan 7 times. The damaged forehead protector reflected the morning light. The ninjutsu you taught him, in turn, saved you. The serpents of Orochimaru suddenly surged forth from the cracks in the floor, yet froze upon reaching the doorframe. The smoke from the Third Hokage's pipe wafted gently. As the sealing technique he once imposed circulated in the corners of the ward. Refrain from exuding your killing intent. Tsunade tore open Orochimaru's hospital gown. The Hyojo seal on her forehead glowing faintly. If she intended to kill you, she could have acted long ago in the village hidden in the ring. She suddenly lowered her voice. The curse mark on the nape of your neck is a two-way connection, is it not? The air thickened with tension. Orochimaru's golden eyes narrowed to slits as he noticed Jiraiya unconsciously rubbing the black scar on his chest, a gift from pain. The only one in this world capable of extracting your life force is the Third Hokage, who exhaled smoke rings, his wrinkles concealing the sharpness accumulated over the years. Besides Shoma, I cannot think of anyone else. The serpents suddenly surged forth, only to dissipate into smoke upon touching the hem of the Third's robes. Orochimaru's right arm began to uncontrollably mutate, scales and decaying flesh roiling like boiling sludge. Enough. Tsunade's chakra erupted, her healing ninjutsu enveloping the ward in a green light. Do you still believe you are that rogue from 20 years ago? Look at your current state. She grasped Orochimaru by the collar, hesitating to employ the 8-headed serpent technique, fearing it might harm the child's curse mark. Jiraiya's pupils dilated suddenly. Such an unpleasant sight, Orochimaru. He chuckled lightly. When did cold-blooded creatures learn to? The sound of shuriken slicing through the air interrupted his mockery. A kunai grazed his ear and embedded itself into the wall. The tactical bandage wrapped around the handle swaying gently, left by Shikamaru earlier that morning. Say one more word, Orochimaru. His tongue flicked over Tsunade's hand. And I shall have the myriad serpents sever your vocal cords. The sudden knock at the door shattered the stalemate. Kakashi's silver hair peeked through the crack. Lady Tsunade. Sasuke and Itachi are battling at the Valley of the End. The scene has detected. He glanced at the curse mark on Orochimaru's neck. His single eye narrowing slightly, traces of other Akatsuki members. Asuma, holding an unlit cigarette, chimed in. The victor is Sasuke, but both have vanished. He rubbed the blade of his tanto. Interestingly, Itachi's crows carried away all combat data. Orochimaru suddenly let out a hoarse laugh. He noticed the stains of Nara family's special ink on Asuma's tactical vest, the medium for the shadow binding technique. It seems the little tricks of the intelligence department have backfired. He deliberately allowed the serpents to coil around Asuma's ankle, as if to say that even the Uchiha heirs were no match for this. The third Hokage suddenly struck the ground with his pipe. The curse mark on your nape will turn amber when Shikamaru approaches. The elder's gaze seemed to pierce the soul. The two-way connection of the curse mark transfers damage when the host encounters mortal peril. Tsunade's voice trembled as she continued. So you stubbornly endured the hell's flames. Hence the decay rate of your right arm. The ward fell into an eerie silence. Jiraiya's intimate paradise slipped from his hands. A half-finished experimental report fluttering to the ground, dropped from Orochimaru's clothing earlier that morning, its edges adorned with doodles of a pitcher plant. Indeed, Jiraiya's Adam's apple bobbed. The most pathetic display of bravado. Orochimaru yanked out the foreline. The slug panicked, retreating into Tsunade's sleeve, as the serpents carved anxious patterns along the wall. He caught a whiff of chakra mingled with the scent of gentian, rapidly approaching from the end of the corridor. Orochimaru is in a critical situation in Konoha. The smoke rings exhaled by the third transformed into clouds. Do you wish to return? The sound of shattering glass offered no reply. 10 minutes later, Orochimaru, wrapped in bandages, stood expressionless at the Nara family's doorstep, facing Nara Shikamaru, who was exhaling clouds of smoke with lifeless eyes. He could even hear the curious glances of the neighbors behind him. Hey, Dad, why are you and Uncle Snake standing outside? Hurry up and come in. It's such a hassle. Chapter 101. A visit. The scent of deer antler incense wafting from the entrance caused Orochimaru's pupils to constrict. The unique fragrance of Nara family deer antlers clashed with the acrid scent of serpents in the air, and suddenly, the snakes in his sleeve began to shed collectively. Pale skins fluttering down like snowflakes on the floor. Please. Nara Shikamaru nudged a pair of slippers towards Orochimaru with his toes. His movements precise like a hunter setting a trap. Those lifeless eyes scanned the rotting tissue seeping from the bandaged right arm, corroding the gauze, exuding the same bitter scent as the gentian from Shikamaru's medicine cabinet. The sound of porcelain clashing echoed from the kitchen. Shikamaru, how many times must I tell you not to use the shadow imitation technique to serve miso soup? Jiraiya's reprimand wafted in, fragrant. Orochimaru observed the lazy shadow of the boy spilling through the crack of the door, deftly snatching the snake's skins from the entrance. Don't block the way, Uncle Snake. Shikamaru squeezed into the living room, and as the tactical bandage slipped, Orochimaru caught a glimpse of the curse mark on his wrist, a miniature replica of the Hyojo seal. The sinuous patterns shimmered amber in the sunlight. Suddenly, Shikamaru coughed. The teacup in his hand rippled, the surface reflecting the flickering Hyojo seal on Orochimaru's neck. As the ripples calmed, the floating tea leaves arranged themselves into a sealing formation. Father, your chakra has seeped into the tea again. Shikamaru slumped onto the cushion, his fingertip flicking a soldier pill that shattered the water's surface formation. Did we not agree to leave the intelligence department's tricks at home? The serpents suddenly burst forth from Orochimaru's sleeve, retrieving the fallen soldier pill back into his hand. The scent of Asuma's special tobacco wafted from the pill's surface, and Orochimaru's golden eyes narrowed. This was clearly a tracking device laced with the medium for the shadow binding technique. It seems Mr. Fian still does not trust me. Orochimaru crushed the soldier pill, purple powder igniting in his palm, transforming into serpentine smoke. Shall I teach him how to dispose of the remnants of surveillance tools? Shikamaru suddenly tossed a bag of chips his way. The packaging bore a haphazard doodle of an 8-headed serpent, one of which had a cartoonish face of Chipquin. Your summoning beast raided the convenience store. He pointed towards the kitchen. The storage cabinet is now filled with this limited flavor. As if in response to his words, a small white-scaled serpent descended from the ceiling, its head dusted with nori flakes. When it attempted to coil around Shikamaru's wrist, Orochimaru's tongue emitted a sharp hiss. The little serpent recoiled as if electrocuted, leaving a charred S-shaped mark on the floor. Dinner is ready. Jiraiya's call disrupted the stalemate. As the steam from the miso soup wafted over the dining table, Orochimaru discovered that each bowl bore engraved sealing techniques, the ancestral deer antler patterns of the Nara family. Shikaku picked up a piece of teriyaki eggplant. I heard you improved the recipe for the perilla detoxification agent? It was Shikamaru who refined the extraction method. Orochimaru's chopsticks deftly avoided all the pickled radishes etched with talismans, using the shadow binding technique to stabilize the centrifuge's speed. Indeed, such was the style of the Nara family. That child filled even the medical report with diagrams. Jiraiya served Orochimaru a second bowl of rice, recalling the human meridian model delivered last time. With joints styled like detachable kunai, Shikamaru suddenly tapped the edge of his bowl with chopsticks, shadows spilling like black silk across the tatami mat. All bowls and dishes levitated slightly, the surface of the miso soup rippling delicately, a sign that the ancestral defenses of the Nara residents had been triggered. Is this never-ending? The youth glared at his father. You've already mixed a visibility potion into the miso soup. Must you also bury listening scrolls in the steamed egg? This is for your benefit. Shikaku speared a micro-scroll hidden within the steamed egg with the tip of his chopsticks. Last week, the chip Kuan-Yu brought home shed its skin in the laboratory, and the discarded serpent skin set off the Umbu-S alarm system. Orochimaru's blade suddenly pressed against Shikaku's neck. The blade reflected the shadows of trees outside the kitchen window, while Class 7 was stealthily observing from 300 meters away at the training ground. Naruto's QB chakra shone like a beacon. Father was once again succumbing to his occupational habits. Shikamaru sighed, tinged with the bitterness of herbs. Orochimaru, your monitoring snakes have frightened the goldfish that Mom raised. As if to validate his words, the fish tank behind the screen in the living room suddenly exploded. 12 monitoring snakes burst forth, clutching struggling koi, while behind them, Jiraiya's kitchen knife accurately pinned each snake at its vital point. Extra dinner tonight. The housewife smiled as she gathered the snakes, while Shikamaru went to fetch the liquor from the cellar, having heard that snake blood must be paired with warm wine to activate its medicinal properties. Orochimaru's golden eyes shimmered for the first time. He observed Shikamaru skillfully navigate around 7 traps to retrieve the wine jar, designed in a style reminiscent of his laboratory from 20 years prior. As the moonlight crept onto the windowsill, Orochimaru was entranced by the medicinal cabinet in the guest room. The third drawer was neatly lined with Shikamaru's experimental logs. The latest page depicting the energy flow diagram of the reverse scale curse seal, with annotations indicating a surveillance barrier set by an old man at 8 o'clock. Outside, on the ginkgo tree, Kakashi's Sharingan was observing the movements within the house. He suddenly felt a chill at his neck as Orochimaru's monitoring snake had unknowingly coiled around his forehead protector. Its tail wrapped around the intimate paradise he had lost that morning. Shikamaru, you understand the significance of the Nara family in Konoha, don't you? Nara Shikaku tapped his pipe against the table, lighting another. Of course, Shikamaru replied, fiddling with the small turtle in the fish tank. But didn't he, the third Hokage, say he wanted Orochimaru to stay in Konoha? He's already trying to escape through the window. Doesn't he plan to return to Konoha? So you encountered him, and that's why you brought him back? Shikamaru looked innocently at Shikaku. Shikaku took a deep puff from his pipe, unable to fathom how the next day would unfold. Finally, he sighed. How long will he stay? Orochimaru was injured for Jiraiya's sake. Shikamaru frowned. Tsunade-sama has also tacitly agreed. So, Shikaku's right eyelid twitched. Until Tsunade-sama heals Orochimaru's injuries. Nara Shikaku closed his eyes, not wishing to confront this false reality. As the courtyard fell into complete silence, Shikamaru's footsteps halted outside the guest room door. The silhouette of the youth clutching a pillow was cast into a slender shadow by the moonlight. Come in. He unceremoniously squeezed onto the bed. Chapter 102. Development. What brings you to my room? The lazy voice of the youth mingled with the scent of herbs floated in. I have ghosts in my room. The snakes raised their heads in unison, watching as a human form suddenly emerged from beneath their master's covers. Shikamaru, resembling a cub burrowing into a nest, pressed his chilly back against Orochimaru's cool waist. 23 defensive techniques activated and extinguished upon contact, having already marked the youth's chakra as safe. Orochimaru's serpent tongue brushed against Shikamaru's cheek. Do you think I would believe you? Shikamaru's foot brushed against the unhealed burn on Orochimaru's calf, realizing that the flesh trembled slightly. Moonlight spilled from Orochimaru's shoulder, revealing fresh pink skin beneath the bandages, as fragile as a camellia blooming in early spring. Did I press on your wound? Shikamaru propped himself up, his shadow quietly entwining around Orochimaru's wrist to feel for his pulse. Do not apply medical ninjutsu in such places. Orochimaru shook off the shadow's restraint, the reverse scale on his neck glimmering with a suspicious shade of red. When the youth's warm breath brushed against his nape, he suddenly realized this was the first time in 70 years that a human had slept within reach. Shikamaru suddenly reached out to poke at the knot of bandages at his waist, his fingertips gliding down his spine. So snakes really do become rigid. The golden vertical pupils shrank sharply in the darkness, and the monitoring snakes scurried into the floor crevices. Orochimaru flipped over, pinning the youth beneath him, his pale fingers tangling in the tousled black hair. Do all the Nara family brats act so audaciously? Father is next door. Shikamaru grinned like a cat caught in the act, his fingertips curling around Orochimaru's fallen locks. I merely wanted to thank you, Orochimaru. A purple barrier instantaneously enveloped the entire room, warping the moonlight into ripples. Orochimaru's chakra swept past the wall where Shikaku was pressed against, forming a soundproof cocoon around the middle-aged man. When he lowered his head, he collided with the youth's mischievous black gaze, which reflected his previously hidden panic. Thus, Orochimaru's serpent tail coiled around the youth's ankle. You risked being monitored by Konoha to come here just to say thank you? Shikamaru suddenly flipped over, burying his face in the herb-scented fabric of Orochimaru's clothing. At this angle, he could clearly see the new burn mark below Orochimaru's collarbone, a remnant from the hellish path of Amigakure. Itachi. The youth's voice was muffled. Kisame will send him to Odogakure. The grip on his neck was strong enough to crush rock, yet Orochimaru's voice was terrifyingly gentle. Do you know what you are saying? Shikamaru's breath grazed the reverse scale on his chest, flickering with the waves of chakra. I sent Itachi to Odogakure. You will take good care of him, right? The air suddenly thickened. The monitoring snakes sensed their master's murderous intent, tangling into knots within the wall crevices. Orochimaru's golden eyes ignited with an eerie glow but extinguished upon recognizing the pulsation of the youth's neck veins, synchronized with his own chakra. Years ago, when you accepted Sasuke and me as your disciples, Shikamaru suddenly looked up. You should have anticipated this day. The moonlight shifted by 15 degrees, illuminating Orochimaru's eye color, reminding him of the fear he felt when facing Itachi. The forced suppression of his killing intent surged through his veins, reminiscent of the excruciating pain from 20 years ago when Sarutobi Hiruzen pierced his chest with the Enma staff. What does Sasuke's hatred have to do with me? Orochimaru's serpent tail tightened around the youth's waist. Or do you intend to meddle in the Uchiha family's affairs as well? Shikamaru suddenly reached up to caress the fine lines at the corners of his eyes, remnants of Amigakura's gunpowder. Orochimaru's eyes are far more beautiful than the Sharingan. Orochimaru's chakra suddenly became chaotic, recalling the image of the youth binding with him, when Shikamaru had smiled just like this. So you can tremble too. Heal Itachi. Shikamaru pressed his forehead against Orochimaru's chest, where the reverse scale lay. That is the condition of our pact. Orochimaru suddenly chuckled, the laughter causing the snakes to tremble. He grasped the youth's chin, watching the moonlight flow over the scar. What will you offer in exchange? Accompany you to the Ryugu cave for tomb sweeping on the Ghost Festival next year. Shikamaru's fingertip touched his brow, plus 3 servings of apple silk egg pancake. Deal. Orochimaru's hoarse voice resonated with the unfolding of the screen. As the first rays of dawn penetrated the barrier, Orochimaru's serpent tail coiled around the slumbering youth. Shikamaru's black hair spread across the pillow, his eyelashes casting butterfly-like shadows beneath his eyes. The reverse scale seal on his neck glimmered faintly golden, resonating with the mark on his master's chest. Why me? Orochimaru's fingertip hovered 3 inches from the youth's nose. Why are you so certain I won't kill you? Because Orochimaru's laboratory password is my birthday, Shikamaru murmured in a dreamy state. The monitoring snakes collectively collapsed into the floor crevices. Orochimaru's ears flushed crimson, finally recalling the youth's triumphant smile when he cracked his 36 encrypted files. As the morning breeze fluttered the notes on the medicine cabinet, revealing Shikamaru's crooked handwriting. Memo for the silly snake uncle. 1. The Orochi core needs sunlight every week. 2. The summoning snake dislikes green peppers. 3. Remember to come home when injured. As the morning light brightened, Orochimaru suddenly pulled the youth into his embrace. This action startled the wind chimes on the eaves and awakened the hidden, observing ninja crows. when Shikaku entered the room with breakfast and opened the sliding door. He found overturned potion bottles scattered across the floor and flocks of birds startled into flight outside. The world develops so quickly, he mused. Raising the miso soup in the empty tatami room, even Orochimaru has learned to make his bed. Chapter 103. Chaos as dawn barely crested over the Hokage Tower's window. The conference room was already in a state of utter disarray. Jiraiya placed his foot on the conference table, pointing directly at Orochimaru's nose. Did you not declare with utmost conviction yesterday that you would rather die than remain in Konoha? Leaning lazily against the window, Orochimaru's golden slitted eyes glinted with a hint of mockery. Tsunade insisted on treating my injuries. He deliberately elongated his tone. Huh. Who was it that back on the battlefield would rather use snake skin for bandaging than allow me to treat you? That was due to your immense strength, Orochimaru. Jiraiya interjected suddenly. Wait. You didn't tear up the latest volume of Intimate Paradise that I gave to Shikamaru, did you? The conference room fell silent for a brief moment. The documents in Kakashi's hand scattered to the floor with a rustle, revealing his exposed eye trembling violently. Oh, that limited signed edition? Orochimaru's tongue flicked over his lips. No. Kakashi fell to his knees, clutching his head. That was something I waited 3 months to obtain. Choji, munching on chips, added. Didn't T. Shikamaru say he bought it for you as a birthday gift? Kakashi's figure visibly darkened. It was torn by Orochimaru. Naruto suddenly sprang up from the pile of documents. Where has Sasuke gone? Why is no one concerned about him? Sakura seized Naruto's collar. You fool. The most important thing right now is the information regarding the Akatsuki that Lord Jiraiya has brought back. Her temples throbbed with anger. Is it me who likes Sasuke? Were you? Sakura, let me explain. I was just Akamaru. Don't bite that document. Kiba fumbled to hold onto his ninja dog, inadvertently knocking over the neatly organized files that Ino had just arranged. Asuma, with an unlit cigarette in his mouth, attempted to use wind release to gather the scattered documents, but accidentally blew the third Hokage's hat onto the chandelier. The third Hokage took a deep puff from his pipe and calmly said, Silence. No one paid him any heed. Silence. His voice rose slightly. Still, no one listened. Everyone, be quiet for this old man. The third Hokage slammed his hand on the table, and chakra erupted, shaking the entire building. The conference room fell utterly silent. Observing the terrified expressions of those present, the third Hokage suddenly shed tears. Has my authority diminished to nothing? He wiped the corners of his eyes, which held no tears, and turned to Nara Shikamaru. Where is Shikamaru? Shikaku leisurely exhaled a smoke ring. That lad has been missing since early morning. All eyes turned towards Orochimaru. He raised an eyebrow. What are you looking at me for? Because, Ino murmured, Shikamaru has been following you recently. Shikaku suddenly tapped the table with his pipe, the crisp sound bringing a moment of quiet to the noisy conference room. Everyone, he slowly exhaled another smoke ring. Before we discuss other matters, shouldn't we first listen to the information Lord Jiraiya has brought back? Tsunade rubbed her temples. He is right. Jiraiya, please elaborate on the information you gathered in the Amigate cure. Just as Jiraiya was about to speak, the conference room door was suddenly kicked open. Might Guy burst in with an exaggerated pose, his forehead protector askew. This is bad. Uchiha Sasuke has just invaded Konoha and killed Elder Danzo at the root headquarters. An eerie silence enveloped the conference room. What? Sakura was the first to respond. Her face pale. Naruto jumped up. Sasuke is back. Where is he? Kakashi's eye widened in shock. Danzo is dead? The third Hokage's expression was the most complex. He slowly removed his hat, silently gazing towards the direction of the root headquarters. Huh. Tsunade suddenly let out a cold laugh. That old fool has finally. Tsunade. Jiraiya quickly interrupted her, though he could not suppress a smirk. Orochimaru clicked his tongue lightly, a glint of schadenfreude in his eyes. Ino and Choji exchanged glances, both reflecting shock in their eyes. Wait, Shikaku suddenly frowned. Why would Sasuke kill Danzo? Guy wiped the sweat from his forehead, according to eyewitness reports. Sasuke said, this is for the Uchiha's revenge. The temperature in the conference room seemed to plummet. The third Hokage's expression grew graver, while Orochimaru appeared contemplative. It seems that boy is more capable than I had imagined. Chapter 104. Kill 1. Shikamaru awoke from his slumber, stretching lazily as he glanced at the empty space beside him. How peculiar. His body felt invigorated. Shikamaru moved his shoulders, surprised to find that the fatigue of recent days had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease. How refreshing it is to sleep alongside Orochimaru. Just as he pondered this, a completely black ninja crow fluttered onto the windowsill, its sharp eyes fixed on him. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, reaching to untie the small scroll bound to the crow's leg. Upon unfolding it, he found merely one word: root. Shikamaru's pupils constricted slightly. The handwriting was Sasuke's. Stark and almost cold, he looked up at the sky, which was just beginning to brighten. At this hour, trouble was brewing. Sighing, Shikamaru swiftly donned his clothing, securing his ninja tools at his waist, fingers gently tapping his temple as he calculated various possibilities. That guy Sasuke, could it be that he intends to confront Danzo alone? With little time to ponder, Shikamaru formed hand seals and utilized body flicker technique, vanishing from his room. After a moment, Orochimaru returned from washing up to find the room empty, the disheveled cups strewn across the floor. Beneath Konoha, the entrance to the root base was concealed so seamlessly that it blended into the surrounding environment. Shikamaru crouched in the shadow of a large tree, his ears twitching as he caught the faint vibrations from below. The battle had commenced. Indeed, he thought, gritting his teeth, what an impulsive fellow. He cautiously infiltrated the root base, advancing down the dim corridor. As he delved deeper, the sounds of battle became increasingly distinct, the clashing of metal, the sounds of explosions, and the howls of jutsu being unleashed intertwined. Turning the final corner, Shikamaru finally glimpsed the two figures at the center of the battlefield. Sasuke's Sharingan illuminated the darkness with an eerie red glow, while across from him stood Danzo, his right eye and arm wrapped in bandages. The ground between them was already marked by the remnants of their fierce jutsu exchanges. Shikamaru did not recklessly reveal himself, but instead quickly formed hand seals, melding into the shadows of the wall. This was the Nara clan's secret technique, shadow concealment, allowing him to completely hide within another's shadow, making it exceedingly difficult to detect unless one possessed sensory abilities. You think you can shake the foundation of Konoha with your own strength, Uchiha brat? Danzo's voice was hoarse and cold. Sasuke remained silent, the spinning tomo in his eyes accelerating. He swiftly formed hand seals, fire release, great dragon fire technique. A massive fire dragon erupted from Sasuke's mouth, illuminating the entire underground space. Not phased, Danzo formed hand seals, wind release, vacuum wave. The intense wind pressure split the fire dragon in two, flames scattering in all directions. In the midst of their fierce clash, Shikamaru keenly sensed movements around him. From the shadows, he felt at least 10 root ninjas gathering covertly, lurking like venomous snakes around the battlefield, waiting for Danzo's command or for Sasuke to reveal a weakness. Trouble, Shikamaru cursed inwardly. No matter how strong Sasuke was, he could not simultaneously contend with Danzo and so many elite root ninjas. He needed to act. Shikamaru's shadow silently stretched across the ground, like an invisible net, approaching the two nearest root ninjas. They were completely focused on the main battlefield, oblivious to the danger lurking beneath their feet. Shadow imitation technique, silent bind. Two members of the Jinbu ninja suddenly found themselves immobilized. Before they could raise the alarm, Nara Shikamaru leaped from the shadows, delivering 2 precise strikes to their necks. The duo collapsed silently, and Shikamaru swiftly dragged them into the shadows to conceal them. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he noted that such high-precision shadow manipulation was incredibly taxing on his chakra, yet he had no alternative. He recalled from his readings that someone had aided Uchiha Sasuke. But alas, Sasuke had not sought his teammates this time. Curse it. On the main battlefield, the clash between Danzo and Sasuke had reached a fever pitch. Sasuke's Chidori spear sliced through the air, aimed directly at Danzo's heart, while Danzo evaded with astonishing speed, forming seals with his right hand. Would release. Violent pillar. Sharp wooden spikes erupted from Danzo's right arm, forcing Sasuke to awkwardly sidestep, though he still bore a wound across his cheek. Would release? A flicker of surprise crossed Sasuke's eyes. Danzo sneered, finally unwrapping the bandages from his right arm. The sight that was unveiled made Shikamaru's stomach churn. That arm was riddled with Sharingan, each eye pulsing with an ominous red glow. Sharingan. Sasuke's voice quivered with rage. How dare you desecrate the eyes of the Uchiha clan? For the strength of Konoha, this sacrifice is trivial, Danzo replied coldly. Soon, your eyes will also become a part of mine. Sasuke's fury seemed nearly palpable, as the tomo in his eyes began to morph into a more intricate pattern. Meanwhile, Shikamaru noticed the remaining Jinbu ninja starting to converge toward the center of the battlefield. evidently preparing to support Danzo in a final assault. Time was of the essence. Shikamaru took a deep breath, swiftly forming hand signs, shadow clone technique. 3 shadow clones emerged from his being, each stealthily navigating different shadow routes. Shikamaru's main body continued to approach another group of Jinbu ninja. Shadow strangulation technique. One Jinbu ninja suddenly found his shadow rising uncontrollably, wrapping around his neck like a noose. He struggled in terror, but could emit no sound. Shikamaru's shadow clone appeared just in time, delivering a powerful blow that knocked him unconscious. The same scene unfolded around the battlefield. Shikamaru moved like a dancer in the shadows, elegantly and precisely neutralizing one potential threat after another. Sweat beaded on his forehead. His chakra was nearly depleted, yet he understood that Sasuke's situation could only worsen. As he dispatched the 6th Jinbu ninja, Shikamaru had to pause to catch his breath. His chakra was nearly exhausted, and darkness threatened to overtake his vision. However, the sounds of explosions in the distance reminded him that the fight raged on. Indeed, his chakra reserves were insufficient. Gritting his teeth, Shikamaru forced himself to stand and continue forward. On the main battlefield, Danzo had unleashed the special ability of the Sharingan on his right arm. Each time Sasuke delivered a critical strike, Danzo rewrote reality through the power of the Sharingan, as if death had never occurred. Sasuke's breath began to quicken, and the continuous use of his Mangekyo Sharingan and powerful jutsu brought him close to exhaustion. To make matters worse, he noticed that the Sharingan on Danzo's arm were closing one by one. 5 left, Sasuke calculated in his mind. Just 5 more kills. As Danzo prepared to strike again, he suddenly frowned and looked around. Where are my men? Sasuke also sensed the anomaly. The Jinbu ninja that had once lurked in the surroundings were nowhere to be found. The battlefield was unnaturally quiet, leaving only the 2 of them. It seems you have an accomplice, Danzo sneered. But no matter, after I deal with you, I will take good care of your friends. Sasuke remained silent, yet he understood who was aiding him from the shadows. A peculiar feeling surged within him. Even after years apart, and despite their opposing stances, that troublesome individual had come to his aid once more. At that moment, Shikamaru was hiding behind a stone pillar at the edge of the battlefield, gasping for breath. He had eliminated all the surrounding Jinbu ninja, but he had reached his limit. Now, he could only trust that Sasuke would triumph over Danzo. Come on, Sasuke, Shikamaru silently urged, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. Danzo launched another attack. This time without restraint. Wind release, vacuum wave. Countless sharp blades of wind surged towards Sasuke. He barely dodged, but still sustained several cuts. It's over, Uchiha brat. Danzo raised his right hand, preparing to deliver the final blow. In that critical moment, Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan flared brilliantly. Amaterasu. Black flames erupted spontaneously, engulfing Danzo entirely. He let out a harrowing scream, yet soon, his figure began to reassemble not far away. One of his Sharingan had closed. For left, Sasuke knelt on one knee, his vision growing dim. Danzo reappeared, charging directly at Sasuke, his arm brimming with Sharingan aimed at Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke barely lifted a kunai to block, but the disparity in strength was overwhelming. In that dire moment, a shadow surged from the ground, ensnaring Danzo's ankle. Shadow imitation technique. Danzo's movements faltered, and Sasuke seized the opportunity, thrusting his Chidori spear once more, piercing Danzo's heart. Once again, it's you, Nara's little brat. As Danzo fell, his gaze drifted past Sasuke, settling on the shadows beyond. Sasuke turned to look as well, spotting Shikamaru emerging from the shadows, his face as pale as a sheet. Yet a familiar lazy smile graced his lips. Such a bother, Shikamaru remarked before collapsing due to chakra exhaustion. Danzo's figure began to reassemble again at a short distance. But this time, only 3 Sharingan remained on his arm. It seems I must first deal with that troublesome brat, Danzo coldly declared, turning toward the unconscious Shikamaru. Sasuke positioned himself protectively in front of Shikamaru, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly. Try to move him, I dare you. Danzo scoffed. Letting emotions cloud your judgment. That is the reason for your defeat. No, Sasuke's voice was icy and resolute. Because your opponent is me, Uchiha. Thus, their final battle commenced. Chapter 105. Kill 2. Danzo's figure reassembled once more not far away, another Sharingan on his right arm closing forever. Sasuke stood in front of the unconscious Shikamaru, his chest heaving violently, each breath feeling like a knife in his side. The overuse of his Mangekyo Sharingan caused dark spots to appear at the edges of his vision. Yet he could not falter, not just for vengeance, but for that troublesome ally behind him who had come to his aid. Such a touching friendship, Danzo sneered, slowly unwrapping the bandages from his right eye. But alas, it is meaningless in the face of absolute power. As the bandages fell away, the revealed eye sent a shiver down Sasuke's spine. This was a Mangekyo Sharingan, intricate and sinister, radiating a foreboding chakra. The eye of Drusuri, Sasuke's voice trembled with anger. You spare not even your comrades. For the sake of Konoha, any sacrifice is worthwhile, Danzo declared as his right eye's Mangekyo began to spin. Now, become my power, Kotoeme Tsukumi. Sasuke felt a surge of formidable mental energy attempting to infiltrate his consciousness. In that critical moment, the shadows that had remained still on the ground suddenly sprang up like a venomous serpent. Shadow stitching technique. Dozens of thread-like black shadows shot from the ground, accurately targeting Danzo's eyes. Danzo was forced to turn his head to evade, interrupting the activation of Kotoeme Tsukumi. Sasuke seized this fleeting opportunity, swiftly forming hand signs, fire release, great fire dragon technique. A massive fire dragon roared forth, forcing Danzo to retreat repeatedly. Turning back, Sasuke saw Shikamaru kneeling on the ground, propping himself up with one hand. His complexion ghostly pale, cold sweat soaking his clothes, yet his lips curled into that signature lazy smile. Once you're awake, lend a hand. Shikamaru gasped, his voice so weak it was nearly inaudible. This half of the Jinbu is no easy foe. Sasuke imperceptibly nodded, turning to face Danzo. As the kaleidoscopic patterns in his eyes whirled with increasing intensity, Danzo wiped away the bloodstains left by the shade wave, casting a dark gaze towards Shikamaru. The Nara clan's brat is more troublesome than I anticipated. Thank you for the compliment, Shikamaru replied, struggling to rise, his legs trembling from chakra exhaustion. Though he felt no joy from the elder's praise, Danzo ceased his idle chatter, swiftly forming hand seals. Futon, Shinko Daiki. A barrage of high-pressure wind balls surged forward, and Sasuke quickly formed seals to unleash a fire technique in defense. The ensuing explosion caused the entire underground chamber to tremble. Seizing the opportunity, Shikamaru retreated a few steps, leaning against a stone pillar to catch his breath. His mind raced, analyzing Danzo's bizarre abilities. Each death led to revival. Yet one of the Sharingan in his arm would close. Could this be a forbidden technique? A name flashing through his mind. Izanagi? The ultimate Jinjutsu capable of transforming adverse conditions into dreams and favorable ones into reality. However, according to the family's ancient texts, there should be a time limit on this technique. Sasuke, Shikamaru suddenly called out. Pay attention to the intervals of his revivals. Sasuke did not turn back, but subtly nodded in acknowledgement. The kaleidoscopic pattern in his eyes shifted once more, and black flames materialized. Amaterasu. Danzo's figure was engulfed by the black flames, but he quickly reformed nearby, one of his Sharingan closed. Only two left. Sasuke gritted his teeth, feeling his vision blur further. Shikamaru keenly observed Danzo's revival process, noting a detail. After each revival, Danzo paused for about 3 seconds, seemingly to adjust his chakra flow. Was this the interval for Izanagi? Shikamaru calculated in his mind. If he could seize this fleeting moment. Danzo attacked again, this time his target clearly shifting to Shikamaru. Let's deal with you first. Troublesome advisor. Futon, Shinko Rinpu. Countless razor-sharp wind blades rushed towards Shikamaru. He attempted to dodge, but his exhausted body reacted a moment too late. Just as the wind blades were about to strike, Sasuke's figure suddenly appeared before him, a barrier of lightning formed by the Chidori blocking all the wind blades. Don't hold me back, Sasuke said without glancing back. Shikamaru chuckled lightly. That is something I should be saying. Danzo did not grant them a moment's respite. His right arm extended, sharp wooden branches formed from Mokuton lunged forth like spears. Sasuke, predicting the trajectory with his Sharingan, barely dodged, but his left arm was still slashed, leaving a deep wound. Jigakudo, Sasuke shouted, the black flames of Amaterasu coalescing in his hand, transforming into a burning black longsword. He swung the sword, severing the attacking wooden branches, and the black flames spread upward. Danzo decisively severed the ignited portion of his right arm, but soon after, a new arm sprouted from the wound, albeit with one fewer Sharingan. Only one left, Danzo coldly stated, but that is sufficient. He suddenly accelerated, moving so swiftly that he seemed to leave an afterimage. Sasuke's Sharingan barely kept up, but his body could not react in time. Danzo's kunai aimed directly at Sasuke's throat. In a critical moment, a shadow lashed out like a whip, deflecting Danzo's arm. Shadow mimicry technique. Whip. Shikamaru formed hand seals, veins bulging on his forehead. Now Sasuke. Without hesitation, Sasuke thrust the black flame longsword formed from Jigakudo directly into Danzo's heart. Danzo attempted to evade, only to find his feet ensnared by shadows. With a piercing sound, the black flame longsword pierced through his chest, and Danzo looked down in disbelief at the blade. "You brats," he coughed up blood, his body slowly collapsing. Sasuke gasped as he withdrew the sword, preparing to confirm Danzo's demise. But Shikamaru suddenly shouted, "Be careful." "He isn't." Danzo's collapsing body morphed into a wooden stump, his true form appearing behind Sasuke, the last Sharingan spinning wildly. Mokutan. Shinrin Shoten. Countless thick trees erupted from the ground, instantly transforming the underground space into a dense forest. Sasuke barely leaped aside, yet a branch, alive as if sentient, ensnared his ankle, hoisting him upside down. "It's over," Danzo proclaimed, appearing before Sasuke, his right hand reaching for his eyes. "Your eyes, I shall take them." In this life and death moment, Danzo's movement suddenly halted, his shadow connecting with Shikamaru's distant shadow through the myriad of tree shadows. Shadow mimicry technique. Net. Shikamaru clasped his hands together, his entire body trembling from excessive exertion. "Hurry, Sasuke." Sasuke's kaleidoscopic Sharingan shone brightly. Amaterasu. The black flames struck Danzo's chest at such close proximity, instantly engulfing him. Danzo let out a piercing scream, his body contorting in the flames. This time, there was no revival. As the black flames dissipated, Danzo's charred body lay on the ground. The last Sharingan on his right arm forever closed. Sasuke freed himself from the tree's grasp, dropping to one knee, gasping for breath. His vision had blurred to the point of near blindness, the backlash from his Sharingan beginning to manifest. Struggling to maintain consciousness, he sensed someone supporting his swaying form. "I'm the one lagging behind," he murmured before succumbing to unconsciousness. "Rest well, you troublesome brat," Shikamaru whispered. "I am not Naruto." The underground base fell silent once more, the traces of battle narrating the fierce conflict that had transpired. In an unnoticed shadow, a Sharingan slowly closed, vanishing into the darkness. Chapter 106. Decay at the entrance to the roots beneath Konoha. Hurried footsteps shattered the morning tranquility. Tsunade led the way, followed closely by Jiraiya, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and a cadre of elite Konoha shinobi. The 12 young ninjas trailed behind, their faces etched with tension and confusion. "This is the place," Tsunade halted, her golden ponytail swaying behind her, chakra fluctuations emanating from below. Jiraiya nodded gravely. "What on earth is Danzo up to?" The third Hokage said nothing, but his fingers gripping the pipe turned pale. He understood better than anyone the peril posed by his old teammate. As the group charged into the underground base, the sight before them froze everyone in place. Danzo's corpse lay quietly at the center of a massive spiral pit, the bandages on his right arm completely unraveled, revealing a grotesque array of Sharingan embedded within his pale skin. Some had forever closed, while others stared wide open, as if accusing them of something. "What is this?" Ino covered her mouth, her complexion ashen. "Why are there so many Sharingan on Elder Danzo's arm?" Tintin stepped back in horror. Kiba's Akamaru emitted a low whine, hiding behind its master. Even the usually composed Shino adjusted his sunglasses, his voice uncharacteristically wavering. "This surpasses the realm of normal ninjutsu research." The third Hokage's expression turned ashen. He walked slowly towards Danzo's body, each step weighted with gravity. Upon seeing the Sharingan, the pipe in his hand clattered to the ground. "Danzo, how could you?" The third's voice trembled, the wrinkles on his face seemingly deepening. He felt a burning sensation in his cheeks, as if he had been publicly slapped. As Hokage, he had allowed such transgressions to occur right under his nose for so many years. Orochimaru, however, merely smiled eerily, his gaze drifting past them to the third. "Teacher, the scale of my human experiments was merely child's play compared to this." A flicker of pain crossed the third Hokage's eyes, but was swiftly replaced by resolve. "Orochimaru, this is Konoha's matter. I will make the decisions." "Humph." After speaking, Orochimaru slowly retreated, a pale figure slithering from the shadows. The third gazed at the direction where Orochimaru had vanished, his expression complex. He is more aware than anyone else of the resentment that resides within Orochimaru. and Konoha resembles an intricate web that defies comprehension. In a chaotic corner, Nara Shikamaru weakly leaned against the wall, attempting to stealthily shift towards his father, Nara Shikaku. His chakra was nearly depleted. Each step felt as if he were treading on cotton. Moments ago, Sasuke had subtly conveyed a nod to Orochimaru as he departed, which alleviated Shikamaru's anxiety momentarily, only to be replaced by an overwhelming fatigue. What a hassle, Shikamaru muttered inwardly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He was aware that his involvement in this operation couldn't be concealed from the higher-ups, but he never anticipated it would be revealed in such a manner. It was quite a coincidence that Kai happened to be running at this very moment. As he struggled to move, a tall figure suddenly obstructed his path. Shikamaru looked up to meet Kakashi's eye, which held no reproach, only understanding. An impressive tactic, Kakashi remarked in a voice audible only to the two of them, while discreetly retrieving a vial from his ninja tools and passing it behind him. Drinking it would rapidly restore chakra. Shikamaru paused for a moment before accepting the vial and swallowing the blue liquid in one gulp. A refreshing sensation coursed through his body, revitalizing his drained chakra pathways. He looked at Kakashi in astonishment, but the latter had already turned away, casually walking towards the third Hokage. "Thank you," Shikamaru whispered, uncertain if Kakashi could hear him. At that moment, Tsunade and Jiraiya were meticulously examining the battlefield. Medical chakra flowed through Tsunade's hands as she closed her eyes, sensing every residual energy fluctuation. "There are traces of Nara clan's shadow technique," she whispered softly to Jiraiya, "along with strong lightning and fire chakra, likely from Sasuke." Jiraiya nodded, his gaze sweeping over Danzo's peculiar arm. "The key point is that there are no injuries on Danzo caused by shadow techniques. It seems that child is quite clever, avoiding a direct attack on Danzo." They exchanged a knowing glance. As the legendary Sannin, they understood the rules of the political game all too well. Some matters were best left unspoken. "Sensei Hizashi," Tsunade approached the third Hokage, her voice regaining the authority of the Hokage. "Based on the residual chakra, it appears that Sasuke engaged in battle with Danzo. The Sharingan on Danzo's arm is evidently an illegal transplant." Jiraiya added, "What is more concerning is that I sense the cellular reaction of the first Hokage within him. Danzo might be conducting human experiments." The third Hokage remained silent for a long time before finally exhaling deeply. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze passing over the terrified faces of the younger ninjas, eventually resting on Shikamaru. Though the boy's face was pale, his eyes remained clear. "Jonin, on my command." The third Hokage's voice suddenly rose. "Immediately seal off all root facilities and thoroughly investigate every document and experiment related to Danzo." "Yes," the Jonin responded in unison. He then turned to the young Chunin, his tone softening. "You must not disclose anything you witnessed today." The younger ninjas exchanged glances but nodded obediently, understanding that some matters were beyond their level of involvement. "Shikamaru," the third Hokage called out, halting the boy who was about to leave, "you stay." Shikamaru's body visibly stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. He turned to face the third Hokage, wearing his usual nonchalant expression. "Yes, Lord Hokage." Kakashi casually took a step forward. "Lord Hokage, Shikamaru seems to be in poor condition, should he not?" The third Hokage waved his hand, interrupting him. "I only have a few questions. Shikamaru, did you know about this in advance?" Shikamaru's mind raced. He couldn't reveal Sasuke's message. That would implicate more people. Yet he couldn't lie outright either. Facing the Hokage, a half-truth was the best strategy. "I received an anonymous tip this morning about unusual chakra fluctuations en route. As a Chunin, I felt it was my duty to investigate. By the time I arrived, Sasuke and Elder Danzo were already engaged in battle." The third Hokage's sharp gaze seemed to pierce through his soul. "And then what did you do?" "I noticed other root members gathering. So I managed to prevent them from interfering with the battle, ensuring they would not approach Elder Danzo." Shikamaru answered cautiously, deliberately avoiding specifics. This response was clever, neither lying nor drawing attention away from Danzo himself. The third Hokage scrutinized Shikamaru for a long moment before finally nodding. "All right, you may go. Do not mention today's events to anyone." "Yes," Shikamaru bowed and left, his legs feeling slightly wobbly. As he passed by Kakashi, the silver-haired Jonin subtly blinked. Shikamaru felt a bit reassured. At least he was not entirely alone in this struggle. Exiting the root base, the morning sun pierced Shikamaru's eyes painfully. He took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling as if he had emerged from a long, dark tunnel. "Shikamaru." Ino and Sakura waved at him from a distance. Are you all right? You look unwell. Shikamaru forced a smile. Just a bit tired. These troublesome matters are quite exhausting. What exactly happened? Kiba inquired, as Akamaru barked atop his head. How could Elder Danzo's arm? The Hokage said we cannot discuss it. Nara Shikamaru suddenly appeared behind his son, resting a hand on his shoulder. You all go home and rest. Shikamaru, let's go. His father's hand was warm and reassuring, and Shikamaru felt a wave of comfort wash over him. He nodded and followed his father towards the Nara clan's residence. Along the way, Nara Shikamaru remained silent. It was only after entering their home and ensuring the surroundings were clear that he turned to his son with a grave expression. How much did you participate? Shikamaru knew he couldn't hide anything from his father and sighed. Enough, but I did not directly confront Danzo. Shikaka's expression was complex and unreadable. Do you understand how dangerous this is? If Lady Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya had not chosen to protect you. I know. Shikamaru lowered his head, but Sasuke, I understand. Shikamaru interrupted, reaching out to ruffle his son's messy hair. Go rest. Today's matters end here. Shikamaru looked up in surprise, seeing a glimmer of pride in his father's eyes. Suddenly feeling emotional, he quickly turned and headed towards his room. What a hassle. I'm going to take a nap. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was heavy. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the third Hokage sat around the table, which was piled high with documents retrieved from Root. It is worse than we imagined. Tsunade perused a report on experiments, her expression grim. Danzo not only collected Sharingan, but is secretly cultivating first Hokage's cells. He is even attempting to combine the two. Jiraiya pointed to another list. Look at this Mo-Katan experiment subject list, 60 orphans, with a survival rate of less than 10%. The third Hokage's hands trembled slightly. He removed his Hokage hat, as if it had suddenly become unbearably heavy. This is all my fault. All my fault. Chapter 107. Convergence Otonin Village Darkness. Boundless darkness. Sasuke felt as though he were adrift in the void, his body weighed down by an immense burden, unable to move even a finger. He faintly heard the sound of liquid dripping nearby, along with a subtle sound of breathing, struggling against the heavy eyelids. He was immediately blinded by harsh light upon opening them, causing him to shut them again. After a moment's pause, he tried once more, and this time succeeded. In his blurred vision, the first thing he saw was the familiar gray-white ceiling of a cave, followed by a profile. Itachi sat by the bed, slightly bowing his head, his long black hair cascading down, obscuring parts of his face. Yet Sasuke could never mistake that silhouette, the tear trough extending from the corner of his eye to his chin, the figure that had haunted his nightmares countless times. Sasuke's breath quickened abruptly. He wanted to leap up immediately, but his body refused to obey. The only thing one could do was to fixate on that silhouette, as if a mere blink could make the figure vanish. Sensing the gaze, Itachi turned his head. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Sasuke was taken aback by the eyes he remembered as eternally cold and indifferent, now brimming with concern. What astonished him further was that Itachi's eyes were no longer the familiar crimson of the Sharingan, but ordinary black pupils, their focus scattered, suggesting a severe impairment of vision. Itachi's voice was barely audible, yet it carried a tenderness Sasuke had not heard in a long time. How do you feel? Sasuke opened his mouth to respond, only to find his throat as parched as if scorched by fire, allowing only a hoarse sound to escape. Frowning, he struggled to lift his arm to point at the water cup nearby, but his fingers merely trembled slightly. Itachi's gaze grew more anxious as he leaned closer. Where do you feel unwell? Sasuke, in his urgency, broke into a light sweat on his forehead and attempted to raise his hand once more. This time, he managed to raise his index finger, pointing toward the cup by the bedside. However, this simple gesture seemed to be misunderstood by Itachi, who suddenly grasped his outstretched hand. A flicker of pain crossing his eyes. My foolish little brother, Itachi's voice was laced with bitterness. Do you still hate me so much? Why did you go and attempt to assassinate Danzo? Sasuke widened his eyes, staring incredulously at Itachi. This man, who had once ruthlessly slaughtered their entire clan and tormented him with Tsukuyomi, now bore such a wounded expression. Even more absurdly, he had completely misinterpreted Sasuke's intent. Just as the two brothers remained locked in their stalemate, a chilling voice echoed from the doorway. You two truly are a pair of fools. Orochimaru sauntered into the room. His golden slitted eyes filled with mockery. He seized the water cup, roughly lifting Sasuke's nape to pour water into his mouth, while his other hand unceremoniously shoved Itachi aside. Coughing, Sasuke nearly choked, but the cool water did alleviate the burning sensation in his throat. He glared at Orochimaru in frustration, only to find him regarding Itachi with a look of disdain. Itachi stood frozen, a hint of embarrassment washing over his pale face, so he needed water. What else would it be? Orochimaru sneered. Do you think he has been lying here for 2 days, and upon waking, the first thing he would do is give you the finger? Sasuke finally managed to produce sound, albeit still hoarse. Shut up. After speaking, he cast a wary glance at Itachi. Why are you here? Itachi did not respond immediately, instead reaching out to adjust Sasuke's pillow, only to have Sasuke instinctively flinch away. His hand froze mid-air before slowly retracting. Sasuke awkwardly lay back down, shifting slightly. Orochimaru leaned against the wall, as if enjoying the spectacle. What a touching brotherly reunion. Sasuke-kun, during your unconsciousness, your dear brother has thanked me at least 20 times. Sasuke furrowed his brow in confusion. Thanked for what? Thanking me for bringing you out of Konoha. Orochimaru replied, spreading his hands. Though I think he should be thanking that Nara brat. If it weren't for Shikamaru holding the others at root back, you might already be lying on the dissection table in Konoha. Hearing Shikamaru's name, a complex emotion flickered in Sasuke's eyes. He turned to Itachi, feeling a sudden pang of loss. I avenged our clan. Itachi nodded gently, pausing before saying, Sasuke, you did well. Orochimaru suddenly let out a cold laugh. Avenged? You two should be more concerned about your own survival. He pointed at Itachi. You, due to excessive use of your Mangekyo Sharingan, are already half a foot in the grave. His finger then shifted to Sasuke. And you, though you've just awakened your Mangekyo, will go blind if you use it a few more times. A pair of perfect defective products. The room fell into silence. Sasuke looked at Itachi, only now noticing how terrifyingly gaunt his brother had become, dark shadows under his eyes, his breathing so shallow it was nearly imperceptible. An inexplicable sting rose from his heart. Save him, Sasuke suddenly spoke, fixing his gaze on Orochimaru. You have a way to save Itachi, right? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Why should I save an enemy? Because that's Shikamaru's wish, Sasuke replied calmly. Orochimaru's expression froze, his golden pupils narrowing to slits. When did you contact Shikamaru? Just found out. Sasuke's lips curled slightly. Looks like I guessed right. The cunning Nara has made his entrance. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru burst into laughter. How amusing, truly amusing. He stepped in front of Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, I indeed have a way to save you. Or rather, to save both of you brothers. Itachi nodded calmly. Please, tell me. The method is simple. Orochimaru's voice took on a dangerous yet enticing tone. You will transplant your Mangekyo Sharingan to Sasuke, allowing his eyes to evolve into the eternal Mangekyo. This way, he will not go blind, and I can provide you with ordinary eyes. As for your body, ravaged by illness, he revealed a sinister smile. The sage art from Ryuchi Cave might help you gradually recover. I agree. Itachi showed no hesitation. I disagree. Sasuke nearly shouted, struggling to sit up, only to be forced back down by pain coursing through his body. Itachi turned to his brother, his black eyes unusually calm. Sasuke, this is reasonable. I was already shut up. Sasuke interrupted, his Sharingan involuntarily activating, the 3 tomos spinning wildly. Do you think I would accept your charity? Do you think this can atone for everything you have done? Itachi silently gazed at his agitated brother, suddenly reaching out to gently caress Sasuke's cheek. This unexpected gesture left Sasuke momentarily stunned. My foolish little brother, Itachi's voice was soft as a sigh. Do you not understand? For me, the most important thing has always been you. Sasuke's pupils dilated sharply. Those words acted as a key, suddenly unlocking a tightly sealed door within his heart. Memories surged like a tide. The night of the massacre, the tears in Itachi's eyes, the words forgive me within the realm of Tsukuyami, and the look of hesitation behind every seemingly cruel encounter. You lied to me. Sasuke's voice trembled, no longer out of anger. You have always been deceiving me. Itachi did not respond, but gently wiped away the tears that had unknowingly spilled from Sasuke's eyes. This simple action spoke volumes. Orochimaru, observing from the sidelines, chose the opportune moment to shatter this tender moment. Truly touching. However, we still have more pressing issues to discuss, such as the current state of Konoha's high alert, and the power vacuum left by Danzo's death. Sasuke struggled to rein in his emotions. What is the situation in Konoha now? A complete mess, Orochimaru said gleefully. The third Hokage has ordered a thorough investigation of root, resulting in a plethora of unsavory discoveries. plans for the Sharingan collection, experiments with first Hokage's cells. Records of assassinating political rivals, truly a spectacle. Itachi's expression grew serious. With Danzo's crimes exposed, the higher-ups in Konoha will inevitably reshuffle. This presents us with an opportunity. Us. Sasuke keenly caught the pronoun. Itachi looked at his brother, his gaze imbued with unprecedented determination. Sasuke, I do not wish for you to carry the stigma of a rogue ninja for the rest of your life. Orochimaru, reading the room, began to walk toward the door. I will prepare the equipment needed for the transplant surgery. You two brothers should have a good talk. He shot Sasuke a meaningful glance, adding, by the way, Shikamaru asked me to tell you, don't die, you troublesome guy. Once the door closed behind him, only the two brothers remained in the room. Sasuke suddenly realized that the intense hatred he once harbored for Itachi had, unbeknownst to him, transformed into a complex and indescribable emotion. And Itachi, the man he had thought of as cold and unfeeling, was now gazing at him with a tenderness bordering on sorrow. Outside the window, the sky over Odogakure gradually darkened, heralding the brewing of a new storm. Meanwhile, far away in Konoha, Nara Shikamaru stood in his garden, gazing at the same night sky, clutching a small communication talisman in his hand. Sasuke should have awakened by now, he murmured to himself, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What a nuisance. You little brat. Come back and copy the books. Shikamaru let out a wretched howl. Chapter 108. Master and apprentice. The twilight in Konoha village always carries a unique gentleness. The orange-red sunlight filters through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon the windowsill of the Hokage's office. Jiraiya sat by the window, cradling a cup of tea long since gone cold, his gaze vacantly fixed on the distant Hokage rock. His white hair shimmered with a faint golden hue under the setting sun. Yet the eyes that once sparkled with vitality now appeared dim and lifeless. Ever since he was rescued from the Rain Village by Orochimaru, he had become this way. No longer did he visit the women's bath for material, nor did he pen those risque novels. He found even his beloved's sake to be without allure. The villagers whispered among themselves, wondering what had become of the ever-smiling Jiraiya. Hey, idiot! A familiar yell, accompanied by a sharp pain at the back of his head, jolted Jiraiya from his reverie. He nearly toppled from the windowsill, instinctively knowing who it was. Only one person in all of Konoha, no? In the entire shinobi world dared to treat him so. Tsunade? Jiraiya gingerly rubbed the back of his head, turning around to see the golden-haired fifth Hokage standing with hands on her hips, her brow furrowed in frustration. How much longer will you maintain this lifeless demeanor? Tsunade's voice bore a clear impatience, yet beneath it lay a hint of concealed concern. The report has already been sent to the village. Danzo, that old fox, is dead. Why are you more anxious now than you were when he was alive? Jiraiya forced a bitter smile, massaging his temples. Tsunade's slap had indeed been quite forceful, leaving him feeling slightly dazed. I was just pondering some matters. Pondering matters? Tsunade scoffed, plopping down beside him and unceremoniously snatching his teacup to gulp it down. You're feeling guilty, aren't you? Over Yahiko. At the mention of that name, Jiraiya's body visibly stiffened. He lowered his head, allowing his long white hair to obscure his expression. You found out, huh? Of course, Tsunade rolled her eyes, but her tone softened. And how long have I known you? Do you think your thoughts could elude me? After a moment of silence, Jiraiya finally spoke, his voice barely audible. Pain is Yahiko, my former disciple now. His fists clenched unconsciously. Orochimaru once said my teaching methods were too naive and would lead to the demise of those children. It seems he was right. Tsunade frowned, giving him another slap on the back, this time gentler, yet enough to induce a few coughs. Stop wallowing in self-pity. Who knew Yahiko would turn into this? Besides, what right does Orochimaru have to criticize you? He has his own disciples. But at least his disciples didn't become madmen bent on world destruction. Jiraiya replied with a bitter smile. And honestly, Orochimaru might be a better teacher than I. At least he wouldn't instill unrealistic ideals in his students. Tsunade raked her fingers through her hair, her golden locks becoming disheveled. Damn it, I'm really not good at this kind of topic. If you think like that, you might as well just give up. To her surprise, Jiraiya actually laughed, and it was not a forced smile, but a genuine sound of release. You're right, Tsunade. I've indeed been too caught up in my own thoughts. Tsunade stared at him in disbelief, her expression turning skeptical. You can't be serious. I didn't actually knock any sense into you, did I? Jiraiya shook his head, his gaze regaining its former luster. No, I just suddenly realized something. If Yahiko has strayed from the path, then it is my duty to bring him back. That is what a teacher should do. I must prove I can also be a competent master. You already are, Tsunade huffed, though her gaze softened. She gestured for Jiraiya to look into the distance. Look over there. Following her line of sight, Jiraiya saw a golden-haired youth energetically waving at them from the training ground, even from afar. He could feel the exuberance radiating from Naruto. That dead last, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile, warmth flooding his heart. Indeed, Ihaven T completely failed. At least Naruto is growing into an exceptional ninja and has never wavered in his beliefs. The sunlight enveloped Naruto, as if cloaking him in a gilded aura. Jiraiya suddenly recalled years ago in the Rain Village. 3 hungry children gathered around a campfire, listening intently as he recounted tales of ninjas. Konan was focused on folding paper flowers. Nagato shyly bowed his head, while Yahiko's eyes sparkled with dreams of the future. When I next see Yahiko, I will certainly bring him back, Jiraiya whispered, more as a promise to himself. Tsunade regarded him quietly, a slight smile gracing her lips. Now that is more like it. She stood, brushing off non-existent dust from her clothes. Shall we have a drink tonight? My treat. Jiraiya's eyes lit up, but a cunning smile soon graced his face. Tsunade, do you remember what you said before we left the village? If I can come back alive. Tsunade's face flushed instantly, and she feigned a cough. I don't recall saying anything. Oh, is that so? Jiraiya pretended to be disappointed, lowering his head as his white hair fell forward to conceal his smirk. Then never mind. Just as he was about to rise, a soft sensation gently landed on his forehead. Jiraiya looked up in shock to see Tsunade had stepped back a couple of paces, her face adorned with rare shyness. Idiot, she muttered under her breath, turning to leave. Jiraiya stood frozen, his fingers instinctively brushing against the spot where her kiss had landed. Decades of pursuit, countless rejections, and he could hardly believe what had just transpired. Wait, Tsunade. He suddenly snapped back to reality, chasing after her. What does that mean? Have you finally accepted me? Without turning back, Tsunade quickened her pace. Yet her flushed ears betrayed her. Shut up, idiot. What if someone sees us? And what of it? Would it not be delightful for the entire village to know that the 5th Hokage has taken a liking to this Sannin of Myaboku? Jiraiya chuckled, fully reverting to his former playful self as he chased after her. Who likes you? That was merely a reward for you not being so gloomy anymore. Then how about a few more rewards? Go to hell. Their voices gradually faded into the distance, oblivious to the slight crack left ajar in the Hokage office door. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood behind the door, a gentle smile gracing his face. He had intended to discuss certain documents with Tsunade, but it seemed those matters could wait until tomorrow. Being young is truly wonderful, the old Hokage sighed softly, returning to his seat. Outside, the remnants of the sunset draped Konoha village in a warm golden shroud. Chapter 109. Laid on the training grounds of Konoha village, 2 figures clashed with astonishing speed. The gusts of chakra stirring the leaves around them into a rustling frenzy. Making progress with your speed? Huh, dead last. Jiraiya laughed heartily, sidestepping Naruto's straight punch and swiftly delivering a light chop to the back of Naruto's head. Ouch, perverted sage, take this seriously. Naruto rubbed his head. Yet a smile could not be concealed from his face. It had been 3 months since Jiraiya had returned from the Rain Village, gravely injured. And seeing him gradually regain his spirit brought joy to Naruto more than anyone else. Jiraiya assumed a combat stance, his white hair glimmering in the sunlight. Then let me show you the true prowess of a Sannin from Myaboku. Before his words could finish, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar, followed by a second and a third, billowing black smoke rising from the eastern side of the village. What is going on? Naruto turned to look in the direction of the explosions. Jiraiya's expression instantly turned grave. That chakra presence. It can't be. He grasped Naruto's shoulder firmly, urging him to hurry to the Hokage building. The two swiftly traversed the chaotic streets, where civilians were frantically seeking shelter under the guidance of ninjas. In the distance, several dark figures could be seen moving at a height. Upon their arrival at the Hokage's office, Tsunade had already made her preparations. Jiraiya, you have arrived just in time, she said with a grave expression. It's confirmed, Pain of the Six Paths. The entire Akatsuki organization has emerged. How could they be here so quickly? Jiraiya clenched his fists, frustrated that he hadn't yet had the chance to relay the complete situation. This is not the time for such discussions, Tsunade retorted, slamming her fist onto the desk. Kakashi has already taken a team to evacuate the civilians. We must. Another deafening sound erupted, this one so close that the entire building shook. Outside, an orange-haired figure slowly ascended, coldly surveying the scene below. Pain of the heavenly path, Jiraiya gritted his teeth. Tsunade, you command the overall strategy. Naruto, and I will confront him. Wait. Tsunade called out to them, swiftly forming hand seals to summon a toad, instructing, take this and maintain communication. Be careful, she warned. Jiraiya paused for a moment, then revealed his signature smile. Fear not, I am the sage of Mount Myaboku. In the streets, Kakashi was organizing defenses alongside Sakura and Sai. Lord Jiraiya. Upon seeing them arrive, Kakashi visibly relaxed. I am aware of Pain's abilities. He manipulates both gravity and repulsion. Jiraiya quickly responded, listen. Each Pain of the 6 paths possesses unique abilities. The heavenly path controls the gravitational field. The Azura path has mechanical modifications. The animal path utilizes summoning techniques. The human path reads memories. The hell path can resurrect other pains. And the hungry ghost path absorbs chakra. They share vision. We must separate them. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. How do you know so much, pervy sage? Because I have faced them before, Jiraiya replied solemnly, omitting the details of the encounter that nearly cost him his life. Kakashi, you and I will deal with the heavenly path. Naruto, you go after the hell path to prevent them from resurrecting each other. Sakura and Sai, protect the civilians. Everyone nodded in agreement. Just as they prepared to split up, the heavenly path had already spotted them, slowly descending at the other end of the street. Jiraiya-sensei, the voice of the heavenly path was unnaturally cold. Last time, you managed to escape by chance. This time will be different. Yahiko, Jiraiya thought painfully, then shouted, Naruto now? Naruto instantly created dozens of shadow clones, dashing in various directions. Just as the heavenly path was about to act, Kakashi's Raikiri and Jiraiya's fire style, great fireball technique, surged toward him. Shinra-tensei, the heavenly path raised his hand, deflecting all attacks with an invisible force field. However, Jiraiya had anticipated this, forming seals in the instant the attacks were repelled. Sage Art, Hair Needle Sunbon. White hairs hardened like steel needles and shot towards the heavenly path during the brief cooldown period of his ability. The heavenly path barely managed to evade but was still struck by several strands of hair on his shoulder. Emotionless, the heavenly path pulled the white hair from his shoulder, blood dripping from his black robe. Useless, sensei, he declared, raising his hand. Bansho Tenin. Several of Naruto's shadow clones, which had been sprinting, were suddenly yanked toward the heavenly path by a powerful gravitational pull. Damn it! Naruto's original form hurriedly formed seals, but it was too late. Kamui. Kakashi's left eye distorted space, transporting several of Naruto's clones away. Yet, more clones were still caught by the gravity and disappeared one after another before the heavenly path. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto shouted anxiously, but saw the heavenly path turning toward Kakashi. Be careful, your Sharingan is troublesome. The heavenly path coldly remarked before suddenly accelerating toward Kakashi. Kakashi quickly retreated while activating Kamui once more, but this time, the heavenly path was prepared, dodging the spatial distortion. Raikiri. Kakashi charged lightning in his hand, aiming directly for the heavenly path's chest. Just as it was about to hit, the heavenly path's Rinnegan flickered. Shinra-tensei. The powerful repulsion sent Kakashi hurtling away, crashing through 3 buildings before finally coming to a stop. Sakura rushed forward immediately. Kakashi-sensei, don't come closer. Kakashi struggled to rise from the rubble, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His ability has a 5-second interval, right now. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya swiftly formed seals. Sage Art, Gomen. A massive wave of fire mixed with oil and wind surged toward the heavenly path. The heavenly path was forced to retreat, but suddenly, the Azura path leaped down from the rooftop, transforming its mechanical arm into a missile launcher. Target locked. A cold mechanical voice rang out as 6 missiles shot forth. Naruto. Kakashi shouted, instantly positioning himself in front of Naruto while fully activating Kamui. 3 missiles were consumed by the spatial distortion, but the remaining 3 were already perilously close. Boom. The violent explosion created a massive crater in the street. As the smoke cleared, Naruto trembled, looking at Kakashi who stood protectively before him, his chest pierced by missile fragments. Blood oozing profusely. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto fell to his knees, helplessly supporting the swaying Kakashi. Kakashi managed to force a smile, his mask soaked in blood. Sorry, Naruto. It seems I truly will be late this time. Damn it. A panting Shikamaru arrived a few meters away, realizing he was indeed late. Chapter 110, Disappearance Shikamaru. Choji and Ino followed closely behind. Upon witnessing the scene before them, their faces paled instantly. Asuma landed last, his cigarette long extinguished, his expression grave as iron. Kakashi. Ino covered her mouth, her voice trembling. There is no time to be stunned. Asuma barked, swiftly entering battle mode. Shikamaru, devise a strategy. Shikamaru took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. His gaze swept across the battlefield. Naruto had completely lost control, his four chakra tails thrashing wildly as he battled the Azura path. Jiraiya was locked in a fierce struggle with the heavenly path, the two-toed sages continuously unleashing sage techniques for support. In the distance, the summoned beasts from the animal path were wreaking havoc, and the ninjas of Konoha were fighting desperately to resist. The pains of the six paths shared vision. They needed to sever their connection. Shikamaru spoke rapidly. Choji, you will restrain the animal path and prevent it from continuing to summon beasts. Ino, your mind-body switch technique can briefly disrupt their visual sharing. Asuma, you go support Lord Jiraiya. He is exhausting too much chakra with his sage techniques and needs a moment to breathe. And you? Ino asked anxiously. Shikamaru looked at the rampaging Naruto, his gaze resolute. I will stop Naruto from completely losing control. He paused, and then I will make pain pay the price. Without hesitation, Choji swallowed a red spicy pill, his body instantly expanding several times. Partial expansion technique, giant arms. He punched the Azura path, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. The Azura path sneered, slapping the ground with both hands. Summoning technique. However, Ino had already completed her hand seals, mind-body switch technique. Her consciousness briefly invaded the Azura path's awareness, causing the summoning to fail. Well done. Choji seized the opportunity to punch the Azura path, sending it crashing into half of a building. Meanwhile, Asuma swung his chakra blade, joining the fray, wind style, cutting gale. The sharp whirlwind pushed the heavenly path back, allowing Jiraiya a moment to breathe. The sage on his shoulder immediately gathered natural energy. Jiraiya, focus on recovering. Thank you, Asuma. Jiraiya wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression grave. Be cautious of his gravitational manipulation. The 5-second interval is crucial. The heavenly path coldly regarded the newly joined enemies. A futile struggle. He raised his hand, Bancho Tenin. Asuma was instantly pulled toward the heavenly path, but he was prepared, throwing several shuriken into the air, fire style, ash pile burning. The smoke exploded, obscuring the heavenly path's vision. Now, Jiraiya clasped his hands together, unleashing Sage Art, Supergiant Rasengan. A colossal blue chakra sphere surged toward the heavenly path, forcing him to once again use Shinra Tensei for defense. Simultaneously, Shikamaru swiftly approached the rampaging Naruto. The chakra of the Kyuubi seared the air as Naruto's consciousness was wholly consumed by rage. For tails tore at the mechanical body of Shuridu like a wild beast. Naruto, snap out of it. Shikamaru shouted, but Naruto remained deaf to his pleas, ripping off Shuridu's mechanical arm with a single claw. There's no other choice. Shikamaru gritted his teeth and formed hand seals. Shadow imitation jutsu. His shadow extended like a serpent, attempting to bind Naruto, yet the Kyuubi's chakra incinerated the shadow entirely. Damn it, it can burn even shadows? Cold sweat dripped from Shikamaru's forehead. At that moment, the voice of Fukasaku Sennin echoed. Boy, use natural energy. Senjutsu chakra can resist the Kyuubi's corruption. Shikamaru closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm down. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes and formed hand seals, Senjutsu Shadow Binding Jutsu. This time, his shadow entwined with a faint natural energy, successfully ensnaring Naruto's ankle. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei sacrificed his life to protect you, not to let you go mad here. Shikamaru roared. Do you want his sacrifice to be in vain? For a brief moment, Naruto's movements halted, his blood-red eyes trembled slightly. He recalled Shikamaru's words. Protect your comrades. What are you doing now? Gradually, the chakra cloak surrounding Naruto began to fade. The madness in his eyes replaced by pain and clarity. He knelt on the ground, voice hoarse. Shikamaru, There's no time for self-reproach. Shikamaru pulled him up. We must end this battle. At that moment, Jiraiya and Asuma had severely wounded Tendo, but at a great cost. Asuma's chakra blade shattered, and Jiraiya's right arm was injured by Shinra Tensei. In the distance, Choji and Ino struggled to hold off the remaining pain, clearly outmatched. We must eliminate all pain at once, Shikamaru whispered. Naruto, can your Raisin Shuriken attack from a distance? Naruto nodded. Yes, but it needs charging. I'll buy you time. Shikamaru looked to the sky. Senjutsu Shadow Stitching Jutsu modified. His shadow split into countless fine threads, enveloping the battlefield like a net, briefly restraining the movements of pain. Now, Shikamaru shouted. Naruto gathered chakra with both hands, natural energy surging fiercely, wind release, Raisin Shuriken. A massive sphere of chakra soared forth, striking Tendo. Tendo attempted to deflect it with Shinra Tensei, but Shikamaru's shadow binding delayed his action. Boom. The shockwave of the explosion swept across the battlefield, and as the dust settled, all 6 paths of pain lay on the ground, incapacitated. Just when everyone thought victory was at hand, a weak voice emerged from the shadows. You have truly grown. Nagato appeared slowly in a wheelchair, his eyes filled with complex emotions. You are. Naruto stared. Yahiko's companion, the true leader of Akatsuki. Jiraiya spoke solemnly. Nagato. Stop this. Nagato fell silent for a moment before finally raising his hand. Outer path. Samsara of heavenly life. A dazzling light enveloped the battlefield, reviving the fallen Konoha ninjas one by one, even restoring the destroyed buildings. I have atoned. Nagato's breath grew weaker. Yet true peace remained distant as his body gradually turned to dust, scattering with the wind. When the radiance faded, Konoha regained its vitality. Sakura wept tears of joy as she assisted the revived civilians. Choji and Ino embraced. Asuma picked up his broken chakra blade, a bitter smile on his face. Yet, Naruto suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait, where is Kakashi-sensei? Everyone paused, glancing around. Indeed, Kakashi's body was nowhere to be found. I clearly saw him revive just now. Sakura expressed her confusion. Shikamaru furrowed his brow. Something's not right. The samsara of heavenly life should revive all the deceased, unless someone took him away. Jiraiya's voice was low, and that was at the moment the jutsu took effect. Naruto clenched his fists. Who is it? No one could answer that question. Under the setting sun, the reconstruction of Konoha had begun, but Kakashi's disappearance became the sole shadow cast over this victory. Chapter 111. Obito, the Sound of Water. This was the first sensation Kakashi perceived upon regaining consciousness. The rhythmic dripping echoed slightly in the enclosed space, reminiscent of a cruel timer, marking the duration of his imprisonment. The damp, moldy scent mingled with the odor of rust infiltrated his nostrils. He deduced he was likely underground, possibly in an abandoned drainage system or a naturally formed cave. Attempting to move his wrists, he felt the special material of chakra ropes deeply constricting his flesh, suppressing his chakra flow. This method of restraint was remarkably professional. The ropes were intricately knotted, tightening further with each struggle. Even worse, he was suspended at a calculated height, barely able to touch the ground with his toes. And to gain leverage, he had to remain in a bent knee position. Kakashi silently adjusted his breathing rhythm. The penetrating wound inflicted by pain had healed. Yet the dried blood clinging to his skin tore with every slight movement, bringing sharp pain. Most unsettling was the unusual lightness on his face. The mask and forehead protector he had worn for years were missing, replaced by a leather eye patch covering the upper half of his face, secured with sealing symbols, completely rendering the use of his Sharingan impossible. A systematic deprivation of his abilities, he analyzed in his mind. Vision, chakra, mobility. His knees protested with soreness, but he forced himself to remain still. Any display of weakness could be detected by his captor. The sound of dripping water suddenly fell into unnatural intervals. Kakashi's ears twitched imperceptibly. Between the 9th and 10th drips, there was a half-beat void, as if someone had silently entered this space. Kakashi-senpai, you're awake. No need to pretend to be asleep. The distorted voice exploded near his ear, warm breath brushing against his exposed neck. Kakashi's muscles tensed instantly, but he forced himself to relax. At this distance and angle, the other was practically standing against his back, yet he felt no fluctuation in chakra. Oh, your muscle reactions are quite honest. The sticky tone carried a sense of mischievous delight. No wonder you're an elite who has undergone Anbu training. An ordinary person would have long since succumbed to madness in such an environment. Kakashi slightly tilted his head, allowing his voice to come from directly in front. The masked man from Akatsuki? To imprison me, a dead man, alone. Is there some personal grudge? Personal grudge? The masked man's voice suddenly echoed from all directions within the cave, the source shifting oddly. The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated clearly in the darkness. Senpai, you truly have a poor memory. We share the deepest of bonds. Cold metal suddenly pressed against his collarbone, slowly tracing along his carotid artery. Kakashi discerned by touch that it was the back of a kunai, the other deliberately controlling the pressure to evoke a sense of threat without actually cutting his skin. Bond. Kakashi forced himself to disregard the chill at his neck. If you mean the antagonistic relationship between Konoha and Akatsuki, shoo. The tip of the kunai pressed against his throat. Such official rhetoric is best left for the Hokage's office. The masked man suddenly stood directly in front of him, and Kakashi sensed their noses nearly touching due to the change in airflow. What I want to hear about is the sensation when Rin died at your hands. When Raikiri pierced her chest. Have you relived that in nightmares all these years? Kakashi's breath hitched for half a second. Do not speak her name. The chakra ropes emitted a blinding blue light, revealing the intense emotional turmoil of the bound. Yet when he spoke again, his voice had regained its calmness. Using the dead for psychological attacks, it seems you are even more despicable than I imagined. Psychological attack? The masked figure emitted a distorted laugh, accompanied by the sound of a viscous liquid dripping onto the ground. I was merely assisting my senior in reviewing crucial knowledge points. Suddenly, a thick liquid splashed onto Kakashi's face, reeking of a metallic sweetness. Behold, does this not carry the same scent as the blood collected from your wound? Reminiscent of the blood Rin shed years ago. Kakashi instinctively recoiled, the back of his head striking the rock wall with a heavy thud. The pain sharpened his senses. It was evident that the adversary's intent was not mere torment, but a deliberate provocation of a specific emotional response. He attempted to reason backwards. The fact that I was resurrected implies that my existence holds greater value than that of a corpse. Is it the Sharingan? Or information regarding the Kyuubi Jinchuriki? The cavern abruptly fell into an unsettling silence. The dripping water ceased, and even the air seemed to solidify. Kakashi sensed an imminent danger. This was the calm before the storm. Value? The masked man's tone suddenly became unnaturally normal, eerily so. Kakashi, you have always misunderstood the crux of the matter. What is important is not what you can offer, but rather what you have taken away. Kakashi pondered his words. What do you wish to extract from me? He felt as if the masked man was lifting his mask, followed by a warm sensation gliding along Kakashi's cheek, sending a chill down his spine as the figure licked the bloodstains from his face. Then, the man leaned close to his ear and whispered, "What I desire has already been lost." Kakashi felt the tension in the air. Your capturing me is not merely for confinement, is it? Huh, I merely wish for you. This worthless creature, to recognize your own self. The masked man's voice warped again. You, feeble as you are, have nowhere else to go. For reasons unknown. Kakashi recalled a conversation with Shikamaru from that fateful night. If Obito became a rogue ninja. No, Kakashi dismissed the possibility. Obito had died before his eyes. Yet, the tone the masked man had used when mentioning Rin, coupled with this familiar aura. Kakashi remained silent for a considerable time. Long enough for Akatsuki to grow dizzy from staring at the small mole on Kakashi's face, until he heard Kakashi's hoarse voice. Obito, is that you? Chapter 112. Game. The dripping sound in the cavern abruptly halted, as if time itself had frozen at that moment. Kakashi could feel the rhythm of his heartbeat thundering against his eardrums, blood pulsing at his temples, bringing waves of dull pain. The masked man's presence loomed close. His breath mingled with a peculiar scent of rust and kunai oil, evoking memories of a training ground from many years ago. Obito, is that you? The question cut through the thick darkness of the cavern like a kunai. Kakashi felt his voice tremble, not from fear, but from a complex web of emotions, a thorny blend of hope and despair slowly piercing his chest. The masked man's body stiffened for a moment. Even without sight, Kakashi could sense the subtle shift in the air, akin to a pebble disrupting a tranquil lake. Yet, the next moment, a cacophony of grotesque laughter erupted in the cavern, reverberating against the damp walls and creating a chilling echo. Obito? That waste who perished at the Kanabi Bridge? Has Kakashi-senpai's delusions reached such a severe state? Do you require my assistance in clearing the water from your mind? A cold metal pressed against Kakashi's temple, slowly gliding toward his ear. The sensation was unmistakably the edge of a kunai, but the grip bore an eerie familiarity, thumb resting on the hilt, index finger gently placed on the guard. A distinctive holding style of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi's breath grew long and restrained. He recalled countless dusks at the age of 13, where Obito would always complain about the exhaustion of training while polishing his kunai in that very stance. The metallic glint would reflect off his always bruised face, while Rin would laugh and hand him a handkerchief. Why not retort? The masked man's voice suddenly drew closer, warm breath brushing against Kakashi's ear. Have you accepted that you are a worthless being, incapable of even protecting your comrades? Kakashi felt the ropes tighten further, the pain embedding into his flesh causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Yet, he simply shook his head gently, his silver hair sweeping over his shoulders with a soft rustling sound. You are correct, Kakashi replied, his voice disturbingly calm. I truly am worthless. The masked man's breathing faltered momentarily. Kakashi keenly sensed this shift and continued in an almost masochistic tone. I have betrayed my teacher's trust. I failed to protect Rin, and I could not uphold Obito's final wishes. Shut up. The masked man roared suddenly, slamming his fist against the rock wall beside Kakashi's ear. Debris scattered, a few shards grazing Kakashi's cheek, leaving tiny trails of blood. Do you think this self-deprecation will earn you forgiveness? Do you think? His voice abruptly ceased, as if he had suddenly realized his own loss of composure. The cavern was filled with nothing but their contrasting breaths, one steady and composed, the other chaotic and rapid. Kakashi silently counted in his mind. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Upon reaching the 27th count, the masked man finally spoke again, his tone reverting to that twisted lightness. I almost lost focus thanks to you, senpai. Where were we? Oh right, it was about how you, this worthless creature, are not worthy of even uttering their names. Indeed, I am unworthy, Kakashi obediently replied, while subtly adjusting the position of his toes. His thigh muscles trembled from the prolonged, semi-kneeling posture. Yet he needed every potential pivot point at this moment. If possible, could you remove the eye patch? I wish to gaze into your eyes as we converse. You wish to use the Sharingan? The masked man scoffed, but Kakashi noted an unnatural tension in his tone. Dream on. This seal was specifically prepared for you. Just then, a gloved hand suddenly brushed against Kakashi's right eye, gently caressing it through the leather eye patch. How does this eye fare? A gift from Obito just before his death. Kakashi leaned slightly forward, unconsciously reaching for the warmth of that hand. It is painful, he murmured. Every time I use it, I am reminded of him. I remember how undeserving I am of such a gift. The masked man's hand recoiled as if scalded. Then, the sound of fabric rustling followed, and he seemed to retreat a few steps. Enough with the pretense. His voice came from a distance, laced with evident agitation. Do you know how much Obito suffered before his death? Trapped beneath a boulder, watching you, this genius, abandon him. I did not abandon him, Kakashi interrupted, his voice still calm. I returned to search for him until my chakra was depleted and I lost consciousness. When I awoke, all I found were traces of blood and rock. Lies. The masked man barked, but Kakashi detected the wavering within. You can read my memories. Kakashi lifted his head, though sightless. His gaze seemed capable of penetrating that eye patch. I have nothing to conceal. The cavern fell silent once more. This silence stretched longer, and Kakashi could feel the masked man's scrutiny, his gaze as palpable as touch, sweeping over every inch of Kakashi's exposed skin. He maintained a slightly tilted head, allowing his neck muscles to ache from prolonged tension. How intriguing. The masked man's voice suddenly turned languid, as if the earlier rage had never occurred. However, I hold no interest in the mind of a worthless being. Your body, on the other hand, may possess some research value. A series of metallic clinks echoed, followed by the sound of a heavy object being dragged across the ground. Kakashi perked his ears, attempting to discern the shape and material of the object from the sound. Was it an iron box? Or some medical apparatus? Do you know what this is? The voice of the masked man was laced with malicious delight, as he spoke of extracting cellular samples from Lin's corpse, along with the headband stained with her blood that he had meticulously preserved. Kakashi felt a pang of anguish in his stomach, convinced that the masked man was lying. Lin's remains were supposed to be interred in the Konoha Martyrs Cemetery. Yet, the sickly details he described made it impossible for Kakashi to dismiss his words entirely. He had indeed lost a headband during a mission, and his expression shifted as the masked man leaned in, observing him closely. Are you finally feeling guilty? He taunted. Every day, Kakashi replied softly, I regret it every day. What do you regret? Be specific, the masked man inquired, suddenly intrigued, like a cat toying with its prey. Do you regret not protecting her? Or do you regret having to kill her yourself? Kakashi's fingertips trembled slightly as memories flooded back. That rainy day? The warmth of her hand in his, and Lin's final smile of liberation. He regretted not recognizing her suffering sooner, regretted not being able to bear her burdens in her stead. He paused before adding, "But I do not regret executing her wishes." Her wishes? The masked man's voice rose sharply. What wishes? She clearly wanted to die. Kakashi calmly articulated this harsh truth, recalling the imminent rampage of the Sanbai within her and the approaching enemy ninjas. She chose the swiftest way to protect the village. A primal howl escaped the masked man, followed by the sound of something crashing violently against the wall, then hurried footsteps pacing back and forth. "What do you understand?" His voice twisted beyond recognition. "You know nothing." She could have. Kakashi silently questioned what the masked man meant, yet maintained an outward calm. He noticed that each time the masked man's emotions spiraled out of control, a familiar tone flickered within his voice, a youthful, passionate timbre that always arrived too late. "You are correct. I know nothing," Kakashi replied, "just as I do not know what Obito endured beneath the rocks, nor what transpired after Lin was taken. I am perpetually absent at the most critical moments." The masked man's footsteps ceased, and when he spoke again, his tone had regained a feigned cheerfulness. "Ah, how unexpectedly candid. Kakashi, I feel almost embarrassed to continue tormenting you." However, Kakashi heard the sound of liquid being poured, followed by a pungent odor filling the air. Was it alcohol? Or some sort of drug? "Since you are so cooperative, let us play a game. I will ask you some questions, and for each incorrect answer, a cold metal will press against your collarbone, taking a piece of souvenir with it." Kakashi imperceptibly nodded, his mind racing to analyze various potential strategies for response. Compliance, provocation, submission. Each method bore its own risks, yet he needed to discern the masked man's behavioral patterns. The first question, the masked man leaned in close, his voice suddenly soft. "If given the choice now, would you trade your life to resurrect Lin?" Kakashi hesitated before responding. It was a trap question, no matter his answer. He would fall into a psychological snare. He needed time to contemplate the masked man's true intentions. "You're hesitating," the masked man sighed in disappointment. And Kakashi felt a sharp pain at his collarbone. Warm liquid trickled down his chest, tasting of rust and sweetness. "The correct answer is yes, for that is the only value a waste of space like you possesses." Kakashi clenched his teeth, suppressing any cry of pain. The wound was expertly controlled, sufficiently painful, yet not life-threatening. This method was too professional, reminiscent of someone with rigorous medical training. The second question, the masked man continued, his voice trembling with excitement. "If Obito had not died, do you believe he would forgive you?" Kakashi answered swiftly, "No." "Oh." The masked man seemed taken aback. "Why?" "Because I cannot forgive myself." Kakashi lifted his gaze, and though obscured, it felt as if his eyes pierced through the mask, asserting that true forgiveness did not require begging. The masked man burst into laughter, a twisted glee evident in his tone. "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. As expected from the wielder of the Sharingan. Even self-loathing possesses such depth." He clapped his hands, the metallic gloves ringing sharply. "Now, for the final question." Kakashi sensed the masked man drawing closer, his icy breath brushing against Kakashi's nose. "If I told you I could turn back time and return you to that rainy day, would you make a different choice?" Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Kakashi's heart thundered in his chest, blood rushing to his ears with a deafening roar. This was a lethal psychological trap. He could feel the masked man's tense anticipation for his answer. "No," he finally whispered. "What?" The masked man's voice turned frigid. "I would not change that choice," Kakashi reiterated, his voice resolute, for that was Lin's own decision. "The only thing I would alter is the days that followed. I will live on to remember her, rather than wallow in self-punishment." The masked man seized Kakashi by the throat, the grip so tight it nearly crushed his windpipe. "Liar!" he roared, pain lacing his voice in a manner Kakashi had never heard before. "You visit the memorial stone every day." Mid-sentence, the masked man realized he had misspoken. Kakashi felt the grip on his throat loosen, replaced by the sound of the masked man retreating hurriedly. Kakashi coughed violently, yet a barely perceptible smile crept onto his lips. He understood now. Only one person would know his daily pilgrimage to the memorial stone so intimately. Only one would obsess over Lin and Obito's fate. "Why not expose me?" The masked man's voice shifted, no longer the twisted facade, but a low, gravelly tone of authenticity. "You have already deduced it." Kakashi gasped for air, waiting for his lungs to fill again, his voice hoarse from the choking. "I want to know why you hide your identity. Do you think this is mercy?" The masked man, now certain it was Obito, sneered. or some foolish fantasy of redemption? Neither. Kakashi gently shook his head. I merely wish to ascertain whether the Obito who would take a blade for his comrades still exists in some corner of your being. Obito scoffed. Devoid of his previous mania, that Obito is dead, buried alongside Lin at the Kanabi Bridge. His voice was frigid. The current me desires only to make you experience equal suffering. Kakashi felt the mask ripped away forcefully, the sudden light stinging his long-accustomed eyes. In his blurred vision, a figure with an orange spiral mask stood before him, the only visible right eye revealing a slowly rotating three-tomo Sharingan. Look at me, Kakashi, Obito commanded. Gaze into my eyes, and tell me what you see. Kakashi struggled to focus. Through tears and blurred light, he stared into the Sharingan. On the crimson background, the three-tomo resembled droplets of solidified blood, yet deeper still, he seemed to glimpse the 13-year-old boy on that summer night. 3 children sitting side by side on the training ground grass, sharing a reflection of Dango. I see the way home. Kakashi's voice was barely audible. Obito's body jolted as if struck, his expression hidden beneath the mask, but he took a step back, as if hit by an invisible force. After a moment of silence, he turned towards the cave's exit, his steps slightly erratic. The game is over, waste of space. His voice had reverted to its original distortion, yet the tremor within it was unmistakable. Enjoy your life of captivity. This is merely the beginning. As the footsteps faded into the distance, the cavern once again fell into silence. Kakashi hung alone in the darkness, but this time, a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. In this psychological chess match, he had identified the most crucial piece within Obito's heart. The shadow of that boy had never truly vanished. As long as this vulnerability remained, the game was far from over. Chapter 113. The search. The morning in Konoha was shrouded in a thin mist, with fine droplets of water condensing on the windows of the Hokage's office. Tsunade rested her hands on the table, her gaze sweeping over the ninjas standing before her. Her golden hair still shone in the morning light, though the fine lines at the corners of her eyes were more pronounced than before. The situation was more complex than we had imagined. Tsunade's voice was low and hoarse. Danzo's actions had brought shame upon Konoha, and Kakashi's disappearance. She paused, unconsciously tapping her fingers against the table. Akatsuki was intensifying its collection of tailed beasts, and we must act separately. Naruto stepped forward abruptly, his fists clenched tightly. Tsunade Baba, let me go find Kakashi-sensei. I can definitely. No, Tsunade interrupted decisively. You and Sakura will go to the Land of Lightning to assist with the Eight Tails. The mission to find Kakashi is entrusted to Asuma's Team 10. Standing nearby, Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke and nodded steadily. Beside him, Shikamaru had his hands tucked into his pockets, appearing relaxed, yet his eyes sparkled with thought. Sakura bit her lip, her pink strands falling over her eyes. But, Hokage-sama, Kakashi-sensei, this is an order. Sakura, Tsunade's tone brooked no argument. Your feelings for Kakashi will cloud your judgment. Team 10 is more suited for this task. In a sudden movement, Ino stepped forward, her golden ponytail swaying. Sakura, I promise you, we will find Kakashi-sensei. Her voice was firm, and her green eyes sparkled with determination. Naruto turned to Shikamaru, gripping his shoulder. Shikamaru, you have to promise me. Shikamaru squinted as he was shaken, his face reflecting exasperation. All right, I get it. Stop being so worked up. He sighed and scratched his trademark pineapple hair. Choji stood nearby, crunching on chips, and suddenly paused. Why isn't anyone asking me to promise? A look of confusion crossed his round face. Asuma chuckled and ruffled Choji's hair. Because I believe you will give it your all without needing to promise, right? Choji's face flushed slightly as he nodded vigorously. Yeah. Tsunade tapped the table. Mission assignments are complete. Depart immediately. Asuma, your team is responsible for investigating Kakashi's whereabouts. Naruto, Sakura, you will set out for the Land of Lightning at once. Exiting the Hokage's office, sunlight pierced through the mist, illuminating the corridor. Asuma lit a new cigarette and took a deep puff. All right, team, head home to prepare your gear. We will gather at the main gate in 1 hour. Shikamaru rested his hands behind his head, gazing up at the sky. What a hassle, not a single clue. Ino placed her hands on her hips. Shikamaru, aren't you the best at analyzing? Any thoughts? Shikamaru squinted. Just a feeling. A mean village. Asuma furrowed his brow. Yeah, Shikamaru nodded. Just a guess, no evidence. After a moment of contemplation, Asuma extinguished his cigarette. Then let us start from there. Prepare well, it is Akatsuki's territory. An hour later, at the entrance of Konoha, the two teams prepared to part ways. Naruto paced anxiously, occasionally glancing towards the village entrance. Asuma-sensei, he suddenly halted. If you find Kakashi-sensei, make sure to notify us immediately. Asuma nodded steadily. Of course. Sakura's eyes glistened slightly. She handed Ino a small package. This is the medical supplies I prepared, and some salt-grilled mackerel-flavored dango that Kakashi-sensei likes. Just in case. Ino accepted the package and gently embraced Sakura. Don't worry, we will bring him back safely. Choji checked his bulging ninja tool pouch. I brought enough food for a week, plus special dango. Shikamaru shook his head in resignation. I knew it. At least if you eat, that is fine. Adequate supplies are the foundation of mission success. Asuma glanced at the sky. Let us go. We should reach the border town before nightfall. The two teams parted ways at the Konoha gate, with Naruto frequently looking back until Team 10 vanished into the woods. On the journey, Asuma remained vigilant, occasionally checking the surroundings for signs. Shikamaru walked beside him, his brow furrowed. What are you thinking? Asuma inquired. Shikamaru shook his head. I can't say I believe Kakashi is actually safe. Ino quickened her pace to catch up. Do you think Kakashi-sensei might be held up by something? Choji munched on his chips, or perhaps captured. As evening fell, the team rested by a stream. Asuma lit a campfire and examined the map. Shikamaru squatted by the water, lost in thought. Shikamaru, Asuma approached and sat down. Speak your true thoughts. Shikamaru picked up a stone and tossed it into the water. Asuma observed Shikamaru's expression. Deep in thought, Shikamaru stood up and dusted off his pants. It's just a guess. But Aimnin village is a place where Akatsuki is active, regardless of the outcome. It's worth investigating. The next day at noon, the towering steel structures of Aimnin village came into view. The persistent fine rain cast a hazy veil over the entire village, and the air was thick with the scent of damp metal. It was said that it rained here all year round. Choji looked up at the gray sky. This is uncomfortable. Asuma lowered his voice. From now on, we will disguise ourselves as merchants. Remember your aliases and background stories. The four changed into the prepared casual attire. Asuma donned glasses, masquerading as a herbal merchant, with Shikamaru as his apprentice, while Ino and Choji played siblings. They moved forward slowly with the flow of people entering the village. Stop. The guard at the entrance of Aimnin village halted them. Identification? Asuma smiled and handed over the forged documents. We are herbal merchants from the land of grass, looking to procure local specialties from the land of rain. The guard scrutinized the documents and examined them closely before finally waving them through. You may enter. Remember, curfew is at 10 o'clock. Once inside the village, the four maintained their disguise while continuously scanning their surroundings. The buildings in Aimnin village were predominantly steel structures, and the streets were sparsely populated, with most people hurrying along. Let us find a place to settle down, Asuma whispered, then gather intelligence. They found an inn and restaurant named Yuding. Upon entering, a warm breeze mingled with the aroma of various spices. The establishment had few patrons. A couple of laborers were drinking at the counter, and a few travelers donned in straw hats sat in a corner. The owner was a plump middle-aged man who greeted the new guests with enthusiasm. Welcome to Yuding. Are you here to stay or dine? Asuma adjusted his glasses. Both. 2 rooms, and we'd like something to eat. Certainly. The owner rubbed his hands together. Our specialty is the spice stew from the land of rain and dew tea. I guarantee you've never tasted anything so authentic. Choji's eyes lit up immediately. We'll have both. For portions of each. Ino kicked him under the table. Mind your image. Shikamaru smiled and said, My brother has quite the appetite. Let us order as he suggested. After the shopkeeper departed, Asuma feigned the act of organizing his luggage while discreetly strategizing. Shikamaru and I will gather intelligence. Ino, utilize your sensory abilities to monitor our surroundings. Choji, be vigilant regarding the food safety. Soon, the delectable aroma of stewed meat and fragrant tea wafted in. Choji eagerly sampled a bite, his eyes narrowing with delight. It's exquisite. Asuma cautiously sniffed the tea's fragrance and signaled that it was safe to drink. The group exchanged glances over their cups and began to indulge heartily. Chapter 114. The search. 2 Obito's fingers delved deeply into Kakashi's silver locks, yanking sharply backward. The acute pain radiating from his scalp compelled Kakashi to tilt his head back, exposing the delicate contours of his neck. His arms, long suspended, had lost all sensation, with only the dull ache of the ropes constricting his wrists reminding him of his corporeal existence. Your friends have come to rescue you. Obito's voice whispered near his ear, deliberately mimicking the flippant tone of Zetsu, yet the tremor at the end betrayed him. Can you guess who? Your favorite student? Or perhaps that incessant junior who trails after you? Kakashi's eyelashes fluttered slightly. He endeavored to muster what little chakra remained to sense the outside world. But the specialized ropes binding him emitted a ghostly blue glow, obliterating any chakra fluctuations. Sweat trickled down his temple, pooling at his chin before cascading onto his bare chest. No response. Obito tightened his grip, and Kakashi could hear strands of hair being forcibly severed. Let me provide a hint. It's a blonde-haired kid, hosting something remarkable within him. Kakashi's breathing remained steady, yet his heart thudded heavily in his chest. Obito was lying. If Naruto had indeed arrived, he would have explicitly mentioned the Kyuubi Jinchuriki instead of resorting to such indirect insinuations. This deliberate misdirection inadvertently revealed the truth. Ah, your heart is racing. Obito's hand slid to Kakashi's carotid artery, his fingertips feeling the pulse quicken. Worried about that kid? What a pity, he leaned in closer. The cold edge of his mask brushing against Kakashi's cheek. The 10th squad is here, led by your overly clever student. Kakashi subtly exhaled in relief. Shikamaru would likely refrain from reckless actions. He deliberately slumped his shoulders, feigning disappointment. So it's not Naruto. Disappointed? Obito's tone turned icy. Do you believe that laggard could save you? Don't be foolish. He's currently playing ninja games with the Eight Tails Jinchuriki in Kyumobikure. Kakashi smiled inwardly. Obito always revealed more information when angered. Now, he was aware that Naruto had safely reached Kyumobikure, and that Killer Bee was indeed instructing him on controlling the Nine Tails. This was significant information. I see, Kakashi murmured softly, with a hint of intentional melancholy. Then Shikamaru and the others should be able to locate this place soon. Especially since that kid possesses an IQ of 200. Shut up. Obito abruptly released Kakashi's hair, shifting to grasp his throat instead. Do you think that boorish Inoshikacho trio can unravel my barrier? Let me tell you, this underground labyrinth. He suddenly realized he had walked into a trap, and the expression beneath his mask must have twisted into something grotesque. Kakashi, choked and deprived of oxygen, felt his vision darkening at the edges. Yet a flicker of triumph sparkled in his dim right eye. He struggled to curl his lips into a taunting smile. Obito, enraged, loosened his grip, then swung a fist toward Kakashi's abdomen. Kakashi, instead of retreating, summoned all his strength to lean forward, meeting the blow head-on. You. Obito was horrified to witness Kakashi's uncharacteristic response, altering the trajectory of his punch at the last moment. The iron fist grazed Kakashi's side, crashing into the rocky wall behind him, sending debris flying and leaving several crimson streaks across Kakashi's pallid skin. Kakashi gasped heavily from the exertion, his suspended form swaying slightly in the air, yet his gaze remained fixed on Obito's mask, where complex emotions swirled within the exposed right eye. What are you doing? Obito's voice betrayed a hint of anxiety. Are you seeking death? Kakashi did not respond immediately. He adjusted his breathing slowly, allowing the dizziness from pain to subside. Then he raised his head, offering Obito a genuine smile, his eyes curving into familiar crescent shapes. You've shown restraint. Ridiculous. Obito retorted, stepping back in agitation. I merely wish for you not to die so easily. Kakashi's smile deepened. He intentionally relaxed his body, relying entirely on the ropes for support, appearing fragile and harmless. Obito, if striking me would alleviate your burden, he coughed lightly, his throat hoarse from the earlier constriction. You may proceed. I will not evade. Obito froze, his lips quivering beneath the mask, yet no sound emerged. Kakashi's demeanor had completely disrupted his rhythm. He had anticipated Kakashi's fury, resistance, even desperate cries. But he had never expected such a nearly tender acceptance. Do not look at me with those eyes. Obito suddenly erupted, landing a punch to Kakashi's abdomen. This time, he did not hold back. The heavy thud echoed within the cave. Kakashi's body flew back like a rag doll, only to be yanked back by the ropes, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. However, when he lifted his head once more, the mirth in his eyes had not diminished. Is that better? You lunatic. Obito's voice warped. You are an utter madman. He raised his hand, preparing to strike again, yet froze mid-motion upon seeing Kakashi's tranquil expression. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi scrutinized Obito closely. In that exposed right eye, the three-tomo Sharingan spun wildly. But deep within the pupils flickered a familiar light, one that would rage when a comrade was harmed, one that would stand to protect others. Even after so many years, even after countless shadows, that boy still resided beneath this mask. Why? Why do you not resist? Obito's voice quivered with a vulnerability Kakashi had never heard before. You could. You are the copy ninja Kakashi. Kakashi gently shook his head, his silver hair brushing over his shoulder. Because it is you. The simple 4 words conveyed an abundance of unspoken emotions. Obito staggered backward, as if struck at his core by this straightforward confession. His right hand instinctively reached for his mask, fingertips tracing the swirling patterns, as if seeking confirmation. Do you think this can atone for your sins? Obito's voice sank, stripped of Zetsu's exaggerated tone, revealing his true, weary self. Do you think this will bring Rin back? Kakashi's gaze softened. No, he candidly admitted. But at least it may ease your burden. You know nothing. Obito suddenly erupted, slamming his fist against the adjacent wall. Blood seeped from his knuckles. Yet he seemed impervious to the pain. You have no idea what I have endured. You have no idea how hypocritical this world is. Kakashi watched silently as Obito vented until his breaths gradually steadied. Then he spoke softly. Then tell me. The 3 simple words acted as a key, gently turning the rusted lock on Obito's heart. For a fleeting moment, Obito's mask seemed to lift, as if he were about to remove it, yet ultimately, he let his hand fall. Futile, Kakashi. Obito's voice regained its calm, even tinged with a trace of pity. The Eye of the Moon plan has commenced. This world is destined to be reshaped. And you? He reached out to caress Kakashi's cheek, the gesture almost tender. Just stay here and watch. Kakashi brushed against that hand like a creature seeking solace. If this is what you desire. Obito recoiled sharply as if scorched, turning abruptly and striding towards the cave's exit, his black cloak billowing behind him like a tempestuous cloud. Stop toying with me, he declared without glancing back. Your students will never find this place. Kakashi watched Obito's retreating figure until the sound of his footsteps faded entirely. He then lowered his head, exhaling softly. He had emerged victorious from this confrontation. His body trembled slightly from pain, yet a satisfied smile graced his lips. Obito's reaction confirmed his suspicions. That boy, who valued companionship above all else, still existed, albeit buried deeply beneath layers of hatred and suffering. As long as that core remained, there was a possibility of awakening. The cave descended once more into silence, save for the rhythmic sound of dripping water. Kakashi closed his eyes, conserving his strength. He knew Shikamaru would undoubtedly find this place. And until that moment arrived, he needed to remain vigilant, awaiting the next opportunity to confront Obito. In the shadows of the cave, where Kakashi could not see, the ground quivered slightly as a peculiar being, half black and half white, emerged from the depths. Zetsu's yellow eyes flickered with an eerie light in the darkness, silently observing the suspended silver-haired shinobi. Interesting, the white half murmured. It appears Lord Obito is wavering. Should we report this to Lord Madara? The black half replied gloomily. The white half tilted its head, as if pondering. Let us observe a while longer. After all, emotions are the most unpredictable variables. Their forms gradually sank into the ground, leaving no trace behind. In the cave, only the faint sound of Kakashi's breathing and the eternal drip of water remained. Meanwhile, at the far end of the labyrinth, Obito tore off his mask, revealing a face marred by scars. His trembling hand brushed against his right eye, where a sharp pain coursed not from the burden of the Sharingan, but from Kakashi's unwavering trust when he looked at him. Foolish Kakashi, he murmured, his voice tinged with a lump he was unaware of. Why, at such a moment, can you still? Chapter 115. Seeking the morning sunlight filtered through the perpetually overcast sky of Yushin village, casting only a few reluctant beams. Shikamaru opened his eyes, immediately feeling the intense warmth radiating from either side. He slightly lifted his head to find Choji's round face mere inches away. His plump body pressed against him like a large, warm furnace, emitting faint snores. Turning to the other side, he saw Asuma-sensei's robust arms sprawled across his chest, with a stubbly chin nearly resting against his temple. How bothersome, Shikamaru silently sighed, carefully shifting his body in an attempt to extricate himself from between these two sources of heat. Choji merely wrinkled his nose at the disturbance, mumbling something about wanting another plate of grilled meat, showing no signs of waking. Eventually, Shikamaru managed to crawl out of the covers, standing on the tatami mat to stretch his stiff limbs. He sensed the chakra from the adjacent room. Ino's chakra was steady and rhythmic, indicating she was still fast asleep. Since receiving the mission to track down Kakashi-senpai's whereabouts and arriving in Yushin village, this small team had been stationed here for 3 days. Frustratingly, it seemed that no one else shared the urgency regarding Kakashi's disappearance except for him. A bunch of heartless fools, Shikamaru grumbled to himself as he quietly dressed, deciding to venture out alone in search of food. At the very least, this would allow him to avoid the stifling atmosphere of the inn and the symphony of snores from his companions. The morning market of Yushin village was already bustling. Despite the drizzle falling from the sky, vendors enthusiastically calling out to potential customers. Shikamaru strolled leisurely between the stalls with his hands in his pockets, his dark eyes lazily scanning the array of foods. He selected sweet 3-colored dango for Ino, purchased a omebashi rice ball for Asuma-sensei, said to alleviate hangovers, and of course, did not forget Choji's favorite grilled meat skewers. Though it was somewhat greasy for breakfast, the food lover would hardly mind. Just as he prepared to head back, a familiar aroma wafted into his nostrils. Stopping in his tracks, Shikamaru spotted a fish vendor grilling sori, Kakashi-senpai's favorite dish. Though the silver-haired captain, who was always late, was currently missing, Shikamaru found himself irresistibly drawn to the stall. "I'll have a sori," he said to the vendor, reaching for his wallet. At that moment, a deliberately high-pitched voice piped up beside him. "I want a sori too. Can you give me one, please?" Shikamaru turned to see a tall woman standing awkwardly nearby. She wore a pink kimono, a straw hat atop her head, her face painted with thick white powder, and her lips a striking red. However, her prominent Adam's apple and rough fingers rendered the disguise woefully inadequate. The fish vendor looked between the two of them with a troubled expression. "I'm sorry, but there's only one left. I was here first." Shikamaru calmly stated the facts, though his gaze lingered on the woman for a few extra seconds. "Oh dear," the disguised figure said, half covering her face with a fan, feigning shyness as she leaned closer. "Look, I came all this way just for a bite of sori. Please let me have it." As the distance closed, Shikamaru noticed the eye peeking out from beneath the mask, an eye belonging to Akatsuki member, Haiden. His body tensed instantly, his hand stealthily moving towards his ninja tool pouch. "Haiden," Shikamaru hissed, his tone icy. The disguised figure froze momentarily before bursting into exaggerated laughter. "Caught me." As expected of the Nara clan, the voice abruptly shifted from a feigned feminine tone to Haiden's characteristic light-hearted timbre. The fish vendor recoiled in fear at the sudden voice change, stumbling back several steps. Meanwhile, Shikamaru swiftly drew a kunai and hurled it towards Haiden. Haiden's figure flickered, effortlessly dodging as he moved like a specter. Seeing this, Shikamaru immediately formed hand signs, shadow mimic technique. The black shadow surged forth as if alive, reaching for Haiden. Haiden cackled, using his Sharingan to teleport instantly behind Shikamaru. Shikamaru reacted quickly, turning to block Haiden's strike with his arm. The two exchanged blows, each move sharp and precise, causing the surrounding stalls to wobble under the impact of their battle, goods scattering across the ground. The vendor cowered nearby, barely daring to breathe. After several exchanges, Haiden leaped back, evading Shikamaru's attack and seizing the sori in the process. He triumphantly waved the fish in his hand before activating his space-time ninjutsu. "I'll play with you again next time." With a wave of spatial distortion, Haiden vanished from sight. Shikamaru stared at the rippling air where Haiden had been, then turned back to help the unfortunate vendor clean up the mess, leaving behind a few coins. If Kakashi-senpai knew the fish was stolen, I wonder if he would still eat it. Chapter 116. Sori. The pungent smell of sori was particularly piercing in the damp air of the underground cell. Haiden stood at the entrance, his nostrils flaring beneath his mask. He held an oiled paper bag from which steam still rose, containing freshly grilled sori with a golden, crispy skin, the fat congealing into tiny white particles in the cool air. This variety was a specialty from the downstream of the Naka River, known for being the most succulent in autumn. "Zetsu, where's the meal I asked you to prepare?" Haiden's inquiry abruptly halted as he turned towards the corner, where overturned dishes lay scattered. Miso soup had dried into dark stains among the stones, grains of rice clinging to the rock walls like maggots, and several grilled fish were trampled into a mushy mess, their bones protruding from decayed flesh like some grotesque torture device. "Oh dear, such a waste." Haiden's voice dripped with sweetness, yet his fingers gripping the oiled paper bag turned pale. The figure suspended in the center of the cell remained motionless. Kakashi's silver hair hung before him, obscuring much of his face. The once fitted black attire now hung loosely on him, revealing the sharp contours of his collarbone and ribs. The chakra ropes binding his wrists dug deeply into his flesh, leaving dark purple bruises on his pale skin. A Fae appeared before Kakashi, firmly gripping his chin to compel him to look up. The sensation of his fingertips sent a jolt through a Fae's heart. Kakashi's once elegantly contoured jaw now felt sharp and unyielding, the pulse beneath his skin faint as a dying bird. You refuse to eat? A Fae's thumb roughly brushed against Kakashi's cracked lips, wiping away a trace of blood. Are you attempting to atone through starvation? Kakashi's eyelids fluttered before slowly opening. His dim right eye took a moment to focus, adjusting to the darkness, the pupils slightly dilated from prolonged obscurity. He attempted to shake his head, but a Fae's grip on his chin was as unyielding as iron. Speak. A Fae leaned closer, his mask nearly touching Kakashi's nose. You were always so verbose, weren't you? Kakashi's Adam's apple bobbed as he opened his mouth, only to emit a series of dry coughs. The movement strained his abdominal wound, forcing him to bend forward, only to be yanked back into position by the ropes, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. A Fae released his grip, observing Kakashi's head droop like a marionette with severed strings. The aroma of the mackerel wrapped in oiled paper still wafted through the air, mingling with the rancid stench of prison fare, creating a strangely comforting atmosphere. In a sudden fit of rage, a Fae slammed the oiled package onto the stone table, the fish sliding out from its torn wrapping, its tail pitifully dangling over the edge. Do you wish to starve? That would be too easy for you. Obito violently tore at Kakashi's collar, revealing his sharply defined ribs. Look at you now, the genius ninja of Konohagakure? The wielder of a Sharingan that can replicate 1,000 jutsu? You are less than a stray dog. A flicker of a smile graced Kakashi's lips, so faint it was nearly imperceptible, yet Obito recognized that damned, familiar smile that filled him with loathing. What are you laughing at? Obito seized Kakashi's hair. To his surprise, Kakashi's voice emerged as light as a feather. You remember, I liked mackerel. Obito, as if scalded, released his grip. He turned and grasped the mackerel, his fingers trembling slightly as he formed seals. Suetun, Subunshin, a delicate stream of water enveloped the fish, expertly removing every bone. This jutsu had been taught by Kakashi when they were 12, a lesson on safely preparing fish for survival training in the wild. Eat. Obito pressed the deboned fish to Kakashi's lips, the golden skin brushing against his pallid mouth, leaving a glimmer of oil. Kakashi closed his eyes, subtly turning his head away. I command you to eat. Obito seized Kakashi's cheeks, forcing his mouth open. The long dehydrated mucous membranes clung together, tearing apart with a soft pop. A Fae shoved the fish into Kakashi's mouth, his fingers grazing the sharp canine, still as pointed as he remembered. Kakashi did not chew. The fish remained in his mouth, his throat refusing to move. A few drops of fish oil trickled down his chin, resembling murky tears. Swallow it, Obito shouted, pressing down on Kakashi's throat, his chakra vibrating slightly. Otherwise, I shall use medical ninjutsu to send the food directly into your stomach. Kakashi's eyelashes fluttered. Slowly, laboriously, he attempted to swallow, only to erupt into a violent cough, the pulverized fish mixed with blood splattering onto Obito's gloves. His body convulsed, tears leaking from beneath his eye mask, tracing two shallow paths down his dirty face. Obito stood frozen. He had witnessed Kakashi on the verge of death, had seen him drenched in blood, yet still fighting. But he had never seen him crumble. The memory of the once proud genius, now hanging before him like a broken doll, unable to perform the most basic act of sustenance, shattered him. Useless. Obito's voice dropped. He snatched a water bottle and roughly poured it into Kakashi's mouth, watching as he instinctively swallowed, only to choke from the haste. Do you need someone to teach you how to eat? Kakashi gasped, droplets of water clinging to his lashes, shimmering like tiny diamonds in the dim torchlight. His voice was barely above a whisper, unworthy. What? Kakashi's gaze fell upon the stone table where the mangled mackerel lay. Prisoners should not. Obito suddenly understood. This was not a protest through starvation. It was self-punishment. Kakashi was atoning in his own way, inflicting pain upon himself by denying the most fundamental needs for survival. Self-righteous. Obito seized the remaining half of the fish and forcefully shoved it toward Kakashi's mouth. Do you think torturing yourself will change anything? Can Rin be resurrected? Can I return? His voice trembled. Can this world revert to what it once was? Kakashi's pupils dilated slightly. He obediently opened his mouth, mechanically chewing, but his gaze grew increasingly vacant. A Fae noticed Kakashi's skin taking on an unhealthy gray pallor. his breathing becoming shallow and rapid, a stress response from suddenly eating after prolonged hunger. Do not feign death. Obito slapped Kakashi's cheek, his touch cold. Aren't you the one who excels at enduring until the last moment? Didn't you vow to protect your comrades? He tore off Kakashi's eye mask, revealing the tightly shut Sharingan. Look at this eye. The gift from that useless one, and you treat it like this? Kakashi's breathing quickened. He struggled to open his right eye. The three tomos slowly rotating in his crimson pupil. I'm sorry. Those three words struck like a kunai, piercing precisely into the softest part of Obito's heart. He staggered back, his lips trembling beneath the mask. The wall of hatred built over the years began to crack, memories of childhood flooding back, Kakashi practicing late into the night. Trembling arms carrying him away from encirclement, Kakashi's stubborn silhouette standing before the memorial stone all day. Be quiet. Obito slammed his fist onto the stone table, splinters scattering. No apologies. Do not look at me with those eyes. He gripped Kakashi's collar, but lost all strength when meeting that gaze. Kakashi's lips curled into that damned smile once more. He softly said, "Thank you for the mackerel." Obito released his grip as if discarding a hot coal, retreating to the prison door, breathing heavily. The remnants of the oiled package littered the ground, the aroma of mackerel now transformed into something nauseatingly sweet. Tomorrow. Obito's voice regained its fey-like lightness, though his tone trembled uncontrollably. I will bring a double portion, senpai. If you refuse to eat again, I shall start severing the fingers of those little brats from Team 10 and feed them to dogs. Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply. He struggled to lift his head, but Obito had already vanished into the vortex of space. The prison returned to silence, the only evidence of the recent conflict being the trampled mackerel on the floor. Somewhere in a barely discernible crevice at the top of the cavern, the yellow eyes of Ju slowly closed. The white half murmured softly, "Lord Obito has been quite emotionally volatile lately." The black half replied darkly, "Kakashi's existence will impact the plan. Should we report to Lord Madara? Let us observe a while longer." The white half cheerfully suggested, "Human emotions are quite fascinating." Their figures melded into the rock wall, leaving the exhausted prisoner below undisturbed. Kakashi hung his head, his silver hair veiling his expression. Only the occasional droplets hitting the ground could be heard, indistinguishable from melting frost or something else entirely. Outside the window, a flurry of withered yellow leaves drifted by. Autumn was drawing to a close. Chapter 117. The rescue. Hey, why are you all so unconcerned? Dinksy, walking behind, munched on potato chips, producing a crunching sound, smiling broadly. I see Shikamaru looking composed, so I believe everything will be fine. Ino flicked her golden ponytail, nodding in agreement. Exactly. If Shikamaru truly thought the situation dire, he would be frantic, not so calm. Shikamaru let out a resigned sigh, absent-mindedly fiddling with the strap of his ninja tool pouch. Hey, don't place so much faith in me. What if I misjudge the situation? Asuma abruptly halted, turning to pat Shikamaru on the shoulder. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on his weathered face. Trust among comrades is essential. A gentle smile graced his lips, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes softening. And we equally trust Kakashi. That guy is remarkably resilient. He won't fall easily. Gazing into the trusting eyes of his three companions, Shikamaru felt the weight of responsibility intensify upon his shoulders. He kicked a small stone at his feet, conceding, "All right. To be honest, I do have a few ideas." The four of them settled upon a flat rock. Shikamaru retrieved a somewhat crumpled map from his tool pouch and spread it across the stone surface. His finger pointed to a red cross at the border between the land of grass and the land of rain. He traced his finger westward, gliding over several ink-circled areas where the Akatsuki had been notably active in recent months. You mean? Ino's blue eyes widened in realization. Yes. It's highly likely this involves the Akatsuki, Shikamaru affirmed, folding the map away. A heavy silence enveloped them as the wind rustled through the trees. What are we waiting for then? Ino suddenly stood, hands on her hips. Let's go rescue him. Ino, Asuma gently restrained her shoulder. Lady Tsunade's orders were to scout, not to rescue. But, Asuma-sensei is correct, Shikamaru interjected. Our mission is to ascertain Kakashi-sensei's whereabouts and condition, then report back to the village. He paused, scanning the faces of his comrades. However, at that moment, Choji broke into a grin, his eyes narrowing. I knew it. Shikamaru has already devised a plan for how to recon and rescue him. He pulled out a bag of chips, the crinkling packaging breaking the tension. Shikamaru shook his head in exasperation, though a faint smile crept upon his lips. The four exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them. So what is the plan? Asuma inquired, extinguishing his cigarette in a small metal box. Shikamaru reopened the map, according to the intel from the Umbu. The Akatsuki has established a temporary base at the border of the Land of Grass. He pointed to a marker on the map. We'll approach in disguise to gather information. If we confirm Kakashi-sensei is there, we will act. Ino clenched her fists tightly. No, we must rescue him as quietly as possible, Shikamaru corrected. Engaging the Akatsuki directly would be disadvantageous. Shikamaru is right, Asuma nodded. Our advantage lies in surprise. Once exposed, we retreat immediately. Understood? Though hesitant, Choji and Ino nodded in agreement. That evening, the four arrived near their target location. The setting sun elongated the shadows of the abandoned temple, its stone steps cloaked in moss. Shikamaru signaled for everyone to halt, retrieving several sets of worn clothing from his tool pouch. By donning these, we will disguise ourselves as wandering ninjas. He distributed the garments. Choji, conceal your clan emblem. Ino, darken your hair. Asuma-sensei, tuck away your forehead protector. Once attired, they appeared entirely as a ragtag band of vagabond ninjas. Shikamaru conducted a final equipment check. Remember, once we enter the base's perimeter, any communication may be monitored. We will communicate using hand signals. He demonstrated a few simple gestures, touching an ear to indicate retreat. A clenched fist followed by an open hand to signify readiness for battle. If we become separated, gather at that withered tree to the southeast. He pointed into the distance. Any questions? The three shook their heads. Then, Shikamaru inhaled deeply, let the operation commence. Under the cover of twilight, the four advanced towards the temple. Shikamaru keenly observed fresh footprints on the ground and deliberately placed branches. He signaled for the team to halt, crouching down to pick up a fallen leaf. Gently blowing on it, the leaf floated forward, nearly brushing against an almost invisible wire before a gust of wind altered its course. Trap, he murmured, stay close. The four proceeded cautiously, Shikamaru's eyes scanning the surroundings. Just then, he heard the sound of stones scraping above. He raised his hand as a signal, and the group froze. In the shadows of the temple's second floor, a figure wearing a swirling mask flickered in and out of view. Shikamaru sensed the gaze of Obito sweeping over the thicket where they were concealed. Time seemed to freeze. Shikamaru's hand slowly moved toward his tool pouch, signaling his comrades to prepare for either combat or retreat. His heartbeat quickened, yet his mind remained remarkably clear. Why wasn't he Obito attacking? Why linger in that position? The answer struck him. He was waiting for them to reveal more information. Shikamaru gently tapped Asuma's arm, making a retreat gesture. The four backtracked slowly, each step taken with utmost care. Once at a safe distance, Shikamaru allowed himself to relax slightly. Did he spot us? Ino whispered. Not necessarily. Shikamaru shook his head. If he had confirmed our identities, he wouldn't let us leave so easily. What now? Choji asked, fists clenched. Shikamaru pondered for a moment. We split into two teams. Asuma-sensei and Ino will create a diversion from the west. Choji and I will infiltrate from the east. That's too dangerous, Asuma frowned. Thus, we need a signal. Shikamaru produced two modified smoke bombs, green for safe, red for danger. If you see red, retreat immediately. Asuma accepted the device, nodding in agreement. If anything seems off, we abort. With the plan established, the two teams set off separately. Shikamaru and Choji maneuvered around to the east side, where the guards were fewer but the terrain treacherous. Ready? Shikamaru whispered. Choji nodded firmly, for Kakashi-sensei. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the west. Asuma and Ino had begun their operation. Alarms blared within the temple as several shadowy figures dashed toward the source of the noise. Now, Shikamaru urged, and he and Choji swiftly approached the outer wall. Shikamaru formed hand seals, extending his shadow to probe the situation beyond the wall. Three guards are on the move. The pair scaled the wall, landing silently within the temple. The interior corridors were a labyrinth. Shikamaru led Choji toward the basement, where prisoners were likely held. As they rounded a corner, Shikamaru suddenly pulled Choji close against the wall. Footsteps and voices echoed from ahead. That Konoha Sharingan, Kakashi-sensei, they said to keep him alive. Lord Obito is particularly interested in him. Shikamaru and Choji exchanged glances. Kakashi was indeed here. The Akatsuki had specific plans for him. As the footsteps faded into the distance, the two pressed onward. just as they were nearing the staircase. Shikamaru's shadow detected a chakra response. Ambush. Retreat. He shoved Choji while leaping backward himself. Their previous position was pierced by shuriken embedded into the ground. Oh dear. You've been discovered. Obito emerged from the shadows, tilting his head to scrutinize them. Konoha's little mice? Shikamaru's heart sank, though his expression remained calm. He stealthily gestured for Choji to prepare for battle. We are merely passing through. Lying is ill-advised. Obito suddenly closed the gap. Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji. Your transformation technique requires practice. Shikamaru's pupils constricted. Their identities had been exposed. In an instant, he formed seals, shadow mimic technique. Shadows traversed through Obito's form like an apparition. Obito exaggeratedly spread his arms, too slow. Choji suddenly expanded, partial expansion jutsu. His massive hand struck toward Obito, causing the wall to collapse. Amidst the dust and debris, Obito's voice echoed from all directions. Game time is over. Several Akatsuki members appeared at both ends of the corridor, surrounding Shikamaru and Choji. Choji, Shikamaru murmured. On the count of 3, you break through with the human bullet tank. Do not look back. And you? I will find a way. Remember the rendezvous point. At that moment, the temple shook violently, and a tremendous explosion erupted from the west. Afei and the members of Shao paused momentarily. Now, Luna threw a smoke bomb, while Ding Xiai transformed into a battering ram, breaking through the encirclement. Utilizing the shadow strangulation technique, Luna ensnared 2 enemies. Just as he was about to follow suit, a chill crept down his neck as Afei's fingers lightly tapped on his throat. A clever child, Afei's voice was cold, yet not clever enough. With Ding Xiai and Ino retreating behind him, Luna subtly curled his little finger. Chapter 118. Finding when blinding light suddenly tore through the darkness, Kakashi instinctively shut his eyes tight. His pupils, long accustomed to the dark, constricted sharply, and physiological tears seeped from the corners of his eyes, leaving moist trails on his pallid cheeks. You truly are stubborn. Afei's distorted voice accompanied the dull thud of something heavy hitting the ground. Kakashi forced himself to adjust to the light. Squinting his right eye to see the curled figure on the ground, wearing a dark green vest, with fresh abrasions on his left cheek. Luna. Kakashi's voice rasped, sounding foreign to him. His suspended arms struggled violently, the chakra ropes instantly searing his skin, yet he felt no pain. The youth lay motionless on the ground, scorch marks from electric shocks visible on the back of his neck. Afei flipped Luna's body with his toes, the metallic forehead protector clashing against the ground with a crisp sound. Still alive, are we? He exaggeratedly spread his hands. But if you continue to starve, the medical team won't be able to save someone whose trachea has been severed. He suddenly pressed a kunai against Luna's throat. Kakashi's breath hitched. He noticed the faint rise and fall of Luna's chest and saw the kunai's tip piercing the skin, drawing blood for the first time in 3 days. He lowered his head. Bring the food. So straightforward. Afei tilted his head, the crimson Sharingan visible through the holes of his mask. I should have captured more little ones from Konoha. He snapped his fingers, and a bowl of steaming sanma rice appeared in his hand as the space distorted behind him. Kakashi fixated on the golden-brown sanma fish, its vacant eyes staring at the ceiling, as if mocking his capitulation. Afei suddenly pinched his chin, forcing his mouth open. The scalding fish flesh was roughly shoved into his mouth. Kakashi instinctively wanted to vomit. He had not eaten for over 72 hours, and his stomach had long rejected any food. Yet, seeing the kunai swaying in Afei's other hand, he forced himself to swallow. Grease trickled down the corners of his mouth, dripping onto his tattered Jonin vest. Such a good boy. Afei's voice lowered ominously, yet his actions grew more violent. He tore open the fish's belly and shoved the fish roe-covered rice balls down Kakashi's throat. For this little brat, am I not worth more than a mere junior in your heart? Kakashi choked and coughed, grains of rice spraying from his nostrils. Afei, suddenly enraged, yanked his silver hair. Back in the day when I fed you the soldier pills, you would rather starve than eat. The mask nearly pressed against his face. Is it just because this brat is younger than me? The air froze. Afei seemed to realize he had misspoken and abruptly released his grip. Kakashi gasped for breath, but keenly caught the crucial keyword, back then. He lifted his tear-streaked face, trying to glimpse the expression behind the mask. Toby? Shut up. Afei kicked over the rice bowl, shards of porcelain exploding beside Kakashi's leg. Do not use that name to call me. He roughly pulled the unconscious Luna up and bound him tightly with chakra ropes. Now that you're full, You can watch how your junior suffers. The ropes dug deeply into Luna's flesh, and Kakashi saw the youth frown in his stupor. Afei tied an exceedingly complex knot, finally yanking it tight. Afei snorted coldly, turning toward the door. Just as the spatial vortex appeared, he suddenly turned back. Tomorrow's breakfast will be Sanjaka Dango. If you dare spit it out, I will cut off this brat's fingers. Before his figure vanished, Kakashi heard him mutter, "It's just that he's younger than I am." The iron door slammed shut, plunging the basement back into darkness. Only the emergency light in the corner cast a blood-red glow, illuminating the chaos strewn between the two. "Well," Kakashi softly broke the silence. "Can you stand?" Luna attempted to twist his wrist, but the ropes emitted a dangerous blue light. The chakra suppression was maddening. He ceased struggling, lying flat like a beached fish. "The treatment here is quite good, with the behind-the-scenes boss personally feeding me." Kakashi's mouth twitched. Even in such a dire situation, Luna's sharp tongue remained unyielding. He adjusted his kneeling position to relieve the pressure on his knees. "How did you end up?" "Never mind that," Luna interrupted, glancing at Kakashi's bleeding wrist. Though it appeared to be a trap now, Kakashi shut his eyes. Afei's deliberate chakra leak, designed to attract Konoha ninjas, was more suffocating than physical pain. He recalled the young faces he had guided after the pain battle. Others, only I, Luna sighed, suddenly squinting, "But that masked man's attitude towards you is rather peculiar." The emergency light flickered, casting mottled shadows on Kakashi's face. He remembered the Sanma fish forcefully fed to him, and after Tobi's death, he had placed one at the memorial stone each year for 18 years. Afei was Tobi. Kakashi's voice was barely a whisper, as if speaking to himself. Yet he refused to acknowledge it, feeling trapped within the ruins of Kemui Bridge. Suddenly, Luna began to cough violently. Once his breathing steadied, he looked at Kakashi with an indescribable expression. "Teacher, the focus isn't on whether he is Tobi." The ropes restricted his habitual hand-raising gesture, forcing him to tilt his head, but rather, who you are to him. In the red light, Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply. Fragments of memory assaulted him like a blizzard. The rice balls passed at the training ground, hands stained with blood in the cave. The weak blessings whispered during the transplant of the Sharingan, and the jealousy Afei had blurted out moments ago. More important than a junior, more special than a companion. "This is such a hassle," Luna muttered softly. Kakashi did not catch the latter part. "What?" I said, "The way he tied you up is quite impressive." Luna rolled his eyes. "By the way, can you find a way to cut these ropes? If I lie down any longer, I'll have a herniated disc." Kakashi attempted to gather chakra, but the ropes immediately emitted a warning buzz. He shook his head. "We need a key." His gaze fell on the glint of metal at Luna's forehead protector. "There's a metal buckle at your left temple." Luna immediately understood and began to awkwardly maneuver his head. As the metal edge brushed against the rope, the blue light suddenly blazed. Sparks from the chakra repulsion splattering onto his cheek. "Ugh, this design is too sinister." Luna grimaced in pain, but continued to rub the forehead protector against the rope. "Did you use this back in the Umbu?" "It's an improved version." Kakashi watched as the youth's face burned from the sparks. The inventor of the prototype's words halted abruptly. He remembered that this technique, which transformed chakra into physical restraints, first appeared in the ancient texts of the Uchiha clan. Luna keenly noticed his pause. "So it really is a couple's thing, huh?" "What?" Kakashi was certain he had heard an extraordinary term this time. "Nothing." Luna successfully frayed one of the ropes, panting, "I just think," rather than obsessing over whether he is Tobi. "You might want to consider why he is so fixated on you." He glanced at Kakashi's shameful suspended posture. Kakashi suddenly realized what Luna was hinting at. The humid air turned stifling, and he was thankful that in the darkness, the other could not see his flushed ears. Such an absurd conjecture. But Afei's contradictory words and behaviors, his almost obsessive concern. Chapter 119, running water droplets condensed on the damp rock wall, falling into the stone basin and producing a rhythmic soft sound. Shikamaru shifted his numb legs, the chakra ropes digging deep purple bruises into his wrists. He cast a sidelong glance at the silver-haired shinobi 3 meters away, who was leaning casually against the rock wall. If not for the rather awkward position he was suspended in, he might as well have been enjoying a sunny day in his own backyard. "Kakashi-sensei," Shikamaru suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse from thirst. "Are we escaping?" Kakashi tilted his head slightly, the eye visible above his mask curving into a crescent. "Oh?" "Shikamaru has a plan." "TSK." Shikamaru rolled his eyes, the motion aggravating the bruise on his cheekbone. causing him to grimace. If you wanted to leave, couldn't you just untie yourself? An eerie silence enveloped the cave. A drop of water fell onto the stone surface between them, creating a tiny splash. You've seen through me. Kakashi's voice carried a hint of embarrassment. The younger generation really doesn't leave any face for their seniors. Shikamaru chose not to respond. He fixed his gaze on Kakashi's masked left eye, his tone growing unusually serious. What are you really thinking? The situation outside is chaotic. Naruto is undergoing special training with the Raikage. Other ninja villages are tracking down the Akatsuki's whereabouts, and we. He shook his bound hands. Are playing hostage here? Kakashi's expression faded into shadow. After a long pause, he murmured, I once lost a Beto. Shikamaru's pupils constricted. At that time, I vowed that if we met again. Kakashi's voice grew softer. I would at least bring that lost fool back home. A sliver of light filtered through a crack at the top of the cave, illuminating the tips of Kakashi's silver hair. Shikamaru gazed at the reflection, suddenly understanding why Yamanaka Ino often claimed Kakashi-sensei possessed a broken beauty. At that moment, the silver-haired shinobi resembled a broken sword sheath, appearing calm, yet every inch marred with fractures. What about Konoha? Shikamaru struck directly at the heart of the matter. How do you plan to explain the former Umbu captain's collusion with the Akatsuki? Kakashi's shoulders twitched almost imperceptibly. This question clearly struck a nerve. As a once rule-abiding elite ninja, he understood the gravity of such actions better than anyone else. Kakashi opened his mouth, yet ultimately found himself unable to provide an answer. Shikamaru sighed heavily, the back of his head thudding against the rock wall. This is troublesome. He looked up at the crack in the cave's ceiling and boldly suggested, so Kakashi-sensei, why not become the 6th Hokage? Kakashi displayed a rare look of bewilderment. His right eye widened in disbelief as if witnessing something utterly inconceivable. Isn't that a bit too sudden? Besides, how could that even be possible? It's the optimal solution. Shikamaru interrupted, his voice suddenly taking on the calm steadiness of his father, Nara Shikamaru. Firstly, the identity of Hokage would suppress the higher-ups' doubts about your collusion. Secondly, ascending as a reformist could redefine the policies towards rogue ninjas. Most importantly, the boy narrowed his eyes. If Obito can indeed be saved as you say, then the only one who could provide him sanctuary is the Hokage. Kakashi's breath hitched. He had never considered this perspective, not as a sinner seeking forgiveness, but as a protector establishing a new order. The thought was audacious, almost imbued with the Nara clan's distinctive audacious wisdom. You. Kakashi's voice trembled. Do you even know what you're saying? Shikamaru shrugged, a movement that sent a sharp pain through his suspended arms. Regardless, the only one capable of fighting for Konoha now is you. Lady Tsunade enjoys gambling, and if the Elder Council takes charge, the first to be purged would be someone like you, deemed an unstable element. He tilted his head to regard Kakashi. Furthermore, if you don't take this path, are you really going to let that fool Naruto take over now? Kakashi fell silent. He felt something within him breaking free, perhaps hope, or perhaps a more terrifying ambition. The proposal was dangerously enticing, yet undeniably rational. I can't, he instinctively retorted, though his voice lacked its usual conviction. Shikamaru smirked. Your heart rate is increasing. Just then, footsteps echoed from the depths of the cave. The two fell silent simultaneously. A figure wearing a spiral mask emerged from the shadows, carrying a wooden tray. It's mealtime, Obito announced in a twisted, cheerful tone. He walked straight towards Kakashi, completely ignoring Shikamaru's presence. Kakashi's body instinctively tensed. The sensation of the mask being gently pulled down made him feel immensely uncomfortable, especially under Shikamaru's piercing gaze. Obito ladled a bowl of miso soup, even thoughtfully blowing on it before bringing it to Kakashi's lips. The temperature is just right. The voice behind the mask suddenly became normal, even tinged with nostalgia. I added wild mushrooms. It's your favorite flavor. Kakashi's ears turned red. He mechanically opened his mouth, but at that moment, the spoon tilted slightly, causing hot soup to drip down his chin and onto his collarbone. Obito immediately wiped away the droplet with his thumb, the motion so natural as if he had done it 1,000 times before. Ahem. Shikamaru coughed deliberately. What about mine? Obito's movement froze. Without turning his head, he snapped his fingers, and Zetsu emerged from the ground, holding a mass of indistinguishable mush. Open wide, White Zetsu grinned, gripping Shikamaru's chin with a roughness akin to feeding livestock. Wait, Shikamaru protested, but the paste was forcefully shoved into his mouth, choking him and bringing tears to his eyes. Black Zetsu sneered from the side. Picky little brat should suffer a bit. Throughout, Obito did not cast a single glance at Shikamaru. He focused on wiping the corner of Kakashi's mouth, even kindly asking, "Would you like some shikimi powder? I remember you love spicy food." Shikamaru rolled his eyes dramatically amidst his coughing fits. After Obito finally departed, he glared fiercely at Kakashi. Care to explain? Kakashi cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, he used to do this. Used to? Shikamaru keenly seized on the key word. So you admit he is Obito? Kakashi paused for a moment, then gently nodded. This is troublesome. Shikamaru shook off the remnants of food from his hair. Kakashi-sensei, the situation has changed. Naruto is training sage techniques with the Raikage. We can't stay here as hostages forever. He lowered his voice. We escaped tonight. Kakashi looked at the boy in surprise. Do you have a plan? Of course. Shikamaru's eyes glimmered with sharp determination. First, I need 3 uninterrupted minutes to form the seals. Late at night, when Zetsu's watch momentarily faltered, Shikamaru suddenly opened his eyes. His hands twisted at an incredible angle, the tips glowing with a faint blue chakra. Sage art. In release. With an almost inaudible chant, snake-like patterns emerged on Shikamaru's skin. These patterns swiftly spread to the chakra ropes, eroding them into tiny cracks. 5 seconds later, the ropes snapped apart. Kakashi watched in astonishment. Shikamaru flexed his wrists and quickly untied Kakashi's bindings, a modified version of Orochimaru's technique that did not require a natural energy gathering point. The two moved silently along the rock wall. Shikamaru led the way, each step precisely avoiding any potential noise. When they finally caught sight of the moonlight at the cave's entrance, Kakashi suddenly grabbed Shikamaru. Something feels off, he whispered, it's too easy, as if to validate his words. A familiar voice resonated from behind. Where are you going, Kakashi-sensei? Obito's figure emerged from the void, his Sharingan glowing crimson in the moonlight. Shikamaru immediately assumed a combat stance, but was restrained by Kakashi's grip on his shoulder. Shikamaru, Kakashi's voice was eerily calm. Do you know how to return to Konoha? Shikamaru turned sharply. What do you mean? Just go straight. Don't look back. Kakashi fixed his gaze on Obito's mask. He won't pursue you. Daitu let out a cold laugh. Such confidence? Willing to die for a mere child? It was not Nara Shikamaru. Kakashi stepped forward, shielding the young man. This is for you, Dato. Even if you had not appeared today, I would not retreat. The air seemed to solidify. Dato's mask tilted slightly, as if he were reassessing the individual before him. Seizing the opportunity, Shikamaru observed that at least 20 Baiju lay in ambush nearby. Redemption? Dato's voice suddenly turned hoarse. For Rin? TSK. Shikamaru clicked his tongue in irritation. Redemption, my foot. Taking advantage of the moment of distraction, he dashed out of the encirclement, leaving behind a parting shot. Because this idiot likes you, you old yellow mask. This statement detonated like a bomb. Dato's Sharingan spun wildly, while Kakashi instantly turned from his ears to his neck in embarrassment. Amidst the profound awkwardness and chaos, the silver-haired shinobi made a shocking decision. He turned and fled. Not towards freedom, but straight back into the underground prison. Dato stood frozen, watching the fleeing figure in haste. The Baiju poked their heads out from the ground, clamoring. Wow, a confession. Should we chase after him? Kakashi-sama looks so cute when he's shy. Dato slammed his fist against the rock wall, causing debris to fall. Shut up. He glared at the dark entrance of the prison, his heart swirling with emotions so complex even he could not comprehend them. Ultimately, he opted for the most Uchiha-like resolution, activating Kimui and vanishing into the void. Meanwhile, 10 meters underground, Kakashi buried his burning face in his knees, his mind consumed by Shikamaru's damned declaration. He had never been more grateful for the shelter of darkness. At least in this moment, no one could witness his flushed face. That damned kid, he muttered through clenched teeth. I'll make sure to give Shikaku a rough time when we return. Chapter 120. Intelligence. In the desolate woods of Kubo, 30 miles outside of Konoha, the sound of a kimchi choji crunching on potato chips was particularly crisp. So Kakashi-sensei is fine. Ino fiddled with the dried leaves in her golden hair, her fingertips still sticky with sap from their journey. But he isn't returning with us? Shikamaru leaned against a charred tree trunk, his shadow stretching long in the sunset. The situation is complex. He glanced at Asuma, who was polishing his futon. In any case, he is safe for now, but he has his own plans. Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke, the knife's edge reflecting his contemplative gaze. The Akatsuki? Yes. Shikamaru nodded. skillfully avoiding specific names. For the time being, they will not harm Kakashi-sensei. He paused and added, he is undercover. The term brought a collective sigh of relief. Choji clapped his hands, his eyes narrowing into slits as he laughed, as expected of Kakashi-sensei. Should we prepare a rescue plan? Not yet. Shikamaru looked towards Konoha. We should return to the village first to report. Ino keenly noticed the nuance in Shikamaru's wording. He said report rather than request. This realization caused her blue eyes to narrow slightly, but ultimately, she asked nothing. This was the unspoken understanding within Asuma's squad. Some truths are like seeds buried in the earth. Forcing them out of season would only ruin the entire plant. Let us go? Asuma stowed his ninja tools. The Hokage must be waiting anxiously. As they passed through the gates of Konoha, Shikamaru noted that the number of guards had doubled. 2 Yanbyu members wearing animal masks silently appeared on either side of the group, clearly there to escort them. Directly to Hokage Tower, one of the Yanbyu stated coldly. Tsunade's office was thick with the scent of medicine. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat by the window, the glow of his pipe flickering in the dusk. When Shikamaru entered alone, the gazes of the 2 Hokage fell upon him like searchlights. Detailed report. Tsunade was direct. Her finger tapping on the map of the land of rain spread across the table. From the moment you entered the rain village. Shikamaru performed a standard bow, his voice steady as if reporting a D-rank mission. Upon entering the rain village, we conducted a thorough investigation of the local situation and geographical features. He intentionally obscured the timeline and location, stating that within less than a week of investigation, they discovered some traces left by the Akatsuki. The combat process? The third suddenly interjected, pointing his pipe towards the scabbed wound on Shikamaru's arm. The opponent utilized space ninjutsu. Shikamaru remained unfazed. Their distinguishing features included a swirling mask and Sharingan. The air in the office instantly solidified. Tsunade's finger punctured the map, creating a hole, while the fire in the third S pipe dimmed momentarily. Sharingan. Tsunade's voice rose dangerously. Are you certain? I saw it with my own eyes. Shikamaru met the Hokage's gaze directly. Though different from Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan pattern, it was indeed of the Mangekyo caliber. The third slowly exhaled a breath of smoke. Kakashi is still alive? Not only alive. A barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of Shikamaru's mouth. He has voluntarily requested to continue undercover. From my observations, the Akatsuki currently has no intention of executing him. Tsunade suddenly slammed her fist on the table, sending papers flying. Nara Shikamaru. Her fist left a spiderweb-like crack on the surface. Do you think I'm a fool? When did the Akatsuki start sparing lives? Shikamaru's pupils constricted slightly, but his voice remained steady, precisely because it is unusual. It warrants further investigation. Kakashi-sensei deemed this an excellent opportunity to gather core intelligence on the Akatsuki. What intelligence has he transmitted? The third suddenly asked. Currently, only one piece. Shikamaru retrieved a miniature scroll from his ninja tool pouch. Information regarding the Akatsuki's research on extracting tailed beasts. This was a clever deception. The scroll was genuine, containing records of Orochimaru's theories on the chakra conflict of tailed beasts during his time with the Akatsuki, but it did not originate from Kakashi. Shikamaru was betting on the 2 Hokage's unfamiliarity with Orochimaru's research. As Tsunade took the scroll, Shikamaru noticed her fingertips tremble slightly. When she unfolded the scroll and beheld the familiar serpentine handwriting, her golden eyebrows nearly shot up to her temples. This is what Kakashi-sensei risked to obtain. Shikamaru quickly interjected, believing there to be factional struggles within the Akatsuki that could be exploited. The third suddenly chuckled. The old man's laughter rasped like sandpaper against a tree trunk, sending chills down Shikamaru's neck. Kid, your father used to enjoy such tricks in his youth. He knocked off the ash. Half-truths are the hardest to unravel. Shikamaru's throat tightened. As expected, he could not deceive this old fox. But he was prepared. What I say is entirely true. However, I must express hesitation regarding some of the information, as it pertains to Kakashi-sensei's personal request, which I cannot elaborate on here. Personal? Tsunade narrowed her eyes. What could that dense fellow possibly have that is more important than the village's safety? Shikamaru remained silent, merely bowing deeply. This posture he had practiced for a long time was sufficiently respectful, yet carried the unique stubbornness of the Nara clan. An oppressive silence lingered for a full minute. Ultimately, it was the third who broke the deadlock. You may leave now. The old man's pipe gestured towards the door. Call Nara Shikaku to see me. Yes. As Shikamaru turned, he heard Tsunade add, Well done on completing the mission. The intelligence is valuable. This unexpected praise nearly caused Shikamaru to stumble. As he grasped the doorknob, he suddenly heard Tsunade whisper in a tone only he could hear, "Tell Kakashi not to die." The medical team doesn't lack for patience. But Team 7 is in need of a teacher. Shikamaru's grip tightened, but he did not look back. It was not until he was 100 meters away from Hokage Tower that he allowed himself to exhale deeply. This reaction was better than he had anticipated. At least he had not been exposed on the spot. Shikamaru. His father's voice came from behind, startling Shikamaru. Nara Riku clutched a thick stack of documents, his face adorned with a familiar expression of ambiguous amusement that his son often wore. Hokage-sama has asked me to organize the materials? Shikamaru's lips twitched. It was only now that he comprehended Tsunade's true intentions. She had summoned the individual most familiar with Nara's cognitive patterns to deal with him. This tactic was remarkably shrewd, quite unlike the straightforward Tsunade he knew. "Father, he began, but Riku interrupted him, his gaze drifting towards a distant rooftop. There are too many ears here. As they traversed 3 bustling commercial streets, Riku unexpectedly veered into a barbecue restaurant. Once they were led to the innermost private room by the staff, Shikamaru discovered Asuma, and the 3rd Hokage had been waiting there. "Oh, teacher." Shikamaru's mind was instantly overwhelmed. Wasn't the 3rd supposed to be at the Hokage Tower? When did that clone sit? The 3rd cheerfully pushed a cup of tea towards him. "Now, let us hear the tale behind Akatsuki." Shikamaru nearly toppled his teacup. Asuma helplessly raised his hands. "Don't look at me. I haven't said anything. It's the smoke." The 3rd indicated toward Asuma's pipe and the nearly invisible gray specks on Shikamaru's collar. A sharp glint flashed in the elder's eyes. "So, who is it that can perplex Kakashi when choosing Konoha? Yuen Rin has confirmed the body, then?" Shikamaru suddenly felt bitterness in his mouth. He should have anticipated that the 3rd Hokage, who had navigated the political maelstrom for decades, could not be deceived by a mere boy's tricks. Yes, Shikamaru ultimately conceded. But the situation regarding Obito-senpai is quite complex. "How complex?" Rika pressed. "More complex than your apprenticeship under Orochimaru? Or even more convoluted than that Orochimaru dossier?" Shikamaru abruptly looked up. "Father, you're guessing." Rika beamed with victory, evidently having hit the mark. Asuma couldn't help but chuckle. "You Nara folks are truly formidable." The 3rd rapped the table, his expression turning grave. "For now, do not disseminate the information about Obito still being alive." He shot a pointed glance at Shikamaru, which included Tsunade. Shikamaru's eyes widened in shock. Was the 3rd asking him to withhold information from the Hokage? Political necessity, the elder sighed. Tsunade's position is quite delicate. He did not elaborate, but Shikamaru instantly grasped the implication. The clans of Konoha were stirring, and Tsunade's emotional volatility could disrupt the 3rd's plans. As for Kakashi-sensei, let him handle it in his own way. The 3rd stood, his pipe turning in his palm. Sometimes, what a ninja requires is not orders. He gazed meaningfully at Shikamaru, but a sufficiently astute support. As Shikamaru exited the barbecue restaurant, night had completely descended. He gazed up at the statues of the Hokage carved into Hokage rock, suddenly understanding his father's oft-repeated adage. In Konoha, the truth always stretches and contracts like a shadow, shifting with the angle of the light. Ino and Choji emerged from seemingly nowhere, flanking him on either side. "Let's go for barbecue," Ino exclaimed excitedly, "to celebrate the completion of our mission." Choji had already produced a bag of new flavor chips, declaring, "It's on me." As Shikamaru observed the cheerful faces of his companions, the intricate political maneuverings felt a world away. He allowed himself to be led forward, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. What a hassle. Chapter 121. Jinzuriki clouds swirled ominously above Reikage village, the thunder rumbling like the growl of a colossal beast. Akatsuki stood at the edge of a cliff, his orange vortex mask gleaming with an eerie light under the flashes of lightning. He irritably raked a hand through his hair, Shikamaru's words about Kakashi's affections still echoing in his mind. "Damn Konoha brat," he muttered, his fingers subconsciously tracing the edges of his mask. Beside him, the entity known as Zetsu observed quietly. "You've been influenced to this extent by a Chunin's words. That's not like you," Zetsu remarked with a hint of mockery. Akatsuki abruptly turned, his Sharingan flickering behind the mask's hollow eye sockets. "Shut up. I'm just bored. Since Kakashi-sensei has nothing going on, why not engage in something more productive?" He exaggeratedly spread his arms. "For instance, capturing a tailed beast in Reikage village." Zetsu's yellow pupils narrowed slightly. Now, the fourth Reikage is not to be trifled with. Exactly, that's what makes it interesting. Akatsuki's tone suddenly turned flippant, though the darkness in his eyes remained undiminished. The space around him distorted, and in the next moment, both figures vanished into the swirling vortex. Meanwhile, Konoha's support team was traversing the last stretch of forest. Naruto sprinted ahead, his golden hair tousled by the wind. "Hey, pervy sage, does Reikage Village really need our help?" he called back, excitement gleaming in his blue eyes. Jiraiya adjusted his disheveled white hair blown by the wind. Akatsuki's target is all the tailed beasts, and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, is their next objective. As allies, Konoha has a duty to assist. Sakura quickened her pace to keep up. But I've heard that the attitude towards Jinchuriki in Kumogakure is quite different from ours in Konoha. Naruto's steps faltered imperceptibly. He recalled the days of being ostracized by villagers during his childhood, his fists clenching unconsciously. "We'll find out when we get there," Jiraiya said meaningfully. As they crested the final hill, the full expanse of Reikage Village unfolded before them. The towering Reikage office building stood at the center, surrounded by steep mountains and waterfalls. The entire village seemingly embedded between sheer cliffs. Unlike Konoha's peaceful atmosphere, here, training ninjas were visible everywhere, and the air was thick with a martial spirit. "This is Reikage Village," Naruto murmured, an inexplicable sense of tension creeping up his spine. He could sense that the nine tails within him was also reacting to this place. They were greeted by Kumo's elite ninja, Kira, a young man with deep blue hair, donning the village's forehead protector, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Konoha's support, I presume? Follow me." Kira's tone was cold, hardly sparing a glance at Naruto, his attention primarily fixed on Jiraiya. Naruto frowned, but said nothing. As they followed Kira through the village, he noticed the wary gazes of the villagers upon them, particularly the assessments in their eyes, which were not typical of Konoha's residents. There was neither fear nor disdain, but rather a sense of scrutiny, even vigilance. "Hey, who is your Jinchuriki?" Naruto couldn't help but inquire. Kira abruptly halted, turning with a glimmer of dangerous light in his eyes. "Lord Killer Bee is a vital asset to our village. He is not someone you can casually inquire about." "Lord Killer Bee?" Naruto's eyes widened. "You refer to your Jinchuriki as Lord?" Kira's expression grew even more austere. "In Kumogakure, the Jinchuriki is a village hero, the embodiment of our greatest martial strength. It seems Konoha's education indeed differs." Those words struck Naruto like a dull knife to the chest. A hero? In the place where he grew up, Jinchuriki were often objects of fear and rejection. Even though circumstances had improved, they were far from being revered as lords. Jiraiya tactfully interjected, "We understand that every village has its own traditions. Could you take us to see the Reikage?" Kira snorted dismissively and continued leading the way. Sakura quietly approached Naruto, whispering, "Don't take it personally. They just don't understand you." Naruto forced a smile, but the discomfort in his heart grew stronger. As they passed a training ground, a bold rap echoed through the air. "Yo, yo, warriors of Kumo, follow the rhythm." The power of the Eight Tails, unbeatable. A burly man wearing sunglasses and carrying 7 swords was coaching young ninjas in their training, emanating a powerful chakra, while his students looked on with adoration. "Is that the Eight Tails Jinchuriki?" Naruto gaped. In his understanding, Jinchuriki should be solitary figures, much like himself or Gaara. However, Karabi appears to be a beloved mentor. She's lips curled into a subtle smile. Lord Karabi is not only a perfect Jinchuriki, but also the sworn brother of Lord Reikage. He imparts the techniques of chakra control to the younger generation. Naruto felt a wave of dizziness, as a torrent of emotions surged within his chest, confusion, envy, and a hint of resentment. Why is it that, despite being a host for a tailed beast, his treatment differs so vastly? At that moment, a man dressed as a medical ninja rushed over. "Lord Shi, the medical department requires reinforcements. There are injured personnel arriving from the border." She frowned. "Darui, did I not mention that today we have an important mission?" It was only then that Darui, the medical ninja, noticed the group from Konoha. Upon catching sight of Sakura's forehead protector, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. "Konoha's medical ninja? Our unique medical techniques do not require external interference." Sakura's brows furrowed instantly. "What sort of attitude is that? We are here to assist." "Assist?" Darui scoffed. "With your outdated medical ninjutsu from Konoha? Our Yunin's lightning-style cellular activation technique is unparalleled in the entire ninja world. Sakura's face flushed with anger, her fists clenched tightly. As the tension escalated, Jiraiya quickly intervened. We each have our specialties. Cooperation is essential for optimal results. She impatiently waved his hand. Enough. Darui, take this Konoha medical ninja to the medical department so she can witness the true Yunin medical techniques. The rest of you, follow me to meet the Reikage. Before parting, Sakura exchanged a glance with Naruto, signaling him to avoid causing trouble. Naruto nodded, yet the turmoil within him remained unresolved. The Reikage's office was simpler than expected. The fourth Reikage, a towering figure akin to an iron tower, stood by the window, facing away from them. Upon hearing their movement, he turned around, his sharp gaze sweeping over the group like a bolt of lightning, finally resting on Naruto. So, this is the brat of the Nine Tails? The Reikage's voice boomed like thunder. Naruto instinctively straightened his back. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the man who will become Hokage. To his surprise, the Reikage suddenly burst into laughter. Now that's spirit. Much better than that fool who rambles all day. He approached Naruto, looking down at him. I hear you can control the power of the Nine Tails? Yes, Lord Reikage. Jiraiya replied on his behalf. Naruto has reached a certain level of cooperation with the Nine Tails. The Reikage nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. A Jinchuriki should master the tailed beast, not be mastered by it. He patted Naruto's shoulder with such force that Naruto nearly stumbled. Take him to the training ground. Let him observe the Yunin training methods. After leaving the Reikage's office, Shi's demeanor seemed to soften a bit. It appears that the Reikage holds you in high regard. Follow me. At the training ground, a dozen Yunin ninjas were engaged in intense physical training. Upon seeing Shi bring Naruto over, several paused their actions and cast curious glances. I hear you are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Care for a spar? A burly ninja stepped forward. Just as Naruto was about to agree, Shi interjected. Tudai. Don't seek trouble. He is our guest. The ninja named Tudai shrugged. I'm merely curious about the strength of Konoha's Jinchuriki. After all, our Lord Karabi is a master controller. This remark ignited Naruto's fighting spirit. All right, let us see what you've got. She attempted to intervene, but Naruto had already jumped onto the central stage of the training ground. Tudai grinned and followed suit. The rules are simple. No tailed beast chakra. Just a pure martial arts duel. Tudai took his stance. Perfectly agreeable. Naruto formed hand seals, shadow clone technique. Dozens of clones appeared instantly, charging towards Tudai from various angles. The onlooking Yunin ninjas gasped in surprise. Shadow clones. Such a waste of chakra? Someone murmured. However, Tudai remained unfazed, enveloping himself in a layer of lightning-style chakra. His speed surging. He darted through Naruto's clones like lightning, swiftly dismantling them all. Lightning style, lightning body technique. She explained from the sidelines. This is a unique physical technique of our Yunin. Naruto narrowly dodged Tudai's powerful punch, feeling the wind from the strike sting his cheek. Realizing that sheer numbers would not secure victory, he needed to alter his strategy. As Tudai charged again, Naruto suddenly crouched down, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Tudai's legs. Tudai leaped to evade, but Naruto seized the opportunity to grasp his ankle, executing a shoulder throw that slammed Tudai to the ground. A splendid counterattack. She couldn't help but exclaim. Tudai sprang back up like a fish leaping from water, his fighting spirit heightened. The two resumed their clash, fists and feet colliding, chakra surging, and dust swirling around them. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the medical department was equally tense. Sakura observed as Darui utilized lightning style to stimulate the injured person's muscle regeneration. Her brow furrowed. This forced activation of cells will shorten their lifespan. She protested. Darui didn't even look up. Surviving on the battlefield is the only qualification for discussing lifespan. Yunin ninjas do not require greenhouse treatment methods. Taking a deep breath, Sakura approached another injured person, her hands glowing with green chakra. At least let me use healing palm technique to treat this patient with internal bleeding. Darui glanced at her and scoffed, slow and sluggish. By the time you finish, the enemy will be at our doorstep. The purpose of medical ninjutsu is to heal, not to compete in speed. Sakura's voice rose an octave. Their argument attracted the attention of other medical ninjas. Just as the tension escalated, an older medical ninja approached. Enough. He barked sharply. The injured require treatment. Not to watch you bicker. Konoha girl, demonstrate your technique. Darui, prepare the operating room. Sakura and Darui exchanged glares before turning to their respective tasks. Yet, Sakura understood that this conflict regarding medical philosophies had only just begun. Returning to the training ground, the match between Naruto and Tudai had reached a fever pitch. Both were panting heavily, yet neither was willing to concede. "Stop," she suddenly interjected. "That's enough. Naruto, your martial arts are indeed impressive." Tudai wiped the sweat from his forehead and extended his hand to Naruto. "Good fight, Konoha kid." Naruto grasped his hand, grinning. "You are strong too. That lightning-style acceleration technique is so cool." She regarded Naruto, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. "You are quite different from the Jinchuriki I have heard of." "Because I am not a monster, but a ninja," Naruto replied, locking eyes with she. "I merely have a troublesome fox within me." After a brief silence, she suddenly asked, "How are Jinchuriki treated in Konoha?" Naruto's smile faltered. Memories of exclusion and isolation surged forth like a tidal wave. He lowered his head, his voice barely audible. "Not very well." She's expression grew serious. "Yunin is different. The first 8 Tails Jinchuriki is a hero of our village, and Lord Karabi has inherited this legacy. Jinchuriki are not a calamity, but a symbol of strength." Naruto lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with emotions that she could not comprehend. "So you are not afraid of the tailed beasts going berserk?" "Fear does not resolve problems." Shi's voice was resolute. "We choose trust and training." The relationship between Jinchuriki and tailed beasts is akin to that of a rider and a spirited horse. It requires mastery, not suppression. These words struck Naruto like a bolt of lightning. For years, he had viewed the 9 tails as something to be suppressed and fought against, never considering other possibilities. Just then, an alarm suddenly blared throughout the village. Shi's expression changed abruptly. "Enemy attack alert." The ninjas in the training ground immediately entered battle readiness. She grasped Naruto's shoulder. "It could be the Akatsuki. Quickly, go find Lord Jiraiya." As Naruto was about to take action, the sky suddenly twisted into a vortex, and the figure of Akatsuki's member, wearing an orange mask, along with the black and white clad Zetsu, materialized. "Good evening, everyone from Yunin village." Akatsuki exaggeratedly bowed. "We have come to borrow the 8 tails." She immediately positioned himself in front of Naruto, exclaiming, "Akatsuki organization. All members, be on guard." Akatsuki's gaze shifted past Shi, landing on Naruto. "Oh, is this not the 9 tails brat? What an unexpected gain." A chill ran down Naruto's spine. The eyes behind the mask evoked an eerie sense of familiarity. "Who are you?" he demanded sternly. Akatsuki chuckled in a peculiar manner. "I am merely a passing masked man. Since we've met, I might as well take you along." The space twisted once more, and Akatsuki appeared before Naruto, his finger nearly grazing the forehead protector. She reacted swiftly, unleashing a bolt of lightning towards Akatsuki, but it passed through his body. "Useless. My Kamui allows me to exist in another dimension," Akatsuki declared proudly, reaching out toward Naruto. In a critical moment, a flash of white light severed Akatsuki's arm. Jiraiya appeared beside Naruto, holding a kunai, his expression grave. "Space ninjutsu. So you are the mastermind behind this." Akatsuki took a few steps back. Where his arm had been, blood did not flow, but began to twist and reassemble. "Today is indeed a fortunate day for the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya." Zetsu reminded Akatsuki, "Do not forget the primary target is the 8 tails." I know. Akatsuki waved dismissively, then suddenly turned to Naruto. "But 9 tails brat, we will meet again. After all, you possess what I desire." With that, both figures were once again engulfed by the vortex, vanishing without a trace. The training ground fell into a brief silence, followed by a surge of noisy discussions. Shi's face was exceptionally grim. How did they breach the village's barrier? Jiraiya sheathed his kunai. "That masked man's abilities are troublesome." "Naruto, are you alright?" Naruto shook his head, yet his confusion deepened. Why did the masked man who called himself Akatsuki evoke such a strange feeling? Moreover, the attitude of Yunin village toward Jinchuriki, Karabi as a perfect Jinchuriki, and Shi's notion of guiding rather than suppressing. All of these were challenging his long-standing perceptions. Naruto suddenly spoke. "Can you take me to meet Lord Karabi? I wish to inquire about controlling the tailed beasts." She looked at him in surprise, then nodded after a moment. "Once the alarm is lifted, I believe Lord Karabi would be willing to instruct another village's Jinchuriki." In the distance, atop the Raikage's office building, the 4th Raikage, gazed toward the training ground, a glint of contemplation in his eyes. The 9 tails brat from Konoha is quite intriguing. Chapter 122. Save Naruto. The roar of the waterfall echoed like thunder. The the mist enveloping Naruto as he sat cross-legged atop a massive rock beneath the rushing water, completely drenched. Kurabi stood on the shore, his sunglasses reflecting the sunlight, 7 blades glimmering on his back. "Hey, Ninetails brat, focus." Kurabi rhythmically guided him. "Feel the chakra of the tailed beast flowing like waves." Naruto tightly shut his eyes, his brow furrowed. The chakra of the Ninetails surged within him like boiling magma. He sensed the Ninetails' consciousness mocking him. The massive fox curled up in its sealed space, its golden slit pupils filled with disdain. "Stupid fox, cooperate a little," Naruto shouted in his mental space. "Humph, brat, do you think such trivial training can master my power?" The voice of the Ninetails echoed, ringing painfully in Naruto's ears. Outside the waterfall, Kurabi suddenly leapt into the water, landing on the rock beside Naruto. His sunglasses were speckled with water droplets, yet his smile remained radiant. "Don't panic when faced with difficulties. Uncle Eight Tails is here to help." Naruto opened one eye. "Kurabi, that guy, the Ninetails, is completely uncooperative." Kurabi burst into laughter, suddenly tearing open his shirt to reveal the sealing patterns on his chest. "Look closely. This is the way of training in Yunin." He formed hand seals, and his body was enveloped in dark red chakra, fully transforming into a tailed beast, not suppression, but dialogue. An astonishing scene unfolded as Kurabi's form gradually became covered in the chakra of the 8 tails, yet unlike Naruto, he did not go berserk but maintained a conscious awareness. A tentacle-like tail extended from his back, skillfully wrapping around a large rock. "Is this the perfect Jinchuriki?" Naruto's eyes widened. Kurabi returned to his normal state, patting Naruto on the shoulder. "Hey, the tailed beast is not a tool, it's a partner. You must communicate sincerely." Naruto pondered, lowering his head. All along, he had viewed the Ninetails as something to be conquered, never considering equal dialogue. Perhaps this was the fundamental difference in how Yunin and Konoha treated Jinchuriki? "I'll try again." Naruto took a deep breath and closed his eyes once more. This time, he did not forcibly extract the Ninetails chakra, but walked toward the massive fox in his mental space. The Ninetails raised its eyelid, watching him warily. "Hey, Kyubi," Naruto hesitated. "Can we talk?" The Ninetails' ears twitched, clearly surprised by this address. "Brat, have you lost your mind? I want to learn how to work with you, not against you." Naruto looked directly into the Ninetails' eyes, just as Kurabi did with the 8 tails. The Ninetails was silent for a moment before letting out a cold snort. "Ridiculous. Do you think a few kind words can compensate for years of sealing?" Naruto clenched his fists. "I just want to know if it's possible for us to coexist peacefully." A prolonged silence enveloped the mental space, broken only by the Ninetails' heavy breathing. Finally, it narrowed its eyes. "Let me see your sincerity, brat." In the real world, orange chakra suddenly surged around Naruto, unlike his previous berserk state. This chakra was gentle and stable, forming an ethereal cloak of chakra. "Success." Kurabi gave a thumbs up. "Hey, Ninetails brat, you have talent. You've entered the path on your first try." Naruto gazed in astonishment at his transformation. He could feel the Ninetails chakra flowing within him. Yet there was no longer the pain and loss of control he had experienced before. This was a brand new experience. Power surged while his consciousness remained clear. Just then, a deafening alarm echoed throughout Yunin village. "Enemy attack? Is it Akatsuki again?" Naruto immediately leaped from the waterfall. Kurabi's expression turned serious. "You continue your training. I'll check the situation." With that, he vanished in an instant. Naruto hesitated for a moment, but decided to continue solidifying his recent progress. He resumed his cross-legged position, attempting to establish a deeper connection with the Ninetails. The impact of the water seemed to fade into background noise as his consciousness gradually sank into the mental world. Meanwhile, at the outer barrier of Yunin village, a bolt of lightning split the sky. Uchiha Sasuke stood at the edge of a cliff, his long black hair billowing in the wind, his Mangekyo Sharingan coldly surveying the village below. "So, this is Yunin village," he murmured to himself. Memories of a few days prior replayed in his mind. Within Orochimaru's laboratory, that sinister man had inadvertently mentioned, "I heard the Ninetails Jinchuriki has gone to Yunin village." The Akatsuki organization seems to have its sights set there. As Sasuke polished the Kusanagi sword, his fingers momentarily paused, but he quickly resumed his indifferent demeanor. That evening, his elusive brother Itachi suddenly appeared in his room. "Sasuke, are you worried about Naruto?" Itachi's voice was calm, which was infuriating. "What nonsense?" Sasuke retorted immediately. Why should I care about that underachiever's life or death? Itachi merely cast a meaningful glance at him. Is that so? His foolish little brother then transformed into a flock of crows and dissipated. It was this brief exchange that left Sasuke tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The following morning, he left a note stating he was going out to train and departed from Inran village. Now standing outside of Yunin village, he was reluctant to admit that his purpose was to ascertain whether that foolish laggard was safe. I am merely here to observe the movements of the Akatsuki. Sasuke reassured himself as he leapt from the cliff. His landing spot was fortuitously a high-voltage power grid above the village. The moment Sasuke's feet touched the grid, his right chakra resonated with it, sending a powerful current through the metal wires, directly striking the patrolling Killer Bee below. Wow! Killer Bee's hair stood on end. His sunglasses skewed to one side. An ambush is unethical. Sasuke landed lightly, his Sharingan scanning the surroundings warily. The Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Killer Bee? Oh, you dare to provoke me, knowing who I am? Killer Bee adjusted his sunglasses, 7 swords drawn and ready. State your name, or do not expect mercy. Uchiha Sasuke. He replied coldly, his hand resting on the Kusanagi sword. I am here to find Uzumaki Naruto. Killer Bee raised an eyebrow. What business does a Konoha ninja have with the Nine-Tails brat? Sasuke's expression darkened further. That is none of your concern. Where is he? Such a poor attitude. Killer Bee shook his head. Are all Konoha ninjas so rude? I am no longer a Konoha ninja. Sasuke's eyes flashed with a hint of crimson. Killer Bee halted suddenly. Not a Konoha ninja? Wait, are you a rogue ninja? At that moment, Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan fully manifested, the black pinwheel pattern slowly rotating. I told you. This is none of your business. Killer Bee's expression turned serious. A rogue ninja cannot be ignored. For Naruto's safety, I must stop you. Before he could finish, Killer Bee launched an attack, the 7 swords striking towards Sasuke from various angles. Sasuke quickly retreated, drawing his Kusanagi sword, sparks flying as it clashed with the incoming blades. Raitun, Chidori. Sasuke erupted with intense lightning, pushing back Killer Bee's assault. Your Raitun is quite impressive, Killer Bee acknowledged, but then his body became enveloped in dark red chakra. Yet, it pales in comparison to the Raitun of Yunin. The two engaged in a fierce battle in the clearing outside the village. Sasuke's Sharingan precisely predicting Killer Bee's every move, while Killer Bee countered with the superhuman taijutsu granted by the Eight Tails chakra. The aftermath of their clash shattered the surrounding rocks. The sounds of lightning and tailed beast bomb explosions drawing the attention of Yunin ninjas. Is that the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? One exclaimed. Lord Killer Bee is fighting an intruder. Hurry and inform Lord Raikage. Realizing the commotion around him, Sasuke understood he needed to conclude this fight swiftly. His Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly shifted, black flames igniting around Killer Bee. Amaterasu, what the hell is this? Killer Bee exclaimed, astonished by the unquenchable black flames. He decisively severed the corner of his clothing that had caught fire. Whoa, I cannot underestimate your dangerous ability. Sasuke offered no respite, quickly forming hand seals. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. The black flames of Amaterasu, under his control, formed into arrow-like projectiles, shooting straight at Killer Bee. Killer Bee finally took the threat seriously. Fully entering his tailed beast mode, octopus tentacles extending from his back to form a shield against the black flames. Eight Tails mode activated. Just as the battle was about to escalate, a familiar voice rang out from afar. Stop, Sasuke. Naruto's voice sliced through the tense atmosphere of the battlefield like a blade. His orange chakra cloak had not fully dissipated, radiating warmth in the sunlight, creating a stark contrast to Sasuke's cold, purple chakra. Sasuke's fingers twitched slightly, the tip of his Kusanagi sword deviating mere inches from Killer Bee's throat. He slowly turned his head, the black pinwheel pattern in his Sharingan rotating as he scrutinized Naruto from head to toe. Humph, you seem quite lively, laggard. Sasuke's voice was as frigid as ice, yet a hint of relief flickered in his eyes. Naruto's blue eyes brightened, his mouth involuntarily curving into a smile. Sasuke, it's really you. He stepped forward but suddenly halted, recalling the current situation. Wait, why are you attacking B? B? Sasuke's brow furrowed, the warmth in his tone evaporating. In just a few days, you're already this familiar with the Jinchuriki of Yunin? Killer Bee, adjusting his skewed sunglasses, chimed in, Yo Naruto. This Uchiha kid really has a temper. Sasuke's Sharingan snapped towards Killer Bee, the 3 tomos spinning wildly. Shut up, you foolish hip-hop idiot. Sasuke. Naruto raised his voice. B is my friend, and you are my friend too. Stop fighting. Those words ignited a fuse. Sasuke's chakra surged uncontrollably, purple lightning exploding around him. His eyes widened, black pupils constricting to pinpricks. Friend? Sasuke's voice was terrifyingly low. You dare compare me to this inexplicable hip-hop fool? Naruto was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Sasuke was suddenly so enraged. I didn't mean it that way. 7 years, Sasuke suddenly stated, gripping the hilt of his Kusanagi sword tightly, his knuckles turning white. 7 years ago, you chased after me out of Konoha, claiming I was your most important bond. How long has it been? You have already replaced me? Naruto's heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand. He realized that Sasuke's anger stemmed not from hostility toward Killer Bee, but from a feeling of betrayal. This understanding filled Naruto's chest with warmth. Sasuke still cared about their bond. Sasuke, it's not like that. Naruto urgently explained. Both you and Bee are important to me. Enough, Sasuke shouted, the Kusanagi sword pointing directly at Naruto. I do not need your nonsense. Killer Bee watched the scene with great amusement, even pulling out a bag of popcorn from his ninja tool pouch. Yo, the emotions of these adolescent boys are so complex. Sasuke's fury ignited completely. He abandoned Killer Bee and charged at Naruto. The Kusanagi sword, crackling with piercing lightning, lunged toward Naruto's chest. Sasuke. Naruto hurriedly raised a kunai to block, sparks flying from the metal collision. Calm down. I'm only worried about you. I heard you killed Danzo. My affairs are none of your concern. Sasuke's onslaught intensified, each strike imbued with lethal intent. Who do you think you are? My guardian? Naruto was forced to retreat repeatedly, yet his concern remained undiminished. Of course I care. You are my most important. Shut up. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly transformed, the black flames of Amaterasu igniting around Naruto. Do not look at me with those disgusting eyes. Naruto narrowly evaded the black flames, the cloak of Nine-Tails chakra burning a large hole in it. He was astonished by Sasuke's growth and strength and pained by the hatred in his eyes. Sasuke, what has happened to you? Naruto's voice was filled with anguish. We are not. Naruto, my little brother. Killer Bee interjected suddenly. Use the full fusion technique I've taught you to show this little friend what you've got. Naruto hesitated. He indeed wanted to try the newly mastered tailed beast fusion technique, but certainly not against Sasuke. However, this brief hesitation was misinterpreted by Sasuke. Huh? Now you are following his orders to deal with me? Sasuke's cold laughter carried a bitterness that Naruto had never heard before. How ironic. No, Sasuke. Naruto hurriedly explained. But Sasuke was already charging again. Right on, Kirin. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. A colossal beast formed from lightning diving downwards. In a moment of urgency, Mingren summoned the chakra of the Kyuubi, causing his orange cloak to expand dramatically, enabling him to withstand the force of the attack. The ground was blasted into a massive crater, with dust swirling around. Coughing, Mingren emerged from the haze, his chakra cloak now more solidified, and fox-like whisker marks appeared on his face. Zwisu, your strength has increased, he remarked. Zwisu's pupils narrowed slightly, surprised that Mingren could absorb the Kirin attack with such ease. The once distant tail end of their group had indeed grown formidable. You are not too shabby yourself, Zwisu begrudgingly acknowledged, quickly returning to his aloof demeanor, yet added. But still insufficient. Kalabi, observing the scene with enthusiasm, began to rap spontaneously. Yo, the Uchiha lad is strong. The Kyuubi kid remains calm, delivering an impressive performance, applause resounding. Shut up. Both Zwisu and Mingren shouted in unison, exchanging astonished glances. This unexpected synergy only served to infuriate Zwisu further. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly, black patterns beginning to spread from the corners of his eyes as he prepared to unleash Susanoo. Sensing the shift in Zwisu's chakra, Mingren felt a tightening in his chest. He did not wish to engage in a life-or-death struggle with Zwisu, but inaction was not an option. Recalling Kalabi's teachings, he closed his eyes and called upon the Kyuubi within his mental space. Kyuubi, I require your assistance. The Kyuubi opened one eye. Is it to deal with that Uchiha brat? No, it is to prevent him from making foolish decisions, Mingren replied earnestly. I do not wish to harm him. The Kyuubi scoffed but still transferred more chakra to Mingren. Suit yourself, kid. But don't expect me to fight your battles. In the real world, Mingren's chakra surged, forming a more complete tailed beast cloak, with a chakra tail swaying behind him. Meanwhile, Zwisu's Susanoo skeleton had taken shape, enveloped by purple energy ribs. Zwisu, cease this. Mingren made a final plea. There is no need for this. Enough chatter. Zhuasu's Susanoo raised its bow. Chakra arrows aimed directly at Mingren. Let me see what you and your new friend have learned. Just as the arrow was about to be released, a white figure suddenly intervened. And Jiraiya's long hair billowed in the chakra storm, hands forming different seals. Senjutsu, Go Yomen, Doton, Yozanuma. A wall of flames, a mixture of intense fire and oil, blocked Zhuasu's arrow while the ground beneath Mingren softened suddenly, ensnaring him in a mire that restricted his movement. Both of you stand down. Jiraiya's voice boomed like thunder, his sage mode shadow casting an imposing presence. Do you two idiots wish to dismantle the village of Kimogakure? Chapter 124, Passing Through Enough. Stand down. Jiraiya's white hair surged like a waterfall, instantly erecting a barrier between Mingren and Zhuasu. His sage mode eyes were distinctly visible, underscoring his seriousness. Zhuasu's Susanoo bow was fully drawn, while Mingren was enveloped in orange chakra, both glaring at each other across Jiraiya's white-haired barrier. Jiraiya, step aside. Zhuasu's voice was icy. This does not concern you. Mingren, anxious, protested Zhuasu. Come back to Konoha with me. Do not wander aimlessly. Zhuasu's lips twitched, a fleeting glimmer of uncertainty flashing in his eyes before he resumed his cold demeanor. Humph, Konoha is no longer my home. The sound of synchronized footsteps approached. As the Reikage, accompanied by a squad of Kimogakure shinobi, rapidly drew near. Zhuasu's gaze flitted around, clearly searching for an escape. Planning to run? Mingren keenly sensed Zhuasu's intention. Dashing forward to grasp his wrist, this time, I will not let you escape. Zhuasu jerked away as if electrocuted, the Kusanagi sword positioned between them. Do not touch me. Kalabi had inexplicably found his way to Jiraiya's side, sunglasses reflecting the sunlight. Yo, young man, throwing a tantrum like a shy girl. Shut up, you hip-hop idiot. Both Zhuasu and Mingren yelled in unison, then glared at one another. Jiraiya sighed, speaking earnestly. Zhuasu, the situation in the ninja world is tense. The Akatsuki organization is capturing tailed beasts indiscriminately. It is too dangerous for you to be out here alone. Return to Konoha. Zhuasu scoffed. Dangerous? Do you think I fear them? I am not concerned for your safety, Jiraiya said, casting a significant glance at Mingren. I worry that you may be exploited by those with ulterior motives. This statement seemed to strike a nerve in Zhuasu, his gaze flickering momentarily. Just then, the Reikage's gruff voice boomed from behind. What is going on? Another intruder? The fourth Reikage, AI, loomed behind them like an iron tower, flanked by elite Kimogakure ninjas. His piercing gaze swept over Zhuasu before settling on Jiraiya. A Konoha ninja, explain yourself. Just as Jiraiya opened his mouth, Zhuasu abruptly turned. His Mangekyo Sharingan locking onto the Reikage. I was merely passing through. Passing through? The Reikage raised an eyebrow. Uchiha brat. Do you think I will believe such a flimsy excuse? The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Jiraiya's hair subtly extended, preparing to restrain Zhuasu should he attempt to flee. Mingren watched Zhuasu anxiously, fearing another outburst. In that critical moment, a cold, slippery voice suddenly emerged from the bushes. Oh dear, my poor disciple seems to be in trouble. A gigantic serpent erupted from the ground, Orochimaru standing atop its head, his golden slit pupils glinting ominously. His appearance sent a ripple of tension through the group. Orochimaru. Jiraiya immediately shifted into a battle stance. Did you not reach a temporary alliance with Konoha? Orochimaru gracefully brushed his black hair aside. Indeed, I did, Jiraiya. So why are you trying to stop me? Jiraiya pressed. Zhuasu should return to Konoha. Orochimaru let out a chilling laugh. Reason 1. You want to forcibly take my disciple. Reason 2. His gaze suddenly turned dangerous. An alliance with Konoha does not mean I cannot strike you. Old white hair. Jiraiya's expression twisted in an instant. What kind of logic is that? The Reikage, growing impatient, interrupted. Orochimaru, what is your purpose for intruding into Kimogakure? All eyes turned to Orochimaru as he calmly retrieved a bento box from his sleeve. I just finished dinner and came to take my disciple back for a meal. It is imperative to ensure he receives proper nutrition as he grows. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Mingren's jaw nearly hit the ground. Zhuasu's face darkened. And Jiraiya's hair seemed to move without wind, clearly struggling to contain his urge to explode. Even the typically stern Reikage exhibited an expression of disbelief. Dinner? Kalabi repeated with difficulty, as if he had heard the most absurd statement in the world. Orochimaru nodded, glancing at Zhuasu. Zhuasu-kun. Today's menu features your favorite tomato scrambled eggs and miso soup. A visible vein pulsed on Zwissu's forehead. Shut up. Feeling shy? How rare, Orochimaru taunted. Zwissu finally snapped, pointing the Kusanagi sword at Orochimaru. Do you wish to die? Orochimaru remained unfazed, turning to the Raikage. So, Raikage, may I take my disciple home for dinner? The Raikage's temples throbbed, clearly overwhelmed by this absurd spectacle. Get lost. All of you, get out of Kumogakure. Wait. Mingren suddenly rushed forward. Zwissu cannot go with Orochimaru. Jiraiya quickly grabbed Mingren. Calm down. Given the current situation, I refuse. Mingren shook off Jiraiya's hand, tears brimming in his eyes. Zwissu, I beg you. Return to Konoha with me. I know you still cherish our bond. Sasuke's body momentarily stiffened, but he quickly reverted to his usual indifference, retorting, don't get carried away. You're just the tail end. Karabi, seemingly oblivious, had pulled out a small notebook and was rapidly jotting down notes. The melodrama of adolescent emotions is truly captivating. Jiraiya massaged his temples, deciding to adopt a more assertive approach. His white hair suddenly elongated, ensnaring Sasuke like a living entity. Apologies, Sasuke, but I must bind you before we proceed. Sage art, needle of the earth deity. Just as Jiraiya's hair was about to touch Sasuke, Orochimaru swiftly formed a hand seal, summoning technique, triple Rashomon. 3 massive gates with demonic faces rose from the ground, thwarting Jiraiya's assault. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru gripped Sasuke's shoulder. It seems dinner will be delayed, Sasuke-kun. Let go of me. Sasuke struggled, but Orochimaru's grip was surprisingly strong. Stop throwing a tantrum. Your caretaker is waiting for you. Orochimaru's voice turned hoarse, momentarily halting Sasuke's movements. Naruto watched helplessly as Sasuke was taken away by Orochimaru, his heart heavy with anguish. Sasuke. Sasuke glanced back at Naruto, his lips moving as if to speak, but ultimately he turned away. The two figures vanished amidst a swirl of smoke. Jiraiya deactivated Sage Mode, letting out a long sigh. Damn that Orochimaru. Raikage snorted dismissively. I don't concern myself with Konoha's domestic affairs, but ensure that such chaotic individuals do not disturb Yunin village again. With that, he strode away with the Cloud Shinobi. Only a few Konoha members and Karabi remained. Naruto knelt on the ground, his fists pounding the earth. Why? Why can't I keep him? Jiraiya crouched down, gently patting Naruto's shoulder. Give him some time. At least he truly came for you today. Naruto looked up, tears still glistening in his eyes. Really? That stubborn brat may not say it, but his actions speak volumes. Jiraiya smiled. What else would explain his chance encounter with Yunin village? Karabi leaned in, his eyes twinkling behind his sunglasses. The youthful sentiments are always poetic. Perhaps a song would better express this. At that moment, Sakura hurried in, panting and asking, what happened? I heard Sasuke-kun was here. Naruto stood up, wiping away his tears, revealing a determined smile. Yes. Sasuke came. Although he left again, I will definitely bring him back next time. Jiraiya nodded approvingly at Naruto's renewed spirit. He gazed in the direction where Sasuke had disappeared, pondering, what is that Orochimaru scheming? Meanwhile, in a forest far from Yunin village, Orochimaru and Sasuke walked one after the other. Are you satisfied, Sasuke-kun? Orochimaru asked without looking back. Sasuke remained silent, his clenched fists trembling slightly. Orochimaru chuckled softly. You should feel at ease now that Naruto-kun is unharmed, correct? Shut up, Sasuke coldly replied. I merely came to ascertain the status of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Is that so? Orochimaru cast him a knowing glance. Then why did you engage with the Hachibi Jinchuriki? Sasuke paused. He struck first. Orochimaru shook his head, choosing not to press further. After walking in silence for a while, he suddenly asked, shall we return for a meal? Whatever, Sasuke replied, awkwardly quickening his pace. Did you really make this? Orochimaru tossed a bento box to him. Upon opening it, Sasuke found it empty, his Sharingan fixated on Orochimaru. Orochimaru cleared his throat. Your brother truly prepared it. You should head back to the village. Sasuke remained silent, glaring at Orochimaru. I need to discuss cooperation with Konoha. Orochimaru stated. Get lost. Sasuke snapped. Chapter 125. Blade the night in Konoha resembled a heavy curtain, enveloping the Nara clan's residence. Shikamaru sat cross-legged on the tatami mat of his room, absent-mindedly tapping his fingers on the low table, producing a dull, thudding sound. Outside, a full moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow that coated the deer horn ferns in the courtyard with a cool sheen. What a bother, Shikamaru muttered. His brows furrowed. Ever since returning from the Rain Country mission, the Elder Council had strictly confined the activities of the Inoshikacho trio to within Konoha, citing the need to protect the younger elite. On the surface, it seemed like concern for their well-being, but in reality, it was a veiled form of house arrest. Shikamaru understood well that this was a maneuver by the Elder Council to counterbalance the third Hokage and Tsunade's faction. Choji, on the other hand, seemed to relish the leisure. Shikamaru recalled seeing him this afternoon at the Akimichi home, happily sampling new flavors of chips, completely unfazed by the restrictions on their freedom. Ino had complained a bit, but quickly immersed herself in helping at the flower shop in the mountains. Only Shikamaru felt like a wild beast caged in a pen. Restless and agitated, he reached for the chessboard on the table, the black and white pieces glimmering coldly in the moonlight. This was a gift from his father for his 10th birthday, symbolizing the wisdom passed down through the Nara clan. Shikamaru picked up a black piece, spinning it between his fingers. I wonder how Kakashi-sensei is doing. The piece clacked onto the board, producing a crisp sound. Shikamaru's thoughts drifted far away. To that man wearing the spiral mask, Uchiha Obito. Though he had learned from historical records and his father's accounts that Obito harbored complex feelings for Kakashi, reality was different from the narratives. What if Obito changed his mind? The writings suggested that Obito couldn't bear to fight Kakashi. Shikamaru chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yet this was a matter of life and death. He couldn't gamble with Kakashi's life. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the curtains to flutter. Shikamaru's pupils dilated as he sensed another presence in the room. Cold and slippery, it felt like a snake slithering over his skin. What are you thinking so intently about? You didn't even notice my chakra? The familiar hoarse voice came from behind him. Shikamaru's body instinctively tensed, but relaxed upon recognizing the owner of the voice. He felt a pair of arms wrap around his shoulders from behind, the chill of the body seeping through his ninja attire. Snake Uncle, Shikamaru's voice betrayed an unrecognized reliance. I was thinking about how to leave the village to find you. Orochimaru chuckled softly, his golden snake-like eyes shimmering in the moonlight. He released Shikamaru and moved to sit across the low table, his long hair cascading like a waterfall. That's a lie, he remarked, lightly tapping Shikamaru's nose. If you truly wish to find me, the barriers of Konoha wouldn't hinder you. Shikamaru awkwardly scratched the back of his head, knowing he couldn't hide anything from this teacher. Orochimaru understood him too well. It had been that way since the day he became his disciple. All right, I admit it, Shikamaru sighed. I am worried about Kakashi-sensei. A flicker of understanding crossed Orochimaru's eyes as he leisurely pulled out a small vial from his sleeve and placed it on the table. This is a newly developed soldier pill, 3 times more effective than the medical team in Konoha. He paused, but that's not the point. Tell me, what happened with Kakashi? Shikamaru hesitated for a moment. Kakashi is currently in Obito's hands. Who is that masked man from Akatsuki? I'm a bit worried. That man who claims to be Uchiha Madara is actually the Uchiha boy who sacrificed himself during the Kanabi Bridge mission? Shikamaru's eyes widened in shock as he looked up suddenly. I never mentioned this to you before. Indeed, you did not, Orochimaru replied, a glimmer of amusement in his gaze. The room fell into a brief silence. I forgot, Shikamaru finally said. Orochimaru shook his head. It's nothing. I had my suspicions. He couldn't possibly be Uchiha Madara. Leaning slightly forward, he continued, now, tell me everything. Why is Kakashi with the Akatsuki? What does Obito want from him? The moonlight shifted, illuminating half of Orochimaru's face. Shikamaru noticed faint shadows under his teacher's eyes, clearly suggesting that he had been burning the midnight oil on experiments again. This discovery softened his heart. Regardless of the external evaluations of Dashawan, for him, this individual sincerely taught him. Daitu harbored intricate feelings towards Kakashi-sensei. Lu Chuan pondered his words. Hatred, guilt, and nostalgia all intertwined within him. He abducted Kakashi-sensei, partly to acquire intelligence from Mai, and partly to confirm certain matters. Dashawan interjected, understanding glimmering in his eyes, regarding Lin's death, Kakashi's choices, and the significance of his own existence. Lu Chuan gazed at Dashawan in astonishment, not anticipating that his teacher could so accurately comprehend Daito's psyche. Do not look at me like that, Dashawan chuckled lightly. Having lived for decades, I have witnessed too many consumed by hatred. The Uchiha clan is particularly adept at this. Is Kakashi-sensei in danger? Lu Chuan could not suppress his most pressing concern. Dashawan pondered for a moment and replied, in the short term, no. Daitu needs Kakashi alive as a connection to his past. His voice lowered, However, in the long term, when an individual begins to confront their deepest pain, they often make extreme choices. Lu Chuan's heart sank. He recalled the expression in Kakashi's eyes before his departure, resolute, yet imbued with relief. We must take action. Lu Chuan clenched his fists, but with the elders watching so closely, even leaving the village was a challenge. Dashawan suddenly smiled, a smile that instilled a sense of unease in Lu Chuan. Who said one must leave the village to act? He said leisurely. The undercurrents in Mai are far more intriguing than you imagine. Lu Chuan became alert. What do you mean? The third Hokage visited me recently, Dashawan stated nonchalantly, as if discussing the weather. He requested my assistance in investigating certain matters. This news struck Lu Chuan like a bolt of lightning. The third Hokage secretly contacted Dashawan. What could this signify? What does the third Sama desire? Lu Chuan asked cautiously. Dashawan stood up, walking to the window. The moonlight elongated his shadow, nearly engulfing the entire room. Mai is fracturing, Lu Chuan, he said, his tone unusually serious. Tsunade's position as Hokage is precarious. The elders are amassing power in the shadows, and the remnants of the Uchiha clan are stirring. The third needs a blade capable of balancing all sides. And you are that blade? Lu Chuan inquired. Dashawan turned around, his golden eyes locking onto Lu Chuan's. No, I am the whetstone, you are the blade. Lu Chuan felt a tightening in his throat. The plans of the third and Dashawan were more profound than he had anticipated. They were not merely responding to the immediate crisis, but were strategizing for the future of Mai. What must I do? Lu Chuan heard himself asking. Dashawan returned to the low table, producing a scroll from his robe. This is intelligence my subordinates retrieved from the land of rain. Regarding the Akatsuki's ultimate objective in capturing the tailed beasts, he pushed the scroll towards Lu Chuan. You need to accidentally discover it and then report it through official channels to the Hokage's office. Lu Chuan accepted the scroll, instantly grasping Dashawan's intention. This was to enable him to achieve merit and enhance his voice in Mai's decision-making. And then, Dashawan's lips curled into a mysterious smile. We shall seize leverage over others. Lu Chuan connected the dots, understanding glimmering in his eyes. Dashawan nodded in satisfaction, reaching out to ruffle Lu Chuan's hair, a gesture that made Lu Chuan somewhat uncomfortable. Regarding Kakashi, Dashawan suddenly shifted the topic. I have a proposal. Lu Chuan immediately perked up. The Uchiha are notoriously unaware of their own hearts, Dashawan said meaningfully. We can assist him. Lu Chuan comprehended what Dashawan implied. The sound of patrolling ninjas echoed from outside. Dashawan frowned slightly. Time is of the essence. He stood, his figure beginning to fade. Remember, regardless of what happens, remain calm. Patience is paramount in political maneuvering. Lu Chuan extended his hand, grasping at the air. Indeed, Chapter 126, The Silent Enigma. The sky over Inin village was ominously dark, as if it might collapse at any moment. Sasuke stood at the edge of the training ground, his black pupils reflecting Dashawan's approaching figure. His fingers unconsciously clenched and unclenched, his nails nearly embedding into his palm. Sasuke-kun, has today's training concluded? Yakushi Kabuto appeared behind him, adjusting his glasses as the lenses glinted coldly. Sasuke did not turn his head, merely letting out a cold snort as he walked toward Dashawan, the black robe billowing behind him. Dashawan. Sasuke stood 3 steps away, his voice icy. Dashawan's golden serpent-like eyes shifted towards Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, what brings you here? When did you switch to being a caretaker for Mai? Dashawan laughed, a chilling laugh that sent shivers down the spine. Are you envious, Sasuke-kun? Ridiculous. Sasuke's chin tilted slightly. I merely remind you that Inin village is not a daycare. With that, he turned to leave, his long black hair slicing through the air like a sharp arc. He could feel Dashawan's gaze, like a snake, clinging to his back. But he refused to look back. In the evening, Sasuke saw Dashawan heading towards Itachi's room. He hesitated for a moment, but decided to follow, awkwardly maintaining his distance while ensuring he would not be left behind. Dashawan paused at the corner, not bothering to turn around. Sasuke-kun, following is not a good habit. Sasuke emerged from the shadows, his expression blank. I am merely here to check on my brother. What a touching display of brotherly love, Dashawan said with evident sarcasm. Then let us go together. Itachi's room was brighter than Sasuke had imagined. The window was half open, the evening sun's afterglow casting a warm light on the wooden floor. However, this cozy scene was quickly marred by another figure. Kisame, the rogue ninja from Kirigakure, who always shadowed Itachi, was seated by Itachi's bedside, holding a bowl of medicine. Itachi-san, please take another sip. Kisame's voice was surprisingly gentle, a stark contrast to his shark-like appearance. Itachi's pale face revealed a hint of helplessness, yet he obediently opened his mouth. This scene pierced Sasuke's heart like a shuriken. What are you doing? Sasuke's voice was sharper than he had anticipated. Kisame turned, revealing a shark-like grin. Ah, Sasuke-kun. You arrived at the perfect time. Itachi-san refuses to take his medicine. That is not your place to feed him. Sasuke practically lunged to the bedside, seizing the bowl of medicine. I am his brother. Such tasks should naturally fall to me. Itachi coughed twice, weakly saying, Sasuke, Kisame is just what? Sasuke interrupted, his grip on the bowl causing a few drops to spill. He is merely a shadow, clinging to you and pretending to be loyal. Kisame chuckled nonchalantly, stepping back. Since you are so enthusiastic, Sasuke-kun, then I shall leave it to you. This smile was undoubtedly a blatant provocation in Sasuke's eyes. His Sharingan activated instantly, the three tomos spinning wildly. Are you mocking me? Sasuke. Itachi raised his voice, only to cough again due to his agitation. Dashawan leaned against the doorframe, observing the scene with keen interest. What a heartwarming family gathering. Kisame raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Calm down, little Sasuke. I hold only respect for Itachi-san. Just like you. Do not call me little Sasuke. Sasuke was on the verge of lunging, but Itachi weakly grasped his wrist. Enough. Itachi's voice was quiet, yet commanded immediate silence in the room. Kisame is my companion, and Sasuke is my brother. I do not wish to see you quarrel. Sasuke gritted his teeth, his Sharingan gradually returning to normal. He lowered his head to gaze at Itachi, whose hand, once imbued with a formidable strength that evoked despair, now appeared emaciated, revealing the contours of his bones. Take your medicine, Sasuke said stiffly, extending the bowl toward Itachi. With a sigh, Itachi accepted the bowl and drank the contents in one swift motion. The atmosphere in the room became momentarily awkward. Orochimaru seized the opportunity to shatter the silence. Since everyone is present, I have an announcement to make. All eyes turned toward him. Orochimaru spoke leisurely. Kakashi has been captured by the masked man of Akatsuki. Sasuke's body stiffened for a brief moment, yet he quickly regained his composure. So what? Itachi regarded his brother sharply before inquiring of Orochimaru. Is there any further information? The masked man belongs to the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru's golden pupils flickered, and he will not harm Kakashi for the time being. Sasuke's brow furrowed. Uchiha? Who else is there besides me and Itachi? Orochimaru cast a meaningful glance at him without answering the question and turned his attention back to Itachi. Given your current condition, I do not expect you to be able to do much. However, I require Kisame's assistance. Why Kisame? Sasuke immediately challenged. If you need him, just seek him out directly. Why involve my brother? Orochimaru remained silent, instead looking toward Kisame, who was gazing at Itachi, seemingly awaiting some form of permission. Itachi nodded slightly. Since you have decided, Kisame stated, placing the bowl down, I am at your service. Sasuke observed this silent exchange, his mind racing with questions. What are you all playing at? Orochimaru patted Sasuke on the head, instructing him not to interrupt. He then turned back to Kisame. After Itachi takes his medicine tonight, come to my laboratory. Kisame revealed a row of shark-like teeth, and the once repulsive snake now appeared oddly appealing. Chapter 127. Shielding the blade. The dungeon of the Rain Village was perpetually soaked in humidity. Kakashi leaned against the moss-covered stone wall, his fingers twitching slightly. The sound of chakra chains echoed softly, distinctly audible in the silence of the cell. Since the last conversation, Obito's visits had markedly diminished, and even the guards had withdrawn in numbers. Kakashi gazed upward at the droplets seeping through the cracks in the stone, cascading down the uneven surface, reminiscent of that fateful rainy day when Rin perished beneath his Raikiri. Obito had witnessed it all, and since then, that once jovial boy had transformed into the vengeful figure he was now. How utterly dreadful. Kakashi murmured to himself. His Sharingan remained bound by Obito's sealing technique, but his limbs had regained a slight range of motion. This contradictory treatment mirrored Obito himself, who seemed torn between a desire to torment him and an unwillingness to destroy him entirely. A subtle tremor reverberated through the stone wall, and Kakashi instinctively tensed his body. Over the past months, he had become acutely sensitive to any sound. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted in the distance, followed by the resounding clash of jutsu, interspersed with an unusually clear sound of flowing water. Water style? Kakashi frowned. Although the rain village was known for its precipitation, this rhythmic flow unmistakably indicated the use of a jutsu. Damp vapor suddenly surged through the door's crack, coalescing into an unnatural whirlpool on the ground. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, watching as the water slithered up the stone wall, coalescing in the shadows into a bare torso, shark-like skin, and that signature large blade. "Kisame?" Kakashi's voice emerged hoarse, as if long and used, his throat feeling rusted. Once Kisame fully manifested, he offered Kakashi an unsettling smile. The rumors proved true. The Sharingan-wielding Kakashi had become a caged bird. His voice echoed eerily, as though it were filtered through water. Before Kakashi could respond, the air within the cell abruptly warped. A figure adorned with a swirling mask materialized out of thin air, the single crimson Sharingan in his eye glaring ominously in the dim cell. "Kisame." Obito's voice was as cold as ice. "Do you understand the consequences of defying me?" Kisame nonchalantly shifted, positioning Kakashi between himself and Obito. "Don't be so serious, Akatsuki." He deliberately used the absurd moniker for the masked man. "I joined Akatsuki merely to pass the time, but now I have discovered something far more intriguing." Kakashi noticed Obito's fingers twitching at his side, a precursor to imminent attack. Years ago, at the Kanabi Bridge, when he witnessed Rin's death, young Obito had trembled in a similar manner, fingers quivering as he formed seals. Using a prisoner as a shield, Obito sneered, his voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. "How foolish." Kisame offered no reply, suddenly seizing Kakashi by the throat. His hand was cold and damp, reminiscent of a fish from the deep sea. Kakashi felt a bone-chilling cold spread along his carotid artery, yet as Kisame leaned in, he caught a vague whisper, "Nara's plan." The sound of rushing water and distant explosions nearly drowned out the words, but the keyword Nara distinctly pierced Kakashi's ears. His pupils constricted. "It's Shikamaru." Obito seemed to sense something amiss, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. "Let him go." The command was no longer frigid. It brimmed with suppressed fury. Kisame tightened his grip, and Kakashi struggled to breathe, yet his mind remained extraordinarily clear. This was an opportunity. Shikamaru was creating a chance for him. But how exactly? It couldn't be as simple as letting Kakashi walk free. That left only one possibility: provoke Obito. "Obito," Kakashi managed to utter, his voice hoarse from lack of oxygen. "Don't mind me." Obito's body visibly stiffened as memories of the Kanabi Bridge battle resurfaced. Kisame's grip loosened slightly, as if waiting for something. "Shut up," Obito roared. But Kakashi noticed beads of sweat trickling down the edge of his mask. Suddenly, Obito raised his hand, and the space began to warp. Kisame instantly released Kakashi, swiftly forming seals, water-style, water barrier. A torrent of water surged from the ground, temporarily blocking Obito's spatial jutsu. Seizing the moment, Kisame yanked Kakashi forward, urging him, "Go." Following this, a wave of water encased Kisame, surging toward Obito's face. Obito attempted to use Kimui to directly shift the water jutsu, yet the rapidly moving Kisame, resembling living flesh, would inevitably evade, using Kakashi as a shield. Obito's mind was already somewhat clouded, and he opted to drag Kakashi along, attempting to endure the oncoming attack. As it posed little threat to him, clever Kakashi immediately discerned Shikamaru's intent, to use himself to provoke Obito. Even knowing the potential risk of death, Kakashi made his choice in that fleeting moment. Just as Kisame had released his restraints, Obito, in a state of heightened tension, failed to notice the approaching wave. Kakashi, using the strength of Obito's grasp, rolled in front of him, absorbing the blow. Indeed, Kakashi lowered his gaze. This strike was meticulously designed to exploit his weaknesses and physique. He had guessed correctly. The surging water swiftly penetrated Kakashi's upper body, and Kisame's blade emerged, delving deep into Kakashi's form, fervently siphoning his chakra. Obito's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the scene before him. The image of Kakashi being pierced by Kisame merged with the memory of Rin being impaled by Chidori. He saw Kakashi, devoid of his mask, recently having developed a slight baby fat on his face, displaying a grotesque smile, blood spilling from his lips, yet still faintly uttering, "Obito, forgive me." "Not a chance." Obito's voice suddenly turned hoarse, the mask askew, revealing a small patch of battered skin. His hands flew into motion, and the entire cell began to collapse. Kisame yanked at his blade, seemingly delivering an additional strike to Kakashi, before leaping into a suddenly emerging water channel, just before the space distorted completely. Kakashi felt the warmth of his blood ebbing away, and in his dazed state, he cast a glance at Obito. The figure standing amidst the crumbling prison cell resembled both a demon of destruction and a boy who had once failed to save his comrades. He held Kakashi tightly, while Dai too trembled, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate his thoughts, allowing the stones of the room to collapse around them, completely engulfing the diminutive subterranean chamber. Chapter 128, 1Z. As Guei Jiao dragged his great sword, Jiao Ji, through the eerie woods of Inrin village, darkness had fully descended. Moonlight cascaded through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon the damp earth. He glanced upward at the moon suspended in the night sky, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. This mission is rather intriguing, he mused, his fingers unconsciously caressing the rough hilt of Jiao Ji. The entrance to Inrin village loomed ahead, and upon spotting him, the two guarding Inrin immediately straightened their posture. Lord Guei Jiao, they exclaimed in unison. Bowing in respect, Guei Jiao merely nodded indifferently, striding through the gate with purpose. He keenly sensed a peculiar atmosphere within the village, too quiet, unnaturally so. Typically at this hour, Orochimaru's experiments would be emitting all manner of bone-chilling screams. After navigating several shadowy alleyways, the core structure of Inrin village came into view. It was a peculiar edifice blending traditional Japanese architecture with modern aesthetics, a testament to Orochimaru's taste that was perpetually elusive. Guei Jiao noticed the main hall was illuminated, faint silhouettes visible within. It seems they are awaiting my arrival, he muttered softly, pushing open the heavy doors. The hinges emitted a jarring creak, and the conversation within ceased abruptly. As Guei Jiao's eyes adjusted to the brighter interior, he discerned two figures seated by a low table, Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru, clad in his customary loose kimono, bore golden snake-like eyes that glimmered ominously in the candlelight. He was toying with a test tube, its purple liquid swirling gently with his movements. Meanwhile, Itachi sat quietly beside him, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders, the crimson of his Sharingan strikingly vivid in the dim light. "Ah, I've returned," Guei Jiao grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. He strode into the room, leaning Jiao Ji against the wall with a dull thud. Itachi gave a slight nod, while Orochimaru lifted his gaze, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. "Welcome back, Guei Jiao-kun. Was the mission successful?" Guei Jiao scanned the room, raising an eyebrow. "Where is that noisy little brat?" he inquired in a deliberately coarse tone, his eyes fixating on Itachi's reaction. Indeed, a flicker of emotion crossed Itachi's face. He smiled ruefully, his voice calm, yet imbued with the tenderness characteristic of an elder brother. "Sasuke went back to Konoha to play with friends." "Huh, he ran back to Konoha again?" Guei Jiao exaggeratedly spread his arms wide. "Orochimaru, is your method of education too lenient? If it were up to me, that boy should be locked up for some rigorous training." Orochimaru exchanged a glance with Itachi. He cleared his throat lightly. Sasuke has not been focused on training recently. His tone conveyed unmistakable dissatisfaction. Itachi frowned, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he spoke softly. "That is true," then suddenly appeared to grasp something, his expression turning oddly contemplative. "But what is this feeling of meeting my younger brother's homeroom teacher?" Guei Jiao erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha, homeroom teacher. Itachi, when did you become so humorous?" He clutched his knees, laughing uncontrollably. Orochimaru's lips twitched, his golden pupils narrowing slightly. "Guei Jiao-kun, where is your mission report?" The laughter came to an abrupt halt. Guei Jiao's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he straightened up, arms crossed. "The mission? Oh, that." He intentionally elongated his tone. "I'm not quite sure." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Guei Jiao grinned widely, revealing even more of his sharp teeth. "But it was exactly as you anticipated." "Orochimaru, you truly are a devious fellow," he remarked, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. Orochimaru's lips twitched again, a sense of inexplicable irritation washing over him. Guei Jiao had often made such remarks in the past, but today they struck an especially raw nerve. Was it due to age? He instinctively touched his smooth face, reassured by the absence of wrinkles. "That's good," Orochimaru finally replied tersely, then clasped his hands, murmuring, "Summoning technique." After a puff of white smoke, a small serpent with a silvery white body appeared on the table. It flicked its tongue and bowed respectfully. "Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru retrieved a small scroll from his sleeve, fastening it to the serpent. "Deliver this to Konoha," and you know who it is meant for." The serpent nodded and vanished in another puff of white smoke. Gui Jiao watched with keen interest. "What scheme are you plotting now?" Orochimaru did not respond directly, instead cryptically stating, "It will depend on the little ones from Konoha." At that moment, Itachi spoke up suddenly. "Orochimaru, may I also go to Konoha?" The room fell silent. Orochimaru slowly turned his head, his golden snake-like gaze fixed intently on Itachi. Unfazed, Itachi continued, "I am also concerned about my brother." Orochimaru maintained his piercing gaze, as if attempting to see through Itachi's soul. Then, unexpectedly, he glanced at Gui Jiao, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Gui Jiao understood and pulled a paper bag from his wide sleeve. "Almost forgot, I bought this while passing through the town." He pushed the bag towards Itachi. "Sansei Wanzi, the freshest batch." Itachi's eyes visibly brightened. He accepted the bag with elegance yet speed, as though fearing someone might snatch it away. He opened the bag, and a sweet aroma immediately filled the room. After a moment of silence, Itachi rose. "I shall return to my room first." With that, he departed the hall without looking back, tightly clutching the bag of Sansei Wanzi. Orochimaru called after him, "Once you feel better, prepare for the next steps." Itachi merely waved his hand, his figure quickly vanishing into the shadows of the corridor. Gui Jiao watched Itachi's retreating form, shaking his head before suddenly asking, "By the way, how did you know I went to Konoha?" Orochimaru's smile widened, revealing sharp teeth. "Time, Gui Jiao-kun. The duration from when you utilized my regenerative cells on Kakashi to your return to Inrin village was too lengthy." Gui Jiao narrowed his eyes into a slit. "Orochimaru, you are truly a devious fellow with peculiar obsessions." This time, the veins on Orochimaru's forehead visibly throbbed. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. "Gui Jiao-kun, provoking me will yield no benefit for you." Gui Jiao shrugged dismissively. "I am merely stating facts. Those cells, what are you plotting with this charade? That white-haired one from Konoha will truly perish if he refuses treatment." Orochimaru suddenly laughed, his laughter chilling and perilous. "Everyone has their value, Gui Jiao-kun. Even that lazy copy ninja." He rose, the hem of his kimono swaying gently. "Now, if you don't mind, I have some experiments to attend to." Gui Jiao watched Orochimaru's departing figure, his smile gradually fading. He turned to gaze out at the moon, murmuring softly to himself, "Things are becoming increasingly intriguing." Meanwhile, in another room within Inrin village, Itachi sat by the window, delicately savoring the Sansei Wanzi. Moonlight illuminated his profile, revealing a contemplative expression. He gazed towards the direction of Konoha, a flicker of concern passing through his eyes. "Sasuke," he whispered his brother's name, his voice barely audible. Chapter 129, Turbulence. Shikamaru sat by the window, his fingers gently tapping on the tabletop. Outside, the exaggerated laughter of Naruto and the munching sounds of Choji reached his ears. He need not look to know that those two were undoubtedly engaged in some trivial game in the open field. Every team comprises two individuals who never seem to mature and two who are perpetually anxious. Lu Xiaomei sighed, turning his gaze towards the window. The sunlight cascaded in just right, illuminating Naruto as he chased Dingxi in circles, his golden hair glistening like that of an overly excited golden retriever. Dingxi, while running, stuffed chips into his mouth, yet astonishingly maintained a remarkable speed. This scene should have brought Lu Xiaomei some relief. But the small snake scroll in his hand caused his brow to furrow in concern. He murmured the name Shishu, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the scroll. Just as he pondered the implications of its contents, a sudden chill raced up his spine. Lu Xiaomei slowly turned his head to meet a pair of blood-red eyes. Uchiha Sasuke stood less than a meter behind him, his Sharingan fully activated, fixated on him. "Whoa!" Lu Xiaomei nearly stumbled from the window. "What are you doing here? And if you keep staring at me like that, your eyes will surely overload." Sasuke snorted coldly, the crimson fading from his gaze, returning to his usual black pupils. "Impossible." Yet he obediently deactivated his Sharingan, continuing to scrutinize Lu Xiaomei with those dark eyes. "What do you have in your hand?" Lu Xiaomei instinctively concealed the scroll behind him. "Nothing, just some routine documents." "Lies." Sasuke narrowed his eyes. "I can sense Orochimaru's chakra." Lu Xiaomei rolled his eyes internally. When did this guy's perception become so acute? Did he have a dog-ass nose? He sighed, realizing he could not keep it hidden. "Fine, but we need to discuss this with the others." He stood up, clapped his hands, the sound not loud yet sufficient to catch the attention of his comrades outside. Naruto was the first to turn, crumbs of chips still on his face. Huh, Lu Xiaomei, come over here. Lu Xiaomei beckoned, indicating something important was at hand. Minutes later, the new generation of Konoha ninjas gathered in the Hokage's office. Ino entered first, complaining, "What's the rush? I was out shopping with Sakura." Sakura, however, quickly noticed Sasuke's presence, her face briefly lighting up with surprise before returning to a serious demeanor. "Is it a mission?" Lu Xiaomei surveyed the room, ensuring everyone was present before lowering his voice mysteriously. "I have news about Kakashi-sensei." The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. Naruto's eyes widened, causing the chip bag in his hands to fall to the ground. Dinxi ceased chewing. Ino and Sakura exchanged shocked glances. Even Sasuke's breathing quickened momentarily. "Kakashi-sensei? Where is he?" Naruto was the first to break the silence, his voice filled with urgency. Lu Xiaomei made a shushing gesture. "Lower your voice. This needs to be said discreetly." He pointed outside. "Let us find a secure location." 20 minutes later, they stood atop Hokage Rock. The view was expansive, with no one able to eavesdrop. The setting sun elongated their shadows as they formed a circle around the scroll Lu Xiaomei had unfurled. First, the initial phase of the plan is complete. Lu Xiaomei indicated the symbols on the scroll. "Kakashi-sensei has successfully infiltrated." Sakura gasped, covering her mouth. Lu Xiaomei nodded. "Now, moving on to the second step. We need to stir up this murky water." The group exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Lu Xiaomei's intent. Sasuke frowned impatiently. "Get to the point." "All right." Lu Xiaomei took a deep breath. "Everyone knows Kakashi-sensei is in the Rain Ninja Village, captured by the Akatsuki. But do you know who captured him?" The group shook their heads. "I didn't mention it last time in the Hokage's office." "Do you know why?" Lu Xiaomei deliberately paused, noticing the eager expressions of his comrades, before leisurely revealing the answer. "Because the person who captured Kakashi-sensei has a crush on him." "What?" 5 voices exclaimed simultaneously, even Sasuke displaying an incredulous expression. Lu Xiaomei continued, his countenance unchanging as he dropped another bombshell. "And the reason I didn't mention it last time is that I discovered Kakashi-sensei likes that person too." A profound silence enveloped Hokage Rock. Naruto's jaw nearly hit the ground. Dinxie's chips fell from his open mouth. Ino and Sakura pinched each other's arms to confirm they were not dreaming. Sasuke looked as if he had been struck by lightning. "This can't be true." Sakura was the first to regain her voice. "Kakashi-sensei and a member of the Akatsuki?" Lu Xiaomei shrugged. "The information is reliable." "Who is it?" Ino's eyes sparkled with gossip. "It's not for me to say." Lu Xiaomei shook his head mysteriously. "But I can't disclose who it is for now." Naruto suddenly slapped his thigh. "I get it. So Kakashi-sensei allowed himself to be captured on purpose? Clever." Lu Xiaomei nodded approvingly. "But the problem now is that the Akatsuki member's mindset remains misguided. Kakashi-sensei likely intends to reform him and bring him back. Kakashi-sensei can definitely do it." Naruto clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. Sasuke scoffed, interrupting him. "Kakashi will definitely hesitate and won't handle it well." Surprisingly, Lu Xiaomei agreed, nodding. "That is indeed the case. So we need to assist." "As expected of my eternal rival." Naruto threw an arm around Sasuke's shoulders, who disdainfully shrugged him off yet bore a hint of pride, temporarily forgiving this clumsy affront. Lu Xiaomei cleared his throat. "Now, I am assigning a covert mission. The task for the others is to distract the other members during the next rescue of Kakashi or when facing the Akatsuki. The key is," he paused, pointing at Naruto. "You." "Me?" Naruto pointed to himself, his blue eyes wide with disbelief. "You need to uncover Kakashi's and that Akatsuki member's feelings and do your utmost to bring them together," Lu Xiaomei stated solemnly. Naruto's expression shifted from surprise to gravity, as if he had taken on the monumental responsibility of saving the world. "I understand. This is a task only I can accomplish." Sakura furrowed her brows in concern. "Wait, could this be too dangerous? What if that Akatsuki member becomes enraged?" "That's why we need everyone else to help divert the other enemies," Lu Xiaomei explained. "This is for the future of the ninja world. According to the intel, that member might destroy the world in a fit of excitement." "So serious?" Dinxie finally swallowed the food in his mouth. "Then we must help." The group immediately began to chatter excitedly, various exaggerated rescue plans emerging. Lu Xiaomei had to raise a finger for silence. "Remember, this is a hidden mission. No one can divulge it." "I swear." Naruto was the first to raise his hand. "Me too." The others echoed in agreement. The sun had completely set, leaving only starlight illuminating Hokage Rock. The group departed, each digesting this explosive news, leaving only Naruto, Sasuke, and Liu Xiaomei standing together. Liu Xiaomei, aren't you going home? A voice called from below the rock. Dingxi looked up, still holding a newly opened bag of chips. Liu Xiaomei glanced at Sakura and Ino leaving together and waved. Dingxi, come up. Dingxi joyfully hopped up a few steps, the chip bag rustling. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Naruto resumed their friendly exchange, which involved throwing punches on Hokage Rock. Hey, you two, cut it out. Liu Xiaomei called out helplessly. Sasuke, the situation is dire, don't go running around. Sasuke halted his movements, keenly observing Liu Xiaomei. You must have more important news to share. Indeed. Naruto immediately chimed in, pointing at Liu Xiaomei. You're always the most scheming. Liu Xiaomei widened his eyes in shock. Me? Scheming? Liu Xiaomei is the kindest. Dingxi immediately defended his friend, his mouth still full of chips. He never lies. Liu Xiaomei shot Dingxi an appreciative glance before sighing. Well, there is indeed one crucial piece of news I haven't shared. 3 pairs of eyes immediately fixated on him. Even Zuishu instinctively held his breath. Lu Shuang surveyed the surroundings to ensure no one else was present, then lowered his voice. Kakashi's crush is intentionally prolonged, and it's a male. What? 3 exclamations shattered the night sky, startling even the distant birds. Naruto's face flushed crimson, stuttering and unable to form coherent sentences. Zuishu's expression resembled someone struck by a blow. Ding Ci directly spewed out the chips in his mouth. Male? Naruto finally regained his voice. Kakashi-sensei, and a man? Lu Shuang calmly nodded. Indeed. Who is it? Zuishu rarely revealed his gossiping side. Lu Shuang smiled mysteriously. Well, you'll find out next time. Ah, Lu Shuang. You're too cunning. Naruto frantically tugged at his hair. Tell me. No, the information must remain confidential. Lu Shuang firmly shook his head. Now, everyone go home. We'll prepare for action tomorrow. Zuishu snorted coldly, turned to leave, but Naruto grabbed him. Wait, Zuishu, do you really think Kakashi-sensei likes men? Zuishu shrugged off his hand. How would I know? Foolish trailing behind. But aren't you from the Uchiha clan? Doesn't your family have many? Shut up. Zuishu's ears visibly reddened, quickly forming seals. I'm returning to Yuin village. With that, after a puff of smoke, his figure vanished. Naruto scratched his head. Turning to Lu Shuang. When are we going home next? But Lu Shuang, you are telling the truth, right? Not joking. Lu Shuang's expression was unusually serious. Absolutely true. Watching Naruto's departing silhouette, Ding Ci quietly asked, Lu Shuang, you really aren't lying, are you? Lu Shuang's lips curled into a sly smile. Who knows? Come on, Ding Ci, I'll treat you to barbecue. After the two left, the Hokage Rock returned to silence. Only the night breeze gently swept over, stirring up a few scattered chip crumbs on the ground. In the shadows afar, a pair of lecherous eyes silently observed everything, then vanished into the night. Meanwhile, in the high tower of Yuin village, an orange vortex suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he muttered in confusion, strange. Is someone speaking ill of me? Heh, no one in this world remembers me anymore. Kakashi, the masked man, gently caressed the pale face before him. Even though he infused Kakashi with wood element chakra to regenerate cells, Kakashi still remained unconscious. Why did you choose to die, you waste? Chapter 130. The 5 Kages summoned Obito's fingers dug into his palm until the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. The warmth of blood splattering on his face when Kakashi blocked Hashigaki Kisame's strike had yet to fade. That genius who always lazily claimed to be fine now lay like a broken puppet on the white sheets. Sir, you haven't moved in a long time. The medical ninja stood at the door with a tray of medicine. I'm fine. He mechanically repeated Kakashi's catchphrase. His gaze glued to Kakashi's pale face obscured by the breathing mask. The beeping of the heart monitor was the only evidence that time still flowed. As the moonlight filtered through the blinds and cast striped shadows on Kakashi's face, Obito finally broke down. Grasping the bed rail, his veins bulged, and the tomo in his Sharingan spun wildly. Wake up! His roar shattered the water cup on the bedside. Aren't you a genius? Tears fell onto Kakashi's tightly shut eyelids. You promised to atone. The last few words turned into sobs. Obito knelt beside the hospital bed, his forehead resting against the cold metal frame. What an ugly world. A hoarse voice seeped from the shadowy corner. A black and white creature resembling aloe vera slowly emerged, the dark part slithering closer to Obito's ear. Your dear friend has turned into a living dead for you. The girl you cherished died on a mission. Is this all that time has given you? Obito's pupils contracted to needlepoint size. The image of Rin lying in a pool of blood overlapped with Kakashi's figure before him, the kaleidoscope patterns glowing eerily red in the darkness. "Shut up. Lord Uchiha Madara saw your potential." Black Zetsu cheerfully uttered terrifying words. "This I can create a new world. A world without pain." The rhythm of the heart monitor suddenly became erratic. Obito abruptly lifted his head, seeing Kakashi's fingers twitching. "Kakashi?" He lunged to the bedside, but only captured the muscle reflex caused by medical ninjutsu. The sound of hope shattering was sharper than glass. Black Zetsu's laughter slithered into his ears like a venomous snake. "Continue waiting? Or change everything?" Before dawn, Obito stood on the Hokage Rock, overlooking the sleeping village of Konoha. In the morning mist, the kaleidoscope in his left eye reflected a distorted dawn. As the first rays of sunlight pierced his eyes, he vanished into a spatial vortex. The thunderstorm in Kumogakure would never cease. Killer Bee was practicing his latest rap in the canyon, the Eight Tails, Gyuki, keeping the beat in his mental world. Suddenly, a blood-red eye split through the thunderclouds. "Yo, uninvited guest," interrupting my flow. Killer Bee's sunglasses reflected a cold light, and 7 blades unsheathed simultaneously. But the space had already distorted, and one of his octopus tentacles was forcibly torn away. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Obito stepped out from the void, the kaleidoscope beneath his mask locking onto the target. "Come with me." The roar of Reikage shattered the rocks, but it was too late. He saw the last scene of his brother being dragged into another dimension, marked by the blood tears flowing from the masked man's left eye. Only Obito's hoarse declaration remained in the canyon. "Tell the 5 Kage. This is the beginning of despair." 3 days later, the air in the Iron Country conference room solidified into ice. Inoki floated in his seat, his fingertips tapping the hand signs for dust release. Terumi Mei's lava-release chakra made the water in the teacup boil and evaporate. The sand behind Gaara flowed unconsciously, while Reikage had already smashed the 5th table. The Akatsuki organization has gone mad. A's lightning-release chakra crackled. "First Shikaku, then my brother. Next will be your 9 tails, Hokage." Tsunade's fist cracked the wooden table. "Spiderwebs spreading. Mind your words, Reikage. Konoha is also a victim." "A victim?" Inoki sneered. "Why is it that you are the ones who ended up with the tailed beasts?" The 3rd Hokage's pipe flickered in silence. He peered through the smoke at Tsunade's tense profile. Certain fragments began piecing together in his mind. "Enough." Mitsuki struck his sheath. "The immediate task is..." The space suddenly warped. A figure wearing a vortex mask descended from the void, blood-red Sharingan sweeping across the room. Reikage's fist passed through his body, smashing the wall behind. The 4th Great Ninja War, Obito's voice amplified by chakra echoed in the conference room, begins now. Tsunade's medical chakra instantly enveloped her body. "You're a member of the Akatsuki. This chakra feels like the Uchiha clan?" Everyone's breath halted for a second upon hearing this. Black Zetsu seeped from the ground, gathering into human form at Obito's feet. "Let me introduce everyone. This is Lord Uchiha Madara." Absurd. Inoki's dust release shone brightly. "Madara has long been dead." Obito chuckled softly, the kaleidoscope pattern abruptly changing. In the face of the eye of the moon, life and death are meaningless. The moment he formed the seals, the conference room's ceiling transformed into the illusion of infinite Tsukuyami. The blood moon reflected in the pupils of all Kage. Collecting the tailed beasts is just the beginning. Obito's figure blurred in the distorted space. "I will create a perfect world." He did not voice the unsaid words. A peaceful world where Kakashi could accompany Rin to her grave. As the guards rushed into the conference room, they only saw the pale faces of the 5 Kage and the black feathers floating in the air. Tsunade's palms were covered in clawed blood marks. "Return to Konoha immediately. We must ensure Naruto's safety." At this moment, Dato stood atop the Konoha hospital, gazing down as the Umbu swarmed towards the training ground where Naruto was located. Akin to a colony of ants. From his sleeve, Kurojitsu emerged. "Are you not going to take one last look at your beloved village?" Dato's masked visage surveyed all of Konoha, his newly awakened Rinnegan oozing crimson. His consciousness reached out in the void, almost brushing against a mane of silver hair. But he withdrew his fingers just before contact. "Kakashi." As Kamui activated, he removed his mask, casting a final glance at his own reflection. "Next time we meet, you shall live by my side." The vortex of space consumed his figure, leaving behind a solitary tear of blood that fell upon Kakashi's suddenly trembling fingers. The heart monitor emitted a sharp alarm. heralding the commencement of the Fourth Shinobi World War. Chapter 131. Cherry blossoms. The night in Konoha was more tranquil than usual, as if even the chirping of insects was stifled by an invisible pressure. Haruno Sakura walked alone along the path leading to the village's edge, her white medical cloak shimmering with a faint blue glow under the moonlight. Today, she had chosen not to stay late at the hospital. In fact, the hospital had been unusually serene lately, as if even injuries and ailments were wary of the tension permeating the village. Master hasn't even been drinking lately, Sakura murmured, recalling Tsunade's increasingly strained expression and the heavy shadows beneath her eyes. As a disciple of the Hokage, she felt the weight of her master's burdens but felt utterly powerless to alleviate them. The night breeze brushed past, carrying the chill of early autumn. Sakura instinctively tightened her collar, yet her steps did not falter. She was uncertain why she found herself here. Perhaps it was merely an attempt to escape the suffocating atmosphere. Or perhaps she simply sought solitude. As she turned a corner, she suddenly halted. She keenly detected a familiar voice, vibrant and somewhat foolishly boisterous. Naruto? Sakura furrowed her brows. In the current grave circumstances, Naruto, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, should have been under strict surveillance. How could he be at the village's edge? Instinctively, Sakura swiftly formed hand seals to conceal her chakra fluctuations, stealthily approaching the source of the sound. Turning the corner, she spotted that familiar golden-haired figure about 50 meters away in an open space. That fool. Sakura nearly rushed out to scold him, but froze upon seeing another shadow leap down from above. With black hair and a spiky head, the cold, sharp profile was unmistakable even after all these years. Even in the fleeting moonlight, Sakura recognized him immediately. Sasuke-kun. Her voice caught in her throat, transforming into an almost inaudible sigh. Sakura instinctively took a half-step back, fully concealing herself in the shadows of the wall. Beneath the moonlight, Naruto and Sasuke stood face to face. To Sakura's astonishment, the atmosphere between them was surprisingly harmonious. Sasuke even bore a slight smile, one that had once captivated her. A smile he had rarely shown her. Hey Sasuke, you always appear out of nowhere. Naruto complained loudly, unable to hide the joy in his voice. How did the last thing we discussed go? You're too noisy, Sasuke replied coolly, but Sakura could detect a subtle warmth in his tone. Matters were progressing. Hee. I knew Sasuke would be the most reliable. Naruto suddenly lunged at Sasuke, attempting to hang on to him like a large dog. Sasuke, wearing a look of disdain, pushed Naruto's face away with his elbow. Idiot, stay away from me. I won't. You disappear for so long every time. The two began what appeared to be an intense scuffle, yet Sakura could see that, given their current strength, it was merely childlike play. Each of Sasuke's punches was deliberately softened, and Naruto's kicks were clearly restrained. Beneath the moonlight, their figures entwined, laughter resonating clearly through the silent night sky. Sakura's fingers unconsciously dug into the crevices of the wall. She suddenly realized that after all these years, she seemed to be the most peripheral member of Team 7. Sasuke, as a rogue ninja, would occasionally return to the village, always keeping an eye on Naruto, while Naruto, despite appearing to maintain a good relationship with her, had never revealed any of these secret meetings. Not even once, Sakura murmured silently. Not once have you come to see me. Her legs grew unbearably heavy, as if weighed down by lead. Sakura could no longer bear to watch and slowly retreated back into the shadows, leaning against the cold wall. She felt something warm trickle from her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. What am I even hoping for? Sakura thought bitterly, realizing that it had always been this way. There had never been a place for her between Naruto and Sasuke. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears, only to find them uncontrollably streaming down her face. At that moment, a handkerchief imbued with a faint medicinal scent was suddenly pressed against her face, not in a gentle manner. Reflexively, Sakura raised her hand to strike, but froze upon hearing the languid voice. Hey, even if you are Tsunade-sama's disciple, it is still dangerous for a girl to be out at night. In the moonlight, Nara Shikamaru stood before her, his expression as impassive as ever, though his gaze was softer than usual. He scratched his head, placing the handkerchief into Sakura's hand, then gestured for her to follow him towards the village. Sakura mechanically trailed behind, using the handkerchief to dab at her face. The two walked in silence, the stillness of the night stretching between them. Strangely, this silence did not feel awkward. Shikamaru always possessed the ability to allow others to relax in his presence. Shikamaru. Sakura suddenly spoke, her voice still tinged with a hint of sobbing. Do you think I am the most useless one in Team 7? Shikamaru halted, glancing back at her. Then dramatically sighed. I absolutely detest good students like you. What? Sakura was taken aback. Clearly, everyone recognized her efforts. She had already become so capable, yet still felt inadequate. Shikamaru shoved his hands into his pockets, continuing forward. Being too outstanding will make Ino anxious, and then she will drag me and Choji into extra training. Sakura paused momentarily, then broke into laughter. What kind of reason is that? I'm just speaking the truth, Shikamaru shrugged. You know Ino, she never wants to lose to you. Mentioning her childhood friend softened Sakura's expression slightly. They continued walking, and she felt the heaviness in her chest ease a bit. Shikamaru, she spoke again, her tone more resolute. With Kakashi-sensei missing and Sasuke-kun having defected, Team 7 has always been intact. Shikamaru interrupted her, his tone unusually serious. Because you all will forever be a family. Sakura looked up at him in surprise. Really? Shikamaru did not respond immediately. They arrived beneath a large tree, where he leaned against the trunk, his fingers idly grazing the sharp protrusions on the bark. Then, to Sakura's astonishment, he suddenly dragged his palm along those protrusions. Shikamaru! Sakura exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp his wrist. Under the moonlight, deep gashes marred Shikamaru's palm, blood dripping from his fingertips. Worse still, Sakura immediately recognized that the tree emitted paralyzing toxins. Have you lost your mind? Sakura scolded as she swiftly formed hand seals, enveloping Shikamaru's hand in green medical chakra. If this toxin is not treated promptly, it could lead to localized nerve damage. Shikamaru merely watched her work quietly, his expression still bearing that lazy demeanor. Sakura focused intently on her healing, her techniques precise and adept. A few minutes later, the wounds were nearly untraceable, only faint red marks remaining as evidence of their existence. All done. Avoid water for the next few days. Sakura looked up, meeting Shikamaru's eyes, which held a glimmer of warmth. Thank you, he murmured softly. Sakura was taken aback. She suddenly comprehended the purpose behind Shikamaru's seemingly foolish action. He was using the most direct method to convey to her worth, her capabilities, and her importance to her comrades. You troublesome fellow, the voice of Ing quivered once more, albeit for a different reason this time. Lucio shrugged, declaring, women are indeed troublesome. At that moment, a sharp female voice shattered the tranquility of the night. Nara Lucio, do not entice Xiaoing. Lucio rubbed his forehead, forming a hand seal, and vanished from sight in an instant. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, engrossed in his experiments, felt a sudden prick in his hand, causing a test tube to shatter into a heap of waste. Gazing at the wound on his hand, laced with neurotoxin, his fatigued spirit seemed as if it had received a surge of vitality. Is the brat injured? Dodging Ino's attack, Lucio ambled homeward, inspecting his smooth palm, pondering, no needles. Chapter 132, The Prophecy. The morning in Konoha village was perpetually serene, shrouded in mist, as the rising sun cast golden rays upon Hokage Rock. Naruto stretched widely, standing at his doorstep, a bulging backpack filled with essentials, a few changes of clothes, a stack of instant noodles, and the soldier pills that Irika-sensei had specially delivered the previous night. Hey Naruto, over here. A familiar voice called from a distance. Jiraiya leaned against a large tree, his silvery hair gently swaying in the morning breeze, his forehead protector emblazoned with the symbol of oil gleaming in the sunlight. Pervy Sage, Naruto exclaimed excitedly, racing over in leaps and bounds. Are we really heading to Myaboka Mountain now? Of course, Jiraiya replied, ruffling Naruto's golden hair. Tsunade has approved this training. Time is of the essence. We must enhance your strength swiftly. Just as they were about to depart, a tall figure appeared at the village entrance. Tsunade crossed her arms, her golden ponytail swaying slightly behind her, the green outer robe fluttering in the wind. Wait, her voice compelled both Jiraiya and Naruto to halt simultaneously. I have something to say. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with sudden interest as he strode towards Tsunade, donning his signature roguish grin. What's the matter, reluctant to see me go? Tsunade rolled her eyes, yet the corners of her mouth lifted subtly. Stop being so vain. I am merely here to remind you both to be prepared to receive a signal. If there is an emergency, you must return immediately. Understood, Jiraiya waved dismissively. We are not going on vacation. Tsunade nodded, shifting her gaze to Naruto. You, kid, don't give Jiraiya too much trouble. I won tea, Naruto declared, puffing out his chest. This time, I will definitely master Senjutsu. Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade, suddenly appearing somewhat awkward. He scratched his head, hesitating to speak. Ultimately, he inhaled deeply. Turning to Naruto, Naruto, you go ahead and wait for me at the village entrance. I will be right there. Naruto tilted his head in confusion but obediently walked toward the village entrance, glancing back periodically. Once Naruto had distanced himself, Jiraiya turned to Tsunade, his demeanor growing unusually serious. That I what? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, urging him to speak plainly without stammering. Jiraiya opened his mouth, then closed it again, finally exhaling a sigh. It's nothing. Just take care. With that, he turned and strode away. After walking a few meters, he abruptly halted. Tsunade watched his retreating figure, her brow furrowed in confusion. In the next instant, Jiraiya spun around, dashing back at an astonishing speed. Before Tsunade could react, he cupped her face in his hands and kissed her deeply. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. Tsunade's eyes widened, her hands suspended in the air, momentarily forgetting to resist. Though the kiss was fleeting, it was laden with unspoken emotions. When Jiraiya released her, a faint blush adorned Tsunade's cheeks. You idiot, she stammered, her voice lacking its usual vigor. Jiraiya grinned widely, about to say something when a chorus of voices erupted from behind them. Wow, Lord Jiraiya is so cool. Lady Tsunade is blushing. Both turned to see a gathering of ninjas at the village entrance, the young Konoha 11 who had come to bid farewell to Naruto. Sakura stifled a giggle. Lusho wore an exasperated expression. Choji continued munching on chips, while Kiba and Akamaru barked excitedly. Most notably, Hinata covered her face with her hands. Yet her fingers revealed a face as red as a ripe apple. When did you all? Tsunade's voice trailed off, her blush deepening to her ears. Jiraiya cleared his throat awkwardly, attempting to salvage the situation. Well, young people need to learn how to express their feelings properly. Before he could finish, Tsunade's fist, imbued with the sound of slicing air, came crashing toward him. You scoundrel! Wait, Tsunade! I boom. A human-shaped crater appeared in the ground as Jiraiya landed flat on his back, only his feet protruding, twitching slightly. Naruto dashed over, crouching by the edge of the crater, poking Jiraiya's foot. Is Pervy Sage still alive? A weak groan emanated from the pit. Still alive. Sakura approached, shaking her head sympathetically. Lord Jiraiya, you should know the consequences of ambushing Lady Tsunade. This isn't an ambush. It's an expression of love. Came Jiraiya's muffled defense from the bottom of the pit. Tsunade placed her hands on her hips, looking down at Jiraiya with an authoritative gaze, her blush fading as she regained her Hokage's composure. If you do this again, I will make sure you stay buried forever. Naruto erupted into laughter, and the other young ninjas could hardly contain their amusement. The light-hearted atmosphere eased the sorrow of their impending separation. All right, Tsunade composed herself, addressing Naruto. Remember what I said. Be ready to return at any time. Understood. Hokage-sama. Naruto saluted sharply, then turned to his companions. You all need to do your best too. When I return, I will be even stronger. Sakura stepped forward, enveloping Naruto in a hug. Don't push yourself too hard. Lusho lazily waved his hand. Come back soon, without you causing trouble in the village. It's too peaceful, and I'm not used to it. At that moment, Jiraiya finally extricated himself from the pit, covered in dirt and dusting himself off. Ahem, we should get going. He cast one last glance at Tsunade, devoid of frivolity, filled only with a profound promise. Tsunade nodded slightly, a hint of tenderness flickering in her eyes. Let us go, Naruto. Jiraiya formed a hand seal, and Naruto promptly followed suit. Senjutsu, reverse summoning technique. A cloud of white smoke enveloped them, and their figures vanished from sight. Tsunade gazed at the spot where they had disappeared, gently sighing. I hope they returned safely. The scenery of Mayaboka Mountain was as peculiar and beautiful as ever. Enormous mushrooms opened like umbrellas. Vividly colored plants radiated a soft glow, and the air was infused with a unique natural energy. Naruto inhaled deeply, savoring the atmosphere that was starkly different from Konoha. Finally back, he exclaimed excitedly, wondering about the whereabouts of Gamabunta and Gamaken. Jiraiya clapped Naruto on the shoulder. Don't think about playing just yet. We have important matters to attend to. Lord Fukasaku should be waiting for us. As he spoke, a green old toad clad in a cloak leaped out from behind a giant mushroom. Little Jiraiya, little Naruto, you have finally arrived. Master Fukasaku, Naruto greeted joyfully. Fukasaku nodded, his expression serious. Time is of the essence. Let us commence training immediately. Little Naruto, how proficient are you with Senjutsu? Naruto scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I'm still not quite skilled at it. Then we shall start from the basics. Fukasaku said unceremoniously, follow me. In the ensuing days, Naruto immersed himself in rigorous training. The practice of Shansu, Shinshu, Onveonsan, Myamushan, is considerably more arduous than ordinary Nsu, Rinshu, requiring absolute stillness to absorb natural energy. A momentary lapse can result in transformation into a stone frog. Time and again, Naruto faced failure, yet each time he resolutely began anew. He concentrated his spirit, attuning himself to the flow of natural energy. The sage, Shinzaku, squatted atop Naruto's head, advising him not to resist, but to let it become a part of him. Jiraiya sat nearby, observing Naruto's perspiration with a mix of concern and pride. He recognized Naruto's remarkable potential, merely in need of the right guidance. Keep going, Naruto. Jiraiya silently urged, you can achieve this. On the fourth morning, when Naruto finally succeeded in entering sage mode, the frog-like patterns emerged on his face, prompting satisfied smiles from both Shinzaku and Jiraiya. Well done, little Naruto, Shinzaku praised. Though the duration is still brief, it is a significant advancement. Naruto leaped in excitement, exclaiming, awesome, I finally did it. At that moment, a small frog hurriedly jumped over. Master Shinzaku, the great toad sage wishes to see Naruto. Shinzaku and Jiraiya exchanged astonished glances. The great toad sage rarely summoned others unless for a momentous prophecy. We must go at once, Shinzaku stated gravely, turning to Naruto. Follow me, little Naruto. The great toad sage wishes to meet you. Naruto blinked. The great toad sage? Is that the lecherous sage who often speaks of the prophetic toad? Indeed, Jiraiya replied. Rising with an unusually serious demeanor, Naruto, remember to be respectful. The prophecies of the great toad sage have never been wrong. The trio traversed the peculiar landscape of Myamushan, arriving at a grand temple. At the entrance stood Shima, who nodded upon seeing them. The great toad sage has been waiting for quite some time. Venturing into the depths of the temple, they found an astonishingly large orange toad seated upon a lofty throne, adorned with a necklace inscribed with the word oil, its eyes half closed, seemingly on the verge of slumber. Great toad sage, Shinzaku respectfully announced, we bring you Uzumaki Naruto. The great toad sage slowly opened its eyes, fixing its gaze upon Naruto. In that instant, Naruto felt an overwhelming, intangible pressure, as if he were completely laid bare. Oh, little Naruto, the great toad sage's voice was deep and deliberate. I have seen a change. Jiraiya stepped forward anxiously. Great toad sage, are you saying the prophecy has changed? The great toad sage nodded slowly. Yes, little Jiraiya, the trajectory of the future has shifted. Naruto looked confusedly between Jiraiya and the great toad sage. What prophecy? What change? The great toad sage's eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity, locking onto Naruto. Little Naruto, you shall become entangled with one possessing peculiar eyes, and you will preside over a significant union. Huh! Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes wide in shock, far beyond his expectations. Naruto mirrored his bewilderment. Peculiar eyes? Union? Preside over a table? What does that mean? The great toad sage, however, had already begun to close its eyes again, its voice fading. This is the new prophecy. Remember the eyes and the union. Soon, a soft snoring emerged, as the great toad sage slipped back into slumber. The temple fell into a profound silence. All present stunned by the abrupt prophecy. Jiraiya's mind raced with various possibilities. Peculiar eyes? Could they refer to the Rinnegan? Or something else? And what did presiding over a union entail? Was it implying that Naruto would marry? Naruto scratched his head, breaking the silence. Lecherous sage. What did the great toad sage mean? Jiraiya regained his composure, forcing a calm demeanor. Well, prophecies are always vague and require time to verify. Shinzaku remarked thoughtfully. The prophecies of the great toad sage have never been incorrect, yet their interpretation often demands wisdom. Little Naruto, simply remember the words you have heard today. The future will reveal itself. Naruto nodded, though somewhat perplexed, his curiosity piqued by the mysterious prophecy. Who could possess those peculiar eyes? Chapter 133. Explosion above the rain-soaked village of Rain. Dark clouds loomed as a bolt of lightning cleaved through the oppressive sky. Nara Shikamaru hid beneath a crumbling eave. Raindrops cascading down his cheek, creating tiny ripples in the puddles below. Kakashi-sensei's cellular response is in this direction. He closed his eyes. Sensing the subtle fluctuations of chakra within him, his fingers unconsciously tapping the end of a kunai. Venturing alone into Rain Village was a risky decision. Yet during Naruto's training absence, he needed to discern the cause of the sudden hyperactivity of Orochimaru's cells within Kakashi. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from afar. The shockwave causing the structure sheltering Shikamaru to tremble. His eyes snapped open, witnessing a massive mushroom cloud rising in the northeastern sky, the orange-red flames piercing through the ring. Such a magnitude of explosion could only be attributed to Akatsuki's Deidara. Shikamaru swiftly ascended to higher ground, racing towards the source of the sound. After navigating through 3 slick alleys, the cacophony of battle became increasingly distinct, mingled with the crackling of thunder. As Shikamaru finally reached the edge of the battlefield, the sight before him took his breath away. Buildings within a 100-meter radius lay in ruins. And in the center of the clearing stood Uchiha Sasuke atop the back of a colossal, snow-white bird, his Sharingan glowing crimson in the rain. Opposite him, suspended in midair, was the golden-haired Deidara, his clothes tattered, his right arm missing, yet he laughed maniacally. Art is an explosion that exists for but a fleeting moment. Yes, my ultimate art shall bloom eternally. Shikamaru's pupils constricted. According to intelligence, the blast radius of this technique was sufficient to obliterate an entire block. He instinctively reached for his ninja tool pouch, only to see that Sasuke had already completed his hand seals, directing Chidori's sharp spear towards Deidara's chest. Suddenly, dozens of bizarrely shaped puppets shot forth from the shadows of the ruins. Their joints extended with venomous blades, some wrapping around Deidara's body like lightning, while others attacked Sasuke from unexpected angles. Most shockingly, the chests of these puppets suddenly split open, revealing intricate ceiling formations that aligned perfectly with Deidara's clay core. Poised to detonate. Sealing technique? Shikamaru observed as Deidara's body abruptly stiffened, the once volatile chakra coming to a halt. Sasuke's situation was equally dire. Exhausted, he barely evaded the first 3 puppets' assaults, yet the last one's poison blade slashed his thigh, causing him to stumble to one knee. Blood quickly soaked through his black pants, spreading dark red stains in the puddles. What a nostalgic scene. A calm yet chilling voice emerged from the shadows. A red-haired boy stepped forward, surrounded by more puppets, expressing surprise at encountering the detestable vessel of Orochimaru here. Scorpion, Sasuke strained to rise. The Kusanagi sword glinting coldly in the rain. Do members of Akatsuki enjoy ambushing others? The corners of Scorpion's mouth curled into a mechanical smile. Art requires an audience that appreciates it. With a flick of his fingers, 12 puppets assumed attack positions. Your Sharingan has reached its limit, hasn't it? Shikamaru's mind raced. Sasuke was clearly exhausted, while Scorpion's puppets not only outnumbered them, but also possessed the ability to suppress chakra. Silently, he retrieved 3 kunai laced with explosive tags, his shadow extending quietly in the waterlogged ground. Suddenly, Sasuke erupted into action, the Kusanagi sword aimed directly at Scorpion's throat. The 3 puppets rushed to intercept. Yet upon contact with the blade, they were engulfed by black flames. Amaterasu! Scorpion exclaimed in surprise, quickly retreating. However, Sasuke, suffering from the excessive use of his ocular jutsu, clutched his left eye in agony, his movements becoming lethargically fatal. The last puppet's poison blade was poised to pierce his back. Sage art. Shadow imitation technique. The shadow surged forth like a venomous serpent, deftly connecting the puppet to the adjacent toppled stone pillar. The puppet of Sia abruptly pivoted, its blade plunging deeply into the crevice of the stone. Simultaneously, 3 shurikens sliced through the air, striking the chakra threads at the joints of the puppet with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! Shikamaru intoned softly as he formed a hand seal. Amidst the thunderous explosion of the chakra-infused detonating tags, Sia's 3 exquisite puppets shattered into fragments. Sasuke turned in astonishment, witnessing Shikamaru emerging from behind the crumbling wall, his hands still poised in the sealing gesture. Shikamaru? Sia squinted, a glimmer of unexpected fortune dawning upon him. As the smoke from the explosion lingered, Sasuke's body suddenly lurched forward. Shikamaru, quick-witted, caught his slipping form, only to discover that the purple toxin from his thigh wound had spread alarmingly to his waist. The onset of the poison was swifter than anticipated. Shikamaru's fingertips brushed against Sasuke's carotid artery, the pulse faint as a flickering candle in the wind. He gazed directly into Sia's inorganic eyes. Antidote. The fingers of Sia's puppet gently tapped against its cheek, emitting a metallic clang. You expect me to simply give it to you? Refuse. And none of you shall escape unscathed. Shikamaru's right hand subtly formed another seal, causing the puddles on the ground to ripple unnaturally. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the sealed Deidara, the blonde explosive artist, glaring at them with venomous intensity. Ha! Deidara suddenly broke free from his puppet restraints, his mangled left arm shooting upward. Die! Just as the clay spider shot from his sleeve, it was crushed mid-air by the threads of Sie's puppet. Silence! Sie's tail elongated suddenly, striking Deidara's face with a resounding slap, leaving 3 bloody marks. One more move, and you'll become puppet material. Deidara clutched his face, his eyes wide with disbelief. Brother Sie, are you hitting me for him again? His singular eye brimmed with a sickly hue, the tattered sleeve of his right arm moving as if possessed. Shikamaru keenly noted that he was secreting a transparent liquid from the remains of his severed arm, an initial step for explosive clay. Sie appeared wholly indifferent to his companion's fury, turning instead to Shikamaru. I can provide the antidote. He produced a vial of purple liquid, spinning it on his fingertip, but you must grant me a wish. I trust your wish. I assent 3 more wishes. Shikamaru deliberately elongated the syllables while sensing that his shadow had silently connected to the 5 nearest abandoned puppets. Sie's movements abruptly halted, and a semblance of surprise flickered across his mask-like visage. So it can be done, he mused, nodding thoughtfully, learning from the encounter. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Shikamaru's forehead. At such a moment, he could still display a thirst for knowledge, maintaining his composure. He adjusted his stance to bring Sasuke closer to the puddle. Give me the antidote, and I may consider your proposal. Deidara could no longer contain himself, his damaged right arm suddenly spewing forth clay birds. Die. Artis. Crimson flow needle 8 waves. Sie's tail instantaneously split into countless fine needles, rendering Deidara's clay into a sieve midair. Concurrently, 3 puppets erupted from the ground, pinning Deidara firmly against the rubble. One more disturbance, and I shall transform you into a mute puppet. Sie's voice was as frigid as ice. Deidara writhed like a fish out of water for a moment before begrudgingly collapsing, his gaze at Shikamaru growing increasingly filled with malice. Seizing the opportunity, Shikamaru completed the final step of his hand seal, supporting Sasuke with his left hand. He extended his right towards Sie. Deal. As the purple liquid arced through the downpour, Shikamaru bit his thumb and pressed it to the ground. Summoning technique. The colossal serpent, Manda, tore through space, unleashing a foul wind that sent debris flying. Sie's pupils constricted in shock. Before he could react, Shikamaru poured the antidote into Sasuke's mouth, and immediately, Manda opened its gaping maw, engulfing both of them whole. Another escape. Sie's murmurs were drowned out by the thunderous roar of Manda's disappearance. He remained rooted in place, allowing the rain to drench his crimson hair. Chapter 134. Respect. The muscles within the serpent's belly writhed around Shikamaru, the slick sensation sending chills down his spine. He clutched the unconscious Sasuke tightly, fearing that one misstep might lead to their digestion within this creature. Though Orochimaru had assured him that the summoned serpent would not truly consume them, the environment still left Shikamaru feeling unnerved. Hold on, Sasuke, he whispered, gazing at the pale face of the Uchiha boy in his arms. Sasuke's right leg had morphed into an ominous shade of purple-black. Deidara's explosive clay had not only inflicted severe lacerations, but had also injected a neurotoxin. Even more dire was the deep wound on Sasuke's back, a remnant of the sudden assault by Sie's puppet father. Although the poison was neutralized, the severity of the injury left Shikamaru hesitant to draw conclusions. The air within the serpent's belly grew increasingly thin, and Shikamaru felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His own condition was hardly better. His left arm was dislocated, and several lacerations marred his chest from the puppet fragments. Yet he had to remain alert, at least until they reached Odanin village. Manda, do not fail me, Shikamaru murmured, as darkness began to encroach upon his vision. Suddenly, a violent contraction surged through him, propelling his body forward. Then, blinding light flooded in as he and Sasuke were expelled from the serpent's maw. The sunset over Odanin village painted the sky crimson as Itachi strolled along a path on the outskirts of the base. Ever since Orochimaru had treated his body, the medical ninjas had advised him to engage in moderate exercise daily. Abruptly, a shadow loomed over him. Itachi looked up to see a colossal python opening its gaping jaws. 2 figures hurtling forth, plummeting directly towards him. Sasuke? Itachi's pupils dilated in shock. His body reacted before his mind could catch up. Despite repeated warnings from the doctors to avoid using chakra, Itachi activated his Sharingan in an instant. He calculated the landing point with precision, extending his arms to catch his descending brother securely. The impact staggered him a few steps, causing sharp pain in his already weakened lungs. Yet he gritted his teeth to remain standing. Cough! Itachi expelled a breath of stale air, lowering his gaze to examine Sasuke in his embrace. Upon witnessing the purple-black wound on his brother's leg and the grievous laceration on his back, the normally calm depths of his black eyes ignited with fury. Sasuke! Itachi's voice trembled with rare emotion. Nearby, a muffled thud and groan echoed. Shikamaru, rubbing his aching back, rose to his feet and quickly exclaimed, "I've given him the antidote. The toxin will no longer spread." Itachi abruptly raised his head, his three-tomo Sharingan glistening blood red in the fading sunlight. "Who did this?" "Deidara," Shikamaru replied, his throat feeling parched. Standing before the wrathful Uchiha Itachi, even he felt an undeniable pressure. "Deidara," Itachi's voice was as frigid as ice. His eyes began to darken, the black pinwheel pattern slowly rotating, the hallmark of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Shikamaru instinctively took a step back. The air seemed to solidify, an invisible weight rendering Shikamaru's breath even more labored. Just then, the ground convulsed, and Orochimaru's figure emerged from the earth. "Itachi-kun, control your emotions," Orochimaru warned, his voice laced with caution. "Your body cannot withstand the burden of the Mangekyo." Itachi's gaze shifted to Orochimaru, the pinwheel in his eyes still spinning. "They harm my brother." Orochimaru's golden serpentine eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze lingering on Sasuke's injuries before turning to Shikamaru. "Not just Deidara, I presume?" Shikamaru nodded, pausing briefly. "There is also Sia." Although he did not engage directly, Orochimaru scoffed coldly. "Why was I not aware of your close relationship with him?" Speaking on his behalf, his eyes roamed over Shikamaru. "You seem to be in quite a bit of pain as well." Just as Shikamaru intended to brush it off, Orochimaru swiftly stepped before him, unceremoniously grasping his wrist. Shikamaru instinctively tried to break free, but the strength in Orochimaru's grip was astonishing. "Do not move," Orochimaru commanded, his other hand lifting Shikamaru's shirt. The skin on Lumaru's chest was exposed to the air and upon his fair skin. The intricate white snake tattoo of the white snake sage was surrounded by numerous fine scratches, some of which were still oozing blood. These wounds were inflicted by the fragments of Scorpion's puppet. Though shallow, their quantity was alarming. Orochimaru's gaze was ominously dark as his long fingers gently traced over the wounds, chakra flowing from his fingertips as he examined each injury. Lumaru dared not breathe, acutely aware of Orochimaru's wrath. "I am fine," Lumaru whispered, insisting that it was merely a superficial injury. Orochimaru did not respond, but instead retrieved a small vial from his sleeve, sprinkling medicinal powder onto Lumaru's wounds. The instant the powder made contact with his skin, a sharp sting caused Lumaru to gasp in surprise. "Does it hurt?" Orochimaru inquired, his voice unusually gentle. Lumaru nodded honestly. "Remember this pain?" Orochimaru's golden eyes bore into him. "Next time, do not allow yourself to be injured." Just then, Itachi interrupted them. "Orochimaru, Sasuke's condition is deteriorating." Only then did Orochimaru release Lumaru, turning his attention to Itachi and Sasuke. He assessed Sasuke's injuries, his expression growing grave. "Although the poison has been suppressed, the wounds are severely infected. Immediate surgery is required." Itachi nodded. "Then let us proceed swiftly." However, Orochimaru revealed a knowing smile. "Itachi-kun, this is the perfect opportunity." Itachi frowned, questioning, "What do you mean?" "To allow Sasuke, who has always opposed the notion of acquiring your eyes, to become the perfect wielder of the Mangekyo." Orochimaru's voice was laced with temptation. "Now that he is unconscious, he cannot refuse. Once the surgery is complete, I will possess the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's power." Itachi's expression hardened. "You intend to forcibly transplant my eyes while Sasuke is unable to resist? This is for his own good." Orochimaru shrugged. "You know how powerful the eternal Mangekyo is." "No," Itachi firmly rejected. "This is Sasuke's choice, and I will not violate his will." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. "You choose now to respect his will." "Sometimes I truly question the logic of the Uchiha. They know not what to respect and what to disregard. It is no wonder your clan was exterminated." A flicker of uncertainty crossed Itachi's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "If Sasuke desires my eyes, he will tell me himself. Until then, I will honor his choice. The atmosphere between the two was tense, as if the very air had solidified. Lumaru stood silently to the side, wisely refraining from interjecting, though he also found both brothers rather foolish. Ultimately, Orochimaru sighed, "Suit yourself." However, the surgery must still be performed, otherwise he will not survive the night. Itachi nodded and carefully lifted Sasuke. "Lead the way." Orochimaru turned and walked towards the base, with Itachi following closely behind. Lumaru hesitated for a moment before joining them. Though his injuries were not life-threatening, they still required attention. Upon entering the base, Orochimaru placed Sasuke on the operating table and began preparing the medical instruments. Itachi stood beside him, his gaze never leaving his brother's pale face. "Lumaru," Orochimaru called without turning, "if you find yourself in need, transfer your injuries to me first." Lumaru nodded and prepared to do so, rising to leave. But Itachi stopped him. "Wait." Itachi approached Lumaru and bowed deeply. "Thank you for saving Sasuke." Lifting his head, Itachi turned to Orochimaru, who was taken aback by Lumaru's willingness. "How do you perform such a transfer? Might you do the same for Sasuke and me during the surgery?" Orochimaru let out a sharp exclamation. "What happened to your respect?" Itachi straightened, his black eyes locked on Orochimaru with utmost seriousness as he nodded. "I am his brother." Lumaru scratched his head, thinking that indeed, the Uchiha were troublesome. He quietly exited the room and made his way to the adjacent medical room. He recalled Scorpion's final words from their earlier battle, "Do you need assistance?" Suddenly, Orochimaru's voice emerged from behind, startling Lumaru so much that he nearly knocked over a bottle of medicine. He turned to see Orochimaru leaning against the doorframe, his golden eyes shining brightly in the dim light. "How is your injury?" Lumaru asked. "A mere formality," Orochimaru replied as he stepped inside, taking the ointment from Lumaru's hands. "But it will require several days of application." His eyes sparkled as they regarded Lumaru. Lumaru nodded heavily. Orochimaru truly treated him well. "I will ensure to apply it." Orochimaru fell silent. "You should not take risks," he suddenly stated. "If Scorpion had exerted his full strength, neither of you would have returned." Lumaru lowered his head. "I know, but nothing is more important than your lives." Orochimaru interrupted him, his voice unusually stern. "Do you understand?" Lumaru looked up in surprise, meeting Orochimaru's serious gaze. "I understand," Lumaru replied softly. Lumaru hesitated before asking, "Do you truly wish to forcibly transplant Itachi's eyes into Sasuke?" Orochimaru's hand paused for a moment. "It is for his own good. But Itachi is correct. It is Sasuke's choice." Orochimaru chuckled lightly. "You are still too young, Lumaru. Sometimes, people must be compelled to accept what is best for them." Lumaru furrowed his brow. "Even if it goes against their will?" "Especially when it contradicts their will," Orochimaru replied, putting away the ointment. "People often fail to recognize what is truly significant." Lumaru pondered this. He understood that there was some truth to Orochimaru's words. Yet he also recognized the reasons behind Itachi's steadfastness. Perhaps this was why Orochimaru and Itachi, despite sharing the same goal of protecting Sasuke, had entirely different methods. "Very well." Orochimaru clapped Lumaru on the shoulder. "Rest now. You can attend to your matters tomorrow." Lumaru nodded, watching Orochimaru's solitary figure depart. He suddenly realized that one of the legendary Sannin, feared by many, had aged. Perhaps I should treat him with more kindness in the future. Of course, Lumaru dared not voice such thoughts in Orochimaru's presence. From the adjacent room came the sound of Itachi speaking softly to Sasuke, his tone gentle and unlike the notorious Uchiha demon. Lumaru lay down and closed his eyes. He had experienced too much today, and both his body and mind had reached their limits. In the final moments before succumbing to sleep, Lumaru mused, perhaps even those as formidable as Orochimaru and Itachi possess bonds they cannot sever. And this distinction is what sets them apart from pure villains. Chapter 135. Whispering. The village of Odo was shrouded in a thin mist before dawn, the air thick with the scent of damp foliage. Lumaru cautiously pushed open the door, peering out like a cat preparing to sneak away. Once he confirmed that the corridor was empty, he carefully took a step outside. "Out so early? Are you off for morning training?" A chilling voice came from behind him, causing Lumaru to freeze, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. He slowly turned to find Orochimaru leaning against the doorframe, his golden snake-like eyes glinting ominously in the morning light. "A snake, uncle," Lumaru stammered, forcing a laugh as he straightened up. "What are you doing here? Haven't you slept?" Orochimaru was draped in a thin layer of frost, clearly having stood there for quite some time. He raised an eyebrow. I should be asking you that. Why the rush to leave without telling anyone? Lumaru awkwardly scratched his nose. I was just going out for a walk. A walk? Orochimaru's gaze swept over Lumaru's ninja tool pouch and the scroll on his back. Going out for a stroll fully equipped? Realizing he could not hide the truth, Lumaru confessed. I want to see if I can find the reason for Kakashi-sensei's cells suddenly becoming active. Orochimaru scoffed lightly. By yourself? Given your current condition? And even if you go, do you understand the principles of cellular activity? I am fine. Lumaru instinctively straightened his posture. Orochimaru shook his head and poked Lumaru's forehead. You won't get far without sleep. Snake uncle, Lumaru exclaimed, eyes wide. You dare to retort with my own words. How is it that only you are permitted to speak of me? Orochimaru's lips curled into a slight smile, the lines on his face deepening. Is it possible that Itachi remains awake? Upon mentioning Itachi, Nara Shikamaru could not suppress his complaints. Indeed, Itachi does not sleep. Last night, I was incessantly subjected to his murmurs about Sasuke, like a doting mother. He mimicked Itachi's tone. Sasuke, would you like some water? Sasuke, does it hurt? Sasuke, do you want to change your position? Orochimaru paused momentarily, seemingly pondering seriously. It appears that the thickness of your room's walls needs to be increased. Just as Shikamaru was about to retort, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, Uncle Snake, you haven't been monitoring me from outside the door, have you? Just passing by. Orochimaru lied, his expression unchanging. By the way, I shall accompany you to the Rain Ninja Village. Shikamaru was taken aback, but your experiments have already been arranged. Orochimaru interrupted him, stating that they would depart in 10 minutes, so he should prepare. Shikamaru opened his mouth, but ultimately nodded in acquiescence. He understood that once Orochimaru made a decision, no one could alter it, especially regarding certain research where he lacked Orochimaru's expertise. 10 minutes later, the two stood amidst the woods outside Oto Ninja Village. The morning mist gradually dissipated, allowing sunlight to filter through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Orochimaru inspected Shikamaru's equipment, occasionally slipping small vials into his bag. This is an antidote, and this is a hemostatic agent, Orochimaru explained, while Shikamaru diligently took note. Uncle Snake, Shikamaru could not help but inquire, why have you suddenly decided to accompany me? Orochimaru's hands faltered momentarily. My senses are sharper than yours. Last night, I detected abnormal fluctuations in Kakashi's cellular samples. What? Shikamaru's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean? It signifies two possibilities. Orochimaru raised two slender fingers. First, Obito has activated those cells in an attempt to heal Kakashi. Second, Kakashi himself has undergone some form of mutation. Shikamaru furrowed his brow. Which possibility is more likely? The latter. Orochimaru scoffed. The Akatsuki organization does not possess such advanced medical ninjas capable of activating my regenerative cells. Then let us proceed. Shikamaru adjusted his forehead protector, aiming to reach the outskirts of the Rain Ninja Village before dusk. Orochimaru nodded, and the two leaped between the treetops, occasionally lending each other a hand. After traversing a significant distance, Shikamaru suggested a break. However, Orochimaru revealed a mysterious smile. No need. Before Shikamaru could react, Orochimaru performed a series of hand seals and summoned a colossal python. The giant serpent opened its gaping maw, and Orochimaru seized Shikamaru's wrist. Do not struggle. It will be faster. Wait. Uncle Snake. Shikamaru's protests were swallowed by the serpent's jaws. The familiar sensation of suffocation enveloped him once again, the slick muscles of the serpent's belly compressing his body. This time was worse than before, as Orochimaru's firm grip on his wrist left him no room to adjust his position. Breathe calmly. Orochimaru's voice rang out clearly in the darkness. The more tense you are, the more oxygen you consume. Shikamaru struggled to comply, yet the air within the serpent's belly continued to diminish rapidly. His chest grew heavy, and black spots began to cloud his vision. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. With a whoosh, the two were expelled by the giant serpent. Shikamaru dropped to the ground, gasping for air, feeling as if his lungs might burst. Once he regained his composure and looked up, he was instantly taken aback. They had already entered the Rain Ninja Village, surrounded by towering steel structures, with the sky overcast and a persistent drizzle falling. Most astonishingly, lying on the bed before them was none other than the person they sought, Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi appeared even paler than the last time they met, nearly translucent. Orochimaru swiftly approached, pressing his saliva-coated hand against Kakashi's forehead. Someone may return at any moment. We must act quickly. Shikamaru observed the faint glow of chakra emanating from Orochimaru's palm, seemingly assessing something. Uncle Snake. Shikamaru whispered, "What are you doing?" Confirming cellular vitality. Orochimaru replied without turning, somewhat surprised by the discovery of a third possibility. Shikamaru was bewildered. What situation is this? Is Kakashi-sensei all right? Orochimaru finally released his hand and turned to Shikamaru. Kakashi cells have fused with other cells, attempting to adapt to some foreign energy. He paused, simply stating, "I have detected Hashirama's wood cells. These cells share a common origin with my regenerative cells. Given the concentration, is it possible that Kakashi is undergoing a blood transfusion? What does that mean? What will he become?" Uncertain. Orochimaru rarely admitted his ignorance, but it is assuredly a good thing. Shikamaru noticed Kakashi's fingers twitching slightly. Leaning closer to Kakashi, he whispered, "Kakashi, can you hear me?" Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, still monitoring the surroundings. Kakashi's eyelids fluttered. Shikamaru murmured a few words by his ear. Not even Orochimaru's deliberate leaning forward catching his attention. "Something is approaching," Orochimaru stated calmly. Shikamaru nodded in acknowledgement, indicating he was finished, and then gently patted Kakashi's pale hand. Gripping it momentarily, "We must leave quickly." Kakashi ceased his movements, merely feebly grasping Shikamaru's hand. Orochimaru and Shikamaru exchanged glances, deciding to retreat. Orochimaru grasped Shikamaru's arm. "Let us go." After enduring the torment of being transported through the serpent's belly once more, they were expelled into a wooded area at the outskirts of the Rain Ninja village. "What did you say to him?" Orochimaru inquired curiously. Shikamaru replied, "I won't tell you." Moreover, Shikamaru crossed his arms. Clearly, there was a faster way to reach Kakashi. Why did we bother to trek all the way to the Rain Ninja village? My calves are still cramping. Orochimaru remained unfazed. "I forgot." "Forgot?" Shikamaru's eyes widened. "How could you forget something so crucial? I am getting older. My memory is not what it used to be," Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, turning to walk deeper into the woods. "Let us hurry. We can still make it home for dinner before dark." As Shikamaru watched Orochimaru's receding figure, he felt that something was amiss. After leaving the Rain Ninja village, the rain gradually ceased, and sunlight broke through the clouds, bathing the two in its warmth. Chapter 136. Frosted Sugar. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the windows of the tall structures in Oto Ninja Village, casting a warm golden hue upon the metallic walls of the corridor. Shikamaru trudged wearily behind Orochimaru, their bodies still carrying the dampness and earthy scent from their recent return. "At last, we are back," Shikamaru stretched languidly. Although the journey was perilous, at least they had confirmed that the situation remained under control. Orochimaru pushed open the door to the dining hall, and a rich, sweet aroma wafted towards them. Shikamaru's nose twitched. The scent was so sweet it could render bees faint. Inside the dining hall, Itachi was busily tending to the stove, his long black hair casually tied back, and a noticeably small apron tied around his waist. Upon hearing the door open, he turned, a rare smile gracing his pale face. "You have returned." Itachi's voice was soft, perfectly timed with dinner. Shikamaru's gaze fell upon the pot on the stove. Bright red tomato sauce floated with golden egg flowers, topped with a glistening layer of what appeared to be sugar frosting. "What is this?" Shikamaru inquired cautiously. "Tomato rice." Itachi's tone carried a hint of pride. It was Sasuke's favorite when he was little. "I added double the tomatoes and double the eggs." And Orochimaru had already approached the stove, shaking the empty sugar jar beside him. His golden serpent-like eyes narrowed slightly. "Itachi, do not tell me you have exhausted the new sugar from the laboratory again." Itachi, unfazed, turned back to continue stirring the contents of the pot. "Sasuke needs to replenish his energy. So you intend to season him with sugar?" Dashawan let out a cold chuckle, his slender fingers gently crushing the empty sugar jar into powder within his palm. "He informed you that from this day forth, you must procure your own sugar." Itachi's shoulders subtly slumped, but he quickly straightened. "Do as you wish." Nara Shikamaru's curiosity overcame his rationality as he picked up a spoon and cautiously sampled a small bite from the pot. In that fleeting moment, it was as if he beheld the gates of paradise. Sweet, inconceivably sweet. Not the refreshing sweetness of fruit, nor the rich sweetness of honey, but a pure, unadulterated sweetness capable of solidifying one's very brain into syrup. Shikamaru's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably as he fought the urge to regurgitate, stubbornly swallowing the morsel, only to be met with a wave of dizziness. "How is it?" Itachi inquired eagerly. Shikamaru's throat felt as if it were glued shut with syrup, and he managed to force out a smile, quite unique. Yet internally, he was frantically critiquing. Did Itachi pour the entire stock of a sugar factory into this? Why can't human taste buds transfer like ninjutsu? How splendid it would be to transfer this sweetness to Orochimaru. Itachi, seemingly interpreting Shikamaru's distorted expression as praise, nodded in satisfaction and ladled the contents of the pot onto a delicate porcelain plate, even adorning the rice with a heart-shaped design made of ketchup. "Has Sasuke awakened?" Orochimaru inquired. "Yes, he just roused," Itachi replied cautiously, "but he's still quite weak." Shikamaru gazed at the heart-shaped dish, potent enough to be deemed a chemical weapon, and upon hearing that Sasuke was still frail, a sudden epiphany struck him. He eagerly pushed the plate toward Itachi. "Sasuke must be starving. Let him eat more." Itachi nodded, acknowledging Shikamaru's astuteness and kindness, and gently smoothed over the small indentation he had made, ensuring the heart shape remained flawless before heading toward Sasuke's room. Shikamaru immediately followed, only to be caught by Orochimaru. "What do you intend to do?" Concerned for my junior brother, he blinked innocently. "After all, we are of the same village." Orochimaru raised an eyebrow and released his grip. "Do not overstep. Sasuke's injuries are not yet healed." Of course, Shikamaru readily agreed, though a mischievous glint flickered in his eyes. The two trailed behind Itachi until they reached Sasuke's room. Through the partially opened door, Shikamaru observed Sasuke leaning against the headboard, his complexion still pale, but significantly improved. Upon hearing the door open, Sasuke turned his head. His obsidian eyes gleamed momentarily at the sight of the plate in Itachi's hand. "Tomato?" Sasuke's voice was slightly hoarse. "Yes, your favorite tomato rice from childhood." Itachi's tone was remarkably gentle. "I added double the tomatoes and double the eggs." Sasuke's lips curled ever so slightly. This subtle shift in expression nearly caused Shikamaru to drop his jaw. Who would have thought Uchiha Sasuke could smile so sweetly? However, the next instant, when Sasuke's gaze drifted past Itachi's shoulder to Shikamaru, that fleeting smile instantly morphed into a familiar icy glare. Shikamaru lounged lazily against the doorframe, deliberately adopting a cheeky expression, successfully provoking Sasuke's ire. "What are you doing here?" Sasuke asked coldly. "Just visiting my beloved junior brother," Shikamaru grinned. "How can I recover so quickly while you are still injured? Quite strange, isn't it?" A flicker of annoyance flashed in Sasuke's eyes, a faint blush appearing on his pale face. Shikamaru stifled a laugh within. Indeed, aggravating Sasuke is perpetually so simple. Itachi frowned, shooting Shikamaru a warning glare. "Do not provoke my brother." Shikamaru, sensing the tension, raised his hands in surrender and retreated behind the door, though he did not leave, instead peeking out to continue observing. Itachi settled by the bedside, scooping up a spoonful of the red and yellow rice. "Here, I shall feed you." Sasuke's face reddened further. "I can manage myself." "Your hands are still injured," Itachi insisted, the spoon hovering by Sasuke's mouth. Sasuke glanced toward the door, and Shikamaru immediately feigned interest in the ceiling, though the curve of his lips betrayed him. Sasuke gritted his teeth, but ultimately opened his mouth. The transformation of his expression in that moment was nothing short of art. Initially flushed with embarrassment, Sasuke's face turned pale as the food entered his mouth, then shifted to a purplish hue, finally settling into an indescribable shade of green. His eyes widened in shock, and his throat struggled to swallow, rendering him momentarily frozen. Shikamaru bit his lip to suppress laughter, quietly retrieving a crystal ball from his ninja tool pouch to capture Sasuke's face-changing performance in its entirety. This was undoubtedly worth repeated viewings. Perhaps he could even sell it for a handsome sum to Naruto, who would surely trade a year's worth of ramen vouchers for it. "Is it tasty?" Itachi asked expectantly. Sasuke's lips twitched, and he managed a difficult nod. Itachi's face lit up with satisfaction as he offered another spoonful. Shikamaru observed the despair in Sasuke's eyes, and for once, his conscience, if he had one, pricked him, but only for a moment. He raised his voice deliberately. How envious Sasuke is to have such a wonderful brother feeding him. Evidently, Itachi was spurred on by this, feeding Sasuke spoonful after spoonful, as Sasuke's expression grew increasingly pained. Yet he had no choice but to swallow. Shikamaru estimated that if this continued, Sasuke would soon transform from a frail, beautiful youth into a corpulent fish. Content with his scheming success, Shikamaru prepared to retreat, only to collide solidly with a cold embrace. Ouch! He stumbled back, clutching his nose, and looked up into Orochimaru's half-smirking golden eyes. Snake uncle? When did you? From the moment you began recording, Orochimaru replied softly, his elongated fingers deftly retrieving the crystal ball from Shikamaru's grasp. Not a bad shot. Shikamaru chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. I was just joking, trying to reach for the crystal ball. Orochimaru toyed with the crystal ball, which continued to replay Sasuke's face-changing antics. Are you so pleased to see Sasuke in distress? Well, Shikamaru replied, a mischievous glint in his eye. Do you not find it amusing? Orochimaru's lips quirked slightly upwards. Indeed. He tossed the crystal ball back to Shikamaru, adding, but don't let Itachi find out. Otherwise, when he prepares special 3-colored dumplings next time, I will specifically request you to be the taste tester. Shikamaru's face turned as green as Sasuke's had moments earlier. Is this a threat? It is education, Orochimaru corrected, turning toward the laboratory. Come along. I've extracted some cells from Kakashi for you to observe. Shikamaru cast a lingering glance back at Sasuke, still basking in his brother's affection, before quickly catching up with Orochimaru. In the corridor, he couldn't help but inquire. Snake uncle, do you think Sasuke can finish that plate? Orochimaru didn't look back. I bet 100 Ryo that he will pretend to be asleep after consuming 2/3. I wager 200 Ryo that Itachi will continue to feed him even after he falls asleep. Shikamaru grinned. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Deal. The two figures vanished down the corridor. While inside Sasuke's room, the tragic scene persisted. The Uchiha brothers, one feeding joyfully and the other eating in agony, were enveloped in this rare moment of intimacy. Albeit for different reasons, one out of love, the other out of fear of expulsion. As for the fate of that plate of tomato rice, sweet enough to kill an elephant, only the parties involved were privy to its outcome. However, the following morning, a peculiar swarm of drunken bees mysteriously appeared in the forest outside Oto Ninja Village. But perhaps that was merely a coincidence. Chapter 137. As the laboratory remained brightly lit in the deep of night, the various instruments emitting a soft hum. Orochimaru's golden serpent-like eyes sparkled with excitement above the microscope, as he had just discovered something astonishing within Kakashi's cellular samples. This is utterly astonishing, Orochimaru murmured, his slender fingers swiftly inscribing data onto the experimental notes. The cells within the test tube glimmered faintly in a special solution, exhibiting a vibrant emerald hue brimming with vitality. Just as he became engrossed in this newfound discovery, the door to the laboratory was gently pushed open. Shikamaru peered in, still bearing traces of sleepiness upon his face. Snake uncle, you haven't rested yet? Come and look at this. Without lifting his gaze, Orochimaru beckoned him over. Shikamaru rubbed his eyes and approached the experimental table, where the items appeared as incomprehensible as an ancient script to him. Yet the lively green energy seemed almost ready to leap out of his field of vision. Is this Kakashi-sensei's cell? Indeed, Orochimaru replied, his voice tinged with rare excitement. However, the essence lay not in the cells themselves, but in the fact that the energy contained within was denser and purer than that of ordinary Hashirama cells. Shikamaru's drowsiness dissipated instantly. What does this mean? Orochimaru straightened, retrieving another petri dish from a nearby shelf. Combining it with the natural energy bestowed upon you by the White Snake Sage, I have conceived a new idea. His fingers gestured between the two samples. Theoretically, we could create a medium that, after Itachi transplants his eyes to Sasuke, would not only prolong Itachi's life, but also enhance Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan. Shikamaru's eyes widened. Is that truly possible? Nothing is impossible, only undiscovered, Orochimaru replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. Of course, further experiments are required for validation. As Shikamaru surveyed the cluttered array of instruments and notes on the table, he suddenly realized that Orochimaru might have been working tirelessly for an extended period. The intricate formulas and charts, the repeatedly revised hypotheses, all aimed at saving the lives of two Uchiha. Snake uncle, Shikamaru spoke with genuine admiration. You are undoubtedly the greatest person of our time. Orochimaru paused momentarily, casting a sidelong glance with his golden eyes. Flattery. Yet, Shikamaru keenly observed the faintest hint of a smile at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. Orochimaru turned, feigning the organization of his instruments, concealing that fleeting smile. Leave. Don't linger here and become a nuisance. I must work diligently to bring this to fruition. Shikamaru chuckled and shook his head, leaving a cup of warm water behind as he exited the laboratory. Once the door closed behind him, his expression turned serious. If Orochimaru truly succeeded, the greatest challenge ahead would not be a technical one, but rather Sasuke's obstinate temperament. The corridor lights elongated Shikamaru's shadow as he walked slowly towards Sasuke's room, his mind rehearsing various potential dialogues. Without exception, they all concluded with Sasuke's furious outbursts. He knocked gently on the door, and an impatient voice called from within, "Come in." Sasuke lay half dead on the bed, his pale complexion appearing even more haggard under the dim light. Upon recognizing Shikamaru, a flicker of irritation flashed in his dark eyes. "Why are you here?" Shikamaru leaned languidly against the door frame. "Disappointed to see me? Who did you expect?" He paused deliberately. "Itachi?" Sasuke turned away, presenting the back of his head to Shikamaru. Or perhaps, Shikamaru continued with a smirk, "Naruto?" That name seemed to trigger a switch within Sasuke, who abruptly turned back, the three-tomo Sharingan manifesting in his eyes. "What do you want?" Shikamaru entered the room, closing the door behind him. He pulled a chair to sit beside the bed, his playful demeanor gradually giving way to seriousness. "Orochimaru has made a new discovery regarding you," and Itachi's eyes. Sasuke's body tensed visibly. "What discovery?" "In simple terms, he has found a method," Shikamaru met Sasuke's gaze, "that could not only prolong Itachi's life after he transplants his eyes to you, but also stabilize your Mangekyo." The room fell into profound silence. Sasuke's expression shifted from shock to anger, finally settling into an indescribable anguish. "Impossible." His voice was low and resolute. "I will not accept Itachi's eyes." Shikamaru had anticipated this response but felt compelled to ask, "Why?" "This is the most reasonable solution. You both possess imperfect Mangekyos. Wouldn't it be more advantageous to have a perfect one?" "You don't understand." Sasuke suddenly became agitated, struggling to sit up. "Is Itachi still an Uchiha without his Sharingan? He cannot be without it. That is his pride, his symbol of identity." Shikamaru interjected calmly. "Sasuke, consider this. Itachi has long been unable to use his Mangekyo properly. Those eyes are more of a burden to him than a boon." Sasuke's fists clenched tightly, the sound of knuckles cracking echoed in the air. "This is none of your business. You don't need to meddle." Shikamaru sighed, aware of Sasuke's stubbornness, but he hadn't expected it to reach such depths. Just as he prepared to speak again, a soft knock interrupted their conversation. "May I come in?" Itachi's gentle voice resonated from outside the door. Sasuke's complexion turned pale instantly, his lips quivering. Shikamaru rose to open the door, revealing Itachi standing outside, his black eyes calm as still water, dressed in simple loungewear. He appeared even more gaunt than usual. "Thank you, Shikamaru." Itachi nodded slightly. "May I speak with Sasuke alone?" Shikamaru glanced at Itachi, then turned back to see Sasuke visibly flustered on the bed, suddenly comprehending the gravity of the situation. He patted Sasuke's shoulder gently and whispered, "The battlefield is yours, warrior." Sasuke shot him a fierce glare, though fear eclipsed his anger. Shikamaru exited the room but did not venture far. He leaned against the wall outside, his ears perked up. Although eavesdropping was morally questionable, the significance of the matter compelled him to ascertain what decision these brothers would reach, ensuring Orochimaru's efforts would not be in vain. Inside the room, Itachi took the position Shikamaru had just vacated. He did not speak immediately, but gazed at Sasuke quietly, his expression soft and complex. "You heard everything?" Sasuke finally broke the silence, his voice elevated by an octave. Itachi nodded. "Enough to understand." "I will not agree," Sasuke declared preemptively, as if erecting a defensive fortress. "No matter what you say, I will not accept your eyes." Itachi's expression remained unchanged, yet a glimmer of sorrow flickered in his eyes. "Why not?" "Because." Sasuke's voice caught in his throat. "Then you would no longer be a complete Uchiha." "Sasuke," Itachi's voice was as light as a feather. "I have long ceased to be a complete Uchiha. From that night onward, from the moment I raised my blade against our clan, I lost the right to be called an Uchiha." Sasuke shook his head vehemently. "That's not true. You had your reasons. Reasons do not alter the facts." Itachi reached out as if to stroke his brother's hair, but halted midway. "My vision is rapidly fading, Sasuke. Each time I use my Mangekyo, I hasten this process." Sasuke's breath quickened. "Then don't use it anymore. I will protect you." "I can." "You cannot remain by my side forever," Itachi interrupted. "Moreover, as a ninja, losing one's sight equates to losing one's life. Rather than allowing these eyes to die with me, it is far better to let them continue to serve their purpose through you." Tears began to well in Sasuke's eyes, yet he stubbornly refrained from letting them fall. This is unfair. You have sacrificed enough for me. Itachi finally placed his hand on Sasuke's head, gently ruffling his hair. This is not a sacrifice, Sasuke. It is a choice. He paused. If my eyes can continue to witness this world through you, then in a sense, I will have been reborn. Outside the door, Shikamaru held his breath. He had never heard Itachi speak so much, nor had he anticipated that this ninja, renowned for his silence, could express emotions so candidly. Within the room, Sasuke's defenses were crumbling. His shoulders began to tremble, and his clenched fists gradually relaxed. I am afraid, Sasuke finally admitted softly, his voice barely audible. Itachi leaned forward, resting his forehead against Sasuke's. Afraid of what? Afraid of losing you. Tears finally fell from Sasuke's eyes. Even with these eyes. If you're gone. Itachi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I promise you, I will survive. With Lord Orochimaru's techniques, combined with your determination, we shall attain redemption. Really? Indeed. Itachi gently embraced his brother, saying, this time, let me make a choice for you, shall we? Sasuke stiffened for a moment in his brother's embrace, but eventually relaxed and nodded. Shikamaru outside the door quietly exhaled in relief. He tiptoed away, not wishing to disturb this rare moment of warmth. At the end of the corridor, Orochimaru leaned against the wall, seemingly having waited for a long time. How did it go? Orochimaru inquired. Shikamaru shrugged, more smoothly than you anticipated. Sasuke agreed. Orochimaru's golden eyes flickered with surprise. Oh? I thought it would take more effort. Itachi has his ways. Shikamaru smiled. But now the pressure is all on you, Snake-san. They are all counting on your techniques. Orochimaru snorted and turned towards the laboratory. Then let us not waste time. There are a multitude of experiments awaiting. As Shikamaru watched Orochimaru's departing figure, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. In this world filled with uncertainties, at least one thing remained certain. As long as Orochimaru was present, no problem was insurmountable. After all, technology is the primary productive force. Moonlight streamed through the corridor windows, casting a soft silver sheen on the cold earthen walls of the Sound Village. Shikamaru stretched and made his way to his room. Tomorrow promised to be a busy day, and for now, he needed rest. As for the Uchiha brothers, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for them. But perhaps this time, it would not be a night filled with pain and regret, but rather a new beginning brimming with hope and resolve. Chapter 138. The corridor outside the laboratory was cold and damp, with moss on the walls glimmering an eerie green under the dim lights. Shikamaru leaned against the wall, hands in his pockets, feeling the chills seeping through the crevices of the stones penetrate his ninja attire. He lowered his eyes, gazing at the tall figure opposite him, voraciously devouring food. And a sense of absurdity welled up within him. Why am I waiting here with this guy? Shikamaru sighed internally, scanning the empty corridor, devoid of even a place to sit. Kisame Hashigaki sat cross-legged on the ground, his shark-like teeth tearing into a piece of jerky, the sound echoing loudly in the silent corridor. Satisfaction sparkled in his small eyes, as if he were not waiting for a surgery that could alter the balance of the ninja world, but rather enjoying a leisurely afternoon at a picnic. Hey, aren't you worried? Shikamaru finally spoke, his voice tinged with fatigue. Kisame paused his chewing, looking up at Shikamaru, remnants of meat still clinging to the corners of his mouth. Worried about what? Orochimaru's techniques? Or Mr. Itachi's resolve? He grinned, revealing more of his sharp teeth. Rather than worry about things that cannot be changed, it's better to fill my stomach. Shikamaru frowned, about to retort, when he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. Turning to look, he nearly cried out in surprise. Kisame Samahata had somehow slithered onto his shoulder, clinging to him like a giant slug. The coarse scales rubbed against his neck, sending shivers down his spine. What is happening? Shikamaru asked stiffly, cautiously reaching to push the Samahata away. Yet, instead of loosening its grip, it pressed closer, even emitting a strange, almost contented purring sound. Kisame's chewing ceased entirely, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight. Now, that is quite peculiar. He slowly set down the jerky, a glint of something Shikamaru couldn't decipher flashing in his eyes. Can you get it off me? Shikamaru tried to remain calm, though his voice was tightening. He was well aware of Samahata's chakra absorption ability. He certainly did not wish to inexplicably become a dried corpse. Kisame did not respond immediately, but observed Samahata's reaction thoughtfully. The living weapon was now rubbing against Shikamaru's cheek like a purring cat, its exterior scales slightly reddening, as if shy. "I've never seen it act like this," Kisame finally remarked, his tone filled with genuine surprise. "Even in front of me, its master, it has never shown such affection." Shikamaru noticed a flicker of something more than mere surprise in Kisame's eyes. He recognized that look all too well. It was the expression of one who had found an intriguing prey. Samahata gently siphoned another breath of his chakra, and its entire form glowed a soft pink, even beginning to tremble slightly. "Hey, what is going on?" Shikamaru attempted again to push Samahata away, but to no avail. He could feel his chakra being absorbed at an agonizingly slow pace. Yet peculiarly, the process was not painful. Rather, it brought a subtle sense of comfort. Kisame burst into laughter, the sound echoing in the empty corridor. "How amusing, truly amusing." He wiped non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. "Nara Shikamaru, your chakra must possess some unique quality." Shikamaru rolled his eyes inwardly. He was well aware that his shadow imitation technique's chakra had unique properties, but being favored by a weapon was hardly something to boast about. What unsettled him more was Kisame's reaction. There was evidently something concealed behind that smile. "Forget it." Shikamaru surrendered to the situation, allowing Samahata to dangle from him like a large ornament. At least for now, it bore him no malice. Kisame's smile dimmed slightly, yet his interest remained undiminished. "Clever little guy," he murmured, taking another bite of jerky. "Though you are correct, at least for the moment." The two fell into silence, the occasional purring of Samahata breaking the stillness. Shikamaru's thoughts began to drift towards the interior of the laboratory. Why was Kisame so loyal to Itachi? This loyalty far exceeded what one would expect from a member of the Akatsuki. What secrets lay behind it that he did not know? Inside the laboratory, the light was even dimmer than in the corridor, with only a few surgical lamps casting harsh white beams. On two adjacent operating tables, the Uchiha brothers lay quietly, surrounded by an array of medical ninja tools and instruments. Sasuke turned his head to look at Itachi beside him. His brother's expression was as calm as ever, as if they were not about to undergo a potentially fatal surgery, but merely a routine examination. Yet, Sasuke could see the deeper shadows beneath Itachi's eyes and the almost imperceptible tightness at the corners of his mouth. "It's not too late to back out now," Sasuke suddenly said, his voice drier than he had anticipated. Itachi turned his head, his black eyes, those eyes that would soon no longer belong to him, gazing intently at Sasuke. He did not respond immediately, but reached out, gently grasping Sasuke's wrist. Sasuke felt the temperature of Itachi's fingers, colder than usual, yet still firm. "I have never regretted any decision regarding you, Sasuke." Itachi's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable strength. Sasuke felt a tightness in his throat. He wanted to say something, but all words stuck in his chest. Just then, Orochimaru's figure appeared between them, his golden slit pupils glinting coldly in the light. "Such a touching brotherly bond," Orochimaru mocked, swatting aside their interlinked arms. "But now please be honest, you're in my way of accessing the instruments." Sasuke immediately glared at Orochimaru, his eyes, adorned with the three-tomo Sharingan, involuntarily swirling. "Mind your attitude," he said coldly. Orochimaru merely smiled, flicking his finger lightly. A mixture of chakra and medicine directly injected into Sasuke's neck. A wave of dizziness washed over Sasuke, his vision began to blur, and his body felt heavy. He struggled to sit up, but his limbs no longer obeyed him. Itachi quietly observed all of this before glancing at Orochimaru and nodding. This was a silent exchange, laden with meaning Sasuke could not comprehend. "Do not worry, Sasuke-kun," Orochimaru's voice gradually faded. "When you awaken, everything will be different." Sasuke felt his consciousness swiftly dissipating. The last image imprinted in his mind was Itachi's profound gaze, filled with an incomprehensible depth. Yet, one thing was certain. It was a gaze filled with unwavering compassion and care. Before the anesthetic fully took effect, Sasuke's thoughts drifted back to a distant past. He and Itachi sat by the river in the Uchiha clan's territory, where his elder brother taught him the art of shuriken throwing, by the campfire at night. Itachi recounted tales of the ninja world. On that bloody night, Itachi stood beside their parents' lifeless bodies, tears not of blood streaming down his face. "Brother," Sasuke silently called out, ultimately succumbing to darkness. Once Orochimaru confirmed that Sasuke was completely unconscious, he turned to Itachi. "Are you certain you wish to remain fully conscious? This will be exceedingly painful." Itachi's expression remained unchanged. "Let us begin." Orochimaru shrugged and began preparing the surgical instruments. The sharp blades glimmered under the light, various tubes and containers neatly arranged. This was an unprecedented transplant, involving not only the eyes but all the interconnected chakra pathways and neural networks. You know, even if successful, your life will be significantly shortened, Orochimaru remarked, donning gloves. Itachi closed his eyes and exhaled gently. That is enough. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside the laboratory, Shikamaru suddenly sensed an unusual chakra fluctuation seeping through the crack of the door. The sensation was both familiar and foreign, as though two entirely different powers were merging. The skin of the fish-like creature on his shoulder tensed suddenly, emitting a low hum. It has begun, Kisame murmured, the smile on his face vanishing for the first time. Shikamaru gazed at the tightly shut laboratory door, an ominous premonition swelling within him. Regardless of the outcome of the surgery, the fate of the Uchiha brothers, and perhaps the very structure of the ninja world, would be irrevocably altered after today. In this moment, he could do nothing but wait alongside this dangerous shark-faced companion, like a true family member of a patient, for an unknown outcome. Chapter 139. I transplant. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils flickered under the dim surgical lights as he precisely incised Itachi's eyelids with the scalpel in hand. Blood trickled down Itachi's pale cheeks, yet his expression remained tranquil, as if he felt no pain. Truly remarkable willpower, Orochimaru murmured in admiration, gently parting the tissue to extract the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan intact. Sasuke lay on another surgical table, his eyes tightly shut, the anesthetic having plunged him into a deep slumber. Orochimaru placed Itachi's eyes into a specially formulated nutrient solution, then retrieved the high-concentration Hashirama cells extracted from Kakashi, carefully injecting them into Sasuke's eye sockets. The vitality of the Hashirama cells would expedite integration and reduce rejection. However, this alone is insufficient, Orochimaru stated. Turning his attention to Itachi, whose eye sockets were hollow and whose blood had already congealed into a dark crimson, Orochimaru frowned. Itachi's condition was worse than he had anticipated. His chakra was nearly depleted, his vitality as feeble as a flickering candle in the wind. "TSK, I will indeed require that," he muttered under his breath. Hastening towards the laboratory door, the door swung open abruptly, and both Shikamaru and Kisame looked up. Orochimaru's gaze was fixed on Shikamaru, his voice icy. "Shikamaru, come in." Taken aback for a moment, Shikamaru quickly grasped the urgency of the situation and entered without hesitation. Kisame raised an eyebrow, the creature on his shoulder writhing slightly as if it wished to follow, but he restrained it with a firm hand. The scene within the laboratory caused Shikamaru to catch his breath. Itachi lay on the surgical table, his eye sockets hollow, his complexion as pale as paper. Sasuke remained in a deep slumber, a faint greenish glow of chakra emanating from within his eye sockets. "The chakra and blood you left behind are insufficient," Orochimaru stated directly, his tone brooking no argument. "Itachi's body is collapsing. He requires more chakra to sustain his life." Without a moment's hesitation, Shikamaru rolled up his sleeves. "How much?" Orochimaru fixed him with a rare serious look. "A great deal." In an instant, Shikamaru understood that this was not merely a standard chakra transfer. It was a near transfer of life force. He glanced at Sasuke, then at Itachi, inhaling deeply. "Let us proceed." Orochimaru wasted no words, swiftly slicing into Shikamaru's arm, blood dripping into the specially designed formation. Shikamaru gritted his teeth, mobilizing every ounce of chakra in his body, directing it through the formation into Itachi's body. Then he realized what it meant to face a bottomless pit. Itachi's body was like a parched desert, voraciously consuming his chakra, nearly draining him of 1/3 of his energy in an instant. Cold sweat broke out on Shikamaru's forehead, yet he did not falter. Instead, he intensified his output. "This is absurd," Shikamaru muttered through gritted teeth. "How is it that every Uchiha is more troublesome than the last?" Orochimaru shot him a glance. "There is still time to give up now. You have already completed 2/3. Itachi can at least live for another 10 years. Shikamaru raised his head, meeting Orochimaru's gaze. "I can do it." His voice was soft, yet resolute and undeniable. Orochimaru fell silent for a moment before continuing the surgery. For a brief instant, he seemed to see a reflection of his former foolish teammate in Shikamaru. Time passed. Shikamaru's complexion grew increasingly pale, his lips even beginning to turn blue. His chakra was nearly depleted, yet Itachi's body continued to greedily absorb it. "If this continues, you will die," Orochimaru warned coldly. Shikamaru did not respond. merely closing his eyes and persisting in the transfer. Then, just as he was on the verge of collapse, his chakra surged back with unprecedented vigor. A tremendous energy erupted from deep within him, as if a dried-up spring had suddenly burst forth with fresh water. Shikamaru abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of silver light flashing within his pupils. What is this? Orochimaru stared at him in astonishment. Shikamaru himself did not comprehend, yet his chakra had automatically adjusted to the frequency most suitable for Itachi's absorption, continuously filling the void within Itachi's body. Orochimaru seized the opportunity, forming hand seals to reconnect Kakashi's Hashirama cells with Itachi's blood vessels. The flow of chakra gradually stabilized, and Itachi's breathing finally became steady. It worked, Orochimaru sighed in relief. The moment Shikamaru heard this, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed, before plunging into complete unconsciousness. He seemed to hear an ancient and familiar voice whispering in his ear. The scion of the Nara clan. You are more intriguing than I had imagined. When Kisame was called in, the first thing he saw was the unconscious Shikamaru, his skin adorned with silver-white markings that extended from beneath his clothes to his face, resembling some ancient curse seal that flickered intermittently. What is this? Kisame's expression turned serious. Orochimaru offered no explanation, gently placing Shikamaru on the bed, his fingers brushing over his pale cheek as he murmured softly, Nara Shikamaru, should you act so recklessly again, I shall take my own life. His hoarse voice was imbued with a chilling coldness, yet the movements of his fingers were astonishingly gentle. Chapter 140, Inheritance. When Lumaru awoke, the first sensation that struck him was an overwhelming pain, as if his entire body were in disarray. He could not suppress a low groan, his eyelids feeling as heavy as lead. As his vision finally sharpened, he found himself gazing at the familiar grayish-white ceiling of the laboratory, the air thick with the pungent scent of herbs mingled with a peculiar preservative. He attempted to move, but a sharp intake of breath escaped him, especially from his left hand, which felt as if countless ants were crawling beneath his skin. This numbing yet stinging sensation made him furrow his brow involuntarily. Worse still, it seemed that something heavy was pressing down on his left hand, rendering it completely immobile. Awake? A raspy voice came from his side. Lumaru struggled to turn his neck and saw Orochimaru rising beside him, the golden serpent-like pupils flashing with an eerie luminescence under the dim light. The weight upon his left hand was not some experimental apparatus, but rather Orochimaru himself, who had apparently been using his arm as a pillow. How do you feel? Orochimaru inquired leisurely, his voice laced with a hint of sleepiness. Lumaru shook his head, attempting to prop himself up with his right hand, only to discover that even this simple action caused his muscles to ache painfully. He inhaled sharply, clutching his completely numb left hand with his right, fearing that it might be permanently damaged. Orochimaru, rarely displaying embarrassment, swiftly redirected the conversation. The surgeries on Itachi and Sasuke were successful, but they have yet to awaken. Oh, Lumaru began, but his words were abruptly halted as sensation returned to his left hand, accompanied by a searing pain akin to being burned by fire. Gritting his teeth, cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he pressed down hard on his left arm, attempting to mitigate the torment. In the midst of this ordeal, he finally noticed that the peculiarities of his body extended beyond his left hand. Silver-white energy patterns adorned his arm, chest, and even his face. These patterns flowed beneath his skin like living entities, glinting with a chilling metallic sheen under the laboratory's dim lighting. They twisted and turned, forming intricate designs that, from a distance, resembled countless tiny silver serpents entwined around him. This is, Lumaru exclaimed, lifting his arm to scrutinize the patterns. They were not merely superficial. They appeared to be integrated with his flesh, subtly rising and falling with his breath. Strangely, these markings evoked a sense of bizarre beauty, akin to meticulously crafted tattoos, yet more vivid and perilous. Orochimaru's eyes flickered, and a knowing smile graced his lips. This is a punishment for those who overexert themselves. Lumaru glowered at him, suddenly recalling something. Wait, I think I heard the voice of the White Snake Sage while I was unconscious. He paused, tentatively asking, so this is also? Orochimaru nodded, his raspy voice taking on an unusual seriousness. It is the inheritance of the Dragon Cave. He stood up, looking down at Lumaru, then abruptly reached out to tap his forehead. Instinctively, Lumaru attempted to evade, but his body reacted with remarkable swiftness, his head tilting aside, though he could not entirely escape Orochimaru's touch. In that instant, He felt a cold energy coursing into his body from the point of contact, exploring his meridians. Orochimaru's expression shifted from serious to astonished, ultimately settling on a complex emotion. He withdrew his hand, snorting lightly. "Consider yourself fortunate." Maru blinked, unexpectedly grabbing Orochimaru's wrist. His own speed surprising him. He offered a charming smile. "Isn't it because I know Uncle Snake would ensure my safety?" Orochimaru's golden pupils narrowed slightly. Pausing for a moment in silence before gently retracting his hand, seemingly accepting this flattering rationale. Seizing the opportunity, Maru attempted to sit up, carefully controlling his strength, and discovered that although his body ached, an unprecedented surge of power coursed through his muscles. He gazed at his arm, now adorned with silver markings, and attempted to channel his chakra. In an instant, the silver patterns illuminated, akin to a circuit board electrified, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Wow! He immediately halted the flow of chakra, and the light extinguished at once. This reaction speed was simply astonishing. What once required a series of hand seals to summon chakra now seemed to respond to mere thought. In the corner of the laboratory stood a full-length mirror, and Maru staggered over to it, witnessing his new visage for the first time. The young man's face bore silver patterns extending from his forehead to his neck, symmetrically distributed across his cheeks, forming an ancient and mysterious totem. Most striking was a unique symbol at the center of his forehead, a silver serpent with its tail entwined, its eye sockets embedded with two tiny red gemstones, shimmering with an enchanting glow under the light. Though not unattractive, Maru sighed as he touched the markings on his face, noting their conspicuousness. It was as if Lady Tsunade had permanently activated the Byakuga seal. He resignedly sighed again, suddenly noticing Orochimaru's smirking reflection in the mirror, who stood before the cultivation chamber, feigning concentration on the instruments. Yet Maru wagered he was secretly reveling in his misfortune. "Hey, Uncle Snake," Maru turned to ask, "can these markings be concealed? I certainly do not wish to be a moving neon sign wherever I go." Without glancing back, Orochimaru replied, "The Dragon Cave's inheritance mark is an external manifestation of Senjutsu chakra. Theoretically," he paused, "it cannot." Maru narrowed his eyes. "You hesitated just now. Your perception is misguided." Orochimaru calmly adjusted the parameters of the cultivation chamber. Just as Maru was about to press further, he suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation of chakra. He swiftly turned his head towards the laboratory door, the motion so rapid that his neck produced a cracking sound. Simultaneously, the silver patterns on his face brightened, particularly the Ouroboros symbol on his forehead, the red gemstones appearing to come alive, flashing with a dangerous glimmer. "What is it?" Orochimaru inquired, sensing the abnormality, his brow furrowing. Maru did not respond immediately. His perceptive abilities felt magnified exponentially. Through the thick metal door, he could sense 3 individuals approaching in the corridor, not merely seeing them, but experiencing a new form of awareness akin to how serpents detect their surroundings through heat and vibrations. "Someone is coming," Maru whispered. "One of them is Ha." Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. "Interesting. The laboratory door can block most sensory ninjutsu." His gaze lingered on the silver markings on Maru's body. "It seems the inheritance has bestowed upon you more than just aesthetically pleasing patterns." "And who else?" Almost simultaneously with Orochimaru's words, a knock echoed against the laboratory door. The voice of Do wafted in from outside. "Lord Orochimaru, Lord Hokage has sent a Summa to confirm whether Nara Maru is still alive." Maru's lips twitched. "I'm still alive, much to your chagrin." Chapter 141, Breach. The stone door of the laboratory shattered under a Kimichi Chuji's multiplication technique, debris scattering and dust swirling. Just as Orochimaru raised his hand to signal Kabuto to allow entry, this sudden turn of events left his arm suspended mid-air, his golden serpent-like pupils narrowing dangerously. "Maru, I have come to rescue you." Chuji's massive form burst through the rubble, shaking the laboratory floor with each step. His voice, amplified by the multiplication technique, reverberated throughout the enclosed space, causing the glassware on the test tube rack to clatter. Maru, seated at the experimental table recording data, dropped his pen with a thud onto the scroll. He looked up at his intruding friend, his mouth slightly agape, momentarily forgetting to close it. Dingsey's round face, magnified by the art of duplication, was etched with determination, and a resolute glimmer shone from his small eyes. In an instant, Orochimaru appeared between Shikamaru and Dingsey, his wide sleeves billowing without a breeze. 3 white serpents, each as thick as a bowl, sprang forth from his sleeves, swiftly coiling around Dinxi's enlarged form. You, girl from the Yamashiro clan, should know when to stop. Orochimaru barked without turning his head, his left hand waving backward, releasing 2 more white serpents that intercepted Ino, who had rushed in. Ino's golden ponytail arched through the air as she completed the hand seals for her Shinten no Jutsu. Orochimaru, release Shikamaru. Before her words could fully escape her lips, the serpents had already ensnared her waist and arms, binding her securely. Shikamaru finally snapped out of his shock. Rising to his feet, his voice tinged with resignation and a hint of awkwardness. Dinxi, Ino, what are you? Orochimaru's forehead twitched, a vein bulging ominously, and the temperature in his chamber seemed to plummet a few degrees. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, wisely taking a half-step back. The overturned instruments crackled with electric sparks, and precious potions mingled on the ground, emitting eerie purple smoke. Just as Orochimaru was about to explode with fury, a series of coughs echoed from the broken doorway. Asuma waved his hand to disperse the dust and stepped inside. Years of smoking had left him vulnerable to the dust, nearly bringing tears to his eyes, a bitter irony. He surveyed the scene, his gaze flitting between the 2 students tightly bound by serpents and the wrecked chamber, finally settling on Orochimaru's sullen expression. It seems we have arrived at an inopportune moment. Orochimaru's lips twitched, his voice as cold as ice. Sarutobi Asuma, is this the courtesy of Konoha? Asuma raised his hands in a gesture of peace. I apologize. Shikamaru has been absent for quite some time, without any communication. He explained, typically, Shikamaru sends updates to Konoha at regular intervals, but he has been silent lately, which has raised some concerns for the Hokage. Shikamaru sheepishly rubbed the back of his head, his gaze drifting elsewhere. Orochimaru, however, showed no particular reaction, simply stating, Shikamaru has experienced a breakthrough and has been in slumber for several days. Asuma's gaze fell upon the silver stripes still lingering on Shikamaru's body, his lips twitching involuntarily. I can see that. At that moment, Dinxi and Ino, still bound by serpents, were desperately attempting to vocalize their grievances, their eyes wide as they shifted between the shimmering Shikamaru and the brooding Orochimaru. Orochimaru suddenly smiled coldly, a grin that further chilled the atmosphere in the laboratory. Since you are here as Shikamaru's friends, you might as well stay in Otogakure for a few days. Dinxi and Ino immediately shook their heads vigorously, casting pleading glances at Asuma. Asuma inhaled deeply, nodding with resignation. It seems we have no choice but to accept. However, we need to inform Konoha first. Orochimaru nodded slightly, a gesture that made him resemble a predator preparing to strike. Very well, but as guests, you must first repair my walls. Asuma followed his gaze to the gaping hole and the scattered debris on the floor, smiling wryly. A reasonable request. Dinxi was finally freed from his bindings and immediately shouted, but I came to rescue Shikamaru. His voice dwindled as he took in the room filled with instruments and the radiant Shikamaru. Breakthrough? Ino, also released, rushed to Shikamaru's side, tugging at his ear. You idiot. Shikamaru, do you have any idea how worried we were? Ouch, ouch, be gentle. Shikamaru winced, unable to retaliate. Orochimaru observed the scene with keen interest and addressed Kabuto. Prepare 3 guest rooms. Then turning to Asuma, he added, you may stay, but my room must be restored. Asuma sighed, pulling out a cigarette and then putting it back. Deal, but I need to reassure Tsunade first. Kabuto timely presented a communication device, smiling as he said, please use this to contact the Hokage. Dinxi glanced around the devastated room, awkwardly scratching his head. I can help with the wall repairs using some of my duplication technique. Ino, curious, poked at the remnants of Shikamaru's glow. So what exactly was your breakthrough? It's so mysterious. Shikamaru waved his hand dismissively, feeling overwhelmed. Chapter 142. The situation. Moonlight streamed through the curtain seams, casting a silver line across the tatami mat. Shikamaru fixated on the beam of light, counting the particles of dust floating within it. His fingers clutched the blanket tightly, knuckles turning white. If you keep twisting like that, you're going to rip the blanket apart. A raspy voice broke the silence, laced with the characteristic hiss of serpents. Shikamaru froze, his breathing becoming cautious. He could feel Orochimaru's body temperature, significantly lower than that of an ordinary person, akin to a cool jade pressed against his back. I'm not nervous, Shikamaru replied dryly, his voice elevated by several pitches. Orochimaru propped himself up, his long hair cascading over Shikamaru's cheek. In the darkness, his golden serpentine eyes glimmered with mischief. "Oh, when did you become so reserved?" Lying there as stiff as a corpse, Orochimaru's fingertip poked at Shikamaru's shoulder. "It's not like we haven't shared a bed before." Shikamaru flipped over suddenly, nearly rolling off the edge of the bed. "Snake Uncle, don't say such strange things." His ears flushed a bright red. The last time had been due to an experimental accident that caused chakra disruption, requiring monitoring. The time before that was when Orochimaru's lab exploded, destroying the guest room. And now, it was due to his companions dismantling his bedroom door. "It was your friend who broke my door," Orochimaru replied languidly, reclining back onto the pillow. At the mention of the door, the room fell into silence. Shikamaru understood what Orochimaru was contemplating: Ino's shoulder throw earlier that evening, and Dinxie's accidental destruction of 3 test tubes. He cautiously turned his head to see Orochimaru staring at the ceiling, his expression inscrutable. "They didn't do it on purpose," Shikamaru clumsily explained. "Ino was just worried about me constantly visiting you, and Dinxie was merely following her lead. It's only natural that they would dislike me." Orochimaru's voice was unnaturally calm. "After all, I have done things." Shikamaru suddenly reached out, grasping Orochimaru's icy wrist. The gesture left both of them momentarily stunned. "But you saved me," Shikamaru said softly yet firmly. "Many times." The moonlight shifted slightly, illuminating the contours of Orochimaru's face. Shikamaru noticed the dark circles under Orochimaru's eyes. He had undoubtedly been sleepless for days, consumed by his research on Itachi and Sasuke's Sharingan. Moreover, after Ino had dismantled the door today, she had secretly affixed snake-repelling talismans on the doorframe. Shikamaru scratched his face, acknowledging that her method was rather crude. But she was concerned about Snake Uncle's laboratory being invaded by wild snakes. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. "Those are snake-repelling talismans? I thought she intended to curse me with snakes crawling all over." "In the bottom of the snack box that Dinxie brought, there's your favorite Odin," Shikamaru continued. "He was too shy to give it to you directly, pretending it was a gift for me." Silence enveloped the room once more. The distant call of an owl echoed, accompanied by the occasional bubbling from the laboratory's culture tanks. Shikamaru felt Orochimaru's wrist tremble slightly in his grasp, a suppressed laughter. "You will make breakfast tomorrow," Orochimaru suddenly declared. "What? Why?" Shikamaru's eyes widened in disbelief. "As compensation for my emotional distress." Orochimaru turned away, presenting his back. "Now sleep." Shikamaru opened his mouth to protest, but he soon heard Orochimaru's breathing grow long and deep. Bathed in moonlight, he observed the tension in Orochimaru's shoulders dissipate, the nape of his neck pale and nearly translucent amidst his silver hair. "This is such a bother," Lumaru murmured softly, gently pulling the covers higher to conceal the shoulder of Orochimaru that was exposed. He anticipated a sleepless night, yet the familiar scent of herbs enveloped him, causing his eyelids to grow heavier. As the sunlight pierced through the curtains like a golden sword, Sasuke stood at the entrance of Orochimaru's residence, his expression as dark as the bottom of a pot. "I told you, he must be here," Ino asserted, hands firmly placed on her hips, confident that the tracking symbol from last night was accurate. Dingy, munching on chips, gazed anxiously at the second floor. "Are we being too extreme? We practically dismantled his door yesterday." "That was to rescue Lumaru," Ino whispered sharply. "Who knows what Orochimaru is truly after?" Sasuke scoffed. If Orochimaru intended harm towards that boy, he wouldn't have waited until now. The trio ascended the stairs quietly, pausing before the shattered bedroom door. Ino took a deep breath and forcefully pulled aside the remnants of the door, freezing in her tracks. Sunlight flooded the room, illuminating the 2 slumbering figures on the bed. Lumaru clung to Orochimaru like a sloth, his face buried in Orochimaru's chest, his cheeks flushed in sleep. Rarely, Orochimaru had not tied his long silver hair, which spilled across the pillow, one hand resting protectively on Lumaru's back. Most astonishingly, Orochimaru was smiling, not a calculating smirk, but a genuine, relaxed smile. Dingy's bag of chips fell to the floor. Sasuke's expression mirrored the shock of witnessing Naruto becoming Hokage and Kakashi relinquishing his affection for Paradise simultaneously. He mechanically stepped back 2 paces and turned to leave. "Wait, Sasuke-kun." Ino hurried after him. "I didn't see anything." Sasuke's voice drifted back. "I suddenly remembered that my brother hasn't gotten up yet. I'll be going now." Dingy cautiously picked up the chip bag, glanced at the 2 sleeping figures, and quietly closed the broken door behind him. "Should we leave a note?" he whispered to Ino. The golden-haired girl gazed at the sunlight streaming through the door crack and suddenly smiled wickedly. No need. She tugged Dingji downstairs, suggesting they let them sleep a little longer. Lumaru was awakened by the aroma of food. Groggily opening his eyes, he discovered he was clutching a soft pillow. Wait. His home did not have pillows infused with herbal scents. Get up, came Orochimaru's voice from above. You're making my arm numb. Lumaru sprang up abruptly, nearly tumbling off the bed. The sunlight shone brightly on his face, indicating it was well past 9 o'clock. Is it this late? He exclaimed, flustered as he scrambled to rise. Orochimaru sat up, his long hair disheveled. By the way, your friends visited this morning. Lumaru froze mid-motion, slowly turning his head. What did they see? Orochimaru's smile revealed danger. You hanging off me like a koala. Lumaru's face turned ashen. I want to move to the land of lightning. He murmured, and I want to move now. Before that, Orochimaru gestured towards the enticing aroma wafting from outside the door. Someone made us breakfast. In the dining room downstairs, Dingji was busy plating fried eggs while Ino set the table for 4. Upon seeing the two descend, she wore a mischievous smile. Did you sleep well, Lumaru? Lumaru's ears turned crimson. However, upon seeing the steaming miso soup and grilled fish on the table, along with the specially prepared oden for Orochimaru by Dingji, a warm feeling outweighed his embarrassment. What a hassle, he muttered as he took a seat, yet a slight smile crept onto his lips. Orochimaru accepted the teacup from Ino, his golden serpentine eyes narrowing slightly in the morning light. When Lumaru's fingertips accidentally brushed against his hand, neither of them flinched. Chapter 143. Tour in the dining area of the Sound Ninja Village. The blue light emitted by the quartz cultivation tanks replaced traditional lighting. Asuma adjusted his posture for the 3rd time, fixated on the rattlesnake specimen decorating the dining table. How long have we been touring? He attempted to break the silence. Orochimaru tapped his teacup with long fingernails, the liquid inside shimmering with a suspicious purple hue. 1 hour and 7 minutes, he replied precisely, his golden eyes sweeping over Asuma's kunai belt. Your weapon maintenance methods are rather primitive. Asuma instinctively touched the shuriken at his waist. This treasure passed down by the 3rd Hokage was deemed a relic of the Stone Age by Orochimaru. As long as it proves effective in battle, Asuma exhaled smoke, deliberately flicking the ash towards the snake-shaped ashtray. Unlike some people, who spend all day in laboratories inventing regenerative techniques that leave the Konoha medical team astounded, Orochimaru's tongue flicked over the rim of the cup. By the way, the ointment that saved your right eye during the last mission came from my experiment number 73 notes. Asuma's temples throbbed. He could not refute the fact that after that mission, the head of the medical team had indeed blushed while admitting the ointment originated from Orochimaru's research. Lumaru has recently improved his shadow binding technique. Asuma shifted the topic. I taught him the technique of chakra flow control. Orochimaru suddenly let out a serpent-like hiss of laughter. Oh really? Then why is he using my chakra compression method? Would you like to see your adorable disciple's study notes? Page 14 meticulously records the experimental data on enhancing shadow density by 300. Asuma's cigarette fell to the ground. He had never seen Lumaru document the development of ninjutsu in such detail. That boy typically wrote the bare minimum in regular mission reports. That's because you forced him to keep experimental records. Asuma gritted his teeth. Under my guidance, he learned to adapt in real combat. Oh, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Then may I ask, who taught him to use laboratory glassware to create smoke bombs? Last month, he used that trick to defeat 6 special jonin in a drill. Asuma opened his mouth, suddenly recalling that after that drill, Lumaru had inexplicably asked many questions about the heat resistance of glassware. Their argument gradually escalated from ninjutsu teaching to life habits. Asuma claimed he taught Lumaru how to plan task time efficiently, while Orochimaru immediately countered that only his efficiency training could cure his disciples' procrastination. Asuma emphasized the importance of teamwork, while Orochimaru coldly sneered that independent thinking was the most unique quality of the Nara clan. At least I never let him come into contact with dangerous forbidden techniques. Asuma slammed the table. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed dangerously, and I never allow his talents to be shackled by Konoha's antiquated educational system. The temperature in the dining area seemed to drop by 10 degrees. The 2 adult ninjas glared at each other like confronting beasts, oblivious to the automatic door of the laboratory quietly sliding open. Do nudged his glasses, then silently closed the door again. Ultimately, Asuma was the first to regain his composure. He wiped his face and suddenly burst into laughter. I never expected you to be quite chatty. Orochimaru froze, seemingly realizing he had rarely revealed such emotions. He snorted, and as his robe swirled, he stood to leave. I am going to conduct experiments, Orochimaru said without looking back. Asuma watched the departing figure, a bitter smile forming as he picked up the discarded cigarette, but he had to admit that the influence of that scientific madman on Maru might be deeper than he had imagined. This is definitely the coolest village I've ever seen. Ino's exclamation echoed in the metallic corridor. She leaned over a giant cultivation tank, where a creature that was half snake and half human floated inside. Dingji, look. This is way more thrilling than the piranhas in the Konoha River. Dingji swallowed hard, crumpling the chip bag in his grip. I think the piranhas are cuter. Maru walked ahead, occasionally explaining the functions of various devices to his companions. No matter how many times I come here, there are always new discoveries. For instance, the row of doors on the right side of the corridor, gleaming with a green light, did not exist last week. This is Shishu's ecological laboratory. Lu Ming pushed open a door marked with a danger sign, suggesting we better not touch anything. Wow. The three of them widened their eyes in unison. In the center of the room was a miniature rainforest ecosystem, where dozens of vividly colored snakes slithered among the vegetation. Most astonishingly, each snake wore a tiny device atop its head, swaying to some rhythm. Are they listening to music? Ino's voice altered in pitch. Lu Ming leaned closer to observe the control panel. It seems to be the opening theme of the Konoha school, and Shishu is studying the impact of sound waves on reptilian behavior. Ding Ci suddenly pointed to a corner. That snake is taking notes. Indeed. A silvery little snake was coiling a pin with its tail, drawing something in a notebook. Upon noticing they were watching, it adjusted a pair of non-existent glasses and continued writing. I think I need to sit down, Ino weakly suggested. Just as Lu Ming was about to suggest going to the lounge area, a familiar cold snort echoed from the end of the corridor. The three turned in unison to see Sasuke leaning against a metal pillar, arms crossed, his black attire rustling in the air currents of the ventilation system. Sasuke-kun. Ino instantly perked up. What are you doing here? Sasuke did not respond, merely sweeping his Sharingan across the three of them. His posture appeared casual. But Lu Ming noticed the frost forming on his heels. He had been standing there for at least an hour. Is Dashiwan late? Lu Ming inquired tentatively. Sasuke's jaw tightened. He is late. His voice carried a suppressed irritation. We agreed to meet at 2 to research my new eyes. Lu Ming glanced at the digital clock on the wall, now reading 3:17. He might have been delayed by something. Lu Ming scratched his head. Would you like to come in and wait? Not necessary. Sasuke readjusted his stance, the three tomo of his Sharingan transforming into a kaleidoscope, fixated on the laboratory. He wouldn't be delayed for long. Ino quietly leaned toward Lu Ming's ear. Has Sasuke-kun gotten taller? From this angle, his legs look so long. Ding Ci noticed a more practical issue. He is standing right in the coldest spot by the vent. Just then, the laboratory door slid open abruptly. Dashiwan strode out, holding a smoking test tube. He appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing the four of them, particularly the frost on Sasuke's brow. Are you still waiting? Dashiwan frowned. Didn't I instruct Do to notify you about the rescheduling? Sasuke's expression darkened instantly. No. An awkward silence ensued. Do's figure flickered past in the distance, pretending to organize documents. Chapter 144. Deception as the last rays of evening sunlight slipped through the window. Lu Ming frowned at his reflection in the mirror. His bare torso was adorned with faint silver energy patterns, radiating from his heart towards his limbs like ancient runes. While this significantly prolonged the duration of his shadow imitation technique, the side effect was these glowing patterns would manifest with emotional fluctuations like a surge of electricity. The chakra suppression ointment should still be somewhat effective. Lu Ming rummaged through the medicine cabinet, his fingers brushing against a cool little jar when a knock sounded at the door. 3 steady knocks, a pause, then 2 more. It was Asuma's signal. The door was unlocked. Without turning, Lu Ming continued applying the ointment. The cool sensation dulled the glow of the patterns on his skin slightly. The wooden door creaked open, and Asuma's figure filled the doorway. He carried 2 cans of beer, and the scent of smoke and leather wafted into the room. When his gaze landed on the patterns on his disciple's back, his brow furrowed imperceptibly. Where are Ding Ci and Ino? Lu Ming slipped on a shirt, concealing the fading silver glow. They are still having fun in the Sound Ninja Village. Asuma tossed a can of beer to Lu Ming, leaning against the windowsill to open another. Ino was pestering Do to see something called Musical Snake Symphony, and Ding Ci had discovered a new variety of unlimited chips in the cafeteria. Those two are truly. Lu Ming chuckled softly, the sound of the can opening ringing crisply in the quiet room. He noticed Asuma's gaze drifting towards the pattern on his left arm, which had not completely faded. The faint glow visible through the white shirt. Still unable to fully control it, Asuma finally voiced, his tone devoid of reproach, only cautious concern. It's unlikely to disappear entirely. Lu Ming turned the beer can, but it was worth it. Adam's apple bobbed, as if swallowing some words. Moonlight gradually crept up the windowsill, illuminating the deeper wrinkles on his face compared to last year, causing Lu Ming to suddenly realize. Asuma-sensei, you came to inquire about Kakashi-sensei's condition, didn't you? Lu Ming took the initiative to broach the topic. Asuma's expression instantly turned grave. He set down the beer can, his fingers unconsciously stroking the blade of Fian. Is he still alive? Not only alive, but doing fairly well. Lu Ming lowered his voice. Even though the room was already enveloped in a soundproof barrier, Obito provided him with exceptionally favorable medical conditions. It's too risky. Asuma's fist struck the windowsill. Shaking the beer can, Akatsuki is not a charitable organization, and Obito is even less so. Lu Ming did not immediately retort. He walked to the desk and retrieved a miniature scroll from a hidden compartment. As chakra flowed into it, a three-dimensional projection of Kakashi's chakra fluctuation appeared above the scroll, densely annotated with timestamps and status records. Look here. Lu Ming pointed to several peaks. Each time Obito appeared, Kakashi-sensei's chakra would fluctuate violently. Strangely, when he magnified a segment of the curve, the fluctuations always tended to stabilize afterward. Even more so than before. Asuma leaned in to observe, the scent of tobacco mingling with leather engulfing him. His pupils contracted as the data changed. It's like some form of chakra resonance. The Shiwan believes they are unconsciously exchanging ocular powers. Lu Ming closed the projection, explaining that the Sharingan is inherently a pair. There exists a quantum entanglement-like connection between Obito and Kakashi-sensei's eyes. Moreover, the extent of Kakashi's chakra mutation could somewhat compensate for the deficiencies in his chakra quantity. The room fell into silence. Outside the window, the unique bioluminescent plants of Sound Ninja Village began to glow, casting an eerie light upon the ceiling. Asuma's breathing grew heavy, and Lu Ming knew he was imagining his old friend's plight, imprisoned by former comrades yet unable to be truly harmed due to their fateful connection. I still think Asuma's voice was rough, like sandpaper scraping. Dangerous? Lu Ming took the lead. Of course it's dangerous. He paused. And I believe Obito won't kill him. It's not that he can't, but that he won't. Asuma suddenly looked up, the sharpness in his eyes reminiscent of a hawk before the hunt. But soon, that sharpness softened into weary understanding. You've grown, Lu Ming, Asuma suddenly remarked. Already capable of analyzing this level of intelligence. Lu Ming felt his ears heat up. He pretended to organize the scroll to mask his discomfort. It's all thanks to your teachings, sensei. Don't flatter yourself. Asuma chuckled lightly. This part is definitely de Shiwan's merit. He raised his beer can in a toast to Lu Ming, but I don't mind. As long as it benefits Konoha. The sound of their clinking cans resonated crisply in the night. Lu Ming was surprised to find that the long-held vigilance in Asuma's eyes towards the Shiwan, towards unconventional ninjutsu, and towards all ninja paths deviating from his understanding, seemed to have diminished significantly. Can I tell the old man everything? Asuma set down the beer can, his expression becoming serious again. Lu Ming did not answer immediately. He walked to the window, gazing at the flickering strange lights of Sound Ninja Village in the distance. The third Hokage had indeed changed a great deal after Danzo's death, beginning to support Tsunade's radical reforms and even tacitly allowing de Shiwan to return in a special advisory capacity. Trust is akin to the intricate pathways of chakra. Once tarnished, its restoration invariably leaves behind scars. Very well. Ultimately, Loamaru nodded, yet advised that only the third Hokage should be informed. The Elder Council still harbors remnants of Danzo's faction. Understood. Asuma's expression relaxed, for the old man had indeed changed of late. The moonlight illuminated one side of Asuma's face, and Loamaru discerned a complex tapestry of emotions within his eyes, nostalgia, confusion, and a hint of relief. Since Danzo's demise, the third seemed to have regained some of his former vigor, no longer shackled by the roots of darkness. At times, Asuma's voice was so faint it was nearly inaudible. It felt as though he were glimpsing the father he once knew. Loamaru held his breath. This was the first occasion Asuma had so candidly expressed his sentiments towards the third. Their conversations typically circled around ninjutsu, missions, or the latest chess strategies, never encroaching upon such personal realms. The third Hokage would never age. Luomaru chose his words with care, recognizing that it was Danzo and his ties that clouded his judgment. Asuma remained silent for an extended period. The night breeze stirred the curtains, bringing with it the distinctive aroma of herbs from Odanin village. When he finally spoke again, his voice carried a vulnerability Luomaru had never encountered. Do you know? On the day Danzo died, the old man stood alone before the memorial stone all night long. Luomaru recalled the scene he had witnessed that morning. The third stood like a statue, shoulders adorned with morning dew, while his shadow appeared majestic in the dawn light. I later found this by the stone. Luomaru retrieved a small box from the depths of the drawer, hesitating to present it directly to the third. Inside lay an aged Konoha forehead protector, its edge inscribed with the delicate characters for Danzo. The center bore a deep crack, as if sliced by a kunai. Asuma's fingertips trembled as they grazed the fissure. This was the forehead protector they exchanged in their youth. The old man wore Danzo's until the day he became Hokage. He did not finish his thought, yet Luomaru comprehended the unspoken words. The crack symbolized a rift, perhaps a divergence of ideals or the weight of responsibility. Now, it stood as the final testament to a complex friendship. Should we inform him? Luomaru inquired softly. Asuma shook his head, gently closing the box. Some seeds are better left buried than unearthed. The two fell into silence once more, yet this time it was no longer burdensome. Laughter from Ino and the raucous insistence of Choji for another round filled the air, the essence of life diffusing the bitterness of memories. Asuma suddenly recalled. Retrieving a scroll from his ninja tool pouch, the old man asked me to bring this to you. He hopes it may prove useful in your hands. Luomaru unfurled the scroll, his eyes widening in astonishment. The scroll contained records of Konoha's classified forbidden texts. Although Orochimaru possessed similar knowledge, the third's gesture bore a unique significance. Luomaru carefully rolled up the scroll, warmth blossoming in his chest. The third conveyed through this means, regardless of the path chosen, the will of Fire's legacy would remain unchanged. Please convey my gratitude to the third. Luomaru's voice trembled slightly. And tell him I have a 70% certainty regarding Kakashi-sensei's situation. Asuma rose, patting his disciple's shoulder. As he moved toward the door, moonlight illuminated the smile gracing his lips. Speak to him directly. In a few days, the old man will request a game of shogi. Be prepared to lose gracefully. Once the door closed, Luomaru turned his gaze back to the mirror. The energy stripes on his body had faded significantly, yet the area over his heart still radiated warmth. He recalled Orochimaru's words. The marks of chakra may diminish, yet the traces of choice endure forever. Outside, the bioluminescent flora of Odanin village formed a sea of stars. Luomaru raised a can of beer, offering a silent salute toward the unseen land of rain. Hang in there, Kakashi-sensei, he murmured. We are all waiting for your return. Chapter 145. Awakening. As Obito pushed open the door, the metallic scent of rust enveloped him. Habitually, he first glanced toward the empty hospital bed, the rumpled sheets stained with dark brown splotches of blood. Obito's pupils dilated sharply, and his breath caught momentarily beneath his mask. Kakashi? The room was horrifyingly silent, save for the incessant sound of rain from the rain village outside. Obito's fingers twitched involuntarily, chakra surging through his veins. Just as he was about to turn to search, a chill pressed against his back from behind the door. You're all right. It's such a relief. Kakashi's voice was so faint it was almost imperceptible, yet it rendered Obito rigid with emotion. Kakashi's arms encircled his shoulders, the silver strands brushing against the edge of his mask. Obito could feel the tremors from the person behind him, not from fear, but from sheer frailty. That body felt alarmingly light, as though it were merely skin encasing bones. 3 seconds. It took Obito a full 3 seconds to recover from his shock. Within those fleeting moments, he traversed a tumultuous sea of emotions. Disbelief, unbridled joy, and then rage. You idiot. Obito spun around, seizing Kakashi's shoulders and flinging him toward the bed. The motion appeared brutal, yet he tempered his strength at the last moment, allowing Kakashi to alight gently upon the mattress like a feather. Kakashi immediately curled up, coughing, blood seeping through his fingers. Panic flickered across Obito's face beneath the mask. But when he saw the mirth glimmering in Kakashi's eyes, that panic swiftly morphed into fury. What the hell are you laughing at? Obito yanked off his mask and hurled it against the wall, revealing a scarred visage. Why did you take that blow from me? Who do you think you are? Kakashi wiped the blood from his lips, his breath ragged like a worn-out bellows. Despite coughing up another mouthful of blood, he continued to smile. If you died, I would be quite troubled. Obito's fist crashed against the bedside table, splintering wood flying. He leaned closer to Kakashi, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly. Stop being so melodramatic. I didn't need you to save me. His voice faltered, as Kakashi coughed again, blood splattering onto Obito's collar. The crimson stain spread across the black fabric, resembling a wilting flower. Instinctively, Obito reached out to wipe it away, but recoiled as if struck by lightning when his fingers brushed Kakashi's chin. Kakashi's skin felt as cold as that of a corpse, with only a faint pulse to affirm his existence. My current condition, Kakashi gasped, is truly dreadful. He attempted to sit up, but was once more brought down by a fit of coughing, this time expelling blood laced with ominous black particles. Obito clenched his jaw. He recognized the remnants of regenerative cells and with cells devouring one another within Kakashi's body. This should have been a flawless treatment plan, yet it had spiraled out of control due to Kakashi's reckless use of chakra to deflect Kisame's attack. You deserve this, Obito growled. Yet he turned to retrieve a syringe from the cabinet. The pale green liquid swirled within the vial. It was diluted first Hokage cells. Lie down. Kakashi obediently exposed his neck, already dotted with needle marks. As the cold liquid coursed through his veins, he shuddered imperceptibly. Obito noticed this detail and unconsciously lightened his grip. I am going to get some food. Once the injection was complete, Obito straightened. Kakashi suddenly grasped his wrist. Stay with me a while longer. His fingers were so thin that Obito could feel the bones, yet they held an unexpected strength. Obito chuckled coldly. What? The famed copy ninja is afraid of solitude? It's not that. Kakashi released his grip, his gaze drifting toward the window. I'm just afraid that when you're not around, I'll run away. This declaration pierced Obito's heart like a kunai. He instinctively tightened his grip around Kakashi's neck, leaving no marks. You could always try. Obito's voice lowered dangerously. Let's see whose body flicker is faster, yours or my Kamui. Kakashi offered no resistance, tilting his head back to reveal his vulnerable throat. This posture made him appear like a swan ready for sacrifice. Frustration surged within Obito, and he relinquished his hold. Absolute. He shouted into the air, requesting 2 servings of rice balls. The aloe leaves on the wall quivered slightly, and the voice of Baiju echoed from the depths below. Oh dear. You finally remembered me. As the commotion of Ju subsided, Kakashi casually remarked, the vigilance in Yurin village has noticeably lessened lately. Obito cast him a sidelong glance. What? Planning an escape route? Curiosity piqued. Kakashi coughed twice. The Akatsuki organization has been quite busy, hasn't it? How is the Eight Tails faring? Obito's expression froze. He slowly turned, the tomo in his Sharingan swirling into intricate patterns. Kakashi, he murmured, his tone laced with a dangerous sweetness. Are you trying to extract information from me? Kakashi blinked innocently. I can hardly move. What could I possibly do? As he spoke, he expelled a mouthful of blood, deliberately letting it splatter on Obito's shoe. Veins bulged on Obito's forehead. It was always like this. Kakashi could precisely hit his nerve, feigning weakness just as he was about to explode. What was even more infuriating was that this trick always worked on him. The Eight Tails has been successfully sealed, Obito stated bluntly, then realized he had let something slip, and angrily added, you'll find out sooner or later. A glint flashed in Kakashi's eyes, quickly masked by another fit of coughs. Is the Nine Tails next? Obito seized Kakashi's collar, but loosened his grip at the sound of Kakashi's pained grunt. He felt defeated, realizing he could never truly be harsh with someone like Kakashi. Shut up and eat. Just then, Ju appeared with a tray, breaking the tense atmosphere. Obito roughly shoved a rice ball into Kakashi's hands, watching as he swallowed it in small bites. His Adam's apple bobbing. Silver hair fell over Kakashi's face, obscuring his expression. Why are you collecting tailed beasts? Kakashi suddenly asked, his voice as light as a feather. Obito froze. The question was too direct, so much so that he doubted Kakashi's clarity of mind. But when he looked into those dim eyes, he saw an unprecedented clarity. To create a world without war, Obito heard himself say, as if bewitched by some force. To reshape this flawed reality with the power of the Ten Tails. Kakashi's pupils dilated slightly. Will Rin be in that world? The name pierced the room like a sharp blade. Obito's breath hitched. He saw Kakashi's eyes reflecting his own distorted face, half that of young Obito, half that of a demon. Yes, Obito heard himself say, his voice frighteningly foreign. In that world, the Uchiha clan will live, and everyone will be happy. The word happy caught in his throat as Kakashi suddenly grasped his hand. I support you, Kakashi said, his voice weak yet resolute. If such a world exists, I too wish to see it. Obito's Sharingan spun wildly. He should shake off this hand. Mock Kakashi's naivety, expose this obvious lie. But he did not. He merely stood stiffly, feeling the faint warmth emanating from Kakashi's palm. Outside, the torrential rain in Yurin village showed no signs of abating. Unbeknownst to Obito, Kakashi's other hand, hidden beneath the blanket, was drawing a miniature Nara clan emblem in blood on the mattress. Chapter 146. War in the decoding room of the information department of Odo Shinobi Village. Nara Shikamaru had just completed the translation of the final segment of the cipher. He stared at the characters gradually appearing on the scroll, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. Kakashi's handwriting was considerably more scrawled than usual, evidently written in a state of extreme weakness. Ten Tails Infinite Tsukuyami, Shikamaru muttered, cold sweat forming on his brow. Weave finally reached this point. He abruptly rolled up the scroll and turned to the long-waiting Team 10, prepared to return to Konoha immediately. Choji, go to Odo Hospital and retrieve Ino. We leave in 3 hours. Choji, unusually silent on food matters, nodded. Should we notify Orochimaru? No need. Shikamaru quickly packed his belongings. I will explain the reasons for our sudden departure later. 3 days later, Team 10, looking worn from travel, stood in the Hokage's office. Tsunade read the report, slamming her fist on the table with enough force to overturn a teacup. Immediately summoned the Jonin and the advisory department. She ordered, turning to Shizune. And send out special envoys. I want to meet with the Kages of the other 4 nations within 3 days. As the messenger ninja dispersed, Tsunade gripped the report tightly, her knuckles turning white. Shikamaru, is this information reliable? Shikamaru gazed out at the Hokage rock, where Kakashi's face had not yet been carved. It is information obtained at the risk of Kakashi-sensei's life, he replied softly. As night fell, the Nara family's courtyard was eerily quiet. Shikamaru knelt in the center of the chess room, the black and white board already set up before him. He deliberately chose a position near the garden, where moonlight filtered through the camphor tree, casting dappled shadows on the board. Footsteps echoed from the corridor, first the signature lazy gait of his father, Nara Shikaku, followed by the steady steps of the 3rd Hokage, and finally, a subtle, slithering sound. Shikamaru smiled slightly. The first step of his plan had succeeded. Sorry to intrude. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, lifted the curtain and paused upon seeing the figure across from the chessboard, Orochimaru. Golden slit pupils glimmered in the shadows as Orochimaru leisurely poured himself tea. Sensei, it's been a while. He then glanced at the individual who had once again disappeared without notice, his smile unnaturally bright. The 3rd Hokage's gaze swept over Shikaku before settling on Shikamaru. The young man simply bowed respectfully. 3rd Hokage, please take a seat. The 4 of them gathered around the chessboard in an atmosphere that was both strange and harmonious. The 3rd Hokage moved first, the crisp sound of the piece hitting the board shattering the silence. The situation had become clear. The 3rd Hokage's moves were heavier than usual, signaling the inevitability of the 4th Great Ninja War. Shikamaru swiftly followed with a white piece. Indeed, but within crisis lies opportunity. Orochimaru suddenly chuckled. Playing with a discarded piece, for example, a chance to reshuffle the deck? Shikaku timely offered snacks. As if this were merely an ordinary chess meeting. The various nations are still unaware of the complete information regarding the Ten Tails. Misinformation is an advantage. The battle on the chessboard gradually intensified. After the 3rd Hokage captured one of Shikamaru's corners, he suddenly inquired, I heard Kakashi is still in Yurin village? Yes. Shikamaru replied nonchalantly, executing a clever move. He is key to restraining Uchiha Obito. As the moonlight shifted, illuminating the center of the chessboard, the 3rd Hokage scrutinized the trap Shikamaru had laid, hesitating to make his move. What is your plan? Shikamaru took a deep breath, using the motion to conceal the curve of his lips. 3 points. First, since we cannot avoid war, we will exaggerate Konoha's contributions to the Allied forces, thus gaining the upper hand in post-war benefit distribution. Orochimaru suddenly placed a piece outside the board, effectively blocking the 3rd Hokage's retreat. The 3rd Hokage raised an eyebrow at his former student, only to see him intently examining the ripples in his tea. What about the second point? The third Hokage ultimately chose to shift the battlefield. Eliminate Danzo's remnants. Shikamaru's voice turned icy. The remnants of the root organization could be rationally consumed under the pretense of war. The temperature in the chess room seemed to plummet. The third Hokage's fingers trembled slightly. He pondered this move longer than usual. Finally, he sighed. Danzo is already dead. But his shadow still lingers, Shikaku interjected for the first time. Some scrolls in the dark archives should no longer exist. Orochimaru suddenly stood and walked to the edge of the courtyard. In the moonlight, his silhouette appeared almost translucent. How interesting. Konoha's dark side must be purified by the light. The third Hokage ignored his student's taunt, fixing his sharp gaze on Shikamaru. What about the third point? Shikamaru inhaled deeply, placing a white piece on the Tianyuan position, symbolizing the future Hokage. He spoke softly, stating that war requires heroes, but more importantly, it demands suitable leaders. The chessboard fell into an abrupt silence. The Sandai gazed intently at the glaring white piece and gradually revealed a smile. You have played a splendid move, Lonru. It is the collective teaching that has brought us here, Lonru replied humbly, yet inadvertently exchanged a knowing glance with his father. Orochimaru returned to the chessboard, suddenly placing a golden piece, which was not a ghost stone at all, but rather a chess queen etched with serpentine patterns. I have a suggestion. His voice slithered like a serpent's tongue, concerning the modified technique of Edo Tensei. The Sandai abruptly raised his head. You intend to employ forbidden techniques? War requires leverage. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils glittered in the moonlight, for instance, allowing certain deceased heroes to temporarily return. This would be of immense benefit to Konoha. Luamaru immediately grasped the implication. The Hokages of past generations? Silence enveloped the chess room once more. The night breeze stirred the curtains, causing the deer in the courtyard to stir momentarily before quickly settling again. The Sandai ultimately sighed deeply, casting a black piece into the jar to concede. Does Tsunade know? He inquired, directing his gaze towards Lonru, yet looking at Lugio. The Hokage only needs to be aware of the necessary intelligence. Lugio served tea to everyone, reminiscent of their past practices. Orochimaru let out a low, rumbling laugh. Master, your students have all grown up. The Sandai rose, the Hokage cloak shimmering with an aged red under the moonlight. He cast one last glance at the glaring white piece on the board, symbolizing the future, still dominating the center. A week later, Tsunade established the ninja allied forces. As the Sandai approached the door, he paused momentarily. Lonru, you will accompany me. After the elder's footsteps receded, Orochimaru suddenly swept his hand across the chessboard. Ah, what a nostalgic bond between master and disciple. He looked at Luamaru with significance. But are you certain Kakashi can restrain that madman from the Uchiha clan? Luamaru methodically gathered the pieces. It is not about control, but containment. He placed the black and white pieces into two lacquered boxes. As long as Obito retains a shred of humanity, Kakashi-sensei will be the best restraint. Orochimaru smiled knowingly. Humanity is such a luxurious thing. He turned and walked towards the courtyard, his figure gradually melding into the shadows. Inform Tsunade that my laboratory always welcomes her slug. Once the last guest departed, Lugio exhaled a long sigh. You are playing a dangerously risky game, my son. Luamaru stared at the chaotic chessboard, suddenly noticing that the golden serpentine queen remained in place. War itself is perilous. He picked up the piece. But rather than passively responding to challenges, he preferred to take the initiative in strategizing. The moon hung low in the west, casting elongated shadows of the father and son duo across the chess room. In the distance, the lights of Konoha remained brightly lit, blissfully unaware of the storm that was about to engulf the ninja world. Chapter 147. The ninja allied forces. The lights in Konoha's intelligence department burned bright throughout the night. Tsunade fixed her gaze upon the newly drawn map of the ninja world on the wall. 7 locations marked with red circles were alarming, representing the tailed beasts captured by the Akatsuki organization. Shizune hurriedly pushed the door open. Hokage-sama, the 4 nations have confirmed their attendance. Excellent. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves, revealing the patterns of the In seal. Lugio arranged the meeting room at the top of the Hokage Tower. Sandai-sama will welcome them there. As the first rays of sunlight grazed Hokage Rock, the Raikage AS envoy from Kumogakure had already arrived at the gates of Konoha. The silver-haired Shiryong gazed up at the statues of the past Hokages, murmuring, Raikage-sama, Konoha's defensive barrier is far more intricate than the intelligence suggested. A snorted in acknowledgement. Yet he could not deny that this village was far from the feeble Konoha described by his father. The reconstructed buildings stood in harmonious disarray, while the Hyuga clan on the watchtower used their Byakugan to monitor their every move. "Welcome to Konoha." Nara Shikamaru languidly leaned against the gatepost, precisely blocking AS optimal view of the village. "The Tsuchikige's convoy will arrive in half an hour. Please follow me to the guest quarters for rest." Meanwhile, the conference room at the top of the Hokage Tower was undergoing final preparations. The Sandai stood by the window, observing the busy ninjas on the street below. "Where is the Sunigakure envoy?" Just past Kikyo City, Jiraiya appeared seemingly out of nowhere, still clinging to his white hair. That Iroha kid brought 2 guards, both familiar faces, Temari and Kankuro. The Sandai exhaled a puff of smoke. "What about Inoki, that old fellow?" "He's floating in as we speak." Jiraiya mimicked the Tsuchikige's levitating posture. The 2 old geezers brought Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi. Their lineup is quite restrained. As the midday sun shone directly upon Hokage Rock, the last to arrive, Terumi Mei entered the conference room accompanied by Chojuro and Ao. The Mizukige's red lips curved into a smile. "Konoha's hospitality is truly warm." She cast a pointed glance at the Hyuga clan leader standing in the corner. Tsunade slammed her hand on the table. "Now that everyone is present, let us get straight to the point." She gestured for Shizen to distribute documents containing all the intelligence Konoha had on the Akatsuki, including the plan for the resurrection of the Ten Tails. The conference table was instantly cracked by the Raikage's fist. "What are we waiting for? Let us form the allied forces and flatten Amigakure." "Brute." Inoki floated above his seat, his diminutive figure radiating an aura of oppression. "Do you think we can resolve this with sheer force when the Akatsuki has captured 7-tailed beasts right under our noses?" Terumi Mei perused the documents. "Kirigakure suggests establishing a joint defense system first, particularly to protect the remaining tailed beasts." The argument escalated, and Tsunade noticed that Gaara remained silent. The gourd on the wind shadow's back glinted dark red in the sunlight, his gaze fixed on something outside the window. Following his line of sight, Tsunade discovered it was the direction of the ramen shop frequently visited by Naruto. "Wind shadow," Tsunade suddenly called out. "Sand Village was the first to be attacked by the Akatsuki. What is your opinion?" The conference room fell silent. Gaara slowly rose, sand spreading across the floor to form a rudimentary map. His movements were gentle, yet they compelled the Raikage to retract his hand poised to slam the table. Hatred clouds judgment. Gaara lifted his azure eyes. "But now, our common enemy is inciting even greater hatred." Tsunade noticed Inoki's brow twitch. This old man, notorious for his disdain for preaching, surprisingly refrained from immediate rebuttal. Lugio thoughtfully proposed a draft. "Konoha suggests establishing a command center for the allied forces, to be jointly decided by the 5 Kage, with 5 mixed battalions beneath it. The commander must be from Kumogakure." AS lightning chakra flickered across his body. "Unless the Tsuchikage agrees." Terumi Mei observed Inoki with keen interest. The crafty Tsuchikage, however, turned his gaze towards Tsunade. "Hokage, your Konoha's Jinchuriki, Naruto, will not participate in the battle." The Sandai interjected suddenly, tapping his pipe gently against the table, "But Konoha will provide the entire intelligence system and medical support." The negotiations continued late into the night. When the moon rose directly above Hokage Rock, the 5 Kage finally affixed their seals to the gilded agreement. AS Raikage cloak fluttered without wind. "I shall be the commander of the allied forces. Does anyone object?" "Certainly not," Tsunade smiled. "But the coordination will be entrusted to Nara Lugio and the Sandai Hokage. After all, this is Konoha's home ground." Inoki scoffed. "Iwagakure will oversee logistical distribution. Kirigakure will handle intelligence integration," Terumi Mei added. "And by the way, Konoha's hot springs are truly relaxing." As each Kage departed the conference room, Gaara lingered until last. Tsunade called out to him. "Wind Shadow, the Sand Village's camp will be arranged at your former embassy." The red-haired youth nodded slightly, suddenly asking, "Does Luamaru know about this decision?" Tsunade gazed out at the moonlit scenery. "That lad knows more than anyone else." Yet, she smiled. "For it is precisely because of this that we have come this far." The following morning, Konoha's training grounds were abuzz with unprecedented liveliness. Ninjas from various nations gathered here, and the initial caution was soon shattered by the ninjutsu creative competition organized by Jiraiya. As the lightning release from Yunin and the water release from Wuin intertwined in the sky, creating a magnificent rainbow, the spectators erupted into a cacophony of cheers. How noisy it was! Shikamaru leaned against the shade of a tree, observing his father and the third Hokage discussing strategies at a distance in front of a sand table. Suddenly, Temari's fan appeared in his line of sight. You are in charge of the mixed team from Suna and Konoha? How troublesome. Shikamaru scratched his head. But it was better than watching you from Suna perish alone. Just as Temari was about to retort, the training ground fell silent. The five Kage had arrived together. An A's deep voice resonated throughout the venue. From this day forth, the first allied forces of the five great nations in the history of the shinobi world are officially established. Amidst the applause, Tsunade noticed Sakura at the edge of the crowd, her fists clenched tightly. The mark of the Baika no Jutsu glimmered faintly on her forehead. A silent vow from the new generation of Konoha ninjas. The window at the top of the Hokage Tower reflected the rising sun, casting the silhouettes of the five Kage across every corner of Konoha village. On the streets, once hostile ninjas began exchanging kunai and soldier pills. At the hospital, Ino was explaining Konoha's mental techniques to the medical ninjas from Wuin. Even the usually exclusive Hyuga clan opened their doors for the sensory ninjas from Yunin for the first time. In the shadows outside the Hokage Tower, a white snake quietly slithered across the ground. Its golden slit pupils reflected the light spilling from the conference room, its tongue flicking as it captured every word of conversation. On a nearby rooftop, Sasuke, holding the Kusanagi sword, exhibited a hint of impatience in his Sharingan. Disgusting, he muttered to the air. The white snake suddenly reared up, transforming into the upper body of Orochimaru. Sasuke-kun, you remain as unromantic as ever. What significance is there in monitoring a Chunin? Sasuke cast a cold glance at Orochimaru's serpentine form and then at Shikamaru, who seemed to be chatting with Temari in the distance. Your interests have become increasingly trivial. Orochimaru's smile widened slightly. Shikamaru is not an ordinary Chunin. His gaze returned to the Hokage Tower, noting the swift formation of the five Kage alliance. Sasuke turned to leave, but suddenly froze. A familiar figure had appeared behind them. Uchiha Itachi stood in the moonlight, his slender form swaying gently in the wind. Orochimaru. Itachi's voice was as calm as water. It seems you treat my brother and Shikamaru differently. Orochimaru's serpent-like body leaned back slightly. Oh? What makes you say that? You taught Sasuke swordsmanship, ninjutsu, even forbidden techniques. Itachi's Sharingan glimmered in the shadows, yet you provide Shikamaru with more abilities and attention. The night wind rustled their cloaks. Orochimaru remained unusually silent for a long time, finally speaking softly. They are not the same. What makes them different? Itachi pressed on. Sasuke is my disciple. As Orochimaru spoke, an elusive emotion flickered in his serpent-like eyes. Itachi continued to inquire. And Shikamaru? Orochimaru did not respond. His form transformed back into a white snake, slipping into the darkness. Sasuke watched this unfold, his brow furrowed. What does he mean? Am I inferior to that lazy guy? Itachi's gaze turned towards the brightly lit Nara residence. No, Sasuke. In my heart, you are the most outstanding. Sasuke snorted in response, satisfied as he walked away. Chapter 148. Redemption. The underground waterways of Yunin village were perpetually suffused with the stench of decay. Obito stood in the shadows, listening to the incessant report from the aloe-like white Zetsu, the glow of his Sharingan flickering in the darkness. So the five great nations have formed an alliance. White Zetsu quipped in a comical tone. Surely Kakashi is unaware of the means employed. Its voice abruptly ceased. Obito's hand pierced through the distorted form, tearing it apart as easily as ripping a piece of scrap paper. Viscous liquid dripped from his fingers, creating minute ripples on the stagnant water below. Kakashi. Obito's voice was low and resonant, akin to a whisper from the depths of hell. You have deceived me again. At the end of the corridor, behind a door, Kakashi leaned against the headboard, reading. So-called reading. In truth, he was merely flipping through the worn pages of the tattered Intimate Paradise, one of the few personal items Obito had allowed him to keep. When the door was suddenly smashed down, he did not even lift his eyelids. Oh, you haven't finished your teasing so early today. Kakashi felt a sudden dizziness as Obito seized him by the collar and hurled him onto the bed with such force that the wooden frame groaned under the strain. Kakashi let out a muffled grunt, his head striking the stone wall. The familiar taste of rust spread in his mouth. He knew without needing to lick his lips that the corner of his mouth had cracked open again. Orochimaru's regenerative cells began to stir beneath his skin, initiating the healing process, accompanied by an insatiable itch and pain akin to ants gnawing at his flesh. Hypocrite. Obito tightened his grip around Kakashi's throat, his breath hissing against Kakashi's face. You speak of supporting me in creating a new world, yet you turn around and send information to Konoha. Kakashi did not struggle. He relaxed the muscles in his neck, allowing himself to dangle limply in Obito's grasp. This posture alleviated the choking sensation without provoking Obito's rage. Months of captivity had taught him the nuances of his captor's temperament. I did not relay specific information. Kakashi managed to squeeze out the words, his gray right eye calmly meeting Obito's gaze. It is just that Shikamaru is too clever. Obito's grip suddenly tightened. That name again, Nara Shikamaru. That brat who clung to Kakashi like a shadow. Anger boiled within him, yet what infuriated him more was the absence of fear or guilt in Kakashi's eyes, replaced only by a suffocating tenderness. Do you think pretending to be pitiful will work? Obito released his grip abruptly, watching Kakashi tumble back onto the bed like a marionette with severed strings. Since the day Lin died, you have relied solely on this tactic. Kakashi began to cough violently, blood splattering onto the pristine white sheets like plum blossoms falling in the snow. He silently thanked his stars that Obito was unaware of the truth. Had it not been for Shikamaru secretly delivering Orochimaru's cells through Kisame, combined with the wood release power previously injected by Obito, such brutal treatment would have surely cost him half his life. I am not pretending. Kakashi intentionally exacerbated his coughing, his fingers gripping the fabric over his chest. This motion sent a sharp pain through his fractured collarbone, perfectly stimulating his tear ducts. Obito, I just shut up. Obito suddenly ripped off his mask and smashed it against the wall, revealing his scarred face. The tomo in his Sharingan spun wildly, forming a kaleidoscopic pattern. Look into my eyes, Kakashi. The world of Tsukuyami descended without warning. In one moment, Kakashi lay on the damp bed. In the next, he found himself kneeling in the muddy ground of the Kemui Bridge. Rainwater mixed with blood soaked through his trousers, and before him stood 12-year-old Lin. A Raikiri embedded in her chest. Kill me. The illusion of Lin wept blood. Kakashi. Why? The sound of Chidori echoed in his ears, and Kakashi looked down to see his right hand piercing through Lin's torso. Warm blood splattered across his face, exactly mirroring the scene from memory. Yet this time, he did not break down. Instead, he reached out to cradle Lin's face. I'm sorry, he whispered, wiping the blood from the girl's cheeks. This time, I will not flee. In the real world, Obito stared in shock at Kakashi's response. The silver-haired shinobi, who should have been writhing in agony within Tsukuyami, now appeared as tranquil as a martyr. More terrifying still was the smile that graced Kakashi's lips, as if he were reveling in this torment. Have you lost your mind? Obito grasped Kakashi's chin, forcing him to look up. This is Tsukuyami. 72 hours of torture. Kakashi's pupils had already dulled, yet his smile widened. It's all right. Losing you for 13 years is nothing compared to this. A single tear slid down Kakashi's right eye, washing away the blood on his face. Only then did Obito realize that Kakashi's mask had slipped away, revealing a face both familiar and foreign. Pale skin, light-colored lips, and the small mole at the corner of his mouth now held a droplet of teetering tears. Daito and Kakashi found themselves ensnared in the delicate balance between illusion and reality, tears streaming from the corners of Kakashi's eyes, cascading over the mark on his face, ultimately falling upon Daito's wrist, scalding as molten lava. Daito recoiled as if scalded, and anger that should have surged within him was instead overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. The tears of Kakashi, his smile, and the haunting recollection of 13 years' worth of clues coalescing into a terrifying image in his mind. He hastily dispelled Yurduo, observing Kakashi gasping for breath like a drowning man. The face of the silver-haired shinobi bore traces of tears, yet his eyes shone with an alarming brightness. Do you remember? Kakashi struggled to sit up, grasping Daito's sleeve. You saved me that day at Sunwupichao. Daito violently shook him off. Silence. That was not me. It was you, Kakashi coughed, persistently inching forward. The Shinan you gifted me after Rin's death was a treasure. I said be quiet. Daito's fists smashed against the wall beside Kakashi's ear, stones scattering. Yet, Kakashi did not flinch. Instead, he tilted his face upward, allowing Daito to scrutinize every nuance of his expression. You may kill me, Kakashi murmured, with legit. Just as I did to Rin. He seized Daito's hand and pressed it against his chest. But first, Admit that you are Uchihabito. Daitu could feel the rapid thrum of Kakashi's heartbeat beneath his fingertips. He noted the unnatural thinness of his companion, the ribs pressing against his palm as if they might pierce the fragile skin at any moment. This realization ignited an inexplicable fury within him. How could Konoha allow Kakashi to become so emaciated? How dare they neglect his care? Do you think this will move me? Daitu forced a hollow laugh. Look at yourself now, like a dog wagging its tail in submission. Yet, Kakashi smiled, blood staining his teeth a delicate pink. If it were your dog, that would be acceptable. Daitu suddenly felt a wave of suffocation. This Kakashi was too foreign, no longer the composed, restrained copy ninja, nor the indifferent bastard who always regarded him with dead fish eyes, but a living being capable of laughter and tears, stubbornness and vulnerability. More frightening still, this version of Kakashi reminded him of the boy who had placed flowers at the Wilubui, the ever-reliable companion who was perpetually late. Hypocrisy, Daitu's voice lost its conviction. You merely wished to sway me. Kakashi did not deny it. He was indeed acting, feigning vulnerability to elicit sympathy, using emotion as a weapon. Yet, the tears were genuine, the pain authentic, and that recollection of 13 years was a truth that startled even him. He fumbled to grasp Daitu's wrist, guiding that hand to the side of his neck where an old scar resided, a remnant of a training mishap where Daitu had inadvertently cut him with a shuriken. The fingertips of Daitu trembled. He remembered that scar, recalled how Kakashi had smiled and reassured him that it was nothing, and remembered waiting outside the infirmary for 2 hours just to confirm that he was all right. Those memories, long suppressed, surged forth like a tide, eroding the dam of hatred he had meticulously constructed. If in the new world I create, would Rin also be there alongside you? Kakashi's breath momentarily halted. This was a trap, he understood. Daitu was testing his loyalty. But when he gazed into those signs, he did not see a mere test, but rather a desperate yearning. Yes, Kakashi affirmed resolutely, tightening his grip, but the Uchiha in that world must be the real you. Droplets from the wall fell onto their clasped hands. Daitu did not withdraw his hand nor utter another word. In the distance, the eternal thunder of Winchun echoed, yet in that moment, time seemed to stand still within that damp, shadowy room. Kakashi silently counted his heartbeats, awaiting the next round of torment or a turning point. He recalled the last words of Wan. What moves him is not how well you act, but how long you are willing to share in his pain. Ultimately, Daitu released his hand. He retrieved his mask and donned it once more, turning toward the doorway, his steps considerably slower than before. As he crossed the shattered threshold, he hesitated for a moment but did not look back. Dinner will be brought to you. The words fell softly, like a sigh, yet they left Kakashi with moist eyes. He fumbled to retrieve his mask, concealing the uncontrolled smile. The wound still throbbed, yet Dai's cells were diligently at work mending it, much like the deeper, more concealed scars he was endeavoring to heal. Outside, the rain continued to fall, yet for the first time, Kakashi felt that perhaps the rainy season in Rinsun might one day come to an end. Chapter 149. Summoning in a dim, damp cave, water dripped from the rocky walls, producing a monotonous ticking sound. Didalai leaned against the stone wall, his right arm wrapped in rough bandages, the blood long dried. He irritably kicked at the debris at his feet, muttering, "Ugh, what rotten luck." Meanwhile, Shia stood quietly nearby, the tail of his puppet, Fu, gently swaying, emitting faint sounds of metal scraping. His gaze remained fixed on the cave's entrance, as if he were anticipating something. Suddenly, the air shimmered with a distorted ripple, and Baijita emerged from the ground like an aloe plant, cheerfully peeking out. "I found it. I found it." Didala rolled his eyes. "Shut up, will you?" Shia ignored Bai's chatter and coldly inquired, "Where is he?" Baijita tilted his head, an eerie smile on his face. "He'll be here soon." No sooner had he spoken than the space warped abruptly, and a figure adorned with a spiral mask silently appeared before them. "Oh, familiar tone," Didala instinctively grinned. "Afei. You rascal." However, his words faltered. The Afei before him still wore that comical mask, but his demeanor was entirely transformed. No exaggerated gestures, no noisy banter. He simply stood there, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Didala's smile froze, while Shia's pupils narrowed slightly. Afei's voice emerged slowly, cold and low. "The plan has been accelerated." Didala was momentarily stunned, then frowned. "Hey, what's with the sudden silence?" The two syllables fell lightly but struck Didala like a 1,000-pound boulder, rendering him breathless. He had never heard Afe speak in such a tone, as if the person before him was no longer the foolish apprentice, but a true leader who commanded everything. Shea spoke calmly, devoid of surprise, merely confirming the situation. Dala's eyes widened in shock. What? Shea did not look at him, but continued to stare at the masked figure. So, the mastermind behind Akatsuki has always been you. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Huh? The masked figure chuckled softly, lifting a hand to remove the comical spiral mask, revealing a tiger-striped mask underneath. Dala's breath nearly stalled. Let us reintroduce ourselves. His voice remained deep, yet carried an undeniable tone of command. Uchiha Obito. Silence enveloped the room. Dala's mind buzzed, and he opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Obito? The legendary Uchiha Obito? The true leader of Akatsuki? But had he not died long ago? Shea remained far more composed, merely narrowing his eyes slightly. I see. The masked figure. No, now he should be referred to as Obito, began to pace slowly, his voice cold. The ninja coalition has been formed. The 5 great nations are united. Our plan must be expedited. Dala finally regained his voice, asking dryly, so, you've been playing us all along? Huh? Obito turned his head slightly, the red glow of his shinang piercing through the darkness. You need only obey orders. Dala gritted his teeth, but ultimately refrained from retorting. Shea fell silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. I will join the fight, but under one condition. Obito tilted his head slightly. Oh? Nara Shikamaru of Konoha. Shea's tone was devoid of emotion. Must be captured alive and handed over to me. Obito's gaze darkened. Nara Shikamaru. That little brat closely related to Kakashi instantly reminded him of the man he had imprisoned in the Rain Ninja Village, a man who steadfastly refused to yield. Every time Shikamaru was mentioned, Kakashi's gaze softened, as if that boy held great significance for him. A spark of jealousy ignited within Ban's chest as he coldly laughed. What? Did he offend you? Scorpion replied nonchalantly. He is quite interesting. Ban narrowed his eyes. Do you wish to turn him into a puppet? Scorpion offered no response. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Ban's mouth. Very well. He envisioned Kakashi's helpless expression upon Shikamaru's transformation into a puppet. Hey, Deidara suddenly stood, indignant. Why? That brat caused me to lose an arm. I want to blow him up. Scorpion did not even glance his way. You are too noisy. Ban also disregarded Deidara's protests and turned to leave the cave, prepare for action. On the way back to the Rain Ninja Village, Baiju emerged from the ground, grinning as he followed the masked man. Hey, Obito, is that Kakashi really useful? Why not just kill him? Obito paused in his stride. In the next moment, Baiju's body was violently torn apart, viscous liquid splattering against the rock wall. Obito's voice was as cold as ice. Who gave you permission to speak his name? Baiju's other half emerged from the ground, still smiling, but smack. He was torn apart again. As the regenerated Baiju was about to speak, smack. Once more? Ultimately, only Obito's icy whisper remained in the dark cave. Remember, the only one who can kill him is me. Chapter 150. A purely significant progress. The nights in the Rain Ninja Village were perpetually damp, the sound of rain from outside akin to an incessant whisper. Kakashi lounged against the headboard, holding the latest issue of Intimate Paradise, his silver hair glowing softly in the dim light. He appeared far from a prisoner, resembling more of a leisurely homebody, were it not for the thin chakra chain binding his ankle. Kakashi's fingers gently traced the pages of the book, his cheeks slightly flushed. He read at a leisurely pace, seemingly reluctant to finish in one breath, savoring each line before turning the page. Obito stood in the shadows of the room, his crimson Sharingan quietly observing Kakashi. From this angle, he could clearly see Kakashi's expression. He squinted slightly, his gaze falling upon Kakashi's lips, which were red from biting. TSK. The previous punishment seemed too lenient. Despite being imprisoned, Kakashi appeared perpetually relaxed and content, even blushing over a dull, erotic novel. Obito's fingers unconsciously tightened, the knuckles emitting a faint crack. He should be torturing him, humiliating him, making him pay for his betrayal. Kakashi closed his eyes, his thoughts drifting uncontrollably to more distant memories. The day of the 4th Hokage's funeral, the day Rin died in his hands, the night Obito fell into the abyss. He bit his lower lip with such force that it nearly drew blood. Obito's pupils suddenly constricted. He stared at Kakashi's pale lips, a wave of inexplicable irritation rising in his chest. What is he thinking about now? Kakashi gazed at the ceiling, his thoughts gradually settling. He had once despaired after losing his teacher and Obito, until Team 7 appeared: Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. He tried to place his redemption upon them, attempting to atone for his sins by protecting the next generation. Shikamaru's words suddenly surfaced in his mind. If you owe someone, then you should make amends. What does it mean to atone for the next generation? Kakashi paused slightly. That boy, always complaining about trouble, occasionally spoke words that struck deep. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. What a ridiculous notion, as if he were experienced in romance. A deep, cold laugh suddenly echoed in his ear. Kakashi tensed. Unable to react before a hand, clad in a black glove, grasped his chin. What are you thinking so intently about? Obito's voice was close, his warm breath brushing against Kakashi's ear. Kakashi's breath caught. Obito's fingers slowly traced his lips, the pressure gentle, yet exuding an irresistible sense of dominance. Lost in his thoughts, Kakashi unconsciously moved forward, wrapping his arms around the man before him through the wide Akatsuki cloak. Obito froze, his hand grasping Kakashi's hair, yet hesitating to apply force. What are you doing? Atone. Kakashi closed his eyes, like a satisfied cat. At this moment, Shikamaru leaned against the tatami, the sweat-soaked strands of hair clinging to his pale cheeks. He hadn't slept for 3 consecutive days, his mind aching from overthinking. The intelligence gathering after the 5 Kage summit, the deployment of the Ninja Alliance, the coordination of ninjas from various nations, all these tasks piled upon him, nearly suffocating him. This is so troublesome, he murmured softly, his fingers unconsciously massaging his temples. Suddenly, a cool sensation coiled around him from behind. Shikamaru stiffened, and before he could react, a thick, white serpent had quietly wrapped around his waist, pulling him backward. Ugh! His back collided with a cold chest. The chill of the serpent's scales seeped through his thin ninja attire, and Shikamaru instinctively struggled but was bound tighter. Don't move. A deep, gravelly voice whispered beside his ear, laced with a hint of amusement. Shikamaru's breath caught. It was Orochimaru. The serpent tightened its grip, enveloping him completely. Shikamaru could distinctly feel the cool temperature of the other party, as well as the seemingly slender, yet dangerously powerful body. You look quite exhausted. Even the mastermind like you can be pushed to this extent? Orochimaru's voice carried a teasing tone. Shikamaru frowned, instinctively tilting his head to create some distance. But upon meeting those golden slit pupils, his heart skipped a beat. Too close. Orochimaru's face was almost pressed against his ear, the golden serpent-like eyes glimmering coldly in the dim light, akin to a cold-blooded creature scrutinizing its prey. Yet, hidden within those eyes was a trace of unnoticeable concern. Shikamaru could not ascertain if he was mistaken. Snake Uncle, he struggled to maintain a calm tone. I am rather uncomfortable with this. Orochimaru chuckled softly. Yet the serpent-like arms showed no sign of loosening. Instead, he leaned slightly closer, whispering near Shikamaru's ear, is that so? But your body seems to suggest otherwise. Shikamaru's pupils suddenly contracted. His heart was indeed racing uncontrollably, fast enough to nearly burst from his chest. He did not understand why he felt this way. Orochimaru was undoubtedly a dangerously formidable man. Even as a teacher, he should have pushed him away. Yet, at this moment, enveloped by that cool temperature, he felt an odd sense of security. I am just tired. Shikamaru averted his gaze, his voice somewhat dry. Orochimaru's fingertips gently brushed his temples, the icy touch making Shikamaru shiver involuntarily. Overthinking can lead to a short life. Orochimaru's hoarse voice carried a hint of seduction. Shall I help you relax? Shikamaru's breath faltered slightly. Rationality urged him to refuse, yet his body felt as if it were pinned down by those golden eyes, unable to move. He did not understand what was happening to him. Staring into those golden eyes so close, he could hear the strong beats of his heart resonating loudly in the darkness. Thump, thump. Chapter 151. Heartfelt intentions. As the sun set, the roof of the bathhouse in Konoha was bathed in a layer of orange-red twilight. Nara Shikamaru sat cross-legged on the tiles, elbows resting on his knees, cradling his chin in his palms, his gaze drifting vacantly towards the thinning crowd below. As the specter of war loomed, the ninjas of the village hurriedly traversed their surroundings, yet he found a rare moment to empty his mind, allowing his thoughts to drift. Hey, kid, are you daydreaming all alone here? A robust hand suddenly clapped on Nara Shikamaru's shoulder, nearly sending him tumbling off the rooftop. Turning to face Jiraiya, whose face was adorned with a sly grin, Shikamaru sighed. Lord Jiraiya, could you possibly refrain from startling me like that? Ha ha. Jiraiya laughed boisterously, plopping down beside him. So, are you still pondering the strategies for the coalition? Just take action. Why overthink it? Shikamaru's lips twitched slightly. It's easy for you to say. Jiraiya shrugged, pulling out a flask of sake, tilting it back for a hearty swig before offering it to Shikamaru. Care for a drink? Shikamaru shook his head. No, I don't drink. TSK, young people these days are so dull. Jiraiya clicked his tongue, retracting the flask. After a moment of silence, Shikamaru finally spoke. How is Naruto doing? Jiraiya scratched his head. Ah, that kid is still training on Maiboka Mountain. I haven't informed him about the coalition yet. Shikamaru's expression betrayed his expectation. How long do you intend to keep it from him? As long as possible, I suppose, Jiraiya sighed. If he finds out, he will undoubtedly insist on returning to fight. Shikamaru fell silent, staring at his fingers, which unconsciously traced the edge of a tile. Jiraiya glanced at him, suddenly narrowing his eyes. Hey kid, do you have something on your mind? Shikamaru was taken aback, but quickly shook his head. No, who are you trying to fool? Jiraiya chuckled. When has a Nara ever sat on a rooftop daydreaming? Speak up, have you encountered some trouble? After a moment of contemplation, Shikamaru took a deep breath, as if steeling himself for a resolution. Lord Jiraiya, may I ask you a question? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, a proud smile creeping onto his face. Oh, the little Nara seeks my counsel? Very well, ask away. This sage speaks freely. Shikamaru pressed his lips together, his gaze drifting into the distance, his voice barely audible. What does it feel like to like someone? Uffed. Jiraiya sputtered, spewing sake everywhere, coughing violently. He stared at Shikamaru in disbelief. What did you just ask? Shikamaru's ears turned slightly red, yet he mustered the courage to repeat. What does it feel like to like someone? Gradually, Jiraiya's astonishment transformed into exuberance, as he slapped his thigh in delight. Ha! What a good lad. You've come to the right person. He threw an arm around Shikamaru's shoulders, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial tone. Listen closely, kid. When you like someone, your heart races upon seeing her. You find yourself drawn to her, and her words or glances send your emotions on a roller coaster ride. You may even desire to become a better person for her. Shikamaru listened intently, his fingers unconsciously clutching the hem of his clothing. Observing his expression, Jiraiya suddenly grinned widely. So who is it that you like? Shikamaru's throat tightened, and he remained silent. Jiraiya stroked his chin, a knowing look crossing his face. Oh, let me guess. Is it someone from another village? Shikamaru nodded slightly. Uh-huh, I knew it. Jiraiya clapped his hands, recalling that Temari from Sunagakure had recently visited Konohagakure. Could it be her? Jiraiya leaned closer, lowering his voice. So what are your plans? Shikamaru fell silent for a moment before quietly responding. I'll wait until after the war to decide. Jiraiya's smile suddenly faded. He fixed his gaze on Shikamaru, his tone unusually earnest. Kid, you're mistaken. Shikamaru looked up at him. I missed too many opportunities with Tsunade. A hint of bitterness crept into Jiraiya's voice. In war, many things can transpire. Some people, once missed, cannot be reclaimed. Shikamaru's pupils constricted slightly. So, Jiraiya patted his shoulder. When it comes to love, do not wait. Shikamaru lowered his head, furrowing his brow. But her status is unusual. She may not reciprocate my feelings. Ha! Jiraiya returned to his boisterous demeanor. What of it? Love is a matter between two people. Why concern yourself with so many details? Shikamaru was taken aback. Really? Of course. Jiraiya grinned, but then added, however, pursuing a girl requires finesse. Don't be too straightforward. Shikamaru's interest piqued. What kind of finesse? Jiraiya leaned in conspiratorially. First, you must subtly pique her curiosity, drawing her in without her realizing. Then, guide her to initiate conversation. Lastly, he raised a finger with a mischievous smile. Take the initiative. Shikamaru nodded thoughtfully, his eyes gradually brightening. So that's how it is. He stood and solemnly bowed to Jiraiya. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction. Well done, well done. The youth is teachable. Go now, young man. While the war has yet to commence, make your confession. Shikamaru took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. All right, I'll go find Orochimaru. Jiraiya's smile froze on his face. Wait, whom did you just say? Shikamaru had already vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a wisp of smoke. Jiraiya sat in stunned silence for a while before letting out a mournful wail. Nara Shikamaru. Who did you just mention? Chapter 152. The night before in the underground laboratory of the Nara residence, the dim blue light illuminated the shelves and workstations. Originally a practice space prepared by Nara Shikamaru for his son, it had now become a temporary refuge for Orochimaru. Orochimaru's slender fingers held a test tube, the pale green liquid shimmering under the light. Frowning slightly, he carefully added a drop of catalyst, causing the liquid to instantaneously shift from green to blue, emitting a faint hissing sound. This was intended for Shikamaru. On the battlefield, circumstances could change rapidly. He needed to ensure that the dark-haired youth had ample means of self-preservation. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the door to the laboratory being flung open with a bang before slamming shut. Leaning against the door, Shikamaru's chest heaved, his disheveled hair testament to his hurried arrival. After catching his breath, he looked up to meet Orochimaru's golden reptilian gaze. "I just went to consult Lord Jiraiya about something." Orochimaru's fingers paused imperceptibly before he scoffed. "What could that fool possibly teach you?" Shikamaru did not respond immediately, but instead approached the workstation, lowering his eyes to his feet, his voice barely audible. "I've developed feelings for someone." The test tube slipped from Orochimaru's fingers, shattering on the floor into crystalline shards. An eerie silence enveloped the laboratory. Orochimaru's pupils contracted slightly, his heart clenching as if gripped by an invisible hand. "Someone you like? When did this happen? Who is it?" His throat tightened, a bitter emotion spreading from his heart, corroding his rationality like poison. This day was bound to come sooner or later, wasn't he it? Shikamaru is growing up. He slowly set down the vial, his fingertips trembling imperceptibly as he forced himself to ask in the most even tone possible, "Who is it?" Shikamaru kept his head bowed, shadows obscuring his expression. "The person probably wouldn't like me. At least, it wouldn't be in that way." Orochimaru's brow furrowed tighter, torn between anguish and a subtle sense of relief. "Have you confessed?" Shikamaru shook his head. "Lord Jiraiya said I could try to entice the person and see." Orochimaru clicked his tongue, a flicker of displeasure flashing across his golden eyes. "You don't need to resort to such sleazy tactics. That guy took 70 years to pursue Tsunade. His efficiency is laughable." Shikamaru suddenly smiled, lifting his head to meet Orochimaru's gaze with his obsidian eyes. "Do you think so too, Snake Uncle?" Orochimaru nodded slightly, his gaze unwilling to meet the other's. Instead, he fixated on the vials of potions on the experimental table, his voice low and solemn. "So, who is that person?" At the very least, he needed to know what kind of individual Shikamaru favored. Shikamaru stepped forward, halting just before Orochimaru, close enough to feel the other's breath. "I considered pursuing him," he spoke softly, "but I found it troublesome, and honestly, I am not capable." Orochimaru's fingertips grew cold, and he suddenly turned his back to Shikamaru. Not wishing for him to see his current expression, he did not want to hear the answer. He did not want to know who stood beside Shikamaru. Even more, he was reluctant to acknowledge the hidden, forbidden jealousy that lay within his heart. Shikamaru observed Orochimaru's silhouette, his gaze dimming slightly. He reached out, gently tugging at Orochimaru's belt, the fabric creating a faint sound against his fingertips. The two remained enveloped in silence, with only the occasional clink of potion vials breaking the stillness of the laboratory. After a long while, Shikamaru finally broke the silence. "Uncle Snake," Jiraiya-sama said, "love cannot wait." Orochimaru's back stiffened at those words. He cursed Jiraiya silently. In the next moment, he heard Shikamaru's voice, light as a whisper yet piercingly clear, "I like you." Orochimaru's pupils dilated suddenly. Before he could process this revelation, Shikamaru gently embraced him from behind, quickly releasing him and darting out of the laboratory. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang, leaving Orochimaru alone in the room, surrounded by an overwhelming silence. The words "I like you" echoed in his mind. Initially, there was joy, like a beam of light breaking through darkness, nearly rendering him dizzy. Then came surprise. How could Shikamaru feel this way? This was soon followed by a torrent of confusion, helplessness, and panic. Orochimaru slowly lifted his gaze to the mirror in the corner of the laboratory. The man reflected was pale and brooding, with golden snake-like eyes concealing unfathomable darkness. He was far older than Shikamaru. Even with forbidden techniques preserving his appearance, the marks of time could not be entirely erased. His fingertips grazed the corner of his eye, where a faint line lay, nearly imperceptible, yet it stung at this moment. With a sudden motion, Orochimaru raised his hand and shattered the mirror. Glass shards scattered, slicing into the back of his hand, blood slowly trickling down his pale skin, yet he felt nothing. Fear surged like a tidal wave, drowning all his rationality. How could he? How dare he? Shikamaru was still so young, so pure, while he had already decayed. Bittersweet emotions intertwined within his chest, akin to a mixture of poison and honey, compelling him to draw near, yet also to flee. He stood amidst the shards of glass, his golden eyes trembling slightly, eventually closing slowly. Nara Shikamaru, you truly present me with a conundrum. Chapter 153. Prologue. The sky over Yurin village was so dark it seemed to threaten to descend, heavy clouds roiling with thunder, as if heralding an impending storm. The iron hooves of the ninja coalition shattered the outer defenses of Yurin village, with the 5 Kage leading their elite troops like 5 sharp blades piercing the enemy's heart. First Division, advance from the left. Second Division, cover the medical team. Third Division, provide long-range support. Nara Shikamaru's voice, transmitted through the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan, resonated clearly in the minds of every coalition ninja. His thoughts formed a precise net, encompassing the entire battlefield, with each command executed flawlessly. Tsunade smashed a white zetsu that lunged at her, the viscous liquid splattering across her face, which she wiped away as she turned to see Jiraiya standing frozen, his gaze blankly fixed on the Inoshikacho team behind him. Hey, Jiraiya, what are you dazed about? Tsunade shouted, rushing over to crush the white zetsu that was about to latch onto Jiraiya, simultaneously delivering a sharp smack to his head. Ow, ow, ow. Jiraiya clutched his head, finally snapping back to reality. Tsunade frowned at him. What is wrong with you? Spacing out on the battlefield is a death wish. Jiraiya opened his mouth, hesitated, and ultimately managed to stammer out, nothing. Tsunade scrutinized him suspiciously, noticing the heavy dark circles under his eyes, making him appear as if he hadn't slept for days. TSK, what a disgrace, she scoffed. As if he had never been in a fight. Jiraiya felt like crying without tears. What could he say? Was he to admit that he had spent the entire night unable to sleep due to Shikamaru's words about seeking Orochimaru? Was he to confess that his mind was plagued with chaotic questions about what Nara Shikamaru intended to do with Orochimaru? Every time he saw Shikamaru or heard his voice, he couldn't help but envision the scene of Shikamaru shyly confessing to Orochimaru. I can't think about this anymore. Thankfully, the mental transmission was handled by the Yamanaka clan, not him. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to concentrate and re-engage in battle. In the rear of the battlefield, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood quietly on the command platform, his steady gaze sweeping across the entire battle scene. Beside him, Orochimaru stood motionless, his golden snake-like eyes slightly narrowed, yet his focus remained distant, not on the front lines, but on some far-off point. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, slowly releasing it in rings, and asked in a neutral tone, "Is your plan simply to remain here with this old man in the rear?" Orochimaru's fingertips trembled ever so slightly. Old man. His voice was low and hoarse, yet unexpectedly laced with a hint of hesitation. The third Hokage did not look at him, merely stating flatly, "You were never one to hesitate." Orochimaru fell silent. It was not that he feared battle. He was afraid of the front lines. He was afraid to face that person. He was afraid to face Nara Shikamaru. The third Hokage glanced at him and sighed. "You have changed, Orochimaru." Orochimaru's pupils contracted slightly. The old you would never have halted for anyone. A bitter smile tugged at Orochimaru's lips. Indeed, he murmured. How ironic. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, far from the main battlefield, Kabuto fled in disarray, his breaths rapid, his glasses shattered, leaving only one lens precariously hanging on his face. Damn it, he seethed, filled with frustration. They were so close. If only he could reach the Ryugu cave and receive the White Snake Sage's inheritance, he would gain power surpassing Orochimaru. However, in a flash, a shadow appeared before him. Uchiha Itachi stood silently, his cold black eyes fixed upon him. Kabuto abruptly halted, his face paling. "You. So boring, Kabuto," came a voice from behind, as Sasuke emerged from the shadows, disdain evident in his Sharingan. "Does Orochimaru know about your little schemes?" Kabuto's pupils dilated sharply, despair flooding over him like a tidal wave. No. Why? He screamed in a frenzy, hands forming seals, desperate to fight back. Yet, in the next moment, Amaterasu's black flames consumed his body. In endless agony, Kabuto plunged into eternal darkness. At the center of Yurin village, Obito stood atop a high tower, coldly surveying the battlefield below. Beside him, Kakashi stood quietly, the Sharingan in his eye flickering with complex emotions. "Do you see it, Kakashi?" Obito's voice was low and laced with sarcasm. This is what they call a coalition. Kakashi did not reply. His gaze traversed the battlefield, landing on the distant command platform. His focus settled on the pale figure standing beside the third Hokage. It fell upon Orochimaru. At that moment, Orochimaru seemed to sense something. His golden snake-like eyes subtly shifting to meet Kakashi's gaze. Their eyes connected through the rain, only to part once more. Can the coalition handle so many? Should I go look for Shikamaru? Chapter 154. Madara above Urin village. The dark clouds were violently torn apart by a surge of turbulent chakra, revealing a blood-red sky. The earth trembled, stones floated in midair, as if the entire world quaked in anticipation of the impending terror. Suddenly, a shadow as dark as night soared from the depths of the earth, descending upon the battlefield like a demonic deity. Uchiha Madara. He hovered in the air, his long hair resembling flames, his Rinnegan coldly surveying the ninja alliance below, a mocking smirk gracing his lips. Is this the current state of the ninja world? His voice resonated with a deep, oppressive tone, filled with disappointment. Among the alliance, countless ninjas turned pale, their hands trembling as they gripped their weapons. Is this the legendary Uchiha Madara? The sense of oppression felt akin to facing a natural disaster. Yet, just as Madara prepared to crush this swarm of ants, his body suddenly froze, his brows furrowing. He glanced down at his feet, noticing dark runes subtly emerging from the ground, coiling around his form like chains, constraining his movements. A sealing technique? A flicker of surprise crossed Madara's eyes, quickly replaced by a cold chuckle. Do you think such a trivial binding can restrain me? He unleashed a surge of chakra, attempting to break free. However, the runes merely loosened slightly, failing to shatter completely. Madara's gaze darkened as he scanned the battlefield, ultimately locking onto the command platform at the rear of the alliance. Nara Shikamaru stood there, hands forming seals, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, evidently maintaining some form of technique. So it is, Madara's lips curled into a dangerous arc. You have interfered. Shikamaru's breaths quickened, yet his eyes remained calm. I did indeed intervene in your resurrection ritual. He murmured softly, though unable to prevent it. He could at least restrict your movements. Shikamaru. Tsunade's voice crackled through the communicator. Well done. The 5 Kage will hold Madara back. You must continue to prevent the masked man from resurrecting the 10 tails. Shikamaru nodded, about to respond when, whoosh, a shadow darted forward, Madara forcefully breaking through part of the ceiling, closing in on the command platform. Ants, you seek death. Madara's Rinnegan coldly fixated on Shikamaru, raising his hand to unleash a terrifying chakra blast. Shikamaru. In the distance, Choji, Ino, and others paled in horror, but there was no time for rescue. In a critical moment, Serpent's shadow. Multiple giant snakes erupted from the ground, intertwining to form a shield, forcefully blocking Madara's attack. Shikamaru glanced up sharply, his pupils constricting. Orochimaru. He had seemingly appeared before Shikamaru, his golden slit pupils icy as they bore into Madara, yet a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. Uchiha Madara. I have long awaited this encounter. Madara narrowed his eyes. Orochimaru, you dare stand before me? Orochimaru offered no response, instead slowly raising his hand to form a seal that left the entire battlefield in shock. Impure world reincarnation. Boom, boom, boom. 3 coffins erupted from the earth, their lids slowly rising to reveal the figures within. First Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. A moment of silence enveloped the arena, followed by an eruption of astonished cries. The first Hokage, the second Hokage, the fourth Hokage. Madara's pupils suddenly constricted, his gaze fixated on Hashirama, his expression shifting for the first time. Hashirama. Hashirama slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, ultimately resting his gaze on Madara, a wistful smile forming on his lips. It has been a long time, Madara. Madara's breathing quickened slightly, but soon his eyes regained their icy demeanor. Humph. Do you think summoning the dead with such a crude technique, Orochimaru, will alter the course of battle? Orochimaru chuckled lightly. How will we know without trying? Before his words could finish, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had already flashed forward, rapidly forming hand seals. Water style, water-severing wave. High-pressure water blades sliced toward Madara like swords, while the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, transformed into a golden flash, directly striking toward Madara's rear. Madara snorted coldly. his Rinnegan spinning as he narrowly evaded the attack, countering with a devastating Rinnegan technique aimed at Minato. The battlefield plunged into chaos. Meanwhile, Shikamaru remained rooted in place, staring at the figure of Orochimaru standing before him. Uncle Snake. Orochimaru did not turn back, merely stating calmly, "Focus on commanding, do not get distracted." Shikamaru's lips curled slightly upward as he whispered, "Thank you." A barely perceptible tremor passed through Orochimaru's fingertips, but he quickly regained his composure. "Humph, do not misunderstand. My intention to save you holds no other motive." Shikamaru smiled, saying nothing further, and resumed his command in the fray. In the distance, the masked man coldly observed the unfolding events, his expression grim beneath the mask. Orochimaru, Nara Shikamaru. His gaze swept over the restrained Madara, then shifted to the fierce battle involving the first, second, and fourth Hokage, culminating in a cold chuckle. "The plan has deviated slightly, but it matters not." He slowly raised his hand, forming a complex seal. "The resurrection of the Ten Tails will not be halted by such trivial obstacles." The earth trembled once more violently than before. The Alliance's expressions shifted dramatically. "This is bad. He intends to forcibly awaken the Ten Tails." Shikamaru's pupils constricted as he immediately relayed orders to the entire army through the secret technique of the Nara clan. "Everyone, prevent the masked man." The battlefield erupted into chaos. Chapter 155. Impure World Reincarnation. The earth quaked, the sky was torn asunder, and dark chakra surged forth from the depths like a tide. Roar! The howl of the Ten Tails reverberated across the battlefield, a sound akin to the roar of hell, causing countless ninjas to wince in pain, some collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from their 7 orifices. The masked man stood atop the Ten Tails, hands forming seals, coldly looking down at the Alliance below. "What of the 9 Tails? No one can stop the resurrection of the Ten Tails." Cold sweat beaded on Shikamaru's forehead as he tightened his grip on the communicator. "All units, fall back immediately. Do not approach the chakra range of the Ten Tails." However, just as the Alliance retreated in disarray, "Hey, Shikamaru, you didn't call me for such an important matter?" A golden figure crashed into the battlefield like a meteor, stirring up a cloud of dust. Uzumaki Naruto stood with his hands on his hips, glaring at Shikamaru with dissatisfaction, his blue eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Shikamaru's lips twitched. This was Tsunade-sama's idea. Huh. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. How could Granny Tsunade do this? "I'm going to be Hokage." "Idiot," Sasuke coldly remarked from the side, his Sharingan scanning the battlefield. "This is no time for complaints." Naruto scratched his head, grinning. "Right. Let's first tackle the immediate problem." On the other side of the battlefield, Tsunade smashed through an approaching white Zetsu with a punch, instantly appearing beside Shikamaru. She raised her fist, ready to strike. "You brat. Who allowed you to unilaterally change the battle plan?" Before her fist could land, a pale hand firmly caught her wrist. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils narrowed slightly, his voice low. "Tsunade, it is not appropriate to strike a child." Tsunade's forehead twitched with anger. "Orochimaru, how dare you show your face before me?" Orochimaru chuckled lightly, offering no response, merely shifting slightly to shield Shikamaru behind him. Tsunade huffed disdainfully, retracting her fist, glaring at Shikamaru. "Did you orchestrate the sealing technique on Madara?" Shikamaru nodded. "Yes, though I could not completely prevent his resurrection. I at least managed to restrict his movements." Tsunade regarded him for 2 seconds before sighing. "Well done." Above the village of the rain, the dark clouds were torn apart by the violent chakra, blood-red light, cascading upon the battlefield. The shouts of the Ninja Alliance, the explosive sounds of ninjutsu, and the low growls of the awakening Ten Tails intertwined, resembling the overture of an apocalypse. At the edge of the battlefield, Jiraiya stood atop a towering rock face. Yet his gaze remained unfocused on the fierce battle ahead. His attention was fixated on the command platform in the distance, where Orochimaru and Nara Shikamaru stood side by side. Jiraiya's lips twitched, his eyes inadvertently drifting to the nearby Nara Shikaku, his mind racing with thoughts. "I am sorry, Nara clan. I am sorry, Shikaku." How old is that old bastard Orochimaru now? His expression twisted for a brief moment as his fingers unconsciously tugged at his white hair, as if such an action could alleviate the internal collapse he felt. Lugio stood beside the 3rd Hokage, calmly analyzing the battlefield, when he suddenly sensed a burning gaze. He turned and found himself locking eyes with Jiraiya, whose expression was fraught with guilt, conflict, and even a hint of pleading for forgiveness. Lugio frowned slightly, feeling that Jiraiya was acting strangely today. Sandai, he murmured to Sarutobi Hiruzen, it seems Lord Jiraiya is somewhat distracted. The third inhaled from his pipe, squinting in Jiraiya's direction, and indeed noticed that the man appeared to be lost in thought, nearly getting struck by debris flying from the battlefield. Jiraiya. The third's voice resonated through the communication technique. Focus. Jiraiya snapped back to reality, chuckling awkwardly. Haha, my apologies. Nevertheless, his gaze still involuntarily drifted toward Orochimaru and Lumaru. The third sighed and shook his head, realizing that allowing him to take the lead was indeed unreliable. Leaning on his staff, he slowly made his way to the center of the battlefield, determined to stabilize the morale of the troops himself. In the center of the battlefield, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, stood before Uchiha Madara, hands on his hips, beaming with a hearty smile. Madara, it has been quite some time. Madara's Rinnegan narrowed slightly as he scoffed. Hashirama, you remain as infuriating as ever. Hashirama scratched his head and laughed heartily. Oh, come now. It's rare for us to meet. Fighting is rather pointless. Madara's lips twitched. Are you serious? Hashirama nodded earnestly. Of course. We have both been dead for so many years. Why continue to fight? Let us sit down and converse instead. The battlefield fell silent. The assembled forces exclaimed, First Hokage, what are you saying? This is a battlefield. Yet, what was even more shocking was that Madara truly ceased his actions, crossing his arms and coldly inquiring, What shall we talk about? Hashirama's eyes lit up as he leaned closer. For instance, how have you been all these years? Madara, the crowd. The first Hokage's straightforwardness and tolerance were indeed formidable. Not far away, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, facepalmed with disdain. Brother, could you not exhibit a sense of urgency? Hashirama turned around with a hearty laugh. Tobirama, you have come as well. Tobirama scoffed, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield before landing on Orochimaru, his brow arching slightly. The modifications to Edo Tensei are quite good. Orochimaru smiled faintly, his tone unexpectedly respectful. Thank you for the compliment, second Hokage. Tobirama nodded, then frowned as he surveyed the surroundings. However, using my forbidden technique without permission raises copyright concerns. We must discuss this thoroughly after the battle. Orochimaru, the crowd, second Hokage, is your focus slightly misplaced? On the other side, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, stood beside Naruto, his golden hair fluttering gently in the wind. His gaze was warm yet complex as he ruffled Naruto's hair. You've grown up, Naruto. Naruto's eyes reddened slightly, his voice choked. You're my dad. Minato smiled softly, then turned to the third, his brow furrowing slightly. Third Hokage, shouldn't you explain Naruto's heritage? The third's hand, holding the pipe, stiffened momentarily as he cleared his throat. We'll discuss this after the battle. Minato sighed, not pressing further, but the reproach in his eyes was unmistakable. It was then that the others began to realize. Wait. The fourth Hokage is Naruto's father. So Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage. Why has no one ever mentioned this in the village? The atmosphere on the battlefield shifted to one of intrigue. In the distance, Jiraiya observed this scene, his emotions growing increasingly complex. Unable to resist, he cast a glance at Orochimaru, then at Lumaru, and finally at Lugio, before covering his face in despair. This is it. Why did I teach Lumaru the art of seduction? Now he is actually trying to seduce Orochimaru. Jiraiya's inner turmoil raged as he failed to notice the third had approached him. Jiraiya, the third's voice reached him. What are you daydreaming about? Jiraiya abruptly looked up, chuckling nervously. Haha, sensei, I wasn't daydreaming. I was contemplating strategy. The third narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Then tell me, why were you staring at Orochimaru and Lumaru? Do you suspect Orochimaru's intentions? Jiraiya, I do harbor some doubts. However, I suspect his target is not Konoha. His expression froze suddenly, cold sweat trickling down his back. That is, the third sighed, patting his shoulder. Let us focus on the battlefield for now. Jiraiya felt a wave of relief wash over him as he quickly nodded. Yes. Sensei. Yet, his gaze still unconsciously drifted toward Lumaru. Lumaru, you mustn't let your father know that I taught you this. Chapter 156. Live broadcast. Suddenly, a massive clay spider erupted on the eastern side of the battlefield, and Deidara descended on a white bird, with clay bird's wings still adorned with the debris of allied ninjas. Standing behind him, Scorpion's tail, the Hiriko, arched high. its chakra threads glinting coldly in the sunlight. Art is an explosion. Yes, Deidara shouted his slogan just as Scorpion kicked him off the bird. Enough noise. Scorpion manipulated the third Kazekage puppet as sand and iron coalesced in the air, forming countless sharp needles. Nara Lumaru is mine. Lumaru, crouched at the command post calculating chakra flow, looked up at the raining sand and iron, his eyes widening slightly. Instinctively, he began to form hand seals. But upon catching a glimpse of Orochimaru's pale profile, he smirked and deliberately slowed his movements. Watch out. 3 giant snakes erupted from Orochimaru's sleeves. One shattered the sand and iron. Another ensnared Scorpion's puppet, while the third coiled around Lumaru, pulling him into an embrace. The cold touch of the snake's scales sent a shiver down Lumaru's spine as he leaned against Orochimaru's chest, feeling the vibrations of his heartbeat. Daydreaming at such a time? Orochimaru's voice slithered close to his ear, imbued with a serpentine hiss. Lumaru looked up just in time to see Orochimaru's jawline tense. With Uncle Snake around, you need not worry. This phrase acted as a spell, causing Orochimaru's golden slit pupils to constrict sharply. Scorpion's Hirako suddenly surged, its poison needles barely grazing Orochimaru's cheek, leaving a crimson mark on his pale skin. You seek death. Orochimaru's voice dropped to an icy tone. On the western side of the battlefield, Deidara, having been kicked down, rubbed his rear as he stood up, only to collide with Sasuke's Kusanagi sword. More terrifyingly, Kisame Samahata was pressed against his back, while Itachi stood merely 3 steps away. Oh, isn't this Mr. Itachi? What happened to your eyes? Deidara grinned. But Kisame's blade struck hard against his spine, silencing him. As both battlefields plunged into chaos, the Ten Tails let out a thunderous roar. Its tail swung, uprooting a massive boulder with a 10-meter diameter, hurtling it towards Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, watch out. The warning came too late. The boulder struck Jiraiya squarely in the face, blood gushing from his nostrils. The legendary Sannin flew like a broken kite, carving a 20-meter-long trench in the sand. Jiraiya. Tsunade's furious roar echoed through the mountains. What the hell are you doing? Jiraiya lay sprawled in the pit, stars dancing before his eyes. In his daze, he began to envision a distorted scene of Orochimaru holding Lumaru in his embrace. And his long-standing rider's affliction conjured vivid imagery. Snake tails entwining around the young advisor's waist, the laboratory lights flickering ominously, test tubes clanging together. The piercing scream accompanied by even more harrowing mental images was broadcast live through the sensory network of Yamato's technique, synchronously streaming into the minds of every allied ninja. In the midst of forming hand seals, the Waidu ninja faltered, causing the earth release to crash into their own ranks. Terumi Mei's water dragon jutsu veered off course and drenched the third ship. Even Madara paused, his conversation with Hashirama interrupted, his Rinnegan reflecting sheer astonishment. Lu Ming's entire being was frozen in the embrace of Shiwan, the tips of his ears blushing at a visible pace. He abruptly pushed Shiwan away, the force of his motion nearly causing him to tumble from the snake formation. Jiraiya, senpai, your voice has changed, he remarked, his tone altered. Shiwan raised an eyebrow in confusion, yet before he could speak, a frantic scream echoed from the other end of the battlefield. Nara Lu Ming, come with me. Xie is controlling the 100 puppets to tear through the smoke. I will be 100 times stronger than Shiwan. A profound silence enveloped the scene. An absolute stillness. On the Allied front, Shikamaru's fan clattered to the ground. The IW shinobi stood petrified. The Kumo shinobi gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape enough to fit Raikage's fist. Kisame's sword clattered to the ground, and Sasuke's Sharingan whirled frantically, as if attempting to erase the recent memory. Most terrifying of all, every gaze involuntarily shifted towards Nara Lugio. The chief strategist was leisurely unfurling a military map, yet the brush in his hand had crumbled to dust. Naruto timidly raised his hand. Shouldn't we defeat the Ten Tails first? The response to him was the thunderous clash between Xie's puppet army and Shiwan's myriad snakes. 2 chakra lines simultaneously ensnared Lu Ming's wrists, one from Xie's scarlet flow and the other from Shiwan's Kusanagi sword. Let go. You should let go. Lu Ming stumbled as he was pulled, suddenly breaking into laughter. He glanced towards Jiraiya, who was furiously banging his head against a rock, then at his father's grim expression, ultimately resting his gaze on the bloodied knuckles of Shiwan. What a bother, he whispered softly. In the next moment, Lu Ming unexpectedly lunged towards the Shiwan. The action was so unexpected that even Xia was taken aback. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Ming's kunai slipped from his sleeve, severing the chakra lines. As he whispered in a tone only Da Shiwan could hear, "Snake Uncle, cooperate with me." Before Da Shiwan could react, he felt a tightening in his embrace. The battlefield erupted with gasps. A fragile ninja named Akimichi Choji fainted, caught by a blonde kunoichi with a sly grin. The embrace was brief, yet its impact was tremendous. Xia's puppets went rigid, Daidara's clay bird plummeted into Kisame's arms, and even the Tintails curiously peered over with one eye. The Shiwan's serpentine pupils constricted to mere slits. Lu Ming had already stepped back 2 paces, turning to Xia with an apologetic smile. "Sorry, I already have someone I like." This statement seemed to press a switch, and the entire battlefield sprang back to life. Tsunade smashed a nearby boulder with her fist, exclaiming, "I've had enough," but no one could hear her. For Xia's puppet army had suddenly turned to charge at the Tintails. Daidara, tossing clay bombs into the sky, cried out, "Art does not require love." Kisame pursued Jiraiya, lamenting, "It's all your fault for your inner drama." Sasuke and Itachi, in rare harmony, simultaneously formed seals, incinerating all nearby recording snails that might capture the recent scene. Amidst this chaos, the Shiwan delicately licked away the blood on his lips, turning his gaze towards Lu Ming, who was reorganizing the front lines. The young strategist seemed to sense something and winked back at him. "We will settle accounts after the battle," the Shiwan mouthed. Lu Ming smiled and nodded, touching his burning earlobe as he turned away. Behind him, Lu Jiu had finally broken his third brush. While the Yamanka and Akimichi clans concentrated their efforts to prevent Lu Jiu from charging directly to the front line from the command center. Meanwhile, a certain white-haired rider found himself unceremoniously planted into the ground by Tsunade, as Jiraiya raised a hand. "Da Shiwan, you old geezer." Chapter 157. The roar of the Tintails echoed through the heavens, yet the chaos on the battlefield abruptly ceased with the arrival of one individual. Uchiha Obito stood atop the Tintails, his crimson Sharingan coldly surveying the absurd spectacle below involving Nara Lu Ming and Da Shiwan, Xia's hysterical proclamation, and Jiraiya's nauseating mental imagery, all of which filled him with a sense of revulsion. How dreadfully tedious. He slowly raised his hand, and the chakra of the Tintails surged violently, its tentails smashing down like pillars of heaven. Boom. The earth fractured, the allied formation instantly scattered. "Everyone, regroup," Raikage bellowed, his lightning chakra surging wildly. "Medical team, fall back," Tsunade shouted, shattering the incoming debris with a punch, her voice commanding. Amidst the turmoil, Lu Ming's thoughts remained unusually sharp. He swiftly connected with the channel of the first Hokage through the Yamanka secret technique, his voice calm, yet urgent. "First Hokage, please take Madara as far from the main battlefield as possible." Senju Hashirama, who was reminiscing with Madara about their warm memories of playing in the South River, paused at the words, before bursting into hearty laughter. "Good idea." He grasped Madara's wrist. "Madara, let's change the venue." Madara frowned. "Huh?" Before he could react, Hashirama had already whisked him away with a shunshin, leaving Madara's irritated voice trailing behind. "Hashirama, you can't just decide." The pressure on the battlefield suddenly lessened. The 5 Kage quickly assembled, with Team 7, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, standing at the forefront, confronting the Tintails head-on. Jiraiya wiped the blood from his nose, locking his gaze on the masked man. "Now it's your turn." The masked man sneered. "Is that all you've got?" The battle erupted in an instant. Jiraiya rapidly formed hand seals, sage art, hair needle thousand needs. The dense mass of hair shot towards Obito like a torrential rain, yet upon contact, it pierced through his body. "Useless." Obito's voice was icy. "Your attacks will never touch me." Gritting his teeth, Jiraiya suddenly altered his strategy, summoning the 2 sage toads. Fukasaku and Shima, Jinjutsu, Toad Song. The melodious croaking reverberated across the battlefield, causing Obito's form to momentarily falter, but in just half a second, his Sharingan dispelled the illusion. Too slow. Obito instantly appeared behind Jiraiya, a black rod thrusting towards his back. Bang! The 3rd Hokage's Kongeran staff intercepted just in time, sparks flying. The old man Jiraiya gasped for breath. The 3rd Hokage's expression grew grave. "This fellow's abilities are quite troublesome." Obito slowly retreated, gazing down at everyone from atop the Tintails. "Struggle, you ants." Just then, Naruto suddenly shouted, Sasuke. Now, Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly, and the black flames of Amaterasu ignited on Obito. Obito let out a muffled groan but continued to sneer. Useless. His body became ethereal, and the black flames missed their target. However, this brief moment of vulnerability was seized by Jiraiya. Sage Art, supermassive Rasengan. The dazzling blue chakra sphere hurtled towards Obito's face, and the mask shattered under the tremendous impact, fragments flying and revealing a face that stunned everyone. Uchiha Obito? The third's voice trembled slightly. The battlefield fell into a deathly silence. The Jonin quickly explained to the younger ninjas. Uchiha Obito, Kakashi's former teammate. A hero who perished during the Kemui Bridge mission. Why is he here? Obito coldly regarded them, his right eye a Sharingan, and his left a Rinnegan, exuding a chilling aura. The third stepped forward, posing the crucial question, where's Kakashi? The corners of Obito's mouth twisted into a distorted smile. Him? In a place you will never find. Amidst the roar of the Ten Tails, Naruto scratched his head in confusion, pointing behind Obito. Hey, the place you said we'd never find. It can't be referring to what's behind you, right? Obito's pupils constricted, and he whirled around. The silver-haired Jonin had somehow appeared behind him, his mask obscuring half his face, with the eye that was visible calm as water. Kakashi. Obito's voice nearly squeezed out from between his teeth, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning wildly. He never expected that Kakashi, already weakened to this extent and still unhealed, would appear here. Kakashi said nothing, merely adjusting his forehead protector to cover his left eye. The Sharingan Obito had given him. The moment you chose to emerge, the voice of Dato was hauntingly deep, as if he still wished to combat me for this illusory world. Kakashi remained silent, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield, capturing the expectant expressions of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. The slight relief etched on Shikamaru's face, Orochimaru's contemplative golden slit eyes, and the astonished visage of the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. Instead of approaching Dato, he took a step and stood beside Naruto. Kakashi-sensei. Both Team 7 and Team 10 erupted in cheers, as though Kakashi's presence had tilted the scales of victory. Dato's breath hitched, and soon, the light in his eyes turned utterly frigid. Well, his chakra surged violently, causing the Ten Tails form to contort, and innumerable wooden spikes erupted from the ground, hurtling toward Kakashi. Be careful. Naruto instantly entered his Nine Tails mode, enveloped in golden chakra, shattering the incoming wooden spikes with a single punch. Sasuke's Susanoo drew its bowstring taut, releasing an arrow aimed at Dato, only to have it effortlessly negated by Kemui. Useless. Dato sneered, your attacks will never reach me. Suddenly, the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, appeared in an instant, his flying thunder god kunai spinning at his fingertips. His complex gaze fixated on Dato as he softly inquired, was that masked man during the Nine Tails incident you? Dato's body stiffened imperceptibly before quickly returning to normal. So what if it was? Minato's eyes dimmed momentarily, then regained their resolve. Why? Dato appeared to have heard something laughable, his voice rising sharply. Because the very rules of this world are fundamentally flawed. Because these so-called bonds ultimately bring only suffering. Naruto could not help but interject. You're talking nonsense. Bonds are the most important thing. Dato's gaze turned to Naruto, the hatred in his Sharingan almost palpable. What do you know, dead last? I don't know. Naruto clenched his fists, the Nine Tails chakra roaring to life. But I know that those who harm their comrades can never be heroes. Heroes? Dato seemed stung, his voice suddenly sharp. Kakashi, did you hear that? Your good student is seeking justice for you. Kakashi remained silent, yet his gaze wavered. Chapter 158. Heartfelt emotions. The dust of the battlefield had yet to settle, as Naruto formed hand seals, his body ablaze with golden chakra. Kurama, help me. The phantom of the Nine Tails coalesced behind Naruto, its large fox ears twitching, its crimson beastly eyes scanning the battlefield, ultimately locking onto Uchiha Dato. Humph, this troublesome brat again. The Nine Tails bared its teeth, its nose twitching suddenly. Its golden pupils narrowed slightly, glancing between Dato and Kakashi, as if it had caught a whiff of something intriguing. Hey, Naruto. The Nine Tails grinned widely, revealing sharp fangs. Watch closely, I will only demonstrate once. Before anyone could react, the Nine Tails raised its massive paw, chakra coalescing into a terrifying shockwave, hurtling toward Dato. Scatter! Raikage shouted, and the allied ninjas swiftly retreated, leaving a vacuum around the Nine-Tails transformed Naruto. Dato's gaze sharpened, his Rinnegan subtly shifting, as the vortex of Kamui unfurled before him, ready to absorb the attack. However, the Nine-Tails' paw suddenly veered midair. Whoosh! It snatched Kakashi, who stood behind, and hurled him toward Dato, as if he were a mere sandbag. Kakashi. Dato. The silver-haired shinobi traced a graceful parabolic arc through the air, his mask fluttering slightly in the wind, revealing a half-expressed face full of confusion. Dato instinctively loosened his grip on the kunai, which clattered to the ground. His body reacted before his mind, arms outstretched, catching the flying Kakashi securely. Then, Kamui activated. Whoosh! The two vanished together into the vortex. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The wind swept through the dust above. A few crows cawed as they flew across the sky, seemingly mocking this absurd scene. Shikamaru leisurely produced a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and uttered, "Well, now it's truly a couple space." Sakura, who had been anxiously rushing forward, halted abruptly at these words, her fist still raised in the air. She slowly turned her head to Shikamaru, then to Ino beside her. The two exchanged a glance. Silence. Yet, without uttering a word. Their eyes seemed to communicate a wealth of complex information. Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan turned slightly, his expression blank as he remarked, "Boring." Naruto scratched his head, still enveloped in Nine-Tails chakra, confusion written all over his face. "Kurama, why did you throw Kakashi-sensei over there?" The Nine-Tails lounged in his consciousness space, lazily flicking its tail. "I simply thought those two needed to talk privately." Huh. Naruto's eyes widened, but Dato is the enemy. The Nine-Tails narrowed its eyes, a knowing smile forming. "Kid, you are too young." Meanwhile, Orochimaru's golden slit pupils narrowed slightly, his tongue unconsciously licking his lips. Interesting. Jiraiya had just unearthed himself from the ground when he witnessed this scene, letting out a piercing wail. Wait, how did Kakashi get in there too? We already have one Shikamaru. Tsunade delivered a punch to his head. Shut up. Is this really the time to be thinking about that? Raikage's temples throbbed. So are we fighting or not? Koharu facepalmed. The Ten-Tails is still over there dawdling. Indeed, the Ten-Tails tilted its head, its 10 eyes blinking in confusion, seemingly pondering the philosophical dilemma of what to do now that its master had eloped with an enemy jonin. Couple space, the dim light illuminated the mountain of ninja tools and miscellaneous items, a subtle stillness hanging in the air. Dato and Kakashi stood facing each other, neither willing to speak first. Finally, Dato broke the silence with a cold laugh. "What? Are you thinking about how to escape and return to your good student?" Kakashi raised his gaze, his dark pupils calmly meeting his. "Naruto is my student. I cannot abandon him." "Ha, student." Dato's voice was low, tinged with suppressed anger. "You are always like this, Kakashi. Forever with new bonds, new responsibilities, new reasons to cast me aside." Kakashi paused slightly. "I have never abandoned you. Is that so?" Dato suddenly advanced, his Sharingan spinning wildly. "After Shinobi Bridge, why are you still alive? Why can you carry on as if nothing happened and become a teacher? Why can you?" His voice faltered, as if he suddenly realized he had lost control, and he forcefully swallowed the latter half of his sentence. Kakashi gazed into his eyes, speaking softly, "Dato, I miss Rin too." Those words struck Dato like a blunt knife, piercing deep into his chest. His fingers clenched involuntarily, nails digging into his palm. "You do not deserve to utter her name." His voice was hoarse. "If it weren't for you, if I hadn't killed Rin, if I hadn't disappointed you, if I had discovered sooner that you were still alive." Kakashi interrupted him. "Dato, I have pondered those ifs countless times. But is the illusion of the Ten-Tails truly what you desire? A false Rin, a distorted world?" Dato's breathing grew labored, the patterns of his Mangekyo twisting for a moment. "What do you understand? In that world, everyone can find happiness, including you?" Kakashi suddenly asked. "Would you allow yourself to find happiness in that world?" Dato froze. Kakashi stepped forward, reaching out to touch his shoulder. But Dato abruptly recoiled. "Do not touch me." There was a barely perceptible tremor in Dato's voice. "You always lull others into complacency with gentle words, only to betray them once again." "I have never betrayed you." "Then which side are you on now?" Daito suddenly erupted in fury, seizing Kakashi by the collar. "Konohagakure? Naruto? Or this damned, deceitful world?" Kakashi did not resist. He merely regarded him with calmness. "I stand on the side of hope that you can turn back." The pupils of Daito constricted violently, as if pierced by Kakashi's words. He forcefully shoved Kakashi away, swiftly forming hand seals. Since words fail, let strength make you understand. Kakashi quickly retreated, adopting a defensive stance. However, Daito did not launch an attack. Instead, he unexpectedly grasped Kakashi's wrist, compelling him to cooperate in forming seals. "Lend me a hand." Daito's voice was low and ominous. Kakashi frowned, yet his weakened state rendered him incapable of breaking free. Their fingers intertwined, and Daito deliberately slowed the pace of the hand seals. Wu-si. Kakashi focused intently on his movements, entirely oblivious to the fact that this sequence represented love in ninja sign language. Daito's gaze remained fixed on him, eagerly awaiting even the slightest flicker of emotion in Kakashi's eyes. But Kakashi merely executed the seals mechanically, his expression filled with vigilance. As anticipated, Daito released his grip. The light in his eyes extinguished. "You don't care at all." Kakashi stared at him blankly. "What?" Chapter 159. Heartfelt confession. The air had thickened to the point one could almost wring water from it. Daito stood still, his expression beneath the shattered mask twisted momentarily. The realization that Kakashi had not perceived his feelings struck him like a dull blade, slowly and cruelly gouging at his heart. Indeed, this world was false. His fingers instinctively brushed against his chest, where the cursed mark left by Obito coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent. The first step to destruction was to break free from Obito's control. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Daito's eyes, but soon, his gaze returned to Kakashi, who was warily watching him with silver hair and a vigilant black right eye. Daito suddenly laughed, the sound low and dangerous. "Kakashi, shall we play a game?" Kakashi frowned. "What?" "A simulated battle." Daito slowly removed his mask, revealing a face marred by scars, reminiscent of their childhood. Kakashi's pupils constricted slightly. "The rules are simple." Daito conjured a pitch-black rod in his hand. "You kill me once, or I kill you once." Kakashi's breath caught in his throat as he recalled Shikamaru's whispered warning before departing. "Be careful. Daito might make you reveal your heart." At the time, he had thought Shikamaru was jesting. Now he understood. "Fine." Kakashi replied softly, his fingers slowly reaching for his ninja tool pouch. The two charged towards each other, reminiscent of their training days at Konohagakure years prior. Daito's mind flooded with memories of Kakashi, the way he yawned in the sunlight, the resigned expression on his face when they were late, the sight of him placing flowers at the memorial stone. Meanwhile, Kakashi's mind was solely occupied with one thought. He absolutely must not pierce Daito's heart. The black rod and kunai intertwined in the air. Thud. Daito intentionally misdirected the rod, only piercing Kakashi's shoulder. Conversely, Kakashi altered the direction of his kunai at the last moment, tightly gripping its end, directing the sharp tip towards his own heart. Daito's pupils dilated. Everything transformed into slow motion. The sound of the kunai penetrating flesh. The warm sensation of blood splattering onto Daito's face. Kakashi's body slowly slumping down. Cough. Blood froth escaped the corner of Kakashi's mouth, his vision blurring, yet his fingers stubbornly brushed against Daito's face, gently wiping away the blood. Daito's voice was barely a whisper. "I have dreamed countless times of the day Rin died." Daito's breath hitched. Each time, I wished it were me who had died. Kakashi's fingers grew weaker, but he still struggled to remove his mask, revealing a pale smile. His fingertips finally grazed Daito's eye corner. "No one can compare to you in my heart." His arms fell limp. Kakashi's eyes slowly closed. Daito stood frozen, the blood on his face still fresh. His mind was a blank slate. Was Kakashi dying? Because of him? This realization struck him like thunder, causing all his hatred, anger, and obsession to collapse in that moment. No. Daito trembled as he lifted Kakashi, his palms frantically pressing against the wound that gushed forth blood. "You cannot die. I will not allow it." His voice was hoarse, the kaleidoscope spinning violently, tears of blood flowing in streams. Indeed, the cycle of rebirth. Daito seemed to grasp a lifeline, preparing to form seals, but suddenly felt the body in his arms shift slightly. Daito queried, "Huh?" At Kakashi's wound, visible granulation began to stir, cells regenerating at an astonishing rate. Daito's expression shifted from despair to shock, then anger, ultimately settling into a complex, near-collapsed emotion. He ground his teeth. "Did you scheme against me?" Kakashi weakly opened one eye, revealing a cunning smile. "It goes both ways." Daito abruptly embraced him tightly, the force nearly causing the freshly healed wound to split open again. "If you dare," his voice muffled against Kakashi's shoulder, "I will truly destroy the world." Kakashi gently patted his back. "Understood." After a moment's pause, He added in a low voice. However, Shikamaru was right. You truly do care about me. Daito's head shot up. Nara Shikamaru. Kakashi blinked innocently. Daito's expression darkened ominously. I will kill him first when we get out. No. Kakashi restrained his hand. He belongs to Orochimaru. Outside the couple's space, Shikamaru suddenly shivered. Strange. Why do I feel like someone is thinking of me in the Kamui space? Orochimaru silently approached, his golden slit pupils narrowing slightly. Heh. The others exchanged glances, murmuring. Without the call of its master, the Ten Tails ceased its assault. Ah! Naruto shouted. When will Kakashi-sensei come out? Shikamaru glanced at his watch, calmly stating. According to standard developments, they will need at least 20 minutes for in-depth communication. Sakura, Ino, Sasuke, TSK, Naruto. So shall we fight the Ten Tails first? Just as the allied forces prepared to regroup, the whirlpool of Kamui unfolded once more. Daito emerged with a dark expression, followed by a slightly disheveled Kakashi, limping. Shikamaru's cigarette fell to the ground. So soon? Chapter 160. Friendship of Konohagakure. The whirlpool of the Kamui space slowly distorted, and the figures of Daito and Kakashi reappeared on the battlefield. In stark contrast to the previous tense atmosphere, Daito's demeanor had noticeably calmed, even bearing a hint of barely perceptible softness. Kakashi appeared somewhat weakened, his steps faltering momentarily. Daito instantly moved to support his arm. Thank you, Kakashi murmured. Daito turned his face away. Let's talk. This scene plunged the allied forces into an eerie silence. The whirlpool of the Kamui space had not fully dissipated, yet the battlefield erupted into chaos. Kyuubi rested in Naruto's consciousness, its 9 tails proudly swaying. See, little brat? I told you they needed to talk alone. Naruto blinked his bright blue eyes, suddenly breaking into a radiant smile. Kyuubi is amazing. It seems Uncle Daito and Kakashi-sensei have reconciled. They look like such good friends. Bang. Sakura punched Naruto on the back of his head, causing the blonde youth to crouch down, cradling his head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sakura, why did you hit me? Sakura gritted her teeth, exclaiming, idiot. Naruto, feeling wronged, raised his head and defiantly pointed at Sasuke, saying, Sasuke and I are also such good friends. We are better than Obito and Kakashi. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with countless meaningful glances. Another pair of individuals murmured softly to each other. Sasuke's ears visibly reddened, and he abruptly turned his head away, muttering, idiot, trailing behind. Hey, why are you insulting me, Sasuke? Naruto jumped up. Aren't we the best of friends? Sasuke replied. The ninjas from other villages have already begun to whisper. Is the friendship in Konoha always this intense? I heard they even have a nickname village of true friends. No wonder the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara had such a history. Terumi May chuckled softly, covering her lips. What a passionate village. On the other hand, Inoki floated in midair, looking disdainful, while Raikage felt his temples throb with irritation. Is this the style of Konoha ninjas? Tsunade smashed a boulder beside her with a punch, her roar echoing across the battlefield. I want to abdicate. The third Hokage, leaning on his kanabo, coughed twice, his face turning red. Youth is wonderful. Amidst this chaos, a terrifying chakra suddenly descended from the sky, causing the ground to crack. Uchiha Madara stood proudly atop a giant rock, his long hair swirling in the chakra's gusts, his rinnegan flickering with icy fury. Obito's voice was low and menacing. You dare to lift my seal? He slowly raised his head, his Sharingan igniting with battle intent. Madara. Kakashi instinctively moved forward, but Obito pulled him back. Don't interfere. Naruto excitedly rolled up his sleeves. Shall we have a 2-on-2? Sasuke, let's go? Sasuke replied. Who wants to team up with you? Naruto persistently clung to Sasuke. We are clearly better than them. Look, even Uncle Obito is helping Kakashi-sensei. He attempted to throw an arm around Sasuke's shoulders. Sasuke swiftly dodged, the skeletal form of Susanoo expanding instantly, trailing behind. Know your place. Wow. Sasuke, the color of your Susanoo is truly beautiful. Terumi May had somehow moved beside Temari, asking with a smile, isn't the Kazekage going to manage this? Temari glanced at Gaara, who was engaged in a tug-of-war with Kankuro over puppet parts, and sighed. He's in a good mood right now. Don't disturb him. In a hushed tone, Akimichi Choji asked Karui, has Konoha always been like this? Karui counted on her fingers. The last 5 Kage summit was even more spectacular. I heard about the walls in the Hokage's office. Karui. Inoki warned with a dust release. In the center of the battlefield, Madara's Rinnegan subtly shifted, observing Obito shielding Kakashi, and suddenly sneered, "Interesting. It seems you have chosen the most foolish path." Obito tightened his grip on the flame fan. "Madara, you simply do not understand." "Indeed, I do not." Madara's chakra erupted violently. "But I know that the fate of a traitor is singular." Hashirama suddenly descended from the sky. A giant hand formed of wood release, steadying Madara's attack. "Madara, wait." "Kakashi's mother. You are interrupting again. We can discuss this." Silence. Just as the two legendary ninjas were about to engage in friendly banter, the Ten Tails let out a mournful wail. Everyone turned to see Shikamaru, accompanied by Ino and Choji, stealthily maneuvering to the rear. Utilizing the shadow imitation technique in conjunction with the mind-body switch technique to temporarily restrain the Ten Tails. "Well done, Shikamaru," Sakura exclaimed excitedly. Naruto, dumbfounded, remarked. "So it can be done this way?" Sasuke snorted. "That's why I said you're trailing behind." Obito, witnessing this scene, suddenly turned to Kakashi. "Do you all operate this chaotically?" Kakashi pulled down his mask, revealing a weary yet proud smile. "These are my students." Madara's expression darkened, a dangerous glint flickering in his Rinnegan. "It seems I must first eliminate the small fry." Hashirama immediately sensed the tension. "Madara, your opponent is me." Enough. The battlefield plunged back into chaos, but this time, the air seemed charged with something different. Reikage fought while stealing glances at Killer Bee and Sasuke's coordination. While Inoki occasionally looked at his granddaughter and Deidara's artistic collaboration, even Terumi May began to consider whether to arrange a marriage with a Konoha ninja. Only Tsunade, after punching away a white Zetsu, roared at the sky, "Shizun, draft my abdication document when we return." Shizun weakly clutched a small pig, but Tsunade-sama. "This is already the 5th time. This time it's for real." Chapter 161. Aloe Vera. The chakra storm on the battlefield swept through everything, and the clash between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama shook the very heavens. Amid the Ten Tails' roars, the allied ninjas struggled to maintain their formation. And in the midst of this chaos, Nara Shikamaru squinted his eyes, locking onto a sneaky white figure at the edge of the battlefield. "Choji, 9 o'clock, he whispered. "That guy is trying to slip away." Akimichi Choji, munching on chips, followed Shikamaru's gaze to see a half-buried white Zetsu attempting to burrow underground. Its aloe-like leaves barely visible on the sandy surface. "Understood." Choji instantly activated his multi-size technique, Human Bullet Tank. His massive spherical form thundered across the battlefield, sending the white Zetsu flying as it peeked out. At the same time, several chakra threads suddenly struck from the side, expertly ensnaring the white Zetsu's limbs. "Sasori?" Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. The scorpion of the red sand approached, controlling his puppets, the tail of his Hiriko dangerously swaying. "Don't get me wrong. I am merely very interested in you." Bound, the white Zetsu struggled violently, yelling, "Sasori, how dare you betray us?" Sasori smirked, tightening the chakra threads. "I was never your comrade." Shikamaru swiftly formed hand seals, his sage art chakra transforming into dark shadow binding techniques, wrapping around the white Zetsu's body. Sage art, black coffin binding. Let me go?" The white Zetsu's screams were piercing. "You have no idea what you are truly fighting against." Shikamaru remained unfazed. Turning to Orochimaru, "Can this guy be completely eliminated?" Orochimaru, with his golden slit pupils glimmering dangerously, approached leisurely. "Currently, there is no definitive method. However, as experimental material, he is quite suitable." Sasori interjected, "I can provide the Sand Village's sealing techniques in assistance." Orochimaru's gaze turned icy. "Not needed." Sasori remained unperturbed, looking at Shikamaru. A low laugh emanating from beneath his mask. "Shikamaru, what do you think?" Shikamaru stroked his chin, suddenly smiling. Collaborative research could be feasible. Orochimaru's expression darkened completely, his serpentine eyes fixed on Sasori, while Sasori returned a challenging gaze, his lips silently moving. "There is plenty of time ahead." The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Choji timidly raised his hand. "Shouldn't we deal with this first?" He pointed at the tightly bound and cursing white Zetsu. Shikamaru sighed. "Let us hand him over to headquarters." Sasori quickly retracted his puppets, casting a meaningful glance at Orochimaru as he left. "It seems our cooperation must be postponed." Orochimaru sneered, a white snake darting from his sleeve to swiftly consume a segment of the white Zetsu's arm as a sample. "Don't be too confident, Sasori." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Shikamaru's forehead. Just then, a specially crafted sand village puppet spider crawled up beside him, with Sasori's voice emanating from it. Have you thought it over? Regarding the collaboration research, Orochimaru's sleeve suddenly burst forth with 3 white snakes. Wait, this is the battlefield. Maru hurriedly tried to mediate the situation, but his eyes gleamed upon seeing the secret scroll from Sunagakure delivered through Scorpion's puppet. However, the sealing technique truly astonished him. Nara Shikamaru's breathless voice suddenly emanated from behind. What are you doing? The scroll in Maru's hand fell to the ground with a thud, revealing the title Complete Forbidden Techniques of Sunagakure on its cover. The father and son exchanged glances for 3 seconds, and Shikamaru slowly raised the military fan in his hand. Dad, let me explain. This is a tactical necessity. Chapter 162. Caged birds. The roar of the ten tails shattered the clouds within 100 miles, its enormous eye suddenly opening, casting a blinding red light over the battlefield. Reminiscent of a blood moon. As the tailed beast bomb capable of rending space was hurled toward Naruto, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Ryobu Shuangshi Quan. Hinata, with bulging veins around her Byakugan, displayed an unprecedented agility, placing herself before Naruto as Azure Chakra transformed into a roaring lion's head. Yet, it was evident to all that this was far from sufficient to withstand the full force of the ten tails. Bagua Zhang, Huitian. Niji's figure flashed like a specter, his rotating body generating an absolute defensive chakra. Just as Huitian was about to collide with the tailed beast bomb, a shadow suddenly flew in from the side. Bang! Maru, pursued by Shikamaru, kicked Sasuke in the back, forcefully propelling him into the fray. Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan abruptly contracted, and the ribs of his Susanoo expanded instantaneously. Damn it! The violet-black chakra collided with the tailed beast bomb, and the explosive shockwave uprooted the ground within 100 meters. As the dust settled, onlookers beheld Niji kneeling on one knee, the barrier of Huitian torn apart, his white attire stained with blood. Sasuke's Susanoo had lost an arm and glared furiously at Maru. Hinata trembled while cradling the unconscious Naruto. Her Byakugan fixated on the cursed seal glowing ominously on Niji's forehead. Her voice was barely audible. If it weren't for this flaw, the entire Konoha camp fell into an eerie silence. The Hyuga clan members instinctively touched their foreheads, while the elders of the main family wore expressions of fury. Shikamaru's military fan snapped with a crack. Nara Maru, you will explain yourself. Maru deftly evaded his father's pursuit while shouting, it's a tactical necessity. Sasuke's Susanoo compensates for the 37-degree defense blind spot of Huitian. This is the optimal solution. You're using Uchiha as a shield. He agreed to it himself. Sasuke interjected. On the other end of the battlefield, Obito observed the scene. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth beneath his mask. Has Konoha always been this lively? Kakashi silently lowered his mask to cover his flushed face. Am I too late to defect now? Madara's Rinnegan flickered slightly. Then he burst into laughter. Interesting. Truly fascinating. Is this the Konoha you protect? A village that schemes even against its own? What do you know? Niji suddenly looked up, the cursed seal on his forehead beginning to crack. This is our ninja way. With a light crack, a fragment of the caged bird seal shattered. The Hyuga clan leader's face turned pale. Impossible. Hinata's eyes ignited with an unprecedented determination. Father, as the heir of the Hyuga clan, I declare. Her voice resonated across the battlefield. Effective immediately, the caged bird seal is abolished. A clamor erupted throughout the crowd. The elders of the main family collectively erupted in rage. Hinata, do you know what you're saying? The response came from Niji's sudden eruption of 64 palms and Sasuke's cold retort. You're all so loud. Even more astonishing was that Hanabi had appeared behind her father, her gentle fist accurately striking his chakra points. Sister is right. Hayashi looked at his 2 daughters in disbelief. I'm sorry, father. Hinata's voice was soft yet resolute. But I can no longer watch my family harm one another. Amidst the chaos, the ten tails suddenly emitted a pained howl. Everyone turned to see that Obito and Kakashi had somehow circled behind it, using Kimui in tandem with Raikiri to forcefully tear through the ten tails' defenses. Obito, slightly breathless, remarked, looks like we stole the spotlight. Kakashi chuckled lightly. You'll get used to it. Madara's expression darkened ominously. You insignificant insects. Hashirama suddenly descended from the sky, slamming Madara into the ground with a wood release technique. Madara, look over here. The battlefield presented an absurd yet fervent scene. The internal strife of the Hyuga clan. The chase between the Nara father and son, the awkward cooperation of the Uchiha brothers, and Hinata conducting a ceremonial rite amidst the ruins. Lumaru seized the opportunity to sidle up to Scorpion. Are you now interested in collaborating on a technique to break the curse seal? Scorpion observed the commotion within the Hyuga clan, a low chuckle emanating from beneath his puppet mask, more entertaining than I had anticipated. Orochimaru's golden slitted eyes narrowed dangerously. Lumaru, have you forgotten something? A chill ran down Lumaru's spine as he was suddenly immobilized by the shadow imitation technique. Shikaku approached, holding the broken military fan in hand. You little brat, we need to have a serious talk. Meanwhile, within the medical tent, Naruto groggily woke up. Seeing Hinata with tear-streaked eyes, and instinctively uttered, "Huh? Did I miss something again?" Sakura smashed a nearby rock with a punch. Boys are such idiots. Chapter 163. Death in the center of the battlefield. The roar of the Ten Tails reverberated through the heavens, its immense chakra distorting space and staining the sky a foreboding blood red. Naruto, enveloped in the golden chakra of the Nine Tails, stood at the forefront, flanked by Sasuke, who had his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of coolness, alongside Sakura, the only one still retaining her composure. The three faced the Ten Tails, their momentum unwavering. Hey Sasuke, Naruto grinned. Don't hold us back this time. Sasuke scoffed. The talkative underdog is still as verbose as ever. Sakura clenched her fists, veins popping on her forehead. Is this really the time for you two to show off? At that moment, Madara's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Standing atop the Ten Tails, a flicker of doubt passed through his Rinnegan as the chakra of the Ten Tails surged uncontrollably, even beginning to backlash against his control. What is happening? Madara ground his teeth, attempting to suppress it with his Rinnegan, only to discover that the Ten Tails' power was expanding at an alarming rate. As if something within it was awakening, Lumaru's voice suddenly echoed across the battlefield through the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan. Everyone, listen closely. The true purpose of the Ten Tails and the White Zetsu is not to create a new world. They merely wish to resurrect Otsutsuki Kagaya. Choji, munching on chips, inquired. Lumaru, how do you know this? Lumaru replied nonchalantly. Oh, I just captured one of the Zetsu and had a little chat. The crowd gasped. Both Obito and Madara turned their gazes upon Lumaru, shock evident in their eyes. What did you say? Obito's voice was low and dangerous. Resurrecting Kagaya? Lumaru nodded. Exactly. The so-called infinite Tsukuyomi is merely the ritual for Kagaya's resurrection. You have been manipulated. Madara's expression darkened to an extreme, the fury in his Rinnegan nearly manifesting. Impossible. Obito fell into a brief silence, then coldly laughed. So, even the new world was a fabrication? Kakashi approached him, gently patting his shoulder. Obito did not look at him, but murmured, Kakashi, you said you would always be by my side, right? Kakashi nodded. Yes. Obito remained silent for a moment before suddenly saying, then, in the future, let us go visit Rin's grave together. Kakashi was taken aback. Then a tender smile graced his features. All right. Obito maintained a stoic facade, but internally he was elated. Victory. From now on, he could openly visit the grave with Kakashi. Sasuke cast a cold glance at them, spitting out two words. Hypocrites. Die too, Kakashi. Yet, as the crowd stood in shock at the revelation of the truth, the rampage of the Ten Tails reached its zenith. It let out a deafening roar, and the tailed beast balls within its maw rapidly coalesced, targeting the medical troops stationed behind. There, the heads of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, countless medical ninjas, and severely injured personnel were present. This is bad. Nara Shikamaru's pupils dilated, and he immediately relayed orders through a secret technique. Everyone, evacuate at once. But it was too late. The speed of the tailed beast ball was overwhelming, and its range far too extensive to evade. Akimichi Dingza, Nara Shikaku, and Yamanaka Inoichi exchanged glances and made a unanimous decision. Dingji, ensure you eat well from now on. Shikamaru, don't overexert yourself. Ino, your father is proud of you. The three's chakras surged simultaneously, prepared to unleash their final technique at the cost of their own lives, hoping to buy even a fleeting second for those behind. The radiance of the tailed beast ball was now just within reach. At that critical moment, a colossal white serpent suddenly erupted from the ground, resolutely blocking the path of the tailed beast ball. Orochimaru. Tsunade gazed in astonishment at the distance. Orochimaru stood at the edge of the battlefield, his golden slit pupils narrowing slightly, his expression unusually grave. However, in the blink of an eye, his demeanor shifted dramatically. For Shikamaru, who had been standing beside him, had vanished. In a flash, a shadow appeared, and Shikamaru had placed himself between the tailed beast ball and the clans of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi. Shikamaru. Orochimaru's voice nearly tore through the air. Shikamaru formed hand seals, his sage chakra surging wildly, as his dark shadow expanded like a shield. Sage art, shadow binding shield. The moment the tailed beast ball collided with the shadow shield, a blinding white light engulfed everything. Chapter 164. Out of control. The chakra threads of Scorpion barely grazed Shikamaru's clothing before being violently swept away. Get lost. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils shrank to pinpoints as the white serpent emerging from his sleeve instantly crushed Scorpion's puppet. He caught the falling Shikamaru, his arm trembling from the exertion. The silver totem on Shikamaru's body emitted a faint glow, a life-and-death contract seal intricately inscribed by Orochimaru himself, now flickering in tandem with its master's waning vitality. His breath was nearly imperceptible, and the blood seeping from his lips stained Orochimaru's attire. Shikamaru. Ino and Dingji's anguished cries were heart-wrenching. The heads of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans rushed to his side, with Akimichi Dingza's imposing figure shielding the front, while Yamanaka and Noichi's mental prowess frantically scanned Shikamaru's condition, and Nara Shikaku, usually composed, dug his fingers deeply into his palm, blood dripping through his fingers. Orochimaru. Shikaku's voice was hoarse. Save him. Orochimaru did not respond. His long fingers pressed against Shikamaru's chest. Green medical chakra mingling with a bizarre, serpentine regeneration technique flowing into the young man's body. Tsunade soon arrived. The brilliance of the 100 healings technique intertwining with the serpent's medical ninjutsu, yet still failing to halt the dimming of the silver seal. Tsunade's gaze fell upon the frantic loss of the totem, her pupils contracting. Have you lost your mind? Scorpion's puppet arm was reassembled, silently joining the healing efforts. 3 of the legendary Sannin, the genius puppeteer from Sunigakure, and the once unyielding Orochimaru now knelt in a pool of blood, desperately attempting to save a 17-year-old boy. Orochimaru suddenly hissed, his fingers brushing over another miniature technique hidden at Shikamaru's neck, the life-saving contract of the White Snake Sage. He had already reversed the master-servant relationship. Tsunade then realized that within Shikamaru flowed not only chakra, but also a strand of natural energy from the Ryuchi cave. This power was forcibly sustaining his last breath, ensuring that even if the host perished, the contract backlash would not affect Orochimaru. This little rascal. Orochimaru's voice twisted beyond recognition. When did you? Fragments of memories flashed. 3 months ago, Shikamaru had actively requested to learn sage techniques. 2 weeks ago, the potion he accidentally knocked over was precisely the key material for reversing the contract. Even last night, the boy had laughed and asked if Uncle Snake was afraid of being implicated by him. Everything was premeditated. You think this is clever? Orochimaru tightened his grip on Shikamaru's collar, his serpentine eyes swirling with uncharacteristic rage and fear. What I want is the living Nara Shikamaru, not a breathing corpse. On the other end of the battlefield, Naruto, transformed by the 9 tails, had torn through the skin of the 10 tails, but suddenly turned back. Sasuke. Shikamaru, focus. Jiraiya's chaotic mane pulled the 2 back into the fray. Don't let that kid's sacrifice be in vain. Sasuke's Rinnegan caught sight of the scene in the medical area, and the Susanu's bow suddenly aimed at the core of the 10 tails. The stragglers, finish it quickly. Sasuke, do it. Avenge Shikamaru. Naruto, bathed in golden 9 tails chakra, felt the patterns of sage mode emerge upon his face. He clasped his hands together, massive natural energy converging in his palms, transforming into an enormous spiral shuriken. Sage art, super-tailed beast spiral shuriken. The spiral shuriken sliced through the downpour, striking directly at the 10 tails head. Simultaneously, Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan whirled, and the purple Susanoo arose. Amaterasu and Gutsu. The spiral shuriken and black flames struck the 10 tails head in unison, the explosive shockwave instantaneously evaporating the surrounding rain. The 10 tails let out a heart-wrenching howl. A massive hole blasted into its head, but soon, the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. TCH, its regenerative ability, is too strong. Naruto gritted his teeth. Sasuke coldly urged, don't stop, continue the assault. You too. Don't be reckless. Jiraiya leapt into the air, his hands forming seals. The sage patterns on his cheeks becoming increasingly pronounced. Fukasaku and Shima, the two sages, stood upon his shoulders, natural energy gathering wildly. Sage art, 5 right guards. A combination of fire release, wind release, and oil release transformed into a raging sea of flames, instantly engulfing the right half of the Ten-Tails. The Ten-Tail skin charred, but it violently whipped its tail, unleashing a massive wave of chakra that surged toward Jiraiya. Kamui. Daitu's figure suddenly appeared, his Mangekyo Sharingan activated. The Ten-Tails attack being instantaneously absorbed into another dimension. Humph, finally some utility. Sasuke glanced at Daitu's. Daitu smirked. Little brat, don't get too cocky. Daitu, cover me. Kakashi's figure darted through the battlefield like lightning, his Sharingan firmly locking onto the Ten-Tails core. Lightning flickered in his right hand, the shriek of Raikiri slicing through the rainy night. Lightning cutter, sharp spear. Lightning chakra manifested into a spear, thrusting directly at the Ten-Tails' chest. However, the Ten-Tails' chakra armor was too formidable. The Raikiri penetrated only a few inches before being repelled. No good, can't break through its defenses. Kakashi swiftly retreated. Daitu narrowed his eyes. Then let us use this. He suddenly grasped Kakashi's arm, the vortex of Kamui warping around the two. Combination technique, Kamui Raikiri. Daitu's Kamui tore through space, Kakashi's Raikiri piercing through the rift directly, plunging deep into the Ten-Tails' core. Roar! The Ten-Tails emitted an earth-shattering lament, its massive body trembling violently. What the hell? That's powerful. Is this the strength of love? A certain unnamed ninja from another village mused. The sky above the rain village was stained crimson by the flames of battle, dense raindrops laced with smoke plummeting down. The explosions reverberating from the front lines roared like muffled thunder, yet at this moment, Orochimaru remained oblivious to it all. He knelt within the medical tent. Shikamaru lying pale on the stretcher before him, a gaping wound visible to the bone on his chest, continuously bleeding. Orochimaru's nails dug deeply into his palm. The image of Shikamaru lying in a pool of blood haunting him. At that moment, he was so close yet failed to save the boy who had captured his heart. In his memory, Nara Shikamaru's languid demeanor and astute appearance transformed into a blade, piercing his heart with relentless anguish. His blood mingled with the rain, making it indistinguishable whether it was the rain or the outpouring of his own inner torment. The chakra surging within him erupted uncontrollably, an invisible pressure sweeping across the battlefield like a dark tide. How infuriating! Tsunade slammed her palm onto the table beside her, exclaiming, Orochimaru, your condition is utterly unfit for treatment. Do not let your emotions hinder the rescue. She gazed at the swirling black mist enveloping Orochimaru, sensing the restless chakra imbued with a nearly frenzied desire for slaughter. Suddenly, a cacophony of screams erupted outside the nearby medical tent, and the ground began to tremble violently. Scorpion, his expression devoid of emotion, blocked Tsunade's path, his gaze fixed on the surging black tide outside the tent. Let him continue. Interrupting now would be far more perilous. Before the words could settle, countless serpents erupted from the earth, including the horned viper of the desert, the bamboo viper of the rainforest, and even the frost-scale serpent from the far north, converging toward Yuin village across mountains and rivers. The serpentine crimson pupils reflected the flames of war, their hissing merging into a cacophonous wave that sent shivers through the entire ninja realm. Tsunade stared at the serpents blotting out the sun, her pupils constricting in alarm. What is he doing? These serpents are not meant for healing. It was instinct. The joints of Scorpion's puppets clicked ominously, his subconscious summoning all forces, even those he could not control. His gaze fell upon Orochimaru's trembling fingertips, which were unconsciously forming the seals for a destructive, forbidden technique. Orochimaru's consciousness had long since sunk into a dark abyss, his blood-stained visage interwoven with fragmented memories. He recalled the boy lounging beneath a tree, languidly complaining about troubles, and the pair of eyes that always seemed to perceive the world with clarity, shining with brilliance as they analyzed strategies. Within the swirling vortex of rampaging chakra, he roared, channeling power into Shikamaru's body, unable to discern whether he was healing or merely releasing his murderous intent. The serpents outside the tent began to frenzy, attacking the surrounding enemies indiscriminately, their fangs and forked tongues corroding even the rocks. We must stop him. Tsunade unleashed the Byakuga seal. only to be obstructed by Scorpion's crimson-threaded puppet. You cannot stop this. Scorpion's voice trembled slightly, an unusual occurrence, as he was sacrificing his own life. Shikamaru was his weakness. His obsession. Chapter 165. Sacrifice. The sky over Yuan village was shrouded in blood-red clouds, the acrid rain mingling with smoke, drenching the ruins below. The entire city seemed to be enveloped in a colossal serpent's nest, with vibrant serpent heads emerging from the cracks in the buildings and serpents oozing from the drainage pipes. Even the Akatsuki insignia atop the towering structure was crushed by a massive python. Have these serpents gone mad? Fukasaku, summoned from the Toad realm, was nearly overturned by the wave of snakes. Jiraiya, are you sure we're not here for a serpent matchmaking event? Jiraiya stood atop Fukasaku's head, his expression grave. Enough chatter. Watch your right. Naruto, in his nine-tails form, tore through a rock serpent, turning to shout, Frog Dragon, don't eat those snakes. You'll get a stomachache. But they smell like takoyaki. Fukasaku swallowed hard, suddenly chased by an electrified purple serpent. In the heart of the battlefield, Orochimaru's transformation had entered its final phase. His left half had completely turned serpentine, grayish-blue scales creeping up his neck, and his once effeminate features now bore in human angles. Most terrifying was his gaze. The right eye retained a human pupil, while the left had transformed into a golden slit akin to that of the white snake sage, exuding the cold emptiness characteristic of a predatory creature. The price is all your life force. The voice of the white snake sage echoed through the clouds, mingling with the wails of death. Orochimaru lowered his gaze to Shikamaru, whose breath was weak in his arms. Raindrops fell upon the boy's pale face, evoking memories of a snowy night when this dark-haired youth had come to him with a chessboard, saying, Snake Uncle, playing chess is far more interesting than conducting experiments. Take it. Orochimaru's voice hissed like a serpent. Purple lightning descended from above, and the natural energy of the dragon cave surged into his body like a tsunami. Suddenly, all the accumulated water in Yuan village began to boil, and thousands of water serpents soared into the sky, intertwining to form a colossal summoning array. Senjutsu, all serpents share in sorrow. As the technique came to fruition, the last vestige of warmth vanished from Orochimaru's right eye. Tsunade was performing cardiac resuscitation on Shikamaru when she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She looked up to meet Orochimaru's completely icy gaze and witnessed his body rapidly aging. At that moment, Yuan village had transformed into a serpent's hell, with venomous snakes launching indiscriminate attacks. The chakra threads of the Sand Village's puppet masters were entangled with serpent corpses, and Temari's fan stirred up a bloody storm with each swing. The Mist Village ninjas danced with the snakes in a watery prison technique, while Terumi Mei's molten release turned the serpents into desiccated husks. The Cloud Village's brawny men unleashed their lightning techniques, with Raikage roaring as he swung a giant python like a lightning rod. The worst fate befell the Rock Village troops, where Inoki's dust release left a trail of serpent remnants in its wake. Art is an explosion, Deidara exclaimed, perched atop a clay owl, frantically bombing the area, only to produce a pile of severed serpent limbs. It never ends. The phantom of the white snake sage suddenly contracted, and all the serpents raised their heads in unison. Hissing, they began to self-destruct, their flesh infused with natural energy transforming into green luminescence, drifting skyward like backward raindrops. The green luminescence coalesced in the rain, forming a brilliant galaxy, while the phantom of the white snake sage voraciously consumed Orochimaru's life force. Shikamaru, cradled in Orochimaru's arms, suddenly convulsed violently, expelling a mouthful of black blood marked with serpentine patterns. Tsunade's healing ninjutsu nearly shattered under this force. Stop! You will die? Tsunade's cries were drowned out by the cacophony of serpents. Orochimaru's hair turned gray at a visible rate, and serpent patterns crawled across his face. Yet he held Shikamaru tighter, a twisted smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Scorpion's puppet shattered instantaneously, and he staggered against the tent pole, the crimson puppet threads digging deep into his palm. Jiraiya wielded the Mayaboka scroll, unleashing oil techniques from the toads that ignited vast swathes of fire amongst the serpents, yet could not halt the self-destructive serpents. This is a forbidden technique of the Dragon Cave. He watched as Orochimaru's form gradually became transparent, his pupils contracting in horror. He was sacrificing himself to the forces of nature. Naruto, with his nine tails cloak corroded by serpent venom, suddenly turned to the center of the battlefield. Within the whirlpool of golden slit pupils, he witnessed Orochimaru's soul being torn asunder, the serpentine chakra entwined around Shikamaru, forming a protective net woven from life itself. Wait. Naruto attempted to rush forward, but was ensnared by a giant serpent coiling around his ankle. As the last serpent dissolved into luminescence, Orochimaru's body collapsed with a thunderous crash. Shikamaru's eyelashes trembled as he opened his eyes, beholding the gradually transparent figure whose once malevolent visage had shed all sharpness, leaving only a childlike purity of tenderness. Do not frown. Orochimaru's fingertips brushed against Shikamaru's taut brow, his voice lighter than a spider's silk, whispering of their promise to play chess. Tsunade's Byakugan seal detonated in the air, yet she could only futilely grasp at a dissipating thread of chakra. Is this the price of pursuing eternity? Shikamaru gazed at the remnants of serpent scales in his palm, the rainwater failing to wash away their warmth. In the distance, Deidara's anguished cries echoed. His explosive artistry felt so pale and powerless in the face of this life sacrifice. The luminescence in the sky began to coalesce into serpentine forms, soaring toward the dragon cave, each glimmer carrying Orochimaru's final obsession. When the first rays of sunlight pierced through the blood clouds, all that remained upon the ruins of Yuin village were the discarded serpent skins. Shikamaru clutched the tattered chessboard in his hands, suddenly hearing a familiar sneer beside him. What a bother. Next time, you take the black pieces. The wind rustled a few dry leaves, and in a moment of reverie, he seemed to glimpse that serpentine figure leaning against the crumbling wall, eyes shimmering with an unprecedented clarity. Chapter 166. The gamble. Shikamaru's tears fell upon the remaining serpent scales of Orochimaru, creating delicate ripples. The smoke of battle has yet to dissipate, and the mingling scent of blood and a sweet, serpentine aroma permeates the air. He curls up amidst the ruins, gazing at the scales in his palm. Warm to the touch, while his throat feels as if it is constricted by 1,000 threads, each breath a painful endeavor. Such an unsightly expression. A hoarse voice suddenly emanates from above, laced with familiar mockery and languor. Nara Shikamaru freezes, abruptly looking up, only to be met by a pair of golden, slit-like eyes. Orochimaru's silver hair falls in disarray across his forehead, the corners of his eyes etched with web-like wrinkles, and grayish scales winding across his pale skin. Yet those eyes forever calculating and cold, are now brimming with tenderness and fatigue. Snake uncle. Shikamaru's voice trembles uncontrollably. Tears, long unspent, surge forth anew. He reaches out, trembling, and feels the warmth of a solid body. Orochimaru chuckles softly, flicking Shikamaru's forehead with his fingers, the scales brushing against Shikamaru's flushed cheek. Tears and snot all over your face. How unbecoming. Yet his touch is remarkably gentle, his arms encircling Shikamaru tightly, as if to merge him into his very essence. In the distance, two thunderous roars pierce the air. The ethereal form of the white snake sage entwined with the aura of death rends the clouds, while the grim reaper's colossal scythe slices through the heavens, both emanating furious howls. It is then that Shikamaru notices Orochimaru's fingers, poised in an eerie sign, one hand forming the snake hand seal, while the other simultaneously weaves the tiger and monkey seals. In that instant of extracting life force, he activates the Edo Tensei, using the powers of the Grim Reaper and the White Snake to counterbalance one another. Orochimaru coughs, blood-tinged foam spilling from his lips, shimmering with an uncanny azure hue. Perhaps this is the most reckless gamble of my life. He glances down at Shikamaru's astonished expression and chuckles again, this time infused with a sense of relief, for after all, I have yet to teach you how to navigate the chessboard in sage mode. As Tsunade rushes in, wielding the Byakugan no Jutsu, she catches sight of Orochimaru, weakly leaning against Shikamaru. You madman. Tsunade's voice is tinged with anguish. Do you have any idea what the consequences of using Edo Tensei on yourself are? Consequences? Orochimaru lifts his gaze to the furious forces above, suddenly forming a brand new hand seal. The spectral forms of the White Snake and the Grim Reaper tremble violently, dissipating into particles of light within the clouds. He turns to Shikamaru, his eyes nearly overflowing with warmth, perhaps simply wishing to continue observing some troublesome souls while frowning, muttering, how troublesome. Unable to contain himself any longer, Shikamaru buries himself in Orochimaru's embrace, his tears soaking the tattered fabric of the latter's clothing. In the distance, Naruto rushes forward with a cheer, Gamabunta grumbling about the lingering scent of snakes. Deidara brandishing a clay bomb, grumbling that this hardly qualifies as art. While Sasori silently gathers the shattered puppet parts into his scroll, his gaze fixed on Shikamaru's waist, encircled by Orochimaru's arms. Amidst the ruins of Yuin village, new vines quietly emerge from the rubble. Orochimaru lowers his head to plant a light kiss upon Shikamaru's crown, exchanging a knowing glance with Sasori hidden from the others. An unspoken challenge understood solely by them. This gamble of life and death, Orochimaru has emerged victorious. Before Orochimaru's words can fully escape his lips, the earth suddenly trembles violently. The wail of the 10 tails tearing through the sky. The clouds in the distance are stained a peculiar shade of purple. The immense chakra of the tailed beast surging like a tide. Naruto, alert, looks up, the chakra of the 9 tails enveloping him instantly. This is bad. It's the 10 tails. It's out of control. Sasuke's cursed seal appears, lightning bursting forth from his palm. It seems the battle is far from over. His gaze sweeps over the weakened Orochimaru and the encircled Shikamaru, furrowing his brow. You too should retreat. Kakashi removes his forehead protector, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. Naruto, Sasuke. We will adhere to our prior strategy. Obito, you are responsible for disrupting the 10 tails movements. Obito's figure flickers between Kamui's space and reality, a cold smirk playing on his lips. How fortuitous. His Rinnegan releases a black vortex, attempting to draw the 10 tails tailed beast ball into the alternate dimension. Shikamaru strains to rise, but Orochimaru holds him firmly in place. Stay still, you lack the strength to form hand seals. Shikamaru persists in his struggle to assist Naruto, only to sense Orochimaru's discontent. He looks up, puzzled, at Orochimaru. In a hoarse tone, Orochimaru speaks, his withered hand gripping Shikamaru's waist tightly. Why do you wish to leave? Is it because I have grown old? The battle continues amidst the ruins of Yuin village. Between destruction and rebirth, there are always those willing to stake everything for the ones they cherish. Chapter 167. Continuation. Above the ruins of Yuin village, the smoke has yet to clear. Orochimaru stands still, the golden serpent-like pupils narrowing slightly as he gazes at his hand. Pushed away by Shikamaru, momentarily lost in thought. Regardless of your appearance, to me, you will always be Snake Uncle. Shikamaru's voice echoes in his ears. Imbued with his usual lethargy, yet underscored by an undeniable conviction. Orochimaru glances down at his left hand, covered in scales, the warmth of Shikamaru's grip lingering at his fingertips. That insufferable brat. Before he can properly compose himself, Shikamaru steps forward and embraces him. Orochimaru stiffens. The embrace is light, hardly a true hug. Merely a moment of closeness before Shikamaru releases him. Yet Orochimaru distinctly hears him whisper, "Besides, you did this for me." Just as Orochimaru's emotions begin to stabilize, Shikamaru abruptly releases him, pats his shoulder, and without hesitation, races toward the front lines, leaving behind a breezy declaration. I'll seal the 10 tails first. Orochimaru's forehead erupts with several veins, his golden serpent-like eyes narrowing dangerously as the white snake within his sleeve erupts uncontrollably, savagely shattering a nearby boulder. Nara Shikamaru, you are truly a nuisance. Meanwhile, Naruto stands shoulder to shoulder with Minato Namikaze, both enveloped in the golden chakra of the 9 tails, jointly confronting the 10 tails' final counterattack. Stealing a glance at his father, Naruto's heart races. This is his dad, alive, not a mere Edo Tensei or a remnant of memory, but genuinely standing beside him. Yet he finds himself at a loss for words. Minato's emotions are equally intricate. He observes Naruto, golden hair, blue eyes, a radiant smile, yet laced with cautious trepidation, as though afraid to disturb something fragile. Minato's heart aches. His son should be at an age to snuggle in his embrace, yet he carries such a heavy burden alone. Naruto speaks softly, guilt lacing his voice. I'm sorry for all these years. No, it's fine. Naruto waves his hands, forcing a smile that seems strained. I'm doing great. Really, look how strong I am now. Minato watches his son's forced smile, feeling even more pained. Just then, a cold snort interrupts from the side. Humph. Sasuke, arms crossed, shoots Naruto a disdainful glance. Get your head out of the clouds. The 10 tails isn't finished yet. Naruto blinks, then retorts defiantly, I'm not dazed. I'm strategizing. Sasuke, uninterested, turns to Shikamaru, instructing, you hold the fort here. Shikamaru, before he can respond, Sasuke vanishes in a flash, appearing beside Naruto, the skeletal structure of Susanoo unfolding instantly to block a residual blast from the ten-tailed beast ball. Naruto's eyes widen. Sasuke? You. Without looking back, Sasuke's voice is cold. I'm tired. I'm here to rest. Naruto. Shikamaru. Shikamaru stares wide-eyed, nearly crushing the kunai in his grasp. No. You. Sasuke, uninterested in explanations, stands resolutely beside Naruto, exuding an aura that dares anyone to challenge him. Minato glances between Sasuke and Naruto, then suddenly laughs. Naruto, is this your friend? Naruto's ears flushed crimson as he stammered. Huh? Oh, I suppose so. Although this guy has an atrocious temper and constantly berates me for being a straggler. Sasuke coldly interrupted. Shut up and focus on the battle. Naruto replied, okay. The smile in Minato's eyes deepened as he nodded, affirming that his son had indeed found good friends. Shikamaru stood atop a vantage point, observing the peculiar trio at the front lines, then glanced at the distant figure of Orochimaru, who emanated a menacing aura, and rubbed his temples in exasperation. This is such a hassle. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to concentrate, and conveyed orders to the entire army through the secret techniques of the Nara clan. Everyone, pay attention. The chakra of the Ten Tails is reorganizing. SEAL team, prepare. His voice was calm and clear, showing no trace of the earlier moment when he had embraced Orochimaru in front of everyone. Ino's intrigued voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Shikamaru, what was that earlier? Shikamaru replied without missing a beat. Tactics require it. Ino continued. Choji, with his mouth full of chips, mumbled, Shikamaru, you're blushing. Shikamaru retorted, shut up and eat your chips. Chapter 168. Bubbles' raindrops pierced the scorched earth like silver needles, while the roar of the Ten Tails shattered all remaining structures within a 1,000-meter radius. Cloaked in the golden chakra of the Nine Tails, Naruto radiated like an unyielding sun amidst the downpour. Sasuke's Susanoo drew back its bow. The purple energy arrows entwined with the black flames of Amaterasu. Sakura's superhuman strength shattered a colossal rock hurtling towards her, reducing it to dust in the wake of her punch. Senjutsu, Super Utama Rasengan. Naruto leaped into the sky, his Rasengan swelling to an unprecedented size. Amaterasu, Kagutsuchi. Sasuke released his arrow, tracing a purple-black arc through the air. Bajiquan, Cherry Blossom Clash. Sakura gathered luminous green chakra around her fist, cracking the ground beneath her feet. The trio's attack struck the Ten Tails' chest simultaneously, creating a blood hole several meters in diameter. The Ten Tails emitted a pained howl, but in an instant, the flesh around the wound began to writhe, regenerating at a visible pace. Damn it! Sakura wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. The patterns of the Bajiquan technique flickering on her forehead. At this rate, our chakra will be depleted first. Fall back. A familiar female voice called from above. Three figures descended like meteors. Tsunade's powerful fist generated a vacuum shockwave, brutally severing one of the Ten Tails' tails. Jiraiya's Senjutsu fire release erupted with a blazing force. Wrapping around the Ten Tails, Orochimaru's myriad snake formation surged from the ground, countless white serpents ensnaring the Ten Tails' limbs. The legendary Sannin fought side by side once more after 20 years. Old man, watch closely. Tsunade smashed a fragment of the tailed beast ball, her golden hair flowing in the rain. These are your disciples. On a distant command platform, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood in the rain, his wrinkles filled with contentment. He observed the seamless cooperation of his three disciples. Momentarily transported back to that rainy night when three bloodied children supported each other back to the village. At that time, Jiraiya always led the way. Tsunade supported the injured Orochimaru, and though Orochimaru appeared pale, he still insisted on completing the final stretch on his own. How nostalgic, the third murmured, his golden staff trembling slightly in his grip. On the battlefield's opposite end, Nara Shikamaru's shadow spread across the ground like a tide. His Senjutsu chakra resonated uniquely with Naruto's Nine Tails power, as an ancient yin-yang formation emerged beneath their feet, intertwining black and white energies swirling amidst the rain. Naruto, now. Shikamaru formed hand seals, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Understood. Senjutsu, super-tailed beast shuriken. Naruto gathered a pitch-black energy sphere between his hands, containing the chakra of all tailed beasts. Guided by Shikamaru's shadow, the shuriken traced an unusual arc, bypassing the Ten Tails' defenses to strike its right eye directly. With a sound akin to shattering glass, The Ten Tails let out an unprecedented wail, one of its 6 eyes bursting completely, black liquid gushing forth like a waterfall. In that instant, Shikamaru suddenly used the shadow teleportation technique to appear before Uchiha Madara. Raindrops fell between them, forming a hazy curtain of water. Uchiha Madara. Shikamaru's voice pierced through the battlefield's tumult. Do you remember what your brother Izuna said before he passed? Madara's Rinnegan abruptly constricted, the chakra orb around him restlessly fluctuating. How do you know about Izuna? Brother, do not let hatred blind your eyes. Shikamaru looked directly into those legendary eyes, his shadow forming a defensive formation beneath him. But what are you doing now? Creating a false world with infinite Tsukuyami? Is that truly what Izuna wished to see? Shut up. Madara's chakra orb hurtled towards him, carving a trajectory of death through the air. What do you understand? I truly do not comprehend the agony of war. Shikamaru's shadow adeptly deflected the attack. Yet a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. But I know that even if you succeed, that world will not contain the real Izuna. It will merely be a puppet of your imagination. This statement pierced Madara's heart like a blade. He staggered back a step, his body, resurrected through Edo Tensei, began to uncontrollably crumble into fragments. The visage of Izuna in his memories suddenly became clear, that face resembling his own yet younger, those eyes gradually losing focus. And that faint yet resolute last words. Madara. Kurizetsu emerged from the ground, panic evident in his voice. Do not listen to their nonsense. As long as you complete the plan, you can. Get lost. You liar. Madara smashed Kurizetsu with a single blow, the black substance scattering in all directions. He turned to the Ten Tails, which was beginning to disintegrate, then to the third Hokage, who was watching his disciples with satisfaction from afar, and finally fixed his gaze on Shikamaru. The young Nara's lips curled into a bitter smile, the light in Madara's Rinnegan gradually dimming. You are more adept at piercing the heart than Hashirama. With Madara's resolve wavering, a critical flaw appeared in his control over the Ten Tails. The colossal creature's movements suddenly became sluggish, and its regeneration rate noticeably slowed. Now, Tsunade shouted. The 5 Kage launched their attacks simultaneously, the chakra illuminating the rain-soaked battlefield into a dazzling web of death. Doton, original world separation technique. Inoki formed a transparent cube between his hands, completely disassembling one of the Ten Tails' forelimbs into atoms. Raiton, lightning release, annihilation. The 4th Reikage transformed into a blue lightning bolt, slicing through another tail of the Ten Tails with a hand strike. Suetun, water dragon bite explosion. Terumi Mei's water dragon surged from the ground, clamping onto the Ten Tails' neck. Yoton, scorching river of lava. Kuratsuchi detonated a magma bomb on the Ten Tails' back. Mokutan, birth of the tree realm. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama's would release formed countless giant trees that entwined around the Ten Tails' body. Under the combined onslaught of the 5 Kage, the Ten Tails let out its final wail. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts without words. They both leaped into the sky, their chakras intertwining. Tailed beast ball, raisin shuriken. Naruto conjured an unprecedentedly massive energy sphere in his hands. Susanoo, Kamui shuriken. Sasuke hurled a shuriken enveloped in Amaterasu flames. The two forces merged in the air, transforming into a beam of light that pierced through heaven and earth. The brilliance was so intense that everyone on the battlefield was compelled to close their eyes. When the light dissipated, the Ten Tails had transformed into a withered divine tree, while Madara's figure gradually disintegrated into specks of light. Madara cast one last glance towards the direction of the first Hokage, the light in his Rinnegan extinguished. This time, you. Before he could finish his words, this legendary ninja completely vanished into the morning light. In response, Hashirama offered a serene smile, one filled with understanding, forgiveness, and a hint of melancholy. The battlefield fell into a sudden silence, broken only by the sound of raindrops falling onto the scorched earth. Everyone was exhausted, yet joy radiated from their faces. Did we win? Sakura knelt on the ground as the intricate patterns of the Baiju no Jutsu gradually faded. At that moment, the withered Shinju began to tremble violently, and a smaller figure split from it, a juvenile Jubi, its size merely a tenth of the original, yet its ferocity remained undiminished. It is not over yet. Shikamaru gasped for breath, his shadow quivering in the rain. All that remained was the troublesome juvenile Jubi. Naruto wiped the rain from his face as the chakra of the Kyuubi surged around him. Let's go for another round. until it is utterly finished. Sasuke's Susanoo reformed, its purple skeletal frame strikingly visible in the rain. Sakura struggled to rise, her fists tightening once again. The 3 Sannin regrouped, and the 5 Kage prepared for battle. The rain continued to fall, yet the eastern sky began to brighten with the first light of dawn. The long night was drawing to a close, and the tale of the ninjas continued. Chapter 169. Victory. The sky over the rain village cracked open with a ray of light. The body of the Jubi struggled violently within the ceiling array, its 10 tails thrashing the ground, each tremor shaking the entire battlefield. Shikamaru's shadow binding technique had reached its limit. Veins bulged at his temples, and blood dripped from his chin. Hold on. Kakashi's Sharingan spun fervently, tearing open a spatial rift above the Jubi. Obito. Now. Both of their Mangekyo Sharingan ignited simultaneously, their powers intertwining in the air like a spiral. One of the Jubi's massive claws was forcefully twisted off, inky chakra gushing forth like oil. Artiz, shut up, Deidara. Focus on maintaining the seal. On the opposite end of the battlefield, Naruto was enveloped in a golden cloak of chakra. He pressed his hands against the ceiling array when he suddenly felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. You did well, Naruto. The voice sent a shiver through him. He slowly turned to see the gentle smile of Minato, gradually becoming transparent. Dad, you are about to be released from Edo Tensei. Minato ruffled his son's golden hair. A gesture he had imagined countless times. It was wonderful to see how much he had grown. Naruto's eyes instantly filled with tears. Wait. I still have so much to say? Minato shook his head and suddenly embraced him tightly. It was a fierce hug, as if trying to make up for 18 years of absence. I'm sorry, Naruto. Minato's voice quivered. And thank you for being my son. As Minato's figure began to fade, the 3rd Hokage suddenly appeared beside them. Sarutobi Hiruzen had long since misplaced his pipe. He bowed deeply to the 4th. Minato. I have failed to uphold your trust. Minato shook his head, casting one last glance at Naruto, who was crying like a child, and then looked at Kakashi and Obito. Kakashi, Obito, I entrust Naruto to you. As the first rays of true sunlight pierced through the clouds, the Jubi let out its final wail. The brilliance of the ceiling array soared into the sky, completely engulfing its body. We did it. Sakura collapsed to the ground, the patterns of Baiju no jutsu fading away. Obito looked at his gradually solidifying hands and suddenly chuckled bitterly. It's actually happening. Kakashi walked over to him, and they simultaneously glanced in the direction of the memorial stone. Years of tacit understanding led them to speak in unison. Let us go visit Rin's grave. Let us go visit Rin's grave. Then they both froze. Shikamaru, utterly exhausted, lay on the ground, gazing at the azure sky. Finally, it's over. A shadow loomed over him. Orochimaru looked down from above, his serpent eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Shikamaru, shall we settle the score? Shikamaru sighed, suddenly grabbing Orochimaru's collar and pulling him down. What a hassle, let us sleep for a bit. As Shikamaru's breathing steadied, Orochimaru noticed his wrist had been quietly ensnared by Shikamaru's shadow. He clicked his tongue softly but allowed the shadow to continue its binding. In the distance, Naruto adjusted his forehead protector and stretched lazily towards the sun. Sasuke, let us go eat ramen. Idiot. Sasuke turned to leave, then glanced back at Naruto. I've made my decision. What? Naruto asked in confusion. I want to be Hokage. Sasuke calmly declared. What? The crowd exclaimed. Don't joke around. Jiraiya observed this scene and suddenly said to Tsunade, I think I can write a new work, a sequel to the tale of perseverance. If you dare to write it, I'll break your legs. Shikamaru looked at Orochimaru. Well, Snake Uncle, we should head home. Is there a way for you to revert to your original form? The hexagonal marks on Orochimaru's head began to appear one by one. Nara Shikamaru. It's a double entendre. Nara Shikaku's military fan struck Shikamaru's head sharply. Go home. Who is going home? Ah. Shikamaru covered his head and fled. Dad. We're not done yet. Finish your own tale. In the morning light, the first wildflower bloomed amidst the ruins of the rain village. Chapter 170. Sasanera. The waterfall at the Valley of the End roared like thunder, the torrential waters polishing the 2 colossal stone statues, one of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the other of Uchiha Madara. At this moment, standing between these 2 rival statues, Naruto and Sasuke faced each other, both battered and bloodied, yet neither willing to yield. Naruto and Sasuke panted heavily, the golden chakra of the Kyuubi dimming, but their resolve remained steadfast. I will never give up on you. Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan flickered slightly, the purple skeletal frame of his Susanoo subtly manifesting as he coldly retorted, "You always talk big, you never listen." Their chakras collided once more, sending tremors through the air and creating violent ripples across the water beneath them. Slowly, their memories began to surface. At the age of 7, they first encountered each other in the hallway of the Ninja Academy. Naruto, hands on his head, walked carelessly and inadvertently bumped into Sasuke's shoulder. "Hey, watch where you're going," Naruto shouted in discontent. Sasuke didn't even spare him a glance, walking straight past. "Idiot." "Huh, who are you calling an idiot?" Naruto fumed, rushing forward to argue, only to be seized by Iruka, who grabbed him by the collar. "Naruto, no fighting." Sasuke glanced back for a moment, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips, dead last. That was their first exchange, and it was also the first time Naruto remembered this cold, black-haired, black-eyed boy. "From today onwards, you are Team 7, Kakashi announced lazily. Naruto pointed at Sasuke and shouted, "Why do I have to team up with this arrogant guy?" Sasuke scoffed, "I don't want to team up with the dead last." Sakura stood in between them, her forehead throbbing. "You too." Naruto and Sasuke stood on the rocks of the Valley of the End, backs turned to one another. "I just want to walk my own path." "What nonsense?" Naruto roared. "We are comrades." "Comrades." Sasuke turned back, his three-tomo Sharingan icy as it stared at him. "That kind of thing is meaningless." In the moment when Chidori clashed with Rasengan, their blood splattered across each other's faces. It was Naruto's first experience of excruciating pain, not from the wounds, but from the sight of Sasuke turning away. "Sasuke!" Naruto glared at him fiercely. "I've chased after you for so long, not to hear you say such things." Sasuke's Susanoo coalesced once more, the purple chakra giant sword cleaving towards Naruto. "Then use your strength to make me shut up." Boom. Naruto's Kyuubi chakra erupted, forcefully catching the blow, the rocks beneath them shattering. "I don't care what your reasons are." Naruto gritted his teeth, "but I will never let you bear it all alone." Sasuke's pupils slightly contracted as countless images flashed through his mind. Naruto blocking Orochimaru's attack during the Chunin exam. Naruto recklessly chasing after him in the Rain Village. Why was Sasuke's voice so hushed? Why did he have to go to such lengths? Unavoidably, Sasuke recalled Orochimaru's attitude towards Shikamaru. "Because we are friends," Naruto exclaimed without hesitation. For a brief moment, Sasuke's Susanoo halted, his expression twisting slightly. "Just friends?" He pondered, slowly closing his eyes. When he opened them again, his Sharingan had faded. "Enough," Sasuke murmured, "I concede." Naruto was momentarily taken aback. "Huh." Sasuke looked up, his dark eyes meeting Naruto's gaze. "Naruto, you have won. I admit it." Although Sasuke's voice was soft, it was unmistakably clear. "You mean a lot to me." Instantly, Naruto's eyes lit up, he grinned widely and extended his fist. "Then it's settled. We'll be friends for life." Sasuke gazed at Naruto's fist, fell silent for a moment, and finally raised his hand to gently tap it. In the distance, Sakura hurriedly approached, a medical kit in hand. Spotting the two fools covered in blood, yet still foolishly smiling, she felt her forehead vein throb with anger. They were on the verge of death, yet still pretended to be friends. As she drew near, she heard Naruto cheerfully say, "Sasuke, once you're healed, let us go eat ramen together." Sasuke replied with a faint his gaze softening considerably. Sakura took a deep breath and, with a forceful punch against a nearby rock, exclaimed, "You two idiots." The rock shattered, causing both Naruto and Sasuke to flinch. "Sakura, calm down." Naruto chuckled nervously as Sasuke quietly shifted to the side. Gritting her teeth, Sakura declared, "It's obviously love. Why pretend to be such good friends?" "Huh," Naruto responded. "Sasuke?" The air suddenly grew still. 3 seconds later, Naruto's face flushed bright red. Wait. Sakura, what are you saying?" Sasuke turned away, his ears slightly reddening. "Boring." Sakura smirked. "Man." She roughly grabbed the arms of both boys and began treating their wounds, muttering incessantly. One chased after someone for over a decade, while the other clearly cares deeply yet insists on playing it cool. "Now that you've fought, what else with this display of brotherly affection?" Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, hastily averting their eyes. "I didn't Naruto blushed like a ripe tomato. Sasuke stole a glance, then turned away. "I'm heading back to Inin village." No. Sasuke. The waterfall in the Valley of the End continued to flow relentlessly, while the stone statues of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara silently observed the scene. Nearby, a red-eyed crow perched quietly. Chapter 171. Heartbreak. The waterfall in the Valley of the End roared on, but at this moment, only Sakura stood alone on the battlefield. She gazed in the direction where Naruto and Sasuke had vanished, her lips curling into a faint bitter smile. Honestly, she murmured to herself, he runs faster than the flying thunder god. Just then, a warm hand gently patted her shoulder. Hey, Sakura turned to see Ino standing behind her, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, a mischievous smile gracing her face. Don't be sad, Ino said, embracing her neck. I'll find you 10 or 8 suitors. Even if the person you like ends up with someone else, it's not the end of the world. Sakura's heart shattered further, realizing her blunder. Ino awkwardly cleared her throat and looked away. You really shouldn't be too heartbroken, after all. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she pointed not far away. Look, no matter how sad you are, he must be even sadder. Following her gaze, Sakura saw a Kimichi Choji sitting on the ground, crying like a boiling kettle, his face smeared with tears and snot, his round body shaking as if he had suffered the greatest blow of his life. Wah, Shikamaru, Choji sobbed, stuffing chips into his mouth. How could you leave me? Akimichi Choza hurriedly squatted beside him, trying to console his son. Son, don't be sad. Shikamaru is dating someone, but he is still your best friend. But, Choji sniffled, he never told me. Choza scratched his head. Maybe he is just shy? Or perhaps his partner isn't presentable. Choji blinked, glancing around, and indeed, he couldn't see Shikamaru anywhere. Wow. The next moment, Choji's wails echoed through the air, causing leaves to tremble and fall around them. He cried so vigorously that he suddenly gasped for breath and fainted with a thud. Sakura and Ino exchanged glances. Sakura tugged at the corner of her mouth, suddenly feeling that her heartbreak wasn't so tragic after all. Thank goodness, she murmured. I have a strong mental fortitude. Ino chuckled lightly, patting her shoulder. Come on, forehead girl. I'll treat you to dango. Sakura sighed, about to agree when a languid voice called from behind. Hey, you too. They turned to see Nara Shikamaru standing not far away, holding the unconscious black-haired boy, Shikamaru, who had just escaped. This kid hid in the bushes and I accidentally stepped on him. Shikamaru helplessly shook his son. Does your medical team still accept patients? Chapter 172. Seeking justice. The lighting in the underground laboratory of the Sound Ninja Village was perpetually stark and sterile. Orochimaru stood before the experimental table, his golden snake-like eyes fixated on the newly transplanted cell tissue on his arm. The pale brown tissue was visibly merging with his skin, the blood vessels writhing and extending like living creatures. Indeed, Lord Hashirama's cells are as legendary as they are reputed. Orochimaru licked his lips, feeling the surge of vitality within him. This was already his 7th transplantation, the previous 6 having ended in violent rejection. However, this time was different. He had discovered the perfect ratio. The sound of liquid dripping echoed in the laboratory, while dozens of failed clones floated in the culture tanks. Orochimaru approached the mirror, gazing at his reflection. His formerly slack skin had regained its firmness, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes had vanished, and even his long, dark hair shone with the luster of youth. Rejuvenation. A low, sinister laugh echoed through the empty laboratory. He flexed his fingers, savoring every change in his new body. It was not merely a return to youth. The Hashirama cells provided him with a qualitative leap. His chakra had tripled, and his self-healing abilities had reached astonishing levels. Just as he reveled in his self-admiration, the door to the laboratory was gently pushed open. Orochimaru did not turn around, but sensed the chakra fluctuations and recognized the visitor. I thought you and Kisame were patrolling the borders today, Orochimaru said to the mirror, watching the silhouette clad in black mesh. Uchiha Itachi stood at the entrance, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan faintly gleaming in the shadows. Kisame went alone, he replied, his voice calm as still water. I heard you achieved your wish, so I came to congratulate you. As you can see, Orochimaru spread his arms, showcasing his youthful form, a perfect fusion, with no rejection whatsoever. Now he licked his lips. I am as young as Shikamaru. The gaze of Itachi swept across the cultivation tanks within the laboratory, where the failures elicited a barely perceptible frown upon his brow. Congratulations, he uttered succinctly before turning to depart. Wait, Orochimaru called out to him. Is there any news from Konoha? Itachi's silhouette hesitated for a fleeting moment. No, he replied without turning, the silence of communication having lingered for 2 weeks. Once the door closed, Orochimaru approached a corner of the laboratory and picked up the long silent communicator. The last message displayed on the screen was a simple symbol sent by Shikamaru 3 months prior, the image of a knight from chess. Also the crest of the Nara clan. Ever since they publicly acknowledged their relationship on the battlefield during the Fourth Great Ninja War, this symbol had become their private code. It seemed a personal visit was in order. Orochimaru returned the communicator to its place and donned a purple kimono. Just before he left, he hesitated briefly, retrieving a small box from a drawer and placing it into his pocket. Inside was a ring crafted from a special alloy, capable of changing color based on the wearer's chakra. The streets of Konoha appeared tidier than Orochimaru remembered. The spring sunlight filtered through the newly planted cherry blossom trees, casting dappled shadows upon the stone pathways. Villagers bustled about, their faces reflecting the busyness and hope of post-war reconstruction. Unlike before, some individuals nodded in acknowledgement of him, even softly greeting him as Lord Orochimaru, a direct change since his relationship with Shikamaru became public. Orochimaru slowed his pace, his golden pupils narrowing slightly in the sunlight. Something felt amiss. Although the villagers' attitudes were friendly, the layout of the streets, the routes of patrolling ninjas, and even the flow of chakra in the air felt different from his memories of Konoha. Strangely, in the eyes of those who bowed to him, he perceived not only reverence, but also a hint of pity. It seems much has transpired during my absence, he murmured to himself, his attention drawn to a newly opened dessert shop at the street corner. The sign displayed a pattern of 3-colored dango, reminding him of his perpetually languid, yet sweet-toothed young lover. Almost instinctively, Orochimaru entered the shop. A sweet aroma enveloped him, and a few children gathered at the counter, selecting candies. Please give me 2 servings of fish cakes and a box of 3-colored dango, he requested, noting that the shopkeeper was a young woman he did not recognize, rather than the elderly woman who used to sneak him an extra piece of treat. I will prepare it right away, Lord Orochimaru, the young shopkeeper replied respectfully, deftly packaging the sweets. Shikamaru has recently taken a liking to our new matcha flavor. Would you like to add a portion? Orochimaru's snake-like golden pupils widened slightly. She knew Shikamaru and was aware of their relationship. Very well, he replied curtly, while keenly sensing that at least 3 customers in the shop were ninja disguised as civilians. Their chakra fluctuations conspicuously unusual. Exiting the shop with a paper bag filled with treats, Orochimaru deliberately turned into a secluded alleyway. The light here abruptly dimmed, and the air was thick with a damp, musty odor. He counted his footsteps, pausing at the 7th. Have you been following me all this time without revealing yourself? Orochimaru stated without turning his head. 12 ninjas clad in the Nara clan's insignia materialized from the shadows, and the leader removed his mask, revealing a chiseled face that was not Shikamaru's. Lord Orochimaru, the man inclined slightly. Welcome to our humble abode for a discussion. Orochimaru's lips curled slightly. This was proving to be more complicated than he had anticipated. He had thought that the flurry of post-war reconstruction would keep the head of the Nara clan preoccupied, leaving him unbothered about his son's personal affairs. Lead the way, Orochimaru gestured with the bag of treats in hand. The dango will not taste good if it cools. Chapter 173, Inquiry and Accountability. 2. Standing before the Nara residence for the second time, Orochimaru rarely hesitated in his steps. The vermilion gate appeared particularly solemn in the morning light, and the Nara clan's deer emblem was polished to a shine. He could distinctly feel the taut chakra fluctuations of the 12 Nara bodyguards behind him, as if he were a feral beast poised to strike. Orochimaru silently smiled, his tongue brushing over his sharp canines. He was not about to flee, at least not now. Lord Orochimaru, please, the leader of the bodyguards bowed slightly, his tone respectful yet vigilant. As he stepped over the threshold that should have held no significance for him, Orochimaru suddenly recalled the circumstances of his last visit. The Nara residence had been an ordinary building to him then, while now, as he traversed the corridor, the wooden floor creaked softly beneath his weight. The paper doors on either side cast shadows of swaying bamboo in the morning light, and the air was filled with the mingling scents of herbs and ink, a quintessential Nara ambience. Orochimaru noticed a new painting at the end of the corridor, elegantly inscribed with the characters Ji Ding Qian Kuan, signed by Shikamaru at the age of 16. This way, please, the bodyguard's guidance interrupted his thoughts. Orochimaru was directly led to the tea room, without even being permitted entry into the sitting room. He sighed almost imperceptibly. At least he would be offered tea, albeit likely merely a formality of hospitality. The paper door was gently pulled open, revealing the sight within. Nara Shikamaru knelt alone before a low table, his profile appearing particularly stern in the morning light. He wore a formal dark green kimono, his hair meticulously tied back, a stark contrast to his usual relaxed demeanor. On the low table lay a shogi board, the black and white pieces already set up. Orochimaru's golden pupils narrowed slightly. In his memory, Nara Shikamaru only displayed such an expression in the face of a deadly foe on the battlefield. "I apologize for the intrusion," Orochimaru said softly, his voice drier than he had anticipated. He stood at the door, suddenly unsure how to address the man before him. Calling him Shikamaru felt too abrupt, while addressing him by his name seemed disrespectful, and referring to him as father-in-law was premature, especially considering that Shikamaru had essentially been raised under his watch. This realization tightened his throat, forcing him to swallow back the address that had risen to his lips. "Lord Orochimaru." Shikamaru did not lift his head, his fingers lightly tapping a piece. "Are you pondering how to address me?" He moved a piece, the sharp sound resonating harshly in the quiet tea room. "No need to trouble yourself. Simply address me as before." Strangely, Orochimaru felt a long-lost pressure settle upon him. It reminded him of the tension he felt just before his defection from Konoha, when the third Hokage had summoned him for a conversation. Back then, he had been a mere boy, and now, considering that Shikamaru had been under house arrest for several days, Orochimaru inhaled deeply and stepped into the tea room. The bodyguards gently closed the door behind him, the subtle sound of the wooden, sliding track resembling the commencement of a trial. Amidst the fragrant tea, Orochimaru knelt opposite Shikamaru. The shogi board gleamed warmly, clearly crafted from high-quality wood. Shikamaru skillfully poured tea for him, the amber liquid in the celadone cup gently swirling. "Please," Shikamaru stated succinctly before immersing himself in the game, uttering no further words. Orochimaru accepted the teacup, his fingertips feeling the perfect temperature. He took a sip. It was fine gyokuro, with a lingering sweetness accompanied by a hint of seaweed aroma. Truly, the Nara's hospitality was impeccable, even towards a guest like him. The game progressed in silence for about 10 minutes. Orochimaru focused intently on countering Shikamaru's every move, while keenly observing the barely perceptible furrow in his brow. It seemed Shikamaru had caused his father no small amount of concern these days. "Shikamaru has always been reliable," Shikamaru suddenly spoke, his voice calm, as if discussing the weather. Orochimaru's hand, poised to move a piece, paused momentarily before slowly descending. Indeed, at 3, he could recite the properties of 100 herbs. By 5, he began learning shogi. And at 7, he could already identify the flaws in my tactical arrangements. Shikamaru's gaze remained fixed upon the board. Among a group of noisy children, he always stood out, quiet like a little adult. Dashawan recalled the moment he first encountered Lumar. At that time, he was engaged in perilous endeavors, and the young boy, stubborn as a hedgehog, filled him with hope for the realization of his dreams. Lucio moved a piece on the board, envisioning a future where he would marry an ordinary woman and lead a mundane life, emphasizing the word woman in his statement. Dashan's golden eyes narrowed slightly, and he remarked, "That will surely disappoint you." He deliberately adopted a nonchalant tone while simultaneously making a bold move in their game. Lucio took a moment before responding, sipping his tea thoughtfully, his throat moving as if weighing his words. Sunlight filtered through the paper doors, illuminating his profile and drawing a striking resemblance to Lumar. As a mentor, Lucio finally spoke, his fingers gently tapping the edge of the board. "Even with your unique identity, I trust Lumar to know his limits, and I will not intervene." He met Dashan's gaze directly, his eyes sharp as a blade. Yet, as he made his next move, Lucio decisively slammed a golden piece onto the board, causing the tea to ripple. "I still hope you, as a senior, will reconsider." His voice lowered, not due to age or past status, but because Lumar had known him since childhood. "What does this sentiment truly mean? Are you aware of it?" Dashawan felt an inexplicable sting, akin to a kunai slicing through a long untouched scar. He lowered his gaze, focusing on the distorted reflection in his teacup. The ripples calmed, revealing a pair of inhuman golden slit pupils. "Are you questioning my feelings for your son?" His voice was as cold as ice, unconsciously tracing the rim of the cup with his fingers. Lucio did not respond immediately. He meticulously arranged the pieces on the board, his movements precise as if performing a ritual. "What I question is whether a seeker of immortality truly understands fleeting, time-bound emotions," Lucio finally stated, his tone chillingly calm. "Is a rogue ninja, accustomed to solitude, genuinely prepared to welcome another into his life, not as a student or subordinate, but as an equal partner? The tea room fell into a profound silence. In the distance, the calls of reindeer from the deer garden accentuated the weight of the stillness within. Suddenly, Dashawan laughed. A low and hoarse sound. Do you think I haven't contemplated these matters? He set down his teacup, locking eyes with Lugio. Did you believe my public declaration of our relationship on the battlefield was merely impulsive? He retrieved a small scroll from his sleeve and placed it on the table. Over the past 3 months, I have disbanded 7 secret laboratories and transferred all forbidden research materials to Konoha. He gently nudged the scroll forward. This is the complete record of my immortality research. Lugio's brows flickered slightly. He slowly unfurled the scroll, scanning through the dense notes and diagrams. Finally resting on the sealing technique at the end, a self-destruct technique that could only be undone by his own blood. Do you understand what this implies? His voice softened. There is no turning back. Lugio gazed at the scroll, his expression inscrutable. When he looked up again, the sharpness in his eyes had dulled significantly. Why? Dahawan glanced at a small pot of deer horn ferns in the corner of the tea room, the very plant Lumar adored in his youth. One he had nurtured in Bashawan's laboratory, because he made me realize that, compared to endless time, limited companionship is far more precious. Dashawan spoke softly, his golden eyes shimmering under the sunlight, and a rare, sincere smile graced his lips. Living with someone who can see through all your schemes will never be dull. Lugio's expression finally softened. He sighed deeply, rubbing his temples. That boy said the same thing. He shook his head in resignation. Rather than a mundane life, I desire a partner who can continually surprise me. Dashawan chuckled lightly, envisioning the lazy yet earnest expression Lumar must have had when he uttered those words. The game resumed. But the atmosphere had shifted. Lugio's moves became less aggressive, transforming into a tentative exchange. Dashawan relaxed, occasionally commenting on certain moves. He could defeat me at shogi when he was 5, Lugio suddenly remarked, referring to the game, though I let him win back then. Dashawan nodded. His tactical talent is indeed rare, and his stubbornness is equally remarkable, Lugio retorted with a light scoff. Once he sets his mind on something, not even 10 deer could pull him back. The two shared a knowing smile, an unspoken understanding forming between them. After several rounds of tea, Lugio suddenly grew serious. One last question. His gaze sharpened. If one day, Konoha's interests conflict with yours, I would choose Lumar, Balan replied without hesitation, rather than any faction. Lugio scrutinized him for a long time, as if assessing the truth of his answer. Finally, he slightly nodded, retrieving a small wooden box from his robe and handing it to Daothuan. This is a hereditary medicinal ingredient from the Nara clan. It will assist with the stability of your cellular experiments. He paused, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Consider it a gift for our meeting. Dashawan accepted the box, feeling the potent vitality contained within. Just as he opened his mouth to express gratitude, the door to the tea room swung open. Have you finished your conversation? I'm starving. Lumar's languid voice drifted in from the doorway. Leaning against the frame, his tousled hair indicated he had just awakened. Father, didn't you say you would properly discipline the one who took your son away? Lugio's expression turned awkward in an instant. Lumar, what brings you here? Oh, Lumar raised an eyebrow, leisurely walking in and plopping down beside Daothuan. So all those threats and interrogations were just for show? He casually picked up the teacup Daothuan had used, sipping from it while completely ignoring his father's wide-eyed stare. Daothuan couldn't help but reach out to smooth down Lumar's tousled hair. The gesture so natural it felt as though he had done it 1,000 times before. Lugio observed their interaction and ultimately shook his head in resignation. Very well. He stood up, adjusting his kimono. Lunch is ready in the kitchen, let us dine together. As he reached the door, he turned back to add, by the way, Don, you may take the deer horn fern home with you. Since Lumar's plant died in his childhood, he hasn't touched any other plants since. Once the door closed, Lumar immediately leaned against Dashawan's shoulder. So how did it go? Did my father give you a hard time? Dashawan gently stroked his hair. It went more smoothly than I expected. He produced the small wooden box, returning the gift. Lumar peered inside, whistling in astonishment. Wow, this is a treasure from the Nara clan. Even I need to apply for permission to use it. He grinned mischievously. Seems like he really likes you. Dashawan remained silent, merely leaning down to kiss Lumar's forehead. Sunlight poured through the paper doors, casting their shadows together on the shogi board, a game whose outcome had already been decided, yet felt as though it had just begun. Chapter 175. Post-war distribution, the timeline returns to the conclusion of the Fourth Shinobi War, where the air in the conference room of the five Kage had thickened to a palpable tension. The long table sprawled with a map of the ninja world was marred with various colors from markers, reflecting the chaos of the recently concluded war. Tsunade rested her chin on her intertwined hands, elbows on the table, her emerald eyes narrowed as she scrutinized the furious face of the fourth Raikage. Hokage. Do not push your luck. The fourth Raikage's fist slammed onto the table, causing teacups to jingle. All 3 mineral veins from the land of water are to be given to Konoha? Do you think you can handle that? Zhao Meiming gently caressed the satin ribbon of her water shadow hat, her crimson lips parting slightly as she spoke. Lord Liang, please remain calm. She turned her gaze towards Gangsho, her eyes glimmering with shrewdness. However, Hokage, this allocation indeed appears somewhat unbalanced. The third Tsuchikage, Onoki, floated in the air, his diminutive form contrasting sharply with his authoritative tone. The performance of Konoha's lower ninjas in the war was indeed remarkable, yet the distribution of benefits must consider long-term equilibrium. Gangsho's lips curled into a cold smile. Just as she was about to speak, Nara Shikamaru behind her cleared his throat softly. Esteemed Kages, Shikaka's voice was steady. According to Article 7 of the pre-war Sign Ninja Allied Forces Agreement, the assessment of contributions encompasses 3 dimensions: intelligence value, battlefield command, and actual combat strength. He adjusted his glasses. Konoha not only provided critical intelligence, but also undertook the most perilous battlefield command tasks. Not to mention, he paused. The final blow that ended the war was delivered by none other than our Uzumaki Naruto. Seated at the strategist's table, Nara Shikamaru timely presented a scroll. Gangsho accepted it, casually tossing it onto the center of the table. The scroll unfurled automatically, revealing a dense compilation of data analyses and battlefield schematics. This was the contribution assessment report compiled by the Nara clan. Gangsho surveyed the room, inviting any dissenters to voice their concerns. A brief silence enveloped the conference room. Shikamaru observed the expressions of the Kages, Lei Ying's fury, Shui Ying's scheming, Tsuchi Ying's contemplation, and the ever-calm demeanor of Kazekage Gaara. As the youngest strategist present, he should have maintained a low profile, yet a thought began to take shape in his mind. I believe, Shikamaru suddenly articulated, drawing the astonished gazes of everyone present, that Suna should receive greater rights for border trade. Gaara's eyes widened slightly. This proposal was not only unexpected, but also evidently advantageous for Suna, especially in light of Konoha's impending significant gains. Gangsho raised an eyebrow at her strategist. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes, yet refrained from voicing any objections. Reason? Zhao Meiming inquired keenly. Shikamaru scratched his tousled hair, donning his classic expression of mild exasperation. Kazekage has saved the Allied forces multiple times on the battlefield, he said. Fixing his gaze on Gaara, we need a stable ally, not a discontented neighbor. This audacious proposal rippled through the assembly like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Liang immediately slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Absurd. Are you Konoha forming cliques? Lord Liang, Shikamaru interjected calmly. This is merely a proposal. The ultimate decision lies with the 5 Kages. For the next 2 hours, negotiations unfolded like an intense ninjutsu duel. Shikamaru and his father coordinated seamlessly, oscillating between firmness and concession, ultimately arriving at a solution that yielded considerable gains for Konoha. Suna would receive additional trade rights, while Konoha retained the richest mineral deposits in the land of water. In exchange, Konoha would train medical ninjas for the other ninja villages over the next 5 years. Now, for the next agenda item, Gangsho flipped through the agenda, the handling of war criminals. The atmosphere in the conference room grew instantly grave. All eyes converged on the name Uchiha Obito. Immediate execution, Liang asserted without hesitation. He instigated the war, causing countless casualties. His sins are unforgivable. I second that. Onoki nodded. Such a dangerous element must not be allowed to remain. Zhao Meiming sighed lightly. Though pitiable, it is indeed. I oppose. A cool voice interrupted Shui Ying's words. Every gaze turned in astonishment towards the source of the voice, Nara Shikamaru. Even Shikamaru turned to his son, questioning his intentions with a glance. Shikamaru set down his pen, meeting the eyes of the Kages. Uchiha Obito is indeed culpable, but at the last moment, he experienced a profound awakening and aided the Allied forces against Uchiha Madara. He paused briefly. More importantly, He possesses invaluable intelligence regarding the Akatsuki and Uchiha techniques. Laying scoffed derisively. Is that the justification? Is Konoha so lenient towards all rogue ninjas? He insinuated while looking at Shikamaru. Oh, I forgot. Nara's other half is the infamous rogue ninja Orochimaru. The air in the conference room felt as though it had been suddenly sucked dry. Shikamaru's fingers tightened slightly, yet his expression remained composed. Shikaka's gaze turned frosty. Lord Liang, Gangsho's voice was dangerously low. Please mind your language. Did I speak incorrectly? Liang pressed on. The entire ninja world witnessed during the Fourth Shinobi War, Konoha's genius and that notorious rogue ninja. He gestured ambiguously. Who knows whether this will affect his judgment? Jiraiya abruptly stood up, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. Enough of your nonsense. Shikamaru is merely stating facts. Besides, their relationship was orchestrated by me. Shikamaru himself has nothing to say. As his words hung in the air, Jiraiya suddenly froze. He slowly turned to meet Nara Shikaka's murderous gaze. In that moment, one of the legendary Sannin seemed to glimpse the fleeting passage of his life. Oh, Shikaka's voice was eerily calm. So it was Lord Jiraiya who facilitated my son's lifelong affair? Jiraiya's throat bobbed nervously. That. He looked helplessly to Gangsho, only to find his beloved reveling in the unfolding drama. Ahem. Anoki cleared his throat at an opportune moment. Should we return to the matter at hand? Zhao Meiming watched the internal strife within Konoha with great interest, her fingers lightly tapping on the table. I find Lord Lei Ying's point quite intriguing. She turned to Shikamaru. Whether personal feelings may influence professional judgment is indeed worthy of exploration. Shikamaru took a deep breath. He recognized this was a trap aimed at him. But retreating would only bring embarrassment to Konoha. He stood up, calmly surveying the assembly. Since my position is being questioned, I shall not shy away. He retrieved a scroll from his ninja pouch. This is the research report on the cultivation techniques of white Zetsu provided by Orochimaru, which has been confirmed for authenticity by the Hokage. Gangsho nodded in affirmation. This intelligence has helped save the lives of at least 2,000 ninjas. My other half is indeed a rogue ninja. Shikamaru gazed steadfastly at Liang. But it is precisely this rogue ninja who saved the lives of the 5 Kages during the Fourth War. He turned to Zhao Meiming, Water Shadow. You were present at that time. Zhao Meiming coughed slightly, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Anoki stroked his beard thoughtfully. As for Uchiha Obito, Shikamaru continued. My suggestion is life imprisonment with intelligence extraction rather than simple execution. He placed the scroll down. This is not only out of humanitarian considerations, but also to guard against potential future threats. After all, who can guarantee that another Uchiha Madara will not arise? Liang was poised to refute, but Gaara interjected. I support Nara's proposal. All eyes turned to the youngest Kazekage. Gaara's voice, though soft, was resolute. Hatred only breeds more hatred. If we do not even afford the chance for redemption, how can we speak of peace? This statement acted as a key, unlocking a certain intangible barrier. Anoki sighed deeply. I am getting old, yet it seems the youth have a clearer vision. He floated over to Shikamaru, patting him on the shoulder. Kid, you have guts. Zhao Meiming smiled alluringly. Since the Tsuchikage has said so, I too agree to postpone the execution. Isolated and unsupported, Liang could only snort coldly. Do as you please. But he must be ensured never to pose a threat again. Gangsho revealed a victorious smile. Of course. Konoha possesses the most comprehensive facilities for the incarceration of serious offenders. She rapped her knuckles on the table, next agenda item, concerning the placement of tailed beasts. As the meeting continued, Shikamaru sensed his father's gaze fixed firmly on his back. He knew that a heart-to-heart discussion awaited him at home that evening. Yet, at this moment, a peculiar sense of fulfillment filled his chest. He had stood for what he believed to be right, and he had succeeded. During a brief respite, Jiraiya stealthily approached Nara Shikamaru, inquiring about his father's recent advancements in the shadow imitation technique. Without raising his head from his documents, Shikamaru replied, Do you know how much my father's technique has improved lately, Lord Jiraiya? Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, suddenly recalling an unfinished manuscript he had to write before making his discreet exit. Tsunade approached, handing Shikamaru a cup of tea, offering rare praise. Well done. Although the method was somewhat risky, Shikamaru accepted the tea, a slight smile gracing his lips. Thank you, Hokage-sama. However, he lowered his voice. I have an idea regarding Obito. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, intrigued. As Shikamaru suggested constructing a prison for war criminals at the Hitaki residence. The Hitaki home has been vacant for years. If we have Kakashi move back, he can oversee the prisoners, he proposed. After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade's expression shifted, and with a serious nod, she said, I will consider it. Patting Shikamaru on the shoulder. Now, go and console your father. His gaze towards Jiraiya worries me. After all, Orochimaru has found a partner, and if Jiraiya were to disappear, who would I turn to? Turning, Shikamaru spotted Nara Shikamaru conversing with Jiraiya in a corner. Although the words were inaudible, Jiraiya's visibly uncomfortable demeanor spoke volumes. In truth, Shikamaru scratched his head, knowing his father was already aware that it was Jiraiya's doing. Tsunade looked at him in surprise. Then why? Because he needs a legitimate reason to confront Lord Jiraiya, Shikamaru replied calmly. Ever since my relationship with Orochimaru became public, my father has been seeking an outlet for his frustration. Tsunade initially appeared taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter, truly a Nara trait. She wiped away tears of mirth. Go, tell your father that after the meeting, I will treat him to drinks. Shikamaru nodded and approached the figure who was currently lecturing Jiraiya. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the long table where a freshly signed peace agreement lay, the ink of the 5 Kage's signatures still vibrant, as if the scent of ink lingered in the air. Chapter 176. The 3 legendary ninjas. The afternoon sun in Konoha lazily bathed the steamy waters of the hot spring, the wooden sign outside the bathhouse creaking softly. This was Konoha's oldest hot spring, usually bustling with chatter, yet today it was unusually tranquil. The legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha were enjoying the solitude in one of the pools, enveloped in warm water, relishing the rare peace. Jiraiya, his eyes heavy with dark circles, sat languidly in the center of the pool, looking utterly drained. To his left, Orochimaru leaned against the stone wall, his golden snake-like eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smirk playing on his lips, clearly in high spirits. To Jiraiya's right, Tsunade was animatedly gesturing, her cheeks flushed from the steam. More excited than when she had agreed to a date with him years ago. The retirement application has finally been approved, Tsunade exclaimed, splashing water as she celebrated. Droplets hitting Jiraiya's face. From now on, I can sleep in, play cards, and drink. This is the life. Jiraiya wiped his face, shooting her a resentful glance. Hey, you may be carefree, but all the Hokage duties have fallen to Kakashi, and he complains daily. That's his problem. He agreed to it. Tsunade retorted, unfazed. Orochimaru chuckled softly at Tsunade's words. Jiraiya turned sharply, glaring at him. What are you laughing at? You're the most outrageous one here. Orochimaru lazily raised an eyebrow. Oh? And you have the audacity to say that? Jiraiya pointed an accusing finger, his voice rising. You, a rogue ninja, are here bathing in Konoha, laughing so arrogantly. What gives you the right? Ignoring him, Orochimaru leisurely picked up a wooden sign from the pool's edge, waving it in front of Jiraiya. Squinting, Jiraiya leaned in to see the Nara family crest, with Shikamaru's name inscribed on the back. Oh! Jiraiya suddenly erupted in a high-pitched scream, shooting up from the water, furiously pointing at Orochimaru. You shameless old fool. It's bad enough you're with younger girls, but why must I take the fall for it? Orochimaru tilted his head innocently. What do you mean, Jiraiya fumed, splashing water. That guy nearly killed me. Do you know how terrifying his gaze was? Lord Jiraiya, shouldn't you explain why my son's romance is you're doing? He said, while holding the signs for the shadow imitation technique. Orochimaru shrugged, his tone nonchalant. That's your problem. My problem? Jiraiya trembled with anger. Clearly, you and Shikamaru have been clandestinely involved, yet I am the one to blame? Orochimaru closed his eyes, returning to his relaxation. Ignoring Jiraiya's outburst. Seething, Jiraiya prepared to grab Orochimaru's robe collar. You better clarify, bang. Before he could reach him, Tsunade's fist landed squarely on his head, pushing him back into the water. You idiot, don't cause trouble at such a crucial moment. I'm on the verge of retirement. And you can't let me enjoy a peaceful bath? Jiraiya sputtered, struggling to rise from the water, his face a picture of grievance. Tsunade, you've changed. You used to despise Orochimaru. That was in the past, Tsunade rolled her eyes. Now he is practically family. And I'd rather not have Shikaka hold a grudge against me. Jiraiya, in despair, laid his head on the edge of the pool, pounding the ground. I'm going to report you to the third. I'll make him adjudicate. Simultaneously, Orochimaru and Tsunade turned to him, giving him a disdainful look before they both clicked their tongues in unison, uninterested in his plight. Jiraiya felt abandoned by the world. In the distance, from the eaves of the bathhouse, The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffed on his pipe, peering down with a smile at the three in the pool. Youth is a wonderful thing, he mused. Though Jiraiya appeared miserable now, as a teacher, he felt a sense of pride. After all, Jiraiya's self-sacrificing spirit for his comrades was truly commendable. Taking a deep breath, Hiruzen exhaled slowly, his gaze softening as he watched them. He was momentarily transported back decades. Recalling when Jiraiya was still the boisterous fool, Tsunade was the fiery girl, and Orochimaru. Well, Orochimaru seemed to have changed little. Sighing, he shook his head, preparing to leave. However, just as he turned, a sudden crack echoed as his back gave way. The third Hokage supported his waist, crouching down slowly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Indeed, age has caught up with me. Inside the bathhouse, the commotion of the three ninjas continued unabated. Jiraiya was still lamenting, Tsunade, Orochimaru, you can't treat me this way. Shut up. If you keep shouting, I'll punch you again. Tsunade retorted. Hiss, Orochimaru added. The third Hokage couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Such troublesome individuals, he thought, rubbing his waist as he leisurely stood up, heading toward the Hokage Tower. The evening sun cast long shadows across the streets of Konoha, while the steam in the bathhouse lingered, and the bickering of the three ninjas seemed destined to continue indefinitely. Chapter 177. The sixth Hokage in the Hokage's office in Konoha. Kakashi slumped in a large chair, his silver hair tousled, his face beneath the mask etched with a profound sense of ennui. He raised a hand, weakly patting the impeccably upright Nara Shikamaru, standing beside him. Can I clock out now, Senior Shikamaru? Kakashi's voice seemed to drift from the depths of hell as he lamented his 6-hour ordeal. Nara Shikamaru snapped the document he was holding shut and calmly adjusted his glasses. Kakashi, you just took a break an hour ago. Those 6 hours include your mealtime. Oh, Kakashi let out a wail, sliding beneath the table. He regretted allowing himself to be swayed by Shikamaru's words regarding the burdensome role of Hokage. Look at Lady Tsunade now, how carefree she is. He struggled to peek out from under the table, casting a pitiful glance at Shikamaru. Senpai Shikamaru, I request to leave work early. Feigning ignorance, Shikamaru continued to peruse the documents. Kakashi choked back his emotions. At that moment, the office door creaked open, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, entered with a smile. Pipe in mouth. Kakashi, how are you feeling? He kindly inquired. Kakashi's eyes sparkled as if he had grasped a lifeline. Lord Third, it seems you are doing quite well. The third Hokage interrupted him, effectively stifling Kakashi's words. Your efficiency in handling the documents is commendable. The light in Kakashi's eyes dimmed instantly. Slumping back in his chair, he weakly asked, what about Naruto? Has he not been found yet? The third Hokage sighed, speaking earnestly. Kakashi, even if Naruto is qualified, he is still too young. At this moment, you are the rightful sixth Hokage. Kakashi frantically shook his head. No, Lord Third. I believe Naruto is fully capable. If he were to become the sixth, the third Hokage suddenly shifted his tone, speaking more gently, Uchiha Obito. Upon hearing those 5 words, Kakashi's gestures ceased, transforming into a respectful pose as his expression grew serious. Shikamaru interjected, Kakashi's hand seals have accelerated. The third Hokage nodded in agreement. The judgment concerning Uchiha Obito must be delivered by the future sixth Hokage. Although he is currently confined in Konoha's dungeon, there are murmurs among the elders about executing him. Kakashi's brow furrowed. Shikamaru timely offered a stack of documents. These are proposals against immediate execution. You may wish to review them. Kakashi accepted the documents. Immediately engrossed in the contents, his expression focused as though transformed. The third Hokage and Shikamaru exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging each other. The following day, at the gates of Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto trudged into the village, his expression laced with reluctance. He had just concluded a self-imposed training journey, ostensibly to evade love, and had initially intended to delay his return for a few more days. However, Jiraiya had insisted he come back, claiming urgent matters awaited in the village. What urgent matters? Naruto mumbled, ruffling his spiky golden hair. Could it be that Lady Tsunade has finally decided to retire? Before he could finish his thoughts, a cacophony erupted from the village center. Looking up, he saw the main thoroughfare of Konoha adorned with festive decorations. Villagers gathered on either side, cheering exuberantly. What is going on? Naruto asked, bewildered. He squeezed into the crowd, tiptoeing to see better. On the balcony of the Hokage Tower stood a familiar figure draped in the Hokage cloak, looking exasperated. It was Hatake Kakashi. Behind him stood the third Hokage, Tsunade Shikaku, and other high-ranking officials, all smiling. What shocked Naruto even more was that Kakashi wore the Hokage's conical hat, emblazoned with the words 6th Hokage. "Naruto," he exclaimed, leaping up and pointing towards the Hokage tower. "Kakashi-sensei, how did you steal the position? Wasn't he becoming Hokage my dream?" The surrounding villagers jumped at his sudden outburst, then quickly burst into laughter. "Naruto, you're back." Sakura squeezed through the crowd, patting him on the shoulder. "How grand was the 6th Hokage ceremony?" "Grand my foot," Naruto exclaimed, shaking her shoulders in frustration. "Why did Kakashi-sensei suddenly become Hokage?" "What about me?" Sasuke appeared beside him, arms crossed and expression calm. "Looks like you were a step too slow." "Nah, Sasuke. What are you doing here?" Sasuke replied coolly. "Just came to see how the foolish idiot who wanted to become Hokage is handling the setback." Naruto glared at the Hokage tower, where Kakashi seemed to sense his gaze, lazily waving his hand with a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. "Naruto," Kakashi called out, "being Hokage is a tough job. You need to work hard." "Kakashi-sensei," Naruto shouted in exasperation, hopping in frustration as the villagers erupted into good-natured laughter. In the Hokage office, Kakashi sank into his chair after the ceremony, exhaling deeply. "Finally, it's over." Shikaku stood nearby, calmly adjusting his glasses. "Lord Sixth, there are still 3 documents that require your signature." Kakashi slowly slid beneath the desk, wailing, "Shikamaru, when will you take over for your father?" Shikaku smirked inwardly, thinking how foolish the 6th Hokage was, believing that Shikamaru would be more lenient than he was. Chapter 178. The prisoner. The sunset bathed the Hokage rock of Konoha in a warm orange hue as the 6th Hokage, Hatake Kakashi, trudged wearily along the path home. He carried a small bundle containing a few changes of clothes and his ever-present Ika paradise. "Even as Hokage, I can't find anyone to help me move," Kakashi muttered under his breath, his silver hair swaying gently in the evening breeze. Beneath his ordinary black eye, dark circles were evident. As Kakashi approached the old Hatake family residence, his pace instinctively slowed. Once a magnificent estate, it now appeared desolate. The paint on the door had chipped away, and the yard was overgrown with weeds. He stood before the entrance, hesitating to push the door open. How many years had it been? 10? 15? He gazed up at the family crest above the door, the once mighty white Fong insignia, now a mere shadow of its former self. Sighing, he fished out a key from his ninja tool pouch, hesitating before inserting it into the lock. Would it be filled with cobwebs? Would it even be habitable tonight? Kakashi rubbed his temples, sighing at the hardships of life. Just as he was lost in thought, the door creaked open, startling him. Kakashi wondered if the Hokage office had finally remembered to send him a servant. However, standing before him was Uchiha Obito, clad in prisoner garb. The man held a chain that should have bound him in his right hand, and a broom in his left, his battered face covered in dust and cobwebs. A rag tied around his head. His left foot rested on an overturned bucket, water spilling across the ground. "Kakashi, you useless fool," Obito yelled, his voice laced with familiar sarcasm. "You're Hokage now, yet you don't even dare enter your own home?" Kakashi's lone eye widened in disbelief. He glanced at the nameplate, confirming it read Hatake. Lowering his gaze to the disheveled man before him, he recognized it was indeed Uchiha Obito, who should have been confined in a special prison. "Obito, what are you doing here?" Kakashi's voice trembled slightly. Obito scoffed, a look of disdain on his face. "Aren't you my guardian now?" The group of old men uttered. "Let the 6th Hokage monitor the most dangerous war criminals." How absurd. They even expect me to clean up. Kakashi suddenly recalled that the upper echelon had indeed passed this resolution during last week's meeting. He had been overwhelmed by paperwork and hadn't paid much attention to the details. Peering into the room, he was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The once dust-laden living room now resembled a battlefield. Water stains were scattered everywhere. Furniture was haphazardly piled in the corners, and the walls bore several suspicious scratches resembling those left by Kanai. "Is this what you call cleaning?" Kakashi asked weakly. "Humph. If you have objections, you do it yourself." Obito shoved a broom into Kakashi's arms. "Isn't the 6th Hokage quite impressive?" Kakashi accepted the broom and unexpectedly performed an action that took both of them by surprise. He removed the Hokage hat from his head and placed it on Obito's messy hair. "Here, hold this for me," Kakashi said, maneuvering around the stunned Obito and stepping into the room to begin mopping up the water stains. Obito stood frozen in place. the weight of the Hokage hat inducing a wave of dizziness. He could smell Kakashi's scent lingering on the hat, a mix of ink and wood. Through the hat's gaps, he saw Kakashi bent over cleaning up the mess he had made, his silver hair glowing softly in the evening light. Damn it, Obito cursed inwardly. Yet he felt an unwelcome warmth in his eyes. This was the despicable method of the Hokage to imprison criminals. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back decades. At that time, he was just a foolish boy who shouted every day about wanting to become Hokage, while Kakashi had already become a genius jonin. They once stood together on the rooftop of the Ninja Academy, and he had sworn to Kakashi that they would both become Hokage. Hey, stop standing there like an idiot. Kakashi's voice pulled him back to reality. Since you are my prisoner, come help. Lift that bucket. Obito instinctively complied, only to realize how obedient he had been. He angrily yanked the Hokage hat off his head. Who wants to follow your orders? Yet he did not throw the hat back, but awkwardly held it in his hands. Kakashi noticed this, and his single eye curved into a crescent shape. Are you hungry? Kakashi suddenly asked. I brought back some ingredients. Huh, you can cook? Obito replied skeptically. It won't be that ridiculous military ration stew kind of dish, right? Kakashi retrieved several paper packages from his bundle. The ramen shop owner gifted these. He said it was to celebrate the Hokage's new home. By the way, how did you know I could make military rations? Humph, Hokage privilege, Obito muttered. Yet he unconsciously followed Kakashi's lead towards the kitchen, not responding to the latter half of the statement. The kitchen was in no better condition than the living room. Obito had clearly attempted to clean, but all he managed to do was transfer the dust from the countertop to the floor. Kakashi sighed, refraining from pressing further, and began tidying up. Have you been living alone in that small apartment all these years? Obito suddenly asked, his voice much lower than usual. Kakashi paused his movements. Yes. It's convenient for work. You don't have anyone to help clean? The umbu come occasionally, Kakashi replied nonchalantly, then changed the subject. Why don't you wipe the dining table? Obito stared at Kakashi's back for a few seconds, then abruptly strode over, snatching the cloth from his hands. Get out of the way. With your method, it won't be clean by tomorrow. Kakashi blinked as he watched Obito clean the countertop roughly but effectively. He noticed that the number printed on the back of Obito's prison uniform had faded and that there were marks on his wrists from long-term shackling. How did you get your restraints off? Kakashi inquired. Obito did not look back. Do you think such things can bind the Uchiha? Then why didn't you escape? Obito's movements paused for a moment before he scrubbed the already spotless countertop with even more vigor. Stop talking nonsense. Aren't we supposed to eat? Kakashi ceased his inquiries and began preparing dinner. The two worked in silence, yet an unusual rapport formed between them. When steaming ramen was placed on the table, Obito stared at the bowl for a long time, as if verifying whether it was poisoned. Don't worry, just eat. Kakashi had already removed his mask, revealing the face Obito had not seen in years, devoid of any military rations. Obito scoffed but eagerly grabbed his chopsticks. The first sip of hot broth nearly elicited a satisfied sigh, yet he restrained himself, merely muttering, "It's decent." Kakashi smiled and offered Obito a piece of chashu from his bowl. Eat more. We still have to clean tomorrow. Who wants to be your cleaning assistant? Obito protested, yet he quickly snatched the piece of meat. After dinner, Kakashi began organizing the bedroom. Unbeknownst to him, Obito had appeared at the doorway, arms crossed. Watching him make the bed. Only one bedroom? Obito asked. There's another upstairs, but it's probably in worse shape, Kakashi replied without looking up. You can sleep next door, although it might need some mold removal. What a hassle, Obito interrupted, striding into the room and yanking the freshly made quilt to the floor. Then tossing his prison uniform jacket aside. I'll sleep here. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Then where do I sleep? Anywhere you want. Obito had already lain down. Turning his back to Kakashi, isn't the Hokage capable of using shadow clone jutsu? Kakashi shook his head and retrieved another set of bedding from the closet, laying it down not far from Obito. He noticed Obito's breathing had become shallow, his shoulders slightly tense, a state of alertness typical of a ninja. I want to ambush you while you sleep, Kakashi said softly. Obito did not respond, but after a while, his breathing gradually deepened. Kakashi gazed at the ceiling, listening to the steady rhythm of Obito's breaths, and suddenly felt that this long-abandoned old house, empty for more than a decade, didn't seem so cold anymore. Late at night, Obito quietly opened his eyes. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating a corner of the room where Kakashi's Hokage hat lay. Obito stared at it for a long time, then let out a soft sigh, nearly inaudible. Foolish Kakashi, he thought. Who wants to be your prisoner? Yet when he closed his eyes again, the corners of his mouth curled into a relaxed arc that had been absent for many years. Chapter 179. Morning. The tranquility of Konoha's morning was shattered by a deafening shout. Ah! Kakashi-sensei, come out. Uzumaki Naruto stood at the entrance of the Hitaki residence like a human alarm bell, his golden hair flaring like an angry sunflower. Dressed in an orange training outfit, he pounded on the door with such force that even the frame shook. You promised I'd become Hokage. Why did Granny Tsunade suddenly announce her retirement? I just came back from training. Sakura, standing behind Naruto, held her forehead, her pink ponytail still sporting a tuft of bedhead from being hastily dragged out of bed. She wore a Chunin uniform, clearly caught off guard. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei just took office yesterday. I don't care. Naruto turned to climb through the window. He clearly said something like, you can only become Hokage if you trust me. This is fraud. Fraud. Just as Naruto's fingers brushed the window frame, the window was suddenly flung open, and a shadow with a menacing aura appeared. Who asked the reckless one? Which child is this? Uchiha Obito, with his hair in disarray, had bloodshot eyes and his Sharingan, and the scar on his left cheek looked particularly menacing in the morning light. He wore an obviously oversized white t-shirt, the collar askew, revealing his collarbone, while the lower half consisted only of black shorts. Naruto remained frozen in the posture of climbing through the window, his azure eyes wide with disbelief. Sakura. Why is he dressed less than on the cover of Intimate Paradise? Sakura's face instantly flushed crimson as she delivered a swift punch to Naruto's nape. I told you not to disturb Kakashi-sensei. It was at this moment that Obito became aware of his own attire. Yet he merely ruffled his hair in irritation. What is all this noise so early in the morning? Wasn't the Hokage's inauguration ceremony just yesterday afternoon? That is precisely the point. Naruto trembled as he pointed at Obito. Why is this work criminal in my teacher's house? And what on earth is that outfit? A series of sluggish footsteps echoed from within the room. Who is this? Kakashi appeared behind Obito, rubbing his eyes. His silver hair tousled as if struck by a lightning bolt, his mask half draped to reveal his nose, clad in a crumpled nightgown. This disheveled appearance stood in stark contrast to the imposing figure he had presented during the inauguration ceremony the day before. To everyone's astonishment, upon seeing Kakashi, Obito instinctively turned, shielding the window with his body while hastily pulling down the curtains to envelop Kakashi. Go back to sleep. But it's so noisy outside. I'll handle it. Obito pushed Kakashi back into the room. You returned home in the early hours of the morning yesterday. This scene caused Naruto to tumble off the windowsill, landing on the grass, where he knelt, clutching his head in despair. This is utterly unrinja. Kakashi-sensei can actually act spoiled? Sakura's fists began to emit a dangerous cracking sound. Naruto-kun. But Sakura. Naruto leapt to his feet, gesturing animatedly. Did you see Obito's muscular physique? No wonder he can. And Kakashi-sensei looks so tiny. They can't possibly have. Sakura's formidable punch, accompanied by a whooshing sound, struck the ground, creating a perfect human-shaped crater. The current 6th Hokage's most prized student was embedded in the earth, his eyes spiraled in confusion. My sincerest apologies for the disturbance. Sakura bowed deeply to Obito, then effortlessly hoisted Naruto from the ground onto her shoulder. At this point, Naruto resembled a lifeless orange figure. Obito raised an eyebrow. You're quite ruthless, young lady. As a medical ninja, I specialize in human anatomy. Sakura chuckled nervously, then lowered her voice. Does Nara-sensei know you're here? Obito's Sharingan swirled dangerously. Those old geezers have dispatched 12 Umbu to monitor nearby. Should I invite them over for tea? No, that won't be necessary. Sakura retreated 3 steps while carrying Naruto, wishing Obito and Kakashi a rather awkward good morning. Once the pink-haired girl had dragged her unconscious companion away, Obito closed the window and turned to find Kakashi seated on the edge of the bed, clutching a pillow, his left eye crescent-shaped. You scared my student. Likewise. Obito tugged at the hem of his t-shirt. Are all the little brats your broken book produced this annoying? Kakashi chuckled as he sank back into the blankets. Naruto is just overly excited. After all, up until yesterday, everyone believed you would be locked away in the deepest dungeon. Obito sat silently on the edge of the bed, his gaze sweeping over Kakashi's exposed ankle, where an old scar marked the memory of the Shinobi Alliance battle he had inflicted. Those old geezers agreed to have me monitored in your home because of your recent promotion, didn't they? Obito suddenly remarked. Once your position as Hokage is secure, they will eventually. I will handle it, Kakashi interrupted, his voice muffled by the pillow. Now, the new Hokage commands you to make breakfast. Obito laughed in disbelief. You think on your first day as Hokage you can abuse your power? Second day, Kakashi corrected. I officially took office at 3:20 p.m. yesterday. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a golden line across the bed. Obito gazed at the tuft of silver hair protruding from the blankets for a long moment, ultimately sighing as he stood up. The eggs need to be runny. A muffled clarification came from under the covers. Shut up, Hokage. Without looking back, Obito headed toward the kitchen. If you keep talking, I'll add some military rations to your portion. Soon, the clattering of pots and dishes echoed from the kitchen. Kakashi quietly opened his eyes, staring at the dancing light spots on the ceiling. The reality of becoming Hokage only struck him at this moment, not through signing documents in the office or meeting with foreign ambassadors, but because a certain rascal was wreaking havoc in his kitchen. Meanwhile, on the street beneath Hokage Rock, Sakura was dragging a recovering Naruto toward Ichiraku Ramen. Hey, Sakura. Naruto rubbed the bump on the back of his head. Do you think Kakashi-sensei and Obito, if you don't want to be buried 20 meters underground, just be quiet. But the position of the 7th Hokage is still vacant. Naruto immediately covered his mouth, his blue eyes filled with terror. Sakura nodded in satisfaction, pulling out her wallet to shout at the Ichiraku owner. 2 large bowls of miso chashu. Let us replenish this idiot's brain. Sunlight bathed the newly carved Hokage Rock, with Kakashi's visage still partially draped in canvas. The kitchen of the Hatake residence wafted with suspicious black smoke, accompanied by Obito's curses and Kakashi's muffled laughter. Thus began another day in the village of Konohagakure. Chapter 180. Home in the Nara family's chess room. Sunlight streamed through the washi sliding door, illuminating the board. Nara Yoshino carefully entered with a tea tray, laden with a few plates of sweets and a small bowl of bright red cherry tomatoes. Please have some tea. Yoshino gently placed the tea and snacks on the low table, and as she left, she affectionately patted her husband's small braid at the back of his head. Shikaku stared blankly at his son seated across from him, then glanced at the figure behind his son, Orochimaru, clad in a kimono, surveying their antique vase with snake-like golden vertical pupils. He took a deep breath and pointed at Orochimaru. You little rascal, I understand him. Shikaku's voice sounded as if he had stayed awake for 3 consecutive nights. After all, I permitted it. Then his finger shifted toward the window where Uchiha Sasuke leaned against the frame, arms crossed, his black cloak fluttering in the draft, striking a pose that screamed, I'm cool. Don't disturb me. Shikaku's eye twitched. Is our Nara family becoming a diplomatic office? Shikamaru lazily waved his hand, snatching a piece of yokon from the plate. Oh. Come on, Dad. He is my second disciple. It's fine. Second disciple? Shikaku's voice rose an octave. Orochimaru had floated to Shikamaru's side unnoticed, his icy fingers resting on his shoulder. Shikamaru, now you can also be his sensei's wife. The chess room fell into a silence so profound that one could hear the pine needles falling outside. Shikaku's face transformed from pale to a deep shade of purple, settling into an indescribable hue. He slowly turned to face his son, his gaze filled with an unspoken demand for clarification. Shikamaru, in the act of stuffing the second piece of yokon into his mouth, nearly choked. Cough, cough. Uncle Snake, please don't joke like that. Before Shikaku could react, Sasuke, standing by the window, exploded. You're all utterly shameless. Sasuke's Sharingan transformed into its Mangekyo form, his finger pointing directly at Shikamaru, particularly emphasizing him. Trembling with rage, his long black hair defied gravity. His previously cold demeanor was shattered, now resembling a frizzy black cat. Sasuke was acutely aware of his loss of composure, but the recent events had ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. Ever since returning to Konoha, that fool Naruto had gone from chasing him to avoiding him. Every time he spotted Sasuke from a distance, he would take a detour. What was even more infuriating was that when he finally cornered Naruto to demand an explanation, that golden-haired idiot had blushed and stammered, Sasuke-kun, this doesn't seem appropriate, before utilizing some reverse harem technique to escape. Inappropriate? How many times had they fought since childhood? Now he says it's inappropriate? The more Sasuke thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt, causing his Sharingan to spin uncontrollably. He yearned to be with his brother in Yainen Village and Shiryu-chan. If Itachi were still around, he could at least guide him on how to navigate such matters. Sasuke-kun, please use the tomato. Jino returned unannounced, placing a plate of cut cherry tomatoes on the windowsill. I heard you like these. Sasuke's Sharingan instantly returned to normal as he stiffly stared at the plate of tomatoes and then at Gino's gentle smile, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Thank you. Eventually, he awkwardly expressed his gratitude and took a small bite of a tomato. Gino nodded in satisfaction and poured another cup of tea for her husband, completely ignoring the pleading gaze of Riku. Thus, Riku decided to steer the conversation back on track. Can someone explain why my game room has suddenly transformed into a haven for troubled children? Shikamaru sighed, scratching the back of his head. To put it simply, Sasuke has nowhere to stay, Naruto has been avoiding him, and Sakura is busy with her work at the hospital. I was referring to him. Riku pointed at Orochimaru. Haven't you finished your business yet? Orochimaru was observing Sasuke as he ate the tomatoes with great interest when he turned his head, revealing a smile that could haunt an ordinary person's dreams for 3 days. Because Shikamaru promised to keep me company for a while. Shikamaru face-bombed. I did mention that. The tomato in Sasuke's hand burst, the red juice dripping down his pale fingers. Nara Shikamaru. Sasuke's voice squeezed out through gritted teeth. You shameless brat. I didn't do anything. Shikamaru finally straightened up to retort. Gino kindly patted his back and handed Sasuke a handkerchief to wipe his hands. It's not what you think. Shikamaru explained weakly. I merely asked Orochimaru to assist in organizing post-war intelligence. Organizing with your mouth? Sasuke shot back sharply. The game room fell into an eerie silence once more. Even the deer in the yard ceased chewing and turned their curious gazes toward this side. Orochimaru suddenly chuckled softly. Sasuke-kun, you seem so concerned about our relationship. Could it be? Who cares about you? Sasuke snapped angrily. I merely, his words trailed off. Just what? Just without a place to go? Just being inexplicably distanced by Naruto? Just struggling to find a sense of belonging in this damned village? Gino keenly sensed the change in atmosphere and gently set down the teapot. I will go prepare dinner. Do you like miso soup, Sasuke-kun? Sasuke paused, instinctively nodding. Extra tofu and seaweed, right? Gino smiled as she rose. Shikamaru told me. Sasuke looked at Shikamaru in surprise, who was pretending to be deeply interested in the patterns on the ceiling. Once Gino left, Riku let out a heavy sigh. So, when will this place, Konoha, return to tranquility? Well, Shikamaru scratched his face. Strictly speaking, it may take some time. Moreover, he continued, according to the customs of the ninja world, fellow disciples should look out for one another. Who is your fellow disciple? Sasuke exploded. You two are from the same school. Riku observed the farce and suddenly felt his migraine returning. He rubbed his temples. Shikamaru, how old are you this year? Can you not create so much trouble for me? Didn't you, at your age, also shut up? Orochimaru interjected with interest, watching the father-son banter. I have heard tales of Rikukuin's romantic escapades in his youth, particularly with the Akimichi clan, Snake Uncle. Orochimaru. Both Riku and Shikamaru shouted simultaneously. Sasuke watched this scene unfold, feeling inexplicably relieved that he was not the only unfortunate one in this household. When Gino returned with freshly brewed tea, she found the atmosphere in the game room had become considerably more harmonious. Shikamaru had resumed his lazy posture, and while Sasuke still stood by the window, his Sharingan had been retracted. Orochimaru was engaged in a game of shogi with Riku, and surprisingly, Riku had not flipped the board within 10 minutes. Dinner would take a while, so Gino set down the tea tray. I prepared some rice dumplings as a snack. Sasuke hesitated for a moment before accepting the glutinous rice dumplings presented to him. He recalled Itachi's fondness for sweets, missing his brother for a day. Hey Sasuke. Shikamaru suddenly spoke up. Tomorrow, I'm going to talk to Naruto about some matters. Do you want to join? Sasuke's hand paused. He's avoiding me. That's why it's even more necessary to clear things up. Shikamaru sighed. That guy only thinks about ramen. If you don't directly tell him, he could get stuck in a dead end of his own, making for a lifetime. Sasuke stared at the dumpling in his hand, whispering, Why are you helping me? Shikamaru shrugged. It's a hassle, but who told you to be my second junior brother? Orochimaru placed a piece on the board, producing a crisp sound. Checkmate. He looked up at Riku with a victorious smile. It seems that whether it's the game or anything else, I have won. Riku gazed at his king, which was about to be checkmated, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Gino timely interrupted. Dinner is ready. Sasuke-kun, I specially made salt-grilled mackerel. Sasuke's eyes brightened slightly. Thank you, he murmured, following Gino to the dining room. Shikamaru slowly stood up, patting his father's shoulder. Don't think too much, old man. Snake Uncle just enjoys teasing you. Are you sure he isn't planning any nefarious human experiments? Oh, that, Shikamaru yawned. He promised not to conduct them in our basement. Nara Shikamaru. As the sun set, several deer in the Nara family courtyard curiously gazed at the mansion from which roaring sounds emanated. In the dining room, Sasuke quietly ate the mackerel, while Jino continuously served him rice. In the game room, Riku was shaking his son by the collar, while Orochimaru elegantly sipped tea, relishing this family farce. Perhaps, Sasuke thought, this night was not so bad after all. At least the mackerel here was deliciously grilled. Chapter 181. Home to the midday sun pierced through the curtain slits and into the eyes of Uzumaki Naruto, who was curled up in a chaotic heap of blankets. His golden hair resembled a straw pile ravaged by a storm, and there were suspicious drool stains at the corner of his mouth. One foot was exposed outside the blanket, and the Ichiraka logo on his socks had faded. Ugh, another bowl, Naruto mumbled as he turned over, his arms slapping against the nightstand and sending an empty instant noodle bowl crashing to the floor. Just as he was about to drift off again, a cold sensation suddenly crawled up his back. Naruto abruptly opened his eyes to find the golden vertical pupils of Orochimaru's face merely 10 centimeters away from him, his pale skin emanating a strange glow in the dim room. Naruto sprang up from the bed like a carp leaping, his right hand instinctively beginning to gather chakra for a Rasengan. Naruto. The sound halted him like a pause button. His azure eyes widened in disbelief as he mechanically turned his head to see Uchiha Sasuke leaning against his wardrobe with arms crossed, his white cardigan accentuating his pale skin and his expression, as always, cold and distant. Sasuke. Naruto's voice shot up an octave, and the Rasengan dissipated into thin air. Are you here to find me? This realization set off a small fireworks display in Naruto's heart. He instinctively raked his fingers through his messy golden hair, his mouth curving into an uncontrollable smile. However, the smile lasted barely a second before Sakura's words from days prior echoed in his mind like an alarm bell. Naruto, after chasing Sasuke for so many years, have you ever considered that it might not be friendship, but love? Naruto's face flushed crimson. He clumsily rolled off the bed, tripping over the blanket and nearly hitting his head on the floor. Ahaha, Sasuke, what are you doing here? Naruto laughed awkwardly, his eyes darting around, unable to meet Sasuke's gaze. What a lovely day it is. Suddenly, I recalled that Kakashi-sensei had asked me to help Parker with his foot care. This is your home. Sasuke coldly interrupted, his brow slightly furrowed. Naruto stood frozen, as if struck by Raikage's lightning. Indeed, this was his own house. Why was he running away? Yet, the more he contemplated this, the more awkwardly he fidgeted. Sasuke's gaze grew increasingly frigid, a flicker of crimson flashing within his jet-black eyes. Was he merely an ordinary friend to Naruto? Unconsciously, Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan activated amidst his emotional turmoil. He recalled how Naruto had deliberately evaded him in recent days, his heart a tumultuous blend of emotions, as if he had overturned a container of spices. Even tomatoes could not rival the complexity of his feelings. Just as the atmosphere between the two grew increasingly bizarre, a sound erupted from the kitchen as the refrigerator door swung open. Hey, Naruto, your milk is expired. Nara Shikamaru's languid voice shattered the silence like a lifeline. He waved a bottle of moldy milk, and amidst Naruto's anguished cry of that was my limited edition milk. He deftly tossed it into the trash. Shikamaru, how did you get in? Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide. The door wasn't locked, Shikamaru shrugged, extracting several questionable expired food items from the fridge. With your housekeeping skills, it's no wonder Sakura refuses to visit. Naruto's face flushed crimson. I've just been too busy lately. Ignoring his protests, Shikamaru cut straight to the point. Naruto, I have a problem. Naruto's attention was effectively diverted. What problem? Shikamaru pointed at Sasuke, then at Orochimaru, who had unknowingly taken residence at the head of Naruto's bed. Snake Uncle has been staying at my place, and it's already full. His Uchiha home was reclaimed by the village for park renovation. He paused. So, how about letting him stay here? Of course, Naruto blurted out, only to realize what he had just agreed to. Hastily amending, I mean. Shikamaru subtly kicked Sasuke. Sasuke snorted. I can begrudgingly stay here for a few days. He cast a glance at the flustered Naruto. Unless you don't want me to. How could that be? Naruto jumped up. I'll tidy up the room right now. Watching Naruto rush into the adjacent room like a whirlwind, a barely perceptible smile crept onto Sasuke's lips. Shikamaru rolled his eyes at the direction Naruto had vanished, then turned to Sasuke. Do you really believe him when he says his home isn't usually like this? Surprisingly, Sasuke nodded earnestly. Though he is at the bottom of the class, he doesn't lie. Fine then. Shikamaru rubbed his temples, pulling out rice balls purchased on the way and placing them on the table. Breakfast, eat while it's hot. As he turned to leave, he suddenly made a peculiar gesture at Sasuke, bringing his index and middle fingers together to tap his own eyes before waving his hand. Sasuke's face flushed instantly. Shikamaru, what did you do to Sasuke? Naruto emerged, arms full of dirty laundry, his eyes widening at Sasuke's crimson complexion. Sasuke, are you alright? Do you have a fever? Shikamaru retreated, making a 2 shape with his mouth at Sasuke. Naruto jumped in frustration. What are you two talking about? Include me. Shikamaru said he's a fool. Sasuke turned his face away. Indeed. Naruto nodded emphatically. That guy always says he's so troublesome. Shikamaru sneezed at the doorway, mumbling whether Sasuke could manage, before glancing up at the clear sky, knowing Itachi would arrive in Konoha in 2 days. Meanwhile, Naruto was in the guest room, frantically tidying up. He stuffed dirty socks into a drawer, covered snack crumbs on the bed with a blanket, and even attempted to use shadow clones to simultaneously wipe the floor and clean the windows, resulting in 2 clones colliding and disappearing with a puff. Sasuke, let me explain. It's really not like this usually. Sweat beaded on Naruto's forehead. I've just been too busy lately. And be quiet. Sasuke leaned against the doorframe, interrupting him. Naruto immediately fell silent, his head drooping like a chastised puppy. Seeing him like this, a certain softness stirred within Sasuke. He stepped into the room and picked up an orange jacket from the floor to hang it up. I'll stay a few days and then leave. No need to make a fuss. Not a fuss at all. Naruto waved his hands. You can stay as long as you want. Sasuke watched Naruto stammering, then suddenly flicked his forehead playfully. Idiot. This familiar gesture took both of them by surprise. In their youth, Sasuke often mocked Naruto like this, and Naruto would always explode in response. But at this moment, Naruto merely touched the spot where he had been flicked, grinning foolishly. Sasuke, Naruto gathered his courage. Why did you suddenly? Didn't Shikamaru tell you? Sasuke averted his gaze. My house was requisitioned. No, Naruto scratched his head. Why lately? Sasuke's heart raced suddenly. Could it be that Naruto was finally about to reveal why he had been avoiding him? Why haven't you used Chidori recently? Naruto managed to utter. I haven't seen it in ages. It's super cool. Fool. Chapter 182. Pregnancy. One morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow on the bed. For the first time, Naruto awoke before the alarm clock. As he groggily opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Sasuke's sleeping face, mere inches away. His black hair was tousled across the pillow, long eyelashes casting delicate shadows on his cheeks, his breathing steady and calm. Naruto's face turned crimson. Memories of the previous night flooded back. Sasuke had moved in with him, and the two had been forced to squeeze into one bed, though nothing had transpired. Merely gazing at Sasuke's serene sleeping form made Naruto's heart race as if it might leap from his chest. He cautiously propped himself up, attempting to slip out of bed without waking Sasuke. However, just as he was about to succeed, a warm hand suddenly clasped around his wrist. Where are you going? Sasuke asked, eyes still closed, his voice hoarse from sleep. Naruto froze instantly, his gaze uncontrollably drawn to Sasuke's bare upper body, the delicate line of his collarbone, his well-defined muscles, and the scars left from battle. Each detail sent his temperature soaring. I just remembered there are documents in the Hokage's office, Naruto stammered, at a loss for where to look. Sasuke gently tugged on him. It's still early, sleep a little longer. Those words seemed to have a magical effect, and Naruto obediently lay back down, his body stiff as a board. Sasuke appeared to sense his tension, letting out a barely perceptible sigh before turning away from Naruto. Relax. You fool. Sasuke's voice, still laced with sleepiness, reassured him, I won't bite you. Naruto stared at the back of Sasuke's head, slowly exhaling. He cautiously moved a little closer, catching a whiff of the faint scent of shampoo in Sasuke's hair. Before he knew it, he had drifted back into a deep sleep, this time with a slight smile gracing his lips. At 5 in the afternoon, in the liveliest izakaya in Konoha, Team 7 and Team 10 had gathered together after a long time. So who is treating today? Ino twirled her teacup, a sly smile on her face. I propose we let Asuma-sensei foot the bill. Hey, Shikamaru sighed. My dad's pension can't handle such extravagance. Then let Kakashi-sensei pay. Sakura slammed her hand on the table. He's the Hokage now. He must have money. Choji stuffed a handful of chips into his mouth, mumbling. Orochimaru took Shikamaru away. Let Orochimaru pay. Shikamaru shook his head helplessly. Ever since their unique relationship had been exposed, Choji had held a grudge against that snake-like man. However, at that moment, his attention was more captivated by the two individuals seated across from him. Sasuke and Naruto sat by the window, one with a stoic demeanor and the other brimming with enthusiasm, yet their interaction was surprisingly harmonious. Whenever Sasuke reached for something, Naruto would promptly place it within his grasp. As soon as Sasuke's teacup was empty, Naruto hurried to refill it. Even the slightest furrow of Sasuke's brow would prompt a flurry of anxious inquiries from Naruto. Oh dear. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, muttering under his breath, "This progress is quicker than I anticipated." Sakura rested her chin on her hand, looking incredulous. "It's so obvious. How did I not notice?" Ino comfortingly patted her shoulder. "It's all right, Sakura, at least you know now." "Know what?" Naruto suddenly leaned in, his blue eyes blinking curiously. "Nothing." Sakura and Ino replied in unison, exchanging knowing glances. Sasuke scoffed, reaching for the octopus balls on the table. At that moment, Shikamaru deftly pushed an octopus ball laden with excessive wasabi towards Sasuke. "Try this, it's a new flavor," he said earnestly. Sasuke eyed him suspiciously but nonetheless popped the octopus ball into his mouth. The next second, he was choking. Cough, cough, cough. His face turned crimson as tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. He wanted to spit it out but felt it would be rude, so he swallowed it, only to choke even more violently. "Sasuke!" Naruto leaped up in alarm. "What's wrong?" Sasuke couldn't articulate his distress and frantically gestured that he was fine. Sakura and Ino rushed over to assess the situation, while Shikamaru took the opportunity to beckon Naruto closer. "Come here," he whispered conspiratorially. "Let me explain what's going on." Naruto leaned in nervously. Shikamaru whispered a few words in his ear, and Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" he exclaimed, abruptly standing, his voice echoing throughout the izakaya. "Sasuke is pregnant." Chapter 183. Pregnancy 2. Inside the izakaya's private room, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Sasuke's Sharingan instinctively transformed into its kaleidoscopic form, the crimson patterns swirling slowly in his fury. He glared fiercely at Shikamaru, who silently mouthed, "Play along, PLL take the bait." Shikamaru suggested that Sasuke was experiencing morning sickness. Naruto, entirely oblivious to the undercurrents between the two, was filled with concern. "It's all my fault for being careless yesterday." Sakura's mouth twitched in disbelief. "Wait, you guys were together yesterday?" "We merely shared a bed," Sasuke instinctively retorted, only to realize he had made things worse. Ino covered her mouth in shock. "Oh my, is Naruto's bed that powerful?" Choji finally shook off his stupor, silently offering Sasuke a bag of chips. "For nourishment. That's enough." Sasuke slammed his hand on the table, but as he stood, Naruto caught him. "Be careful. You can't engage in strenuous activity right now." Naruto was on edge, his palms sweating. "Shall I carry you home?" Sasuke's fists clenched and relaxed, ultimately sitting back down with a grimace. "Do as you wish." This compromise was perceived by the others as a tacit confirmation. Sakura's medical ninjutsu notes fell to the ground. Ino had already pulled out a communication frog to send messages, and Choji was seriously contemplating what color to choose for a baby gift box. 2 hours later, a long queue formed in front of Naruto's house. "This is our special nutritional meal." Choji's father enthusiastically presented a food box. "You must eat well during pregnancy." A servant from the Hyuga family blushed as she delivered a gift. Even the usually serious Aburame Shibi sent honey for morning sickness relief. Sasuke stood by the window, his forehead veined with anger. "I will kill Nara Shikamaru." It was obvious who was behind this chaos. Yet Naruto was moved to tears by the overwhelming kindness. "Everyone is so generous." "Sasuke, look, there's a special pregnancy ramen from Ichiraku." If only tears did not betray his excitement. Sasuke's right hand crackled in his palm, but softened inexplicably upon seeing the sparkle in Naruto's eyes. This shall not happen again. Meanwhile, the tailor shop in the commercial district worked overnight to produce maternity wear adorned with fan patterns, while the pharmacy hung a banner offering a 30% discount on miscarriage prevention herbs. Huh. The 6th Hokage Kakashi spluttered tea all over confidential documents. An Umbu ninja knelt, reporting. Currently, Uzumaki Naruto is accompanying Uchiha Sasuke for a prenatal checkup, and the commercial district has spontaneously organized a supportive delegation. Ha. Kakashi laughed so hard he rolled off his chair, his mask askew. "Sasuke is pregnant? That fool Naruto, ha ha ha." The office door burst open, and Nara Shikamaru stormed in, his face dark. "Hokage-sama, the The border report is still pending. His words faltered upon seeing the soggy documents scattered on the floor and the Hokage, who was clutching intimate paradise, laughing uncontrollably. What a disgrace. Shikaku yanked Kakashi by the collar. You are the Hokage. But, Kakashi wiped away tears of laughter. Sasuke? Ugh, Shikaku sighed, silently considering his retirement plan. Sasuke, try this sour plum. Sasuke, let me massage your back. Sasuke, this is the miscarriage prevention medicine from Granny Tsunade. In Naruto's home, Naruto buzzed around like an eager golden retriever. For the umpteenth time, Sasuke swatted away his outstretched hand. Enough already. However, Naruto clutched the medicine package, looking forlorn. What if it really happens? Sasuke suddenly yanked Naruto's collar, drawing him close, their noses almost touching. Do you want a child that badly? Naruto's face flushed to the roots of his hair. I just, you fool. Sasuke released him, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Let us talk again once you can scientifically explain how a man can get pregnant. In the Nara family basement, Orochimaru licked his lips, injecting a glowing green liquid into a serpentine incubation chamber. I need stronger life energy. The laboratory suddenly shook as the tail of a giant snake knocked over half a bookshelf. Orochimaru, if you dare use me for reproductive experiments again. Shikamaru wiped the slime off his face, exasperated. I think it's time to wrap this up, don't you? Theoretically, male pregnancy requires a uterine structure transformation. Orochimaru was lost in his own world when suddenly, a snake tongue wrapped around Shikamaru's wrist. Shikamaru, can your shadow techniques? Don't even think about it. Shikamaru shook off the slimy snake tongue. And what are you trying to accomplish with this experiment? Chapter 184. Pregnancy 3. Iruka stood at the edge of the training ground, observing the absurd scene before him, veins throbbing on his forehead. Konoha had been immersed in the celebration of Uchiha Sasuke's pregnancy for 2 consecutive days. The maternity wear shops in the commercial district were besieged, and even Ichiraku Ramen had launched a special ramen for miscarriage prevention. Most absurdly, he had received a formal congratulatory letter from Tsunagakure this morning, in which Temari inquired earnestly whether the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit included self-reproduction. Naruto. Iruka took a deep breath and approached the blonde youth, who was practicing the Rasengan. Iruka-sensei. Naruto ran over, a half-formed Rasengan in hand. Look how well I've split it. Once Sasuke has the baby, I'll teach him bit by bit. Naruto. Iruka interrupted, placing his hands on Naruto's shoulders. Boys cannot have babies. The Rasengan in Naruto's hand dissipated with a pop as he widened his blue eyes, as if he had heard the most unbelievable news. But everyone says, that was just Shikamaru messing with you. Iruka sighed, observing his most cherished student with a mixture of amusement and concern. Sasuke merely ingested some wasabi. That's food poisoning, not morning sickness. Naruto stood frozen in place, his distinctive hair drooping visibly. He blinked, his lips quivering slightly. So, Sasuke is not pregnant? No. We will not have a little baby? No. Naruto remained silent for a full minute. Iruka observed the shifting expressions on his face, from shock to disappointment, and then to an odd resolve. Suddenly, Naruto clenched his fists, his gaze burning with determination. That's all right. Even without a child, I will take responsibility for Sasuke. Iruka questioned whether the boy truly comprehended anything. The setting sun cast a golden hue over Konoha as Naruto dejectedly pushed open the door to his home. To his surprise, Sasuke sat by the window perusing a scroll of ninjutsu, warm sunlight filtering through and outlining his gentle silhouette. Naruto scratched his head, his voice considerably softer than usual. Sasuke, without lifting his gaze, remarked, So, you finally realized that men cannot become pregnant? Iruka told me that. Naruto slumped his shoulders like a drenched puppy. Apologizing. I'm so foolish, Sasuke. Sasuke closed the scroll with a soft thud. He stood, his long legs clad in black trousers carrying him swiftly to Naruto's side. Expecting a reprimand, Naruto instinctively recoiled, but was met with Sasuke's characteristic, slightly hoarse voice. You're a slowpoke. Huh. Even without children, Sasuke hesitated, awkwardly averting his gaze, his long lashes casting delicate shadows across his face. It doesn't mean we cannot be together. Naruto froze for 2 seconds, his azure eyes suddenly alight, as if igniting the very sun. Sasuke, do you mean quiet? Sasuke's ears flushed a suspicious red, his dark hair failing to conceal it. I'm merely saying I'll observe your performance. This response revitalized Naruto instantly. He lunged forward, embracing Sasuke with such force that they nearly toppled to the ground. I will treat Sasuke exceptionally well, better than any ninja in the world. I will buy you tomatoes every day, train with you, help you with laundry, idiot. Sasuke stumbled back 2 steps, but instinctively reached out to steady Naruto's waist. Gazing into Naruto's radiant smile, Sasuke's lips involuntarily curled upward. He gently returned the embrace, whispering, "Fool." Sasuke mischievously smirked. "Even if it were pregnancy, it would certainly be your fault." At that moment, on the roof of Naruto's home, a small section of tiles was quietly lifted. Ino, Sakura, Hiba, Shikamaru, Shino, and even Kakashi all held their breath, peering down to spy. When Sasuke took Naruto's hand, Ino and Sakura instantly covered their mouths, tears flowing down. "Indeed, I knew they would end up together," Ino exclaimed, wiping her tears, her voice barely above a whisper. "Stubborn as a dead duck." Sakura fervently nodded, her pink ponytail swaying with her movements. "Finally, Naruto has come to his senses. But Sasuke-kun is surprisingly shy. How sad, really." TSK, Hiba chuckled, cradling Akamaru. "It's rare to see Uchiha Sasuke blush, even more so than an S-rank mission. Akamaru, what do you think?" Woof. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, the lenses reflecting light in an eerie manner. "The insects are quite moved. They say this is one of the most romantic moments since the founding of Konoha." Kakashi smiled as he closed Paradise of Affection, thinking, "It seems my students have finally achieved their heart's desire." The orchestrator of it all, Nara Shikamaru, stood up slowly, a blade of grass in his mouth. He dusted off his pants, hands in pockets, and turned to leave. "Such a hassle," he muttered, though the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. At least, it wasn't he in vain. In the distance, the sun had completely dipped below the horizon, and the lights of Konoha began to twinkle one by one. Laughter and Sasuke's rare relaxed voice could be faintly heard from Naruto's home. Shikamaru looked up at the sky, pondering that tomorrow would likely be another sunny day. "Hey, Shikamaru." Ino's voice called from behind. "Don't walk so fast. You're treating tonight at the izakaya." Shikamaru waved without turning back. I know. Behind him, the gentle cloak of night enveloped Konoha, safely preserving all the absurdities and sweetness of the day. Meanwhile, in the eerie underground chamber, the abdomen of Manda bulged ominously with each breath. "Orochimaru, you bastard." Chapter 185. Invitation. Nara Shikamaru strolled slowly down the streets of Konoha, carrying a bag of freshly made fish cakes, the fragrant steam wafting into the evening air. He had intended to return home after his errand, especially since a serpent-like lover awaited him. Though Orochimaru had recently complained about Shikamaru taking too long, he merely replied with a languid, "What a hassle," and continued on his way. However, just as he was about to turn onto the path leading to the Nara residence, something caught his eye at the corner of the street. Shikamaru halted, slightly tilting his head to observe. A delicate puppet was wobbling towards him. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, with wooden joints moving fluidly, its face painted with soft hues resembling his own. Even the signature spiky hair was sculpted with remarkable precision. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, staring at the peculiar doll. What on earth is this? The puppet tilted its head, seemingly gauging his reaction, before suddenly turning around and taking a few awkward steps back. Pausing to glance at him, Shikamaru narrowed his eyes, remaining still. The doll waited for a moment, and seeing he did not follow, clumsily waved its hand and ventured deeper into the alley, finally stopping at a corner, peeking out as if urging him to follow. Shikamaru scrutinized it, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the kunai pouch at his waist. Something felt off. Puppeteering was not uncommon in the ninja world, yet the ability to create such intricate puppets that could move independently was a skill he could only attribute to the puppeteers of Sunagakure. Yet, Sunagakure currently enjoyed a good relationship with Konoha, and Gaara would not send someone to seek him in this manner, unless a possibility flashed through Shikamaru's mind. Ultimately, he stepped forward to follow. The puppet, noticing his movement, promptly turned and dived deeper into the alley. Shikamaru followed at a leisurely pace, his right hand discreetly retrieving a shuriken. As they ventured further into the alley, the surroundings grew increasingly unfamiliar, as if this small path had materialized from nowhere in Konoha. Shikamaru's steps faltered momentarily, yet the puppet continued to lead, occasionally glancing back to ensure he was still behind. At last, they arrived before an abandoned shack. The puppet stood at the door, pointing inside. Then with a click, its joints stiffly dropped, as if completing its mission, and became utterly still. Shikamaru stared at it for a few moments, then raised his gaze to the shabby house. A trap? Or some form of invitation? He remained silent for a moment before sighing. What a hassle. He then pushed the door open and stepped inside. That night, in front of the Nara residence, Orochimaru stood like a statue at the door, his golden serpent-like eyes fixed intently on the corner of the alley, emanating a palpable tension. Shikamaru had not returned for a whole day. What troubled him further was his inability to sense Shikamaru's chakra. Some unseen force had blocked their bond. Indeed, he should never have listened to him, Orochimaru murmured coldly, his voice as icy as the night. What was it he said about if you love me, respect my privacy? He should have altered the master-servant relationship of their contract long ago, so that regardless of where Shikamaru went, he could sense him immediately. But now, he stood there like a jilted lover, waiting in vain. Just then, footsteps echoed from the end of the alley. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened instantly, yet soon fell into disappointment as he recognized the presence of Nara Shikamaru. Weary from his return from the Hokage building, Shikamaru paused at the corner, his body stiffening as if struck by a laser-like stare. He looked up, speechless, at Orochimaru standing at his doorstep and asked, "What brings you here?" Orochimaru replied softly, "Shikamaru hasn't returned home." Shikamaru scoffed, "He's grown up. He can go wherever he pleases. Why do you concern yourself with his whereabouts?" Orochimaru stubbornly reiterated, "No, something feels off." It was rare for Shikamaru to witness the typically composed rogue ninja in such a state of agitation, and he felt an inexplicable sense of relief, even maliciously wishing that his son would quickly fall for someone else and cast aside this old serpent. Of course, such thoughts remained buried deep within his heart. After all, Shikamaru had inherited the Nara family's steadfast disposition. Once he made a decision, nothing could sway him. "Enough of this sentinel duty," Shikamaru remarked, patting Orochimaru's shoulder with a hint of schadenfreude. "Perhaps Shikamaru simply found you too bothersome and sought a quieter place." With that, he strode into the house, leaving Orochimaru alone in the night, still acting as a lonely sentinel. For the first time in his long life, a potent feeling of grievance surged within Orochimaru. Chapter 186. The incisor morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room where Kakashi lay curled up in Obito's embrace, lost in a deep slumber. Obito's arm wrapped around Kakashi's waist, his chin resting atop Kakashi's silvery hair, their intertwined breaths resonating distinctly within the tranquil room. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the window was forcefully kicked open, shattering glass everywhere. Kakashi jolted awake, still dazed when a bloodied, white-haired man tumbled through the window. Stumbling to the bedside, "Kakashi, you must hurry. Orochimaru has gone mad." Jiraiya cried, tears streaming down his face, his missing incisor causing his speech to whistle. Kakashi, bewildered, could only respond with a confused expression. Obito, quicker to react than Kakashi, pressed him back into the warmth of the bed, reaching for a chain from the bedside and expertly fastening it to his wrist. "Stay asleep. I will investigate," Obito said, tousling Kakashi's hair. His tone as calm as if he were merely stepping out for breakfast. Kakashi murmured an understanding, snuggling deeper under the covers, eyes closing once more as he drifted back to sleep. "Jiraiya," he muttered, "could you not respect my missing incisor?" Obito shot him a glance. "Are we going or not?" Jiraiya, in despair, wiped the blood from his face and seized Obito's wrist, exclaiming, "Let us go." In the outskirts of the Forest of Death, Orochimaru and Tsunade were engaged in a fierce battle, abandoning ninjutsu in favor of raw physical combat, their strikes landing with brutal force, causing trees to topple in their wake. The third Hokage stood to the side, brow furrowed as he inquired with representatives from the Inoshikacho trio about Shikamaru's whereabouts, only to receive a unanimous lack of information. At that moment, Jiraiya descended from the sky, dragging Obito along. Obito's Rinnegan flickered, exerting an invisible force that restrained the two combatants. "Enough," he stated coldly. "Take your quarrel elsewhere." Tsunade, panting heavily, pointed an accusatory finger at Orochimaru. "Even if Shikamaru is missing, do not wreak havoc in Konoha. He might simply be on a mission." Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes narrowed, his jaw clenched tightly. "Impossible. He cannot be gone for a day. He promised me." Just as Jiraiya attempted to interject, Orochimaru retaliated with a punch, sending him flying. The third Hokage swiftly caught his beloved disciple, sighing resignedly, "Jiraiya, it is best not to provoke him now." Jiraiya covered his mouth, tears welling in his eyes. "I merely mentioned that Shikamaru might have come to his senses and no longer liked you, and he knocked out my incisor." Obito, feeling exasperated, rubbed his temples. Truth be told, he held little interest in Orochimaru and Shikamaru's emotional entanglements, but given Shikamaru's past assistance to both him and Kakashi, he felt obliged to repay the favor. "I will go find him," Obito stated succinctly, as his Rinnegan could trace chakra. Shikaku approached, solemnly declaring, "The Nara family possesses a unique means of communication." "I can attempt it," Jiraiya, in frustration, exclaimed, "Why did you not mention this sooner? My incisor has already been sacrificed." Shikaku innocently rubbed his nose. "It has only been a day. Is it not normal for a ninja to be away for several days?" The others exchanged glances, understanding that, despite the reasoning, Orochimaru's dark demeanor suggested that if Shikamaru was not located soon, Konoha would likely face turmoil from this enraged serpent. Chapter 187. Companionship. Pushing open the door of an abandoned shack, Shikamaru anticipated confronting a dangerous foe, yet what greeted him was an exquisitely adorned red-haired youth, Akasuna no Sasori. Shikamaru quietly sheathed his shuriken, rubbing his temples. "What brings you to Konoha?" Sasori's piercing gaze fixed upon him, his voice calm, yet laced with an undeniable insistence. "You promised me a wish." Shikamaru paused, recalling the debt he owed Sasori from years prior when he rescued Sasuke. He glanced down at the now lukewarm fish cake in his hand, then back at the expectant eyes of Sasori, ultimately sighing. "All right, what do you wish for?" A quarter of an hour later, the two sat in a secluded valley outside Konoha, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, their shadows stretching long before them. Sasori produced an intricately crafted Shikamaru puppet from his pocket alongside a scroll. "This is for you," he stated succinctly. Shikamaru accepted it, intrigued as he manipulated the puppet. The craftsmanship was exquisite, joints flexible, and it could even transform into an offensive stance, truly practical. "Thank you," Shikamaru smiled, casually offering the fish cake to Sasori. "So, what is your wish?" Sasori took a bite of the fish cake, savoring it slowly. "Companionship." Shikamaru blinked in confusion. "That's it?" Sasori nodded earnestly. Shikamaru scratched his head, feeling slightly exasperated. "What do you want me to accompany you in doing?" Sasori remained silent, merely gazing toward the sunset. Following his gaze, Shikamaru observed the golden and crimson sun gradually sinking beneath the horizon, bathing the sky in a vibrant glow. Rarely did he find the opportunity to quietly witness a complete sunset like this. Usually, he was preoccupied with intelligence work or missions, with even his rare moments of leisure often consumed by Orochimaru. "It's quite beautiful," Shikamaru remarked softly. Sasori remained silent for a moment before speaking again. "In the past, I often watched the sunset alone." Shikamaru turned to look at him. Sasori's voice was calm, but carried an imperceptible hint of melancholy. "Back then, I always thought that when my parents returned, we could watch it together." He did not elaborate further, but Shikamaru understood that Sasori's parents never returned, and he had ceased watching. After a brief silence, Shikamaru reached out and grasped the puppet's hand. The material felt cold and rigid. Yet Shikamaru stubbornly attempted to warm it with his own body heat. Sasori glanced down at their joined hands, quietly saying, "I cannot feel your warmth." He did not withdraw his hand. Rather, he gradually tightened his grip. Shikamaru sighed, remaining silent. As night fell and the breeze turned cool, Shikamaru rubbed his arms and asked, "Shall we just sit here?" Sasori shot him a sidelong glance, silently removing his cloak and offering it to Shikamaru. Raising an eyebrow, Shikamaru accepted it without hesitation, draping it over his shoulders. The cloak still bore a faint woody fragrance from Sasori's body, unexpectedly pleasant. Scorpion raised his head to observe the sky and suddenly remarked, "5 more minutes." Shikamaru asked, "What?" Just then, a shooting star streaked across the night sky, followed by another, and then a third, as if the entire heavens had ignited. With splendid auroras unfurling like silk, a breathtaking spectacle of radiant colors. Shikamaru's eyes widened, transfixed by the celestial display. He had never witnessed such a sight. With shooting stars and auroras appearing simultaneously, as if the entire night sky were dancing. Scorpion slightly curled his lips and turned his gaze towards Shikamaru's profile, saying, "I stumbled upon this by chance. Do you like it?" Shikamaru nodded, a rare genuine smile gracing his face. "It's quite remarkable." Scorpion studied him for a few moments before inquiring, "Do I treat you well?" Shikamaru hesitated, nodding slightly, somewhat perplexed. "It's all right." Scorpion pressed further, "Who treats you better, me or Orochimaru?" Shikamaru gazed silently into Scorpion's unwavering eyes, finally grasping his intent. With a sigh, he said, his tone unusually serious. My feelings for Orochimaru are different from what I feel for you. Scorpion nodded, his expression calm. I understand. Just as that little rascal Deidara loves art in various forms. He paused, then astonishingly added, you can love Orochimaru while simultaneously loving me. Shikamaru felt his intellect falter at that moment. That's a one-on-one situation. He rubbed his temples, attempting to explain with the simplest logic. It's like chess. A king can only have one queen. Scorpion tilted his head, contemplating for a few seconds, then calmly replied, I am different. I am not human. I am a puppet. He raised his exquisite wooden arm, so it doesn't T-count. Shikamaru took a deep breath, deciding to abandon verbal communication. Suddenly, he drew Scorpion into an embrace, holding him tightly. Scorpion's body stiffened instantly, the joints of his puppet form emitting faint clicking sounds. Clearly unprepared for such an unexpected intimacy. Scorpion, Shikamaru's voice was muffled in Scorpion's crimson hair. You should find someone who wholeheartedly likes you and treats you well. He released his hold, gently tapping Scorpion's left chest. Because in my heart, you are not a puppet, not merely this body. You have a heart. You can feel and experience emotions. Scorpion lowered his head, his long eyelashes casting shadows in the moonlight. He remained silent for a long time. So long that Shikamaru thought he would not respond, until he finally muttered, I'm not inferior to that disgusting snake. Shikamaru chuckled helplessly. Yes, you are indeed quite exceptional. Scorpion suddenly turned, his tone icy. The old man from the Rogue Ninja wanted poster taught me pursuit techniques that are utterly useless. I'll kill him when I return. Shikamaru quickly grasped his shoulder. Wait. Don't act impulsively. In a moment of inspiration, he added, the aurora tonight was beautiful. I will always remember it. Scorpion halted his movements. However, Shikamaru scratched his head. Matters of the heart are often inexplicable. The night breeze swept through the valley, carrying the chill of early autumn. Scorpion stood quietly for a moment before asking, can you stay with me a little longer? Shikamaru readily nodded. A new snack street has opened in the nearby village. I discovered it with Choji, and even Orochimaru doesn't know about it. He mischievously winked. Shall I take you there tomorrow? Scorpion's eyes instantly brightened, like stars igniting. Orochimaru doesn't know? He confirmed. Yes, he doesn't know. Scorpion's lips subtly curved upward. Although the movement was slight, Shikamaru could sense his spirits lifting. The atmosphere between the two finally relaxed. Scorpion, Shikamaru patted his shoulder. You are my friend. You can come to the Nara residence anytime. Scorpion nodded earnestly, then suddenly added seriously, if one day you no longer like Orochimaru, you can always find me. Shikamaru felt his lips twitch, forcing out a reluctant, all right. Chapter 188. A fight at dawn. A thin mist enveloped the streets of this border village. The flagstone roads still retained the dampness of the night dew, and the air was filled with the fragrant smoke of cooking and the earthy scent of soil. Vendors gradually pushed their wooden carts into the street, setting up stalls while their calls echoed around them. Shikamaru ambled down the street with his hands clasped behind his back, resembling an old man as he leisurely glanced around. Scorpion followed closely behind, his puppet body reflecting a cold metallic sheen in the morning light. He stared at Shikamaru's back for a long time before suddenly reaching out to grasp one of Shikamaru's hands. Shikamaru turned back, lazily inquiring, what is up? Scorpion shook his head, remaining silent, merely tugging him forward. Shikamaru, feeling helpless, slowed his pace and allowed Scorpion to lead him. The two meandered along, stopping at each stall to take a look. Scorpion purchased 2 servings of handmade snacks, warm glutinous rice dumplings wrapped in sweet red bean paste, steaming with heat. Scorpion's mechanical hand, unable to sense temperature, held them steadily, directly offering them to Shikamaru's mouth. Shikamaru initially intended to reach out to take them, but as soon as his fingertips made contact, he recoiled from the heat. Scorpion held on tightly, seemingly determined not to let him take it himself. With a sigh, Shikamaru decided to bite into the dumpling held by Scorpion's hand, savoring the sweet and chewy flavor as it melted in his mouth. Aren't you going to eat? Shikamaru mumbled, then suddenly realized that Scorpion's body couldn't consume food. He sheepishly scratched his head, apologizing. Scorpion showed little reaction, continuing to buy more snacks, all of which he fed to Shikamaru. As Shikamaru ate, he couldn't help but exclaim, you seem quite affluent for a rogue ninja. Scorpion replied with a quiet, Shikamaru recalled something and chuckled. Itachi is as broke as a church mouse. I thought he couldn't even afford a pair of shorts. Scorpion remarked. His money all goes to medicine. Shikamaru considered this and nodded. Itachi's health was indeed poor, relying on medication to sustain himself. He shook his head and continued walking. As they strolled, Shikamaru paused at a stall selling ceramic dolls. The vendor was a dirty little girl with a round face and sparkling eyes. She timidly pleaded, "2 brothers. Please mold one." Shikamaru glanced at Scorpion, who stared at the clay figures in silence for a moment before nodding. The two sat down, and Shikamaru hardly moved, while Scorpion paid and deftly kneaded the clay, quickly shaping 2 little figures, one lazily seated and the other quietly standing beside it, their hands clasped together, resembling Shikamaru and himself. Shikamaru watched with great interest, witnessing Scorpion's craftsmanship for the first time. Although he was a puppeteer, he was remarkably skillful with clay. He sincerely praised, "That's quite impressive." Scorpion's lips slightly curled, a hard arc betraying a hint of warmth. Once Scorpion finished, Shikamaru picked up a paintbrush and leisurely colored the little figures. He painted with great detail, occasionally pausing to rest, while Scorpion sat beside him, quietly observing and occasionally passing him paint. The little girl leaned over the table, her bright eyes shining as she softly remarked, "You 2 brothers have a great relationship." Scorpion nodded. Shikamaru thought to himself how straightforwardly this guy admitted it. It wasn't until noon that Shikamaru finally completed the painting. He stood up, stretching his numb legs. Scorpion carefully tucked the 2 dried little clay figures into his sleeve. The 2 continued to wander the streets, with Shikamaru still holding a snack, taking a bite from Scorpion's hand while chewing and inspecting another clay figure. Just then, a loud crash echoed. A massive serpent suddenly charged around the corner, its thick tail sweeping through, directly piercing Scorpion's puppet body. Scorpion was sent flying by the tremendous impact, crashing heavily against a distant wall, with debris scattering everywhere. Lushika's pupils contracted sharply, and before he could react, a frigid hand had firmly grasped his waist. His body went rigid as he sensed the warmth emanating from behind him and the familiar breath that brushed against his ear. Orochimaru's voice was low and calm, yet it carried an eerie sense of danger. "Lushika, you have made it easy for me to find you." Chapter 189. The confrontation. Lushika froze. Finally recalling what he had forgotten, it seemed he had left without informing Orochimaru. The latter's cold palm covered his mouth tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Those golden slit-like pupils were as dark as ink, and Lushika could even feel Orochimaru's restrained breath against his ear, laden with a perilous tremor. Uncle Snake," Lushika mumbled, attempting to explain, but as soon as he made a sound, Orochimaru's fingers tightened further, nearly digging into his cheek. "Be quiet." The low voice seemed to be forced out from deep within his throat, carrying a chilling calmness. Lushika wisely chose silence. Orochimaru's gaze was fixed intently on Sia, his voice barely above a whisper, almost gentle. "Tell me, which hand did he use to touch you?" Lushika shivered. Sia brushed off the dust from his clothes and approached leisurely. His puppet body had been smashed by the giant snake, yet he appeared utterly unfazed. The mask of Fei Lu who was askew, revealing half of a pale human face, and his inorganic eyes coldly swept over Orochimaru, as if he were of no consequence. The street was in chaos. Vendors screamed and scattered, their stalls overturned, fruits rolling across the ground. Ding Xiai clutched a bag of chips he had just bought, anxiously shouting to the crowd, "Don't run. I haven't paid for my 3-colored dumplings." Orochimaru's murderous intent surged uncontrollably, and the surrounding air seemed to solidify. His hands trembled, and his mind replayed the images he had just seen. Sia holding Lushika's hand, Sia feeding Lushika, Sia shaping clay while Lushika smiled at him. Each scene pierced through his nerves like the fangs of a venomous snake. Lushika keenly sensed Orochimaru's emotions, a wave of guilt bubbling up inside him. He quickly turned and wrapped his arms around Orochimaru's waist, pressing his forehead against his chest. "Uncle Snake, I'm sorry for worrying you." Orochimaru let out a cold laugh, his fingers threading through Lushika's hair with a force that nearly pained him. His gaze shifted from Sia back to Lushika's face, his voice hoarse. "Nara Lushika." Lushika swallowed hard. "Here. Tell me." Orochimaru grasped his chin, forcing him to look up. "Who do you like?" Lushika immediately responded, "I like you." After a pause, he cleverly added in a whisper, "I only like you." Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged. "Good." He released his grip, his voice deepening. "Then we shall discuss this at home. Now, you wait for me." Lushika looked up, his fingers unconsciously clutching at Orochimaru's collar. He had never seen such a cold gaze from Orochimaru, angry yet suppressing a deeper emotion. He knew he was in the wrong and glanced furtively in Sia's direction. In the next moment, his face was harshly yanked back. Orochimaru's fingers nearly dug into his cheekbone, forcing him to meet his gaze. The golden slit pupils narrowed into thin lines, and his voice emerged like a hiss between clenched teeth. "Do not make me repeat myself. Go home. Wait for me." Lushika nodded. Orochimaru directly grabbed the nape of his neck and tossed him backward as though he were a mere package. Ouch! Jiraiya caught Lushika in one swift motion, his toothless grin letting the wind through, yet he managed to hold onto the struggling Lushika. "Kid, you've really provoked this snake now." Lushika felt deflated. Glancing back, the once peaceful street had transformed into a battlefield. Amidst the roar of the giant snake, Sia's puppet strings clashed with Orochimaru's ninjutsu, creating deep craters with each explosion. Dust swirled as two figures moved so swiftly that their actions were nearly indistinguishable. "Lord Jiraiya, your teeth." Lushika couldn't help but ask. Jiraiya smacked his head. "I sent to stop this crazy snake?" He leaped onto the rooftop with Lushika in tow. Shaking his head with a sigh, "You've really been spoiled," forgetting who Orochimaru is. Lushika remained silent. Indeed, he had almost forgotten. Orochimaru was never a gentle lover. He was one of the legendary Sannin, feared throughout the ninja world, a cold and ruthless rogue ninja, a mad scientist who passionately pursued forbidden techniques for half his life. And now, he was merely an enraged serpent. Lushika gazed at the distant bursts of chakra, suddenly realizing that he might be doomed tonight. Chapter 190. The Battle of Snake and Scorpion on the dust-choked street. Two silhouettes collided at a speed almost impossible to perceive. "Orochimaru, you are still so easy to lose control." Sia's voice emanated from Fei Lu Hu, carrying a mechanical coldness. He manipulated his puppets, iron sand coalescing in the air into countless sharp spikes. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils narrowed, yet his lips curled into a dangerous smile. "Sia, you have touched what you should not have." Boom. The iron sand collided with the giant snake, erupting with a deafening roar. Nearby buildings trembled from the shockwave, tiles crashing down. Jiraiya stood at a distance atop a tree with Lushika in his grasp, marveling at the chaos. "These two lunatics." Lushika struggled to break free. "I must stop them." "Save your breath, kid." Jiraiya held him down. "If you go now, it will only drive that snake crazier." In the center of the battlefield, Sia suddenly changed tactics. He abandoned defense and released dozens of puppets from his scroll, encircling Orochimaru entirely. "Do you know?" Sia's voice rarely carried emotion. "When you defected all those years ago, I wanted to kill you." Orochimaru's tongue flicked across his lips, a hint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. "Is that for that ridiculous art philosophy?" "No." Sia's puppet arms suddenly transformed, revealing hidden poison needles, "because you never learned to cherish." Those words struck Orochimaru like a dagger, precisely piercing his most vulnerable nerve. His expression twisted in an instant, chakra erupting violently. "Sunii Tajashu." Countless white snakes burst forth from Orochimaru's sleeves, entwining with the puppets. The sizzling sound of venom-corroding metal was enough to make one's teeth ache. In the distance, Lushika's pupils dilated. He had never witnessed Orochimaru abandon his elegant and composed fighting style, attacking recklessly like a madman. "He is truly angry," Lushika murmured. Jiraiya sighed. "Do you think he has willingly returned to Konoha all these years for nothing? Why do you think he even gave up human experiments?" The old sage ruffled Lushika's hair. "You little brat, you have no idea how much he has changed for you." Lushika's heart ached sharply. He recalled the specially brewed calming tea in Orochimaru's lab, the seemingly casual yet timely wait every time he returned from a mission, and the countless late-night discussions about ninjutsu illuminated by the gentle glow in those golden eyes. "I must go," Lushika's voice trembled. Just then, the battle took a sudden turn. All of Sia's puppets detonated. The violent shockwave sent Orochimaru flying. Amidst the smoke, Sia's true form emerged, resembling a red-haired youth, holding a specially crafted poison needle. "It's over," Sia coldly declared as he approached the fallen Orochimaru. "No." Lushika finally broke free from Jiraiya, recklessly charging towards the battlefield. His shadow clone technique activated instantly, but a dirt wall blocked his path. "Don't interfere," Sia said without looking back. Orochimaru struggled to prop himself up, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. As he gazed at the rushing Lushika, His expression became heartbreakingly complex. Foolish child, he whispered, go back. Sie's poison needle was already raised. Your weakness is too apparent, Orochimaru. At this critical juncture, the binding technique of the spirit communication art materialized, enveloping the scorpion within a viscous wall of flesh. Jiraiya observed from a height, forming hand seals as he declared, enough, Scorpion. After all, this is Konoha's territory. Scorpion remained silent for a moment before retracting his poison needles, uttering a dismissive, boring. Once the flesh walls dissipated, Scorpion cast a lingering glance at Shikamaru, who stood frozen in place, his figure disintegrating into grains of sand carried by the wind. Stumbling, Shikamaru rushed to Orochimaru's side, frantically inspecting his injuries. Snake uncle. Suddenly, Orochimaru seized his wrist with a grip strong enough to nearly crush the bones. His voice was terrifyingly hoarse. Why did you come here? Tears streamed uncontrollably down Shikamaru's face. Because I fear for you. Fear for my death? Orochimaru scoffed. Or do you fear I might kill him? I fear your regret. Shikamaru nearly shouted. I know you don't want to become what you once were. Orochimaru was taken aback. Seizing the opportunity, Shikamaru threw himself into his embrace, tightly holding his trembling body. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left without a word. I shouldn't have made you worry. Orochimaru's hand hovered in midair before finally descending gently onto Shikamaru's back. He exhaled deeply, as if expelling all his rage. Let us go home, he finally uttered. Shikamaru nodded, assisting him to stand. The two slowly made their way towards Konoha, the setting sun casting elongated shadows behind them. Jiraiya stood at a distance, touching his gapped teeth and revealing a satisfied smile. He turned to Tsunade, who had appeared unnoticed, saying, It seems your medical team will be working overtime tonight. Tsunade crossed her arms, gazing at the pair supporting each other, softly affirming, worth it. As night descended, within Orochimaru's underground laboratory at the Nara residence, Shikamaru carefully bandaged Orochimaru's wounds, the atmosphere heavy with silence. Shikamaru hesitantly began, Scorpion is actually just. Silence. Orochimaru interrupted, devoid of the day's malice. He lifted Shikamaru's chin, his golden eyes appearing particularly profound in the dim light. Remember, you are mine. Shikamaru's face flushed, yet he did not shy away. I know. Orochimaru seemed pleased with this response. He leaned down, whispering in Shikamaru's ear, Now, let us discuss the matter of punishment. Shikamaru's throat tightened, yet he did not falter. All right. Outside the window, the lights of Konoha flickered to life, safeguarding this tale of love and redemption. Meanwhile, in a shadowy underground cavern, Scorpion gazed at the two small clay figures in his hands, gently placing them in the most prominent position on the shelf. Chapter 191. The coup on the morning of the first month of the 6th Hokage Hatake Kakashi's tenure. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the gauzy curtains of the Hokage's office, he was sharpening a third pencil with a kunai. The silver-haired shinobi gazed at the mountain of scrolls piled on the corner of his desk, his visible eye curving into a crescent moon. Today is yet another day filled with hope. Hardly had he finished speaking when an Umbu ninja appeared instantaneously. Hokage-sama, the elders have called an emergency meeting. Kakashi's kunai spun gracefully at his fingertips. He had anticipated this storm, the gilded-edged scroll titled Final Resolution regarding the disposition of Uchiha Obito already frayed from his handling. Understood. As he rose, he casually tucked the scroll into his sleeve, pausing momentarily at the doorknob. Outside, in the training field, Naruto was engaged in a physical spar with Sasuke, their youthful silhouettes vividly illuminated by the morning light. Kakashi's fingers brushed unconsciously over the forehead protector covering his left eye, which concealed the gift Obito had bestowed upon him. The atmosphere in the elders' meeting room was so tense that one could hear the dust settling. Nara Shikamaru slammed a scroll onto the mahogany table, the veins on his aged hands bulging. 6th Hokage. The execution order for Uchiha Obito has been delayed for 37 days. Kakashi scratched his silver hair. Elder Nara has an excellent memory. With a flourish, he produced a document from his sleeve. However, according to the latest report from the medical team, the telltale cells within Obito are. Stop deceiving us. Mito came and interrupted. That war criminal should be executed immediately. Nara Shikamaru cleared his throat. The usually languid strategist now stood erect, his shadow casting sharp lines in the morning light. Allow me to remind you. The data from the final battle of the Fourth Shinobi War indicates that had it not been for Obito's assistance in the last moments, the coalition's casualties would have increased by at least 30%. Akimichi Choza timely presented a new scroll. This is the joint proposal from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans regarding the preservation of bloodline limits. Uchiha's bloodline, with a finger tapping his temple, signified the intelligence war's importance, which all present surely understood. The three clan leaders, like intricately meshed gears, deftly countered the elder's onslaught. Kakashi's lips, concealed beneath the mask, subtly curled upward. They had rehearsed this strategy countless times. Suddenly, the washi doors of the meeting room were flung open by a gust of wind. Hyuga Hizashi entered, flanked by clan elders, his snow-white pupils glistening with coldness in the morning light. His voice regarding Uchiha Hizashi was as chilling as ice. The Hyuga clan has some suggestions. Kakashi's fingers momentarily halted in their playful manipulation of the kunai. He noted that the young elder, Hyuga Takuma, was casting a sharp, predatory gaze over everyone present. This branch member, responsible for communications during the Fourth War, had recently gained considerable influence within the clan due to the decline of the main family. The power dynamics within Konoha were undergoing subtle reconfigurations. Post-war assessments indicated that the Hyuga clan's contributions during the Fourth War were even less than that of the Yamanaka clan. Meanwhile, the golden-haired boy in the training field had seen Naruto Uzumaki's popularity rising rapidly. Uchiha Sasuke's status as a rogue ninja remained unresolved. As Hizashi unfurled the scroll, the family crest on his sleeve gleamed silver in the sunlight, while Obito was undeniably a war criminal deserving of death. Kakashi noted that when Hizashi referred to war criminal, his gaze deliberately swept over Kakashi's left eye. This action caused Nara Shikamaru's shadow to flicker imperceptibly. Moreover, Hizashi abruptly shifted his tone, suggesting that Hinata and Naruto had been acquainted since childhood and normally should have. Kakashi timely cleared his throat, interrupting him and diverting the topic. Regarding the handling of Obito, he elongated his tone while observing the veins bulging on Hyuga Takuma's forehead. I propose convening a 5 Kage summit for a collective resolution. Additionally, as for Naruto's feelings, he shall decide freely. This unforeseen shift caused an uproar in the room. Nara Shikamaru sprang to his feet. After all, Kakashi had retrieved the rakeage seal from his ninja tool pouch, and Kumogakure was quite interested in the Tintail's cells. Nara Shikamaru added, Sunegakure's medical team has already arrived at Konoha Hospital. The situation instantly reversed. The dark expression on Hyuga Takuma's face confirmed to Kakashi that they had touched upon a crucial point. As the elders erupted into chaos, Kakashi discreetly gestured to the umbu outside, concealing it with the document. The umbu, wearing a fox mask, nodded slightly, vanishing in the direction of Hitaki Manor. Chapter 192. Restructuring the 6th Hokage. Hitaki Kakashi stood before the window of his office, gazing at the bustling streets of Konoha, his single eye narrowing slightly beneath his silver hair. In his hand, he held a freshly signed document, his fingertips lightly tapping the edge of the paper, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Hokage-sama, the 5 Kage have begun to arrive. An umbu ninja knelt respectfully, reporting. Kakashi lazily responded, casually stowing the document in a drawer. Any developments from the elders' meeting? Elder Nara and Elder Mito are in a furious uproar, claiming that your summoning of the 5 Kage conference is a disrespect to Konoha's tradition. Kakashi chuckled softly. Tradition? Shaking his head, he remarked, They are merely upset that I bypassed their authority. He turned and walked towards the door, pausing momentarily before pushing it open. Casting a glance back at the document pressed at the bottom of the stack on the table, which was the formal proposal from the Hyuga clan regarding the engagement between Vortex Naruto and Hyuga Hinata, Kakashi's gaze turned cold for an instant, only to return to its usual composure. Let us proceed, he said with a light tone. Let us see how the other Kage will navigate this game. In the conference room of Konoha, the seats of the 5 Kage were arranged in a circular formation, the emblem of Konoha gleaming brilliantly under the lights. Kakashi reclined in the main seat, adopting a relaxed posture, yet none dared to underestimate the newly appointed Hokage. Thank you all for making the journey, he said with a smile. I trust the topic of this meeting is well known to everyone. Kazekage Gaara nodded slightly, his hoarse voice calm, yet resolute. The matter of Uchiha Obito's disposition. Raikage crossed his arms, a rugged tone laced with impatience. Why must we be drawn into Konoha's internal affairs? Do not rush. Reikage, Mizukage Terumi May replied with a playful glint in her eyes. I find this quite interesting. Sachikage Inoki floated in the air, an expression of fatigue on his face. Make a decision swiftly. I still need to keep an eye on that brat Deidara to prevent him from blowing up the village again. Kakashi chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over the gathered assembly. So, what are your opinions? Gaara was the first to speak. Sunagakure supports Konoha's proposal. His voice was soft yet resounding. There is no denying Uchiha Obito's contributions at the final moments of the Fourth Great Ninja War, and the research value of his Rinnegan and Tintail cells is exceedingly high. Gaara glanced at Kakashi, adding, moreover, both Naruto and Shikamaru believe he deserves a chance. Kakashi nodded slightly, understanding the unspoken bonds between Gaara and Naruto, as well as the private dealings Shikamaru had established with Sunagakure. Reikage frowned, gruffly stating, though I dislike that mad Uchiha clan, for Naruto's sake. He paused and snorted. Fine, on his account, Kimogakure does not oppose. A flicker of amusement crossed Kakashi's eyes. Despite Reikage's fiery temperament, his acknowledgement of Naruto was genuine. Since the Fourth Great Ninja War, the relationship between Kimogakure and Konoha had transformed significantly. Mizukage Terumi May rested her chin on her hand, smiling enigmatically. I personally don't mind. However, watching the Elder Council of Konoha face difficulties seems rather amusing, does it not? She winked. Kirigakure supports Obito's survival. After all, she lowered her voice. The dead cannot provide interesting intelligence. Kakashi shook his head helplessly. Terumi May's mischievous nature remained unchanged. Sachikage Inoki, floating wearily, said, whatever, I have no objections. He rubbed his temples. As long as Deidara doesn't cause another explosion, anything is acceptable. Kakashi nearly burst into laughter. The outcome of the meeting was without suspense. The five Kage unanimously agreed that Uchiha Obito would remain in Konoha, contributing his knowledge and strength under indefinite confinement to atone for his past transgressions. Kakashi satisfactorily closed the document and turned to the Umbu standing in the corner. Go inform the Elder Council. The Umbu ninja bowed and vanished in an instant. Tsunade slammed her palm on the table. Kakashi, how dare you bypass us and directly convene the five Kage? Mizutamachi Enju's expression darkened. This is a desecration of Konoha's traditions. Kakashi languidly leaned against his chair. Tradition? He chuckled lightly. Esteemed elders. The five Kage Summit is the highest decision-making body in the ninja world. Is it not more authoritative than an internal discussion in Konoha? The Elder Council was rendered speechless. Hyuga Hayashi stood nearby, his face ominously dark. He had originally intended to suppress the Uchiha clan, eliminate Sasuke, and even promote the union between Hinata and Naruto. But now, Kakashi's gaze swept over Hayashi, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. As for Naruto's romantic affairs, he said slowly, that is his personal matter. There is no need for your concern. Hayashi's fingers tightened, his knuckles turning white. Within the Hyuga compound, Hyuga Hayashi wore a grim expression. Chief, are we to let this pass? Hayashi remained silent for a long while before finally responding. For now, let us refrain from any rash actions. He gazed out the window toward the training grounds where Naruto sat alongside Sasuke. The golden-haired youth was smiling brightly, while the dark-haired Uchiha, though expressionless, exhibited a softened gaze. Hayashi's eyes dimmed. Opportunities will arise. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi stood by the window, gazing at the village of Konoha bathed in the sunset, a smile gracing his lips. In this round, he had emerged victorious. The Elder Council had no retort. The Hyuga clan's plans had been thwarted, and at least Obito was alive. As for the future, Kakashi looked outside, the remnants of the sunset casting a warm golden-red hue upon his silver hair. Naruto, Sasuke, he murmured softly, from here on. It is up to you both. Chapter 193. Hyuga. The early morning in Konoha was shrouded in a thin mist, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows. Vortex Naruto hummed a tune, carrying a bag of fresh cherry tomatoes as he meandered down the familiar streets. That Sasuke fellow has become increasingly picky lately. He grumbled, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his face. He insists on only the freshest. What a hassle. Turning the corner, Naruto suddenly halted. Beneath that familiar tree stood a familiar figure, Hyuga Hinata, dressed in a light purple kimono, her snow-white hair cascading over her shoulders. Her hands clasped in front of her as if awaiting someone. Hinata? Naruto blinked, instinctively considering turning to avoid her, but she had already lifted her gaze, their eyes meeting. Nah, Naruto-kun. Hinata's voice was soft yet distinctly clear. Naruto scratched his head, mustering his courage to approach. Good morning, Hinata. What brings you here? Hinata bit her lip, her fingers fidgeting nervously. I was waiting for you on purpose. An awkward silence enveloped them momentarily. Hinata took a deep breath, raising her gaze. Her white eyes filled with regret. I am truly sorry about my father's decision. Naruto paused, then waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. Uncle Hyuga is just looking out for the clan. He chuckled heartily, yet Hinata's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her gaze fell upon the bag of tomatoes in Naruto's hand. Are those cherry tomatoes? Ah, yes. Naruto held up the bag, shaking it lightly. Sasuke has been on a cherry tomato kick lately, insisting on the freshest ones. I rushed to the market early this morning. Hinata's fingers tightened slightly. Naruto-kun, she asked softly. Do you remember where this place is? Naruto looked around, confusion evident on his face. Konoha? Hinata's eyes dimmed for a moment. I meant this tree. Naruto stared at the trunk for a few seconds before suddenly slapping his forehead. Oh, I remember now. That Sasuke guy fell from this tree when we were kids. Huh. He laughed uproariously, completely oblivious to the way Hinata's face paled in an instant. Is that so? Hinata looked down, her voice barely audible. So this is what you remember. This was the place where they had first met. That year, she was bullied, and it was Naruto who stood up for her. He had shone brightly with his golden hair and radiant smile, illuminating her world like a beam of light. Yet in his memory, this place was solely tied to Sasuke. Taking a deep breath, Hinata lifted her head, a faint smile now adorning her face. I understand. Naruto-kun, I wish you and Sasuke-kun all the best. Naruto was taken aback for a moment before breaking into a bright smile. Thank you, Hinata. Sasuke and I will definitely be happy. He patted Hinata on the shoulder. And you will surely find someone who loves you as much as I love Sasuke. Hinata's expression shifted from sorrow to joy. Yes. Returning to the Hyuga residence. Hinata stood before her father's study, her heart pounding like a drum. Taking a deep breath, she gently knocked on the door. Come in, came the deep voice of Hyuga Hisashi. Hinata pushed the door open to find Hisashi seated at his desk, reviewing documents. Without looking up, he asked, what is it? Hinata's voice was soft yet resolute as she replied, I wish to ask you to abandon the idea of arranging a union between me and Naruto-kun. Hisashi's pen halted mid-stroke. Slowly, he raised his gaze, his snow-white pupils locking onto his daughter's. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Hinata met her father's eyes with determination. I understand. Naruto-kun genuinely harbors feelings for Sasuke-kun, and the Hyuga clan is inherently a prominent family in Konoha. Her voice grew stronger. Even without an alliance, Niji and I can surely lead our clan to prosperity. A heavy silence enveloped the study. After a prolonged pause, Hisashi sighed. I promise you. Hinata's eyes widened in disbelief. Father, is that truly your decision? She hadn't anticipated her usually stern father would concede so readily. Hisashi waved his hand dismissively. Go now. Niji is at the training ground. With a joyful bow, Hinata exclaimed, Thank you, father. She dashed out of the study. Her footsteps light and buoyant like a bird in flight. Hisashi watched her retreating figure, his expression complex. His agreement to rescind the decision stemmed not only from Hinata's conviction, but also from an understanding that the Hyuga clan need not rely on marriage for its standing. From the shadows emerged Hisashi's confidant, Hyuga Takumiai. Is this truly your resolution? Hisashi glanced at him coolly. Hinata speaks the truth. The Hyuga clan does not need to depend on marriage for its foundation. Takumiai frowned, but Hisashi interrupted him. The bond between Naruto and Sasuke may not be as unbreakable as you presume. He gazed out the window, his eyes distant. If they encounter problems in the future, it shall not concern the Hyuga clan. Upon returning home, Naruto found Sasuke leaning against the doorframe, waiting for him. You're late. Dragging behind, the raven-haired youth scoffed. Naruto grinned, holding up a bag. I managed to snag the freshest cherry tomatoes. Sasuke glanced at the meager contents. Is this all? What? This is all that was left at the market. Naruto scratched his head. I'll go earlier tomorrow. Sasuke turned to enter the house. The corners of his mouth curving up slightly. Fool. Naruto followed, chattering animatedly about the morning's events. Sasuke listened quietly, responding occasionally. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting elongated shadows of the two, which eventually intertwined. Chapter 194. Redemption. On the vibrant streets of Konoha, the sun shone brightly as throngs of people bustled about. Uchiha Itachi stood before a sweet stall, fixated on the colorful wagashi displayed within the glass case, a flicker of longing evident in his dark eyes. His cheeks had filled out considerably compared to a few months prior, softening his once sharp features. Even the snug black robe he wore seemed somewhat constricted. Standing beside him, Kisame forced a polite smile, addressing the stall owner with a tone of subservience. "We truly know the Nara clan. I'll be back with the money shortly." The owner scoffed, slamming a club down on the counter. "Don't give me that. He stays here, and you go fetch me the money, or I'll tear up the ticket." Itachi remained impassive, his fingers twitching slightly as he contemplated whether to use a jutsu to make this lady experience an endless feast of sweets that she could never actually consume. Kisame, noticing Itachi's demeanor, quickly grasped his shoulder. "Calm down. Mr. Itachi, this is Konoha." Itachi cast a fleeting glance at him before retracting his chakra. Kisame sighed in relief and turned back to the stall owner with a conciliatory smile. "I'll fetch the money right away. Please don't act impulsively." With that, he hastily turned and fled, his back resembling a shark fleeing in panic. Kisame's inner monologue. Why has the mighty Mist Village's rogue, an S-class trader of the Akatsuki, sunk to such a state? Wasn't he Konoha supposed to assist us? Yet upon arrival, not a single soul was present. My purse has been drained by Mr. Itachi. My secret stash has been emptied. This life is unbearable. I'd rather be a rogue ninja. At least I wouldn't have to pay for sweets. He dashed along, internally lamenting, resolved to confront the Nara family for an explanation. At the Nara residence, sunlight filtered through the paper doors, casting warm patches of light on the tatami floor. Shikamaru lay languidly across Orochimaru's lap, half-closed eyes drifting into slumber. His back ached terribly. Even the slightest movement felt laborious, so he curled up like a satisfied cat. Orochimaru perused experimental data with one hand, while idly stroking Shikamaru's hair with the other. His golden snake-like eyes occasionally scanning the numbers on the paper, a faint smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, Shikamaru frowned and scratched his head, feeling as though he had forgotten something. Without looking up, Orochimaru asked, "What troubles you?" Shikamaru sighed. "I don't know. It just feels like I've neglected something." Orochimaru scoffed, his long fingers gripping Shikamaru's chin, forcing him to look up. "The master-servant contract has been reversed. You are no longer permitted to block my perception." Shikamaru nodded reluctantly, understood. He sighed again, thinking, "Oh well, it probably isn't anything significant. After all, Orochimaru will handle it if the sky falls." He closed his eyes contentedly, resuming his nap. Kisame arrived breathlessly at the Nara residence. Just as he was about to knock, he suddenly heard rustling noises from within. He squinted his shark-like eyes and stealthily approached the window, only to witness a scene that nearly caused his heart to seize. Shikamaru was comfortably sprawled across Orochimaru's lap, while the once-feared Sannin was now giving Shikamaru a back rub. Kisame thought, "I do not wish to know why. Where has the cold-hearted Orochimaru gone? What happened to the clever strategist, Nara Shikamaru? Can't you two maintain at least a semblance of villainy and tactician awareness?" Taking a deep breath, he abruptly pushed the door open. "Orochimaru. Shikamaru, have you forgotten something?" Shikamaru drowsily lifted his head. "Huh? Kisame? What brings you here?" Kisame gritted his teeth. "Mr. Itachi and I have been in Konoha for 3 days. Did you not promise to come to aid us?" Shikamaru blinked rapidly, suddenly slapping his forehead. "Oh, right. I completely forgot." "Kisame." Orochimaru calmly turned a page of data. "Yes, I forgot as well." Kisame slowly sank to his knees, cradling his head in despair. "This life is truly unbearable. I want to return to the Akatsuki. I want to be a rogue ninja. At least the Akatsuki wouldn't make me pay for sweets." Shikamaru, unfazed by Kisame's lamentations, remained sprawled on the floor like a content cat, too lethargic to even lift a finger. His back still ached terribly, and memories of last night's escapades made him grind his teeth. Kisame stood at the door, his face filled with existential dread. I understand. Shikamaru waved him off lazily, turning to Orochimaru. "Hey, go retrieve Itachi." Orochimaru did not lift his gaze. "Why should I?" Shikamaru narrowed his eyes. "Just because of what you did last night." In an instant, the scroll was abruptly closed. Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes narrowed dangerously as he approached Shikamaru. In Kisame's stunned gaze, Orochimaru leaned down and kissed Shikamaru's lips, releasing him only when Shikamaru was panting for breath. "I shall return shortly." Orochimaru licked his lips. You'd best remain still. Shikamaru lazily patted the floor. Rest assured, when you return, I shall not even change my position. Guisha. At that moment, he felt his worldview shatter. Indeed, as Mr. Itachi remarked, his breadth of knowledge was still rather limited. Orochimaru elegantly adjusted his robes and cast a glance at the petrified Guisha. Lead the way. As they reached the doorway, Orochimaru suddenly halted, his sharp gaze piercing through the still-dazed Guisha. Ah, yes. Guisha, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly turned and led the way, his tail swaying behind him like a thief fleeing after stealing melons. Orochimaru, satisfied, curled the corners of his mouth and followed at a leisurely pace. The atmosphere in front of the sweet stall was tense. The vendor ant's face was so dark it was devoid of any wrinkles, her wolf fawn club thudding heavily against the counter. Finally willing to show up, she gritted her teeth and pointed at the expressionless Itachi. Look at the good deeds your child has done. A pile of half-meter-high empty dessert boxes surrounded Itachi, whose originally pale cheeks now glowed with a satisfied blush. Upon seeing the newcomers, he elegantly wiped the corner of his mouth. Orochimaru. Guisha dashed forward, but froze upon catching sight of the mound of empty boxes. He mechanically turned his head to discover that Orochimaru had stealthily taken a half-step back. Wait. Guisha, quick-witted, grasped Orochimaru's sleeve. You can't just stand by and watch. Orochimaru's lips twitched. 50,000 taels. The ant extended her calloused palm, not a single coin less. Orochimaru's golden slit pupils dangerously constricted. How much did you eat? Itachi calmly adjusted his collar. Not much. When the heavy pouch of coins fell into the ant's hand, Orochimaru's action of grabbing Itachi by the scruff bore evident malice. Let's go. On the way back, the setting sun elongated the shadows of the three. Itachi suddenly spoke. Thank you. Orochimaru gave a cold snort in response. Is Sasuke also at the Nara household? Itachi inquired, a flicker of anticipation flashing in his dark eyes. Orochimaru's brow twitched before he revealed a meaningful smile. Not there. He paused deliberately. He's at your future sibling's home. Chapter 195. Sibling 1. Guisha and Itachi stood at the entrance of the Nara residence, momentarily silent. Sibling? Guisha couldn't help but ask for Itachi. Disbelief etched across his shark-like face. Orochimaru displayed an innocent smile, nodding, and even kindly pointed them in the right direction. Turn left out the door. Right at the third intersection, the house with the wind chimes is the one. After speaking, he pulled out a small pouch from his sleeve and handed it to Guisha. Here has some silver for you, so you won't go hungry later. Guisha, aren't we allowed in? Itachi, are you that eager? Although he indeed felt anxious, the two silently accepted the pouch and obediently turned to leave. A loud bang echoed behind them. Walking towards the siblings' house, Itachi suddenly asked, when did Orochimaru become so kind-hearted? Guisha recalled the sticky relationship between the master and apprentice back at the Nara residence, carefully choosing his words. Perhaps he fears we might disrupt his good fortune? Itachi, good fortune? Is Orochimaru getting married? Guisha immediately seized Itachi's arm. Don't ask. Let us go. Itachi, though confused, he allowed Guisha to drag him away, fleeing from the bizarre conversation. In the kitchen of the Uzumaki household, the oil in the pan crackled, the aroma of fried eggs wafting through the air. Naruto, one hand gripping the spatula, the other holding a white egg at his waist, proudly gazed at the golden fried egg in the pan. See, I told you the white egg tastes better. Sasuke stood nearby, his face darkened as he stared at the fried egg, lifting a brown egg and coldly stating, the brown egg tastes much better. Huh. Naruto turned to glare at him, pressing the white egg against Sasuke's similarly toned face. Who said that? The white egg is clearly more tender. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and directly pushed Naruto's hand away. Is your sense of taste impaired? You're the one with problems. Naruto slammed the spatula down on the stove. From childhood to now, I've always eaten white eggs and never found anything wrong with them. Sasuke scoffed, tapping Naruto on the head. That's why you've turned out like such a fool. What did you say? Naruto instantly exploded, grabbing Sasuke by the collar. Say it again if you dare. Sasuke stood his ground, gripping Naruto's wrist in response. Fool. The two glared at each other, their noses nearly touching, the air crackling with tension. The next moment, bang. Naruto suddenly shoved, and Sasuke's lower back collided with the counter, causing dishes to rattle. Sasuke's eyes turned icy, sweeping his right leg, causing Naruto to stumble back, his back crashing against the refrigerator, making the magnets on the door fall off with a clatter. Damn you, Sasuke. Naruto grabbed a bag of flour from the counter and hurled it at him. Sasuke sidestepped, the flour exploding into a cloud of white. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward, delivering an elbow strike to Naruto's abdomen. Naruto grunted but grinned, suddenly grabbing Sasuke's wrist and performing a shoulder throw. Boom! Sasuke's back slammed onto the floor. But he reacted swiftly, twisting his legs to knock Naruto off balance, sending them both tumbling. They rolled on the ground, covered in flour, resembling two fighting stray cats. The brown egg. It's definitely better. Sasuke gritted his teeth, his knee pressing against Naruto's stomach. Nonsense. Naruto struggled, pulling at Sasuke's hair, raising a hand with the white egg. The best in the world. Sasuke, in pain, retaliated by grabbing Naruto's cheeks, pulling them apart. You. Admit you were wrong. Absolutely not. Naruto protested incoherently, suddenly struck by inspiration, seizing a jar of jam from the ground and splatting it onto Sasuke's face. The thick strawberry jam dripped down Sasuke's prominent nose, his expression freezing instantly. Drip drop. The kitchen fell into eerie silence. Sasuke's voice turned hoarse. Dangerous, like it came from the depths of hell. You're dead. Naruto felt a familiar sense of dread, akin to when he first encountered Orochimaru, swallowing hard. Wait. Sasuke, I was just joking. Sasuke flipped over, pinning Naruto down, his jam-covered hand pressing onto Naruto's spiky golden hair. Naruto screamed, struggling desperately as they rolled again, knocking over the trash can, kicking the spatula, and finally crashing down with the chair. Panting heavily, Naruto suddenly noticed Sasuke's face was mere inches away, the strawberry jam clinging to his eyelashes, quivering slightly with each breath. Somehow his heart skipped a beat, soft, tender, and pink. Sasuke, Naruto, against all odds, reached out to wipe the jam from the corner of his mouth. You have jam on your face. Sasuke's breath hitched, his Sharingan unconsciously manifesting. The two maintained that position, the kitchen echoing only with the ticking of the clock. Ding dong. The doorbell rang abruptly. Sasuke, are you home? Itachi's gentle voice drifted in from outside. The two on the floor instantly sprang apart. Oh no. Naruto scrambled to his feet. It's brother Itachi. He can't see us like this. Sasuke, frowning, grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. Wipe your face first. Fool. The two hurriedly tried to clean the flour and jam off each other's faces, but only ended up smudging it further. As the doorknob turned, Naruto had a sudden idea and shoved Sasuke into the cupboard. Bang! At the moment the cabinet door slammed shut, Itachi entered, carrying a gift box and seafood behind him. Sasuke, his voice abruptly halted. The kitchen resembled a battlefield. Overturned flour bags, shattered porcelain dishes, jam stuck to the floor. And in the center of the chaos stood Naruto, grinning foolishly with flour all over his head. Good morning, Itachi. A muffled sound emanated from the cupboard. Itachi's deathly gaze gradually shifted towards the slightly trembling cabinet door. Then he caught sight of Naruto's suddenly frozen smile. Where is my younger brother, Naruto-kun? Chapter 196. Sibling 2. Naruto, flustered, stood at the door, flour and jam still smudged on his face, with a smear of cream at the corner of his mouth. He forced a laugh, scratching his head as he stammered, Itachi. Sasuke, he is in the wrong place. Itachi stood silently at the door, his dark eyes calmly observing Naruto before slowly shifting back to the cabinet that was subtly vibrating. Kisame leaned out from behind Itachi, his shark-like visage filled with confusion as he pointed at the cabinet. What is inside there? Naruto swiftly stepped in front of the cabinet door, forcing a laugh. What could possibly be inside? Taking a deep breath, Itachi decided to pose another question. Naruto-kun, I have heard that Sasuke has found a partner here. May I inquire as to their whereabouts? Naruto's simple mind pondered for a moment before he quickly concluded. He is also in the wrong place. Itachi, Kisame. The atmosphere became tense for 3 seconds. Itachi nodded, his tone calm. Where's the wrong place? Before Naruto could respond, Kisame had already taken the initiative, striding toward the only door in the room and flinging it open. What greeted them was a stark toilet. Kisame glanced left and right, even bending down to peer into the toilet, before slowly lifting his head to look at Naruto alongside Itachi. Naruto's face flushed crimson, a drop of egg liquid sliding from the cream at the corner of his mouth, landing with a soft thud on the floor. At that painfully awkward moment, the cabinet door was abruptly kicked open, and a boy with flour covering his body and jam in his hair emerged, pushing past the obstructing Naruto. Somewhat embarrassed as he called out, Brother. Itachi gazed at his disheveled younger brother for 2 silent seconds before finally sighing, "My foolish Udo." He reached out, gently brushing the flower from Sasuke's hair, his tone tinged with helplessness. "Did you think I would not recognize you dressed like this? Sasuke," Itachi continued. "And playing hide and seek with him, how mischievous." "Sasuke." Naruto stood aside, opening his mouth only to close it again, ultimately opting to feign oblivion. Kisame glanced between Itachi, Sasuke, and Naruto before silently raising his hand. "Shall we eat first?" 10 minutes later, the 4 of them sat at a makeshift dining table. The table was adorned with gifts brought by Kisame and Itachi, along with 2 plates of fried eggs, one charred, the other golden. Itachi elegantly picked up his chopsticks, his gaze sweeping between the 2 plates of eggs. "So, were you two just debating which egg to use?" Naruto scratched his head. "Yeah. I said the white egg is better, but Sasuke insisted the skin-colored egg is superior." Sasuke retorted coldly, "The skin-colored egg is more fragrant when cooked." Naruto glared at him. "Nonsense. The white egg is clearly more tender." Itachi, Kisame silently stuffed a rice ball into his mouth, pretending he did not exist. After a moment of silence, Itachi finally sampled both and set down his chopsticks. "Both are quite good." He then looked at Naruto. "So, you are the partner my brother has chosen?" Naruto instantly straightened his posture. "Yes." Sasuke's ears turned slightly red, yet his expression remained indifferent. "Brother, this is my own decision." Itachi's gaze shifted between the 2 before he slightly nodded. "I understand." He rose and approached Naruto, his kunai slowly spinning in his hand. "Now, let me see your medal." The kunai in Itachi's hand glinted coldly in the sunlight. Naruto instinctively closed his eyes, his golden eyelashes trembling while he stubbornly stood his ground, immobile. "Brother." Sasuke instantly appeared in front of Naruto, his dark eyes revealing the crimson of the Sharingan. "Do not move him." The kitchen was so quiet that the sound of flowers softly falling could be heard. Kisame held his rice ball, suspended in midair, his shark-like face displaying the turmoil of whether he should jump out the window to escape. Itachi's gaze lingered on Sasuke's resolute expression for a long while before suddenly snapping his kunai shut with a click. He reached out and ruffled Sasuke's flower-dusted hair, his voice unexpectedly gentle. "You've grown, Sasuke." Sasuke was momentarily stunned, the Sharingan involuntarily fading. This simple gesture reminded him of childhood, when his brother would ruffle his hair after he got hurt during training. "Since this is the path you have chosen." Itachi turned and walked towards the dining table, his dark cloak sweeping through the air in an elegant arc. "This time, I shall not interfere." Naruto's eyes flew open, his azure irises sparkling with joy. "Really, Itachi?" However, Itachi suddenly turned back. "If I find out you have caused Sasuke any distress, I will not let it slide." Naruto dashed forward, nearly slipping on the flower-covered floor, and hurriedly grasped Sasuke's shoulder to steady himself. "I, Uzumaki Naruto, pledge with my life." Sasuke disdainfully brushed off his hand. "You're at the tail end. Stay away from me." "What the heck? Just now you clearly shut up." As he observed the 2 engage in their usual banter, a barely perceptible smile tugged at Itachi's lips. He elegantly picked up a piece of golden fried egg and tasted it. The cooking is quite adept. Kisame finally dared to continue chewing his rice ball, mumbling indistinctly, "I told you. What's wrong with discussing matters while eating?" Sunlight streamed through the window, casting shadows of the 4 on the wooden floor. Sasuke awkwardly poured a cup of tea for Naruto, who cheerfully placed the last intact fried egg into Itachi's bowl, while Kisame discreetly hid his shark muscle under the table to avoid alarming passing neighbors. The bright moonlight bathed Naruto's home, where Uchiha Itachi sat alone atop the roof ridge, his dark eyes quietly gazing at the night sky. The night breeze caressed his hair, carrying the unique fragrance of the trees from Konoha, yet it could not dispel the faint worry etched between his brows. Footsteps approached from behind, and Sasuke, still clad in his night robe and with a rosy hue on his cheeks from just waking up, joined him after having been pushed up by the meddlesome Kisame. "Brother," Sasuke awkwardly began, his voice softer than usual. Itachi did not turn around, merely responding with a gentle hum. Sasuke bit his lip, his fingers unconsciously tugging at the fabric of his robe. He had much to express, but did not know how to start. After a moment of silence, Itachi spoke first. "Naruto is a good person." Sasuke was taken aback, his ears flushing slightly. "The tail end, he's just okay. He has been there for you while I was away." Itachi's voice was soft yet firm. "I trust him." Sasuke turned his face away, yet his lips involuntarily curved upwards. "Humph, he is barely acceptable." as the night breeze rustled. The shadows of the two brothers overlapped beneath the moonlight. Sasuke stole a glance at Itachi's profile, noticing that while his brother's expression remained calm, there seemed to be something concealed within his brow. "Brother," Sasuke suddenly spoke, "what is troubling you?" Itachi remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. "It's nothing." Sasuke's brows furrowed tightly. "Not again." His voice involuntarily rose. "You never tell me anything." Itachi turned to look at his brother's indignant expression and suddenly smiled. He reached out to ruffle Sasuke's hair, just as he did when they were younger. "It is my own matter." Pausing for a moment, he added softly, "However, having you here to comfort me has made me feel much better." Sasuke, his anger dissipated significantly, leaving only a lingering sense of discomfort. The two sat in silence for a while, and Itachi patted Sasuke's shoulder. "Go to sleep. We have training tomorrow." Sasuke reluctantly rose to his feet, unable to resist glancing back before departing. "Brother, please tell me if anything happens." Itachi nodded with a smile. "I will." As he watched Sasuke leap from the rooftop, Itachi's smile gradually faded. He gazed up at the moon, his expression slowly contorting with worry. He had once believed that his charming and intelligent Otudo could rejuvenate the Uchiha clan. Yet now, it seemed that the Uchiha might be on the brink of extinction. Beneath the moonlight, Itachi's shoulders trembled slightly. He recalled the last words of his parents, the emblem of their clan emblazoned with an eternal flame, and the fervent declarations of young Sasuke, vowing to restore the Uchiha to greatness. But now, his brother had been swept away by a blonde, carefree boy. Although this golden-haired youth might one day become Hokage, a man destined to be Hokage is acceptable, but a man destined to be Hokage is not. Itachi buried his face in his hands, tormented by guilt. "Father, mother, I am sorry. The Uchiha bloodline may perish with my generation." The night breeze wailed, seemingly lamenting the future of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke quietly returned to his bedroom, only to find Naruto already awake, sitting cross-legged on the bed, awaiting him. "Where did you go?" Naruto asked, rubbing his eyes. "To the rooftop," Sasuke replied curtly, slipping beneath the covers. Noticing his lover's unusual demeanor, Naruto leaned in to poke his face. "What's wrong? What did Itachi say?" Sasuke swatted his hand away. "Nothing." Naruto pouted, suddenly struck by inspiration, and slapped his palm. "Ah, you're not worried about the extinction of the Uchiha, are you?" Sasuke's expression froze. Naruto scratched his head and exclaimed, "Right. We can ask Orochimaru. He must have a solution." "Sasuke, look, Orochimaru has that cloning technique, right? He can use our cells to create a child." Sasuke's expression shifted from shock to confusion, ultimately morphing into profound despair. "Brother, I think I suddenly understand your feelings. What on earth is this idiot thinking?" Sasuke yanked the blanket over his head. "Sleep." Naruto, feeling aggrieved, scooted closer. "I'm serious." "Shut up. Just think about it. Sasuke, a baby. Get lost." Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Itachi continued to gaze melancholically at the moon. Kisame, having climbed up unknown to him, offered a can of beer. "Cheer up, at least Sasuke is happy." Itachi accepted the beer and sighed. "The Uchiha bloodline, technology is so advanced now." Kisame patted his shoulder. "Look, Orochimaru can don't mention Orochimaru." Itachi suddenly exclaimed. He corrupted Shikamaru, and now Sasuke Kisame wisely fell silent, quietly sipping his drink. The two remained in silence, staring into the starry sky, each lost in their thoughts. After a long while, Itachi sighed deeply. Perhaps this is the fate of the Uchiha. Kisame hesitated, then simply raised his beer can. "Cheers." Under the moonlight, the silhouettes of the two rogue ninjas appeared particularly desolate. Chapter 197. Newlyweds. 1. As the morning sunlight streamed through the kitchen window, Uchiha Itachi stood gracefully at the stove. His slender fingers held a sugar jar as he expressionlessly poured the last granule of white sugar into the pot. "Itachi, do you need help?" Naruto, rubbing his eyes, entered the kitchen, his golden hair tousled like a bird's nest. "No need," Itachi replied, his voice as calm as still water. "Go wake Sasuke." After Naruto eagerly dashed to the bedroom, Itachi pulled from his sleeve a small bottle labeled with a special sweetener and emptied its contents into the egg mixture. Upon Naruto's return, he leaned excitedly over the counter, his eyes sparkling as he observed Itachi's actions. "Itachi, you're amazing. I want to learn too. I'll make it for Sasuke every day." Sasuke leaned against the doorframe and scoffed. You can't even tell salt from sugar." "Who said that?" "Last time. Last time you mistook salt for sugar, and the sweet miso soup nearly claimed your teeth." Naruto's face turned crimson. That was an accident. Itachi, without raising his head, deftly flipped the egg perfectly. You too, set the table. They exchanged glances of annoyance before begrudgingly fetching the dishes. 20 minutes later, the dining table was adorned with 4 plates of golden fried eggs. Sasuke frowned, poking at his plate with chopsticks. Brother, is the egg mixture too thick? A new variety. Itachi replied nonchalantly, taking a piece to taste. Naruto, unable to contain his excitement, stuffed his mouth full, only to sputter the next moment. 2. It's so sweet. Sasuke's chopsticks froze midair, suspiciously eyeing his seemingly normal fried egg. Itachi elegantly wiped his mouth. What? Is it not to your liking? This isn't just a matter of sweetness. Itachi, Naruto exclaimed, guzzling water. It's like eating sugar for breakfast. Sasuke hesitantly took a bite, and his pupils dilated in shock. He mechanically turned to his elder brother, his Sharingan activating involuntarily. How much sugar did you put in? Not much, Itachi said leisurely, taking another piece. Just used up all the sugary products in your home. What? Naruto shrieked, rushing to the cupboard, revealing empty sugar jars, honey bottles, and even the box of rock sugar. Even my strawberry jam. Sasuke's temples throbbed with rage. Brother, you did this on purpose. Itachi gently set down his chopsticks, his dark eyes locking onto his brother's. I merely wanted to see how far one could go to abandon the revival of the Uchiha clan. The air thickened with tension. Naruto, tears in his eyes, took another bite of the overly sweet fried egg. I can still eat. Sasuke slapped his chopsticks away. Idiot. Don't force yourself. Just then, the doorbell rang. Saved. Naruto leaped up to answer the door, as if freed from a great burden. Ino stood at the entrance, cradling a large bouquet of fresh flowers. Hey, what is going on? Inside, Naruto leaned against the doorframe, gagging, while Sasuke darkly displayed the empty sugar jar, and Itachi remained calm, continuing to enjoy his special fried eggs. Ino suggested, should I come back another time? Wedding invitation. Naruto snatched the gilded envelope, proclaiming loudly, Kurenai-sensei and Asuma-sensei are getting married. Shikamaru's languid voice drifted from the entrance. Indeed, Asuma-sensei is finally tying the knot. Choji followed closely behind, munching on chips noisily. The wedding buffet is rumored to have a whole roasted cow. Kisame curiously leaned in, his shark-like eyes fixated on the gilded letters on the invitation. Humans even send paper for weddings? Shikamaru yawned. Kisame-senpai and Itachi-senpai should come too. Itachi poked his head from the kitchen. Can we join as well? Of course. Ino shoved the bouquet into Naruto's hands. Even Orochimaru-sama is invited. You two are definitely not a problem. Choji nodded seriously. Now, even if Pain were resurrected, it wouldn't be surprising for him to attend the wedding. Shikamaru sighed, already dreading the security arrangements for the wedding day. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Kakashi lounged with his legs crossed, shaking the identical invitation in his hand. I never expected, he drawled, that the one who said marriage is a grave would be the first to jump in. Asuma's dark face flushed crimson, nearly biting down on his cigarette. Shut up. How did Kurenai-sensei agree to this? Kakashi's eyes crinkled into crescent moons. Could it be that she bought the ring with protecting 12 ninjas' salary? Kakashi Hitaki, Asuma, in a fit of anger, slammed his hand on the table. Do you believe I can have Hong arrange 100 blind dates for you? Kakashi immediately raised his hands in surrender. Spare me. How can the 6th Hokage be killed by a war criminal? Outside the window, cherry blossoms were swept into the office by the wind, landing beside the words Yong Jietong Xin on the invitation card. Asuma's expression softened suddenly. Actually, it was Hong who proposed first. Kakashi's single eye widened in shock. Asuma, scratching the back of his head, chuckled foolishly. She said she didn't want to wait any longer for this indecisive man to make a decision. Kakashi silently placed a copy of Intimate Paradise over his face. In the office of the temporary Konoha Wedding Planning Committee, Shikamaru looked at the group before him, his temples throbbing. I oppose the buffet style. Tsunade slammed the table. There must be enough fine wine. Ino, clutching a small pig, timidly raised her hand. What about the budget? Let Orochimaru sponsor it. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. He abducted the only son of the Nara family. What's wrong with shedding a little blood? In a corner, Orochimaru was quietly sipping tea. Meanwhile, Ino was arguing with Tintin about floral arrangements. White lilies are too aloof. Tintin waved her scroll. We should use sunflowers. What do you know? Ino put her hands on her hips. Teacher Hong's temperament is most suited to champagne roses. Kiba and Shino quietly retreated to a corner. I think, Kiba muttered softly. We should check on Shamaru's tuxedo. Shino adjusted his sunglasses. My bugs wish to be ring bearers. Kiba replied. The liveliest area is undoubtedly the friend zone for the bride and groom. Might Guy held Asuma in a tearful embrace. My dear friend, is this the passionate marriage of youth? Hong helplessly helped Asuma escape from Guy's octopus-like hug. Guy, remember to control your emotions during the ceremony. Don't worry. Guy gave a thumbs up. But his tears flowed even more fiercely. I will offer the most fervent blessings. No. Asuma and Hong said in unison. Chapter 198. New marriage. The skies of Konoha were adorned with colorful paper balloons, and the streets were lined with red and white lanterns. Hokage Rock was decorated with a massive double happiness symbol, and even the statues of past Hokages donned festive red silk ribbons. I hereby declare the wedding of Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Hong to commence. The sixth Hokage, Kakashi, stood on the main stage, rarely donning anything but his combat attire. Now dressed in a crisp white suit. Although he still wore his mask, the eye that was visible curved into a crescent moon. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat in the guest of honor's seat, his face wrinkled with laughter, resembling a dried persimmon. He cradled a toy inscribed with the character for grandson in his left arm, while his right hand was busy stuffing congratulatory gifts into his robe. The old man was unbearably jovial. Orochimaru leaned against a decorative pillar, his golden slit pupils flickering with disdain, as if he had already become a grandfather. As the best man, Shikamaru was frantically adjusting his bow tie when he rolled his eyes at Orochimaru. Better than you. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes dangerously, his long fingers brushing against Shikamaru's neck. Oh, it seems someone's back no longer hurts. Shikamaru froze instantly. I'll keep my mouth shut. Meanwhile, Tsunade had begun to drink heartily from a wine jug. Her fair cheeks flushed with intoxicating color. Ha! I won't stop drinking until I'm completely wasted today. Jiraiya seized the opportunity to approach her. Tsunade, look how happy they are, why don't we? Bam! The fifth Hokage executed a shoulder throw, pinning one of the legendary three to the ground. Her high-heeled boot firmly pressing on his back. You? First, hand over your manuscript fees for those adult novels as a betrothal gift. Help! Help! Jiraiya's face was distorted under her foot as he desperately reached out to Kiba and Shino, who were passing by. Yamanaka Shino adjusted his sunglasses. My bugs say they cannot assist. Inuzuka Kiba picked up Shamaru and exclaimed, I'm going to check on the bride. Shamaru barked in response. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Naruto was dragging Sasuke with one hand and Itachi with the other, followed by a bewildered Kisame, bursting into the venue. Wow, how lively. Naruto's blue eyes sparkled. Huh, where's the bride? Choji, sneaking some wedding snacks, mumbled incoherently. Ino, Sakura, and Hinata went to accompany teacher Hong. Kisame's shark-like gaze swept across the venue. Is it always this lively at human weddings? His words trailed off as he spotted Jiraiya being pinned down by Tsunade. Is it lively? Sasuke disdainfully shook off Naruto's grip. Stop pulling so tightly, dead weight. However, Itachi's gaze lingered on the dessert table, where a 7-tier wedding cake stood, topped with 2 little figurines dressed in ninja attire. Brother? Sasuke keenly noticed his brother's distraction. Itachi withdrew his gaze and softly said, It's nothing. I just suddenly thought, if our parents were still here, they would have prepared a wedding for you like this. Speaking of which, who would be the groom at Naruto and Sasuke's wedding? Attention, esteemed guests. Kakashi's voice echoed through the venue via amplification. The bride is about to enter. The hall fell silent instantly. The band began to play the wedding march, and all eyes turned towards the end of the red carpet. Yuhi Hong appeared in a pristine white wedding dress, her veil adorned with shimmering, star-like sequins, sparkling under the sunlight. In her arm was Might Guy, his face streaked with tears, as he volunteered to escort the bride due to the early sacrifice of her father. As the wedding march resounded melodiously, the doors at the end of the red carpet slowly opened. Yuhi Hong, clad in white, walked with graceful yet steady steps. Though her trembling fingertips revealed her nervousness, the eternally passionate taijutsu master, at this moment, rarely had tears in his eyes. He wore a formal deep green suit, his usually tousled hair meticulously combed, even going so far as to remove his forehead protector. His arm firmly held Hong's hand, every step taken with solemnity, as if performing a sacred ritual. Upon reaching Asuma, Guy took a deep breath and gently lifted Hong's hand. His voice, usually resonant, now trembled slightly. Asuma. He paused, his throat bobbing as he seemed to suppress a surging emotion. From today onward, My dear friend Guy solemnly places Hong's hand into Asuma's palm, gripping it tightly. I entrust her to you. Hong and Asuma's eyes instantly glistened with tears, and the cigarette in Asuma's hand fell to the ground. Uffed, Ino couldn't help but chuckle. Whispering to Sakura, look at teacher Asuma. He's so nervous he can't even hold his cigarette. Sakura covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. But her gaze caught sight of Sasuke awkwardly being pulled forward by Naruto. Her eyes dimmed slightly, but she quickly lifted her smile. The bride is truly beautiful. Chapter 199, Wedding 3. After the wedding ceremony concluded, the banquet officially began. Guests gathered in small clusters, clinking glasses and sharing laughter. Kisame approached Itachi with a large plate of grilled meat, lowering his voice, though with his naturally loud voice. Lowering merely meant everyone in the banquet hall could hear. Itachi, during the moment when the newlyweds bow to their parents, will they really bow to Guy? The entire room fell silent for a moment. Might Guy, moved to tears, suddenly looked up. What? The crowd shivered, while the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wept tears of joy, pulling out his long-treasured pipe and tremblingly wiping it. Guy indeed resembles Asuma's second father. Father. Asuma swiftly snatched the pipe away. No smoking at the wedding. The third Hokage awkwardly chuckled a couple of times. I was just nervous. Hong covered her lips, chuckling softly, while Asuma helplessly rubbed his temples, though the mirth in his eyes was unmistakable. In the corner, Orochimaru leaned against a pillar, his golden slit-like eyes contemplatively fixed upon the newcomers. Hong and Asuma were surrounded by a throng of admirers, their faces radiant with joy. Lu Shikamaru, Orochimaru suddenly spoke. Lu Shikamaru lazily responded, still holding a half-finished cup of sake. Do you desire a wedding like this? Orochimaru's voice was soft, yet imbued with an uncommon seriousness. Shikamaru cast him a sidelong glance, pursing his lips. What a hassle. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, his long fingers gently gripping Shikamaru's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. Is that so? Yet your eyes were not so dismissive when you beheld them. Shikamaru's ears tinged slightly with crimson, but his tone remained languid. I was merely contemplating the preparations. A wedding would require at least 6 months of planning. Just compiling the guest list would be a headache. Heh. Orochimaru released his hold and remarked meaningfully, then why not elope? Shikamaru nearly choked on his drink. Are you serious? Orochimaru offered no reply, merely licking his lips, his golden eyes glinting dangerously under the light. After a moment of silence, Shikamaru sighed. Let me finish handing over my duties as Hokage's assistant first. Orochimaru smiled, a genuine smile this time. As the banquet progressed, Kakashi quietly excused himself. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he stealthily snagged a small bag of wedding candies from the dessert table and packed a few exquisite pastries before vanishing in a flash of technique. Inside the Hitaki residence, Uchiha Obito languidly reclined on the sofa, one hand shackled by chakra restraints while the other flipped through a magazine. Hearing the door, he did not look up. You actually returned? Kakashi removed his shoes and sat beside him. I brought you some snacks. Obito snorted but accepted the bag. Upon opening it, he found a few delicately shaped wagashi and a small bag of wedding candies. How was the wedding? Obito asked nonchalantly, though his eyes could not help but dart toward Kakashi. Quite lively, Kakashi replied, removing his mask to reveal a weary yet gentle smile. Asuma-sensei was grinning like a fool. Hong-sensei looked beautiful, and Kai-senpai cried like a baby. Obito scoffed, sounds utterly foolish. Kakashi did not argue, merely leaning his head against Obito's shoulder. From now on, I want to take you with me. Obito's body stiffened momentarily before he turned his face away. Who would want to go to such places with you? Besides, I'm a prisoner. Yet his fingers subtly tightened around the bag, clutching the wedding candies in his palm. Kakashi smiled and closed his eyes. The laughter from the wedding gradually faded, enveloped by the night that blanketed Konoha. In Asuma and Hong's new home, candlelight flickered. Hong removed her veil, gently placing it on the vanity, while Asuma embraced her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. Are you tired? He asked softly. Hong shook her head, turning to cradle his face. Today is the happiest day of my life. Asuma smiled and kissed her fingertips. This is just the beginning. Meanwhile, within the Nara household, Shikamaru found himself pinned to the tatami mat by Orochimaru, his tie loosened and kimono disheveled. He glared breathlessly at the man atop him. Was this intentional? Orochimaru licked his throat. What do you think? Shikamaru rolled his eyes but ultimately ceased his resistance. In the Hitaki bedroom, Obito was enveloped in Kakashi's embrace. sharing a single wedding candy. Is it sweet? Kakashi inquired. Obito grunted, mediocre. Yet he leaned in to kiss Kakashi's lips. Outside the window, the lights of Konoha remained bright, while their story was just beginning. Chapter 200, Wedding Dress Under the Moonlight. The shimmering surface of the Nanha River reflected the remnants of the wedding's bustle. Naruto sat cross-legged upon the riverbank, clutching a wedding candy pilfered from the festivities, grinning like a cat that got into the cream. Sasuke. He nudged the person beside him with his elbow. Look how beautiful Hong-sensei looks in her wedding dress. When we get married. Sasuke, eyes closed in meditation, did not lift his lids at the interruption. Idiot. Who would wear something like that? Naruto leaned closer, his azure eyes sparkling in the moonlight. You would look even better. A white veil, lace trim. As he spoke, drool nearly slipped from his mouth. Sasuke's Sharingan snapped open. You at the back of the line, he enunciated. If anyone wears it, it should be you. What? Naruto sprang to his feet. I am far more manly. Heh. Sasuke leisurely stood, brushing off the grass from his pants. When have you ever won against me? The pebbles along the riverbank began to tremble. Naruto erupted in a golden chakra, declaring, Then let us settle this right now. Gladly, Sasuke's Rinnegan shimmered with purple light. The first to sense the disturbance was Itachi, who was brewing tea. The water in his teacup rippled unnaturally, prompting him to glance toward the direction of Nanha River with a sigh. Here we go again. The second to notice was Kakashi, who was reminiscing about wedding anecdotes with Obito. The sixth Hokage's words abruptly halted as his single eye focused on the window. Those two troublesome kids. When the crowd finally arrived, the riverbank had transformed into a battlefield. Naruto's shadow clone army clashed fiercely with Sasuke's Susanoo, the air thick with the scent of charred debris. A suit is what the groom should wear. Naruto shouted from atop Gamabunta's head. Who decided that? Sasuke retorted, smirking from within his Susanoo. Sakura, watching from the sidelines, snapped a small tree in half. Ino, can I stop this farce without killing them? Ino face-bombed. Calm down. If you throw a punch, Konoha will lose a candidate for Hokage. The battle escalated. Naruto unleashed a newly developed special version of the Rasengan, a golden spiral that surprisingly contained ribbons from the wedding. Sasuke's Chidori intertwined with the ribbons of the bride's bouquet, casting pink lightning across the night sky. Stop. Kakashi finally intervened, appearing between the two. The sixth Hokage's forehead protector gleamed in the moonlight. Fighting on someone else's wedding day, you two. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto pointed accusingly at Sasuke. He said I should wear a wedding dress. Sasuke crossed his arms, snorting. I was merely stating a fact. Kakashi's temple throbbed. He took a deep breath and suddenly wore a dangerous smile. Since you both seem to have so much free time, starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for cleaning out the village's sewers. What? Naruto wailed. TCH, Sasuke turned his face away. Just then, Orochimaru's silky voice emerged from behind a tree. Actually, I have a proposal. The crowd turned warily, watching as Orochimaru leisurely unfurled a scroll. This is an improved version of the transformation technique that can, no need. Sasuke's Chidori sliced through the air. Yet Naruto's eyes lit up. Wait, what improved version? Ultimately, the farce concluded with Kakashi hanging the two upside down on Hokage Rock. Under the moonlight, their silhouettes continued to argue. I would look far more handsome in a suit. In your dreams. Why not decide with a game of rock, paper, scissors? Idiot. In the distance, Itachi and Kisame stood side by side. Kisame scratched his head. Itachi, aren't you going to intervene? Itachi observed his brother's rare display of lively emotion and gently shook his head. This is just fine. As dawn broke, patrolling Umbu discovered that the two on Hokage Rock had somehow reconciled. Naruto was soundly asleep against Sasuke's shoulder, who, despite his disdain, used chakra to shield Naruto from the morning dew. The debate over wedding attire, it seemed, would continue for many years to come. Chapter 201. Orochimaru's Side Story 2. Orochimaru first realized his feelings for Nara Shikamaru were unusual one seemingly ordinary afternoon. At that time, Lushika had not visited Inrin village for a long while. The laboratory was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the faint hum of machinery. Orochimaru stood before the cultivation tank, his golden slit pupils reflecting the pale green nutrient solution. Though he should have been focused on the data before him, his thoughts drifted to the lazy little rascal from Konoha. What could he be doing now? Was he on a mission with a bunch of fools? Or basking in the sun at the Nara estate? TSK. He rarely clicked his tongue, unconsciously tapping his fingertips against the glass wall of the tank. What an ungrateful child. It was he who first provoked him, That small boy standing in the forest of death, looking up with eyes devoid of fear, only a maddening calmness. From that moment on, Lushika became like a persistent little monster, frequently crossing paths with him. Young Lushika had scratched his head and asked, "Can I borrow your research materials?" At that time, it struck him as amusing. A little brat from the Nara family daring to request forbidden jutsu materials from a rogue ninja? Thus, he maliciously obliged, even deliberately including records of human experiments. Curious to see if the boy would pale in fright. But Lushika merely frowned and remarked, "There's an issue with this chakra flow. The third node will rupture the meridians." Orochimaru was taken aback. From that day forth, he could not tear his gaze away from that hedgehog-haired boy. The true moment he realized that things had spiraled beyond his control was marked by a pair of test subjects. Those two 15-year-old youths, who should have been the perfect materials for a chakra resonance experiment, developed feelings that should not have existed in their daily interactions. When Orochimaru discovered them hiding in a corner of the lab, kissing furtively, his first reaction was not anger at the disruption of his experiment, but an almost absurd association. What if it were him and Lushika? The instant that thought crossed his mind, Orochimaru froze. In the next moment, his kunai had already sliced through the throats of those two children. As blood splattered against the walls, Kabuto rushed in, alarmed. "Lord Orochimaru, this is the most successful case so far." Orochimaru's pupils narrowed into slits, and the kunai in his hand turned towards Kabuto's throat. In that moment, filled with murderous intent, the image of Lushika's frowning face suddenly flashed in his mind. "Did you kill someone again?" The imagined voice made him abruptly withdraw his hand. He stared at his bloodied fingers, feeling an unfamiliar emotion, fear. Not fear of death or failure, but fear of whether Lushika would turn away upon seeing him like this. That night, he unexpectedly refrained from continuing his experiments and instead stood atop the highest tower of Inrin village, gazing blankly in the direction of Konoha. The night wind tousled his long hair, and the moonlight elongated his shadow. He suddenly recalled how Lushika had once half-jokingly asked him, "Snake Uncle, what do you want from all these experiments?" How had he answered back then? Everything. But now, it seemed all he desired was Nara Lushika. Orochimaru began to consciously distance himself. He reduced his visits to Konoha and even deliberately avoided the Nara household. Yet the more he suppressed it, the more that twisted desire intensified. Ultimately, he chose the most despicable way to observe, through his summoning snakes. He watched Lushika's every move, seeing him frown while reviewing documents, lying on the rooftop counting clouds, or wearing a troubled expression when chased by Ino. Each act of voyeurism was like drinking poison to quench thirst, bringing him both satisfaction and torment. He waited. He waited for Lushika to show a look of disgust, for a conflict of interest between the Nara family and Inrin village to erupt, for a reason that would allow him to let go. Yet what he received was Lushika suddenly appearing at the gates of Inrin village one day, carrying a box of pastries, lazily saying, "Long time no see, Snake Uncle." In that moment, Orochimaru nearly crushed the doorframe. He intentionally kept the laboratory in the most sinister state, allowing Kabuto to showcase the bloodiest research outcomes, even deliberately letting a white snake coil around Lushika's wrist. But Lushika merely brushed the snake aside, yawning, "I'm too tired for your psychological games today." Orochimaru suddenly laughed. What a terrifying child. The turning point in their relationship occurred on a rainy night. Lushika was injured on a mission and was forced to stay at Inrin village. As Orochimaru bandaged him, his fingertips inadvertently brushed against the warm skin of Lushika's wrist. That fleeting sensation struck him like lightning, so warm that it made him suddenly aware of his own icy skin, realizing that the blood coursing through his patched-up body was no longer that of a normal human. Lushika, half asleep, unconsciously nudged his fingers like a drowsy deer. This simple action caused Orochimaru to jerk his hand back, as if scalded. He stood in the shadows, observing the sleeping youth. Moonlight filtered through the curtain seams, casting delicate shadows upon Lushika's eyelashes. For the first time, Orochimaru clearly recognized he was a monster who had lived too long, tainted by too much bloodshed. And Nara Lushika should stand in the sunlight, marry a fitting bride, raise a few clever children, and live a life of peace and fulfillment. He should have no entanglements with someone like him. Yet as he turned to leave, the sleeping Lushika suddenly grasped his sleeve, mumbling indistinctly, "Don't go." Orochimaru froze in place. After a long while, he let out a soft sigh. and with a tenderness he had never shown anyone, tucked the blanket around the young man. "Good night, Lushika." Subsequently, various subtle feelings unfolded naturally. One morning, when Lushika awoke once more in the laboratory of Inrin village, he discovered a delicate snake-shaped silver chain adorning his wrist. Orochimaru, with his back turned as he organized experimental data, spoke without looking back. "It's for tracking purposes, to prevent you from getting lost next time." Lushika stared at the little snake for a long while before suddenly laughing. "It's so ugly." Yet he did not take it off. Orochimaru finally turned around, his golden slit pupils glinting with a dangerous light in the morning sun. "Do you know what accepting it means?" Lushika yawned, lazily extending his other wrist. "How about one for this side? Symmetry looks better." In that moment, Orochimaru realized he was done for. Chapter 202, Orochimaru Extra 3. The laboratory's lights elongated Orochimaru's shadow. He stared at the writhing cells in the petri dish. Yet his golden slit pupils reflected nothing. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the edge of a test tube until a crisp crack echoed, and the glass shattered into powder in his palm. "Lord Orochimaru?" Kabuto adjusted his glasses. "Shall I prepare a new one?" "Get out." The voice was soft, yet rendered Kabuto instantly motionless. He witnessed the swirling darkness in those serpent-like eyes, more terrifying than any prior experimental failure. Orochimaru gazed at the bloodstain on his palm. Just 3 minutes ago, the image relayed back from the summoning snake still burned in his mind. Lushika, with that nine-tailed brat, laughing like a fool in an izakaya, arms slung around one another. The petri dish suddenly exploded, splattering green liquid across the entire wall. He should have known, from the moment he allowed that Nara brat to walk into his life, this was destined to be a disaster. "Master and disciple?" Orochimaru suddenly chuckled, his nails digging deep into his palm, leaving crescent-shaped marks. How naive. Moonlight poured through the skylight, illuminating the scroll he had concealed in his sleeve, the complete diagram of Konoha's defensive system. This was the intel he had gradually extracted over the years while covertly guiding Lushika's ninjutsu, or rather, what Lushika had unwittingly revealed to him. The snake tongue flicked across his lips, the metallic taste of blood spreading in his mouth, since he could not stand beside that person openly. Then, in the forest of death, Lushika stood opposite him, adjusting his clothing and hair. "Snake uncle?" Nara Shikamaru stood leisurely, with the remnants of Orochimaru's viscous substance clinging to his spiky hair. "You've got your unidentified fluid in my hair," he remarked nonchalantly, unperturbed by the fact that his friend had been harmed. In the Kazekage's office, Shikamaru settled himself at his desk, his pupils slightly constricted as his gaze shifted from the bloodstains on the floor to the map that Orochimaru had not yet concealed. The air grew thick with tension, and for the first time, Orochimaru experienced the pangs of panic. Instinctively, he sought to explain himself, yet he caught sight of Shikamaru bending down to pick up a shard of glass, effortlessly twirling it between his fingers with a flourish. "You intend to attack Konoha?" Shikamaru's tone was as calm as if discussing the weather. "Let me be clear, you can do as you please with the third Hokage, but do not touch the hospital or the orphanage." Orochimaru's breath hitched. He had envisaged countless scenarios of anger, disappointment, even confrontation, yet he had never anticipated such indulgence. Thus, he hesitated and obediently confined his actions to abducting the third Hokage. Later, he inquired of Shikamaru, curious yet fearful of the answer. "Why?" The serpentine gaze fixated intently on the young man before him. Shikamaru yawned, casually discarding the intelligence report into a waste bin. "In any case, you will not succeed." He pointed to a section of the Konoha map that Orochimaru had gathered, indicating a recent modification from the previous week, implying that his intelligence was already outdated by at least 2 weeks. The sound of the nutrient solution dripping resonated distinctly in the silence. Suddenly, Orochimaru grasped the nape of Shikamaru's neck, pulling him close. Their noses nearly touched, breaths intertwining. "You know what this signifies?" He hissed in a tone devoid of its usual rasp, replaced by a menacing hiss. "I am not merely playing house, Nara Shikamaru." Shikamaru burst into laughter, placing his hand against Orochimaru's chest, feeling the rapid beating of his heart through the fabric. "How peculiar," he murmured softly. "It seems you can feel nervous too." Following that day, Orochimaru completely obliterated all plans against Konoha. However, upon joining Akatsuki and witnessing Shikamaru engaged in deep conversation with Kakashi atop Hokage Rock, he found himself in need of distractions to quell his murderous intent. World peace? Pain's voice echoed through the ring. Orochimaru toyed with a newly acquired ring. His mind flooded with the image from that morning. Shikamaru and that damned old monkey's child, sharing drinks at an izakaya. Underage drinking? It appeared Asuma had lived too comfortably. Orochimaru? He replied nonchalantly, whatever. The Akatsuki base was cold and damp, perfectly mirroring his current mood. Each time the summoned snake relayed news of Shikamaru, he would destroy a laboratory. Until one day, a vision appeared of Shikamaru standing alone at the ruins of the Sound Ninja village. The young man gazed up at the dilapidated tower, clutching a small specimen white snake. That day, Orochimaru defected from Akatsuki. Upon their reunion, Shikamaru seemed to have undergone significant changes, frequently seeking him for training, possibly due to his acquisition of Uchiha Sasuke as well. When Shikamaru made a contract with him, Orochimaru's pupils dilated sharply. Such a contract, once formed, signified a commitment. Have you thought this through? His voice tightened. I will not grant you the opportunity to retract your decision. Shikamaru bit into Orochimaru's skin, as if stamping a blood mark upon his heart, leaving a trace. Such a hassle, he remarked. I simply do not wish to see you in that state. At the moment their chakra intertwined, Orochimaru experienced Shikamaru's intricate calculations. The tenderness hidden beneath his laid-back exterior, and the same twisted possessiveness he felt toward him. The public announcement occurred on the battlefield of the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Shikamaru collided into Orochimaru's embrace before everyone. Orochimaru felt that perhaps death held no fear for him anymore. After the war, a union was established between the Sound Ninja and Konoha, until Tsunade consumed her third bottle of sake, slamming the bottle onto the table, her golden hair sweeping through the air dramatically as she rose. Orochimaru. Her furious roar silenced the entire venue. Orochimaru, who had been conversing softly with Shikamaru, slowly lifted his gaze, his golden slit pupils flashing with irritation. Tsunade, mind your surroundings. Surroundings? Tsunade scoffed, planting a foot on the table, causing the dishes to rattle. What gives you the right to lecture me about surroundings? Jiraiya, though having consumed his share, remained slightly more composed than Tsunade. He attempted to restrain her. Tsunade. Calm down. Calm down. Tsunade shrugged off his grip, pointing an accusatory finger at Orochimaru. That bastard has taken Shikamaru away. How can I possibly calm down? The crowd gasped. Shikamaru lazily raised his hand from the side. I volunteered. Orochimaru reveled in the astonished gazes of everyone present while firmly grasping Shikamaru's wrist beneath the table. His little deer always had a way of effortlessly overturning all his plans. But it mattered not. He had prepared a more significant surprise. Deep within the laboratory, an embryo, a fusion of their two DNAs, lay sleeping in a cultivation chamber. When Shikamaru discovered it, surely a remarkable expression would grace his perpetually composed face. The serpent's eyes narrowed in delight. After all, in this relationship, it was essential for the elder to maintain some advantage. Chapter 203, a side story of Yamanaka Ino. From a young age, Yamanaka Ino understood that her life was intertwined with Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji. Since her earliest memories, her father had taken her to the Nara family's deer park, pointing at the boy with spiky hair who lay yawning on the grass. Ino, this is Shikamaru. You two will be companions from now on. Young Ino tilted her head, observing the languid boy, who barely opened his eyes and simply mumbled a dismissive HM before rolling over to continue his slumber. What the heck? She stamped her foot. He is so unmotivated. Choji, nearby, munched on chips with a smile. Shikamaru has always been like this. Ino, fuming, marched over and kicked Shikamaru's calf. Hey, get up and play with me. Shikamaru slowly opened his eyes, glanced at her, and sighed. What a hassle. Ino resolved to dislike him. However, what frustrated her more was Choji's attitude. If Shikamaru was too lazy to walk, Choji would carry him. If Shikamaru was too lazy to fetch something, Choji would help him. If Shikamaru was too lazy to speak, Choji would answer for him. Choji, why don't you ever resist? Ino placed her hands on her hips, glaring at Choji as he handed Shikamaru a drink. Choji scratched his head, grinning. Because we are friends. Ino, infuriated, turned on her heel, vowing to tell her father that Nara Shikamaru was utterly unmotivated. The first time Ino met Haruno Sakura was on the playground of the Ninja Academy. A group of children surrounded a girl with pink hair, mocking her broad forehead. Sakura lowered her head, tears brimming in her eyes, yet stubbornly refusing to cry. Ino stood at a distance, furrowing her brow. What the heck? She is so cute. Striding over, she shoved the boy leading the bullying. Hey, You're really loud. The boy, taken aback, quickly became enraged. What is it to you? Ino raised her chin, her golden ponytail shining in the sunlight. Of course it's my business. She is my friend. Sakura looked up, her emerald eyes filled with surprise. Ino winked at her, silently conveying a message. Don't be afraid, I'm here. From that day on, Ino and Sakura became inseparable friends. They shopped together, trained together, and even vowed to become powerful kunoichi together. Ino thought to herself that she would be friends with Sakura for life. However, the reality hit too quickly, like a tornado. Uchiha Sasuke, the boy with black hair and eyes, was cold, silent, and powerful, entirely different from the lazy Shikamaru and earnest Choji. He stood on the training ground, perfectly hitting every target with his shuriken, his gaze as frigid as ice. Ino's heart skipped a beat. The man has captured my attention, she exclaimed while gripping Ying's hand, her excitement palpable. Ying, look at him. Isn't he handsome? Ying's cheeks flushed as she softly agreed. From that moment onward, a shared ambition emerged between Jinnya and Ying to win the heart of Uchiha Sasuke. As they pursued Sasuke, the dynamics of Jinnya and Ying's friendship began to shift delicately. They would secretly compete for the privilege of sitting beside him and would find joy in the mere fact that he cast a glance their way. During training sessions, they would deliberately strive to outperform one another, all in hopes of attracting his attention. One day, Jinnya woke up early to secure the seat next to Sasuke. When Ying entered the classroom, her eyes dimmed momentarily. A flicker of guilt crossed Jinnya's mind, but it was swiftly overshadowed by exhilaration. Today, victory is mine. While Jinnya immersed herself in the pursuit of Sasuke, Shikamaru began to exhibit unusual behavior. He left early and returned late, often absent from their gatherings. And even Choji seldom saw him. Worried, Jinnya pulled Choji aside. Shikamaru has been acting strange. I'm a bit concerned. Jinnya was preoccupied with writing a love letter to Sasuke, not bothering to look up. What could possibly be wrong? He is probably just sleeping in some corner. No, Choji shook his head. He's been heading towards the Forest of Death a lot lately. Jinnya's pen paused, ink smudging the letter. The Forest of Death? What could he possibly be doing there? Choji sighed. I don't know. He won't tell me if I ask. Frustrated, Jinnya ruffled her hair. This is so troublesome. Concern for Shikamaru forced Jinnya to divert her attention to Choji's emotions, often spending time with him on the rooftop of the ninja school, waiting for Shikamaru to return. This distraction caused her to miss several chances to encounter Sasuke. Angry, she and Choji set out to find Shikamaru, only to discover another side of this seemingly lazy boy. That day, Jinnya tugged at Choji's wrist, her anger palpable as they stormed through the training grounds of Konoha. Shikamaru, he has been absent all day, worrying you like this. Her golden ponytail swayed behind her as she quickened her pace, determined to confront him. Choji, clutching a half-empty bag of chips, hurried to keep up. Jinnya, slow down. Shikamaru might just be busy. Busy? What could he possibly be busy with? Sleeping? Playing shogi? Or hiding away to be lazy? Choji hesitated to speak further, ultimately quickening his pace in silence. The duo arrived at a remote, abandoned training ground in the Forest of Death, a place seldom visited, overgrown with weeds, where even the training posts appeared worn and dilapidated. How could Shikamaru be here? Jinnya's words faltered as her pupils dilated. In the center of the training ground stood a familiar figure, performing hand signs with astonishing speed. The range of his shadow imitation technique was 3 times larger than usual, the dark shadows spreading across the ground like living entities, instantly ensnaring a dozen training dummies. That was Shikamaru, yet he was not the lazy boy she knew. His gaze was sharp as a blade, damp strands of hair clung to his forehead, and his breathing was rapid yet controlled, indicating he had been training for an extended period. More alarming was his precise chakra control. Every technique seamlessly flowed into the next without a flaw. Jinnya instinctively held her breath. Does he train like this every day? She whispered to Choji. He nodded, worry evident in his eyes. For the past month. He leaves before dawn and returns in the dead of night. Jinnya's fingertips grew cold. She had always thought of Shikamaru as a lackadaisical individual, relying on his wit to get by, but now, his prowess might even surpass Sasuke's. This realization constricted her heart. That evening, Jinnya sat in her room, staring blankly at her palm. Her youthful hand bore no calluses from years of wielding kunai, and her chakra flow was nowhere near as precise or stable as Shikamaru's. Jinnya. Her father's voice called from outside her door. Are you still awake? Yamashiro Kai entered, holding a document. The Hokage has revealed preliminary arrangements for next year's class. Jingya's head shot up. Class division? Yes, her father replied, settling beside her. You, Shikamaru, and Choji will be in the same group. The legacy of Ino Shikacho remains unchanged. Jingya's fingers instinctively clenched the bedspread. Ino Shikacho. A memory surfaced of her father taking her to the Nara family's deer park as a child, pointing at the lazy boy and saying, "You will be companions." Back then, she thought Shikamaru was annoying and lazy, but now, Jingya? Her father looked at her, puzzled. What's wrong? Nothing, she murmured, lowering her head. Her father gently patted her head. Get some rest, you have training tomorrow. After he left, Jingya flung herself onto her bed, burying her face in the pillow. Her mind replayed the images of the day. Shikamaru's fierce gaze, his precise techniques, and the suffocating pressure he exuded. And what about her? She had been preoccupied with chasing after Sasuke, treating her training with indifference. Unable to even master the basics of chakra control, Jingya clenched her fists. Did she truly deserve to be part of Ino Shikacho? The cold moonlight streamed through her window, illuminating the photograph on her bedside, a picture of her and Ing, both smiling brightly, with Sasuke's indistinct silhouette in the background. Jingya turned the photo face down on the table. What am I doing? The next day, she spotted Ing walking alongside Sasuke, her laughter bright. While Sasuke maintained his usual stoic expression, Ing chattered excitedly, keeping pace with him. Jingya stood still, feeling a sudden void within her. Choji approached, offering her a bag of chips. Here. She accepted it, taking a morose bite. Choji, do you think I'm foolish? Choji tilted his head. Why do you say that? For someone who doesn't even like me, I've neglected my true friends. Choji chuckled. It's never too late to realize that. Jingya looked up, warmth flooding her heart as she gazed at her childhood companion. Yes, she nodded vigorously. Starting tomorrow, I shall reclaim my spirited self as Yamashiro Jingya. Choji beamed, patting her shoulder. Now that's the Jingya I know. In the distance, Shikamaru's figure appeared around the corner, still exuding that familiar laziness, but for the first time. Jingya thought perhaps he wasn't so intolerable after all. And with his laziness, could it be that he was secretly exhausting himself at night? Chapter 204, The New Ino Shikacho. The dust of the training ground had yet to settle as Jingya's golden hair clung to her damp cheeks. Breathing heavily, she watched as Choji was once again ensnared by the shadow binding technique. This marked the 17th failure in their collaboration since Shikamaru had begun training with Orochimaru. Their once harmonious Ino Shikacho coordination had become increasingly discordant. Take a 10-minute break. Shikamaru's calm voice drifted from the shade of a tree, devoid of any discernible emotion. Jingya wiped the sweat from her forehead, glancing at Choji, who sat dejectedly on the ground. She suddenly recalled the absurd scene from the Fourth Great Ninja War, where Jiraiya, that old fool, had used the Yamashiro family's secret technique to broadcast Shikamaru and Orochimaru's relationship throughout the ninja world. She had been so infuriated that she nearly drove her kunai through the training post. Jingya, did you notice? Choji has crumpled the empty chip bag, and Shikamaru's shadow is now 3 seconds faster than before. Jingya jolted upright. 3 seconds. That was precisely the time they were lacking in their coordination. She suddenly grasped the crux of the issue. They hadn't weakened. Rather, Shikamaru had grown too strong too quickly. I'll go talk to him, Jingya declared, rising and brushing off the dust from her ninja pants. Under the tree, Shikamaru was diligently documenting something on a scroll, the sound of his pen scratching against the paper resonating in the air. As Jingya approached, she caught a faint scent of herbs, a distinctive aroma characteristic of Orochimaru's laboratory. Do you know what the problem is? Jingya stated directly. Your shadow imitation technique can now simultaneously restrain multiple jonin, but Dingtsi and I cannot keep up with this rhythm. Shikamaru paused. The sunlight filtering through the leaves cast mottled shadows on his face, rendering his expression ambiguous. I am thinking of a solution, he finally replied. What kind of solution? Using what Orochimaru taught you. Jingya suddenly halted, as she discerned the scroll Shikamaru was writing on, densely filled with records of her and Dingtsi's chakra fluctuations during each training session. Shikamaru rolled up the scroll and remarked, the old-fashioned Ino Shikacho tactics are no longer viable. We need to consider a new collaborative approach. Jingya recalled her father's words. The true Ino Shikacho is not a fixed tactic, but rather a bond of mutual understanding. Then let us start anew. She reached out, pulling Shikamaru. Don't ponder alone. We are Ino Shikacho. At the center of the training ground. Dingtsi blinked in confusion as he watched the two approach. Shikamaru said nothing but unfurled a new scroll depicting an entirely new formation. Let us give it a try. Shikamaru's voice was soft. With my shadow as guidance, Ino will be responsible for anticipation and Dingxi. He paused. You will embody the unpredictable variable. On their first attempt, Dingxi collided with a tree. On the second, Jingye's mental link nearly caused Shikamaru to vomit. By the third attempt, as the sun dipped below the horizon, their new strategy began to take shape. Not merely a traditional binding attack, but a web woven from Shikamaru's shadow. With Jingye's mental prowess as the eye, while Dingxi transformed into the most unpredictable blade. Now this resembles something. Jingye sat down on the ground, gazing at her equally disheveled companions, and suddenly burst into laughter. In the distance, Nara Kikuchi and Yamanaka Kaichi stood at the edge of the training ground. Observing his daughter's smiling face, Kaichi softly remarked, "It seems they have found their path." Kikuchi nodded, his gaze resting on his son, who once found such matters troublesome. Now furrowing his brow as he revised the tactical diagram, occasionally looking up to check on his teammates. Behind him, Orochimaru's figure flickered in the shadows of the trees, his golden slit pupils glimmering with an inscrutable light. A new era requires a new Ino-Shikicho, Kikuchi finally stated, turning to depart. As night fell, three weary figures lay side by side on the training ground. Dingxi suddenly spoke up. Actually, on the day of the Fourth Great Ninja War, I was quite happy. Jingye raised an eyebrow. Happy about what? Happy that the entire ninja world knows our strategist was abducted by Orochimaru? Happy that Shikamaru finally has something he desires. Dingxi's voice was soft. He used to exclaim, "What a hassle!" But now Shikamaru offered no retort, merely gazing at the starry sky. The starlight illuminated his eyes, as if igniting a long-lost fervor. Jingye abruptly sat up. "Hey, how about calling your master for our next training session?" She grinned mischievously, eager to showcase the true Ino-Shikicho. Shikamaru's lips curled slightly. What a hassle. Yet they all sensed the anticipation in his words. Chapter 205. Nara Shikamaru's side story. Morning mist enveloped the training ground as Shikamaru sat cross-legged beneath the tallest pine tree. His breathing was steady and elongated. The strands of hair on his forehead dampened by the morning dew, clinging to his skin with a gentle chill. With each breath, the memories from his past life ebbed away like foam receding with the tide. The seventh chakra flow route, Shikamaru murmured with closed eyes, his fingers unconsciously tracing a formation on the muddy ground. The once vivid memories of skyscrapers, electronic devices, and peaceful times now faded into indistinct patches of color. However, he was not anxious, just as he was never perturbed by the absence of those lost ninja theories. Memories may fade, but experience endures. Suddenly, Orochimaru's voice drifted from behind, tinged with the characteristic herbal scent of the laboratory. Shikamaru did not turn around, but merely smiled faintly. "Uncle Snake, it's impolite to spy on others during training." Cold fingers rested on his shoulder. Orochimaru's golden pupils glinted with a dangerous allure in the morning light. "Your chakra flows 0.7 seconds more smoothly than yesterday." This was Orochimaru's way of showing concern, an observation precise to the decimal point, veiled beneath harsh criticism. Shikamaru had long since learned to decipher this code. Stretching lazily, his joints creaked softly. "So can I finish training early today?" "Dream on." Orochimaru licked his lips. "This afternoon, I will dissect 3 white snakes, and I require their venom glands intact." Watching the slender figure vanish into the morning mist, Shikamaru sighed. He recognized his own contradictions. He understood the cruelty of this world better than anyone, yet oscillated between diligence and apathy. However, since becoming Orochimaru's apprentice, even this small reprieve had been stripped away. The scientific madman would not tolerate mediocrity. "Shikamaru." Jingye's voice rang out from the other end of the training ground. "Are you hiding here, slacking off again?" Dingxi is practically digging a pit in the training ground. Shikamaru stood up leisurely, brushing off the grass clippings from his pants. In the distance, Dingxi clutched a large bag of chips, gazing eagerly in their direction. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on his round face. This scene filled Shikamaru's chest with warmth. He cherished his current life, not merely because it was the world of Hokage, but because of the genuine people in it. Jingye's ever-vibrant shouts, Dingxi's honest and reliable smile, even Asuma-sensei's furrowed brow while smoking. These were bonds that no memory could ever replace. "Here they come." Shikamaru elongated his tone, but involuntarily quickened his pace. After training, Shikamaru made his way toward the laboratory alone. The setting sun elongated his shadow, intertwining with the shadows of the trees. He had traversed this path for many years, familiar with every raised stone slab and each angle of the turns. Just as he was acquainted with the arrangement of every reagent in Orochimaru's laboratory and the warmth of the little white snake that loved to coil around his wrist. "I'm 23 minutes late," Orochimaru remarked without looking up, a test tube emitting an eerie green glow in his hand. Shikamaru adeptly tied on an apron. "I ran into Lord Jiraiya on the way. He insisted on asking me about Tsunade." "I know," Orochimaru interrupted. He informed the entire village using reverse summoning. His tone was as flat as if discussing the weather, yet Shikamaru noticed the fingers gripping the test tube turning slightly pale. This was their mode of interaction. Orochimaru never voiced his worries, only expressed concern through experimental data. Shikamaru also refrained from expressing gratitude, instead responding with more precise experimental records. Yet they both understood each other. Much like knowing the unsaid words "don't die" and "I will return." Late at night, in front of the laboratory's workbench, Shikamaru scrutinized the cell samples under the microscope. The cells from Hashirama in the petri dish were dividing at a visibly rapid pace, while the sample infused with his blood exhibited a peculiar state of stability. Interesting. Orochimaru's breath brushed against his ear, carrying a hint of herbal fragrance. "Your chakra can suppress its rampage." Shikamaru did not turn, but leaned slightly against the warmth behind him. "So I can be a qualified suppressor?" "You can be much more." Orochimaru's fingers grazed the nape of his neck, the cold touch sending a shiver down Shikamaru's spine. "For instance, a reason to live." This statement was so light it felt almost like an illusion. Yet Shikamaru understood that for the reserved Orochimaru, this was the most explicit confession. He turned to meet those golden slit pupils directly. "Uncle Snake, you know I do not need promises." Orochimaru's pupils contracted slightly. In the flickering candlelight, his expression bore an unusual fissure. Lumaru suddenly recalled the scene of his first encounter with this man, cold, perilous, and unfathomable. Yet now, he could distinctly perceive his own reflection within the depths of those eyes. "Continue the experiment," Orochimaru finally declared, though his fingers tightened around Lumaru's wrist. A smile graced Lumaru's lips. He understood that in this brutal world of ninjas, encountering someone willing to pause for him was a stroke of fortune. Thus, he resolved to give his all, just as he would for the bonds of Zhu Dai, and as he would for the precious second chance at life he had been granted. Outside, the lights of Konoha extinguished one by one. However, the candlelight in the laboratory persisted until dawn, illuminating two figures leaning against one another, one with serpent-like golden eyes, the other as languid as a deer, yet unexpectedly harmonious. Chapter 206. The Madman. As the morning light began to creep over Hokage Rock, Uchiha Obito tossed and turned in the guest room of the Hitaki residence for the 108th time. The tatami mat pressed uncomfortably against his back. The chirping of birds outside grated on his nerves, and even the sound of Kakashi's damned ninja dog, Pakin, snoring the previous night, kept him restless. "Awake?" Kakashi's voice floated in from outside, accompanied by the enticing aroma of fried eggs. Obito shot up abruptly, his mask askew. "Who said I was awake?" A light chuckle emanated from outside, followed by the sound of receding footsteps. Obito, frustrated, raked a hand through his hair. Ever since Kakashi had taken him in as a war criminal, he felt like a beast trapped in a cage, every cell of his being clamoring for freedom. At the breakfast table, Kakashi flipped through Intimate Paradise, his visible eye curving into a crescent. Today is the shift change for the Umbu. Obito's chopsticks froze midair. From 10 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon, only 2 Chunin would be on duty at the southern gate. Kakashi leisurely turned a page, exclaiming, "Ah, suddenly so sleepy, I must catch a nap." By the time Obito regained his senses, he found himself standing in front of the wardrobe, clutching a pure black robe that Kakashi had inadvertently left in the laundry basket. He hesitated for 3 seconds before decisively donning the garment and casually snatching the orange whirlpool mask from the nightstand. The morning market in Konoha was just opening. The elderly woman selling dango felt a chill at her back. Turning, she saw a figure in a black robe stealthily crouched beside her cart, the orange mask nearly pressed against the glass display. Welcome, dear customer. 3 skewers of red bean paste dango." The cloaked figure lowered his voice. "No, make it 5. Wait. 10. The old woman's hands trembled. Would you like that packaged? Eat here." The figure lifted the lower part of his mask and devoured the food ravenously, as if he hadn't eaten in 3 days. This scene was perfectly witnessed by the trio of Zhu Lu Dai passing by. In the barbecue shop, Lu Maru stared blankly at the black-robed figure haggling with the vendor across the street. This guy had been arguing for 10 minutes over a 2 yen price difference, flailing about like a cat with its tail stepped on. Hey, isn't that Obito? Dingji's potato chips froze midair. Ino, quick to react, shoved a piece of grilled meat into his mouth. Eat your meal. Keep your mouth shut. Lu Maru leisurely sipped his tea. Who is it? So hard to guess. Indeed. The word had spread throughout Konoha, from the old man selling dango at the southern gate to the proprietress of the hot spring inn, that a madman had appeared in the village, clad like an Akatsuki member, behaving like an exuberant husky. In the Hokage's office, the reports piled high before Kakashi had formed a small mountain. Report on the suspicious black-robed man's abnormal behavior in the commercial street. Suspected remnants of the Akatsuki involved in the incident of snatching candy from children. Complaints from the Southern Gate guards about harassment from the masked man. Kakashi rested his chin on one hand, his visible eye curving into a crescent. Oh dear. This is quite the headache. Hokage-sama. An Umbu ninja knelt on one knee. Should we arrest him? Arrest who? Kakashi blinked innocently. Doesn't the report say suspected? Meanwhile, at the Gankuri shop, Obito was lost in thought, cradling his 5th cup of red bean soup. How many years had it been since he had tasted this familiar flavor? The sweet aroma reminded him of Rin smiling as she handed him a rice ball, of Minato-sensei's helpless sighs, and of, "Hey." Ino slammed her palm on the table. "How long are you going to keep pretending in front of us?" Obito nearly dropped his mask into the soup bowl. What pretending? I don't understand what you're saying, beautiful young lady. Lu Maru's chopsticks halted midair. The way you just said beautiful young lady sounded exactly like Kakashi-sensei. Dingji silently raised his hand. And the way you're drinking red bean soup. Obito froze. Listen. Lu Maru sighed. We don't care who you are, but if you dare to act like Kakashi-sensei watching Intimate Paradise at the izakaya door and make strange laughing sounds. Ino added. And steal the boss's side dishes. Dingji continued. We'll tell Kakashi about the incident with Pakken in the women's bath. Lu Maru flashed a devilish smile. Obito's face turned pale beneath the mask. As the sun set, Obito returned to the Hitaki residence, laden with bags, 3-color dango, red bean soup, Ichiraku ramen, and even a brand new set of bedding. Kakashi leaned against the door frame, his eye curving into a crescent. Did you have fun? Obito pushed his mask up. It was all right. Going again tomorrow? Kakashi took the bags from Obito's hands, his fingertips brushing against Obito's wrist. Both pretended not to notice this small gesture. By the way, Kakashi suddenly remarked, don't wander near the women's bath next time. The Umbu reports have piled up. Obito nearly choked on his own saliva. I didn't tea. I just got lost. Right. Kakashi ruffled his hair. Mr. Madman. In the stillness of the night, Obito lay on the brand new bedding, realizing his back no longer ached. And the birdsong outside became melodious. He sneaked a glance at the light still shining from the neighboring room. Kakashi was surely up late reviewing documents again. Obito placed the mask over his face, concealing the slight upward curve of his lips. From then on, Konoha gained a madman, and the Hitaki residents welcomed a returnee. Chapter 207. Elopement. In the early morning at the Nara residence, Narajuku was shaving in front of the mirror. The man in the reflection bore fewer wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and even his perpetually furrowed brows had relaxed. He hummed a tuneless melody, his fingers rhythmically tapping the sink. In 3 days, he would officially hand over the responsibilities of clan leader to his exceedingly clever son. Sir, your tea. The old butler entered, hesitating. Juku savored a sip of tea. What's wrong? Is that boy still sleeping in? The butler, trembling, presented a scroll before departing. The teacup shattered on the floor. The calligraphy on the scroll seemed to mock him. Dear old man, I'm going on a honeymoon with Uncle Snake. Return date uncertain. You handle the clan affairs and work for now. Your dutiful son, Lu Maru. Juku's fingers trembled like leaves in the wind. He suddenly burst into Lu Maru's room, flinging the door open. The wardrobe was wide open, the usual ninja tool pouch missing. And the book shogi winning strategies had vanished as well. On the windowsill sat 2 crooked clay figures. One lay lazily, while the other stood upright with golden eyes. Nai, Ruo, Lu, Maru. Juku's roar startled every deer in the courtyard. Meanwhile, by the stream 10 miles outside Konoha, Lu Maru leisurely munched on a military ration ball. He squinted at the rising sun, savoring the long-lost ease of being free from paperwork. There was still time to return. Orochimaru leaned against a tree, a playful glint in his golden vertical pupils. Juku might just kill me for this. Lumaru stuffed the last morsel of the military ration ball into his mouth. Uncle Snake, do you know how long I've been planning this? He counted on his fingers, recalling the moments since the age of 15 when he had stayed up late to review documents, when the clan elders had admonished him, and when he had seen his father sneak off to the izakaya. Orochimaru's tongue brushed his lips, suggesting, so this is a premeditated elopement? This is merely the last relaxation before work. Nara Shikamaru stretched lazily and added, besides, don't you also wish to experience a life without experiments? The stream gurgled over the pebbles, reflecting the silhouettes of the two walking side by side. Orochimaru's dark hair fluttered gently in the morning breeze, a rare absence of the laboratory's chemical scent. Suddenly, he halted, pulling out a map from his sleeve. How about the land of water? His slender fingers pointed towards the northeast, where it was said the hot springs could alleviate fatigue. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. You even researched this? Just then, his laughter interrupted Orochimaru's words. Under the sunlight, the young head of the Nara clan laughed heartily, his brown eyes sparkling with mischief. Snake Uncle, we are eloping now. Shikamaru wiped away tears of laughter, clarifying that it was not for scientific purposes. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. A genuine smile crept into his eyes. What a bother. His imitation of Shikamaru's catchphrase was so vivid that it sent Shikamaru collapsing against his shoulder in laughter. Their shadows intertwined in the morning light, startling a flock of sparrows into flight. Konoha village was now far from sight. Suddenly, Shikamaru seemed to remember something and pulled out an exquisite box from his ninja tool pouch. Almost forgot, a souvenir. Inside the box lay a pair of shogi pieces crafted from obsidian, each intricately engraved with serpent patterns. Orochimaru picked up the king piece and noticed a tiny inscription at the bottom. No regrets in placing. I had originally planned to give it after the handover ceremony. Shikamaru scratched his face, but it's just as good to give it now. Orochimaru's fingertips caressed the pieces, suddenly recalling the day 30 years ago when he defected from the village. It was also a dawn like this, also a distance from Konoha. But then he had only pursuers behind him, not someone leaning against him with a smile. Shikamaru. He rarely called him by his full name. Why the land of water? Shikamaru, toying with the gold piece, tilted his head, because I heard the hot springs there. You know what I'm asking. The sound of the stream suddenly grew louder. Shikamaru fell silent for a moment before gently placing the pieces back in the box. Last month, when you worked for 72 hours straight, you were talking in your sleep. He paused and repeated land of water 3 times. Orochimaru's pupils constricted slightly. That was the only place his parents had taken him before he became a ninja and lost them, before all the tragedies began. Mind your own business. Orochimaru turned his face away but gripped the piece tightly. Shikamaru smiled silently and took his hand. Their chakras intertwined in their palms, radiating an uncommonly warm sensation. At noon, a raucous laughter erupted from the Hokage's office. Kakashi, bent over a pile of documents, laughed so hard he could hardly straighten up, while Jiraiya's dentures fell out. So, the little brat from the Nara family really, huh? Hokage-sama. Nara Kaku burst in, dark circles under his eyes. I want to issue an S-rank wanted notice. Kakashi wiped away tears of laughter. For what crime? Kidnapping a respectable family member. Enticing an important talent from Konoha. Tsunade, by the window, suddenly snorted. The scroll your son wrote is stamped with the Nara family seal. She shook the document in her hand. The voluntary departure application was approved yesterday. Kaku felt as if struck by lightning. Trembling, he took the document, noticing the signature approving it was in bold handwriting, 6th Hokage, while the guarantor's name was glaringly Orochimaru. Yu. Kaku pointed at Tsunade and Kakashi, then suddenly turned to Jiraiya. You knew all along? Jiraiya, secretly picking up his dentures, coughed. I saw them both at the village entrance last night. Why didn't you stop them? Your son said if I dared to intervene, he would expose all my savings account passwords. Jiraiya looked wronged. He even knows about my secret stash in Maiboka Mountain. Kaku gazed despairingly out the window. In the courtyard, the new clan leader Nara Kaku's work badge shimmered under the sunlight. Meanwhile, at the border of the land of water, 2 figures strolled leisurely past the boundary marker. The tall figure in a black cloak suddenly stopped, pulling out 2 obsidian shogi pieces from his sleeve. Shall we make a bet? Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with mischief. The loser sleeps on the floor tonight. Shikamaru gazed at the gleaming pieces under the sunlight, then at his lover's rare smile. suddenly feeling that this act of defiance was worth every bit. All right, he smiled, pulling out the shogi board, but I want to raise the stakes. The steam from the hot springs hazed the window panes, blurring their intertwined silhouettes into a tender shadow. In the distance, Konoha's pursuers, mainly the weeping Nara clan members, stumbled along the mountain path, while the runaway couple had already soaked in the hot springs and completed 3 rounds of shogi. No regrets in placing. The inscription on the obsidian pieces flickered in the steam, reminiscent of a certain Nara brat's most troublesome yet regret-free decision of a lifetime. Chapter 208. Hand over the dusk in Konoha always possesses an extraordinary tenderness. The 6th Hokage, Kakashi, stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, gazing at the Hokage rock, bathed in golden light by the setting sun. Below his statue, workers were constructing a new scaffold. Soon, Naruto's goofy grin would be etched alongside. Still working overtime? A familiar voice came from behind. Kakashi didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Uchiha Obito leaning against the door frame, swinging a bag of still-steaming red bean cakes. Over the past 3 years, this former war criminal had become a regular at the Hokage's office. Although the Umbu still remained wary of him. Just the last batch of documents. Kakashi stretched, adjusting his headband to reveal a Sharingan eye like Obito's. Starting tomorrow, these will be Naruto's troubles. Obito rolled his eyes and tossed a red bean cake at him. Are you sure that blonde kid, who fights with Sasuke every 3 days, can handle it? Last week, they demolished the training ground, and the week before, they nearly burned down the archives. Naruto has grown up. Kakashi took a bite of the red bean cake, its sweet flavor melting on his tongue. And besides, there's also Shikamaru. He suddenly stopped, recalling a certain strategist who had eloped with Orochimaru, a bead of cold sweat sliding down his forehead, unable to continue. Obito smirked maliciously. What's wrong? Regretting letting your genius advisor go? Kakashi remained silent, contemplating Obito. The sunset's afterglow bathed his scarred face, revealing an unusual softness. Over the past 3 years, Obito had changed more than the entire Konoha combined, from a gloomy war criminal to someone who could stroll down the street buying red bean cakes. Even occasionally training with Guy in bizarre physical exercises. Hey, Kakashi. Obito suddenly leaned closer, his breath warm against Kakashi's ear, infused with the sweetness of red bean. Since you're stepping down, why not learn from the Nara brat? Kakashi's ears flushed visibly. What nonsense are you talking about? I meant traveling. Obito blinked innocently. Where are you thinking of going? That night, the Hitaki residence was exceptionally quiet. Kakashi soaked in the bathtub, staring blankly at the ceiling. In the steam rising from the hot water, he recalled the day's conversation, the mountain of documents accumulated over the years, and the faint yearning he felt each time he passed the land of water travel agency. What a bother, he murmured to himself, yet couldn't he help but smile. The next morning, Konoha erupted in chaos. Urgent news. The 6th Hokage has been kidnapped. Umbu members leaped and dashed across the rooftops. In front of the Hokage building, Naruto, just dragged out of bed with messy hair and bleary eyes, watched the frantic elders in disarray. Tsunade slammed a note onto his chest. An urgent matter has arisen. The Hokage position is entrusted to you. Remember to appoint Suishu as the captain of the guard. Kakashi exclaimed, what kind of handover ceremony is this? It lacks any formality. Naruto, clutching his hair in despair, questioned, and why is it Suishu who becomes the captain? That guy just tossed me in a Nanha river yesterday. Tsunade replied with a cold laugh. There's more excitement to come. She unfurled another note, the flamboyant handwriting evidently belonging to a certain Uchiha. Kakashi, I borrowed him. Dare to chase after us, and I'll blow up the Hokage rock of the 3rd generation. P.S. The recipe for red bean cake is on the 2nd shelf of the fridge. Uchiha Obito. Ino added quietly. The surveillance showed that the 6th Hokage left willingly. A profound silence enveloped the room. Naruto's mouth was agape, large enough to fit the entire Mayaboka mountain. Ultimately, it was Sakura who shattered the silence by smashing her fist onto the desk. You too. Meanwhile, along a secluded path at the border of the Land of Fire, 2 figures strolled leisurely. Kakashi had changed out of his Hokage robe and donned a plain gray kimono, his mask still firmly in place. Are you truly certain? He asked for the 100th time. Obito, growing impatient, seized his wrist. Are you annoying? Everything is arranged. I have enough red bean cake stored in the fridge to last 3 months, and Pakin has agreed to water the flowers weekly. Even that special edition of Intimate Paradise you hid under your bed. Wait, Kakashi abruptly turned his head. How do you know about that? Obito flashed a mischievous grin. I explored the bedroom a bit while someone was enjoying a bath. Kakashi's ears turned crimson, yet his eyes curved into crescent moons. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow on their entwined hands. So, where shall our first destination be? Obito shook their arms like a child who had just received candy. The land of soup? The land of waves? Or anywhere will do. Kakashi softly replied, we have plenty of time. In the distance, craftsmen were hurriedly modifying blueprints at the Hokage Rock of Konoha. The statue of the 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, had to be commenced ahead of schedule. And what troubled the sculptors even more was that the new Hokage insisted on having Uchiha Sasuke's statue carved beside it. This is against the rules. The elders fumed, their beards bristling with indignation. Naruto, hands on his hips, beamed like the rising sun. I say it's settled. Or perhaps you would like to go and retrieve Kakashi-sensei. No one dared to take up that suggestion, for none wished to face Uchiha Obito, capable of single-handedly challenging the Ten Tails, let alone provoke the former Hokage who was currently on his honeymoon. As the sun set, Naruto stood alone at the window of the Hokage office. A mountain of paperwork cluttered the desk, and he could hear the bickering of Sasuke and Sakura outside, accompanied by the crunching sound of Choji munching on chips below. He touched the brand-new Hokage hat, and suddenly burst into laughter. Kakashi-sensei, you've truly put me in a predicament this time. At that very moment, a silver-haired shinobi in a hot spring inn, 100 miles away, suddenly sneezed. Caught a cold? Obito offered him a cup of sake. Kakashi accepted the cup, and in that fleeting moment where their fingers brushed, he recalled the hand he had failed to grasp 20 years ago, the rain at Kamizukabashi, and the countless soliloquies before headstones. Yet now, this hand was warm, real, and firmly clasped around his. It's all right. He removed his forehead protector, revealing a full smile. Feeling immensely grateful that Konoha had Naruto and the others, Obito grunted but tightened his grip. The steam from the hot spring rose, obscuring their outlines, but making their intertwined shadows more distinct. That night, the lights of Konoha remained bright, and the roar of the 7th echoed through the streets and alleys. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, in a distant hot spring town, the 6th Hokage finally removed his mask for the first time, savoring the true essence of freedom. Chapter 209. A child. When Nara Shikamaru awoke in the afternoon sunlight, he felt a heavy weight on his chest. Groggily, he reached out and encountered something warm and soft. What on earth? He jolted awake to find a pair of round, golden-slit pupils staring back at him. A chubby little boy, around 2 years old, lay atop his chest, his pudgy hands tugging at his loose belly while drool dripped onto his pajamas, leaving a small wet patch. Smack! The child slapped him across the face, producing a crisp sound. Shikamaru was instantly roused. What is this ridiculous creature? He shot upright, nearly toppling the child. The little boy neither cried nor fussed, merely tilted his head to gaze at him, his golden eyes sparkling like 2 amber gems in the sunlight. On the bedside table lay a familiar, hastily written note. Shikamaru, this is your grandson, Nara Rokuko. He is the child I cultivated using the latest technology. The offspring of me and Shikamaru. Shikamaru is currently too busy with his duties as the 7th secretary to attend to this. I am researching the feasibility of the children of Naruto, Sasuke, and Obito. If you could raise such an exceptional son as Shikamaru, surely raising another will be no trouble. P.S. Rokuko has already had lunch. Remember to feed him milk at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Your dutiful son-in-law. Shikamaru's hands began to tremble. The back of the note was affixed with a photograph of Shikamaru clad in the uniform of the 7th secretary. Looking utterly defeated as Orochimaru had his arm draped around his shoulder, with a small version of Shikamaru, grinning widely, sandwiched between them, his eyes resembling snake-like slits. Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru's roar shook the very tiles of the roof. The little boy flinched at the shout, pouting his lips, on the verge of tears. Shikamaru hurriedly scooped him up, his movements stiff as if cradling an explosive tag. No, don't cry. Shikamaru's voice unconsciously softened. The little boy sniffled and suddenly reached out to grasp his beard. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Grandpa, the boy exclaimed, laughing gleefully. Shikamaru was momentarily stunned. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the little fellow's face, and that smile bore an uncanny resemblance to Shikamaru's as a child. Though Shikamaru never smiled so foolishly. What a calamity! Shikamaru sighed deeply, resigned to cradling the child against his chest. The little boy immediately found a comfortable position, burying his face in Shikaku's still prominent beer belly, contentedly rubbing against it. In the kitchen, Shikaku frantically rummaged for formula. The leisurely retirement life had added quite a bit of weight to him, and when he bent over, his belly got stuck against the cabinet edge, causing him to grimace in pain. Formula, formula. He searched high and low, finally locating a can labeled specifically for Rococo on the top shelf, complete with detailed mixing instructions. The handwriting unmistakably belonging to Orochimaru. That old rascal. Shikaku gritted his teeth but obediently followed the instructions to prepare the mixture. The little boy sat on a high chair, swinging his short legs, curiously observing every one of Shikaku's movements. As Shikaku clumsily tested the water temperature, the little one suddenly piped up, "Stupid, stupid." Shikaku's hand trembled, nearly spilling the bottle. "Who are you calling stupid? Grandpa stupid?" Rokuko clapped on the table, laughing, revealing his two sharp little tiger teeth. Shikaku suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to plop the milk bottle on the boy's head. But when he glimpsed those bright, sparkling golden eyes, he inexplicably softened. "Just like your father when he was little," he muttered, handing over the milk bottle. Rokuko grasped the bottle with both hands and began to gulp it down, only to suddenly pause halfway, letting out a hearty burp, then splashing the remaining milk all over Shikaku's freshly changed shirt. Shikaku took a deep breath, reminding himself not to argue with a 2-year-old. At precisely 3 o'clock, the doorbell rang. Shikaku, holding the already asleep Rokuko, went to answer the door, only to find old friends from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans standing at the entrance, each wearing a mischievous grin. "Word has it you've become a grandfather?" Inuzuka Kiba asked, stifling laughter. Akimichi Choji handed over a pack of diapers for the child. You, Lugio, gaze at this group of mischievous friends with a befuddled expression. "How did you know?" "The entire village is already aware." Ino peeks from behind, holding her phone aloft, as she reveals that Orochimaru has posted on his social media, expressing gratitude to his father-in-law for helping with the child. The accompanying image depicts you cradling Lu Rong while asleep. In the photo, Lugio snores with his mouth agape, and Lu Rong drools on his belly, creating a scene both heartwarming and absurd. Lugio's vision darkens momentarily. "Ah yes," Dinksy interjects, munching on chips. The 7th Hokage mentioned he would bring Sasuke-kun and the children to visit Lu Rong next week, stating it was to cultivate a bond early. Lugio nearly tosses the child he is holding aside. "What child? Where did Naruto and Sasuke get a child?" "Orochimaru-sama just cultivated one yesterday." Ino scrolls through her phone, calling Uzumaki Himawari and Uchiha Hikari. Lugio glances down at the sleeping child in his arms and suddenly comprehends why Shikamaru would choose to elope with Orochimaru. This life is unbearable. That evening, Shikamaru finally returns from work and, upon entering, finds his father napping on the sofa with Lu Rong, both of their sleeping positions mirroring one another, heads tilted back, mouths agape. Snoring in unison, he quietly approaches and covers the two with a blanket. In his dreams, Lu Rong smacks his lips and unconsciously burrows closer to his grandfather. Shikamaru can't help but smile, his lips curling upward. He takes out his phone, captures this moment, and sends it to Orochimaru, who is still working overtime in the lab. It seems father is adapting quite well. Almost instantly, a reply arrives, more capable than I imagined. P.S. The embryos of Naruto and Sasuke are developing well. Kakashi and Obito's samples still require adjustments. Shikamaru rubs his temples. He can almost envision the near future at the Konoha kindergarten, where a group of little rascals with peculiar eye colors and bloodline limits drive the teachers to madness. "What a hassle," he mutters softly, gently stroking Lu Rong's soft hair. Moonlight pours through the window, illuminating the 3 generations of the Nara family. In his dreams, Lugio mumbles about a little brat, pulling his grandson even closer. Meanwhile, in a distant laboratory, Orochimaru gazes at the photo on his phone, his golden vertical pupils flashing a hint of tenderness. He turns to the cultivation chamber, murmuring softly, "Who shall be the next subject of experimentation? Speaking of which, should Shikamaru and I consider having another child?" Chapter 210. A delayed arrival. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the Hokage office, Naruto sprang from the pile of documents with a start. He hastily wiped his face, swept aside the unfinished paperwork from the previous night, and retrieved a crumpled scroll from his drawer, on which was scrawled the title, 7th Hokage Inauguration Ceremony Planning, Revised. Irika-sensei was right. The sense of ceremony is vital. Naruto shook his fist at the air, only to accidentally topple the ink bottle on the table. Blue ink spread across the application for the reconstruction of the Nankagawa Dam, and in a flurry, he attempted to wipe it with his sleeve, only to end up staining the entire table blue. 7th Hokage. A ninja from the secretary's office burst through the door, frozen in place upon witnessing the chaos. Lord Uchiha Sasuke is waiting for you by the Nankagawa. Sasuke. Naruto's eyes brightened, only to droop again in dismay. But I have to prepare today. He said if you don't arrive in 10 minutes, he will head off on a long-term mission to the Land of Rain. Naruto leaped up as if struck by Raijin's lightning, tumbling towards the window, remembering to snatch the crumpled planning document on his way out. The Umbu members watched their Hokage tumble headfirst out the window, choosing to ignore the incident. As since Naruto's ascension, the window repair costs for the Hokage building had already exceeded the annual budget for ninja tools. By the banks of the Nankagawa, Sasuke was slicing an apple with the Kusanagi. Hearing the familiar footsteps, he tossed the sliced apple over his shoulder without looking up. Naruto leaped and caught it, rolling next to Sasuke, his golden hair now dusted with grass. Sasuke! Sasuke! Naruto exclaimed, mouth full of apple, mumbling around his words. Kakashi-sensei is back. We can hold the inauguration ceremony. Sasuke glanced at the scroll, noticing the childish handwriting and suspicious oil stains, his lips twitching slightly. Idiot. You've been Hokage for 3 months. That is different. Naruto protested, flailing his arms in exasperation. Kakashi-sensei was kidnapped by that scoundrel Obito at the time. I want to take the Hokage hat from him in a proper manner, with all of Konoha as witnesses. Do you want me to applaud from the audience? Sasuke interrupted suddenly. Naruto's face flushed instantly. Of course. You are my bodyguard. Sasuke, maintaining his stoic expression, added, yet reached out to pluck a dried leaf from Naruto's hair. What a hassle. This was tacit approval. Naruto beamed widely, sunlight scattering into stars within his blue eyes. Sasuke turned his face away, pretending not to notice his reflection in that vivid blue. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Konoha, Kakashi stared blankly at Naruto, who stood before him. So this is what you meant by a short-term trip? 3 months without seeing you, and your dark circles are worse than my mask. Obito snickered beside him. See? I told you to just climb over the wall. Naruto lunged at Kakashi like a large golden retriever, wrapping his arms around his waist. Sensei, you must hold the inauguration ceremony for me. Tomorrow. I've already planned everything. Kakashi attempted to pry the clingy Hokage off. Naruto, you're an adult now. I don't care. Naruto pouted stubbornly. If you don't agree, I'll tell the whole village where you hide your special edition of the Intimate Paradise. Obito perked up suddenly. Wait, what special edition? Kakashi's forehead twitched. Ultimately, after Naruto promised to cover their upcoming hot spring trip expenses, the 6th Hokage reluctantly nodded. The following morning, Konoha Square was festooned with decorations. Villagers, rubbing their sleep-laden eyes, gathered and began to chatter. What festival is today? What strange celebration has the 7th Hokage invented now? I heard there will be free ramen vouchers. On the platform, Naruto donned a brand new Hokage cloak, fidgeting nervously. Kakashi stood beside him, his usually listless eyes appearing even more vacant than usual. Among the crowd below, only Sasuke stood with his arms crossed, wearing a look that seemed to say laugh and I'll kill you, as he fixed his gaze on the golden-haired Hokage on stage. Ahem. Naruto cleared his throat, his voice quivering with excitement. Today is an important day. The crowd fell silent. An old lady selling dumplings yawned. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will officially take over the duties of Hokage from Lord 6th. Naruto proclaimed solemnly, then whispered to Kakashi, Sensei, it's your turn to speak. Kakashi sighed, pulling out a crumpled paper airplane, the ceremony process Naruto had delivered the night before. He mechanically recited, Here, I shall formally, wait. Naruto interrupted suddenly, the hat. I haven't put on the hat. Kakashi's temples throbbed. Slowly, he removed the Hokage hat and, to Naruto's eager gaze, unexpectedly placed it on his own head. I've changed my mind. Kakashi's eyes crescented into a smile, suddenly feeling that being Hokage might not be so bad. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto cried out in alarm, lunging to seize the hat. The two became entangled on stage, their Hokage cloak and mask intertwining. Obito laughed heartily from the crowd, accidentally smearing his freshly bought red bean cake onto Lujo's back. The audience began to boo. Refund. We want to see a real ninjutsu performance. What happened to the free ramen? Amid the chaos, only Sasuke remained standing straight. when Naruto finally managed to wrest the hat back, panting and disheveled. Half of the audience had already departed. Sasuke raised his hand and slowly and clearly clapped 3 times. The crisp sound of applause stood out remarkably amidst the cacophony of the square. As Naruto turned dazedly towards the source of the sound, he caught the almost imperceptible curve of Sasuke's lips and suddenly felt that everything was worth it. With a silly grin, he adjusted his crooked hat and declared, "I announce that the ceremony is a resounding success." Kakashi, adjusting his misshapen vest, muttered under his breath, "Why must I indulge him in this childish play?" Obito had somehow slipped onto the stage, wrapping an arm around Kakashi's neck, and mischievously added, "Because it is a teacher's affliction to dote on their students. Just like someone once indulged a certain underachiever." After the ceremony, if it could be called that, Naruto bounced after Sasuke, who was departing alone. "Sasuke, did you see that? I was super cool just now." "Idiot," Sasuke replied without turning around. "The delegates from the Land of Lightning are arriving at 3. Don't be late again." "Got it." Naruto stepped closer, secretly linking his pinky with Sasuke's. "Thanks for clapping." Sasuke did not pull his hand away, merely huffed in response, "Underachiever." The sunlight elongated their shadows, ultimately merging into one. The newly carved statue on Hokage Rock silently observed this scene, while higher up, the statue of the 6th Hokage seemed to wear a faint smile. Perhaps a whimsical touch from the sculptor, or possibly a subtle alteration by a certain unnamed Uchiha using a grand fireball technique. Chapter 211. The conclusion. At 5 in the morning, the lights in the Hokage's office were already on. Uzumaki Naruto, his hair resembling a bird's nest, pressed his face against the cold desk, attempting to wake himself. The table was precariously stacked with 3 mountains of paperwork. The topmost document, a budget application for the reconstruction of the Valley of the End, bearing suspicious saliva stains. 7th Hokage, this is the 17th document requiring your signature today. Shikamaru entered and sighed upon seeing Naruto's appearance. "Did you not return home last night?" Naruto abruptly lifted his head, his blue eyes bloodshot. "Sasuke went on a business trip to the Land of Water. I can't sleep alone." A sneeze sent the leftmost stack of papers tumbling down like a waterfall. A flicker of sympathy crossed Shikamaru's deadpan eyes. "The Uchiha's airship returns at 8 this morning." "Really?" Naruto instantly revived, seizing a pen and swiftly signing all the documents. "Shikamaru, you are truly my good brother. By the way, what else do we have planned today?" At 9 a.m., a video conference with the 5 Kages. At noon, receiving the Sand Village delegation. At 3 in the afternoon, Shikamaru paused, watching the 7th Hokage leap out the window, shaking his head in resignation. Forget it. He won't listen anyway. At Konoha Airport, Sasuke had just disembarked from the airship when a golden flash pounced on him. "Sasuke, I've missed you so much." Naruto nuzzled against his partner's shoulder like a large golden retriever, completely disregarding the astonished gazes of nearby travelers. Sasuke pressed one hand against Naruto's face. "Underachiever, mind your image. I don't care. We haven't seen each other for 3 days." Naruto protested, wrapping his arms around Sasuke's waist, then suddenly furrowing his brow. "Wait. Why do you smell like shampoo? Did you take a bath?" The tips of Sasuke's ears turned slightly red. "I ran into Sakura. She said I smelled like blood." "Sakura?" Naruto exploded. "Why was she on your way home? Isn't she supposed to be at the hospital?" "Mission," Sasuke succinctly interrupted. Suddenly leaning closer, he sniffed Naruto. "How many days has it been since you washed?" Naruto wilted. Just 3 days." Sasuke grimaced, grabbing Naruto by the back of his collar and leading him home. "You stink. Wait, I have the Kage meeting. You're late." Thus, that morning, an unusual scene unfolded during the video conference of the 5 Kages. The 7th Hokage was late by 10 minutes, appearing with damp hair and suspicious red marks on his neck. Meanwhile, the Uchiha, who was supposed to be on a business trip to the Land of Water, was seen in a corner of the frame, brewing tea for the 7th Hokage. "Youth is wonderful," Terumi May remarked meaningfully. Gaara calmly sipped his tea. "Can we commence the meeting?" Naruto, blushing furiously, straightened up. "Of course." Sasuke set the teacup beside Naruto and turned to leave, but was suddenly caught by the wrist. "Stay here," Naruto murmured, his blue eyes filled with pleading. "I promise not to disturb you while you read." Sasuke raised an eyebrow but still pulled up a chair just out of the camera's view. Thus, throughout the meeting, the leaders of the nations had to endure the 7th Hokage stealing glances at Sasuke and the subtle sound of their fingers brushing when Sasuke occasionally passed him tea. The reception for the Sand Village delegation at noon was another disaster. Temari watched her brother and Gaara, then glanced at Naruto and Sasuke, who were glued to each other, her forehead twitching with irritation. Can you be a little more professional? Sorry. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly but remained tightly pressed against Sasuke. About the policy on inter-country marriage. Temari suddenly slammed her hand on the table. First, remove your hand from Sasuke's thigh before discussing official matters. At 3 in the afternoon, having finally concluded all engagements, Naruto collapsed on the Hokage office sofa, resting his head on Sasuke's lap. Sasuke flipped through mission reports with one hand while absent-mindedly playing with Naruto's blonde hair with the other. Sasuke, Naruto tilted his head to look up at him. What do you want to eat tonight? Whatever. Ichiraku ramen? Had it yesterday. Then how about grilled meat? Too greasy. Naruto pouted in grievance. Then you choose. Sasuke set down the documents, lowering his gaze to this man who was theoretically the strongest in the ninja world. I'll cook when we get home. Naruto's eyes instantly lit up, springing upright. Really? I want tomato scrambled eggs. And miso soup. And, shut up, underachiever. Sasuke's lips curled up slightly. If you keep talking, I'll make you eat soldier pills. On the way home, the sunset elongated their shadows. Naruto suddenly halted, pointing at a newly opened dessert shop by the roadside. Sasuke, look, the new limited edition 3-colored dumplings. Sasuke shot a glance. Childish. 5 minutes later, the Uchiha clan head held a skewer of dumplings in one hand, with the other tightly clasped by the 7th Hokage, his ears slightly reddened. The villagers passing by had long since grown accustomed to this sight. After all, it was one of the most common scenes in Konoha. After dinner, Naruto took it upon himself to wash the dishes. Sasuke leaned against the kitchen doorframe, observing this man, who was formidable on the battlefield, now clumsily tackling a bowl that was stuck with rice. Foam splattered onto his nose without him realizing it. Underachiever, Sasuke suddenly spoke. Naruto turned, startled by Sasuke's sudden closeness. Wait, my hands are all soapy. Sasuke ignored his protests and gently licked the foam off his nose. Sweet. Naruto's face instantly turned as red as a cooked shrimp, and the bowl in his hand fell back into the sink with a splash. He turned and pinned Sasuke against the refrigerator, breathing heavily. You did that on purpose. Sasuke raised an eyebrow in provocation. So what if I did? That expression sent Naruto into a frenzy. He leaned down and captured the lips that often spoke harsh words, completely forgetting that the next morning held an important meeting to prepare for the Chunin exams. In the deep of night, moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a soft glow on the bed. Sasuke, content, held the sleeping Naruto close, gently kissing the tousled hair on his forehead. In his dreams, Naruto instinctively nuzzled closer, emitting soft purrs like a kitten. Sasuke suddenly recalled an afternoon many years ago, amidst the torrential rain in the Valley of the End, when they lay on the ground, battered and bruised, their fingers intertwined. At that time, he could hardly dare to dream that one day he would embrace this most important person in the warmth of a cozy bed. Good night, Naruto, he whispered, holding his beloved even tighter. Outside the window, the lights of the wooden leaves extinguish one by one, while within the bedroom of the 7th generation, warmth lingers until dawn. A new tale is tirelessly unfolding.